Elder Barton's face broke into a satisfied smile. Usually, Corey Sect's cultivators led these missions, but today he finally felt the dignity of being in charge. Since no one objects, I will assign personnel. He pointed out several team leaders from the crowd, all old friends of his. The intelligence indicates that the evil lair is located in the mountains near the village. We'll split into 4 teams and explore in the east, west, south, and north directions. Once we find traces, we'll regroup immediately. How does that sound? Good. Agreed. Axton also nodded. Although many cultivators from various sects had arrived, there were only about 20 of them, including some young cultivators sent by their sects for practice. Clearly, they didn't take the matter seriously. To them, 8 golden core cultivators were sufficient to handle the small evil lair in the green cloud range. They sensed no intense demonic aura and assumed it would be at most handled by a golden core cultivator. Elder Barton's arrangement was reasonable, potentially leading to a swift discovery of the lair. However, he didn't include Axton in the task assignments, clearly not considering him important. Axton was content with this outcome. Seeing everyone disperse, he too left, casually choosing a direction to explore. In the forest, Axton extended his divine sense to its fullest, yet he still didn't detect any concentrated demonic aura. An evil lair should be very noticeable, yet with his late golden core divine sense, he found nothing suspicious, only faintly sensing something amiss to the northwest. Come out. Axton suddenly stopped, speaking to the forest behind him. Sure enough, a figure hesitantly emerged, grinning awkwardly under Axton's gaze. Big brother Unkur, what a coincidence. It was Marla, who had been sneaking around, thinking she hadn't been noticed. She'd long been exposed to Axton's divine sense. Why aren't you with your sect? What do you want from me? Axton said helplessly. This pampered girl clearly didn't understand the dangers of an evil lair. Even Elder Barton might never have faced a demon cultist and treated this mission lightly. Big brother Unkur, please let me follow you. Otherwise, that jerk will keep bothering me. Clearly, the jerk Marla referred to was Embark, who had been endlessly trying to explain himself to her. Marla, annoyed, found an opportunity to escape and followed Axton. Seeing the expectant look in Marla's eyes, Axton knew she was inexperienced. If she got lost in the forest, she could encounter danger. He reluctantly nodded, allowing her to follow. Great. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Marla beamed, clearly having a favorable impression of Axton. Axton focused again, continuing to investigate the forest. Something about this place felt off. Recalling the desolate village and vanished villagers, he wondered what had really happened. The 4 teams assigned by Elder Barton also began exploring but seemed lackadaisical. Many familiar cultivators chatted as they walked. Himph, look at old Barton enjoying himself. It's a pity the experts from Corey Sect aren't here, finally letting him show off. True, it's just a few demons. With our golden core cultivators around, it's easily manageable. Taking oneself too seriously indeed. Ha ha ha, don't say that to him. He's petty and vain. He'd be furious if he heard us. 2 middle-aged cultivators conversed as they walked, followed by several sect disciples. They moved slowly, clearly not taking the mission seriously. Master, let's rest here for a bit. Then we can return saying we found nothing. There's not a trace of demonic aura around. Isn't worrying pointless? All right, let's rest ahead. The middle-aged cultivator agreed readily, as even his early golden core divine sense detected no demonic aura, putting him at ease. Shoo! A strange rustling echoed through the forest, accompanied by a feeling of dread. The middle-aged cultivator's expression turned serious. He quickly approached, launching a dagger from his hand. Everything returned to silence after a moment. Approaching the dagger, he found a small snake pinned to a tree. He relaxed, laughing it off. I thought it was something serious, just a snake. Master, behind you. Before he could react, a disciple shouted. The middle-aged cultivator sensed a foul stench approaching. The forest erupted with demonic aura. Several ragged figures appeared, their expressions grotesque, their eyes devoid of light. They pounced on the middle-aged cultivator mercilessly. He tried to resist but found his body invaded by demonic energy, unable to summon any spiritual power. All he could do was watch helplessly as the figures, disguised as villagers, opened their blood-red mouths to bite him. Aya! His scream abruptly ended, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Hashtag chapter 270, the treacherous human heart. Axton's ears twitched as if he had heard something. Did you hear that? Axton turned to look at Aiko, but she immediately averted her gaze and mumbled softly. No, nothing. Axton didn't think much of it, and continued walking forward. He had no interest in understanding Aiko's little concerns. Although the scream had been fleeting and seemed blocked by some force, Axton increasingly felt something was off about this place. Especially when he reached the cave entrance and sensed the faint demonic aura emanating from within. An ominous premonition grew in his heart. At this moment, Aiko peeked out from behind him, looking at the damp, cold cave before shivering involuntarily. Elder brother Unkur, is this the demon lair? Axton nodded. With his late golden core stage spiritual sense, he could only vaguely detect faint traces. Barton Lau and the others probably hadn't even noticed this demonic aura and were still searching aimlessly. That's great. I'll tell Uncle Barton. Aiko happily took out a voice-transmitting talisman and sent a message. Axton didn't stop her. After all, strength in numbers was beneficial, and he didn't want to be the first to step up. Before long, Barton Lau arrived with a group of people, his face lighting up upon seeing the cave. Tyan, well done. He pulled Aiko back, praising her highly. No, elder brother Unkur discovered it. Aiko tried to explain, but Barton Lau cut her off. I'll remember your effort. I'll make sure the sect leader rewards you when we return. You truly are Inkurgbo sect's jewel. You're far better than us old bones. Other cultivators from various sects chimed in with praise, causing Barton Lau's smile to deepen. Rose, how did you find this demon lair? You're incredible. Embark stepped forward, a flattering smile on his face. Aiko, already in a bad mood, turned away upon seeing the face she detested. What does it have to do with you? Don't speak to me. After being rebuffed several times, Embark felt irritated. Noticing that Aiko often glanced towards Axton, he finally couldn't hold back. Rose, don't let that guy fool you. Xingyun sect is a minor sect that's about to be eradicated. We should keep our distance so the Kori sect doesn't misinterpret anything. My affairs don't concern you. Cowardly weakling. Aiko recalled how Embark had abandoned her as bait during the encounter with demons and remembered that he was Barton Lau's disciple who usually protected him. She secretly resolved to have her father properly discipline him once they returned to the sect. Aiko wasn't foolish. She knew complaining to Barton Lau here wouldn't help, so she endured it until Embark slandered Axton. Finally, she couldn't hold back and countered. Rose you. Embark was speechless but couldn't refute Aiko's words, directing his resentment at Axton. Why should a disciple from a minor sect be allowed into the Cecilia Extermination Assembly? It would be best if he died right there. Enough. Stop fighting. Don't make fools of yourselves. Barton Lau interrupted with a cold snort, then resumed smiling at the present cultivators. Strange. Why aren't the Fengxing sect's fellow Taoists here? A quick scan revealed 4 missing cultivators, 2 Golden Core elders, and 2 juniors from the Fengxing sect. Barton Lau, they must have wandered too far and haven't caught up yet. Let's resolve this quickly to give the Immortal Sect envoys a proper report. The other cultivators, growing impatient, noted the low concentration of demonic energy. Clearly, only low-tier demons dwelled here, easily handled together without waiting for the Fengxing sect members. Agreed. Barton Lau nodded, addressing the speaking cultivator. Could this fellow Taoist scout the cave? If any demons are found, we'll immediately suppress them. The narrow cave mouth exuded a cold, damp feeling, which made everyone uncomfortable. Barton Lau certainly didn't wish to enter. With these words, the cultivator shut up, looking embarrassed. This might not be appropriate. I've had a surge of dampness recently and can't enter such places. Please find someone else. The surrounding cultivators laughed inwardly. What an excuse. Clearly, no one wanted to take the risk. But when Barton Lau's gaze swept over them, everyone lowered their heads, offering no response. Seeing no one willing to lead the way, Barton Lau coldly snorted. These cultivators who loudly declared their intent to eliminate demons now acted like cowards, each worse than the last. Master, I think this young man should go. He discovered this place. Suddenly, Embark's voice rang out beside Barton Lau, pointing at Axton while whispering. His voice, however, was loud enough for everyone to agree, nodding in unison. Yes, since this cave was found by a Xingyun sect disciple, let him take the lead. Good idea. I agree. Everyone responded in unison, showing remarkable unity. Axton internally scoffed. Now they remember he found the cave, yet previously they ignored him entirely. Little friend, what do you think of this suggestion? Barton Lau, also moved by the idea, smiled hypocritically at Axton. Don't worry, we will support you if danger arises. Embark sneered beside him, clearly relishing the success of his scheme. Chapter 271. Entering the Cecilia lair. Axton wasn't surprised by the group's decision. He had long anticipated being sidelined. After all, the Xingyun sect was in decline, and the first person to enter the demon lair would obviously be cannon fodder. Nobody fit this role better than Axton. On the other hand, these seemingly upright cultivators who had come under the banner of vanquishing demons were each driven by their own self-interests, not a shred of responsibility in sight. Axton had witnessed his village's destruction firsthand. Countless ordinary people had vanished due to demonic beasts, and although the population in the Xingyun mountains was sparse, there were still many small villages. He didn't want to see such a tragedy repeat itself, especially affecting Xuha village. Fine. Axton agreed without hesitation, which somewhat took old Barton by surprise. He had expected the inexperienced youth to try every excuse possible to avoid it, but now realized how brainless Axton was. No wonder the Xingyun sect had fallen so low. Uncle Barton, I'll go with him. Annabelle, upon hearing Axton's quick agreement, felt anxious. The danger within the demon lair was unknown, and whoever entered first faced enormous risks. Even though she had little experience, she could sense that everyone else was about to further isolate and oppress Axton. Nonsense. Old Barton's previously jovial face turned grim as he pulled Annabelle back. He regretted bringing her along. It was an unappreciated effort. Old Barton, as the leader of this demon-vanquishing assembly, you should take the lead too. Right. We can't let Axton from Xingyun sect go alone. Why not have this girl go too for support? Voices around them began to mock, knowing well that they weren't united in purpose. Now seeing Annabelle's actions, they found it amusing to provoke. You get back here. Old Barton sternly shouted, but seeing the defiance in Annabelle's eyes, he sighed deeply. How about this? I'll take her and my disciple in second. Agreed? Good. Only true paragons like Old Barton take responsibility. Rest assured, Old Barton, we'll guard your rear. These words angered Old Barton, who needed guarding when entering the demon lair. It was clear that those at the front would face the most dangers while others might run fastest at the slightest trouble. Boy, are you ready? Old Barton's tone was sour, but despite his foul mood, he forced himself to approach Axton and urge him forward. Axton frowned, maintaining a distance from Old Barton. He could feel Embark's schadenfreude gaze upon him, almost wishing he met an early demise. However, Axton had a reason for agreeing. He had already probed the cave with his late-stage golden core level divine sense. Though unable to fully penetrate the darkness, he noticed several peculiarities. The air inside carried a thin layer of demonic aura, which made everyone lower their guard, believing it harbored only low-level demons. Their golden core divine senses couldn't detect the cave's peculiarities, so they remained relatively relaxed, ignoring the prolonged absence of the 4 Denixing sect cultivators. Axton glanced at them, saying nothing, and silently entered the cave. Inside, it was pitch black except for faint light near the entrance illuminating the stone walls. Axton clearly felt a cold, ominous chill emanating from deeper within, indicating that the demon lair wasn't as simple as they thought. Seeing Axton enter, Annabelle followed immediately, ignoring old Barton's calls. Ah, this girl. Old Barton sighed deeply and hastened to follow. Don't worry, master. I will look after Tiana. Embark volunteered, seeming resolute. Behave well. Bringing Annabelle is to create opportunities for you. If you become Dalmates, you'll have a chance to access Cultivation Sect's upper echelons. I understand, master. Embark was elated. Despite numerous encounters with women, he wasn't particularly attracted to Annabelle's type. However, recognizing her unique status, he persistently pursued her. This opportunity within the demon lair would showcase Axton's incompetence. With everyone following, they seemed relieved Axton wasn't encountering danger. 16 members represented 5 different sections. Though ostensibly here to vanquish demons, each harbored ulterior motives. Deeper into the cave, all light vanished. Many lit torches, but strange gusts of cold wind frequently extinguished the flames. Relying on divine senses to navigate, they moved cautiously. Axton's pace was steady, unaffected by the cave's oppressive pressure. Although it slightly impacted his divine sense, it wasn't significant for his late-stage golden core power. Behind him, the cultivators looked solemn, feeling unease as their divine senses were suppressed. Fortunately, Axton led the way, preventing any cowards from retreating. The group suddenly halted. Embark bumped into old Barton, muttering curses when Axton stopped. Why stop? Is the Xiuxian sect boy scared? No one behind responded, seemingly tense from the cave's oppressive atmosphere. I'm a bit afraid. How about you take the lead? Axton replied coolly to Embark's provocation. Embark blushed, quickly lowering his head. No way, with his limited divine sense, leading meant certain collision. Humph. Embark gritted his teeth, unwilling to step forward. Even fools sensed the cave's oddity. As they advanced, the thin demonic aura grew thick, causing discomfort among weaker cultivators. Little friend, why pause? Old Barton asked, unable to probe the surroundings with his divine sense and relying on Axton's judgment. There's a fork ahead, Axton stated, sensing multiple tunnels branching out. Foolish talk. You can see that far? Embark whispered skeptically, unable to believe Axton's claim. Let's check it out then, old Barton decided, wondering how Axton could be so confident. Agreed. Axton chuckled inwardly but continued walking, the damp ground echoing in eerie silence. Hashtag chapter 272, separate actions. We're here. Axton stopped again. Before him, the narrow cave suddenly opened up into a vast and spacious cavern. The walls of the cavern emitted faint glows, illuminating the surroundings in a dim, misty light. What is this? The elderly Barton and the cultivators behind him slowly entered the cavern. Their eyes squinted slightly, clearly adjusting to the sudden presence of light. Barton Elder, where are we? Barton carefully observed the surroundings. He hadn't expected the low and unassuming entrance to lead to such an expansive space. The tangible, swirling dark energy around them made his heart race. The level of dark energy here already raised concerns. If he had known how perilous this place was, he would never have volunteered for this mission. Fellow Taoists, it appears this is the lair of those dark creatures, Barton said, trying to maintain composure in front of representatives from various sects. The other cultivators weren't fools. They could sense the unusual nature of the dark energy. Some were already considering retreating. Why don't we withdraw and inform the leaders of our respective sects? Yes, this information must be passed on. Junior cultivators were whispering among themselves, feeling uneasy and wanting to leave immediately. Barton, using the faint light to observe everyone's expressions, knew that their resolve was faltering. After all, Xiuxian Mountain Range was just a small place, and most of its cultivators had never seen true battle with dark cultivators. Now, faced with danger, many were losing their courage. Just as Barton was thinking about how to diplomatically express their next move, he heard a chuckle from ahead. Heh. This laughter naturally came from Axton, who found it amusing that while they shouted slogans loudly on the way, they now wanted to leave before even reaching the core of the dark lair. Kid, what are you laughing at? Embark snapped, his temper flaring. He too wanted to leave, but seeing Axton's derisive smile fueled his anger. I'm laughing because you claim to be righteous cultivators, yet you're scared without even encountering the dark creatures. Axton didn't hold back. His hatred for dark cultivators ran deep, and these so-called upright cultivators reminded him of the cowards who wronged his father years ago. He despised them. You. Embark was furious, but had no counter-argument. Don't act like you aren't scared. If you're not, then you go first. Barton's face turned red. Axton had exposed everyone's true feelings, making Barton feel embarrassed. I, of course, won't leave, Axton replied. Though the dark creatures deeper in the lair were formidable, he was confident in his abilities. Leaving now would only cause more destruction and civilian deaths. Once dark cultivators gained a foothold in Xiuxian Mountain Range, even immortal sects might struggle to remain safe. This kid is talking nonsense. He must have a problem with his head. Right, Barton Elder, let's withdraw and think of a long-term strategy. The junior members spoke, while senior members lowered their heads, lost in thought. They could see the dangers within the lair but, being small sects in Xiuxian Mountain Range, lacked the confidence to confront dark cultivators. I support Brother Encore. We've come this far. It wouldn't be right to ignore the mandate of the immortal envoys. Annabelle spoke up, noticing the hesitation on the faces of senior cultivators. She was displeased, knowing that she had nearly died at the hands of a dark creature. If the lair continued unchecked, countless innocent lives would be lost. Her words struck a chord. Everyone remembered their mission. This Cecilia Purge Congress was ordered by the 7 major immortal sects. Failing would have dire consequences. After much deliberation, Barton finally decided. Tiana is right. As fellow righteous cultivators, we cannot stand by when we've witnessed this. Let's scout it out. Agreed. The other elders nodded. Barton mentioned scouting, rather than eradicating, suggesting they could retreat at any time, a wise choice. So, the kid from Xiuxian sect, since you talk so boldly, lead the way. A voice from the juniors challenged Axton, annoyed by his fearless demeanor despite being their age. Axton sighed inwardly. This was the attitude of today's cultivators towards the dark forces, dismissive and even engaged in internal competition. I'd be happy to, but there are many forks ahead, and I can't explore them all alone. It was true. Axton's divine senses detected 5 tunnels of varying sizes, each leading to unknown places, beyond the reach of one person. Barton moved forward, confirming Axton's observation. There were indeed 5 divergent paths within the cavern, all emitting strong dark energy. Brother Uncor from Xiuxian Sect is correct. We need to split up. Though self-serving, Barton had the ability to lead the anti-dark effort. Confident in his mid-gold core strength, he believed he could handle dark creatures even at his level. Reporting useful information to the immortal envoys would be a great achievement. Seeing Barton speak, the others finally agreed, albeit with different intentions. They sized up the tunnel entrances, seemingly observing something. It seems the Dinixing Sect members haven't caught up yet. With 4 groups plus Brother Uncor from Xiuxian Sect, we can divide into 5 teams. What do you think? After some thought, Barton proposed this plan. There were 4 sects present, plus Axton, allowing for 5 teams to explore the 5 tunnels. Others agreed with the proposal. Walking alongside their own seniors was preferable, but Annabelle frowned, looking at Axton who stood alone. Uncle Barton, what about Brother Uncor? Sending him alone without support, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Chapter 273, Tunnel Secrets. Sweetie, stop fooling around. Barton Lau frowned. The Patriarch's daughter was completely lacking in tact. Though the matter had been tacitly agreed upon by everyone, she insisted on bringing it up at this moment. It seemed that she was spoiled rotten. Rose, don't worry so much, let's go. Embark wanted to pull Aiko over. He couldn't stand his junior sister defending a stranger so passionately, especially since he had forgotten how Axton had once saved her life. Let go. Unexpectedly, Aiko shook off his hand without a word, her face full of disgust. Previously, in the sect, she thought that this senior brother only had devious thoughts but no malicious intent. Now she finally saw his true colors. He was as timid as a mouse. Other cultivators watched the scene with amusement. They were delighted to see Yiba Sect's internal strife. However, they followed orders, and each chose a cave to enter with their disciples. As Barton Lau approached the cave entrance, Aiko suddenly left, coming straight to Axton's side and entering the tunnel he was in. Sweetie. Barton Lau's face changed drastically, wanting to go out and bring Aiko back. But behind him, an invisible barrier rose at the cave entrance. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through it. Embark saw his junior sister resolutely leave, clearly going to look for the boy from Xiuxian Sect. He secretly cursed in his heart. He and Aiko could be considered childhood sweethearts, but never did he expect this woman to be so fickle, showing such concern for a man she just met. Master, what do we do now? Barton Lau exerted force again, but realized that the cave restrictions were very clever. It would take some time to break through. Meanwhile, Aiko had already followed Axton deep inside and wouldn't be caught up anytime soon. We should go too. It's time to give this girl a lesson. Barton Lau coldly hummed. He had always disrespected the Patriarch of Yiba Sect and constantly schemed to gain power. Since Aiko didn't know better, did she really think the boy from Xiuxian Sect could protect her? Yes. Embark hurriedly nodded, following his master into the cave, but inwardly hoping Axton would face an attack. A disciple from a minor sect actually wanting to join them was like dreaming. Inside the cave, Axton hadn't taken more than a few steps when he noticed someone following. From the footsteps, he knew who it was. Why are you here? Axton looked at Aiko behind him helplessly. Of course, he noticed that after the tunnels appeared today, there was a restriction allowing entry but not exit. Clearly, the demonic cultivators inside had come prepared to divide their strength. Axton found this amusing. No one nearby allowed him to act freely. Unexpectedly, Aiko followed, surprising him. Brother Uncor, I'm worried you might encounter danger alone. Aiko thought for a long time, and finally came up with this lame excuse, stuttering slightly. Axton sighed helplessly. If he encountered danger, could she even help? However, since Aiko had already come and couldn't leave, Axton could only tacitly accept her presence. Stay close. This place is very peculiar. Okay. Seeing Axton agree, Aiko happily replied and quickly followed behind him. The tunnel was extremely dark, cold winds and eerie sounds often passing by, scaring Aiko. Her divine sense couldn't detect the surroundings, leaving her utterly lost, thus clinging tightly to Axton's coat and not daring to step away. Ah! Aiko suddenly screamed. She felt something beneath her feet. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a corpse. Aiko covered her mouth tightly, unwilling to trouble Axton. But her body still trembled, clearly shocked by encountering a corpse in complete darkness. Axton stopped and looked at the corpse beneath Aiko's feet. The corpse looked fresh, emitting a faint demonic aura. It was a man, his face twisted, eyes wide with agony. Axton noticed his ragged clothes, resembling those of a villager. Recalling the villagers who vanished from the villages he passed by, had they all been brought here to meet their end? Brother Uncor. Aiko was clearly terrified by the sight. Anyone would be startled by touching a corpse in the dark, especially a woman. Hush. Axton gestured for her to calm down. Deeper into the demonic cave, his divine sense detected an abnormal spiritual energy silently watching him. Axton squatted down, reaching out to touch the ragged clothes of the corpse, but unexpectedly, before he touched it, the corpse crumbled into ashes, disappearing. Clearly, its vitality had been drained, resulting in total destruction. Such a cruel method was only used by demonic cultivators, clearly treating villagers as puppets and draining their lifespans. Axton's heart sank. Clearly, this demon lair wasn't as simple as he initially thought. Everyone had underestimated it. We continue. Ignoring the oddity below, Axton continued forward. Although the danger within the demon lair increased significantly, he must eliminate these demons to prevent further harm to humans. Not just Shay Village, but even Xiuxian Sect might suffer. Aiko finally calmed down, feeling oddly secure seeing Axton's composed demeanor. She tightly held onto Axton's coat, continuing to follow him. In another tunnel, 3 people moved slowly, members of Jinglei Sect, a medium-sized sect in the Xiuxian Mountains. The lead Elon at the Golden Core stage was accompanied by a male and female disciple, both at the 6th stage Foundation establishment realm, yet they looked very relaxed. Uncle Master, aren't we moving too slowly? With your cultivation, you could dominate anywhere in Xiuxian Mountains. Why be so cautious? The young man in green said, facing the dark cave while yawning, considering his uncle highly capable, needing no safety concerns. Nonsense. This place isn't ordinary. Even my divine sense can't fully detect it. Do you want to die? The Elon stiffened, dissatisfied with the juniors. He didn't wish to bring juniors here, but the sect leaders unanimously agreed to use this place for training. Other sects tacitly approved, forcing his reluctant agreement. Xiuxian Mountains were isolated, Golden Core cultivators ruling locally. These juniors had limited perspectives. Humph, don't worry, Uncle Master. Even if demons appear, I will kill them. The young man snorted disdainfully, disregarding his elder's warning. Of course, brother, you have to protect me. The female disciple looked admiringly at the young man's bravery, unconsciously clinging to his arm. Feeling the softness, the young man became even more confident, laughing at her. Don't worry, sister. I won't let you get hurt. After this, remember to reward me. You rascal, brother. The Elon listened to their flirtations, sighing inwardly, continuing forward. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of red eyes in the darkness slowly approached. Hashtag chapter 274, The Siege. Chance, you're so naughty. In the dim cave, occasional sounds of teasing and flirting echoed out of place. The man in green robes wore a mischievous smile as his large hands roamed over his junior sister's body, completely ignoring the Elon's warnings. The junior sister, with her flirtatious eyes, protested verbally but made no effort to resist physically. Her goal on this trip was to attach herself to the son of Thunderbolt Sect's patriarch for protection, thus she continually tried to curry favor. The Elon frowned, but considering the identity of the man in green robes, he swallowed his words and remained vigilant. Rose, your hand is so cold. Let me warm it up for you. The man in green robes laughed lewdly, thinking she was nervous and feigning concern. Huh? Chance didn't touch my hand? The woman gave an odd response, looking at him in confusion. What? The man in green robes showed signs of bewilderment, focusing his spiritual senses on the woman. Though his spiritual sense wasn't strong, it was enough to detect nearby situations. His face turned increasingly terrified because the woman's hand never touched him. Instead, a gaunt, demonic claw was clutching her waist tightly. Chance, be gentle. It hurts. Despite wincing from pain, she still looked coquettishly at her senior brother, trying to win his favor. You, get away. The man in green robes let out a scream, pushing the woman away as if she were a snake and quickly retreated behind the Elon. Take cover. The Elon also sensed something amiss. Without realizing it, a demonic cultivator had approached them, undetectable even by his golden core level spiritual sense. Uncle Chance, save me, save me. The woman's face turned pale as she realized what was holding her waist. Before she could continue screaming, a powerful force dragged her into the darkness, leaving only a blood-curdling cry. Uncle Chance, what is this thing? Quickly deal with it. The man in green robes lost all composure, caring little about his junior sister's fate. He cowered behind the Elon, trembling uncontrollably. The Elon tensed up, feeling many eerie auras surrounding them. Blood-red light gradually appeared in the darkness. Moments later, 2 screams pierced the silence before vanishing into the quietness. Inside the tunnel where Axton was. Brother Uncor, did you hear that? Celine shivered suddenly, having heard a faint, heart-wrenching cry full of despair. Axton nodded slightly. His spiritual sense was strong enough to catch the distant cries, which heightened his vigilance. Sure enough, danger lurked within the demon den, and it seemed someone had already fallen victim. Stay close to me. Axton spoke calmly. Although his spiritual sense wasn't weak, it only allowed him to perceive a radius of about 300 meters. The environment here was too bizarre. Even a normal golden core cultivator might struggle to sense beyond 50 meters. Who's there? Axton abruptly turned around, spotting a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at him from the shadows. Celine nervously scanned the surroundings, constantly shivering from the cold air. Unfortunately, nothing was visible behind them except endless darkness. Axton frowned as a streak of green light shot from his hand, a green sword imbued with metal essence. He approached the stone wall and gently placed his palm on it. Brother Uncor, what's happening? Since hearing those faint screams, Celine had a bad feeling. If not for Axton, she wouldn't have dared to move. Nothing. Axton shook his head, slowly lowering his hand. Just as Celine breathed a sigh of relief, Axton suddenly thrust the green sword into the stone wall behind him. A piercing scream followed. The once smooth stone wall began to twitch, and a human-shaped creature writhed out, trembling. Its eyes were bloodshot, and black blood oozed from its abdomen. It thrashed on the ground, emitting terrifying cries. What is that? Celine was taken aback. She hadn't expected a humanoid monster to be lurking nearby. Just looking at it was chilling. A demon of this place. Axton infused the green sword with metal essence and struck the demon's head again. The creature was decapitated, ceasing its struggles. Upon closer inspection, tattered cloth remnants clung to the demon, vaguely resembling village attire. However, its eyes were crimson, and even in death, its face bore a hideous expression. Clear signs of being controlled by demonic energy, utterly losing its mind. Celine hid behind Axton until she saw the motionless demon. Growing up pampered in Ankurgbo sect, she had never witnessed such a scene and would have been overwhelmed without Axton's presence. Luckily, Brother Uncor, you're here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed it. Axton frowned. Although he detected the demon in time, it was only when it got within 5 meters that he became aware. Watching the demon turn to ashes like the villagers in the tunnel, Axton felt heavy-hearted. It appeared that the villagers had all become puppets controlled by demons, used to ambush incoming exterminators. By burning their lifespans, the demons granted them temporary power, rendering any rescue impossible. Axton could only watch helplessly as innocent villagers perished. Brother Unkur, let's leave here quickly. Looking at the ashes, Celine fought back nausea. However, Axton stood still, paying no attention to her. His gaze returned to the stone walls, sensing more than one source of icy breath. Unbeknownst to them, they were surrounded by multiple strands of demonic chi within the stone walls, making escape impossible. Chapter 275. Ceciliaized villagers. Finally couldn't hold back, huh? Facing the encirclement of so many strands of demonic energy, Axton remained calm. Ever since discovering that corpse, he had sensed that someone was targeting him and that multiple strands of demonic energy were approaching. If this had happened during his Foundation establishment stage, he would have tried to evade such a perilous situation with all his might. But now it was different. With his entry into the Golden Core stage and the support of the Tao realm, along with the righteous power of Metal Essence Spirit that is the nemesis of demons, Axton wasn't afraid of these creatures, let alone demonized villagers. Big Brother Unkur, look out! Annabelle exclaimed in alarm. Although she was inexperienced, she wasn't without vigilance. She could already feel herself being surrounded. She opened her eyes wide in shock. The figures before them were less human and more like decayed bodies. For villagers, under the distortion of the stone walls, detached themselves and surrounded Axton and Annabelle from all sides. Don't panic. Axton watched the scene unfold and understood the demons' intentions. They sought to first divide the forces of the humans, then use the demonized villagers to break through the defenses of the cultivators one by one. This was indeed a clever plan, but it underestimated him. Die! Die! The disfigured villagers let out hoarse cries, their faces twisted with an expression of torment, as if enduring endless agony. Even in death, they found no peace, controlled by demonic energy until their lifespans were drained, turning them into puppets under the control of demon cultivators. Such inhumane methods caused Axton to frown deeply. These demon cultivators, devoid of morality, showed no distinction between mortals and immortals. They wouldn't hesitate to kill ordinary people and transform them into puppets that could never reincarnate. It was a brutally cruel method. The four villagers, old and young alike, had eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light, clearly having lost their minds and becoming mindless killing machines. Die! With a roar, a demonized villager lunged at Annabelle. Seeming to recognize her weaker strength, he attacked mercilessly. Annabelle saw dark blood spurt from his broken mouth. She hastily drew a jade belt from her waist and hurled it out. The jade belt grew rapidly in the air, binding the villager tightly and stopping him from advancing. Axton was somewhat surprised by Annabelle's timely response. She wasn't just a decorative presence. She had some means to save herself. Seeing their comrade make the first move, the two demonized villagers in front of Axton also rushed forward. Their claws spread wide, and they were enveloped in demonic energy, completely losing their human appearance. What wickedness! Axton frowned but showed no mercy. These villagers had lost their humanity and become mere corpses. If he didn't act, they would perish in endless agony anyway. He remembered Jamil telling him that killing demonized humans was the best way to relieve them. Fingers snapping, streams of Metal Essence Sword chi shot from his fingertips. Though the demonized villagers' strength approached the early Golden Core stage, they were far too weak against Axton. Golden light instantly filled the cave. The villagers' bloodshot eyes showed fear under the golden glow, but they still pressed forward, regardless of the risk of shattering into pieces. Big Brother Unkur, be careful. Though Annabelle was struggling to control the jade belt, restraining the villager attacking her, she was still concerned about Axton's safety. In her view, even dealing with one demonized villager was challenging enough, and Axton's situation seemed even more dangerous. No worries, Axton said calmly. The greatest strength of these demonized villagers wasn't in their attacks, but in the demonic energy they emitted, which could shock a cultivator's mind and lead to possession if not careful. However, Axton's late Golden Core divine sense rendered such tactics ineffective, especially with the protection of the Tao realm, fully isolating him from demonic corruption. Golden light surged, forming sword chi cutting towards the two villagers. Still, the villagers continued to reach out their claws recklessly, showing no reaction. In the next moment, golden light burst forth, spearing through the villagers. They emitted hoarse screams as the red light in their eyes faded, falling heavily to the ground. Annabelle felt the commotion behind her and prepared to breathe a sigh of relief when another demonized villager leaped at her. At her Foundation establishment stage, equipped with spirit treasures, she could barely handle one villager, leaving her unable to defend against another. Seeing the putrid head about to touch her face, Annabelle closed her eyes helplessly, not daring to face the horrific sight. However, the expected pain never came. Summoning courage, she opened her eyes to see the villager's head an inch from her face, before it separated from the body and fell to the ground. Annabelle's body weakened, only to be caught by a strong hand on her shoulder, preventing her from collapsing. Growing up sheltered, she had never witnessed such a perilous scene. If not for Axton's timely intervention, she would likely be dead. Are you okay? Axton held the jade belt in one hand and supported Annabelle's body with the other. He naturally wouldn't stand idly by watching evil entities do harm before him, especially not when Annabelle, kind-hearted and always speaking up for him, was in danger. He was determined to protect her life at all costs. I'm fine. Annabelle took a deep breath, calming herself down. Looking at the three corpses and the madly struggling creature trapped in the jade belt, she couldn't comprehend what kind of monsters these were. Big Brother Unkur, they don't seem like cultivators. Why do they have such abnormal strength? Axton's expression turned complicated, and he sighed. These are villagers from the Green Cloud Mountains, transformed after being possessed by demonic energy. Axton guessed that the missing villagers had been turned into puppets, placed within the demon lair to combat incoming exorcists. Villagers? Annabelle gasped in shock, her eyes revealing anger. The cursed demon cultivators, how cruel. Axton didn't respond but approached the villager bound by the jade belt. Despite being restrained, the villager still struggled fiercely towards Axton, clearly deeply ensnared by demonic influence. Big brother Uncor, what are you doing? Annabelle exclaimed, noticing Axton reaching for the villager's head. It's all right. Axton reassured her, placing his finger on the villager's forehead. A pure stream of metal essence spirit energy flowed from his fingertips into the villager's body. Axton attempted to awaken his swallowed will, hoping to learn more about the truth. The villager's crimson eyes gradually became confused, eventually losing the blood-red hue and revealing a trace of clarity. His struggles weakened, and his eyes, looking at Axton, expressed suffering, unwillingness, and hope. Chapter 276, Eerie. Master, immortal master. The villager let out a hoarse voice, his eyes regaining some clarity. It appeared that the power of Gungjin had temporarily suppressed the malevolent aura. Please, kill me, he begged in a raspy voice, clearly having no attachment to life, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Axton once again channeled spiritual energy into him and slowly loosened the jade belt. What happened? Tell me, and I will help you seek revenge. After thorough examination, Axton knew the man's body was at its last gasp. Even if he regained consciousness, he could not survive. He asked what had happened. Draper Village. They made me kill my wife, my children. I didn't know. I really didn't know. The man cried out in agony, his eyes trembling. Then foam emerged from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Axton squatted down to check for breath. The man was dead. After the malevolent aura was dispersed by Gungjin's spiritual energy, his life force also vanished completely. Draper Village? Axton frowned. Initially, he thought Draper Sect only bullied the weak and feared the strong, but it seemed they were somehow connected to the demonic forces. The Draper Village belonged to Draper Sect, who must know something. In theory, while there might be demon lairs in the Azure Cloud Mountains, they shouldn't be so perilous. Someone must have intentionally arranged it for it to grow this powerful. Though the Elder Light Khanal had been killed at Azure Cloud Gate, Draper Sect still had cultivators at the Golden Core stage. As the first sect in the Azure Cloud Mountains, they did not attend the Cecilia Extermination Conference, which seemed unusual. Initially, Axton thought they did not come due to heavy losses, but now, considering what the villager said, he had further suspicions. Could Draper Sect be connected to the emergence of the demon lair? Otherwise, why would the villager mention Draper Village? Axton decided that after leaving the demon lair, he would visit Draper Sect to confront them and thoroughly investigate their background to find traces of the demonic forces. Brother Uncor? Aiko's voice sounded again. Her mood had calmed, and she was staring intently at Axton, clearly regarding him as their mainstay. Should we leave here? It's too dangerous. Axton shook his head. The tunnel entrance was sealed by a restriction, and though he could break through it forcefully, he did not intend to do so. I can send you back. Aiko naturally understood Axton's meaning and looked at him firmly. I'm not going back. I want to stay with Brother Uncor. Besides, Uncle Barton is still inside. I can't go out alone. Axton thought of the 5 teams that had entered the tunnel earlier, unsure whether those cultivators were safe. Though he found it easy to deal with the demonized villagers, it relied on his cultivation and skills. Even 10 more wouldn't trouble him. But for other cultivators, it could mean life or death. They might be overwhelmed and fall under the control of demons. We must move. The best plan was to quickly enter the cave's depths, find the root of the demonic influence, and eliminate it. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In another tunnel, a fierce battle was taking place. Old Barton and Embark were surrounded by 2 demonized villagers. Old Barton exerted all his strength, struggling to hold them off. Uncor, don't just stand there. Come and help. His face flushed red, his spiritual energy pushed to the limit. Despite his mid-golden core cultivation, he was wary of being infected by demonic aura, leading to a grueling battle. Embark, hearing Old Barton shout, was filled with fear. He wished he could hide in a corner instead of attacking the demon. He wanted to flee but retreated a few steps before sensing the aura of another demonized villager nearby, causing him to panic and step back. You beast. Seeing his beloved disciple's cowardice and readiness to abandon him, Old Barton felt furious. Facing the clawing demonized villagers, he finally gathered all his inner strength. A long ruler flew from his waist, piercing through the demonized villager, black blood spurting out. The villager cried out in despair but continued its attack regardless. Embark watched this, hesitated, and finally shouted, pulling out a dagger and rushing toward the villager in front of Old Barton, stabbing at its neck with infusing spirit energy. The sound of flesh parting rang out as the demonized villager fell to the ground, unable to resist Embark's sudden attack, having already been restrained by Old Barton's mid-golden core power. Solving the first problem, Old Barton took a breath and attacked again without hesitation, using the jade belt to wrap around the demonized villager's head. Withdraw. With an angry roar, the villager's head twisted, finally falling silent. Master, are you all right? Embark hurriedly supported Old Barton, feigning concern. Old Barton exhaled deeply, eyeing his disciple suspiciously. Were you trying to run away just now? Embark felt a chill. He could not deny having considered running, but where could he go in the cave? Without Old Barton's protection, he was as good as dead. What was the point of fleeing? Master, how could I? I was just checking our escape route. With your skill, killing these demons should be a piece of cake, right? Embark's face wore a fawning smile. He couldn't afford to fall out with Old Barton. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Humph, you wouldn't dare. Considering he was his disciple, Old Barton put aside his suspicions. Embark eventually fought against the demon, so he spared him this time. Old Barton's gaze returned to the silent, demonized villager, his brows furrowed. This aura, why does it feel familiar? He crouched down to touch the villager's body, but upon contact, it turned to ashes and disappeared, indicating it had depleted its essence. Strange. Why does this demon carry the aura of Draper Sect's techniques? Is it my imagination? Or did they enter the demon lair earlier? Chapter 277. The Trap. Elder Barton was filled with doubts. The demonized villagers before him all bore varying degrees of the Corey sect's mark. Had the enemy come here first to launch an attack? But why were there so many demonized villagers? He surmised that the other tunnels had encountered even more dangerous situations than his group. If early Golden Core cultivators faced 2 or 3 villagers, they might meet a tragic end. Keep moving forward, Elder Barton said gravely. He no longer regarded this demon-slaying mission as a simple task. Since entering the demon lair, everything had been peculiar. These small fry each possessed power rivaling early Golden Core cultivators, indicating how perilous this place was. At the same time, Axton and Annabelle were slowly advancing. They hadn't encountered any more demonized villagers along the way. As they delved deeper, the demonic aura grew much denser, incomparable to what it was outside. We're here. Axton's divine sense stirred, detecting an exit at the tunnel's end. Without hesitation, he strode forward, his late Golden Core divine sense revealing no danger. Annabelle closely followed, not daring to fall behind. She knew very well how dangerous it would be without Axton's protection based on her own strength. Exiting the tunnel, their surroundings opened up, still pitch-black cave-like, but with much less suppression on their divine senses. Even Annabelle could see clearly around her. What surprised Axton was that there were 4 other tunnel entrances beside them, suggesting all groups had ended up in this same place after splitting up. A faint, bloody smell emanated from the other tunnels, making Axton frown. It was clear that the demons intended to divide the cultivators' forces and pick them off one by one. Although he had noticed this trick early on, his suggestions were ignored due to his low status. Brother Uncor, look. Annabelle gasped, pointing at the ground. Axton looked closely and saw vast, complex patterns filled with dark red blood, making the entire cave reek of blood. The blood-filled patterns didn't cover the floor entirely. Only the spot under Axton remained uncovered. What is this monstrosity? Annabelle gagged. Anyone seeing so much blood and its foul smell would feel nauseated, especially for a girl like her. Axton crouched down, touching the blood with his hand. It felt bone-chillingly cold, carrying negative and evil resentments, thoroughly demonic. This might be an array. We've all been deceived. Axton guessed, recalling the vanished village. The purpose of the current array became evident. It was constructed using villagers' blood full of resentment. They succeeded, nearly completing the ritual with only a small part remaining. The final step, likely, would involve using the blood of the demon slayers. The Green Cloud Mountain Range's demon lair was indeed a trap luring disciples from various sects to their deaths. Swish. While contemplating, the blood in the array moved again, filling about an inch more, just short of completion. Some must have already fallen victim. Axton silently glanced at the other tunnels, realizing the demon cultivators viewed them as sacrificial offerings, explaining why they weakened them along the way. Fell victim? What about Uncle Barton? Before Annabelle finished her question, a scream echoed from a cave. Elon crawled out, trembling, disheveled, and utterly disoriented, but recognizable as one of the demon slayers, an early Golden Core cultivator. Save me. The man fell on the ground, rasping out a desperate plea. Annabelle tried to help, but Axton stopped her. There's no saving him. Axton spoke coolly, recognizing that the man was drained of energy, as if all his blood had been sucked dry. Sure enough, when the man lifted his head, his face was pale, almost skeletal, leaving him a hollowed-out shell, supported only by bones. Struggling to reach out, noticing Annabelle's frightened expression, the man realized his transformation and let out a hoarse laugh. Die, we will all die. With a final cry, the man collapsed, his flesh disintegrating into powder, drained of life essence and blood. Brother Uncor, he was Thunderstrike Sect's Haddon. Annabelle identified him, shocked at his state. As an early Golden Core cultivator, he should have been formidable in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. We've fallen into a trap. Axton didn't elaborate, focusing on the other tunnels. Silence lingered, suggesting all cultivators inside had met a similar fate. The blood patterns kept advancing, nearing completion. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from a tunnel, 2 figures rushing out as if chased by terrifying ghosts. It's Uncle Barton. Annabelle exclaimed joyfully. Despite her disdain for Embark, she appreciated the care Elder Barton had shown her. Elder Barton ignored Annabelle's safety, instead breaking the stone wall to block off the tunnel. Only then did he turn his attention to Axton and Annabelle. Embark was even worse off, shaking and panting, too terrified to pay attention to others. Tiana, where are the others? Elder Barton quickly calmed down, asking Annabelle. Surviving such a perilous tunnel was sheer luck, thanks to his profound cultivation. The others haven't been seen yet. Annabelle weakly replied, fearing the worst. Even Elder Barton emerged looking disheveled, let alone others who were weaker. What a calamity. Elder Barton sighed deeply, unsurprised. He'd anticipated this, and even hoped Annabelle would survive. Surprisingly, both she and Axton emerged unscathed. Uncle Barton, you also encountered demonized villagers? Yes, Elder Barton's voice was heavy, remembering the relentless attacks by those villagers. Without Axton's metal element prowess, Elder Barton struggled, unable to withstand the constant resurgence and strengthening of the demonized villagers. Embark, feeling safer now, looked at Annabelle with relief. Sister, you're alive. Annabelle rolled her eyes. Or what, did you wish I were dead? Not at all, you misunderstood. Embark wobbled towards Annabelle, who moved away, avoiding contact. Come here, sister. I'll protect you. And besides, Elder Barton is here. Those demons won't dare to make a move. Elder Barton felt disappointed in his disciples' cowardice and lack of loyalty. Just as Embark expected hope, a voice broke the silence. It's not that simple. We're all trapped. Chapter 278. Cecilia Shadow. It's not that simple. We might have all fallen into a trap. As Axton's voice fell, the 3 people present fixed their gazes on him. You're still alive? Emeric seemed to just notice Axton, and his words were harsh. He even noticed his own junior sister tightly clutching Axton's coat, igniting a burst of jealousy within him. Rose, come over here quickly. Being by Barton Lauscher will be much safer than staying with this Xiuxian sect brat. Though the journey had been fraught with difficulties, Barton Lauscher managed to repel those demonic creatures multiple times, kindling hope in Emeric's heart. Marla merely gave a cold snort and ignored Emeric, while Barton Lauscher remained expressionless, clearly disheartened by Emeric's actions in the tunnel. Fellow Taoist from Xiuxian sect, did you see any other cultivators emerge? Barton Lauscher frowned as he asked, sensing no presence of other cultivators. Axton shook his head, the meaning clear. He suspected that most of the cultivators in the other tunnels had perished, their blood feeding the array. Seeing Axton's reaction, Barton Lauscher fell silent again, having formed a grim suspicion. However, he was surprised that Axton could escape unharmed, even bringing along an unscathed Marla. It seemed he had underestimated him. Huh, what is this? Barton Lauscher noticed the blood patterns on the ground, making everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. Emeric looked in shock and retreated several steps back. This area could likely be a demon-forbidden array, requiring both mortal and cultivator blood to activate. Axton explained his hypothesis briefly. Now only the 4 of them remained in the cave, and it seemed the next target for the demon cultivators would be them. Cecilia Forbidden Array? Barton Lauscher muttered. Then his eyes widened in realization of something terrifying. I've seen this array before. Barton Lauscher was clearly shocked, his hands trembling slightly. I saw these inscriptions at Nox Sect's front gate, etched into their main square. Barton Lauscher felt an ominous premonition. The familiar aura he sensed from the demonized villagers and the array before him were undoubtedly connected to the Nox Sect. Considering that they hadn't sent anyone to exterminate the demons, it wasn't hard to see through their ulterior motives. Do you mean this place is a trap set by Nox Sect? Upon hearing Barton Lauscher's words, Axton's suspicions were further confirmed. He too wondered why Nox Sect, being the first-rate sect in Xiuxian Mountains, hadn't dispatched any cultivators, especially since there were still many Golden Core elders with formidable strength within the sect. If this demonic lair was indeed a trap, then everything made sense. Axton pieced together all clues, foreseeing the invasion by demons and planning far ahead to capture Xiuxian Mountains. Nox Sect must have long been infiltrated by demons. With the help of demon cultivators, they nurtured a large number of cultivators who suppressed Xiuxian Sect mercilessly, eventually seizing dominance over Xiuxian Mountains. Since then, they procreated and concealed their demonic aura while secretly setting up demon-forbidden arrays and using the village of Noxgun as cover, massacring mortals across various villages without leaving a trace. Until today, with the near completion of the demon-forbidden array, they only needed the blood of cultivators to complete the final blood patterns, thereby fulfilling their mission. Admittedly, the demon's plan was meticulously crafted. To avoid detection by major sects, they organized this anti-demon operation under the name of the 7 Great Immortal Sects, gathering powerful individuals from each sect to ensure the formation was completed discreetly. By the time everyone perished, it would be too late for the sects to react. Although unknown what this array's exact purpose was, the strong blood-stained chi already suggested dire consequences. Once completed, it would spell disaster for Xiuxian Mountains. Barton Lauscher looked grave, not thinking as far as Axton did but recognizing Nox Sect's betrayal and its connection to the demonic forces. Humph, once I leave this place, I'll surely go to Nox Sect to demand answers. He was furious. Such treachery obviously aimed to claim lives. Having such a deadly array carved in their main square left no doubt that they had aligned with the demonic path. Barton Lauscher decided to mobilize all the sects in Xiuxian Mountains to attack Nox Sect upon leaving, avenging the innocent deaths. Axton silently shook his head. Leaving this place? They wouldn't get off so easily. Sure enough, a gust of cold wind swept through the cave, followed by a dark shadow flickering on the ceiling, then disappearing. Accursed thing, putting on airs. Barton Lauscher cursed, hurling a jade belt towards the ceiling, its white glow illuminating corners yet finding nothing. Before he could inspect further, a pained cry came from behind. It was Emeric sprawled on the ground. Unkerer. Barton Lauscher was startled. Not noticing any abnormality behind him, he turned to find Emeric curled in pain, seemingly crushed by an unseen dark shadow. Break. Desperately, Barton Lauscher recalled the jade belt and struck the shadow. But the shadow lacked a physical form, unaffected by the belt's attack, emitting a strange screech before fading into the air. Barton Lauscher hurriedly lifted Emeric, now unconscious and unresponsive despite his calls. Although Emeric's behavior had disappointed him, he was still his beloved disciple, prompting Barton Lauscher to aid him without hesitation. Unkerer, hold on. He cradled Emeric, unaware in his panic that Emeric's eyes had suddenly opened, black pupils glaring intensely. Hashtag chapter 279, advance. The shadow vanished into the pitch-black cave, leaving only scattered debris and dust-filled air that made it hard to open one's eyes. Axton, who had witnessed the confrontation between Elder Barton and the shadow, felt an evil presence watching him. Moreover, he had Marla to protect, so he needed to remain vigilant at all times. Unkerer. Elder Barton carried Emeric back to a safe position and tried to channel true chi into his body, but Emeric remained unresponsive, exuding a deadened aura. Something's wrong. Axton quickly sensed the abnormality and used his eagle eye to inspect Emeric, discovering that his body was filled with demonic energy and his mental state was in chaos. Be careful, he's been possessed by an evil demon. What? Before Elder Barton could react, Emeric suddenly opened his eyes wide, pulled out a dagger, and viciously stabbed towards Elder Barton's chest. Fortunately, thanks to Axton's warning, Elder Barton managed to move just in time to avoid a fatal blow, though he still sustained a severe wound to his abdomen, blood gushing out. Ha 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 ha. Emeric stood up from the ground, his entire demeanor mad and his eyes filled with bloodlust. He showed no mercy to Elder Barton, who had once guided him, and launched another attack. He has been mentally invaded by demonic forces, and is no longer your disciple. Don't hesitate. Without a second thought, Axton summoned the green sword using the metal essence within him, enveloping Marla in the Tai light-splitting sword aura before advancing towards the demonized Embark. Embark seemed to have anticipated this. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he bizarrely flew into the darkness, evading their attacks. Damn it! If it can possess bodies at will, we won't stand a chance. Seeing his beloved disciple disappear under the influence of demonic energy, Bo roared in anger. The actions of the demon had humiliated him, infiltrating Embark right in front of him while he was powerless to stop it. It's not that simple. This has prerequisites. Your disciple already harbored ill intentions in his heart. Otherwise, the heart demon wouldn't easily control his mind. Axton said calmly. If demons could directly control righteous cultivators, the entire cultivation world would have been destroyed long ago. Unfortunately, they could only control those who already harbored evil thoughts, like Embark, who appeared respectful to Bo on the surface but clearly held different feelings inside. Bo opened his mouth but couldn't find words. Axton's explanation left him speechless and unable to refute. So, what do you suggest we do? Bo now realized he had underestimated the young man in front of him. He had safely reached the depths of the demon lair and displayed remarkable insight, far exceeding a mere low-ranking sect disciple. May I ask for your identity? I am the current sect master of Xuanhuan sect, Axton. Axton no longer hid his identity. Given the situation, both parties needed to work together as they were in the same boat. Ah, sect master Uncor, my apologies, my respects. Bo looked surprised. He had heard rumors about a stranger becoming the head of Xuanhuan sect but hadn't taken it seriously. Now it was clear that Axton was far more capable than he imagined. Even just his spiritual sense strength and the few skills he had shown surpassed most early-stage golden core cultivators. Sect Master Uncor, do you think there's any hope of saving my disciple? After much thought, Bo asked, clearly wanting to rescue Embark. Axton gave a cold laugh, looking at Bo. I've already said he had ill intentions. That's why he was devoured by the demon. Haven't you realized this yet? Clearly, Embark had become a danger. Even his own mentor didn't hesitate to strike, let alone others. Alas, very well. Bo sighed heavily. The priority was to escape the demon lair and inform the outside world about this. It seemed the demons had initiated another invasion, even deploying significant resources in the small Xuanhuan mountains. We should continue forward, Axton said calmly. Of the dozen cultivators who entered the 5 tunnels, only 3 remained. The path ahead was like a hidden trap, but Axton had no choice but to proceed. He needed to uncover the demons' plot in the Xuanhuan mountains and understand the origin of the blood patterns beneath their feet to thwart their plans. Otherwise, Xuanhuan sect might be dragged into this storm. Continue forward? Bo frowned. His preference was to return the same way, secure himself, then notify other sect leaders for discussion. If the remaining 3 died here, the demons in the Xuanhuan mountains would likely become uncontrollable. That's right, we can't turn back. Axton glanced back at the tunnel. Bo extended his spiritual sense, but found it went endlessly deep, swallowed by some merciless force, making it impossible to sense anything. Even if we leave now, the demons will eventually find us. We might as well see what they're planning. Axton noticed the blood patterns underfoot becoming increasingly restless, seemingly craving flesh and blood. He instinctively felt that once the blood filled the entire array, irreversible events would occur. They had to stop it. All right, as you say. After a moment's contemplation, Bo agreed with Axton. Despite his ambitious nature, he still upheld the dignity of a righteous cultivator. With unusual activity in the demon lair, they couldn't just ignore it. You stay here, protected by the Tai golden light sword array. You should be safe, Axton told Marla, but she refused immediately. No way, you can't leave me behind. I want to go with you. Worst comes to worst, I'll die too. Marla stubbornly insisted, unwilling to stay alone. Just bring her along. I will ensure Tyan's safety. After some thought, Axton didn't object. Leaving Marla behind was for her safety, but since Bo had spoken, he wouldn't argue further. A fierce battle lay ahead. Many cultivators had already sacrificed their lives. Axton needed to stop the demons at their source, or Xuanhuan sect might lose its standing in this storm. Chapter 280, Betrayal. Deep within the Cecilia lair, 3 individuals were cautiously advancing. Axton led the way, carefully navigating the array patterns beneath their feet, while constantly watching the shadows above. The deeper they went, the more bones and corpses appeared around them. Their flesh was shriveled, as if their vital energies had been cruelly drained. Annabelle even recognized tokens on some of the bodies. Weren't these Thunderclap sect cultivators? The trio exchanged uneasy glances. Who would have thought that a living companion could turn into a dried corpse in an instant? One could only imagine the brutal treatment they endured. At the end of the Cecilia lair, there was a blood-red pool boiling with heat, its currents flowing into the array patterns, indicating this must be the source. Above the blood pool stood a staircase with a stone chair, where a shadow seemed to be seated. Stay back. Bo stopped Axton from moving forward, slowly stepping ahead. He felt inexplicably familiar with the figure on the chair. Axton saw his intentions clearly, but calmly reminded him. Bo, remember, a cultivator consumed by demonic influence is no longer human and has no normal emotions. Don't put yourself in danger. Bo hesitated for a moment, then looked embarrassed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If Embark resists, I will personally put him out of his misery. Bo spoke earnestly, yet Axton knew his true thoughts. He feared killing his beloved disciple, which made him hesitate. Uncle Aiden, please be careful, Annabelle said worriedly. She had no fondness for Embark and cared little for his fate. Relax. Bo nodded gravely, approaching the figure step by step. Passing by the blood pool, he felt evil urges rising in his heart, nearly losing control to the demonic influence. Thankfully, Bo's mental fortitude was strong, or he might have lost his mind before reaching the chair. As he drew closer, the outline of the figure became clearer. A trace of hope flickered in Bo's eyes. Based on his knowledge, demonized cultivators could regain their sanity with proper care. If he safely rescued Embark, there was a chance he wouldn't die and might even uncover secrets of the Cecilia lair. Uncle Air, wake up, it's time to go. Bo called softly, trying to awaken Embark's consciousness. But there was no response. Just as he was about to touch Embark, 2 columns of blood rose from the pool, hurtling towards Bo at incredible speed. Bo dodged but found his arms tightly gripped by Embark, who laughed malevolently. Come join me. Monster. Bo paled, deeply regretting that he'd suspected a trap but still tried. Now it had failed. You hypocrite, pretending to hold high hopes for me while coveting the sect leader's position. Did you think I didn't know? Embark's madness grew. Even if I became Ankurbo sect leader, I'd only be your puppet. You righteous hypocrites. Embark's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage, speaking with utter disregard for his former mentor. Axton sighed. He had warned Bo it was a trap, but the latter refused to listen. Now he had fallen into the demon cultivator's scheme. In Embark's hand, a black dagger formed and was thrown into the air, instantly multiplying into hundreds of identical demonic daggers, all rushing towards Bo. Bo was stunned. He had thought Embark, though demonized, would still be at the Foundation establishment stage, not expecting such a powerful attack. Bo had never seen anything like the black demonic aura, sending chills down his spine. Uncle Aiden. Annabelle shouted anxiously. Too late. Axton shook his head helplessly. Even if he acted now, it was too close to save Bo. Monster, beyond saving. Bo roared in fury, his entire body swelling as he lashed out at Embark, sending him flying. As Embark fell, he plummeted into the blood pool below. Gritting his teeth, Bo activated the signature stepping technique of Ankurbo sect, leaping over the pool and regaining his footing before the chair. Relieved, yet profoundly hurt, he reflected on his relationship with Embark. I'm fine, T-Honor. Relax. As he smiled, a dagger suddenly materialized beside Bo's neck and plunged deep into his throat, spattering blood. Uncle Aiden. Annabelle screamed in horror as she saw Embark, hidden behind Bo, strike from behind in a lethal blow. Ah! Bo let out a mournful cry, turning in disbelief to look at Embark. Such speed, even his golden core level senses couldn't track Embark's movements. Despite Bo's abilities, he couldn't resist the dagger woven from demonic chi. Intense pain surged in his dantian as demonic energy invaded his meridians, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Ha ha ha, today has finally come. Embark cackled maniacally, then stared blankly at Bo's body as if waging an internal battle. Finally, coldness crept into his eyes, showing no concern for Bo's impending death. He stomped fiercely on Bo's head, crushing it like a melon, staining the floor red. Streams of blood flowed into the pool, causing it to boil again, pouring more energy into the array. With Bo dead, the completion of the blood seal array was almost within reach. Embark's face contorted in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Reaching into Bo's body, he extracted a bloody heart and crushed it. One last step, now it's your turn. With a kick, he sent Bo's body into the blood pool and charged crazily at Axton and Annabelle once more. Chapter 281, Complete Madness. Uncle Aiden. Annabelle watched as old Master Aiden was instantly robbed of his life by Embark, tears welling up in her eyes. Although he was always eager for accolades, he had treated her very well on principle. To see her beloved master killed right before her eyes by his own disciple, with his eyes still wide open in death, was too much to bear. Old Master Aiden's corpse gradually disappeared into the blood pool, leaving only a pervasive stench of blood in the air. Embark looked at his hands and let out a maniacal laugh. Dead. Ha ha ha, die. All of you. Die for my king as sacrifices. Embark, what have you done? He was your master. Annabelle could no longer control her emotions. She often heard within the sect that the cultivation world outside was cruel, where even kin could turn against each other. But she never thought it would happen to her, especially for a disciple to kill their benefactor. This broke her boundaries. You deserve to die. Annabelle roared, charging straight at Embark. Fury filled her as she watched Elder Barton, who had always taken care of her, die before her eyes. A green jade sash flew out, whistling toward Embark. Annabelle had exerted all her strength, but it was in vain. Embark did not take it seriously. With a casual grab, Embark caught the jade sash, then tore it apart effortlessly. Even Annabelle was pulled toward him, her throat firmly gripped. Let me go. Release me. Annabelle struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Embark's grip was like an iron vice. Embark's face wore a bloodthirsty smile as he slowly moved closer to Annabelle, taking a deep breath and appearing intoxicated. Sister, why be so upset? It's just an old coot. His hand lightly brushed Annabelle's cheek as he spoke madly, word by word. Why don't you join me on the path of darkness? The Lord has promised me infinite power. Hearing his deranged words, Annabelle's eyes widened in anger. She spat directly into his face. Dream on, you scum. Embark's expression stiffened for a moment, then twisted into a strange smile. No worries, once I kill that kid, you won't be able to refuse. Embark knew the power of his lord. Infusing demonic energy into Annabelle would transform her from a virtuous woman into a demon cultivator, making everything fall into place. For now, with a wave of his hand, Embark hurled Annabelle into the wall, knocking her unconscious. He didn't intend to kill her. He only wanted to complete the last sacrifice and live together with her thereafter. Embark's gaze shifted to Axton, revealing a mocking light. Seen enough? He slowly moved, exuding not the aura of a Foundation establishment stage practitioner, but that of an early golden core, enhanced by demonic energy, possibly reaching late golden core. No wonder Embark had fallen into darkness without hesitation. For ordinary people, the lure of such power was irresistible. A leap in strength, immense power, something frail-minded cultivators couldn't resist. Headmaster of the Green Cloud Sect, are you the last piece of flesh to revive the Lord? Die. Though Embark had fallen into darkness, his hatred for Axton was evident. Annabelle's obvious favoritism toward Axton fueled his fury. Now, with great power, Embark believed he could control Axton's life and death at will. Moreover, Axton was the last piece in the plan, and once his flesh was incorporated into the array pattern, his master would awaken fully. Axton observed Embark's deranged state with a hint of pity. Obtaining power always came with a price. Using Eagle Eye, Axton saw the state inside Embark's body. Demonic energy surged within, unnaturally boosting his power to the Golden Core stage, but at the cost of burning away his lifespan. Embark's lifespan was clearly almost depleted. This malevolent technique, similar to the villager's demonization, allowed him to retain some sanity. However, he didn't realize he had little time left before his vitality would fade rapidly, turning him into mere bones. Do you really believe your so-called king is helping you? Axton said coldly, showing no panic as Embark approached. Haven't you seen the fate of those demonized villagers? You will be next. Embark's expression wavered as he recalled the horrifying deaths of the villagers in the tunnel, drained of all flesh and blood. Nonsense. The Lord will not fail me. Unfortunately, the flicker of doubt in Embark's eyes quickly turned to red bloodshot rage. As long as I kill you, everything will end. The Lord will reward me greatly. Without further ado, he summoned a crimson hammer from the blood pool, stained with the blood of many cultivators, radiating a sinister aura. Taste the power bestowed upon me by the Lord. Swinging the massive hammer effortlessly, Embark struck down towards Axton. The blood pool around them churned violently, and ear-piercing screams filled the air, as if the spirits of countless dead cultivators unleashed their resentment collectively. Even most Golden Core cultivators would struggle against this combined attack on both mind and body. Lesser ones might perish instantly. Axton seemed to see numerous distorted faces rising from the blood pool, charging at him with boundless murderous intent, trying to drag him down. Trifles. Axton remained calm as an invisible barrier appeared before him. The ghostly apparition screamed shrilly upon entering Dao Realm, recoiling in fear as if encountering their natural enemy. Attempting to flee, they found their soul forms firmly held, eventually being devoured by Dao Realm, turning into nutrients within. With a thought, a golden dragon emerged from Dao Realm, roaring deafeningly at the sea of vengeful energy, swallowing it whole with satisfaction. Embark's deadly blow seemed to miss completely. The blood-stained hammer disintegrated upon contact with Dao Realm, its flesh turning to dust. How can this be? Embark gaped in disbelief. He believed his strength far surpassed even old Master Aiden's, yet Axton, a headmaster of a minor sect, had casually deflected it, seemingly unstrained. A trace of fear entered his heart, swiftly swallowed by the demonic thoughts in his mind, fueling greater resentment. Kill him, and gain the Lord's favor. His desired sister Pan would obediently become his captive. He must kill him. Please continue the translation, or provide feedback for any adjustments. Chapter 282. Showing off one's skill before an expert. The blood pool within the cave boiled once more as Embark's demonic intent grew. Behind the stone chair, a faintly repressed sound emanated from the wall, like the heartbeat of some ancient demon. Every beat made Axton's heart sink. He could be sure that the demonic entity sealed behind the stone wall was no ordinary creature. Completing the blood pattern array would have unimaginable consequences. Though Embark's strength had increased significantly, his formidable cultivation was useless in combat. His true abilities only became apparent when facing someone like Axton. The struggle in Embark's eyes vanished, replaced by ruthless killing intent. He had already murdered his master with his own hands. If he let Axton escape, he would have no place in the cultivation world, leaving him no way back. Die! Embark launched himself forward, striking out with sheer physical power. Axton did not use the Xuanhuan sword chi to resist, but took the punch barehanded. He wanted to see just how far Embark had progressed after his demonization. If all Foundation establishment cultivators could boost their realms in a short time through such transformations, it would indeed be a calamity. A tremendous force surged into his hand. Embark's physical strength even surpassed that of a Golden Core body-refining cultivator. Fortunately, Axton's body, purified by the Xuanhuan sword body technique, could withstand the boundless demonic chi. The Xuanhuan power acted as a natural counter, blocking the attack effortlessly. This punch was thoroughly satisfying. The demonic chi emitted from Embark's fist dissipated instantly upon encountering the Xuanhuan power, bringing a sense of relief to Axton. Since achieving the Golden Core stage, his physical strength had improved markedly, yet he hadn't had the opportunity to test himself until now. With this demonized Embark, he needn't hold back, presenting a rare chance. Seeing his attack fail and Axton apparently lost in thought, Embark grinned savagely, thinking Axton was contemplating escape. Boy, still dreaming of escape. His body began to swell. Realizing his previous strike failed to shatter Axton's flesh, he intensified his strength. As a sword cultivator, Axton should rely on his sword skills, not engage in a brute strength contest. It was suicidal. With a roar, his tattered robe tore apart, his body expanding tenfold. Dark red muscle tissue exposed itself as his skin split open. He resembled a massive, ravenous ape, roaring wildly. Less a cultivator, he appeared a monster devoid of humanity, utterly consumed by demonic will. Roar! From the monster's mouth came a thunderous shout, black demonic chi erupting from its eyes. Wherever the demonic chi touched, deep grooves formed in the stone ground, a clear testament to its power. Axton dodged the attack, hiding his mind in the Dao realm to disappear from sight. Feeling no trace of Axton, the monster roared in frustration. Come out! I command you, Axton. Face your death. But no matter how hard he searched, there was no response. Only the boiling blood pool emitted eerie bubbling sounds. Enraged, the monster smashed at the stone walls with massive arms, causing the cave to shake, showering them with debris. As he frantically surveyed the area, a golden glow suddenly appeared above him. An eerie smile crossed Embark's face before he struck upward. Got you. However, what he believed to be Axton's hiding spot was empty, only hitting a streak of sword light. The golden sword light dissipated, but left a scorched mark on Emeric's fist. A soul-piercing agony spread through his body, the demonic chi within slowly being dissolved as if sliced by countless knives. Ah! Unable to suppress his scream, Emeric saw Axton standing still, looking at him with pity. You've forsaken your human form. You are unworthy of being called a cultivator. Clearly, Emeric had sacrificed his humanity for greater power, becoming a complete monster. None of your business. Die. Feeling provoked, blood seeped from his pores. Axton's words unsettled him deeply, making him desperate to eliminate him. Through several clashes, Emeric knew Axton wasn't easy to deal with. Determined, he unleashed the strongest move his mentor taught him, aiming to finish the fight. Emeric's massive body swelled, muscles bulging with demonic chi. A pillar of intense spiritual energy shot from his mouth towards Axton, an incredibly malevolent skill among demon cultivators, known as soul snatching. Emeric felt his body straining. To survive, he needed to absorb another's blood essence, and Axton was an ideal target. Successfully possessing him would also win favor from his fellow disciple. He gathered all his strength into a powerful mental assault. After obtaining immense power, he struggled to perceive Axton's movements, knowing he couldn't prolong this indefinitely. Confident that Axton couldn't resist his full mental attack, he aimed directly at Axton, expecting it to turn him into a puppet. Speed wasn't his advantage, so he discarded his bulky body for a direct mental strike. Emeric imagined controlling Axton, transforming his body into a demon and infiltrating the cultivation world as a hidden threat. As the mental attack approached Axton, it seemed to hit a void, twisting and struggling. The Killing Dao realm emerged. Non-embryo formation cultivators, including demon cultivators, were oblivious to the Dao realm. Emeric's mental attack, filled with murderous intent, was immediately restrained upon entering the Killing Dao realm. How? How is this possible? Emeric found himself ensnared, powerless to break free. He couldn't fathom how Axton prevented mental intrusion. Was it that Axton not only possessed a formidable physique, but also an impenetrable sea of consciousness? Golden core cultivators typically couldn't resist demonic infiltration. At best, they might plant seeds of demonic intent that would eventually take over. But here, Emeric's demonic will faced a vast expanse of overwhelming hostility within the realm's boundaries, rendered entirely helpless. Facing this immense pressure, Emeric's spirit wailed in futile resistance. Chapter 283. Encore Tianan appears. Who are you really? Emeric's despairing roar echoed as his once mastered demonic aura seemed to meet its match. First, it was Axton's pure and refined Gungjin spirit energy that overwhelmed him, and now even his malevolent thoughts and killing intent were rendered powerless against the opponent. It was as if a small world had appeared around Axton, carrying the authority of the heavens, thoroughly suppressing him. Such divine power should not belong to the leader of an insignificant minor sect. Someone who intends to take your life. Of the 20-member demon hunting team, only Axton and Sherry remained. As for Emeric, he had become a monstrous entity. The damage inflicted on Xuanhuan Mountain was catastrophic. They must eliminate him again before the so-called superior beings Emeric mentioned would return, otherwise, Axton would be no match. Faced with Axton's Dao realm, Emeric's demonic aura was useless as he couldn't recognize the divine powers Axton wielded. His limited experience and narrow horizons left him utterly bewildered. He wanted to flee but found the surrounding air too viscous to move through. Axton controlled this space like a dominant ruler, releasing a terrifying killing intent. Lord, save me, save me. Emeric struggled to cry out for help but found his voice gone. Everything in Axton's Dao realm was frozen. At any moment, Axton could pierce Emeric with Gungjin sword chi. Indeed, Axton did just that. Time was of the essence. There was no point wasting more time on Emeric. Axton summoned a blade of light that effortlessly pierced through him. A large wound appeared on Emeric's abdomen, with golden light aggressively invading his demonic body. Emeric tried to mobilize his internal demonic energy to heal himself but found all demonic energy turning to nothingness wherever the golden light reached. He was defenseless. With a defiant shout, Emeric's form gradually disintegrated into dust, his black demonic aura trying to escape but was swiftly dispersed by Axton's swift Gungjin sword chi, vanishing into thin air. At this moment, Sherry within the Tai light-dividing sword formation woke up, witnessing the once arrogant demonized Emeric being so easily destroyed. Her eyes revealed shock and relief. She was shocked by Axton's immense power, and relieved that Uncle Aiden's vengeance was complete, and Axton was unharmed. Big brother Unker, are you alright? Sherry stepped out of the sword formation. It only defended against external attacks and wouldn't hinder her movements. Axton waved his hand, and the green sword let out a whistling sound, circling in the air before returning to his grasp. No worries. Axton watched the dust in the air and sighed. Even if he hadn't acted, Emeric's life couldn't have been sustained much longer. He just hastened the process. Regarding the existence of the seal beneath the blood pattern array, although Axton didn't know its exact nature, his heart palpitations grew stronger, suggesting danger wasn't over yet. Now that Emeric was dead, only 2 Xuanhuan Mountain cultivators remained from their expedition. The entire demon lair felt eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Where could the danger be? Big brother Unkor, we should leave quickly and inform everyone, Sherry suggested. She had matured significantly after these events and felt the coldness around her, eager to leave the demon lair. That sounds reasonable. Axton understood the importance of passing on the intelligence. Xuanhuan Mountain was not as safe as imagined, and many cultivators had perished here. They needed to alert the various sects immediately. Just as Axton turned, a familiar yet evil aura descended upon him from above. Beware. He pushed Sherry away with a palm and twisted his body, narrowly dodging a pair of iron fists that lunged straight at him. No matter how hard Axton tried to dodge, the iron fist still grazed him, sending a tyrannical and evil force through his shoulder, collapsing it and rendering his arm numb. Cough. Axton endured the pain and looked up at the figure. This person was clearly far stronger than he was, possibly even a late-stage Yuan Princing or Gilda Aiden cultivator. He barely avoided this blow thanks to his advanced perception of the Dao realm, fearing he wouldn't be so lucky next time. The figure stood before Axton, cloaked in black mist obscuring his features, but Axton felt a sense of déjà vu. He had definitely met this person before. Oh, it's actually you, boy? The black-robed man lightly chuckled but then coughed violently, indicating severe injuries. Do you recognize me? Axton stood up despite the intense pain, not backing down in terms of momentum. Breaking through the golden core stage in such a short time, and this is the Dao realm? The black-robed man gasped in surprise, looking at the ashes on the ground. No wonder those fools failed to wipe you out. You interfered, boy. Golden core cultivation with Dao realm comprehension, quite impressive. Axton found the voice increasingly familiar and made a bold guess. You are Xiuxian. Indeed, haha. The mist on the black-robed man's face dissipated, revealing a familiar yet pale countenance, the former city lord of Yudu, Xiuxian. Back then, he lured young cultivators into the heavenly Xiuxian, causing heavy casualties among the righteous. Eventually, he was hunted down by Axton's master, Vance, suffering grave injuries without losing his life outright. Knowing his physical body couldn't hold much longer, he sought the sealed remains of a powerful demon from memory. Although the demon's consciousness was dead, the body remained formidable. By breaking the seal and possessing the demon's body, he might have a chance to fight on equal footing with Vance. This demon body was sealed in Xiuxian Mountain. While fleeing, Xiuxian implanted a sliver of his divine consciousness, orchestrating a trap using innocent civilians and cultivators' blood to awaken the sleeping body. However, Axton's intervention disrupted the plan, forcing Xiuxian to reveal himself. Boy, long time no see. Xiuxian's appearance remained unchanged, though surrounded by demonic aura, appearing eerie. He looked at Axton with interest, surprised to encounter him again. The last time, at the heavenly Xiuxian, it was because of this boy's interference that his plan was exposed, leading to a humiliating chase by Vance, eventually resulting in his body's collapse, necessitating a new host to sustain his life. Truly you. Axton spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling some relief in his chest. He never imagined meeting Xiuxian again so soon, but it was certainly not good news for him. Meeting again, Axton was no longer under the protection of the 7 great sects. Even injured, Xiuxian was far beyond his match. Chapter 284, My fate is in my hands. Ha ha ha, I must say, I'm quite surprised by your growth, young man, Xiuxian said with a smile on his face, appearing quite amiable. However, Axton knew the malice hidden in the other's heart. Countless youths had perished under his schemes, greatly weakening the cultivation world. How could he be a good person? Why are you here? Where is my master? Axton asked through gritted teeth. Although he had left the Shushan Sword Sect, he still held deep respect for Kobe, the drunken immortal who had once shown him kindness. Since Xiuxian was here in the Xiuxian Mountains, where was Kobe? Could something have happened to him? Xiuxian's face darkened at the mention of the drunken immortal. With his peak nascent soul cultivator strength, how could he possibly defeat Kobe? If not for evading and hiding using various means to conceal his presence, he might not have survived. His physical body was nearing collapse. He had painstakingly arranged a safeguard by splitting off a strand of divine consciousness. Now Axton's appearance had disrupted everything. This master and disciple pair seemed to be his natural nemesis, obstructing him wherever they appeared. Looking down at the blood pattern array that was almost complete and feeling the impending collapse within his body, Xiuxian knew time was running out. Within a month, this body would likely disintegrate entirely. A twisted smile spread across his face as he stared intently at Axton, eyeing him like a delicious prey. Boy, you've interrupted my affairs again. How should I punish you? The greed in Xiuxian's eyes grew stronger. Axton had advanced to the initial golden core stage within a short period, and Xiuxian could even sense the aura of a Dao world emanating from him. Only cultivators who had condensed the 8th rank heavenly golden core could comprehend the Dao world during the golden core stage. Could it be that this youth was a once-in-a-millennium genius? If so, encountering Axton in the Xiuxian Mountains was truly a blessing in disguise. Although his plans for the Cecilia body were thwarted, possessing Axton's body was an excellent alternative. His talent and age made him an ideal choice. Xiuxian was eager to uncover the secrets that allowed Axton to reach this level. You shall be punished by being consumed by me. In the next moment, the originally dignified Xiuxian transformed into a grotesque figure. His plans had changed. Swallowing Axton's body was more appealing than adapting to the old demon body. It would satiate his hatred and grant him unparalleled talents. Given time, reaching the late-stage soul formation realm wasn't impossible. He could stop fleeing from the drunken immortal and even stand against him head-on. Axton felt a surge of immense mental energy assaulting him. He quickly tried to deploy his Dao world, but it proved useless. TCH, so it's indeed a Dao world. Xiuxian's face lit up with excitement. He knew the value of the 8th rank heavenly golden core, incredibly rare in the world. It seemed he had turned misfortune into fortune. While ordinary golden core cultivators couldn't contend with Axton's Dao world, Xiuxian faced no difficulty. He himself possessed a complete Dao world, easily overpowering Axton's. Axton's normally effective Dao world of Emil now seemed helpless against Xiuxian's complete Dao world. The disparity in levels meant Axton's extraordinary talent could not challenge a peak nascent soul cultivator. Inside the Dao world of Emil, the mountain and river banner sensed the danger, emitting intense light as it resisted with all its might. Ha ha ha, trivial skills. Xiuxian confronted head-on, the two Dao worlds colliding. The surrounding air exploded with sonic booms, even causing cracks in the stone walls, which seemed unable to withstand the collision's force. Axton could feel his Dao world of Emil being intensely eroded. Xiuxian's Dao world was completely different, A pit of death and darkness filled with countless wailing souls under Ungkor Tiannan's command, attacking viciously. No, I won't let you succeed. Axton roared, pushing his late golden core divine consciousness to the limit, but it was futile against Ungkor Tiannan's overwhelming power. The latter possessed a complete Tao world and peak nascent soul strength, making it easy to suppress Axton. Ungkor Tiannan was somewhat surprised. The expected crushing victory did not materialize. Though Axton's Tao world seemed full of flaws, there was an unusual resilience, as if supported by some treasure. Haha, truly interesting. You've become even more intriguing. Ungkor Tiannan smiled greedily. The fiercer Axton resisted, the more extraordinary he seemed. With just initial golden core strength, holding out against Ungkor Tiannan for so long was impressive. Once he possessed Axton's body, a little cultivation might propel him to new heights. The Tao world of Emil began to turn black as countless demonic auras poured in, shattering mountains and wilting trees, hinting at eventual assimilation. If the Tao world of Emil was fully assimilated, Axton would be consumed, and his 8th rank golden core-derived Tao world would be stripped away. Don't dream about it. Axton screamed in agony, the torture from the soul-deep pain unbearable, like being devoured while helpless. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Axton clenched his teeth, determined. If he were consumed, Ungkor Tiannan would take his identity. Not only would his safety be compromised, but the Xuanhuan sect might fall into enemy hands, endangering his friends. Ungkor Tiannan's ability to use the city lord of Yudu to orchestrate such massive plots proved he was dangerous. Axton preferred death over being consumed. Boy, what are you doing? Ungkor Tiannan's triumphant expression suddenly changed. He sensed a terrifying energy wave coming from Axton's Tao world. Seeing resistance was futile, the boy was trying to detonate his Tao world. To cultivators, the Tao world was akin to a second life. Self-detonation would result in shattered soul and spirit, never entering reincarnation. The explosion would be devastating. Given Ungkor Tiannan's current weakened state, he might be obliterated in the explosion. Chapter 285. Situation out of control. Fool, stop immediately. A voice filled with urgency sounded within Axton's mind, as Yasmin's call echoed in his ears. Seeing that Axton was about to self-destruct the Tao realm he had just barely grasped, she anxiously tried to stop him. One must understand that for a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, self-destructing the Tao realm would result in losing all cultivation and becoming an ordinary mortal at best, or even perishing on the spot alongside their opponent at worst. After Axton had worked so hard to reach this point, he couldn't afford to act rashly. I will help you buy time if you run now. Yasmin's figure gradually materialized. With her current strength restored to only about the core formation stage, and purely spirit power, she could hardly withstand Ungkor Tiannan's attack. Yet, for the sake of Axton's life, she decided to make a desperate attempt. I'll deal with it myself. Facing the gradually uncontrollable force within him, Axton showed no fear. He had seen everything Ungkor Tiannan did. After letting the man escape last time, he vowed not to let him get away this time. Especially since Ungkor Tiannan intended to possess his body, he preferred to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact like tile, ready to die together. He could feel that his incomplete Tao realm's power was far inferior to the others. There was no way to avoid this situation. Even temporary escape would lead to being chased down, endangering not just himself but also the Green Cloud sect and the entire Green Cloud mountain range. Good boy, you have some courage. Seeing Axton's determined stance, Ungkor Tiannan felt a bit wary and took a few steps back. A cunning smile spread across his face. As long as he kept a certain distance from Axton, he was confident in resisting the impact of the self-destructing Tao realm. Meanwhile, Axton's current position was perilous, leaving him with no option to retreat. If he abandoned self-destruction, the other would devour him completely. Self-destructing the Tao realm offered no guarantee of mutual destruction either. It was a battle destined to be lost, not because Axton was weak, but because they were not on the same level. Damn it! Axton wavered upon seeing Ungkor Tiannan's composed expression. Clearly, the other had vast experience. If given a few more years of cultivation, Axton wouldn't fear Ungkor Tiannan. The energy within the Tao realm became increasingly uncontrollable. If not suppressed soon, even self-destruction wouldn't harm Ungkor Tiannan at all. Noticing Axton's hesitation, Ungkor Tiannan let out a wild laugh. What, are you afraid? If you're scared, obediently let me devour you. When our demonic clan rises again, I can reshape your demonic body. How does that sound? Ungkor Tiannan's voice carried an irresistible allure, an empty promise meant to disturb the mind, as it was what he had promised to Embark. Daydreaming. Humph, too ungrateful. Ungkor Tiannan's patience was exhausted. Sensing Axton's inability to control the Tao realm, he moved, fully aware of how to counter such forces. The present vessel before him was quite enticing, and he hoped it wouldn't destroy itself, making now the final moment to subdue Axton. Come here. With a roar, Ungkor Tiannan sent out a powerful suction force around Axton, shaking the Tao realm so much that communication with the Emil domain was severed, temporarily losing control over it. This was the ability of a nascent soul cultivator with a complete Tao realm, to invade and deprive a weaker Tao realm temporarily, causing damage to the cultivator. Ha ha ha, young man, you're still too naive. Looks like your master didn't train you well enough. Seeing Axton inch closer, Ungkor Tiannan grinned viciously, thinking of how much he hated Fergus, who pursued him for months. Had it not been for his mastery of demon path evasion techniques and exhausting his essence blood, he might have fallen under the sword immortal's sword long ago. This is why Ungkor Tiannan needed to find a new body. His current one was riddled with injuries from Fergus's pursuit, incapable of using forbidden demon path techniques. Possessing Fergus's disciple Axton's body would surely provoke an interesting reaction from the latter. Thinking about it excited Ungkor Tiannan. Gaining a higher talented body to secretly restore strength would mean no longer fearing even the sword immortal. Facing the terrifying suction force, Axton struggled to retreat, yet his body wouldn't respond. His soul defense, the Emil domain, was also temporarily suppressed, a consequence of the significant difference in realms. An initial core formation cultivator against a late-stage nascent soul, the gap wasn't bridgeable by talent alone. Young man, don't struggle. After I consume you, next will be your master. Ha ha ha. Ungkor Tianan eyed Axton greedily, reaching out with one hand toward his crown. Once inside his spiritual sea, erasing the Tao realm's essence would fully occupy Axton's body. Training and hiding for a few years afterward, Ungkor Tianan was confident in no longer fearing the sword immortal, promising retribution. Fergus, I can't touch you, but today I'll kill your disciple. You won't succeed. Blood spewed from Axton's mouth as the pressure on his Tao realm connected to his spiritual sea, invisibly injuring him further under Ungkor Tianan's overwhelming power. Yueru, help me one last time. Axton calmed his mind, speaking to Yasmin within his spiritual sea. When I get close to Ungkor Tianan, help shield me from his control temporarily. Can you do it? Yes. Yasmin gritted her teeth, knowing Axton's intentions. He needed to self-destruct the Tao realm at very close range to obliterate this devil thoroughly. Unaware of Yasmin's presence, Ungkor Tianan saw Axton as fish on a chopping board, waiting to be taken over into a perfect body. Fergus, imagine your reaction when we meet again. Ha ha ha. Cruel laughter spread as he extended claws towards Axton's head. I accept your body. Now. Axton roared internally. Without hesitation, Yasmin exerted all her effort to shield the Tao realm intrusion. Since Axton decided to fight to the death, she committed to helping him, even if both would perish. Feeling unusual activity in his own Tao realm, Ungkor Tianan sneered. Just tricks, useless even if Fergus were here. He dismissed Axton's resistance as nothing more than a desperate struggle, which couldn't hurt him regardless of the other's talent. Just as Ungkor Tianan thought victory was secured, a tremor came from the cave ceiling. It intensified until the ceiling shattered, revealing a glimmer of light. A heavenly sword light descended, carrying incomparable momentum, striking directly at Ungkor Tianan. From all directions, a bold laugh resonated. Disciple, have any wine? Chapter 286, Madness. Just as Axton was on the verge of despair and Ungkor Tianan was certain of victory, a fierce sword beam descended from the sky with a roaring sound, forcefully driving Ungkor Tianan back. A loud thud echoed on the ground as a rusted sword plunged straight into it, embedding halfway into the earth. A disheveled man with unkempt hair landed gracefully atop the sword's hilt, holding a wineskin in his right hand, shaking it slightly as if dissatisfied. Good disciple, do you have any wine? The voice was unmistakably familiar. It was Axton's eccentric master, Kobe, the wine sword immortal. Master! Axton's heart leapt with joy. Although he didn't know how Kobe found him, the appearance of Kobe was enough to turn the tide, or at least give Ungkor Tianan a reason to flee. How did you find me here? Be careful of his dirty tricks. Axton felt a resurgence of hope as he looked at Kobe and let out a sigh of relief. Besides Jimgo Chaima, Kobe was the only person Axton trusted on Mount Xiuxian. Unfortunately, Kobe had disappeared after the Heavenly Cecilia incident and was likely unaware of the changes within Xiuxian. Ha ha ha, just watch and see. Kobe burst into a manic laugh, his eyes disdainfully fixed on where Ungkor Tianan stood. It took me quite some effort to find you. If it weren't for the Tao realm fluctuations you emitted, you might have really escaped. Since the Heavenly Cecilia incident, Kobe had relentlessly pursued Ungkor Tianan. However, Ungkor Tianan seemed to know some forbidden demonic techniques, allowing him to escape repeatedly by burning his flesh as fuel. Finally, he fled to the Qingyun Mountains, hiding so well that Kobe couldn't find him for a time. Until today, Kobe sensed Ungkor Tianan's aura again, engaged in a struggle with someone. Without hesitation, Kobe rushed over, believing that Ungkor Tianan's body could no longer endure the prolonged pursuit. It was time to settle everything. It's you. Instinctively, Ungkor Tianan took a few steps back, trying to escape, but he felt an invisible barrier enveloping the area, Kobe's Tao realm named Madness. Ungkor Tianan saw illusions of countless Kobes slowly approaching him, their laughter echoing before transforming into numerous rusted swords around him. Ungkor Tianan tried to escape, but it was futile. Kobe's Tao realm was vast, covering the entire demon lair. No matter where Ungkor Tianan hid, he could not escape. His blood energy was depleted, and he could only muster his last strength to block the incoming rusted swords. Master! Axton watched Kobe's relaxed demeanor and couldn't help but want to warn him, fearing Ungkor Tianan might escape and cause more trouble. No worries, just watch. Kobe laughed heartily, finishing the last sip from his wineskin and smacking his lips in satisfaction. Previously invincible, Ungkor Tianan now seemed to lose his mind, striking wildly at the air, occasionally falling to the ground as if severely injured. Strangely, although Kobe hadn't moved, countless wounds appeared on Ungkor Tianan's body, bleeding profusely. This was Kobe's Tao realm, Madness. Not only did it attack the mind, but it also converted mental torment into physical harm. Ungkor Tianan's deranged appearance was terrifying, as if witnessing the most despairing moment of his life. For so long, he had relied on burning his flesh to narrowly escape, never experiencing the true terror of Kobe's Madness until now. The time has come, Kobe said softly, then patted Axton on the shoulder. He calmly pulled the rusted sword from the ground and approached the demented Ungkor Tianan. The latter's eyes were vacant, but his face bore a look of relief, as if seeing a comforting illusion. In the next moment, Kobe thrust the sword through Ungkor Tianan's heart. Only then did Ungkor Tianan regain consciousness, staring incredulously at the scene before him. But it was too late. With little effort, Kobe easily killed Ungkor Tianan. This was due to Ungkor Tianan's exhausted state, but more importantly, because of the subtlety and power of Kobe's Tao realm. Pulling the rusted sword out, Kobe disdainfully flicked off the blood. The sword seemed to celebrate piercing a demon cultivator's heart, emitting a powerful wave that hinted at something far deeper than its outward appearance. Little Uncle, what are you standing there for? Shouldn't you go fetch your lady? Kobe chuckled, teasing Axton, who was still standing in shock. He was surprised by the unexpected reunion. If not for Axton forcing Uncle Tianan's hand, he might not have found him. It was truly fate that brought them together. Axton nodded, walking over to pick up the unconscious Annabelle. Though her cultivation was low, she had repeatedly tried to help him, so he wouldn't leave her behind. What shocked Axton the most was witnessing Kobe's Dao realm in action. Using just madness, Kobe effortlessly subdued a great demon like Uncle Tianan, who likely never knew what hit him. This must be the power of a mid-stage core formation cultivator's Dao realm. If Axton's Emil realm's power was rated 1, Uncle Tianan's Dao realm would be 5, while Kobe's madness was at least 10 or even 20, a level beyond a mature Dao realm. Kobe's Dao realm had evolved, gaining self-awareness and the ability to actively attack, meaning it could harbor life. Master, I suspect something demonic may be hidden beneath us. Though Uncle Tianan was dead, Axton remained vigilant. The attempt to revive a subterranean demon using cultivator's blood and flesh suggested something extraordinary lay beneath. Really? Let me investigate. Kobe swayed and placed his ear to the ground, examining it closely. After a moment, he smiled casually. There indeed is an ancient demonic body underground, but it has long lost its life. As long as the blood pattern array isn't activated, there's nothing to worry about. His gaze shifted to Axton, his smile full of meaning. You've given me many pleasant surprises, young man. Not only have you reached the golden core stage, but if I'm not mistaken, you've already grasped your Dao realm? Chapter 287. Return to Qingyun. Facing his long-absent Master Kobe, Axton finally let out a sigh of relief. He trusted very few people in the world, and Master Kobe was one of them. Kobe was a close friend of his father, Tommy, and had often helped him. Now, once again, he saved him from peril. Master, this is not the place for conversation. Let's head back to Qingyun Sect first. Qingyun Sect? Kobe wore a puzzled expression. Clearly, he did not know that Axton had been expelled from Mount Amei Sword Sect. On the way, Axton recounted his recent experiences to Kobe, who initially reacted with surprise before becoming extremely angry. He hadn't expected so many things to happen during his absence. Daniel might have suffered a relapse of his old injuries. Even if he hadn't died, it would be difficult for him to manage the affairs of Mount Amei anymore. Now, Deputy Patriarch Emmanuel had taken over the entire sect, meaning it was entirely out of control. To think Yael could treat you like this. Come, let's go back and settle the score. Listening, Kobe became furious. He had traveled far to exterminate demon paths, but found out his disciple was treated unfairly at Mount Amei, even being expelled. Since Kobe attained the realm of deity transformation, when had he ever endured such treatment? He couldn't wait to return to Mount Amei to confront Emmanuel. There's no need, Master. I've already grown accustomed to life here in the Qingyun Mountains. As for Mount Amei, I will seek my due justice eventually but do not wish to return. Axton said this calmly. He harbored no special feelings towards Mount Amei, so even being exiled did not cause him significant distress. Instead, it was his own built Qingyun sect that remained close to his heart, and now was the time to return. So be it. Then we should return to your sect to discuss matters further. Though Kobe's appearance and behavior were eccentric, he was quite perceptive. He understood that Mount Amei had likely undergone tremendous changes, and rashly returning would not serve well. Emmanuel dared to act this way because he didn't fear any repercussions from Kobe. After all, Mount Amei maintained its status among the 7 immortal gates, mainly due to several senior adepts within. It was evident they supported Emmanuel. With Kobe's protection, the journey back to Qingyun Sect was unobstructed. The long overdue sunlight made Axton feel much better. The demonic cave was suffocating, and even ordinary people might be influenced by the demonic energy after prolonged exposure. Disciple, is this what you call Qingyun Sect? At the foot of the mountain, Kobe looked rather surprised at the majestic entrance in the distance, realizing the scene before him did not match his expectations. According to Axton's description, Qingyun Sect was only rebuilt in the past 2 months and was still in a state of recovery. Yet, the imposing entrance exuded an aura of grandeur that didn't resemble a minor sect at all. Axton nodded with a smile. Not only had he eliminated the demonic lair in the Qingyun Mountains, but he also unexpectedly met Kobe, a significant gain. He also had many questions for Kobe since gaining insights into Dao realms. Seeing Kobe's mastery over Dao realms filled him with envy. Although the demonic lair was destroyed, Axton sensed greater crises looming, especially considering information obtained from old Aiden about potential links to the Kori sect. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he endure in these turbulent times. Is this a protective mountain array? Indeed, Kobe's perceptiveness was exceptional. He detected the existence of the array as soon as he entered the 3 dragons playing with Pearl Great Array. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the distance. Who are you? This is Qingyun Sect territory. State your name. It was Anthony and Tanner, patrolling outside the main gate. Apart from diligently practicing, they also guarded the perimeter daily to prevent any adverse incidents. Master, these are my disciples. Axton explained, pleased with their vigilance. Oh, so they are my great-grand disciples then? A look of interest crossed Kobe's face. Never having a family or disciples, he now had grand-disciples through Axton. Axton stepped forward. Upon seeing the patriarch appear, the 2 disciples revealed themselves and bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respect to the patriarch. Tanner and Anthony smiled, clearly happy about Axton's return. He was the backbone of Qingyun Sect, capable of overcoming any difficulty with his presence. This is my master, Kobe the Drunken Swordsman, also your grandmaster. Axton continued introducing him. Initially, the 2 disciples were confused by Kobe's disheveled appearance, but immediately showed reverence upon hearing the patriarch's words and bowed deeply. Disciple pays respect to grandmaster. They had heard about Kobe from Axton. According to tales, this grandmaster wielded boundless Dao power, hated evil, and cared greatly for Axton. Meeting him today filled them with joy. Ha ha ha, children, rise. Kobe waved casually, gently lifting them up with a soft force. You keep surprising me, don't you? Kobe chuckled. First, Axton advanced to the Golden Core stage, then grasped Dao realms, established his own sect, and even set up a protective mountain array. His growth exceeded Kobe's expectations. Master, let's head up the mountain first. Kobe nodded, following Axton towards Xiuxian sect. On the way, he marveled at how the boy once scorned by Mount Amei had become the leader of a sect. Tommy would have been proud to see this. Within the sect, Senior Sister Juniper, the patriarch has returned, someone suddenly shouted, causing a commotion within Xiuxian sect. Juniper hastily stood up. Having spent countless days researching alchemy in the alchemy hall, even her face slightly darkened from constant exposure. Sean also emerged from the weapon forging hall, leading various disciples to the sect square to welcome the patriarch. Aiko was now awake. After Axton explained the crisis was over, she prepared to visit Axton's sect. The three arrived at the sect square and heard all the disciples shout in unison. Welcome back, patriarch. Welcome back, grandmaster. The young disciples of Xiuxian sect sounded full of vigor, showing Tanner and Anthony had already spread the news. They curiously examined Kobe and Aiko. The ragged Taoist must be their grandmaster, but who was the woman accompanying him? All right, everyone follow me to the sect hall. There are important matters to discuss. Axton smiled faintly. Though he wasn't fond of formalities, he genuinely felt the respect and loyalty of the Xiuxian sect disciples, a deep sense of belonging that everyone seemed willing to sacrifice for. Kobe nodded approvingly, lightly patting Axton on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. Chapter 288, Kobe's Plans. The group followed Axton to the main hall of the sect. Annabelle hesitated, unsure if she should enter. Big brother Encore, thank you for rescuing me, but I want to go back to Ankurbo sect and see what's happening. She whispered in Axton's ear, not wanting to ruin the celebratory mood. Axton understood completely. After all, they had left as a group of three, and now only Annabelle survived. She needed to report back. Once we finish here, I'll go with you to pay respects at Ankurbo sect. Axton paused slightly before speaking, having already considered this during his return journey. Though Xiuxian Mountains were a minor location in the entire realm, they were still vast enough that, with the current demonic disturbances, Axton and the immature Xiuxian sect couldn't possibly handle it alone. They needed to unite local sects for a collective effort. With Annabelle by his side, he could start by collaborating with Ankurbo sect on how to combat the crisis. All right. Annabelle looked at Axton in surprise, then broke into a sweet smile. Although they hadn't known each other long, she already felt a growing sense of reliance on him. In the main hall, Axton deliberately offered Kobe the seat of honor, but Kobe paid no attention, lounging awkwardly in the chair, much to the amusement of the Xiuxian disciples. Cough, cough. Axton felt somewhat embarrassed, but his unruly master was always unpredictable. This is my master, also known as the famous alcoholic sword immortal, Kobe. You can address him as Great Grandmaster or Supreme Elder. Greetings, Great Grandmaster. The disciples responded unanimously. Kobe squinted upon hearing the title, jumping up suddenly and pinching Axton's ear. Little Encore, when did I agree to be the Supreme Elder of Xiuxian sect? Axton forced a smile. Master, since you're my teacher, naturally, you're also an elder in the sect I founded. It doesn't conflict. Humph, clever boy, calculating even on your old master. Kobe hummed disapprovingly but sat down again, seemingly accepting the title. Axton felt delighted. Knowing Kobe's powerful Gilda Aiden stage, becoming Xiuxian sect's elder would be an immense aid. The mere mention of the alcoholic sword immortal's name would likely deter many malicious forces from challenging Xiuxian sect. Wyatt and Shelley were astute, calling out warmly to Kobe as Supreme Elder. Shelley, in particular, seemed very comfortable, running up to hug Kobe's arm. Uncle G, since you're master's master, you're Shelley's master too. Kobe wasn't used to such familiarity, looking momentarily at a loss. Axton laughed quietly, knowing few could resist Shelley's charming nature. Master, Shelley has a sad background. She grew up without parents, relying on her brother. I see. Kobe's face softened, pitying the young girl. Even Axton, with his unique background, had met his parents, unlike this outstanding child who never knew parental care. Poor thing. Gradually accepting Shelley's closeness, Kobe gazed around at the sincere faces of the disciples, reminiscing about his youthful self, filled with righteousness and determination, much like these children. Well, I don't have much valuable to offer, but here are some cultivation insights as a gift. Kobe smiled, snapping his fingers to send dozens of mental imprints floating through the hall and embedding into each disciple's mind. These were his experiences from chi condensation to foundation establishment stages, saving them years or decades of trial and error, extremely precious. Clearly appreciating the gesture, Wyatt, Shelley, and others felt deeply grateful, especially those from Shea Village. To them, Kobe's gifts meant the world. Master, what are your plans? Axton asked inwardly. Kobe had completed his pursuit of Encore Tian South and was likely returning to Shushan Sword Sect. But given the recent injustices, Axton wondered about Kobe's intentions. Plans? Kobe's jovial demeanor dimmed slightly, recalling something unpleasant. Naturally, I'm going back to Shushan to deal with that Yale fellow. How dare he bully my disciple while I was away? I'll show him. Seeing Kobe's reaction, Axton wasn't surprised. His master's temperamental nature was well known, though the situation remained uncertain. Master, Emmanuel wouldn't act without support. Even the supreme elders of Shushan might back him. Since Patriarch Jim's fate is unknown, it could be dangerous to return hastily. Kobe looked at Axton seriously, nodding approvingly. Do you think I don't know this? My way has always been unconventional. If I know something can't be done, I do it anyway. Even those old immortals can't scare me off. He took a hearty swig from his wine gourd, sighing contentedly. Your father saved my life when I was young and later sacrificed himself for Shushan. I can't stand seeing you suffer. His voice carried a hint of sorrow, reflecting on the past. Now seeing you establish your own path, I won't force you back to Xiuxian. Being independent is better. No need to endure those monks' attitudes. But, I must return. After all, Xiuxian is where your father gave his life. Axton silently nodded. Despite his absence, Kobe's bond with Xiuxian remained deep, unwilling to let Emmanuel's actions go unchecked. Seeing you safe, I am relieved. Looking around the well-organized Qingyun sect, even rivaling Shushan Sword Sect, Kobe noticed a vibrant energy in the disciples, reminiscent of his and Tommy's days, far removed from the stagnation and deceit at Xiuxian. I will return once I resolve things at Xiuxian and give you a proper answer. Chapter 289, Heading to Enkurgbo Sect. Although Kobe could sense Axton's desire to keep him at Qingyun Sect, he ultimately hailed from Shushan Sword School. Even if Axton did not hold it against him, he could not stand by and watch Xiuxian go astray. According to Axton's description, Xiuxian was likely already infiltrated by demon cultists. Anton, Alessio, even Deputy Sect Leader Emmanuel, were all highly suspicious. He had to return and investigate. Axton, seeing Kobe's resolve, abandoned the idea, only giving some light warnings. His master, this cheap one, had a stubborn nature. Once decided, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Besides, he was still worried about certain people in Xiuxian. He wondered how Melissa had been doing these days. From Kobe's description, there was a force within her that might have caused her memory loss when she saved him, by unlocking the seal inside her. He hoped she hadn't suffered unfair treatment within Xiuxian. Rest assured, disciple, your master will naturally take good care of her. Kobe laughed heartily, as if seeing through Axton's thoughts, then vanished with a long whistle. The disciples of Qingyun sect stared in envy at the rapidly disappearing black shadow. Such speed was only achievable by a late-stage soul formation cultivator. Thinking their sect leader had a soul formation master made them more hopeful for Qingyun sect's future. Big brother Unkur, I also want to go back. Celine felt it was time to speak. Her injuries had healed, and now she wished to return to Enkurgbo sect to report safety to the sect, especially since only 1 out of 3 returned from their trip, which was no good news. Very well, I'll go with you, Axton nodded. He had planned to interact with other sects anyway. Only through cooperation could they combat the demons in Qingyun Mountain Range, and share intelligence to nip any demonic activity in the bud. This would also elevate Qingyun sect's status for promotion. Ding. Triggered system task. Sect annihilation. Task description. Accompany Celine to Enkurgbo sect and inspect its situation. Task reward, 2 looting Lujia talismans, 1 random grade flying sword. As Axton prepared to leave, the system notification sounded in his mind. The looting Lujia talisman and flying sword were very attractive, especially after the purple sword broke and he could no longer perform the 3 overbearing sword techniques. However, the task description was far from simple. Axton quietly glanced at Celine, who looked expectant, clearly missing Enkurgbo sect. Yet, given the task description, Enkurgbo sect must be undergoing catastrophic events. Seeing her hopeful face, Axton couldn't say anything but stayed silent and continued on the journey, hoping they arrived in time. He suspected the Fangya sect was involved. Guided by Celine, Axton moved quickly, arriving at Enkurgbo sect in less than half a day. The location was a beautiful waterfall cave, seemingly devoid of spiritual energy, but Axton sensed protective barriers shielding it. Enkurgbo sect must have its own protective array for concealment. Big brother Unkur, we're here. Celine's heart leaped upon seeing the familiar scene. Despite being away for only a few days, she felt a myriad of emotions. She couldn't wait to return to the patriarch and introduce Axton. How do we enter? Axton asked calmly. He sensed hidden wonders behind the waterfall, but respected the sect's barrier. Celine must have a method. Watch me. Celine smiled and tossed a water spirit talisman into the air. It resonated with the faint shield above. I've sent word. Someone will greet us soon. Celine was confident, knowing only Enkurgbo sect disciples would come out upon sensing the resonance. Axton nodded and waited, but after a long while, nothing happened. Celine's expression grew puzzled. Strange? Usually, guards stay here. Why are they so slow today? She felt an ominous sense creeping in and threw more talismans, slowly approaching the entrance. Finally, a figure emerged from the waterfall. Celine looked suspiciously at the figure. Enkurgbo sect seemed strangely off today. Something might have gone wrong. A male disciple in Enkurgbo sect attire approached, looked at Celine, and said indifferently, Enkurgbo sect is closed today. Please return, fellow Taoists. He turned to leave, but Celine called him back. Hold it. Do you know who I am? Celine frowned, recognizing the disciple as unfamiliar. The disciple suddenly smiled. Sweet sister, Patriarch has ordered that if you return, you can enter directly, but... He glanced at Axton warily. Sister, you can't bring outsiders in. This is the Patriarch's command. Axton sensed hostility from the man's eyes, suspecting the sect was taken over by Fangya sect members disguised as Enkurgbo sect disciples. Why can't I bring outsiders? I never heard of this rule, Celine retorted impatiently. Axton was a special guest, and she had never heard such rules in Enkurgbo sect. Wait, what's your name? You seem unfamiliar. Celine became wary. After the Siciliate cave experience, she wasn't as naive. My name is irrelevant. Sweet sister, please obey the Patriarch's order. The disciple ignored her questions and tried to leave, but was stopped by Axton. Big brother Unkur. Celine looked concerned, thinking Axton was angry at being slighted. Axton's grip was firm, the man struggling futilely. The man glared at Axton menacingly. Let go, or the Patriarch won't spare you. Axton chuckled and twisted the man's wrist, causing a piercing scream. Big brother Unkur, stop it. Celine was shocked, not expecting Axton's anger. She pleaded for the man's mercy. Axton, undeterred, emitted a chilling aura, making the man tremble in fear. I don't think you're from Enkurgbo sect. Axton stated coldly, sensing the unique rotten stench characteristic of Fangya sect practitioners. Chapter 290, Under the Rock Pile. Under Axton's gaze, the male disciple hastily lowered his head, but still gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Speak. Who exactly are you? What has happened in Embark sect? Aiko's heart was filled with anxiety. No wonder everything seemed strange. This person wasn't even a disciple of Embark sect. The sect usually entrusted the duty of guarding the sect to loyal disciples whom she knew very well. Yet, now there was a stranger within the protective mountain array, indicating that something catastrophic had occurred within Embark sect. Let go. Seeing that his cover was blown, the male disciple stopped pretending and suddenly struggled to break free from Axton's hold to report back. However, with a single flip of his hand, Axton dislocated the disciple's entire arm, resulting in a bone-chilling sound of broken bones. I advise you to be honest. You're a cultivator of the Nox sect, right? Your Conall and Carlo have been slain by me. I don't mind killing one more. Axton said indifferently as the aura of the world of slaughter enveloped the man, exerting mental and physical pressure on him. Nox sect? Aiko exclaimed in shock. The Nox sect was not the top sect in Green Cloud Mountain Range, so why would its disciple appear in Embark sect? Under Axton's oppressive aura, the man's resolve had already crumbled, trembling all over. He had, of course, heard about the death of Conall and Carlo, leading the Nox sect to feel threatened and decide to launch their plan prematurely. Now, the annihilation of Embark sect was at a crucial stage, and they hadn't expected unexpected guests from outside. Initially, he intended to deceive Aiko into coming inside and then take control of her, but unfortunately, Axton saw through his scheme immediately. So it's true. Axton couldn't help but sneer upon seeing the evasive look in the other party's eyes. The people of the Nox sect were truly audacious, reaching out so far. They first aimed to level the Green Cloud sect, and now they were extending their vicious hands towards Embark sect. Clearly, they harbored great ambitions. Axton exerted force, causing the disciple's chest to instantly cave in, his body falling heavily to the ground, lifeless. It seemed that the Nox sect cultivators were already involved with demon cultivation methods, and thus Axton showed no mercy. Now the most important thing was to enter Embark sect quickly to check the situation and defuse the crisis. After all, every additional righteous sect meant more strength. If the demon cultivators were allowed to destroy all sects in the Green Cloud Mountain Range, even if Green Cloud sect had himself as protector, it wouldn't survive long. Tianer, can you take me inside? Axton made up his mind and asked Aiko, who obviously sensed the gravity of the situation and nodded promptly. Follow me. They entered the water curtain cave without regard for Embark sect's rules, revealing a hidden and tranquil valley within. It appeared peaceful yet felt eerily dead. Aiko clearly felt the abnormality inside the valley, her worry evident, her pace quickening. Following Aiko, Axton didn't see a single Embark sect disciple, as if the valley were completely uninhabited. It can't be, although our Embark sect disciples are few, it's not like this normally. Aiko murmured, her heart filled with ominous foreboding, though she dared not admit it. Axton smelled a faint hint of blood in the air and frowned when he arrived at a rock pile. He climbed onto it. Big brother Unkor? Seeing Axton's actions, Aiko hurriedly followed and looked in the same direction, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. From afar, the rock pile seemed grand, but up close, it revealed a scene that shocked Aiko beyond words. Countless bodies lay piled among the rocks, dressed unmistakably as Embark sect disciples. Ah Huang, Chance Biff, Rose Gilda. Tears welled up in Aiko's eyes as she struggled to believe what she saw. Just days ago, her fellow disciples were lively and vibrant. Now they were corpses buried haphazardly under the rocks. This was an unbearable blow for Aiko. Her body swayed and she almost collapsed. Axton supported her, confirming his suspicions. Embark sect had suffered a devastating attack. Had it not been for Aiko's request to explore the Cecilia lair, she would have perished too. Who did this? Aiko couldn't control her emotions and cried out, the fear and sorrow she had harbored finally erupting. It must be the Nox sect. Axton quietly said, empathizing with Aiko. He deeply sympathized with her plight and now could only try to find the villains from the Nox sect to avenge the unjust deaths of the cultivators and check for any survivors. Why? Why Nox sect? Aiko's mind was a blur. Although Nox sect was often tyrannical, they were still righteous cultivators with no conflict with Embark sect. Why would they suddenly attack? She slumped to the ground, unable to think. Her home destroyed and her family wiped out, leaving her shattered. Axton had an answer in mind. The Nox sect had clearly been infiltrated by demons, becoming their henchmen. They had launched their plan early, preparing to swallow the entire Green Cloud Mountain Range. He didn't know if the Green Cloud Mountain Range was their first target, or if such tragedies were happening elsewhere as well. Just then, Axton's ears twitched. He thought he heard some cries for help from the bottom of the rock pile. Chapter 291. Astounding ambition. There's someone below. Axton stopped in his tracks and extended his divine sense into the rubble. He detected several faint mental waves. Although they weren't dead, their lives were hanging by a thread. Upon hearing this, Celine rushed forward without hesitation, using her delicate hands to try and clear the rocks. Even with the slightest chance, she hoped to save the surviving disciples of Embark sect. Axton sighed. Although he had been mentally prepared for this, he didn't expect that the Fangya sect would be so thorough, completely massacring the Embark sect. It seemed their strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After all, Embark sect was the second largest power in the Xiuxian Mountains, with no less than 10 golden core experts within its ranks. To be able to consume such a large sect at once, there must be an elixir cultivator among the Fangya sect. Axton felt a heavy heart. If even Embark sect hadn't been spared, other sects in the Xiuxian Mountains might also be in danger. It seemed that going to the Cecilia pit to purge demons was just a smokescreen. The real purpose was to create opportunities for the Fangya sect. He proactively lifted the rubble and discovered two trembling figures hiding beneath. When they saw Axton, they closed their eyes tightly, trying to escape but were unable to move due to their injuries. Please, don't kill us. The two girls looked barely over a dozen years old, their faces still tender and clearly terrified out of their minds. Nora, Milana. Celine's eyes lit up when she saw the two girls, rushing over and hugging them into her arms. It's your senior sister. Don't be afraid. The two girls finally recognized who it was and couldn't help but burst into tears, burrowing into Celine's embrace. What about Master? What happened in the valley? Celine watched them with anguish, continuously consoling them while persistently questioning what had happened. These two girls were likely the last survivors of Cultivation sect, and only they knew the truth. Senior sister, Master and all the senior disciples are dead. Nora sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to control her emotions. Yesterday, after you left, a group of cultivators wearing wolf-hooded cloaks came to the valley. They started fighting without a word. Many disciples were killed or wounded. Then Master intervened. But Nora could hardly speak coherently. As the youngest disciples, they had hidden behind and witnessed everything. To their shock, their omnipotent master was no match for those wolf-hooded cultivators. The entire Cultivation sect was wiped out in a bloody massacre. Senior sister Tiana, Master hid us under the rubble before dying, allowing us to survive, Catherine said through sobs, seeming much stronger and clearer in speech. Axton used his divine sense to scan the valley again, confirming there was no life left. He sighed deeply, realizing he had arrived too late. Reversal task updated. Rescue the survivors from the attack by the Xuanhuan sect and thwart the demonic plan. The system voice sounded in his mind. Indeed, getting rewards wouldn't be easy. With Cultivation sect already destroyed, the Xuanhuan sect might be rampaging across the Xiuxian mountains, massacring more sections. The best course of action now was to let Celine take these two girls back to Xiuxian sect for safety while he investigated the Xuanhuan sect. Well, I understand the situation. Tiana, you should take them back to Xiuxian sect to recuperate, Axton calmly instructed. Cultivation sect was no longer suitable for cultivation. The beautiful valley now reeked of blood and dark energy. The three dragons playing with pearls formation guarded Xiuxian sect, making it relatively safe. What about you, Brother Unker? Celine asked while consoling the two girls. She had faced numerous dangers over the past few days, and her own sect had been destroyed. If it weren't for Axton's support, she would have lost hope long ago. I need to visit the Xuanhuan sect, Axton replied quietly. He couldn't remain indifferent now, not only for the safety of Xiuxian sect, knowing that the Xuanhuan sect would eventually target it, but also because he couldn't stand the atrocities committed by the Xuanhuan sect. Clearly, these people had turned to evil, showing no mercy to anyone, regardless of age or gender. Despite leaving Shushan Sword Sect, his disdain for demonic cultivators remained unchanged. Moreover, the system task compelled him to act. He must visit the Xuanhuan sect. I understand. Celine suppressed her sorrow, knowing that the two girls in her arms relied solely on her. With their sect destroyed, the safest place for them was Xiuxian sect. She didn't oppose Axton's decision. There was an inexplicable trust in her heart. It felt like no crisis was unsolvable as long as he was around. Time is of the essence. You must return to Xiuxian sect immediately. I'm leaving. Axton didn't hesitate, vanishing into thin air. He knew that every second delayed would result in more innocent deaths. Though Unkor Tianan's arrival was coincidental, the Xuanhuan sect undoubtedly had more sinister plots unfolding. Only he could stop them. Having learned the location of the Xuanhuan sect from Celine, he sped along, seeing many small sects ravaged by smoke en route. They were undoubtedly victims of the Xuanhuan sect's brutality. Axton had no time to check for survivors. His priority was reaching the Xuanhuan sect to prevent further devastation. Each second delayed meant enormous loss for the Xiuxian mountains. Within a day, Axton reached the base of the mountain where the Xuanhuan sect resided, encountering a large village first, a well-known Draper village. Observing from the woods, Axton noted that Draper village was much more prosperous than Shahu village, comparable to xuanhuan city. Under the protection of the Xuanhuan sect, it thrived significantly. Most villagers had cultivation prowess, towering tall and striding confidently. Using his divine sense, Axton scanned Draper village from above. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, a faint aura of darkness loomed over it, indicating it wasn't a benign place. Axton concealed his aura, donning the transformation mask which altered his appearance into an unremarkable Elon, drawing less attention. Arriving at the village entrance, Axton remembered Celine saying entering the Xuanhuan sect was difficult, almost impossible for ordinary people. Only members of the Xuanhuan sect frequented shops here. To his surprise, the village was heavily guarded. Several menacing-looking men stood at the entrance, scrutinizing everyone entering, stopping Axton abruptly. You there, stop. I'm talking to you. Chapter 292, Martial Arts Contest for Marriage. Sure enough, Axton was stopped by a burly man who scanned him with an aggressive look. Why do you look so unfamiliar to me? Where are you from? The man spoke in a loud and boisterous manner, clearly used to being domineering. He was nearly at the foundation establishment stage, which was quite rare in a village of ordinary people, let alone for a gatekeeper. Oh, I'm a distant relative of Alfonso's family in the village. I'm here to help arrange my nephew's wedding. Axton improvised this story on the spot, trying to placate the man. Alfonso? That Alfonso? Why haven't I heard about any wedding? The burly man frowned, reaching out to grab Axton for more details. But the next moment, he felt something heavy being slipped into his hand. It was a piece of mid-grade spirit stone. His eyes instantly filled with delight as he looked approvingly at Axton. This guy had some discernment. One mid-grade spirit stone equaled a month's pay for him. Good lad, you have some sense. Go on in. The burly man coughed lightly. Seeing no one around, he waved Axton through. Spirit stones were universally valuable, especially for lower-level cultivators who craved them. Thank you. Axton smiled faintly and walked straight into Nox village. Hold it. The burly man suddenly shouted, stopping Axton again. Axton's heart sank as he turned around, only to see the man approaching with a grin. Brother, when your nephew sets up the banquet, call me too. Lately, we've been forbidden to drink alcohol even during our off-duty hours. What bad luck. The man looked aggrieved, clearly a drunkard. Axton paused, sensing an opportunity. What exactly is happening? My nephew told me he's seen many masters leaving recently, which made him quite anxious. Axton acted worried, just like any common villager. Ha ha ha, brother, don't worry about it. The burly man laughed, slapping Axton on the shoulder. Don't worry, only Nox village bullies others. Nothing will happen to us. Axton nodded along, then quietly slipped 2 more mid-grade spirit stones into the man's hand. My nephew is setting up a banquet soon. Though our village is powerful, we're still a bit concerned. Could you share some news to ease our worries? Well, why not? Seeing more spirit stones, the burly man became more friendly. Seeing no one around, he quickly pulled Axton aside. I overheard this from a friend. Don't tell anyone else. Axton nodded, listening intently, which greatly satisfied the burly man's vanity. Our sect is planning something big, the burly man whispered. By sect, he meant the Nox sect. A genius disciple joined our sect and has returned home, saying there's a big move coming soon. What kind of big move? Axton played along, showing genuine curiosity. Humph, might as well tell you. Soon, our Nox sect will become the sole ruler of the Green Cloud Mountain range. The burly man chuckled, obviously pleased by Axton's surprised reaction. You didn't know, did you? We are already the rulers of Green Cloud Mountain, but soon, we'll be the only sect left standing. The burly man grinned cruelly, making a throat-slitting gesture at Axton. Do you mean, eliminate all other sects? Axton probed further. The burly man nodded, patting Axton on the shoulder. Don't spread this around, but you seem like a decent chap. Stay in the village and don't leave. No one can protect you otherwise. The burly man muttered as he walked away, wary of staying away from his post for too long. The rumors he shared confirmed Axton's suspicions. The Nox sect could not act so boldly without some dark force behind it, likely a trace of demonic influence. Axton slowly wandered through the village, contemplating how to infiltrate the Nox sect. A direct fight in the village would invite a siege, wasting precious time. The best way was to find a way in and target the mastermind. As he pondered, sudden drumming and music drew his attention. People gathered around a platform, where a scholar-like old man stroked his beard, observing the crowd approvingly. Fellow villagers, today, my daughter leaves her chamber. I've set up this contest for her marriage. Whoever has the highest cultivation and skill becomes my son-in-law. With spiritual power enhancing his voice, the elder's words echoed through the village. Villagers perked up, some heckling. Old Eustace, we haven't even seen your daughter. What if she's ugly? Yeah, what then? Show us. Old Eustace, annoyed, coldly replied. My daughter is naturally beautiful, but she doesn't wish to appear. Don't press the matter. People won't take that. What if we get a bad deal? Despite the hooligans' cries, they backed down under old Eustace's stern gaze. This is a martial contest, not a business deal. Let me tell you, my daughter has been chosen by a master of the Nox sect as a disciple. She leaves for training today. Consider that carefully. Axton, who had been looking down, suddenly lit up at this. Staring at the crowded platform, a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 293, The Embroidery Platform Incident. The Nox sect had many disciples, and rushing in head-on would draw too much attention, potentially leading to being surrounded and wasting a lot of time. The best method was to find an opportunity to blend in. The current marriage competition by martial arts clearly presented an excellent opportunity. If victory could be claimed, using the connection with Eustace Lau's daughter to enter the Nox sect would make everything go smoothly. Indeed, when Eustace Lau announced this news, the cultivators nearby were all extremely excited. Now they could not only marry Eustace Lau's daughter, but also enter the Nox sect for cultivation. Wasn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The atmosphere on site heated up instantly. Many young people cheered enthusiastically, eager to give it a try, and watching the embroidery platform with great interest, clearly moved by heart. Axton quietly left the embroidery platform and went to a corner. He gently rubbed his face, and the shape-changing mask immediately transformed him into a spirited young man, looking handsome and full of vigor. Combined with Axton's own demeanor, he appeared quite extraordinary at first glance. At this moment, the embroidery platform was bustling with activity. Many people climbed onto it to show off their skills, hoping to get lucky. Above the platform hung a floral curtain, where a graceful silhouette sat. Eustace Lau's daughter. Dear daughter, which one do you fancy? Eustace Lau turned to look at the figure with flattery, asking, Now Vicky is my precious treasure. I rely on her to climb up the Nox sect, so I've advised her to find a dual cultivation partner after entering the sect. But she disagreed, insisting that no one in the Nox sect was good enough. Outraged, she demanded a martial arts competition for marriage. Eustace Lau didn't dare disobey this little ancestor of his. Thus, he reluctantly set up the embroidery platform, hoping Vicky would join the Nox sect peacefully to build more strength for the Eustace family. Vicky watched the brutish men on the platform with constant shaking of her head. This decision was made out of frustration, and given her stubborn personality, she might as well hold the martial arts competition. Only now did she feel regret. While she refused to marry the male cultivators from the Nox sect, these villagers weren't any better. Either weak scholars or robust men with slight cultivation. None matched her ideal image of a husband. Her eyes roved and suddenly saw a distinguished youth among the crowd, exuding extraordinary charisma and incomparable good looks, stirring her heart. She picked up the embroidered ball and injected some spirit power into it before throwing it down. The embroidered ball slowly descended as if with a mind of its own, finally landing in Axton's hands, caught steadily. The spectators were stunned. Throwing the embroidered ball was clearly Eustace's daughter expressing her affection. Whoever caught it would become her groom. It was unexpected that an unremarkable lad got lucky. Their gazes fell upon Axton, revealing unfamiliarity and suspicion. They had never seen this man in the village. Though his appearance was passable, his body looked frail, easily flattened with a slap. Could Eustace's daughter be joking? Did such a man deserve to win the competition? Especially Egon, who stood on the platform, had defeated several challengers with his foundation establishment 5th level prowess. He considered himself the strongest man in Nox Village and expected to join the Nox sect via this match. Yet, unexpectedly, another contender appeared. More infuriatingly, this interloper was chosen by Eustace's daughter herself, indicating she disapproved of him. This seriously bruised his pride. Ha ha ha, Egon, brute strength doesn't impress her. She likes pretty boys. Get down. Eustace's daughter doesn't like you. The defeated men also jeered, urging for a fight. Egon seethed, breathing heavily. His gaze toward Axton was unfriendly. Boy, get up here. He carried a large axe, towering over everyone with a commanding presence. In a deep voice, he pointed at Axton, shouting. Considering himself an elite in Nox Village, having reached mid-foundation establishment before joining any sect, with ample resources matching the Eustace family, he felt irked that a weak scholar attracted Eustace's daughter. If you're a real man, come up and duel me. Let the villagers see your prowess. Sensing Vicky liked scholarly types, he suppressed his foul mouth, unlike usual when he cursed freely. Axton, undeterred by everyone's gaze, stepped onto the platform with grace and precision, eliciting cheers. They couldn't obtain Vicky's heart, but enjoyed the excitement of the competition. Boy, you have some courage, but, before finishing, Egon swung his axe ferociously, unable to contain his agitation. Only by defeating this man swiftly would Vicky understand who truly deserved her. Heh, swift indeed. Axton wasn't surprised by the action. Nox Village had fierce customs, plus the encouragement from the crowd, making Egon impatient. Facing the powerful axe swing, Axton merely shifted his stance gracefully, dodging. Using fingers as swords, his speed was astonishing. No one saw his movements clearly before Egon froze, then collapsed painfully. What happened? Why did Egon fall? He must be useless after drinking too much. The crowd was puzzled, seeing Egon fall without apparent resistance. Eustace Lau on the balcony frowned. Despite Axton's scholarly charm, he disliked his apparent lack of strength. But this failure showed Egon's incompetence. In the curtain, Vicky's eyes lit up. Recognizing talent, though she missed Axton's moves, she instinctively sensed this youth was far from ordinary. Chapter 294. Telling the truth. What kind of black magic did you cast, kid? Egon fell to the ground, writhing in pain. He felt as though every organ inside him had been shaken by an unseen force. Though his core wasn't damaged, he was temporarily weak and unable to move properly. Struggling to stand up, he looked around at the bewildered gazes of onlookers, feeling intense anger. Losing to someone who seemed physically weak was unacceptable to Egon. It must have been due to some despicable trick. You lost. Axton spoke calmly. He hadn't directly struck a fatal blow out of consideration for the crowd, not wanting to draw too much attention. Lost? Hell no, I haven't lost. Egon's eyes were bloodshot as if stung by those words. This was his chance for a better life, and he wouldn't allow this young man to ruin it. Standing up again, he felt his strength returning as the mysterious force within him gradually dissipated. He glared fiercely at Axton. Egon now felt wary, realizing that Axton wasn't as simple as he appeared. If the other used underhanded methods, then he shouldn't be blamed for retaliating. Egon didn't hesitate to think about the severity of his actions. Approaching Axton slowly with a strange smile, Egon's intentions became clear. Indeed, heroes do come from the young. Egon, surrender. As soon as he reached Axton, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket and lunged forward with a twisted grin on his face. Just you wait. How dare you steal my chance? The dagger he wielded was a weapon he always carried. Since Axton's true strength was unpredictable, he decided to go for a close-range surprise attack. Egon doubted anyone could evade such a close attack. This was a marital contest, after all, and the villagers of Kori Village were known for their fierce and violent nature. It wasn't uncommon for people to die in fights, let alone during this challenge involving a stranger. The crowd cheered, eager for blood. Years of influence had hardened them to the point where they welcomed any form of violence. However, Egon's plan failed miserably. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Axton's heart, the latter vanished in an instant. Moments later, Egon felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and lost consciousness immediately. Everything happened so quickly that no one expected Axton to evade Egon's premeditated ambush so effortlessly. The bookish youth, who appeared frail, revealed unexpected agility and skill. Egon? Egon rolled lifelessly off the platform, several acquaintances rushing over to shake him, but he remained unresponsive. Checking his pulse, they found none. Egon had died from a single strike by Axton. The crowd gasped collectively. Egon, with his formidable physique, had been killed by what looked like a harmless slap. The youth before them was clearly dangerous despite his gentle demeanor. Axton sighed. He hadn't intended for things to escalate so far, but Egon's refusal to yield left him with little choice. In another scenario, he would have eliminated the opponent instantly. Next, Axton said indifferently, determined to win the martial contest, not for Eustace Jia's daughter's beauty, but to infiltrate the Kori sect. Time was precious for him. Upon hearing Axton's calm voice, the martial artists below felt a mix of admiration and defiance. One after another, they climbed up to challenge him, though their words were significantly more courteous compared to Egon. They now knew Axton wasn't an easy target. Several challengers barely lasted a few seconds before being thrown off the stage by Axton, each landing with a thud. The crowd marveled at his swift and decisive actions. Even Eustace Lau, observing from the pavilion, widened his eyes. Despite not having a high cultivation level, he could see that Axton was not what he appeared, a wolf in sheep's clothing. His slight frame concealed considerable strength, making him far superior to the others. Eustace, sir, your judgment is quite good, muttered Eustace Lau to himself. He didn't recognize Axton's face and initially opposed giving his daughter to a stranger. However, Eustace Jia represented the family's best hope, so he couldn't defy her wishes. After another quarter of an hour, Axton still stood composed on the platform, while numerous defeated opponents lay scattered around, their skills inferior to even Egon. None of the few strong ones could match Axton, a core formation cultivator, leaving them powerless. Seeing that time was running out, Eustace Lau cleared his throat and called out from the pavilion. Does anyone else wish to challenge? His question met silence as the crowd exchanged hesitant glances. They knew their limits and wouldn't risk stepping onto the platform only to be humiliated. With no takers, Eustace Lau sighed and declared Axton the winner. As long as his daughter approved, it would help secure the family's future. A servant approached Axton, presenting a basin of water respectfully. The young man would be their future son-in-law and deserved immediate favor. What's your name? Eustace Lau walked down, examining Axton closely. My name is Benjamin. Pleased to meet you, Elder Eustace. Axton replied without hesitation, acknowledging the effort of his friend who had shielded him. Surname Ning? Eustace Lau furrowed his brow, thinking hard but failing to recall any notable Ning families within 100 miles. With the decision made, he reluctantly grunted. Follow me upstairs. Clearly, Eustace Jia wanted to meet Axton, their future son-in-law. Axton agreed, intending to gather information from Eustace Jia, given her ability to lead him into the Kori sect. Inside the pavilion, a graceful figure sat behind a curtain, her face hidden. Axton remained unperturbed, sipping tea while seated nearby. Why do you look so unfamiliar? You're not from Kori village, are you? Eustace Jia's clear voice echoed from behind the curtain. No. Axton didn't bother glancing at the curtain or showing any excitement over his new status as fiancé. Then why did you come to Kori village? Eustace Jia sounded slightly puzzled. While she liked Axton, she remained cautious. Because I want to join the Kori sect. This contest presented an opportunity, so I came. Axton told the truth, causing Eustace Lau, who was drinking tea nearby, to almost choke on it. Chapter 295, Beauty in the Boudoir. It seemed that the young man before him had not come for marriage, but to join the Nox sect. Yet, old Eustace could roughly guess this, knowing well how alluring it was to join the Nox sect. Sorry about that. Axton nodded at Vicky, aware his behavior might be improper, but as she was from the Nox village, he felt no guilt. It's okay. Vicky did not seem surprised by Axton's response. I caught the eye of a rogue in the Nox sect, which is why I announced a marriage contest the day before entering the sect. It's me who should apologize. Old Eustace looked at the two of them and sighed. How could he not know the circumstances? Though his daughter was chosen, the disciple of the immortal master also fancied her and insisted on becoming her dual cultivation partner. Naturally, she refused, thus staging this charade, choosing Axton as her shield because he seemed acceptable. Hearing this, Axton sighed in relief. They each had their own motives, mutually benefiting. Now, he only needed to wait for Vicky to take him into the Nox sect to uncover their secrets. Though we skipped the wedding ceremony, you two should still keep up appearances. Old Eustace coughed dryly, mindful that the Eustace family was an esteemed one in Nox village. He didn't want this embarrassing affair to spread and invite gossip. Vicky understood her father's concerns and lifted the curtain herself, revealing a spirited and striking face. No wonder she was noticed by the Nox sect. Her beauty was captivating, instilling a desire to conquer. She took Axton's hand and led him into the pavilion under everyone's gaze, leaving the crowd outside gawking. Ah, what a pity. A beautiful flower wasted on dung. Go back. Would you prefer she planted herself on your stinking carcass? Disperse. See how eager the Eustace family's daughter is. She must be quite fond of him. We have no chance. The marriage contest ended, and the spectators gradually left. Most were just curious onlookers, common villagers who dared not dream of joining the Nox sect. Axton was pulled into a room scented with fragrance, unmistakably a woman's chamber. Unbothered, he sat down, took a piece of fruit from the table, and ate it. You're not shy, huh? Vicky rolled her eyes, removing her outer garments, revealing a slender figure. Her back alone stirred imaginations, clearly showing strength. Axton used his eagle eye to assess her. She surprisingly possessed dual waterwood spiritual roots, comparable to Shelley from Qingyun sect, explaining why she caught the Nox sect expert's attention. What are you looking at, Feeling Axton's gaze, Vicky's voice held a hint of allure. Her appearance differed greatly from earlier, now softer and more feminine, even more charming. Alone in the room, Axton felt uneasy handling such a situation. When will the Nox sect's cultivators arrive to fetch us? Seeing Axton changing the subject, Vicky rolled her eyes again. Standing up, she gently approached behind him, leaning in close to his ear. Why are you in such a hurry? Since you won the contest, you're my husband now. Isn't there something you want to do? Her breath was sweet, her hands lightly massaging his temples, causing waves of comfort that made him relax involuntarily. Want to do? Axton couldn't help but fantasize, his gaze turning hazy. Just as he was about to continue her lead, a soft hum in his mind snapped him back to reality. He grabbed Vicky's wrist and stood up. All I wish to do is enter the Nox sect. I hope I haven't disappointed Miss Eustace. Caught off guard, Vicky looked surprised. Not many could resist her charms. Seeing Axton's stern face, she chuckled. Why so serious, husband? What I said was genuine. Sitting opposite him, she poured tea slowly. Wouldn't you rather be deflowered by someone you choose than by a loathsome man? Sighing, Vicky reflected. Joining the Nox sect was good, but being targeted was worse. The man named Nox, notorious for his lust, had already declared ownership of her unless she left Shay village and the Nox sect's territory, condemning her to be his plaything eventually. Nox's cultivation was average, but his background was formidable, beyond the Eustace family's reach. Selecting Axton as her shield was entirely to protect herself. Being a shield was dangerous, inviting Nox's revenge. However, Vicky didn't mind. All she wanted was time to find a protector within the Nox sect to sever Nox's interest. Staring at Axton, she thought he wasn't bad, handsome and somewhat capable, far better than the worthless Nox, but he was too naive, unaware he became a pawn. Since my husband is so cold, I won't insist. Noticing Axton's clarity, Vicky resumed her proud demeanor. A messenger will soon guide us into the Nox sect. Rest here for now. Turning towards the door, she paused to add. Remember, you are my husband, don't forget that. Leaving the room, Vicky let Axton sit alone, a bitter smile crossing his face. Though he found a way to infiltrate the Nox sect, it brought mixed feelings. He wanted to enter discreetly, but Vicky was no simple adversary, unsure if this decision was a blessing or curse. Closing his eyes, Axton meditated. Reaching peak condition, his spirit sense reached late gold core stage, giving him a match for any late gold core cultivator, yet the Nox sect surely had early nascent soul elders. He must strike while they were abroad, destroy their base, gather evidence of the demon clan, uniting all Xiuxian Mountains cultivators to eradicate the Nox sect. Time passed swiftly. Soon, Vicky's voice came from outside. Husband, the Nox sect's elder has arrived. We should leave. Understood. Standing up, Axton opened the door, ready to face the dangers ahead. Chapter 296, Shield. Upon opening the door, Vicky's slender figure was indeed waiting outside, with old man Eustace standing beside her. He had changed into a well-fitted outfit, clearly showing his respect for the envoy of the Draper sect. Follow me, Vicky cast a meaningful glance at Axton, but Axton acted as if he hadn't seen it. He could already anticipate what treatment he would receive after entering the Draper sect, likely being used as Vicky's shield. However, as long as he kept a low profile and considering he had no feelings for Vicky, it shouldn't draw much attention. In the main hall of the Eustace family, an elderly man and a young man sat on the principal seats, their faces revealing obvious impatience. Master, since that boy Abdurrahman is dead, does that mean I now have a chance? Ford, the youngest son of Khanal, had never been close to his father or elder brother, and with average talent, he wasn't given much attention. Upon learning of his father and brother's deaths, his first reaction wasn't grief but speculation about his newfound opportunities. The old man lifted his eyes to glance at Ford, suppressing a sneer internally but speaking smoothly. It's very possible, since young Master Ford, you are the direct son of Lord Khanal, there's a good chance you might be chosen. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Ford laughed heartily upon hearing the elder's flattering words. These past days had brought him dual joy. Seeing Vicky unexpectedly had left him mesmerized. Her striking appearance combined with her alluring charm had greatly attracted him, leading the elder behind him to take her as a disciple despite her clear reluctance. But once inside the Draper sect, he believed he could have his way with her. As he was still lost in his fantasies, he saw Vicky leading the way in, followed by old man Eustace and a young man. Ford paid little mind, assuming the youth was just a servant of the Eustace family, keeping his eyes fixed on Vicky. Beauty, you've finally arrived. Come with this young master, he said, reaching out to grab Vicky's slim waist, only to be deftly avoided. Young Master Ford, we'll have plenty of time for that later. Let's go to the Draper sect first. Vicky maintained a polite smile, not wanting to cause a scene at the Eustace residence, fearing Ford might destroy their foundation. Ha ha ha, beauty speaks the truth. Let's set off. Ford feigned restraint, retracting his hand and posing as a gentleman while hiding his lust. He felt no urgency. Once back at the Draper sect, she would be at his mercy. As for Axton, Ford considered him merely a guard from the Eustace family. Since he had promised Vicky she could bring a disciple, breaking his word now wouldn't do. Leading the way, Ford and the elder guided them to a secluded hut within the Draper village. Axton sensed suppressed energy fluctuations emanating from within. Scattered villagers walked around casually, but Axton detected the aura of Draper sect cultivators among them, evidently stationed there as guards. Surprised, Vicky looked around, realizing this hidden place she'd spent years overlooking was actually a portal to the Draper sect. Follow me, Ford couldn't help but sound triumphant, mocking Vicky's naivety. All he needed was to offer her a few perks, and she'd be his. Inside the humble hut, intricate patterns lined the walls, forming a powerful teleportation array. It was astonishing that the Draper sect had such resources to build this array, explaining why they were so hard to locate. Ford placed several spirit stones into the array, which acted as conduits. The array already contained sufficient energy to activate at any moment. Axton and Vicky stepped into the array. After her initial shock, Vicky resumed her calm demeanor, while Axton remained unfazed, having seen many impressive arrays. This particular array could transport no more than 5 people at a time, far inferior to even the 3 dragons playing with Pearl's array, let alone the mass teleportation arrays found in Mount Shu. The array's power surged, signaling its activation under the old man's control. Darkness enveloped Axton, blurring his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was pitch black, exuding damp and cold air. Axton's senses spread out, revealing he was underground. No wonder the Draper sect's location was so mysterious. They operated entirely below the surface, ensuring utmost secrecy. Vicky appeared equally startled, visibly uncomfortable with the damp, cold air. Ford strutted out of the array, feeling more comfortable now on familiar territory. His gaze lingered lecherously on Vicky's form. Hey, isn't that Ford? You're back? Young Master Ford. Voices greeted them as they emerged from the array. Young Master Ford, who is the girl following you? A new disciple? Several disciples' eyes lit up with interest and mischief. Heh, I advise you not to entertain ideas about her. Eustace, sir, tell them whose you are. Ford snorted arrogantly. Stepping forward naturally, Vicky wrapped her arm around Axton's, speaking in a soft, honeyed tone. Greetings, seniors. This is my husband. Ford froze, his face contorting in displeasure. He had boasted about bringing back a beautiful companion for dual cultivation. These words from Vicky made him look foolish. Eustace, sir, isn't he just a servant from your estate? How did he become your husband? Ford's eyes reddened, feeling betrayed. He had always considered Vicky his property and could not tolerate another laying claim to her. Vicky feigned innocence, clinging to Axton affectionately. You never asked me. We were already married and consummated our union the day before. I'm afraid I've disappointed young Master Ford. Chapter 297, Infiltrating the Enforcement Hall. Seeing Vicky's smug expression, Chris felt a surge of anger. He had clearly warned old man Eustace about Vicky's allegiance, and the old man had ambiguously agreed while requesting his daughter be admitted into the Draper sect. Thinking that obtaining Vicky was a sure thing, he didn't expect a wrench to be thrown into the works. Not only did someone snatch away the woman he fancied, but they even hurriedly arranged a wedding. Especially when Vicky looked at Axton with such coy affection, anyone could let their imagination run wild. Several disciples of the Draper sect were now eyeing Chris curiously, waiting for his reaction. After all, Chris had boasted within the sect about soon acquiring a beautiful wife, only for things to turn out differently. Chris, what's going on? Could it be just your imagination? Ha ha ha, I thought you had set your eyes on some woman. Turns out she's already married. Truly discerning taste. Disciples who normally disliked Chris began to mock him from the sidelines. They relished in this situation. Chris's temples throbbed as he felt like he'd been toyed with. A mere village woman dared to ridicule him like this? And that man, calling himself Benjamin, did he not know the price of defying him? Chris fixed his gaze on Axton, putting aside Vicky for now. The most infuriating person was this man before him, daring to humiliate him in public. This must be punished. Young man, do you want to join our Draper sect? I'll give you an opportunity. If you publicly divorce Vicky and kowtow 3 times to me, I'll accept you as a core disciple. How does that sound? Chris enunciated each word carefully, knowing this carrot and stick approach would work best. He couldn't believe Vicky had suddenly acquired a husband. Surely Axton was just a shield. Hearing this, Vicky felt uneasy. It was obvious Axton wasn't interested in her. He merely wanted to use the Eustaces to join the Draper sect. With such a generous offer, she feared he might be swayed. Biting her lip anxiously, she knew their agreement was purely transactional. Now, given a better chance to become a core disciple, Axton's decision seemed predictable. I'm asking you, will you agree? Chris pressed further, reveling in Vicky's anxious look. A common woman was daring to play mind games with him? She clearly didn't understand the disparity in status. He would have her husband humiliate her publicly, then deal with her later. Even the surrounding disciples looked shocked. Most of them weren't core disciples yet, knowing full well the benefits. Envy flashed in their eyes. This foolish youth was truly lucky, first admired by a beauty, then offered such a great opportunity. He'd definitely agree. In the cultivation world, only interests are eternal. Emotions are unreliable. What, cat got your tongue? Chris frowned, but the next moment, he saw Axton step closer to Vicky, casually wrapping an arm around her waist. I refuse. Axton said this calmly, as if indifferent to Chris's offer. Say that again? Chris's eyes narrowed dangerously. He thought he had given face, yet here was refusal. Axton laughed and pulled Vicky closer. Shock washed over her. She hadn't expected such boldness from him. Wasn't this provoking Chris openly? Very well, very good. Then both of you die today with this trash. Chris couldn't hold back his fury any longer. How dare these people disrespect him so brazenly? They needed a lesson. A pair of gloves materialized in his hands, emanating cold light. Spirit power surged through his body, ready to charge at Axton. The observing cultivators remained indifferent, many with mocking expressions. In the Draper sect, everyone was selfish, hoping to see others' misfortune, especially now when Chris was causing trouble within the sect, proving his idiocy. Sure enough, as Chris moved, a large hand grabbed him, slamming him into the ground. Who dares? Mouthful of dirt, Chris grew angrier, looking up furiously, trying to figure out who dared attack him. It's this old man. Do you wish to kill me too? An angry voice echoed. A bald, elderly man emerged, his expression livid, making the observing disciples shudder. Oh, Master Raphael? Chris's aggressive tone faltered. The man was the head of the enforcement hall, responsible for discipline. He cared only for the sect's interests, regardless of whether disciples were good or evil. Reaching late golden core stage, he wielded significant power over life and death within the Draper sect. Humph, don't you know this is a crucial time? The Spencers are busy outside. You dare cause trouble here? Master Raphael's face darkened, his imposing presence forcing Chris to lower his head. Chris had heard rumors of important events happening within the Draper sect, including the sudden deaths of the current leaders, Conal and Carlo. The Spencers sensed something wrong and decided to act preemptively. This was a critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Axton realized his suspicions were correct. The Draper sect's hidden experts were active everywhere. He had to move quickly to thwart their plans. Yes, I understand, Chris replied dejectedly, glancing sideways at Axton and Vicky, hinting that he wouldn't let this go. Axton remained unmoved, having no intention of staying long. He planned to overthrow the Draper sect soon. Why care about a fool's thoughts? Good, make sure you remember that. Master Raphael's tone softened slightly but still carried a grim edge. You two are new disciples? His eyes swept over the crowd and finally settled on Axton and Vicky. My name is Eustace, from Draper Village. This is my husband. We were brought in by the Spencers. Ah, the Spencers. Master Raphael's suspicions eased. Knowing it was sensitive times, even recruitment had to be handled cautiously. But the Eustace's involvement was indeed mentioned by the Spencers, putting him more at ease. With the sect's elite spread thin, securing control of the Xiuxian mountain range before the 7 great immortal sects noticed required swift and precise action. Now, he was one of the highest-ranking members left in the sect. It was rumored that an elder had contacted a powerful demonic figure recently, but that individual had vanished, throwing off their plans. Thus, they had to strike prematurely, paving the way for the demonic forces. You two, come with me. Chapter 298, Detention. You two, come with me for a moment. Harley scanned the area and finally addressed Axton and Vicky. He had already gathered a rough understanding of what had transpired and held nothing but disdain for Nox's actions. Fighting over a woman like this and still expecting to inherit the position of the Nox sect leader was simply delusional. However, given the current sensitive situation, he did not wish to escalate matters further and decided to summon the two of them. One reason was to prevent Nox from getting any funny ideas, and the second was to evaluate their true intentions. Vicky was more than willing. She wished she could never see that detestable face again. She nodded eagerly. With a casual wave, Harley summoned a cold gust of wind that enveloped both of them. Axton did not resist but pretended to be weak in cultivation, knowing only those 1 or 2 realms above his spiritual level could detect any anomaly. In an instant, they were brought before a grand hall deep within the Nox sect. The air here was thick with spirit energy, yet it felt eerily sinister. The sign above the entrance read, Law Enforcement Hall. Despite its imposing name, the atmosphere around it was repellent. Harley led the way into the Law Enforcement Hall, where Axton could faintly hear cries of agony filled with despair and pain. Vicky nervously surveyed her surroundings, even noticing severed limbs discarded in the corners. The air was thick with the scent of blood, making her face pale as she realized the true purpose of this place. She had long heard that the Law Enforcement Hall of the Nox sect was a facade, a living hell where even sect disciples feared to tread. Axton's expression also turned grim as he sensed the numerous cultivators imprisoned here, many likely captured after their sects were annihilated. Seeing their troubled expressions, Harley smiled wickedly. Though his cultivation wasn't at the top in the Nox sect, his authority commanded fear among all disciples. Bringing them here was meant to serve as a warning. If they harbored any ill intentions, there would be no good outcome. You two will temporarily stay in the Law Enforcement Hall until the Supreme Elder returns and decides your fate. The Law Enforcement Hall was heavily guarded, so Harley felt confident leaving them here. No one dared to cause trouble, especially considering the Supreme Elder who favored Vicky also owed him favors. Though unhappy, Vicky couldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Ronan. We'll wait here quietly. Indeed, the Supreme Elder should return within 2 days, and I'll inform him then. After delivering his words, Harley vanished. To him, Vicky and Axton were mere juniors who couldn't stir up much trouble within the heavily fortified Law Enforcement Hall. Axton was startled by Harley's statement. With dozens of sects in the Xiuxian Mountains, it was alarming that they planned to finish everything within 2 days, leaving him little time. Just then, Axton saw a group of Nox sect disciples enter, each holding a restrained cultivator. These sealed cultivators, visibly wounded, were clearly from righteous sects and were brutally shoved into the Law Enforcement Hall. Move faster, or I'll take your life right now. Still glaring at me? Want me to deal with you? Why don't you scram? As whips cracked and insults flew, some cultivators couldn't bear the mental and physical torture, collapsing, but they were quickly whipped back to their feet, barely clinging to life. Axton distinctly sensed that some were from Yiba sect, recognizing the fluctuations similar to Annabelle's cultivation technique. The detained cultivators varied in age, all defeated and demoralized. Having witnessed their sect's destruction, many had lost their fighting spirit. When they noticed Axton and Vicky, they paused, looking at them with suspicion. Who are you? Axton concealed his true feelings and replied with a smirk. We are new recruits to the Law Enforcement Hall under Ronan. Any issues with that? Upon hearing Ronan's name, the Nox sect disciples' expressions immediately turned respectful. Oh, fellow brothers of the Law Enforcement Hall, family. Clearly, Ronan's long-standing authority left none daring to offend him. As for imposters? A joke. Ronan was known for hiding his anger until it was too late, and most of his subordinates met unfortunate ends. Who would dare impersonate them? Another batch arrives. Axton glanced casually at the crowd. You're telling me, these missions have exhausted us. The lead disciple chuckled but wore a look of arrogance. You wouldn't know. These sects are just paper tigers. They crumble like dust before the Supreme Elder. Yeah, brother. If you see a woman you like, just say so, and we can arrange it. The Nox sect disciples leered, clearly having committed such deeds often. Axton frowned, but soon regained his composure, nodding respectfully. If you insist, I might try it out. He walked slowly among the detained cultivators, feigning serious consideration. Filth. Don't you dare. Some female disciples, unable to tolerate the scrutiny, erupted in fury. More cultivators closed their eyes in despair, having abandoned hope after witnessing Nox sect's terror. Resistance was futile. Stupid woman, asking for death. Someone raised a whip, but Axton stopped him. Hold on. Send them into the Law Enforcement Hall. I'll handle it. Axton gave a mockingly deep smile. The Nox sect disciples shuddered in realization. They knew full well how cruel the Law Enforcement Hall's methods were, ensuring one could neither live nor die in peace. Dying under the whip was merciful compared to the tortures inflicted here. Chapter 299, Enforcement Hall. Sir, I will leave these cultivators to your handling. I won't disturb you any longer. The disciples of the Draper sect were very obedient to Axton's orders. They hadn't thought anyone would dare impersonate Enforcement Hall disciples and meddle here, and they wished to get away as quickly as possible. After all, those from the Enforcement Hall were moody. Offending them might lead to trouble down the line, so it was better to avoid them. Most of the cultivators they brought in were semi-conscious and near fainting, with only a few still lucid but heavily injured. Most female cultivators were in tattered clothes, clearly having been mistreated. Some did not even manage to keep their garments intact. A few individuals did not sigh in relief upon seeing the Draper sect disciples leave, knowing well that the Enforcement Hall was far more treacherous. Devil, if you want to kill or torture us, do it quickly. No need for false pretenses. Yes, we can be killed but not humiliated. Don't think you'll gain anything from us. Several elders had severe injuries, seemingly on the brink of death, yet they didn't show an iota of fear, evidently having put their lives on the line. Axton shifted his gaze to the younger disciples they protected. The male disciples mostly lost consciousness, while many female cultivators seemed less injured, apparently treated specially. Noticing Axton's stare, the elders looked increasingly displeased. The more temperamental ones attempted to rise and fight. If you dare to lay a finger on them, I'll die fighting you. Faced with such reactions, Axton chuckled inwardly. Despite being in such dire straits, they remained unbowed. He wondered what would happen if they truly met real Enforcement Hall members. Vicky watched Axton's bold actions without stopping him, her mind wholly engrossed by the cultivation techniques collected within the hall. Here lay discarded techniques gathered from detained cultivators, too insignificant to be valuable, but to Vicky, they were fascinating. Axton ignored the elders' warnings and slowly approached. With their cultivation sealed, they could only glower at Axton helplessly. Finally, Axton stopped before the female disciples, feeling their terrified gazes. Young man, what do you intend to do? Even severely wounded and bound, the elders tried moving to shield the females, glaring angrily. Even Vicky behind felt disappointed, thinking he was just another lustful man. Could all his previous acts have been fake? Axton intentionally acted lewd to see their reactions, concerned about revealing his identity. Sure enough, a few remaining Draper Sect disciples scoffed. Thought Enforcement Hall members were proud? Turns out they're just perverts. Enough, we have other matters. Stop spying. Unfair, we do all the dirty work, while they take the credit. Shameless. Sure, do you want to die? Hurry up and leave. After mumbling complaints, they finally left the Enforcement Hall, leaving Axton, Vicky, and the imprisoned cultivators behind. Although engrossed in the technique books, Vicky kept a covert eye on Axton, eager to see what the audacious imposter would do next. You stop right there. The elders couldn't hold back their anger as Axton approached their female disciples. Stopping me? Can you even protect yourselves? Axton smirked disdainfully. They bore demonic seals within, unable to mobilize their spirit power, completely defenseless. You heard Axton's taunt. The elders could only glare helplessly. His words were true. They were like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be butchered. Pretending to reach out, Axton saw humiliation and tears in the eyes of the females. Want to act disgracefully? Step over our dead bodies. Yes, unless you step over us. Not only the elders but even awakened young cultivators stood bravely before the females. Axton smiled playfully. This was exactly what he wanted. Fine then, if you all wish to die, I won't hesitate. In a flash, Axton's hand flickered across their bodies, secretly injecting streams of metal spirit energy into them. What did you do, devil? The elders' faces changed drastically, sensing unfamiliar power inside, along with a profound sense of helplessness. Even a common Enforcement Hall member had such prowess. Their righteous sects indeed faced an overwhelming force. This single move was sufficient to surpass all youths. An odd sensation surged within their bodies, tingling yet excruciating pain following. The captured cultivators gritted their teeth, refusing to cry out and let the devil underestimate them. They knew they were cornered. Begging was futile. Might as well die honorably. Only seasoned elders harbored doubts. Though this force was overpowering, it differed from the demonic seal and seemed to actively break its confinement. Their gazes darted toward Axton, swiftly lowering again as bold guesses formed. Vicky frowned slightly. While she disliked Axton's brutal methods, these were enemies of the Draper Sect, which she held no affection for. She hoped Axton wouldn't involve her. Senior, try to muster your spirit power to break the seal. A hidden voice reached their minds. This are you? Their expressions filled with surprise as they looked at Axton again. I am Axton, new leader of Xiuxian Sect. I infiltrated Draper Sect specifically to resolve this crisis. Follow my instructions. One elder bowed deeply, maintaining a pained expression. He felt the seal loosening, able to communicate mentally with Axton. I am Apollon, head of Xiuxian Sect. Thank you for your assistance. He marveled internally. The young man in front clearly wasn't old but possessed the audacity to sneak into Draper Sect. As for the mentioned Xiuxian Sect, Apollon remembered it as long declined, never expecting an influential figure to save them now. Xiuxian Sect head? Do you know Annabelle? Axton's heart stirred as he asked. Sweetie, is she still alive? Chapter 300, Secret Arrangements. You know Tiana? Where is she now? Is she still alive? Upon mentioning Annabelle's name, Apollon instantly became agitated, clearly very concerned. She is safe for the moment, and currently resting within my Xiuxian Sect. Senior, please rest assured. Axton didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke about Annabelle's current situation. At least she was temporarily safe within Xiuxian Sect. That's good, that's good. Apollon sighed in relief, his gaze toward Axton filled with gratitude. Leader Encore, I thank you deeply for your benevolence, but you do not know how dangerous Nox Sect truly is. It would be better to leave here and not involve yourself with us. Although he was grateful for Axton's assistance, he did not harbor much hope for survival. His cultivation had reached late golden core stage, yet he could do nothing against Nox Sect. How much more so this young man before him? Senior, don't panic. You only need to keep them calm. I will find an opportunity to lead you all out. Axton whispered secretly, having the intention to save everyone, though these disciples should not expose too many vulnerabilities, lest they reveal his identity. If that's the case, then it's very well. Apollon pondered. Since Axton managed to infiltrate Nox Sect secretly, it showed he had some prowess. It might be better to trust Axton. By the way, Senior, what are the strengths of Nox Sect's cultivators? From what I saw, there seem to be quite a few among them who have reached the nascent soul stage. Axton asked about his concerns. The strength disparity between him and nascent soul cultivators was simply too great. The Dao realm layers were far inferior to their opponents. Alas. Hearing Axton's question, Apollon's face darkened as he whispered heavily. I also didn't expect Nox Sect to hide such strength. Among those who attacked our Lungua Sect, there were nascent soul experts involved. I couldn't resist, leading to the extermination of my sect. How utterly shameful. His voice was sorrowful and weak, clearly pained by the destruction of Lungua Sect. Axton felt a chill. His suspicions were correct. Indeed, nascent soul cultivators existed within Nox Sect. Thus, after you and the others break free from the seals within your bodies, remain hidden. The old monster probably needs time to reshape the territory in Xiuxian Mountains. Now is our chance with their rearguard weakened. Axton's words reassured Apollon somewhat. Originally despondent over his sect's demise, seeing the remaining disciples gave him a spark of hope. My life isn't valuable, but my Lungua Sect disciples are young. If Leader Encore can save them, I swear on this life. Henceforth, Lungwa sect will follow Qingyun sect's lead. Apollon's request was filled with sincerity, as Axton's ability to infiltrate Nox sect made him their last hope. Senior, there's no need for that. I'll do my best. After several more exchanges with Apollon, Axton confirmed his intentions. This was the perfect time to shatter Nox sect's plans. He had to find and destroy their unactivated teleportation array before the nascent soul expert returned. Through Apollon, he learned they captured everyone to use as sacrifices to activate a demonic realm transmission array, similar to the blood sacrifice used by Ungkor Tian South. Finding and destroying the unactivated array was crucial to thwarting their plans. Time was running out. Senior, if other sect cultivators are brought here, please pass on my message to them, urging patience and preparation. Golden light appeared in Axton's hands, these metallic spiritual energy crystals designed to remove seals from cultivators' bodies. He infused the golden light into Apollon, understanding that the power alone wasn't enough. He needed the right timing and coordination with the captured cultivators to break through Nox sect schemes. I understand. Apollon solemnly received the golden light, comprehending Axton's intentions. He looked at Axton with burning hatred. One day, demon, I will crush your bones into dust. Axton sneered, kicking Apollon to the ground. Likely, you won't live long enough to see that day. Dismissing it, Axton turned, meeting Vicky's gaze as she noticed his actions despite being immersed in her spellbooks. You're daring, pretending to be an enforcer disciple. Don't drag me into trouble later. Axton laughed nonchalantly, adjusting his disheveled robes. Don't worry. I've had enough of these obstinate old Taoists facing death stubbornly. Vicky nodded without pressing further. As a Nox sect member, she had little sympathy for them. We can't stay here indefinitely, not knowing when Director Raphael will come. She glared slightly at Axton. I warn you, this isn't Nox Village. Stay quiet, or else I can't protect you if you cause trouble. Axton laughed, dismissing her warnings. There's nothing wrong. Since I'm part of Nox sect now, I should explore more. This place is too gloomy. I can't stay. He stood and walked out, ignoring Vicky's calls. Stand still. Are you insane? Vicky fretted. Although they were just allies of convenience, she worried about being implicated if he caused trouble. Yet Axton walked on heedlessly, leaving her watching helplessly. This fool, don't blame me if things go awry. She stomped in anger, refraining from chasing him due to fear of Nox sect's rules, cursing inwardly. Chapter 301. Tempting conditions? After leaving the enforcement hall, Axton quickly concealed his presence. With his current cultivation, only those at the nascent soul stage within the Tao realm could possibly detect his existence. Under the protection of the Tao realm, he ensured his aura was completely undetectable. Based on Axton's speculation, even if there were nascent soul cultivators in the Nox sect, they would not be able to return anytime soon. After all, the sect's resources were limited and couldn't support too many powerful figures. Axton secretly surveyed the surroundings. He even saw another group of righteous cultivators being escorted back to the Nox sect, this time in greater numbers. However, Axton did not reveal himself. He had confirmed that the Nox sect was indeed associated with the Cecilia Tao, and was about to hold an evil ritual. He needed to find and destroy the magical array used to communicate with the demon realm as soon as possible to defuse the crisis in the Green Cloud Mountains. In the shadows, he saw Nox leading people to the front of the enforcement hall, looking quite imposing. Vicky sat gloomily where she was. She couldn't understand Axton's motives for joining the Nox sect and then acting so restlessly. It was as if he was asking for trouble. Although she had some good feelings toward him, she wasn't foolish enough to follow him into danger. She could only stay quietly in the enforcement hall and wait for Jensen's arrangements. Another batch of detained cultivators arrived, and Vicky didn't seem surprised. As a disciple of the Nox sect, she even felt a faint sense of pride. Just bring them over here. Vicky casually pointed to where Apollon and others had been held, and was about to continue reading the spells when her hand was suddenly grabbed. Before she could react, she saw Nox emerge by her side, his eyes filled with lust. Small world, Miss Eustace. We meet again. He wore a sinister smile, his large hands attempting to embrace her waist unceremoniously. What? Where's that little punk? And why isn't Jensen in the hall? His voice was lecherous, his gaze greedy. Being one of the young masters in the Nox sect, Nox thought no woman was beyond his reach. Yet, he was oddly fixated on Vicky, believing she harbored some secret desire for him. Now his patience had reached its limit. Within the boundaries of the Nox sect, he wasn't afraid of making outrageous moves since he wouldn't face serious punishment. Worst case, just a few days of confinement. Today, he must claim Vicky. Let go. Vicky instinctively evaded his grasp, glaring fiercely. Young Master Nox, this is the enforcement hall. Aren't you afraid Jensen will punish you if he sees this? She hesitated due to his status, but this emboldened Nox further. Enforcement hall? I want exactly that, haha. He yanked her into his arms, burying his head and inhaling deeply, his face contorted in pleasure. Bitch, you dare to deceive me. Do you know where you are? Jensen? Even if he sees, what can he do to me? Nox scanned the disciples behind him, who pretended not to see, hastily turning away. They knew Nox's temperament. Anyone who disrupted his fun would face retaliation. It was best to stay far away. Satisfied now? You should comply willingly. Nox, satisfied with their reactions, saw they had moved far enough away before advancing on Vicky again. Ah! A pleasurable scream echoed from the enforcement hall, making the Nox sect disciples fantasize. Young Master Nox sure knows how to play, even in the enforcement hall. So enviable. Indeed. Look at that girl's figure. The feeling, humph. Look, young Master is already enjoying himself so much. They whispered amongst themselves but dared not turn around to check, knowing Nox disliked prying eyes and would severely punish any intruders. Inside the enforcement hall, Vicky trembled, her eyes filled with terror. Nox's hands hadn't touched her yet, but they were caught by someone else. Why did you come back? She looked at the suddenly appearing Axton in pleasant surprise, relief washing over her. Given Nox's strength, he could easily overpower her, and no one would intervene. Let go of me. Nox tensed, half naked. Just as he was about to discard his shirt and savor Vicky's body, a force beyond resistance grabbed him, rendering him immobile. It's you again? His eyes burned with murderous intent as he glared at Axton. Kid, you really think she likes you? Vicky only uses you as a shield. Nox's voice was cold, recognizing Axton's prowess. He immobilized Nox effortlessly, showing exceptional strength. I advise you to think clearly and not be blinded by this bitch. Or. Nox's eyes turned wild. If you're interested in her, after I finish, you can have her, and I'll make you my confidant. How does that sound? Vicky, already disheartened, lowered her head further. She didn't believe Axton could resist such temptation. He joined the Nox sect without affection for her, and the conditions offered were very attractive. Rejection seemed unlikely. Seeing Axton hesitate, Nox's satisfaction grew. If you agree, tonight I'll give this woman to you. Don't worry. Women become very obedient after I'm done with them. He glanced disdainfully at Vicky, dismissing her as a common woman. Her airs of self-importance were laughable. By becoming my confidant, you'll integrate into the Nox sect's elite and gain many unknown benefits. What do you say? Nox said this confidently, sure Axton wouldn't refuse. A woman was nothing more than a trifle to him. Vicky's heart raced as she scrutinized Axton's expression. If he relented, today would be her end. Jensen's return was uncertain. By the time he arrived, it might be too late. She regretted being too proud and overestimating her safety. Hearing that female recruits in the Nox sect would eventually be controlled by sect elders, she feared she couldn't escape this fate either. I refuse, Axton said calmly, a mocking look in his eyes. What did you say? Nox froze, disbelief etched on his face. You idiot, are you out of your mind? Chapter 302, Soul-Searching Technique. Draper never expected that Axton would reject his extremely generous offer, even refusing him outright. Before he could react, Draper felt a pair of iron hands grip his neck, completely sealing off all his spiritual power, rendering him powerless. Let go. Draper tried to shout for help but found his voice feeble, as if something was blocking his throat, preventing him from shouting. What do you want? Draper struggled to maintain his composure, looking at Axton word by word. No matter what, Axton was just an ordinary person from Draper's village, who hadn't seen much of the world. As long as Draper offered enough tempting benefits, Axton would have no choice but to give in. Axton looked at Draper with amusement. It wasn't arrogance but rather lack of experience. Draper had no idea about the brutality of the cultivation world. Clearly, Draper held a high status and knew some secrets of the Draper sect. Axton prepared to use the soul-searching technique on him to quickly locate the existence of the teleportation array within the Draper sect. Though Axton had awakened the Dao realm, giving him the ability to influence another's mind, he was not yet proficient. He needed to further break down Draper's mental defenses to succeed. Feeling the pressure from Axton's hand lessen slightly, hope flashed in Draper's eyes. There was still a chance. As long as the other side could be swayed by offers, there was hope for his survival. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Spirit stones, women, power? Draper shouted frantically, trying to draw attention from outside. But unfortunately, Axton's Emil realm had already suppressed all fluctuations. No one would notice anything unusual in the enforcement hall. Don't listen to him. Vicky, seeing Axton wavering, grew anxious. If Axton were truly swayed, her fate would likely be even more tragic. He's lying to you. Once Draper leaves here, he will definitely retaliate against you many times over. Vicky's words struck right at Draper's fear, causing him to become furious but unable to react due to Axton's grip. Brother, how about this? I won't touch Vicky anymore. If you let me go, not only Vicky but also the conditions I promised before will come true. How does that sound? Draper gritted his teeth. He was genuinely terrified. Under Axton's grip, he couldn't breathe properly. I don't need your promises. I am already my husband's woman. Vicky hastily contradicted, fearing Axton might waver. The two people they once despised had now become the deciding factor between life and death. Indeed, quite amusing. Axton had already made up his mind, but deliberately showed hesitation, making Draper increasingly anxious. Draper thought it was because his offer wasn't tempting enough and hurriedly added, rest assured, I will surely take over as the leader of the Draper sect soon. At that time, not just the Green Cloud Range, but even the entire cultivation world will have a place for you. Oh, how so? Axton asked curiously, finally getting to the point. Ha 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 brother, you've just arrived at the sect and may not know the situation. Our Draper sect is about to conquer the entire Green Cloud Range, and our next goal is the entire cultivation world. Seeing Axton's interest, Draper eagerly continued. You see, Elder Supreme has been launching attacks crazily recently, annihilating several sects already. It won't be long before we can initiate the ritual. What ritual? Axton asked expressionlessly, seemingly uninterested. This? Draper hesitated for a moment, but seeing Axton's indifferent look, he finally gathered the courage to speak. We are all insiders, so I'll tell you frankly. Our Draper sect isn't a reputable sect at all. It was established by a demon cultivator who fled during the demonic invasion 3 years ago. After leaving behind our lineage, he died on the spot. So we've been searching for a way to revive the path of demons ever since. A light of admiration shone in Draper's eyes at the mention of the demon clan. 1 month ago, Elder Supreme finally communicated with a powerful demon clan member and was assigned a very important mission. That is, to turn the entire Green Cloud Range into the first stronghold for the demon invasion. To slaughter all mortals and cultivators here, creating a blood realm for the demons. Using their blood to break through the barrier between worlds and activate the teleportation array. Draper's voice became filled with longing, as if he could already see the day when blood flowed everywhere. If you let me go, I promise to speak well of you then. With your talent, it's possible you'll be favored by a powerful demon clan member and even become a disciple. Draper's tone was filled with temptation. He didn't believe any demon cult member could resist such conditions unless he wasn't one of them. Axton listened contentedly to Draper's performance, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Done talking? Quite enticing indeed. Naturally, aren't you going to let me go? Draper forced a smile, believing no one could resist such temptation. A woman was nothing compared to these prospects. His nerves relaxed as he sensed Axton's murderous aura dissipating. He disdainfully glanced at the tense Vicky. Just a cheap slut, relying on her body as a bargaining chip. How could she compete? Brother, put me down first, Draper greeted Axton warmly, but suddenly felt his neck tighten again. An even stronger force erupting, turning his face pale. You're crazy. He stared at Axton incredulously, unable to fathom why Axton suddenly attacked. Unprepared, both his physical and mental agony intensified. Husband. Originally despairing, Vicky suddenly opened her eyes, her heart racing as she watched Axton's authoritative actions. She had never experienced the feeling of her life being controlled by someone else, changing her perception of Axton slightly. Why? Draper struggled wildly, but Axton exuded an overwhelming presence, suppressing him tightly. He felt a fierce spiritual force assaulting his body. Why? Axton increased the power of the Emil realm, fear gradually filling Draper's eyes. Because I'm not the demon lord you think I am, or rather. Axton tore off the disguise mask, revealing his true identity. Or rather, your father Connell and your brother Thompson both died by my hand. Chapter 303, The Dungeon. Father, eldest brother? It's you, the sect leader of Xiuxian sect. Corey's eyes widened in shock, followed by a look of fear as he recognized Axton. Indeed. Axton acknowledged without hesitation. There was no need to hide anymore. As long as he could successfully break Corey's mental defenses, he could smoothly perform soul-searching magic. It could only be blamed on his bad luck that all 3 family members fell into his hands. You actually dare to come to our Corey sect? Are you not afraid? Before Corey could finish his sentence, he felt a burning pain across his face. He lowered his head and dared not utter any more threats. If Axton had the power to kill Connell and Thompson, killing him would be effortless. Do you understand your situation now? Axton gazed at Corey coldly. Had it not been for Corey's usefulness, he would have killed him long ago. Vicky stood beside them, stunned, as the sudden turn of events left her unprepared. I understand. What do you need me to do? Corey's voice became weak, clearly aware of his dire situation. Now, everyone had been sent away. If Axton were to kill him, no one would find out immediately. There isn't much. Just lend me your sea of consciousness for a moment. Axton spoke gently, but the next moment, the spiritual power of a late-stage golden core flooded in, directly eroding Corey's sea of consciousness. Corey felt an immense impact in his mind, followed by the sensation of countless silver needles ravaging his thoughts. He let out a hoarse scream. What are you doing to me? Get out, get out. Corey clutched his head in agony, rolling on the ground. Being invaded mentally caused him immense pain. For cultivators, 2 areas were most precious. The Danteon, which stored spirit energy, and the Sea of Consciousness, which stored mental energy. Destroy either, and death would ensue. Gradually, Corey's screams faded, leaving him lying motionless, his eyes blankly staring at the sky. Axton stood silently, his clear eyes revealing his success. He had obtained the information he wanted from Corey's Sea of Consciousness. So it's here. Axton's gaze focused on the dungeon beneath the Law Enforcement Hall. According to Corey's memories, the most mysterious place in the Corey sect was the Law Enforcement Hall. Over the years, many righteous cultivators were captured and imprisoned there. The deepest level resembled a devouring hell, from which no one ever returned alive. Ordinary people only knew that the Law Enforcement Hall could imprison cultivators, but did not realize its hidden secrets. The teleportation array of the Devilish Path was likely located within. Spare me. Spare my life? Corey's eyes were filled with terror, his body trembling but unable to stand up. Looking at Axton's figure, he begged pitifully, devoid of his previous arrogance. Before Axton could act, a cold wind swept behind him. Next, Corey's vital signs dissipated. His eyes locked onto Axton's back, dying with regret. You move fast. Axton glanced back at Vicky, surprised that she not only didn't run but also delivered the finishing blow to Corey. You deceived me thoroughly, sect leader of Xiuxian sect. Vicky's eyes were complicated. She hadn't expected the person she used as a shield to be the renowned sect leader of Xiuxian sect. She'd heard about the Corey sect losing heavily to Xiuxian sect, assuming the leader was an old man, not someone so young. Participating in her arranged marriage competition was likely just to infiltrate the Corey sect through her connections. How naive she had been, thinking her every move was unnoticed. Aren't you afraid of future retaliation for killing Corey? Axton didn't attack Vicky further. Though she was part of the Corey sect, she had inadvertently helped him. He wasn't a merciless fiend. No one will know, right? Vicky's expression turned calm as she looked at Axton coldly. And you wouldn't reveal it or eliminate me now? Gathering her courage, Vicky met Axton's gaze. After a while, Axton sighed lightly. Go, I won't harm you. Axton turned away and headed straight toward the Law Enforcement Hall dungeon, leaving Vicky standing lost in the corner. He wasn't a killer by nature. With his goal achieved, he wasn't worried about her spreading news. The infancy stage cultivators weren't in the sect, and even the deputy hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall was no match for him. Investigating the dungeon was now his priority. Without delay, Axton disappeared from the spot, entering the Law Enforcement Hall. He paced slowly, listening until he heard a hollow sound from under the floor. Channeling his spirit energy, he lifted the floor. Sure enough, beneath lay a dungeon housing imprisoned cultivators, emitting chilling winds. Axton entered and found the first layer surprisingly spacious, with only one staircase guarded. Who is there? 2 Corey sect disciples emerged from the staircase, looking nervously at Axton. Who are you? Why do you look unfamiliar? Both were at the peak Foundation establishment stage, clearly guards, forming a loose circle around Axton. Where is the teleportation array? Axton asked straightforwardly, ignoring their wary expressions. Do you know where you are? Who are you? The guards hadn't expected Axton's bluntness. Before they could react, 2 attacks surged toward him. A couple of explosions echoed in the air, and the 2 guards fell helplessly to the ground, their eyes filled with fear as they crawled backward. How dare you? When Jensen returns, you're dead. Axton remained unperturbed. With his strength, even facing Jensen wouldn't concern him. His main objective today was to dismantle the Cory Sect's base. Take me to the teleportation array, or, with a flick of his finger, a burst of golden spirit energy struck one guard, causing him intense pain before he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly dying. I'll take you, take you. The other guard, terrified, clumsily got up and shakily led the way to the staircase. Axton closely followed, confident that the guard's life rested in his hands. He doubted the guard would dare play tricks. Chapter 304. Rescuing Everyone. Led by the disciple, Axton descended further into the dungeon via the staircase. As they went deeper, the sinister and malevolent aura gradually became more evident. Compared to the Draper Sect on the surface, the dungeon felt like a completely different world. Upon entering the Draper Sect, Axton had already sensed the pervasive malevolent energy, but the density of the aura in the dungeon took him aback. Even the Draper Sect disciple leading the way seemed affected by the malevolent energy, his complexion pale and body showing signs of slight demonization. It wasn't until reaching the 5th level of the dungeon that Axton detected the presence of cultivators. The area was filled with countless cells, pitch black inside, emitting faint, yet numerous life forces. A clear indication that people were imprisoned here. Kill me, damn it, if you dare kill me, I will never submit. Who's there? Let us out. The sound of angry shouts erupted as the inmates noticed someone approaching. But most of the cells remained eerily silent. Although weak breaths could be heard, their consciousness was clearly diminished. What are you shouting about? The Draper Sect disciple was about to shout back, but remembered Axton was behind him and swallowed his words. Senior, I have brought you here to the dungeon. Can I go now? Axton didn't respond immediately, but walked up to one of the cells where a familiar aura emanated. Is that you? An elderly voice replied, barely containing excitement. The fluctuation of chi from this cell was the strongest, indicating that the occupant had only been recently imprisoned. Senior Apollon, it's me. Axton summoned his green sword, slicing through the restraints in the cell, revealing Apollon. His appearance had improved significantly since he had shed the constraints of the demonic mark, indicating his body was recovering. Leader Unker, thank you. Apollon looked grateful. After being confined, he hadn't resisted, instead following Axton's plan to conserve strength while awaiting rescue. The commotion drew attention from other guards, who converged towards them with torches ablaze. Who is it? Who dares cause trouble in the dungeon? Seeing the fearful-looking Draper Sect disciple, the guards grew suspicious. Chance help, there's an intruder. A scream echoed, and flames sprang up throughout the dark dungeon, illuminating the many cells. Several enforcement hall disciples entered, their skin pale from years of duty in the dungeon, looking at Axton with venomous eyes. Heh, didn't expect any survivors? You've chosen hell over heaven. These guards were used to dealing with sealed-away righteous cultivators, always behaving arrogantly. However, before they could act, Apollon snorted coldly. In an instant, a jade belt flew from his body, striking the guards down. Though just freed, Apollon's power was genuine. These ordinary enforcement disciples stood no chance against him. Since entering the dungeon, he saw many familiar faces, cultivators who had vanished over the years. They were tormented beyond recognition, filling Apollon with both anger and relief. Angry that the sects had been misled all along by the Draper Sect, and relieved that he met Axton, or he might have suffered the same fate. Seeing his former sectmates easily defeated by Apollon, the Draper Sect disciple fell to the ground, realizing his situation was hopeless. Hand over the keys. Seizing the moment, Apollon approached the disciple, demanding the dungeon keys. The captives with him had already removed their restraints using the golden glow given by Axton, but there were countless righteous cultivators still imprisoned who needed rescuing. Sure enough, under Apollon's pressure, he obtained the dungeon keys from the enforcement hall disciple. Swiftly unlocking the doors, the imprisoned cultivators were set free. Axton's brow furrowed at the sight of these battered and broken cultivators. Most had lost their minds, only a few retaining clarity. We're saved. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. Damn Draper Sect. How much I hate them. They had been lured and tortured night after night by the Draper Sect, surviving on sheer willpower. Seeing hope of rescue made them tremble. Master, I did as you commanded. Can you spare me? The frightened Draper Sect disciple pleaded, hoping for mercy. Before Axton could reply, cries of rage echoed around them. You deserve death. Return my child's life. Years of accumulated resentment bubbled up. Their loved ones had died under torture. If not for their weakened state, they would have torn him apart. Apollon snorted, sending a hidden force to end the disciple's life. Fellow Taoists, please listen to me, his voice strong and commanding, capturing everyone's attention. Your escape today is thanks to the efforts of Qingyun Sect's leader Unkur. He helped me remove the demonic mark and came to rescue us. Apollon's words caused a stir among the crowd. Many looked at Axton skeptically, knowing Qingyun Sect as relatively insignificant. Only the elder cultivators showed visible emotion. Qingyun Sect, rising again. In its prime, Qingyun Sect wasn't like this barbaric Draper Sect. Ah, what days they were. These elders, having experienced Qingyun Sect's glory, had long missed its goodness. Hearing Axton identified as the leader of Qingyun Sect brought a sense of familiarity. I am Benny. Gratitude to leader Unkur for saving us. From now on, Jinchang Valley will follow Qingyun Sect. I am an elder of Aidenheng Sect. Thanks to leader Unkur for rescuing us, please save our young disciples. One after another, the voices expressed gratitude. Axton was astonished. He hadn't expected so many imprisoned cultivators in just this one dungeon lair. Their eyes, filled with immense gratitude, revealed their weariness from the endless torment. To these cultivators, Axton was now seen as a divine figure, a savior sent by the heavens. ##### Chapter 305, Hearts. Ever since everyone was captured by the great power of the Nox sect, they had all been incarcerated in a dungeon, utterly disheartened. None of them could have imagined that the Nox sect, which was revered as the vanguard of righteousness in the Xiuxian mountain range, would act in such a manner. Even more shocking was the revelation that the Nox sect's methods exuded an overwhelming demonic aura. Once they realized that they had been branded with demonic marks within their bodies, they came to understand that the Nox sect had long been planning this conspiracy. This time, they were facing near certain death. Imprisoned in the dungeon, watching as more cultivators were brought in, the heads of various sects felt only despair. They considered themselves fortunate compared to many disciples who had perished within their respective sects, never even given the chance to be imprisoned. It seemed that the Nox sect had some other use for them. Among them, several people had already resolved to die rather than be disgraced by the demonic path. It wasn't until Apollon appeared that a sliver of hope emerged. After being imprisoned, Apollon secretly infused his disciples with the golden radiance given to him by Axton. After regaining some strength, he sent a mental message to his fellow prisoners, urging them to stay calm and assuring them that there was still a chance for salvation. At first, no one believed Apollon's words. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator like him had been locked away. Who could they possibly expect to save them? It wasn't until they sensed the seals on Apollon and his group lifting that a glimmer of hope resurfaced. They decided to endure a little longer, waiting for his so-called savior to arrive. Seeing the reactions of the cultivators, Axton felt somewhat honored but knew that there were more pressing matters at hand. Namely, finding the demonic clan's teleportation array deep within the dungeon. Comrades, do you know why we are imprisoned here? Axton paused for a moment before deciding to rally everyone to search together. The dungeon was vast, and searching alone would take too long. Why? I truly don't know. Apollon was stunned. He didn't understand why the Nox sect had spared them. Killing them on the spot would have been much simpler. Why go through the trouble of imprisoning them? Axton took a deep breath and spoke gravely. As far as I know, there is a teleportation array in the Nox sect's dungeon that connects to the Cecilia world. If the blood sacrifice succeeds, it will open up both realms, turning the entire Xiuxian mountain range into a massive den of demons. What? Blood sacrifice? You mean we're all sacrifices? His words sent ripples of shock among the gathered cultivators, especially the older generation who harbored ominous premonitions. They had experienced the demon invasion years ago. Although the Xiuxian mountain range was remote and less affected, they knew of the brutal battles faced by the 7 immortal sects. The entire cultivation world had suffered tremendous losses and was left greatly weakened. Now, the Xiuxian mountain range was about to become the main battlefield, and with their meager cultivation levels, how could they possibly resist? Seeing the frightened expressions on everyone's faces, Axton cleared his throat to draw attention. I know this news is shocking, but it is now a reality. We need to find and destroy the teleportation array before the blood sacrifice succeeds. Only then can we prevent a catastrophe. Upon hearing Axton's words, the crowd initially appeared bewildered, but gradually, determination spread among them. Apollon, in particular, stepped forward, agreeing with him. That's right. I agree with Master Unkor. The Xiuxian mountain range is now at a critical juncture. I urge everyone to unite and shatter the demon's plot. His resolve and the goodwill he had built over the years instantly won the support of many cultivators. However, dissenting voices soon arose. Master Unkor, I thank you for your help, but are you aware that there are nascent soul cultivators in the Nox sect? We cannot possibly stand against them. Yes, at your young age, you may not understand the terror of nascent soul cultivators. Even all of us combined are no match. In my view, we should leave the Xiuxian mountain range as soon as possible to survive longer. Isn't that true? Whispers circulated through the crowd, and these were just the ones in this level of the dungeon. If others were released, the divisions might grow larger. Apollon cast a troubled glance at Axton. While he was resolved to avenge the dead disciples of Ankurbomen, it was difficult when hearts were not aligned. Some were still afraid to die and sought to escape, and unfortunately, this group was not insignificant. Axton saw the doubts among the crowd, but was not surprised. After all, the Xiuxian mountain range was a small place, and its cultivators mostly hadn't experienced the demon calamity. Naturally, they couldn't fully grasp his concerns. Well, if any of you want to flee, go ahead now. I will continue into the depths of the dungeon to stop this conspiracy. Axton sighed, seeing the mistrust in their eyes. Most judged him based on his cultivation, thinking an early-stage golden core cultivator could not contend with the Nox sect. Forget nascent soul cultivators. Even Ronin from the enforcement hall would be difficult to handle. Master Unkor, I'll go with you. Apollon let out a long sigh. In this situation, people still harbor differences, perhaps because the Nox sect had dominated for so long. No need, senior. Please go free the restrained fellow cultivators. Axton said firmly. Though Apollon's strength had been restored, his abilities should suffice to easily take down Nox sect guards. With the dungeon's restraints, it would be difficult for anyone to detect spiritual fluctuations, and the Nox sect probably hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. Very well, I'll take care of it. Apollon thought for a moment and agreed. There were more imprisoned cultivators to be freed. He watched Axton slowly walk toward the entrance, feeling puzzled. Master Unkor, where are you going? Without turning back, Axton sensed a powerful aura approaching the dungeon. He recognized it. It was Ronin from the enforcement hall. Clearly, he had discovered something amiss and was entering the dungeon to investigate. I'll buy some time. Quickly release them, but don't run around. Stay quiet. Before Apollon could ask further, Axton vanished from view. Apollon, we should run. That Raphael isn't weak. If he finds us... Someone voiced unease, seemingly eager to leave immediately. Nonsense, do you really think you can escape? Apollon snorted. These people were too naive. Not only had his strength not fully recovered, but even at his peak, he would likely not be a match for Ronan. For now, they needed to lie low and wait for the right opportunity. You each return to your cells. Don't give away any hints. Also, clean up those Nox sect disciples. Apollon made his decision swiftly. Even if Axton couldn't hold off Ronan, they mustn't reveal any clues. Escaping would be ideal, but if not, they must buy time. If they could reach the depths of the dungeon and find the teleportation array after Raphael left, they would destroy it even at the cost of their lives. Well, alright. We'll follow your lead. Apollon was the highest-ranking cultivator present, and everyone had to temporarily set aside their worries and obey his commands. Nonetheless, deep inside, they remained anxious about the uncertain future. Chapter 306, Confrontation. Axton left the sight of everyone, well aware of their reactions. Logically speaking, the cultivation world was not weaker than the Cecilia path in terms of strength, but every invasion brought about devastating defeats, and a large part of this was due to disunity among people. Some were filled with righteous zeal, wanting to exterminate the demons, while others thought it was none of their business and wanted to stay far away. Yet another group willingly degraded themselves, seeking immense power by joining the Cecilia path. But Axton would not do such things because his father, Tommy, had disappeared while trying to save the world. Even if it were just for his family's sake, he needed to survive and find his father. Stopping in his tracks, Axton lifted his head and looked forward. A slender figure appeared before him. That figure was Vicky. She looked flustered, her lips moving slightly as if she was whispering something. Run quickly. Axton read her lips, but it was too late now. He could feel a powerful aura locking onto him from behind Vicky, leaving no escape route. Of course, he was not afraid. Good boy, even I, Raphael Mao, misjudged you. A deep voice slowly sounded, approaching Vicky. You really have the nerve to barge into our Draper sect on your own? Ronan's shadow appeared before Axton. His eyes were dark, and his voice resounded like a bell through the dungeon. It seems you've already rescued some people. His gaze appraised Axton, revealing a mocking smile. How naive. Do you think that without inside help, how could the Draper sect eliminate these sects so quickly? Among those you saved, there might be traitors. He kept staring at Axton's expression but found no signs of distress. His tone became heavier. Do you choose to give up resistance, or shall I act myself? Decide now. Vicky hung her head nearby, having stayed in the enforcement hall, afraid to leave. Draper's death made her realize the enormity of her trouble. After Ronan arrived, Vicky confessed all the facts, citing her low cultivation level as a reason to exclude herself from suspicion. I know your purpose, Axton said calmly, his face showing neither sorrow nor joy, betraying no fear. Oh, what do you know? Tell me. Ronan looked at Axton as if playing with a mouse. No matter what identity he had, with only early golden core stage power, escaping his grasp was impossible. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what emboldened Axton to risk death in the dungeon. I know the Draper sect willingly joined the Cecilia path, capturing cultivators to use blood sacrifices to activate a portal connecting the human and demon realms, right? Axton spoke each word clearly, no longer needing to hide. They had reached a point where both sides had exposed their true colors. Ronan looked surprisingly at Axton, smiling even more widely. Who are you? Knowing so much? Headmaster of Xiuxian sect, Axton. Heh, so that's it. Ronan's surprise showed on his face as he looked at Axton, somewhat taken aback. You're the one who killed Conall and Curtis. Instead of fleeing, you dared to enter the Draper sect. How interesting. Even Vicky stared in shock. She never dreamed that the martial arts competition matchmaker would be the headmaster of Xiuxian sect. She had heard of Xiuxian sect and knew that recently a troublemaker emerged within its ranks, causing considerable losses to the Draper sect. She had initially assumed Axton to be an elderly cultivator, never expecting him to be so young and the one she brought into the Draper sect. That's correct. If my guess is right, the portal should be at the bottom of the dungeon. Facing Ronan's intense scrutiny, Axton remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned about his situation. Do you still want to go to the portal? Ha ha ha. Ronan chuckled coldly, his aura intensifying. Boy, I admire your courage, but it ends here. I, Adair, am not a waste like Conall. Open your dog eyes wide. As Adair roared, the dungeon became even darker, and eerie winds circled around them. Vicky watched the man before her, biting her lip, her emotions complex. Axton had killed Draper for her sake, arousing goodwill and gradually accepting him, even willing to share responsibility if Adair pursued it further. Only now, learning Axton's identity and background, did Vicky realize everything was planned. Joining the martial contest was likely an attempt to infiltrate the Draper sect using his connections. Ultimately, it was all a transaction between them. She steeled her heart and lowered her head. Different paths, different ways, she thought. They were never on the same side, never destined to be friends. Axton remained in place, unmoved by Adair's oppressive aura, which was nothing compared to Unkur Ty and Southus. He felt no pressure. Boy, you're quite arrogant? Adair frowned at Axton's response. A cultivator appearing to be under 20 at Golden Core stage was indeed a prodigy, yet an early stage Golden Core confronting a late stage one was foolhardy. Let's see if you have the means. Unable to contain himself, he unleashed demonic chi, instantly extinguishing the torches in the dungeon. It seemed screams echoed, as if wrongfully dead spirits were pleading desperately. Vicky closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing Axton's demise, hoping only to gather his remains afterward, feeling she owed him something for their encounter. Chapter 307, Collaboration with the Cecilia sect. However, the expected scream of agony did not come. As Adair made his move, everything fell into an eerie silence. What just happened? Vicky was hiding in the corner, trembling as she peered out. The overwhelming pressure Adair exerted was so immense that she had no choice but to cower and only hoped the leaked energy wouldn't harm her. What? Vicky clapped a hand over her mouth in shock as she gazed at the scene before her. She had anticipated Axton's defeat in various miserable scenarios, but never imagined it would play out this way. Adair exuded hundreds of dark strands of demonic aura which coalesced into massive hands, fiercely squeezing towards Axton. The air crackled violently, a testament to its formidable power. Axton did not retreat even an inch. A faint barrier seemed to rise around him, emanating a soft golden glow. Upon contact with the barrier, the giant hands instantly dissolved like melting snow, breaking down into streams of black mist. The black mist recoiled in fear upon touching the golden light, desperately trying to disperse. Despite Adair's control, it could not be sustained, ultimately dissipating into smoke. Good boy. Adair's face darkened, and his gaze on Axton grew intense. The fact that Axton had managed to withstand his soul-sucking Cecilia claw demonstrated that he wasn't simple. Who exactly are you, cultivator? There's nothing like this in the Qingyun Mountains. Axton summoned his Xiuxian and held it tightly. His opponent clearly hadn't detected the Dao realm beside him, so he decided to remain hidden, waiting for the right moment to surprise Adair. As he observed Axton handling his sword, suspicion flashed across Adair's face. A disciple of Mount Shushan Sword Sect? Clearly familiar with the sect's sword techniques, Adair had noticed certain habits despite Axton not using them. He immediately recognized them. Axton hesitated. How could he recognize his origins when he hadn't used any Xiuxian techniques? Unless this person was well-versed in Xiuxian, it was impossible. What connection do you have with the Mount Shushan Sword Sect? Axton asked coldly, sensing an unfolding conspiracy. Adair's surprise quickly turned back to his usual gloomy expression, sneering at Axton's accusations. Wanna know? I'll tell you when you're dead. Adair also summoned a flying sword, entwined with demonic energy, clearly tainted and refined. Axton felt the foul demonic aura from the sword, and withdrew his Qingjian cautiously. A sword cultivator's strength lies in powerful attacks, but they also have obvious weaknesses. Half their power comes from their swordsmanship. Restricting one's life-bound sword significantly diminishes their power. Every action Adair took targeted Axton, or rather, the ways of the Mount Shushan Sword Sect. He clearly understood the flaws of sword cultivators and knew Xiuxian sword techniques inside and out. Axton sensed that once Qingjian attacked, Adair would effortlessly seize and destroy it. Indeed, someone within Xiuxian must have collaborated with the Cecilia sect. Axton became even more convinced of his judgment. Unless this person was deeply knowledgeable about Xiuxian, it was impossible to identify his origins. If the inner circle of Xiuxian was already infiltrated by the demons, then the impending demon invasion would be terrifying. During the last invasion, all 7 major sects barely repelled them, resulting in significant losses. If there were problems within Xiuxian now, it would be beyond anyone's expectations. Of course, Axton was worried about Kobe returning to Xiuxian with his character seeking retribution. Unexpected events might occur then. Although the current sect leader Emmanuel was not as powerful as Kobe, the illustrious Xiuxian lineage, spanning thousands of years, had countless trump cards and treasures to protect it. To Axton's knowledge, there were at least 5 supreme elders living secluded in the depths of the rear mountain, each possessing formidable power. Boy, are you scared? Adair could see the concern in Axton's eyes and smirked disdainfully. Could a mere Qingyun sect leader really cause trouble, thinking he could hide his background? Let me guess, you were cast out of Xiuxian, fleeing to the Qingyun mountains to tyrannize here, Adair mocked, his gaze filled with mockery. You should pay attention. Don't let your teacher down. With that, the evil sword lunged towards Qingjian, which retaliated fiercely. Both swords clashed, the demonic sword flew back, and Qingjian groaned mournfully, a trace of darkness lingering on its blade. Axton called it back, gently caressing the trembling blade. He felt the malevolent presence within Qingjian, its spiritual energy diminished. Without the injection of Gungjin's spiritual power, it might have lost its vitality. Come back, old friend. Sighing, Axton recalled Qingjian into his body. Once part of the legendary purple and green twin swords, it now struggled to keep up with him after long companionship. Qingjian emitted sounds of reluctance, but returned to the storage bag under Axton's soothing touch. Clearly weakened by the encounter with the demonic sword, it stood no chance against its adversary. Ha ha ha, so much for a sword cultivator. Adair laughed derisively. During the last invasion, although they failed at Xiuxian territory, they had planted corrupt seeds deep within the ranks. Not only were high officials infiltrated, but the sect's techniques were thoroughly studied. Trying to use old tricks against him was foolish, especially with a demonic sword specifically designed to counter sword cultivators. Now, my turn. The demonic sword returned to Adair's hand, who approached Axton with a chilling smile. ##### Chapter 308. Cecilia Fog Sword Shadows. Do you have any connection to the Mount Shu Sword Sect? Axton's gaze bore straight into Adair, as if trying to pierce through his soul. If what he suspected was true, then his master Kobe might be in grave danger, and it could even lead to a massive upheaval in the entire cultivation world. The thought that one of the 7 great immortal gates, the Mount Shu Sword Sect, had been infiltrated by demonic forces was something no one would believe, but Axton felt it deeply within him. Everything he had witnessed in Mount Shu and Adair's strange behavior corroborated his suspicions. Coupled with Hunter's demonic aura and the fact that he was shielded upon returning to the sect, even the current patriarch Emmanuel seemed questionable. They might very well be like Adair's, harboring their consciousness within the minds of righteous cultivators, slowly consuming them until they revealed themselves. Do you want to know? Adair's voice was icy cold, looking at Axton as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Stupid fool. I'll tell you before I kill you. The demon sword roared with Adair's roar, splitting into 2, then 4, rapidly multiplying and surrounding Axton. Countless sharp blades encircled him, their points emitting a chilling coldness, locking onto every pore of his body, leaving no way out. Familiar with this move? Ha ha ha. Adair laughed maniacally. How could Axton not recognize this sword technique? It was the essence of the Tai Light Splitting Sword, a high-ranking sword technique in Mount Shu, and also the signature move his father used to rise to fame. He never expected to see it wielded by a demon cultivator. Being killed by your own sect's ultimate skill gives you some face. With a mighty wave of his hands, the demon's swords began to spin rapidly and then flew towards Axton like a swarm of flowers. The tiny light-splitting sword could both attack and defend. Axton knew its power best. By summoning his blue sword and using the defensive stance, he could intercept this attack. However, the blue sword's blade could no longer withstand the infiltration of demonic chi, and it would likely lose its spiritual nature upon use. Do you intend to meet your end without drawing your flying sword? Adair saw the hesitation on Axton's face and became more audacious. He was certain Axton wouldn't dare use his life-bound flying sword, and with the significant gap in strength and the advantage of demonic techniques, Adair believed he had Axton in his grasp. In the end, you will die. Vicky watched the scene with complex emotions, her heart heavy despite Axton's deception. She remembered how he stood up for her when Nox tried to humiliate her. Though they were not allies, she still harbored some affection for him, even contemplating a future together after saving her life. Fate, however, had other plans. She couldn't have imagined Axton being the patriarch of the rival Xuanhuan sect, and approaching her merely to infiltrate the Nox sect. Surrounded by glowing demon swords, Axton's figure was now a ball of light, with the swords constricting him like a porcupine, gradually compressing his space until he was devoured. Why are you so worried? Noticing Vicky's expression, Adair sneered. I advise you to abandon these thoughts. Righteousness and demonic ways cannot coexist. Do you really think he cares about you? Once this kid has a chance, he'll kill you first. But about it. Remember, you're my chosen disciple. After this brat dies, forget this ever happened, and I'll take care of everything. Adair's tone grew darker. Vicky knew that any hint of resentment would mean her death, so she nodded through gritted teeth. All right, let's. Just as Adair thought it was all over, his brow furrowed. He sensed a flow of life energy inside the space surrounded by demon swords, growing stronger by the second. He's not dead yet? Adair's face darkened further. Using his late golden core power to crush a junior, even a genius, should have been effortless. This boy's tenacity was surprising, managing to cling to life despite the sword attack. If not for Adair's vigilance, he might have been deceived. Unfortunately, such tricks can't escape my eyes. Adair clenched his hand tighter, increasing control over the demon swords, aiming to swiftly extinguish Axton's life force. But things did not go as planned. The demon swords, once tightly enclosing him, now trembled uncontrollably, breaking apart and dispersing into thin air. Adair's grip suddenly loosened, his hands trembling from the backlash of his broken sword formation. As the black fog dissipated, an intense golden light emerged, revealing Axton unscathed. The demon swords hadn't even touched him, proving his invulnerability. Although unable to use the blue sword for defense, Axton's understanding of the tiny light-splitting sword far surpassed Adair's. Even relying on agility alone, he could evade it. But now awakened to the Tao realm, Axton didn't need to dodge. The Tao realm, infused with metal spirit power, radiated an overwhelmingly righteous and powerful killing aura that dispersed all malevolent entities. Adair's late golden core demonic chi posed no threat, and only served as nourishment for Axton. The original demon sword in Adair's hand cried out mournfully, shattering into dust and disappearing into the air. The remaining shadowy remnants near Axton groaned helplessly, twisting and being absorbed by the golden light, vanishing completely within the dungeon. Adair's proudest attack proved futile, and Axton stood defiantly, unharmed. How is this possible? Adair exclaimed in shock, and even Vicky stared in disbelief. Adair believed the demon sword's combined power was formidable, causing trouble even for equal-level righteous cultivators and inflicting severe injuries if mishandled. Combined with the demon's inherent superiority over sword cultivators, Axton's early golden core stage made him no match. Yet, he broke free unscathed. A sheer impossibility. Is that all you've got? Axton brushed off the dust from his clothes. He hadn't even countered Adair's attacks, merely summoning the Tao realm as a protective barrier, which dispersed the demon swords upon encountering its killing aura. Moreover, the metal sword spirit power acted as a natural counter to demonic chi. Adair's hope of overwhelming him with endless demon swords shattered. Gathering his composure, he hardened his resolve. I don't care what protective treasures you have, today you're destined to die here. He believed Axton must have carried some protective artifact. Although rare, artifacts relied on the user's spirit power to function, and Adair was confident that Axton couldn't sustain this protection indefinitely given their power disparity. What else do you have? Bring it on. Facing Adair's overwhelming pressure, Axton remained calm. Not even Uncor Tions could suppress him. Why would Adair dare threaten his life? He hadn't unleashed the Tao realm just yet to gauge how much of the Mount Shu Sword Sect skills Adair possessed, and to assess the extent of the sect's infiltration. Don't get too cocky, thinking I can't deal with you. Enraged by Axton's attitude, Adair hurled his demon sword into the ground, discarding any playful thoughts. For the first time, he took this junior seriously. Chapter 309, Clash of Blades. Shu Mountain Disciple? Humph. Adair's voice was dark, his entire person exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. I've killed countless cultivators from the 7 great immortal sects. You're actually quite refreshing to look at, young man. Just for your information, I left Shu Mountain long ago. Now I'm the headmaster of Green Cloud Sect. Don't compare me with them, Axton replied coldly. Ever since he uncovered the secrets of Shu Mountain, the last bit of attachment in his heart had vanished without a trace. Oh, so you're an outcast from Shu Mountain. Then let this hall master clear your name on behalf of Old Man Yael. Axton's gaze changed. Adair referred to Emmanuel in such a way, clearly indicating that they were acquainted. This further confirmed the peculiar nature of Emmanuel's identity. Adair obviously had lost his patience. This time he used the Draper sect's ultimate skill. Calling it an ultimate skill might as well be called demonic art. Every move carrying an intimidating aura of death. Receive death. The ground beneath Adair cracked open as his legs sank deep into the earth. The rich soil essence surged into Adair's mighty body, his bear-like frame gradually reaching its peak. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, the dense earth yellow and demonic aura around him materializing into armor. Draper armor. This phenomenon only occurs when a physical cultivation technique is pushed to a certain level. With armor donned, Adair's defense reached its peak. Buzz. Accompanied by the intense humming of a great saber in his hand, the blade appeared coated in earth yellow light, seamlessly integrating with the armor. Swords may be unmatched in sharpness, but sabers, lords of all weapons, possess an overpowering and overwhelming force, commanding enough power to darken the sky and land. A saber is truly a supreme ruler. Adair thrust his feet against the ground, his body rising like a towering bear, shaking the heavens. Lifting the saber with both hands, he unleashed a pure, raw force strike aimed directly at Axton's overwhelming sword aura. Note: Jingren Jianqi is translated as overwhelming sword aura to better convey the meaning in English and maintain fluency. The killing aura from the saber erupted, instantly stirring Axton's fighting spirit. He summoned his green sword without hesitation to meet the attack. This aura? Axton's expression turned grim, and then, as if drawing two divine swords, his brows shot up sharply. So that's it. You are also someone whose soul has been infiltrated by demons. Finally, the question weighing heavily on his mind was resolved. No wonder he felt something strange about Adair's aura earlier. It was likely that the entire upper echelon of the Draper sect had already been invaded by demonic thoughts, allowing them to blend orthodox and demonic techniques together so seamlessly. The momentum of the green sword advanced unimpeded, a deadly aura silently covering Axton's eyes. Pouring immense strength into the green sword, he executed the secret techniques of hidden sword art, pushing his sword intent to the limit with a ceaseless wave of energy. Without hesitation, he met the surging demonic aura head-on. The internal energy inside Axton boiled like a kettle of boiling water, flowing madly into the sword. Stimulated by this, the killing aura from the green sword intensified, shifting from a golden hue to a deep red. An endless sea of blood swirled around Axton, the solidified aura faintly reflecting scenes of gruesome slaughter across mountains and rivers. This sudden change was so astonishing that even Vicky, who had been hiding nearby, felt her hair stand on end. Sensing extreme danger, she quickly retreated, her eyes filled with terror. What terrifying sword aura? Does he still have more cards up his sleeve? Vicky's gaze towards Axton was complex. She did not wish for him to die, yet their stances differed, and she believed Axton would not be Adair's match. Now, Axton's sudden burst of power shocked her immensely. How many more cards did this young man have? The aura of the green sword continued to rise, its killing aura rolling over Adair's demon-infused saber like surging waves. The scene was chilling, as though countless seas of blood and corpses were being shattered by the green sword. Its brilliance was dazzling, its aura like blood-stained steel. In the next moment, space exploded violently, golden light surging up as if opening an ancient sealed door between the living world and hell. The second stroke of the dominant sword technique, meteoric strike. The green sword rapidly spun in the air, vanishing from Adair's sight before reappearing as numerous streaks of radiant light converging from all directions, blocking any escape route. In midair, space emitted a sizzling sound. The green sword's light and aura never more intense, half the sky turning red as Adair's muscular body stood below like a lamb awaiting slaughter under the scythe of death. Reaching the peak of potential, Axton no longer controlled the technique, but rather the killing aura itself dictated his movements. The green sword slashed down with heaven-splitting force. Sabers clashed with the sword in midair. The saber, as the lord, and the sword, embodying kingly elegance, collided, emitting a terrifying roar that seemed to pierce through one's ears and resonate deep within the soul, cutting through even those who blocked their senses, causing eardrums to throb painfully. Adair's face turned deathly pale as he staggered backward from the aftermath of the clash, retreating dozens of meters before finally separating from the impact. Vicky looked up, her expression filled with awe at the bare and violent collision in the sky. So powerful. She swallowed hard. The energy released in their clash had almost reached the limits of Golden Core stage battles. Especially Axton, despite being only at the initial Golden Core stage, could contend with Adair without losing ground, a miracle indeed. Cultivation realms were strict, each small difference potentially deciding life and death. Transcending stages wasn't unheard of, but usually found in tales. Any individual who achieved such feats was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Axton was relatively unknown until now, even Green Cloud Range barely aware of his role as sect leader. Clearly, Adair was equally astonished. After several clashes with Axton, there was no trace of contempt left on his face. The demonic saber in his hand trembled slightly. Similarly, Axton shifted to using both hands to wield the sword. As the sword sheath flared into a sphere of light, he charged forward with reckless abandon, his body and the sword plunging down like a giant bird spreading its wings. Crack. The saber's aura faltered first, disintegrating under the pressure of the green sword. However, this aggressive charge inflicted shallow cuts on Axton. Clang. Suddenly, the green sword made contact with the demonic saber. At the point of collision, sparks flew and screeching noises followed as Axton pushed forward relentlessly, while Adair's robust figure was forced back step by step. Crack. A fine line of fracture appeared on the saber blade. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated in everyone's hearts, making Adair's pupils constrict sharply. The demonic aura fractured, a sign of total defeat. Burst. Axton's gaze remained cold. All the pent-up force in the green sword exploded outward from the crack. The fractures on the saber blade rapidly expanded until they spread across the entire blade. After a few seconds of struggle, the saber finally shattered completely. Since the beginning of the battle, Adair emitted a scream for the first time, a sharp cry indicating a soul wound. His body was forced to crash onto the ground, creating a large crater. Though the green sword dimmed slightly, it remained razor-sharp, striking Adair's armored chest with a ding. Axton was delivering a lethal blow. Chapter 310, 1 against 4. At the critical moment, 3 attacks suddenly intercepted Axton's sword, barely forcing back his lethal strike. The 3 figures who revealed themselves had cold, malevolent eyes as they looked at Adair with a mocking expression. Head Jensen, we heard that someone junior has infiltrated your law enforcement hall. We've come specially to take a look. Yes, it's quite surprising that someone of Head Jensen's caliber can't even handle a brat. Ha ha ha, I think you're getting old. How much longer will you be able to remain as the law enforcement hall's head elder? These 3 were experts from the xuanhuan sect, each possessing the power of late golden core cultivators. Any one of them could dominate the entire Green Cloud Mountain range. Who would have thought that the seemingly insignificant xuanhuan sect within the Green Cloud Mountain range would possess such formidable strength? A single nascent soul powerhouse and 4 late golden core cultivators, this level of foundation nearly rivaled that of a first-rate sect. Adair usually held a higher status in the xuanhuan sect compared to these 3, and their dissatisfaction had long festered, leading them to mock him openly now. Enough talk. If we delay our plan any further, we'll all die. Adair's expression was grim. He indeed underestimated Axton's strength. However, being repelled by someone at the early golden core stage was difficult to admit. This young man's true capabilities were like an enigma, resisting his overwhelming aura with just an early golden core realm. Axton's sword techniques were exquisite, mesmerizing anyone who witnessed them. It seemed Adair only knew the surface of the Mount Amay sword technique, which Axton wielded with immense power. Ha ha ha, this old man will assist you. The 3, upon hearing Adair's voice, smiled contentedly, then focused on Axton. Despite their personal conflicts, they understood they must prioritize slaying the external enemy during this critical period. Stop wasting time. Let's combine our efforts and quickly eliminate him. Their eyes flashed with intense ferocity. Initially, they were elders at the early golden core stage, but after being possessed by demonic thoughts, their cultivation soared, removing any restraint in their actions. While Adair retained some sanity, these 3 had become thorough madmen. Their magical treasures emitted dazzling lights as they descended in unison. These 3, all at the late golden core stage, each outclassed Yen Atlas by a considerable margin. United, their attacks surpassed even Adair's Cecilia Blade in power. Roaring demonic winds surged through the dungeon, producing a chilling howl. Their treasures included a spinning wheel, a square seal, and a 12-foot-long spear. Powered by spiritual energy, they seemed to drain all the ambient spiritual energy in the dungeon, creating an imposing spectacle not to be underestimated. The roaring wind had already alerted Axton. Countless murderous energies reversed direction as he pulled back the green sword and swung it behind him, effortlessly shifting from defense to offense. A boundless golden radiance surged forth, carrying with it a wave of destructive force, engulfing the 3 magical treasures like a golden sea. Thud, thud, thud. The golden light rippled like waves as the 3 treasures struck the green sword's blade, causing Axton to struggle under the force. A mouthful of blood dripped from the corner of his lips. Wiping away the blood, he lifted his head, covered in blood, with wild black hair dancing around him like a madman. His appearance was frightening, more so when he twisted his lips into an eerie smile amid the chaos. He laughed softly. I've been waiting for you. Axton's voice was hoarse, with rolling murderous intent in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of danger sent chills down the spines of the 3. What did he mean? Waiting for us? Could he be planning a feint? This thought immediately crossed their minds, but was dismissed just as quickly. They had clearly observed the fierce battle between Axton and Adair, both exerting their full might. Axton appeared dominant, but likely consumed most of his spiritual energy in the process. In this situation, attempting a feint would be tantamount to courting death. But those eyes. The trio hesitated, slightly retracting their energy to guard themselves. Clang. The green sword flew from Axton's hand, entering the realm of destruction. Instantly, boundless murderous intent surged like relentless waves crashing against the shore. Beyond that, under the successive surges of power, Axton's Dao realm steadfastly blocked their 3 attacks, gradually revealing its terrifying might. During his confrontation with Adair, Axton had sensed 3 powerful auras approaching rapidly. Thus, he refrained from unveiling the realm of destruction prematurely, choosing instead to endure until they arrived. He harbored a crazy idea, to capture both the reinforcements and Adair in one fell swoop. Of course, this plan came with risks. Though the green sword had high spirit, it moaned under repeated impacts and might not hold up much longer. Old friend, thank you for your effort. Axton recalled the green sword, knowing it had fulfilled its duty. Now, it was time to witness the terrifying nature of the Dao realm. What? The 3 attacks vanished simultaneously, eerily disappearing as if Axton existed in a different dimension, unreachable. Confusion spread across their faces before their murderous intent flared again. You do have some skills to withstand our combined assault. Don't act so mysterious. Let's see how long you can last. You should also stop dilly-dallying and help finish this boy off. We don't have time to waste. Adair's face darkened upon hearing the trio's shouts. Watching Axton's composed demeanor, he felt a strange familiarity with this presence. Just then, footsteps approached from behind Axton, followed by figures appearing. It was Apollon and others, having freed the captives from the dungeon. After neutralizing the xuanhuan sect guards watching over the dungeon, they hurried back just in time to witness this scene. Axton stood alone in midair with a single sword, facing 4 xuanhuan sect experts. Apollon's shock was evident. He couldn't overlook the power of the 4 men, clearly late golden core experts. Individually, any one of them would be formidable in the Green Cloud Mountain range, yet here were 4 appearing together. Was Axton really facing 4 late golden core experts alone? Hashtag chapter 311, postnatal spirit treasures. Master Unker, are you alright? Apollon whispered discreetly. In his heart, he knew that no matter how exceptional Axton's talent was, it was impossible for him to withstand the simultaneous attack of 4 golden core cultivators, especially when they were far more experienced than him. The old man will lend you a hand. Apollon gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Axton had saved so many of them. He couldn't just stand by and watch him be besieged. Although his strength had only recently been unsealed, leaving him severely weakened, there was nothing left but to give it everything he had. This is the sect master of Qingyun sect, such a young successor. It's our fault for being useless. Now we're hiding behind a younger generation. Even if I have to risk my life, I must show some courage. He's around our age, yet possesses such power. Different thoughts ran through the minds of the newly freed cultivators. At this moment, everyone united as one for the first time, determined to face the external threat together. Just leave it to me. Axton spoke calmly. Seeing Apollon about to speak further, he simply shook his head lightly. These people had barely recovered their cultivation. Even at their peak, they weren't Axton's match. Their most important task was to preserve their lives so they could play a crucial role in the upcoming battles against the demon race. It was vital to unite all of Qingyun Mountain. Hearing Axton's words, the crowd reluctantly halted, but many senior cultivators resolved silently to protect him with their lives should he be in danger. They were too old to improve much, and Qingyun Mountain urgently needed someone to lead the resistance against the demons. Axton was the best candidate. Ha ha ha, you? All together then. The elders behind Adair laughed arrogantly. They were just a bunch of defeated remnants who still talked tough on the brink of death, clearly not knowing their place. Axton felt a slight warmth in his heart. As long as everyone stayed united, there was still hope. The cultivators he had freed didn't flee at the first chance, but instead stood firm, demonstrating that Qingyun Mountain hadn't been completely corrupted. You, come at me together. Axton injected more metal chi into the green sword. Energized, the sword gleamed and vibrated, as if sensing its master's agitation. The sword pointed at the 4 men from Nox's sect, as if declaring their doom. Blinded by arrogance, Adair, did this presumptuous kid really tie your hands? The 3 men mocked Adair amid their anger, revealing their poor relations. The law enforcement hall held significant power within Nox's sect, and they hadn't fared well under Adair's authority. Seeing him flounder filled them with satisfaction. If it weren't for the sect's greater plans, they wouldn't lift a finger to help even if Adair died. Buzz. No need for further words. One elder couldn't hold back any longer. A yellow-haired elder released a series of soul-penetrating chimes, sending out eerie sounds that rippled through the air, visibly shaking even the dungeon walls. Apollon and the other cultivators' faces changed drastically. They recognized the demonic sound technique, which had incapacitated the defenders of Ankurbo sect and even obscured their own senses during the initial attack. Before anyone could react, a giant black scissor appeared in the air, rushing towards Axton with devastating force. A black dragon wrapped around the scissors, exhaling billowing energy like a real flying beast, blocking off every corner, sealing off all escape routes for Axton. The last elder summoned a black orb that grew into a human shape, revealing countless hands wildly thrashing inside, trying to break free. This bizarre black mass lunged straight at Axton, twisting arms tearing through it, clawing at him, threatening to drag him down. Facing these 3 attacks, Apollon doubted he could fend them off even at his peak. How much more difficult would it be with 3 attackers working together and Adair waiting in the shadows? Apollon sighed inwardly. Was this the end? Though Axton might be killed by the combined forces of 4, Apollon was grateful. He had given them a chance to fight back, to die without regret. Ha ha ha, Headmaster Raphael, does this brat even qualify as our opponent? A few days haven't changed your misery, huh? As the 3 elders thought victory was certain and prepared to mock Adair, they noticed his eyes fixed ahead, stunned. What? Shocked, speechless? Realizing Adair's silence, the 3 followed his gaze, equally astonished. They saw the 3 powerful attacks heading towards Axton suddenly vanish right before him, as if they never existed. The 3 elders rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Axton was unscathed, while their attacks faded away, causing no harm at all. How could this be? All 3 exclaimed. They had used their signature techniques, confident enough to defeat any equal. Yet this young man remained unharmed. Behind them, Apollon and the others had turned away after the attacks, unwilling to see Axton fall, preparing to meet their fate with dignity. Chance look. An unexpected cry from a young woman interrupted their grim acceptance. More people stared in disbelief at Axton. Despite the elders' attacks seemingly vanishing, they clearly saw the attacks approaching fiercely from behind Axton. Then Axton extended a single hand, clenched his fist tightly. The attacks halted an inch from him, stopped by an invisible barrier. The immense energy gradually dissipated. Axton's expression was grave. Without comprehending the Emil realm, he would have failed to withstand the trio's attack. But the Emil realm offered protection, intercepting any attacks laced with murderous intent. This realm's uniqueness was Axton's ace card. Cultivators could disguise themselves, but not the murderous intent they harbored. Axton's Tao realm was the pinnacle of all slaughter energy. The disappearance of their attacks from the Elder's sight was a deliberate feint, creating an illusion to deceive Adair and the others. He actually blocked it. Apollon gasped in astonishment. He had seen the attacks, a combined strike from 3 golden core cultivators. Such a blow could destroy a sect, yet Axton neutralized it effortlessly. Indeed, heroes do emerge from youth. We're too old, he sighed, feeling a glimmer of renewed hope. Perhaps under Axton's leadership, they might truly escape this dire situation. Of course, standing amidst the onslaught, Axton wasn't as calm as he appeared. His actions were calculated to create an illusion. The attacks, though formidable, had been absorbed into his Tao realm, slowly dissipating using the river and land chart. Still, the strain was immense. Another such attempt might seriously wound him. However, all of this was worth it, because he had already seen doubt in the eyes of the 3 elders. Chapter 312. Watch me break through the enemy. Seeing their combined assault easily neutralized by Axton, even the most arrogant person would harbor a trace of doubt. Adair, what's this boy's background? How eerie is this? The accusatory questions reached Adair's ears, and he responded with a cold snort, his tone unfriendly. I told you this kid is associated with ghosts and demons, yet you refuse to believe it. Our sect master only knows that he comes from Shushan. As for these bizarre martial arts, I can't tell where they come from. What? Xiuxian? Nonsense. Shushan Sword School doesn't have such martial arts. You must be deceiving me. The yellow-haired elder was visibly upset, almost grabbing Adair to question him further. They all knew the lineage of Shushan Sword School's martial arts which emphasize swords above all else, leaving no room for such bizarre techniques. Do as you will, but is this really the time for discussion? Adair's face darkened. Even he didn't anticipate that Axton could withstand 3 attacks alone and still look completely unperturbed, as if handling them with ease. Adair, how do you see this? The yellow-haired elder seemed to recognize a tough opponent, asking Adair via telepathy. He suspected that Axton might be a high-level expert hiding in plain sight, not just any disciple of Shushan Sword School. They were too familiar with their capabilities. I don't think I've misjudged. This kid clearly bears traces of Shushan swordsmanship. Adair shook his head, his eyes suddenly sharp. There's only one possibility. This kid possesses a significant treasure. Yes, that explains it. He effortlessly defended against your attacks. The only reason could be that he carries an innate defensive spirit treasure, thus being so bold. Adair murmured to himself, becoming more convinced as he looked at Axton's calm gaze. Now I understand why he dared defy us. The yellow-haired elder suddenly realized, greed flashing in his eyes. A treasure capable of resisting simultaneous strikes from 3 golden core cultivators transcends the realm of ordinary spirit treasures. Only an innate spirit treasure could achieve this. How could this young man possess such a treasure when even he did not? Listen up, the best way to deal with his innate spirit treasure is through close combat. Adair's eyes revealed understanding, believing he had grasped Axton's secret. If Axton could handle long-range attacks so easily, the spirit treasure's defense against close combat must be weak. Otherwise, it would qualify as an innate spirit treasure, not an acquired one. Exactly. I don't believe he has an innate spirit treasure protecting him. The 3 elders exchanged glances, revealing greedy and vicious intent. Innate spirit treasures were rare enough, and none believed Axton could wield one. Attack. At Adair's command, he led the charge, followed closely by the 3 elders who surrounded Axton from all directions. In their eyes, the desire for the spirit treasure overshadowed murderous intent. The leader of Qingyuan sect hardly deserved such a treasure, but if they possessed it, they'd rival even nascent soul cultivators. They nodded in agreement, determined to strike simultaneously from close range. No matter how powerful a spirit treasure, it had its limits and couldn't defend all directions simultaneously, especially against a mere early-stage golden core cultivator. Excellent timing. Axton welcomed their approach. This was precisely the effect he aimed for. Dealing with separate attacks would have been taxing, so he deliberately showed weakness in close combat to lure them closer. Only by luring them into his Emil realm would Axton feel confident enough to defeat them. Even a formidable golden core cultivator couldn't resist an attack from the Dao realm, a different dimension altogether. This was Axton's greatest confidence. Though he wasn't afraid of late-stage golden core cultivators, facing 4 simultaneously required a desperate gamble on his incomplete Emil realm. Apollon Sr., let's assist Gemafunkor. Seeing this, Axton's fellow cultivators cursed inwardly, calling out the other side's shamelessness. A senior attacking a junior was one thing, but now 4 ganged up on one. They couldn't sit idly by. We must act. Apollon, witnessing the dire situation, ignored his partially recovered strength and stepped forward to help. At his telepathic call, dozens of elders from various sects felt indignant, preparing to stand behind Axton. This young man had come to save them. They were ready to die defending him. However, just as Apollon moved closer, an invisible barrier stopped everyone. Then, a resolute voice echoed in their minds. Please remain calm, my fellow Taoists. Watch me break through the enemy. Chapter 313, The Mountain and River Giant. Leader Unkor, are you sure about this? Apollon, who had been stopped, asked worriedly as he looked at the back of Axton. No one would believe that a cultivator at the early golden core stage could face 4 demon cultivators who were all at higher realms. We have no choice but to take a risk. You must recover quickly. We cannot afford further losses. Axton spoke solemnly. The cultivators behind him represented the hope of the righteous factions in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. They were all elites from various sects, and as long as they survived, everything could be rebuilt. What ignorance breeds courage? The yellow-haired elders sneered upon seeing Axton's actions. Although they usually disagreed with Adair, they knew each other well. The combined power of the 4 of them was such that even late-stage golden core cultivators couldn't escape, let alone a leader of a minor sect. Attack! Close in and shatter this boy's body. The yellow-haired elder roared, and then 2 iron fists descended from the sky. The others followed suit, unleashing their most powerful techniques. The Nox sect cultivators focused heavily on body refinement, excelling in close combat even among those at the same realm. Now, with 4 people attacking together, they exerted overwhelming pressure towards the center where Axton stood. Apollon and his companions were forced to squint against the immense pressure, knowing that they wouldn't survive a combined assault by the 4. What gave Axton the confidence to face them alone? They finally come. Facing the incoming lethal attacks, Axton heightened his concentration to its peak. His Emil realm was virtually invincible among golden core cultivators, but it wasn't complete. Its biggest flaw was the limited range, making it ineffective against long-range fighters. Fortunately, the 4 attackers had fallen into Axton's trap, believing that a close-quarters attack would ensure an easy victory. Emil realm appear. The moment they closed in, Axton fully unleashed the Emil realm. A chilling force enveloped the 4, slowing down their attacks. What is this? Why can't I move my body? In terror, the 4 discovered that their demonic energy was unresponsive, and even their bodies wouldn't obey them. Their murderous intent vanished, replaced by fear of the unknown. What kind of monster is this boy? No, this seems like... Adair's eyes narrowed as if realizing something. He had once witnessed an inner palace elder's power, and the aura around Axton was eerily similar. A Rico realm? He shouted in disbelief. If the hallmark of Golden Core cultivators was manipulating objects at will, then the hallmark of Inner Palace cultivators was comprehending the Dao realm. A vast chasm separated the two. An Inner Palace cultivator could defeat even late-stage Golden Core opponents because of the Dao realm. How could a young man at the early Golden Core stage possess such power? Dao realm? Adair, are you joking? Yes, how could this boy possibly have a Dao realm? The yellow-haired elder roared, but inside he was deeply unsettled. As a seasoned cultivator, he knew the presence around Axton resembled a Dao realm. Enough talking? Feeling the four firmly locked within the Emil realm, Axton exhaled, now seizing the initiative. Suddenly, the environment changed. The dark dungeon disappeared, replaced by a world with mountains and rivers. They remained vigilant, not admiring the scenery. The most beautiful things were often the most dangerous, especially under these bizarre circumstances. Sure enough, the tranquility lasted only a moment before the world trembled, and even their Dao hearts wavered. It's a Dao realm, no doubt. This boy has comprehended the Dao realm. Adair shouted, feeling certain. They were now trapped within a Dao realm, with no time left to ponder how Axton obtained it. With their Golden Core strength restrained by the Dao realm, their chances of survival were slim. Adair, what is happening? You didn't tell us this boy had a Dao realm. The yellow-haired elder panicked, his arrogant demeanor completely gone. Yes, your offense against a high-ranking cultivator dragged us into this mess. The other two elders directed their anger at Adair, surrounded by crushing pressure and endless slaughter energy, unable to use their cultivation. I didn't know either. Adair's face was grim, sensing his demonic energy dissipating as golden light enveloped him, causing him unbearable pain. Now isn't the time for infighting. Let's try to break out together. He decided resolutely, hoping a joint effort might break free, but Axton had anticipated this and was ready. Kill! A roar echoed from the sky. Rivers surged into towering waves, turning golden under the light, rushing toward two elders. The metallic energy-infused slaughter chi was lethal to demon cultivators. The two elders, already unable to harness their energy, were engulfed by the golden river without resistance. How is this possible? The yellow-haired elder screamed, watching helplessly as his companions died, their auras vanishing. Terrified, he dodged the incoming waves, ignoring Adair's orders, desperately seeking a way out. Oh no! Adair's heart sank as two of the four were instantly killed. The yellow-haired elder was clearly preoccupied, leaving no room for cooperation. Each had to rely on their own skills to survive. I'm wrong, spare me. I'll reveal the secrets of the Nox sect. Dodging frantically, the yellow-haired elder realized that in Axton's Dao realm, the landscape was manipulated like limbs, the slaughter chi thundering through the air, purifying all demonic energy. Secrets? I'm not interested. Axton's voice rang out. He cared little for the Nox sect's secrets. They had killed too many innocent cultivators and civilians. Stopping their plots was sufficient. Wait, save me, please. You'll die horribly. When my Dante returns, I'll tear you apart. The yellow-haired elder was engulfed by the wave, black smoke emanating from his body as if consumed by the metal energy. Under the relentless slaughter chi, he could only weakly roar before disappearing in the surging waters. The mountain and river scroll had absorbed 3 demon cultivators, glowing brightly, turning its attention to Adair. Now, it's your turn. A voice reverberated in Adair's mind, his pale face barely standing amidst the roaring thunder and waves. Chapter 314. Surrendering in desperation. Boy, this time I admit defeat. Adair felt the increasing oppression surrounding him. The malevolent energy in his body shrank back, completely suppressed by the overwhelming killing aura. This was the power of the Dao realm, a form of dimensional attack against a Golden Core cultivator, using the cosmic laws to suppress him. No one could resist it head-on. But don't be too smug. My demonic race will return. It's only a matter of time. Xiuxian Mountain Range is just our smallest stronghold. Even if you kill me and destroy the Fangtooth sect, sooner or later a Cecilia general will notice and obliterate all of you. He roared furiously, then prepared to forcibly mobilize his demonic energy for self-destruction. Adair knew that if he continued like this, he would soon be unable to retaliate, dying silently like the other 3 elders. He had no choice but to fight to the death. But would Axton give him the chance? With a thought, the killing aura inside the Dao realm surged into Adair's crown. His stirring malevolent energy subsided upon contact with the killing aura, as if under the watchful eye of a natural-born king, powerless to act. Wishing to self-destruct? Did you ask me first? In the sky, a giant hand appeared, formed from golden clouds. A bolt of golden lightning split the heavens next, grasped by the hand, radiating immense power. Adair watched in despair as the enormous palm, holding the golden lightning, aimed ruthlessly at him like an invincible sword striking down. His body wouldn't respond, wavering uncontrollably under the pressure, unable to move. Ah! I won't accept this. Why should you possess the Dao realm? Who are you? Adair screamed in despair, only to be enveloped by a burst of golden light. Alas, his question received no answer, for Axton paid him no heed. Speed was crucial now because maintaining the entire Dao realm consumed tremendous energy, and he couldn't last much longer. In an instant, the golden lightning exploded with thunderous force, utterly dissipating Adair's aura within the killing realm. The surge quieted, the lightning vanished, and the skies began to clear, everything returning to tranquil stillness. However, the 4 individuals drawn into the Dao realm had lost all signs of life. The miniature landscape contentedly settled back into the ground, reverting to its illusionary form of mountains and rivers, guarding this Dao realm as if nothing cataclysmic had occurred. Outside, Apollon and the others stared dumbfounded at Axton's back. Everything happened so suddenly. The 4 Fangtooth sect experts vanished around Axton like a dream, yet Apollon distinctly felt their presence. Less than an incense stick later, the 4 presences vanished without a trace, leaving only Axton's growing aura before it halted and dissipated. Lord Uncor, what about them? Apollon cautiously asked, harboring some suspicions but shaking his head, deeming them far-fetched. No matter how monstrous Axton was, he couldn't defy traditional understanding of cultivation. It must have been some top-tier spirit treasure on him that made him so fearless. Axton moved slightly, slowly opening his eyes. He turned to see countless worried gazes. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him and now hoped for a breakthrough. Upon hearing Apollon's question, Axton exhaled deeply. Maintaining the Dao realm in full strength was exhausting, but thankfully the four hadn't cooperated, allowing him to defeat them one by one. They are already dead, Axton said calmly, causing immediate uproar among the listeners. 4 late-stage Golden Core experts, just dead? This news was too explosive, too shocking for them to believe. They thought Axton was making it up. Any one of those late-stage Golden Core demon cultivators could have wiped out the survivors from various sections. What gave Axton the right to annihilate all of them? Sensing their skepticism, Axton didn't explain further. Fewer people knowing his secrets were better, and he owed them no explanations. The scene grew silent. As time passed, everyone confirmed the absence of the 4 elders' auras and began to hope. All eyes focused on Axton. This young man really killed 4 Golden Core experts single-handedly. This wasn't a dream. Especially Apollon, whose voice choked with emotion. He had prepared to sacrifice himself to buy time for his disciples. Never did he imagine Axton would bear the brunt of the battle, eliminating all enemies. This was the power of a nascent soul grandmaster unless... That absurd idea entered Apollon's mind. He had heard legends saying that forming an 8th-rank Heavenly Dao Golden Core could prematurely awaken divine powers. Could Axton be such a prodigy? Once this thought appeared, it deeply resonated within his mind. Apollon looked at Axton's calm face and felt more convinced. No wonder he ventured into the Fangtooth sect fearlessly. No wonder he faced 4 adversaries effortlessly. If Axton had indeed formed an 8th-rank Heavenly Dao Golden Core, everything made sense. Calling him a genius was an understatement. He was an unparalleled monster. The crowd was immersed in joy over being saved, speculating wildly about Axton's identity. Then Apollon walked up to Axton and dropped to his knees. Apollon of Wavestride Sect offers our entire sect's allegiance to Xuanhuan Sect, willing to endure fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 315. The Immortal Sect Strikes. Just as Axton finally defeated the 4 powerful foes in front of him, before he could catch his breath, a voice led by Apollon sounded from behind. Enkurgbo Sect's Apollon is willing to acknowledge Xuanhuan Sect as the leader, ready to follow you through fire and water without hesitation. My Thunderbolt Sect pledges allegiance to Xuanhuan Sect. Thank you, Sect Leader Uncor, for saving us. Baihu Valley is willing to. Voices filled with gratitude and trust echoed around. These survivors were leaders of major sects, now saved by Axton. They felt nothing but endless gratitude. Congratulations, host. Your sect's reputation has increased. The overall strength of your sect can be upgraded. The system notification rang in his mind, but Axton had no time to spare for it. He had other matters to attend to. Destroy the teleportation array in the dungeon as soon as possible, and leave immediately with the surviving cultivators before the Draper Sect's nascent soul cultivators return. Do any of you recall seeing an array-like restriction in the dungeon? Axton's face didn't show excitement from the praise. This wasn't over yet. Even though he had killed 4 core formation elders, if the teleportation array wasn't destroyed, there would be an endless stream of demonic cultivators invading, leading to unimaginable carnage. Teleportation array? Upon hearing Axton's inquiry, everyone pondered. Most of them had been unconscious when brought into the dungeon, unaware of their surroundings. Sect Leader Uncor, I might know something. A hesitant voice came from the crowd. A long-haired female cultivator spoke up, her body covered in multiple scars, clearly indicating she hadn't escaped much abuse from the Draper Sect disciples. Go on. Seeing Axton and others' attention on her, the woman appeared flustered. After calming herself, she continued. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but while being detained, I noticed they paid great attention to one area. Her speech was hesitant. Due to her beauty, she was taken out by Draper Sect jailers who tried to defile her. She resisted fiercely and suffered severe beatings. In a semi-conscious state, she overheard that heavily guarded troops were stationed in the northernmost part of the deepest dungeon, protecting something unknown even to these jailers. I see. Hearing the woman's explanation, Axton became certain. The place so valued by the Draper Sect was most likely the demon's teleportation array. Everyone, this isn't over. The Draper Sect is plotting a scheme, controlled by the demons to open a gateway to the demon realm in the Xuanhuan Mountains. We must stop this. Briefly explaining the current crisis, Axton emphasized the urgency to find and destroy the teleportation array. What? So wicked. They intend to destroy our Xuanhuan Mountains completely. Hurry, let's split up and find the array. Everyone felt a chill upon hearing Axton's words. Some wondered why the Draper Sect would act so maliciously, only to realize it was aiding demonic invasion. If successful, the entire Xuanhuan Mountains would face catastrophic devastation. Sect Leader Uncor, we'll thank you later. I will lead my disciples to investigate first. Apollon's face turned serious, slightly bowing to Axton before heading deeper into the dungeon. His cultivation was mostly restored, having dealt with the jailers earlier and having some knowledge of the dungeon's layout. You're right, Sect Leader Uncor, let's act immediately. All realized the severity of the situation, admiring Axton's actions which not only saved many cultivators, but also influenced the future of the Xuanhuan Mountains. Hundreds quickly dispersed within the dungeon. With Axton having neutralized Draper Sect's experts, they intended to help as much as possible. Soon, someone called out excitedly, having made a discovery. Sect Leader Uncor, I found a strange restriction here. It might be the teleportation array. Axton's eyes snapped open from his meditation. Restored after a short break, he remained vigilant, needing peak condition amidst danger. Show me. Guided by the cultivator, he reached the dungeon's lowest corner. The area was suffused with yin qi, and faintly sensed a restriction sealing off the surrounding space. Sect leader Uncor, you've arrived. Apollon acknowledged Axton's arrival, having also noticed this place's peculiarity. He waited for Axton since he lacked expertise in formations. As soon as he arrived, Axton felt cold winds. His eyes glowed golden, enhancing eagle eye to its maximum. He was astonished to discover a vast restriction. Invisible spatial chains connected all prison cells and extended to the surface, linking the entire Draper Sect's aura. Could it be? Axton conjectured the Draper Sect's madness. Under Eagle Eye's observation, the entire array linked all cultist auras, regardless of alignment. Once activated, imprisoned cultivators would be drained of essence to power the array. If insufficient, even Draper Sect disciples would be sacrificed. No wonder they attacked all sects mercilessly. The teleportation array was a blood sacrifice, utterly insane. Sect leader Uncor, how do we break this array? Apollon asked nervously, feeling the array's malevolent aura. All cultivators looked to Axton as their backbone. Let me try. Axton probed the array with his divine sense, growing heavier-hearted at the conclusion. This array was intricately built by the Draper Sect, beyond his current abilities to destroy. At best, he could temporarily seal it. Thankfully, he comprehended Tao realms, mastering some rule power, and metal essence power countered demonic forces. Everyone, step back. Axton spoke firmly, summoning the green sword. To seal the array, a young treasure was necessary. The green sword, long nurtured by metal essence, was the perfect choice. Rise. Without hesitation, the green sword soared aloft, infused with violent metal essence. The dungeon's demonic chi dissipated like melting snow, leaving everyone feeling warmth, their injuries seeming lighter. Chapter 316. Temporary Sealing. The gung metal spirit power within his body was pushed to its limits, intertwining with the laws of the realm of Emil. Axton infused a portion of the killing aura into the green sword, causing it to emit a brilliant golden light. In the next moment, it pierced through the array with an unparalleled momentum. Instantly, the demonic aura in the array let out a screeching sound, as if many ice cubes had been dropped into boiling water, even producing thin threads of white steam. Axton could feel that the green sword was directly suppressing the core of the transmission array, blocking its connection to the outside world. The demonic aura attempted to expel the green sword but was cut off by the killing aura and gung metal spirit power, firmly suppressing it. It worked. Axton's heart leaped with joy. He had tried this approach on a speculative basis. He already sensed the transmission array stirring, and failing to stop it now would endanger all cultivators within the Wolvenfang sect. Leader Uncor, what is this? Apollon watched in astonishment as the changes unfolded within the seal. He felt the demonic aura in the dungeon suddenly dissipate significantly, and since the green sword entered, he felt considerably more relaxed. I have temporarily sealed this transmission array. It shouldn't pose a threat for some time. Axton said this calmly, yet he knew well that this was just a temporary measure. To destroy the array completely, he needed to fully comprehend the Tao boundary, meaning advancing to the nascent soul realm. Feeling the tenuous connection between the green sword and his mind, Axton understood that his longtime companion had found its final mission. It would likely remain here, guarding the seal forevermore. A wave of divine consciousness rippled from within his chest. Many messages appeared within the voice-transmitting jade token. Axton took out the token, sending his divine sense into it. First came Benjamin's message. There were many things he wanted to convey, as Axton had been in hiding at the Wolvenfang sect and hadn't opened the messages until now. Daoist friend Uncor, I've received news that there might be a demonic plot brewing in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. The illusion-breaking Immortal Palace has dispatched nascent soul cultivators to investigate. You must be very careful these days. Are you alright, Daoist friend Uncor? Quickly lead your disciples to safety. A great calamity is approaching. Hold on, Daoist friend Uncor. Elders from the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace have arrived in the Azure Cloud Mountain range and are clashing with the leaders of the demonic cults. How is the situation on your end? These messages played one after another, clearly indicating that Benjamin was deeply concerned about Axton's safety once he learned of his location. Reading this, Axton couldn't help but sigh in relief. As expected, the cultivation world wasn't so sluggish. The anomalies in the Azure Cloud Mountain range had already been noticed by the 7 major immortal gates. He wondered why the nascent soul cultivator from the Wolvenfang sect hadn't detected such a significant change. Knowing that Axton couldn't confront a nascent soul cultivator or escape without changing the overall situation, it seemed the people from the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace had already engaged the demon head. With the strength of the 7 major immortal gates, they should be able to win. Leader Uncor, are we not retreating yet? Apollon asked solemnly. Though the array crisis was temporarily resolved, he knew more formidable opponents awaited outside. Without any nascent soul grandmasters present, no one would be able to escape when Wolvenfang sect experts returned. It's fine. The seniors from the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace have taken action. We shouldn't be worried about the nascent soul cultivator of the Wolvenfang sect. Axton breathed a long sigh of relief. The 7 major immortal gates weren't just for show. They had detected the abnormalities in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. Otherwise, if the nascent soul cultivator from the Wolvenfang sect returned, Axton wouldn't stand a chance. So that's how it is. Wonderful, wonderful indeed. Hearing this news, Apollon and the other cultivators were expressions of relief. With the 7 major immortal gates aiding them, they didn't need to worry about what came next. Leader Uncor, we owe you our lives this time. If you ever need help, I'll do anything for you. Indeed, if you have any matters in the future, don't hesitate to command us. I will brave fire and water. After narrowly escaping death from the Wolvenfang sect, everyone felt as if they had traveled from hell to paradise. Though their sects suffered catastrophic blows, as long as the core disciples remained, rebuilding was only a matter of time. Follow me. Unwilling to linger in the cold dungeon, Axton left, arriving above ground. Outside the law hall, numerous Wolvenfang sect disciples gathered but, due to their respect for the law hall, none dared approach. Brother, what's happening? Why does something feel off? I heard that Law Hall disciples suddenly rushed out, saying something happened inside, but we don't know exactly what. Where's Ronan? And the elders? Why aren't they coming out? The man looked around and noticed the usual elders had vanished. Although some senior elders had led a group of experts on errands, several experts were left behind. Now, they were nowhere to be seen. Who knows? It looks like big trouble. I won't be the first to act. The highest rank among these Xuanhuan sect disciples was Peak Foundation Establishment, ordinary members who hesitated outside the Law Hall, lacking the courage to investigate. Hey, look, someone's coming out. Who are they? Never seen them before. The Xuanhuan sect disciples eyed the group emerging from the Law Hall with hostility, clearly recognizing them as righteous cultivators previously captured. Stop right there. Who allowed you to leave? Are you courting death? Some arrogant disciple shouted angrily, pointing fingers at Axton's group. Apollon and others emerged from the dungeon, blinking as they adjusted to the sunlight. Recalling the innocent disciples who died, sorrow and anger flooded their hearts. Their eyes locked onto the Xuanhuan sect disciple who had spoken, as if glaring could kill him several times over. Axton sighed. His eagle eye revealed dark halos above these Xuanhuan sect disciples' heads, their faces riddled with murderous intent. Clearly, none of them had clean hands. Apollon and others harbored uncontrollable rage, ready to exact revenge on these demons in tribute to their fallen comrades. Chapter 317. Annihilation of the Nox sect. Clearly, the Nox sect disciple who was taunting them had yet to realize that the tide had turned. Many around him already sensed the change, and were trying to discreetly retreat. The law enforcement hall was heavily guarded, with several elders present inside. Now, Axton and the other detained cultivators were walking out boldly, signaling a significant shift in circumstances. What are you all waiting for? Quickly inform the elders and have these people locked up again. Before he could finish his sentence, a Nox sect disciple rushed over in a panic, his face ashen and his body trembling. Oh no, the life talismans? What are you talking about? Speak clearly. The outer group of Nox sect disciples quickly asked, recognizing this disciple as one of those who usually guarded the life room, where the sect could monitor their members' statuses through life talismans. The life talismans, they're shattered. The disciple's lips trembled before he finally shouted it out. Hemph, it's normal for the life talismans to be shattered. The trash in the dungeon must have been killed. We just need to wait for the elders to come. Shattered. All of them. The elders are gone. Even the supreme elders. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Nox sect disciples showed disbelief. This can't be. How could the supreme elders perish? An elixirate realm cultivator is unmatched in the Azure Cloud Mountains. I don't believe it. Before he could finish speaking, a jade belt swept over, engulfing the disciple's body. Instantly, his vitality was snuffed out, crushed into dust. Fellow Taoists, now is the time to avenge our fallen disciples. Today, we will obliterate the Nox sect. Apollon took the first move. He showed no mercy towards these devil cultivators, his long-suppressed rage blazing fiercely. With a wave of his hand, multiple Nox sect disciples lay dead. Kill. Apollon's roar stirred the spirits of the cultivators. Their loved ones and comrades had died before their eyes, and how could they not hate? Since ancient times, righteous and evil paths never coexisted. Only by eradicating this devil sect could they honor the souls of the unjustly slain cultivators. In an instant, outside the law enforcement hall turned into a battlefield. More precisely, a one-sided slaughter. Hearing about the shattered life talismans and seeing no elders coming to their rescue, the Nox sect disciples' hearts had already sunk. They had no heart to resist and scattered in all directions. Led by Apollon, the elites from various major sects, now blinded by bloodlust, did not give the Nox sect disciples any chance to escape. Each used their abilities to kill the enemies. Axton watched all this without intervening. The Nox sect's actions over the years had incurred divine wrath and human enmity. Only complete annihilation could save the Azure Cloud Mountains. In the crowd, he spotted Vicky's figure and decided to pass her a transformation mask as a stream of light. Leave here, and never return. Axton's words were clear. Once the Nox sect fell, the nearby Draper village would likely suffer repercussions. Though civilians wouldn't be directly targeted, their lives would become very difficult. Changing her identity and moving elsewhere offered the best hope. Vicky watched the scene unfold, her eyes filled with resolve and confusion as she clutched Axton's meaningful gaze. She never imagined that the man she brought as a scapegoat would become the catalyst for the Nox sect's downfall. Her feelings were complex. Axton, I'll remember you. She clenched her teeth, put on the transformation mask, and quietly left, eager to return to Draper village to take her family away to safety. Leader Uncor, thank you for your help. We are all grateful to you. Apollon approached Axton, who stood there motionless. Apollon's demeanor was much better, obviously relieved by the Nox sect's destruction. It has nothing to do with me. It was the elder from the Breaking Illusion Immortal Palace who acted. Otherwise, with our strength, we couldn't face elixirate realm cultivators. That's true, but if it weren't for Leader Uncor, we would have perished long ago. Yes. Among the Nox sect cultivators, some were dead and others had fled. The remaining ones were swiftly dealt with by the disciples from various sections. They returned to Axton's side, showing signs of considering him their new leader. Well, since everything here is settled, I must return to the Azure Cloud sect first. Evil cults have infiltrated the Azure Cloud Mountains, and we must unite to combat them. Axton paused briefly and addressed the leaders of the major sects. After you've secured your sects, come to my Azure Cloud sect to discuss a strategy against the demonic invasion. Agreed. I shall certainly come. Hearing Axton's words, everyone felt a renewed spirit. He had become the mainstay. His cultivation and courage earned everyone's respect. Farewell until next time. Exchanging sound transmission tokens with the senior members of each sect, Axton embarked on his journey home. This mission into the Nox sect had succeeded beyond expectations, rescuing the elites of various sects and destroying the conspiracy that threatened the Azure Cloud Mountains. However, the seal deep within the dungeon still weighed on Axton's mind. Although it was temporarily suppressed by Daobound force and metal essence energy, it remained a hidden danger. The situation in the Azure Cloud Mountains was worse than expected. Otherwise, the Nox sect wouldn't have been so rampant for so long. Strengthening and integrating his forces was necessary to face the challenges ahead. The 7 great immortal sects couldn't always respond in time, especially with rumors of internal issues within the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. The Azure Cloud Mountains were merely a small region, and when the full-scale demonic invasion began, no one would care about this place. Axton moved swiftly, having been away from the Azure Cloud sect for some time. He wondered how the junior disciples were faring in their cultivation. Just at the foot of the mountain, Axton sensed a heavy atmosphere within the sect. The 3 dragons playing with Pearl Array was fully activated, indicating someone was maintaining it. Without hesitation, Axton entered the formation and saw Harvey standing guard, looking tense. Chance Unkur. Big Brother Unkur? Master! Excited shouts rang out as Harvey, Annabelle, Tanner, and Shelley spotted Axton. Being among the most advanced cultivators in the Azure Cloud sect, they were on high alert. What happened? Is there an intruder? Axton asked, puzzled, as he didn't sense any hostile presence. Chance Unkur, you don't know what happened. After you left, many displaced cultivators came to the Azure Cloud sect, claiming they escaped from various major sections. They said the Nox sect was massacring everywhere, so we decided to stay in the array day and night until you returned. Harvey had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep, nearly rushing over upon seeing Axton return. So that's it. Axton realized that the Nox sect's actions had caused unrest in the Azure Cloud Mountains, explaining their anxiety. Rest assured, the powerful elder from the Breaking Illusion Immortal Palace intervened, and the Nox sect has been eradicated. Axton smiled, sharing the best news in recent days, meaning the Azure Cloud sect could enjoy a brief period of peace. Really? Truly? Tanner and Shelley exclaimed in surprise, for no one hated the Nox sect more than they did. The murder of their master was unforgivable, and the Nox sect was their greatest enemy. Yes. Axton gently patted their heads, feeling he had avenged the old sect master. He hoped the old master could rest in peace. Brother Unkur, how is my Inkurgbo sect? Are there any survivors? Annabelle spoke softly, her mind consumed with worry. She hadn't eaten or slept properly for days, finally finding the courage to ask upon Axton's return. She nervously watched Axton, mentally preparing herself for the worst, knowing whatever he might say wouldn't change her preparedness for despair. Chapter 318, Sect Advancement. Ashley's face was filled with urgency. 2 girls, Gildener and Milana, ran up behind her, their tear-streaked faces gazing expectantly at Axton. Don't worry, Senior Apollon is still alive, and many Inkurgbo sect disciples have survived. They should have returned to Inkurgbo Valley by now. Axton looked at the 3 girls' expressions and felt a pang of sympathy. He was glad to bring good news, or they might truly despair. It's Master. Master is still alive. Ashley's eyes instantly sparkled with joy and disbelief. Not only was Apollon alive, but many cultivators from the Inkurgbo sect had survived. This was undoubtedly the best news. Yes, I saw them with my own eyes. You can rest assured. Axton gently consoled her. Suddenly, Ashley collapsed into Axton's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Great, great. Thank you, Brother Unkur. Her tears were like pearls on a lily bloom. Axton paused slightly, only patting her back gently as a comfort. Over these days, Ashley had endured immense pressure, consoling her 2 junior sisters while worrying about Axton and her sect's safety, making her visibly thinner. Great, let's go back and see. Ashley stood up after saying this, suddenly feeling dizzy and almost falling over. Axton steadied her, frowning as he sensed her weakened state. You are still too weak. Let's wait a few days. Your master will come to Qingyun's sect to discuss matters with me then, and you can see him. Really? Thank you, Brother Unkur. Gratitude shone in Ashley's eyes, mingled with an undercurrent of affection. Axton's appearance seemed like her savior, completely changing everything. Well, don't just stand here foolishly. Let's return. Axton smiled lightly. The crisis was temporarily resolved, allowing him to relax after days of tension. It was time to organize his rewards. Congratulations, Host has completed the turnaround mission. Rescued survivors during the Nox sect attack, foiling the demon cult's plans. Reward, 2 6 ding and 6 jaw talismans, 1 random grade flying sword. Yes, Axton rejoiced inwardly. After navigating through countless dangers, the light finally appeared at the end of the tunnel. Of course, the mission reward was extremely generous. His purple and green twin swords were both lost, so he desperately needed a reliable weapon. Even more precious were the 2 6 ding and 6 jaw talismans, an essential resource for Qingyun's sect's development. 2 talismans appeared in his hand, causing him delight as he already knew where to use them. Palace Master is back. Uncle Du, Senior Sister Juniper. Upon reaching the sect square, disciples welcomed him, their faces radiating happiness, clearly having been waiting. These past days, they were very concerned, considering Axton not merely their palace master, but rather a family-like presence. So they waited anxiously by the gate. You've all worked hard. Go back and rest. Axton noticed their fatigue, moved by it. Only becoming stronger could protect this hard-earned peace. These disciples were the heart of Qingyun's sect, the foundation for its future glory. With a flick of his hand, a talisman flew out. He decided to use the first 6 ding and 6 jaw talisman to upgrade the mountain gate. The mountain gate was the sect's face, gathering luck and incense offerings. A declining sect would have a deteriorated mountain gate. The talisman sword, landing on the mountain gate. Sounds rang out, enveloping everything in white mist. Wyatt and Juniper watched eagerly. They knew something extraordinary was happening after witnessing Axton's godlike abilities. Ashley, however, was puzzled but waited, seeing others' anticipation. Soon, the noise ceased and the mist dissipated, revealing a sight that made Ashley's mouth drop open. This is... Before her, the Qingyun sect mountain gate transformed from grand to majestic. It now wrapped half the mountain, like a city wall guarding the sect. Xiuxian sect was inscribed in dragon-like script, seemingly composed of stone dragons, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Newcomers would surely be stunned. Axton admired the result, sensing increased sect luck. Plus, eradicating the Nox sect granted him many luck points, a perfect moment to review the details. Recollecting his thoughts, Axton eagerly checked the sect information. Sect name, Xiuxian sect. Sect level, 3rd rate. Virtue points, 1000. Disciples, 15. Spiritual chi density, abundant. Sect buildings, Mountain Gate, level 2. Scripture Hall, level 1. Martial Practice Hall, level 1. Alchemy Hall, level 1. Artifacts Hall, level 1. Mountain Protection Formation. 3 dragons playing with a pearl array, upgradable. Sect treasure, none. Guardian Divine Beast, none. Everything satisfied Axton. Not only did the number of disciples increase, but the sect level improved to 3rd rate due to his cultivation breakthrough. Especially gaining 1000 virtue points delighted him, aiding disciple cultivation greatly. He already decided on using the other 6 ding and 6 jia talisman, smiling mysteriously before heading deeper into the sect. Chapter 319. Enlightenment Pool. Seeing Axton leave, the others hastened to follow, especially the newly admitted disciples who had never witnessed such divine techniques. They looked at Axton with eyes full of admiration. In their view, the sect leader was an omnipotent being, not only rescuing Shahu village from danger, but also dealing with any strong enemies. This increased their loyalty to Xiuxian sect. Axton stopped, not planning to upgrade other buildings for now. The cultivation levels of the sect members were limited, and the current facilities were sufficient for them. Now, the most important thing was to quickly improve their cultivation, making each one capable of handling things independently. Reaching the back mountain, he found the air rich with spiritual energy. Streams cascaded down, forming small waterfalls that sparkled with light, creating a lively scene. This is it. Axton tossed out the other Liuding Jia talisman, which flew straight toward the waterfall. The flowing water seemed to part, revealing a void as if space was divided within. White mist filled the air once again, and the next moment, a pavilion emerged from the waterfall, shimmering with watery light, looking incredibly enchanting. The Enlightenment Pool. This was the building Axton decided to construct. Unlike the Martial Hall, the Enlightenment Pool focused on cultivating disciples' cultivation, enhancing personal talent, allowing everyone the chance to become a genius. With a thought, Axton channeled half of his merit points into the pool. The already spirit-dense water became even more vibrant, and the air near the shore felt refreshing. The glow in the Enlightenment Pool intensified with the injection of merit points. The allure of the water tempted Xiuxian sect members to try it out. Master, what is this? Tanner and Shelley approached Axton from either side. As early disciples of Xiuxian sect, they shared a close relationship with Axton, acting informally. This is called the Enlightenment Pool. It can help you improve your cultivation and understand profound skills faster. You'll need to try it to know its specific effects. Axton watched approvingly. Although the level 1 Enlightenment Pool was only effective for cultivators below the Golden Core stage, it still greatly benefited Xiuxian sect's disciples. Unfortunately, the pool could accommodate only 2 cultivators at a time, which was a minor drawback. Axton decided to implement a contribution system, issuing various tasks within the sect. Completing these would earn disciples contribution points, redeemable for time in the Enlightenment Pool. This ensured fairness and promoted the accumulation and development of resources, giving every disciple a chance to grow. Looking around, Axton finally settled his gaze on disciple Anthony, whose meticulous and organized nature suited him for handling such matters. Adiel. Here, master. Anthony hurried over, respectful yet awestruck by Axton's divine abilities. Though usually composed, he couldn't help feeling excited. I will establish a task square in the sect. I hope you will oversee it. Me? Master, I am inexperienced and fear I cannot handle such an important responsibility. It's fine. I trust you. Axton smiled gently. In truth, he felt some helplessness. There were too few talents in Xiuxian sect, and more needed to grow. Only through swift cultivation could they become independent. Anthony felt immense excitement and finally accepted, encouraged by Axton's confidence. As you command, I will not fail you. Good. The specifics are recorded in this jade slip. I will set up the task square soon. It will be hard work for you. Not at all. Anthony's heart swelled with emotion. From a mere mortal to a celestial disciple in just months, he now received recognition and a crucial role. In his mind, Axton towered high, and his loyalty to Xiuxian sect soared, akin to the devotion of dying for a true friend. Smiling slightly, Axton noted that both Liuding Jia talismans had been used. Xiuxian sect's overall strength had improved. Next, he needed to prepare for the discussion meeting with other sects in 2 days. But first, he must acquire a suitable weapon. Anthony eagerly probed the jade slip with his consciousness, finding detailed plans for the task square. Tasks included cleaning the entrance, gathering medicinal herbs, or battling beasts, increasing in difficulty and corresponding contribution points. Entry to the Enlightenment Pool required 500 points per day, but even low-level disciples could achieve this with sustained effort. Alright, you may leave now. If you wish to train in the Enlightenment Pool, see Adiel tomorrow to get a task. Axton watched his disciples with satisfaction, knowing that from tomorrow, Xiuxian sect would be bustling with activity as everyone strove for training opportunities. He, however, needed to claim his final reward, a flying sword. Moving swiftly, Axton returned to his cave residence and immediately communicated with the system. Draw the flying sword. Since losing the purple and green swords, Axton felt uncomfortable. As a sword cultivator, lacking a proper flying sword made him uneasy. Fortunately, the system provided this reward. As he focused his mind, a massive disc appeared in his mental sea. Axton scrutinized it, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The system promised a random grade draw, and he feared getting a low-quality artifact, embarrassing even to Harvey. Fortunately, all regions of the disc shone brightly, with the worst being mid-grade spirit treasures. There were dim gray areas, but they were negligible. His gaze locked onto the golden shimmering region. Though unable to discern the grade or name, the energy waves indicated exceptional quality. Obtaining such treasure would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. Start drawing. Unable to contain his anticipation, Axton's mind willed the disc to spin rapidly. Chapter 320. The Immortal Slaying Sword. As the disc continued to spin, the world before Axton became a dazzling array of colors. His heart raced in anticipation as he kept his gaze fixed on the spinning needle, not willing to look away for even a moment. Finally, the disc began to slow down, and the needle glided slowly across its surface. Axton's eyes grew intense with hope as he saw it nearing the golden sector. If it moved just a little further, he would win the grand prize. Alas, the needle came to a halt mere inches from the golden zone, dashing Axton's hopes. If only it had gone a bit further. Axton sighed deeply. Although the needle stopped within a blue region, likely corresponding to a high-quality magical treasure, it was merely an added bonus for him. Only treasures of the primordial grade or higher could significantly enhance his strength. While mid-grade magical swords like these were powerful, they offered little improvement given that he was nearly invincible at the golden core stage. Suddenly, there was a slight movement from the needle on the disc. Axton watched intently as the needle gradually moved towards the golden area. Is there a chance? Holding his breath, Axton saw the needle inch closer under what seemed like an invisible force, finally coming to rest at the edge of the golden sector. Congratulations, host. You have received the legacy of the golden flying sword, the immortal slaying sword. The voice in his ear was heavenly. Axton couldn't believe his eyes as a glowing orb appeared in his hand. Thoughts raced through his mind. Adeline, is it you? Axton already guessed that the only person who could help him this way was Phoebe. She must have manipulated the disc to ensure he received the best reward. Hee, you aren't completely dense, her familiar voice replied. Since Axton grew stronger, Phoebe interfered less often, enjoying their time together in peace. However, she was clearly still watching over him. So, I got you the best sword. How will you repay me? Phoebe's slender figure lounged under a large tree within the Dao realm. Ever since Axton comprehended the killing field, she grew fond of this place, often wandering around and even building a small house while cultivating a plot of land. I'll give you whatever you want. Axton felt joy bubbling up inside him. If Kobe was his external support, Phoebe was his trusted companion, always providing pleasant surprises. Well, bring me some seeds of medicinal herbs. I've taken an interest in spirit fields lately. Shaking her head thoughtfully, Phoebe couldn't think of much else. Being a strand of divine consciousness, she could only manifest her form in Axton's Dao realm, and she was content with this arrangement. That's easy. Consider it done. Axton immediately agreed. If not for the alluring glow emanating from the sword, he might have rushed into the Dao realm to kiss her cheek. Hey, no funny ideas. This is fair trade. Try touching me and see what happens. Phoebe's face flushed red, her tiny fists clenched in mock anger. She had sensed his thoughts. Embarrassed, Axton rubbed his nose, realizing how carried away he had become, forgetting that she could read his mind. All right, go refine your sword. But remember your promise. Seeing Axton's flustered state, Phoebe smiled, then vanished into her small wooden house, humming a tune that hinted at her good mood. Retracting his divine sense from the Dao realm, Axton refocused on the golden light in his hand. If he hadn't misheard, this sword was called the Immortal Slaying Sword, a name evoking supreme power. He couldn't wait to see its true form. The glowing orb slowly dissipated, revealing an ancient-looking sword. Its body exuded a primitive aura, with chilling threads of killing intent coalescing in the air, lowering the temperature in the entire cave. Intricate patterns adorned the blade, featuring 2 soaring dragons engraved on it. Each dragon held a ball in its mouth, appearing vividly lifelike. Without hesitation, Axton grasped the hilt. Immediately, a flood of information surged into his mind. Immortal Slaying Sword, divine weapon. According to ancient legends, during the early era when heaven and earth first opened, countless immortals and demons battled. Many immortals were corrupted by the demon race and fell. This sword was wielded by an ancient great being to slay those who betrayed their kind, hence named the Immortal Slaying Sword. After the Immortal Demon War, this treasure was sealed by a great being and became legendary. It has 3 layers of seals, which only righteous grandmasters can control. Please recognize the sword to release the first layer. The voice echoed in his mind. Axton's expression turned serious. No wonder the sword looked simple yet extraordinary. It was a divine weapon used by an ancient great being to slay traitors. Understanding that each tier difference in weapons brought a massive leap in power, starting from the lowest grade dermic instruments up to spirit treasures, there were 6 ranks. Dermic instruments, dermic treasures, spirit instruments, spirit treasures, primordial spirit instruments, and enlightened dermic treasures. Only transformational stage masters generally possess the highest tier enlightened dermic treasures, while a golden core cultivator like Axton owning a spirit treasure was impressive enough. To think that the immortal slaying sword before him was actually a divine weapon, far beyond his imagination. Based on historical accounts, all divine weapons originated from the ancient era and were unique, irreplaceable masterpieces created by ancient craftsmen. The ancient, weathered appearance of the immortal slaying sword bore witness to untold ages. Even with its power sealed since the ancient immortal demon wars, the faint killing intent it emitted spoke volumes of its history. Countless traitors had fallen to its edge. Axton's eyes sparkled with joy as he tightened his grip on the hilt. Chapter 321. The Battle Between Immortals and Cecilia's. A chill emanated from the xiuxian, slaying immortal sword, in Axton's palm, as if he could feel the endless killing intent contained within its blade. In his mind's eye, he saw scenes of ancient battles between immortals and demons, with countless giants resembling demon gods locked in fierce combat against the elegant and ethereal cultivators. Back then, at the dawn of creation, the battle between immortals and demons had not yet determined a victor. He observed a towering stone monument floating in the void, inscribed with only 4 large characters. 10,000 Spirits Continent. It turned out that this realm he inhabited, during the chaotic times of antiquity, was known as the 10,000 Spirits Continent. Back then, celestial and demonic energies intertwined so intensely that ordinary humans couldn't possibly survive. Ultimately, after a 3,000-year-long war, the conflict concluded with the triumph of the immortals. They expelled the demon race from the 10,000 Spirits Continent. However, due to the enormous toll of the conflict, many immortals fell into a deep slumber. To maintain the continent's vitality, they used their physical bodies to create humanity as a legacy. Numerous human seeds were spread across the continent. Those descended from the immortals who awakened innate cultivation talents could inherit the immortals' legacy, gaining greater power. Over time, the existence of the immortals gradually faded, and the entire 10,000 Spirits Continent came under human rule. The demon race, however, did not give up even after being driven off the continent. They continuously tried to infiltrate the seals left by the immortals. Many descendants of demons escaped through the cracks, harboring hatred towards the immortal legacies, indiscriminately killing both mortals and cultivators. This triggered the Second Great War between immortals and demons. The memories held by the xiuxian ended here, as if sealed by some force. Sweat poured down Axton's forehead. He seemed to have touched upon some terrible secret. He couldn't know what happened next because his golden core cultivation could no longer withstand further revelations of the sword's memory. To understand what truly transpired in ancient times, he would need to break the second seal and improve his cultivation. Looking at the ancient-looking xiuxian in his hand, Axton did not hesitate any longer. He bit his tongue and sprayed a drop of essence blood onto it. Instantly, the xiuxian emitted a blinding light that illuminated the entire cavern. Axton felt an overwhelmingly powerful force invade his body, surging into his dantian. Pain racked his limbs and bones. It was clear the awakened xiuxian was assessing whether he was worthy to wield it. He must not give up now. A divine weapon has a spirit. It can choose its host or reject them. If Axton failed to demonstrate sufficient strength or potential, the xiuxian might leave him, or worse, endanger his life. Under the influence of the metal body, his meridians were already strengthened several-fold. Brows furrowed. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain as the sword spirit rampaged through his body. Evidently, the xiuxian was dissatisfied. Its spirit grew more restless, clearly unhappy with a mere golden core cultivator. It began trembling violently, nearly slipping from Axton's grasp. Although sealed for eons, it had once been a formidable weapon in the hands of immortals. How could it submit to a mere golden core cultivator? Axton felt his dantian burning, as if the sword spirit was hot water coursing through his veins. Thankfully, the metal body calmed the spirit somewhat, but his own strength wasn't enough to subdue it unless the sword spirit acknowledged him. The pain intensified, and Axton feared his dantian would explode. This would not only prevent him from claiming the xiuxian, but also endanger his life. He couldn't wait any longer. Summoning the Emil realm, he condensed his Tao world to an extremely small area, pushing the aura of slaughter to its peak. His pores began to tremble, the first time he channeled slaughter energy into his body. The agony nearly made him cry out. Biting down on his lip, Axton endured. He aimed to use the slaughter energy to forcibly suppress the sword spirit. Even if he couldn't make it acknowledge him, he needed to expel it from his body before it caused catastrophic damage. However, when the slaughter energy contacted the sword spirit, it suddenly emitted a joyful cry, as if encountering an old friend. It calmed down instantly, approaching him with a sense of familiarity. Do you mean, your former master possessed the same Tao world, the Emil realm? Axton sensed the message passed by the xiuxian. Finally, he understood. His slaughter energy gave it a long-lost feeling of kinship, leading it to lower its guard and communicate with him. The chaotic spirit expressed little beyond this affinity. Most of its consciousness was sealed, allowing only the sense of closeness to come through, as if deeply reliant on Axton. Seeing the docile spirit within him, Axton sighed wryly. If only he had released the Tao world earlier to subdue it, he wouldn't have endured so much torment. Jammerp, chirp. The sword spirit conveyed another thought, urging Axton to accept it as its master. Its previously arrogant stance disappeared, displaying extraordinary affection due to recognizing Axton as someone familiar. Axton released another drop of essence blood, which smoothly entered the sword without resistance. The sword spirit quickly withdrew from his body and merged back into the blade, establishing an intangible connection between them. Success. Axton knew the xiuxian had accepted him as its master. A surge of immense power welled up within him. After fusing his essence blood with the sword spirit reciprocated by infusing him with spiritual energy. This energy, far more potent than even the finest spirit stones, resembled the primal chaos chi from ancient times, far stronger than the current world's spiritual chi. Entering his body, it continuously improved his meridians. Feeling the exquisite chaos chi, Axton almost lost consciousness, thoroughly immersed in the rich spiritual energy. The ancient chaos chi blended with his internal chi, creating marvelous transformations. When Axton regained awareness, 2 days had passed. Sitting up on the stone bed, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Delighted, he realized that the baptism of chaos chi had significantly refined his internal chi and greatly advanced his cultivation. His bottleneck in early golden core had been broken, reaching late golden core stage, just a step away from great perfection. Is this the spiritual chi of ancient cultivators? Axton marveled. Just a fraction of it brought him boundless benefits. Ultimately, he owed everything to the xiuxian and the fortune it bestowed upon him. This system reward was immensely fruitful. He gained a powerful divine weapon and underwent a transformation that greatly elevated his strength. The xiuxian now lay quietly on the stone table, emitting an unassuming glow. Anyone who saw it would think it a simple magic tool, oblivious to its status as a supreme immortal weapon. Chapter 322, Gathering of Sects. Axton held the Xiuxian sword in his hand and clearly felt a wave of joy emanating from it, feeling incredibly intimate. The next moment, the flying sword voluntarily entered Axton's Dao realm, seemingly very fond of this place. Just as Axton was about to continue communicating with the Xiuxian sword, he suddenly heard a shout outside his cave abode. He glanced at the sky and inwardly cursed. It was already dawn, and if he hadn't forgotten, today was the agreed-upon day to meet the patriarchs of the various sects from the Green Cloud Mountain range. Time had passed. They must be arriving soon. Chance Uncor. Chance Uncor. Lucian anxiously called out outside Axton's cave abode. Early in the morning, he had been woken up by patrolling disciple Anthony, who informed him that a large number of cultivators had arrived at the foot of the mountain and were gathering to head towards the Green Cloud Sect. They seemed to show great respect for the Green Cloud Sect, choosing not to fly directly up, but to walk step by step from the foot of the mountain. This gave Anthony enough time to send the message. Axton tidied up his clothes and walked out. Lucian rushed over immediately, speaking rapidly. Chance Uncor, you're finally awake. A group of cultivators is visiting from the foot of the mountain and should be near the gate by now. What should we do? Lucian's expression was anxious. Although he had become the second in command of the Green Cloud Sect, he still habitually relied on Axton. After all, these visitors could well be the heads of various sects mentioned by Axton, and he was not sure how to handle them. Don't worry. Ask the disciples within the sect to tidy up and wait at the main square. I'll go and greet them. Axton smiled at his fat junior brother. When he wasn't around, the latter seemed like a towering man, yet in his presence, he became indecisive. He got up and arrived at the entrance just as a long line of dark figures slowly moved up the winding mountain path. Leading them was Apollon, accompanied by numerous cultivators, some young, some old, all led by their respective sect leaders with their closest disciples, aiming to ingratiate themselves further with Axton. Conversations were occasionally heard among them. Master, why are we walking up the mountain? Isn't this too presumptuous of the Green Cloud Sect? You are a mid-stage Golden Core expert. Why should you endure this? Disciples sometimes questioned among the crowd. They did not know the reason behind the destruction of the Draper sect, only having survived the calamity. Now, seeing their masters lead them up the mountain step by step, dissatisfaction grew. That's right. The Green Cloud sect is merely a minor sect. Why should so many of our sects visit them? How ungrateful. These murmurs quickly subsided under their master's stern gaze. Many disciples who had experienced recent events harbored no resentment, and even looked forward to seeing what the legendary Green Cloud sect was really like. Behind Apollon walked a male disciple named Augustine. His impatience was evident. He was a distant relative of Annabelle. During the attack on the Ripple sect, he had been out practicing, thus surviving. Due to Annabelle, Apollon brought him along to bring her back. However, Augustine held reservations about the leader of the Green Cloud sect, Axton, doubting his abilities. How could someone younger than me be a sect leader? Clearly, the Green Cloud sect is in dire straits, he thought. As for Apollon's praise, Augustine attributed everything to the efforts of the illusionary Immortal Palace, dismissing Axton as simply reaping benefits. Hearing other sect disciples' comments, Augustine nodded in agreement, muttering, "This Axton is truly arrogant, not even coming down to greet us personally. Does he really think he's someone important? Xiuxian, no disrespect." Apollon frowned and reprimanded softly. Apollon regretted bringing Augustine, but because of his connection with Annabelle, he had reluctantly agreed. "Master, it's not disrespect. The destruction of the Draper sect was entirely due to the big shots from the illusionary Immortal Palace. Yet the Green Cloud sect claims all the credit, clearly seeking to dominate the Green Cloud Mountain range." Augustine was annoyed. With the downfall of the Draper sect, the Ripple sect was the most powerful in the region, enhancing his own status. Axton's sudden appearance was unwelcome, causing much internal grumbling. To him, Axton was merely lucky to have discovered the dungeon in the Draper sect. As for the story of Axton defeating 4 late-stage Golden Core experts, he didn't believe it. A joke. A mere early-stage Golden Core cultivator versus 4 late-stage experts? Watch your mouth, or get off the mountain. Apollon scolded, careful not to lose face in front of others, but sternly warning him. Chastised, Augustine's resentment grew. He had little familial ties with Annabelle but admired her beauty. Learning she was saved and spent time with Axton soured his mood. In his eyes, Axton was just an early-stage Golden Core cultivator with good luck. Given time, he believed he could surpass him, marry Annabelle, and take advantage of the Ripple sect's rise to dominance in the Green Cloud Mountain range. However, Axton changed everything. From Annabelle's messages, she seemed to admire Axton greatly. Even Apollon spoke highly of him. Augustine's visit aimed to reclaim Annabelle and assess this famed Axton. The group continued silently, many noticing the increasing spiritual energy density in the air. Those who had visited before marveled at the change, wondering what other surprises awaited them ahead. Chapter 323. Such a mountain gate. We're here. Apollon led the group, step by step, approaching the mountain gate. He had insisted on walking up the mountain to pay respects. Apollon's gratitude towards Axton was beyond words. After resolving the Nox sect issue, Axton had left quietly, causing many to think they were saved by people sent from the Broken Delusion Immortal Palace. However, Apollon knew all too well how much Axton had contributed. "Master, these Qingyun sect people are truly unreasonable. With so many sects visiting together, they don't even come out to welcome us. Truly ungrateful," Cliff muttered, though his voice spread through the crowd. Many of the younger generation shared this sentiment. Most had survived by hiding during the Nox sect invasion and hadn't encountered Axton personally. They often acted as tyrants in their respective sects. Who isn't saying that? I'd say it's just Elder Apollon being too polite, giving them face. Yeah. The murmurs rose, but were quickly suppressed by the elders. Cliff wanted to say more but was silenced by Apollon's stern glare. "It's just a lowly sect. What arrogance do they have?" Cliff grumbled inwardly as he walked forward. He initially didn't want to come, but agreed after thinking of his beloved cousin who was in Qingyun sect. "I wonder how my cousin is. This might be a good chance for me. His thoughts drifted. Then he felt himself bump into someone, his nose stinging. What are you doing? Keep moving. Cliff snapped irritably. In front of him stood a young cultivator of similar generation, stiff as if paralyzed. What nonsense! Cliff followed his gaze and was stunned by what he saw. A majestic mountain gate loomed before him. From afar, it appeared cloud-obscured and indistinct, but up close, its grandeur revealed itself. The three characters, Xuanhuan Sect, were intricately carved atop the gate, surrounded by two flying dragons with majestic momentum. This is Xuanhuan Sect? Cliff couldn't believe his eyes. Remembering how dilapidated it used to look, how could it have transformed so dramatically? Not just Cliff, all cultivators were astonished by the majestic mountain gate. Those who had interacted with Axton weren't as surprised, having already guessed his prowess. The younger ones, however, stared in awe. Such a magnificent mountain gate was rare. Even the Nox Sect's gate paled in comparison. Cliff felt that even the 7 great immortal sects wouldn't surpass it. Standing before the gate gave one a sense of insignificance. Master, did we come to the wrong place? Cliff stammered, unable to trust his eyes. Nonsense. Apollon glared at him. As he looked at the gate again, he felt immense shock. While he had imagined Xuanhuan Sect to be a fairyland, he hadn't expected such magnificence. If an uninformed person came here, no one would believe Xuanhuan Sect was just a minor sect, given how impressive everything looked. Worthy indeed. Sect leader Unker, today you've truly broadened our horizons. Yes, compared to this mountain gate, our sect's decoration seemed pitiful. Ha ha ha. Many elder cultivators spoke, without envy. They held a favorable view of Xuanhuan Sect, knowing Axton's strength far exceeded all present Golden Core cultivators combined. As everyone marveled, a ripple emerged outside the gate. Space seemed to open, revealing several figures, led by Axton. This is an array. Apollon, knowledgeable about such matters, instantly identified the array. His heart raced. Guardian arrays weren't rare, but one capable of blocking his spiritual sense was uncommon. Given his advanced spiritual senses, never detecting this array highlighted its sophistication. Behind it often lay killing arrays, showcasing Xuanhuan Sect's deep resources. All fellow Taoists, forgive me for not welcoming you further. Please enter for a chat. Axton smiled as he walked out, surprised by the large number of visitors. It seemed he had won recognition from the major sects. Master! A joyful cry rang out. Axton's disciple, Annabelle, bounded forward, leaping into Apollon's arms. Honor. Apollon's eyes lit up, relieved to see his worried disciple safe. A smile spread across his face. Thank goodness you're all right. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty forever. Apollon embraced Annabelle, finding his hardships worth it. Yes, master. Thank Brother Unker. He saved me. Annabelle beamed with excitement, eager to share her experiences. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Unker indeed has unparalleled righteousness, and he's also my savior. Seeing this interaction, the other cultivators felt envious, thinking of their lost disciples during the disaster. Cliff felt a pang of discomfort seeing Annabelle thank Axton so profusely. Honor, have you been well? Didn't this small sect mistreat you? If anyone bullied you, tell me. I'll stand up for you. Cliff seized the opportunity to show concern. Bullied me? Annabelle glanced at Cliff, a hint of displeasure in her expression. Don't you see I'm fine? Besides, Xuanhuan Sect isn't small. Everyone there treated me well. Little sister, I'm just worried someone might have bad intentions. Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you. Cliff, despite being rebuffed, continued flattering her, only making Annabelle feel nauseous. Save it. When I was in trouble in the demon cave, where were you? It was Brother Unkor who saved me. He even rescued Gildener and Milana. He's my great benefactor. Apollon watched his lively disciple with joy, gently stroking her head. You're always mischievous, no doubt troubling sect leader Unkor. Well, I'll apologize to him personally later. Master, Tanner has been good, and Brother Unkor doesn't mind. Their banter completely ignored Cliff, making him feel increasingly uncomfortable, his face turning red with embarrassment. He keeps calling Unkor brother. And this old man, shameless. His face darkened, snorting aside. He thought Axton was nothing special, relying on the broken delusion Immortal Palace to survive. Cliff's eyes shifted, planning secretly. He decided to expose Axton's true nature to regain his master and sister's attention. Chapter 324, Broadening Horizons. Gentlemen, please follow me. Axton looked at the throng of people in front of him. He estimated there were several hundred cultivators, far more than he had expected the major sects to send. For a moment, he didn't have the time to greet everyone individually. Ha ha ha, sect leader Unkor, you're too polite. We're all here to thank you. That's right, sect leader Unkor, your skills that day really broadened our horizons. Voices echoed from the crowd. These were the cultivators who had been saved by Axton when Nox Sect attacked. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Axton led everyone into the Sanlong Xiuxian array and toward the sect. The group marveled as they walked through the formation. From outside, only an illusion array was visible as part of the protective mountain array, but upon entering, it became clear it was much more complex. Apollon's eyes lit up as he discovered both entrapment and killing arrays hidden within. This meant that Xuanhuan Sect's protective array consisted of 3 layered formations, a complexity that was hard to believe. Ordinary formations were difficult to combine because sharing one formation was nearly impossible. Thus, most protective arrays primarily featured killing formations, while weaker sects could only build illusion formations for protection. Xuanhuan Sect's array being a rare combination of 3 formations likely gave it enough power to surpass all sects in the Azure Cloud Mountains. Sect leader Unkor is indeed full of surprises. I've certainly broadened my horizons today, Apollon praised continuously. The elite representatives from various major sects murmured with admiration, their faces revealing envy. If our own sect had such a protective formation back then, the attack by Nox Sect wouldn't have caused so many casualties. It appears Xuanhuan Sect was well prepared. Just a trifling skill, not worth mentioning, Axton said nonchalantly. He wasn't satisfied with the Sanlong Shi array either. Currently having only 3 dragons, it barely held its own against late-core Golden Dan cultivators, let alone facing the invasion of an early-stage embryo-infant powerhouse. Ha, putting on a show. An off-key voice interrupted. It was Cliff, who stood sullen-faced beside them. Sensing everyone's gazes turning toward him, his expression grew even more disdainful. Don't talk nonsense. Apologize to sect leader Uncor immediately. Apollon scolded sharply at Cliff. What do I need to apologize for? So what if they have a good array? The cultivation world values strength. Shouldn't we stay like turtles inside the sect forever? Rotten kid, how dare you speak like this? Wait till I slap you. Hearing this, Apollon fumed. His peripheral vision swept over Axton's expression, and he raised his hand to strike Pan Yuanan. If Cliff ruined the alliance negotiations today, Apollon knew he'd never be able to sleep peacefully again. Just as the palm was about to come down, Apollon felt a force holding his arm steady. Turning around, he saw Axton staring at him. That's enough, Senior Pan. Today we are discussing future strategies, so it's better not to use violence. Axton spoke calmly. He hadn't paid attention to Pan Yuanan's words and didn't want trivial matters to affect the day's proceedings. He continued leading the way. Humph, we'll settle this when we return. Apollon sighed with relief, realizing Axton wasn't angry. He knew that Axton addressed him respectfully due to age differences, but with his current strength, Axton could easily overshadow every cultivator present. Many looked oddly at Cliff. Those rescued by Axton silently chuckled. It seemed Ankurgbo sect would soon have some drama, and they were happy to watch the spectacle. You mustn't be so disrespectful to Brother Uncor. Annabelle's cold voice pierced through. Cliff, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his head as if stung. Rose, why are you protecting him? Do you fancy that boy? This statement was initially just venting frustration, but after saying it, Cliff noticed a blush on his junior sister's face, and her tone turned awkward. Who I like is none of your business. Even if I did like Brother Uncor, so what? Rose, you, Cliff felt an indescribable sense of frustration, as if a bird already in hand had flown away. Clearly, he and Annabelle were seen as a perfect pair by everyone. How could she change her heart so quickly? He didn't know that Annabelle had never liked him, merely keeping up appearances for the sake of the same sect. She didn't want to make Apollon uncomfortable. Putting aside Cliff's thoughts for now, Axton led the group into the sect gates, revealing several majestic buildings. There stood the sect hall, martial arts hall, alchemy hall, weapon refining hall, and more. Each building exuded an air of divine elegance and grandeur, inspiring awe. So this is Xiuxian sect? It's nothing like what I imagined. Yeah, this place is far more impressive and grander than my own sect. Whoever said Xiuxian sect was a minor sect should stand out. I'll teach them a lesson. First-time visitors to Xiuxian sect, especially young disciples, marveled at the breathtaking sight before them. Even the leaders of various sects revealed admiring glances. They truly appreciated the land blessed with rich spiritual energy. Even the simplest architecture of the sect exuded grandeur. No wonder a hero like Axton emerged here. At that moment, dozens of Xiuxian sect's disciples were standing orderly at the square entrance. Despite being young, each carried an aura of bravery. Facing elders from other sects, they remained fearless, neither haughty nor humble, displaying remarkable composure. In the disciples' hearts, Axton was their pillar of support. They couldn't let their master lose face. Combined with the long-term cultivation environment of Xiuxian sect, they had solidified their Taoist hearts, unaffected by external distractions. The calm and collected demeanor left other sect disciples speechless. Chapter 325, Discussion in the Grand Hall. This doesn't match the rumors we've heard? Indeed, this place doesn't look like a minor sect at all. It wouldn't be too much to call it a first-class sect. A wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. Even those disciples from prestigious sects who usually held themselves in high regard couldn't help but put away their condescension, revealing admiration in their eyes. All of this did not escape Axton's notice. He chuckled softly, unbothered by it. Xiuxian sect was built up by his hands, pouring in countless efforts. Combined with the system's exceptional construction, achieving such an effect was no surprise. Please come into the Grand Hall for a discussion. With that, Axton walked into the Grand Hall. This gathering of all the named sects from Xiuxian Mountain Range at the Xiuxian sect was indeed a perfect opportunity to establish authority. Apollon's face showed clear admiration. Before coming to Xiuxian sect, he had been worried that Axton's short tenure as the sect leader might make him seem inexperienced. Now, it was evident that Axton's every move exuded the presence of a master. If someone were to believe that he was a century-old cultivator, they might not doubt it. Well, you should engage more with each other within the Xiuxian sect, and remember to be amicable. Apollon also knew the rules. He left the Ankurgbo sect disciples outside the hall, instructing them to mingle with the Xiuxian sect members. The relationship between two sects greatly depended on the friendship between their disciples. For the two sects to grow closer, their disciples needed to form bonds to erase any animosity. Seeing Apollon do this, the other sect leaders followed suit, only bringing their core disciples inside. The disciples understood their master's intentions and eagerly approached the Xiuxian sect members. Shelley was especially popular. With her graceful appearance and lively demeanor, she quickly drew the attention of many male cultivators. They were of similar age, and soon conversations blossomed, creating a lively atmosphere. Greetings, I'm Max Shuyi, disciple of Plunged sect, pleased to meet Immortal Lady Lindsay. Greetings, I'm Barton Kwong, disciple of Leishing sect, pleased to meet Sister Lindsay. These young disciples were eager to leave a good impression on Shelley, as per their master's instructions. The chance to meet a beautiful immortal maiden made them particularly proactive. Memphis was also surrounded by people. Upon learning he was the chance of Xiuxian sect, many female cultivators approached him for conversation. Even Anthony, known for his modest demeanor, attracted attention due to his scholarly aura. Memphis and Shelley responded politely, having seen enough human emotions to remain calm. Many others even headed towards the martial arts pavilion enthusiastically, inviting Memphis to spar. Inside the grand hall, Axton sat at the main seat. As everyone settled down, he spoke directly to the point. Thank you all, esteemed sect leaders, for gracing us with your presence at Xuanhuan sect. I sincerely appreciate it. Axton's courteous words drew smiles from the sect leaders, who exchanged pleasantries, making the hall atmosphere relaxed. Do not be so formal, sect leader Encore. Your invitation to our Xuanhuan sect is our honor. Indeed, even if I didn't come today, I would find time to visit and thank you. Axton nodded, realizing these courtesies were just formalities. He swiftly changed the subject to the day's agenda. I believe everyone has experienced the invasion of the Nox sect and understands that the demons are regaining strength, spreading conflict into our Xuanhuan territory. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall turned grave. Though the Nox sect had been destroyed, the conveyed messages were alarming, suggesting that Xuanhuan Mountain Range could become the next battlefield. The next calamity was merely a matter of time. Seeing everyone silent and troubled, Apollon finally coughed lightly. As a representative of the gathered sects, he had reached a consensus on the journey here, and his words could represent their collective stance. Sect leader Encore, to be honest, we have discussed this along the way. Although we can strengthen defenses against the demons, our power is limited, making resistance difficult. This statement came from the heart. Sicilia invasions caused immense destruction, and the major sects suffered severe losses. Rebuilding already required great effort, let alone continuing to fight. The faces of the other sect leaders mirrored his feelings. Thinking of their fallen disciples brought a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for Axton and the breaking illusion Immortal Palace, they might not have survived. Everyone, I understand your concerns. We have gathered here today to discuss a strategy to resist the demon invasion. Axton's voice was clear and strong, dispelling some of the gloom in the hall and capturing everyone's attention. What does sect leader Unker propose? Apollon asked the question, representing the hearts of all present. They wished to fight the demons, but lacked the strength. My proposal is that since the demon invasion is so brazen, we must resist instead of waiting passively. The best course of action is to form an alliance to collectively face the demonic calamity. Axton voiced his thoughts, which he had been considering since returning from Nox sect. While his strength could protect Xuanhuan sect temporarily, other sects might not survive this calamity. Understanding the lose-lose situation, once Xuanhuan Mountain Range fell to the demons, Xuanhuan sect, being a thorn in their side, would eventually be besieged. Standing alone, turning the tide would be difficult. Thus, uniting the sects in an alliance was the only way to provide mutual support, gain immediate intelligence, and bolster resistance against the demonic advance. Alliance? Many sect leaders showed hesitation. They had considered this plan before arriving. While forming an alliance was an excellent idea, it would affect each sect's interests, especially regarding the choice of alliance leader. Axton remained silent, awaiting their decision. To be honest, Xuanhuan sect wasn't particularly afraid of demon invasions. Axton had confidence in protecting the sect during the calamity. If he fully comprehended the Dao realm, he could take the Xuanhuan disciples there, avoiding the demon's sharp edge. However, that would destroy the sect's hard-earned progress and buildings, something he didn't wish to see. Just as the silence grew unbearable, an elderly voice broke it. I agree with sect leader Unker. Forming an alliance is inevitable. Otherwise, no sect can survive the demon invasion. It was Apollon, whose determined gaze and resolute voice revealed his readiness. Seeing Apollon speak, the other sect leaders gradually put aside their doubts and one by one expressed agreement. Our Leixing sect agrees to form an alliance to resist the demons together. Our Tizeman sect agrees to form an alliance to resist the demons together. Chapter 326, The Position of Alliance Leader. The voices of discussion within the Grand Hall gradually faded as all the sects reached a unanimous decision. Indeed, the Fangya sect's actions were too fierce this time, almost severing their lineage. Now everyone was on edge, plagued by restless nights. Very well, since everyone agrees with this proposal, let's finalize the details today. When all the sects join the alliance, we will share intelligence and aid each other in times of need. Is this acceptable? Axton smiled. He knew that no one would refuse this suggestion, and only in this way could their sects be preserved in these chaotic times. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Yes, with Master Unker taking charge, we won't have to live in fear every day. At the same time, some whispers quietly spread. Forming an alliance is indeed a good strategy, but who should be the leader of this alliance? Indeed, it must be someone respected and highly skilled, or it would be difficult to gain the support of everyone. Though these voices were soft, they still reached everyone's ears. Axton wasn't surprised. After all, forming an alliance was a significant matter and had to be handled carefully. Apollon coughed lightly to silence the hall. His reputation among the various sects was high, so everyone quieted down to hear his words. Master Unkor, forming the alliance cannot wait any longer. The demon race can afford to wait, but we cannot. As for the position of alliance leader, Apollon surveyed the room and continued slowly. I believe Master Unkor is young but capable, saving us from our dire situation. There is no one more suited to be the alliance leader than you. Upon hearing this, varied expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Some nodded in agreement, while others seemed displeased, evidently having differing views on the leadership position. No way. This position is too important to entrust to an inexperienced person. It's too ridiculous. A hurried voice echoed in the hall. Everyone turned to see the speaker, wearing strange smiles. The speaker was none other than Cliff, brought by Apollon. He now looked disdainfully at Axton, a trace of hostility evident on his face. This was quite interesting. Unexpectedly, the first to challenge Apollon's suggestion was his own disciple. Everyone relaxed into their seats, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Xuanhuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Step back immediately. Apollon glared at his disciple, utterly shocked by his outburst. He had anticipated objections, but not from his own disciple, which was completely unexpected. What I say is true, master. In my opinion, You should take the position of alliance leader. What qualities does Axton have to compare with you? You're jeopardizing everyone. Cliff grew more excited, believing that Apollon was simply too modest to ask for the position himself. Now that he spoke up and flattered his master, he was sure to earn favor. Of course, humiliating Axton was his greatest satisfaction. Remembering Annabelle's admiring looks towards Axton made him uncomfortable. If Axton became the leader of Xiuxian Alliance, he would forever be overshadowed. You know nothing. Apollon was furious. He had no desire for the position and would never use his disciple to achieve it. Moreover, everyone acknowledged Axton's abilities. He had fought late-stage Golden Core cultivators and exterminated the Fangya elders. Most of the people present owed their lives to him. Only someone like Cliff, who hadn't witnessed these events, would underestimate him. Worse yet, this public insult could harm the relationship between their two sects. Master, where did I go wrong? Cliff blushed under Apollon's public rebuke, but insisted on arguing. He couldn't understand why Apollon esteemed Axton so much, a mere minor sect's leader. What qualifications did he have? You dare to argue back? Watch how I deal with you. Apollon regretted bringing this troublemaker. Now he found himself in an awkward position, wishing he could slap his disobedient disciple to death right there. Hold on, Senior Apollon. Please calm down. He does have a point. Axton intervened, stopping Apollon. Though Cliff's words stung, they reflected many people's doubts. Those saved from Fangya admired Axton, but others who had escaped unharmed harbored suspicions, which was understandable. Axton stood up and approached Cliff steadily, making him lower his head involuntarily. What's wrong? Am I incorrect? Cliff instinctively felt intimidated but, remembering that Axton was his age, clenched his teeth and argued. He had to reveal this person's true colors to his younger sister. Axton stopped, his intimidating aura fading. Looking at Cliff's clenched expression, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had been too ostentatious unknowingly, but this was for the best. Today he would humble those who underestimated him and Xiuxian sect. Well, tell me, what conditions do you think one must meet to qualify as the leader of the Xiuxian Alliance? Axton softened his tone, allowing Cliff to lift his head slightly. Amid racing thoughts, he formulated his response. Master Uncor, my disciple lacks discipline. Let me take him away. Apollon's heart trembled. Normally, Cliff was arrogant but respectful to elders. Today, he had caused a major problem. If Axton retaliated against Ankurgboman, this day would end disastrously. After all, Axton's prowess was widely recognized. Despite his youth, his cultivation surpassed several sect leaders combined. Apologize to Master Uncor, you wretched disciple. Apollon wanted to kick Cliff away. Wasn't this undermining his master? Even if there were objections, they weren't voiced by junior members. Now everyone waited for the spectacle. No need. I'd like to hear his perspective. Axton smiled and awaited Cliff's response. Chapter 327. Provocation in the main hall. Feeling the gaze of everyone present on him, Cliff felt an unexplained surge of confidence. He could see that many people had reservations about nominating Axton as the leader of the alliance, but they remained silent for various reasons. Now that Cliff had raised the issue, some showed anger while others remained silent. Clearly, though Axton had saved everyone's lives, the position of alliance leader was significant, involving numerous interests. Who wouldn't want a say in it? Many were privately thinking that if their own sect obtained the position, they would rise rapidly and reorganize the resources of the Xiuxian Mountains. Even advancing to a higher level sect wouldn't be out of reach. I admit you made a great contribution within the Kori sect, but becoming the leader of the Xiuxian Alliance isn't so simple. Not only does one need outstanding cultivation, but also powerful sect strength, and most importantly, connections. Cliff spoke confidently, having prepared these words before entering the hall. Now he finally got his chance to use them, feeling elated under everyone's gaze. You may have luckily saved my master and others, but the true power came from the great sages of Po Wang Immortal Palace. Claiming all the credit for yourself is not quite right, isn't it? Cliff continued his speech without noticing Apollon's sour expression, venting much of the envy in his heart. Why should this young man be esteemed above everyone else when they were the same age? So who do you think is more suitable then? Axton wasn't angry. He stopped Apollon with a glance. What Cliff said wasn't false. Some present indeed questioned his strength. Axton didn't want internal disagreements in the newly formed alliance, so it was best to resolve this potential issue now. In my view, Cliff thought Axton must be feeling guilty as he asked this question, and thus spoke even more condescendingly, with an air of authority. His eyes scanned the room, ultimately landing on his master, Apollon. In my opinion, our Ling Wave Sect's leader, Apollon, is the most capable for this position. Master is at the late Golden Core stage and commands respect. Everyone, don't you agree? Cliff looked around triumphantly, secretly admiring his own shrewdness. This statement not only undermined Axton but also flattered Apollon. He didn't believe that Apollon hadn't considered the alliance leader position. If he could get Apollon appointed, he'd surely benefit too. Unfortunately, before Cliff received anyone's agreement, he felt a strong gust beside him, and the next moment, fiery pain spread across his face as he was flung to the ground. Apollon stared angrily at the incapacitated Cliff. Although he had been instructed by Axton to hold back, seeing his disciple speak like this nearly drove him to distraction. I treat you well, yet you're trying to put me on hot coals. Apollon knew his own capabilities clearly, let alone being at the late Golden Core stage. Even 10 such cultivators wouldn't frighten Axton. If Cliff's words enraged Axton, making him think Apollon had told him to say this, that would be disastrous. Setting aside other matters, Anchored Wave Sect was now greatly weakened. Apollon counted on allying with Xiuxian Sect for protection against future demon invasions. He had never intended to be alliance leader. Today's purpose was to support Axton and boost his standing. Curse you. Full of nonsense, I'll clean up the family today. Apollon was livid, emitting light from his hand, preparing to punish Cliff. Do you know anything? Master Uncor's strength surpasses even 10 of me. Quickly kneel down and apologize. Though he pretended to strike, it was mainly to let off steam for Axton. If Axton really got angry, not only would his disciple lose his life, but the alliance might fall apart too. Hold on, let him finish. Axton saw through Apollon's intentions. However, what Cliff said had some merit. If he couldn't convince everyone, even securing the position wouldn't serve its purpose well. On the floor, Cliff trembled visibly, clearly frightened by Apollon's anger. In his memory, his master had always been gentle and never lost his temper. Today's display far exceeded his imagination. Master! Outside the hall, Annabelle rushed in worriedly, hearing her master's rebuke. She spotted Apollon looking furious and panicked. Hearing a voice behind him, Cliff trembled but managed to lift his head again, stammering. Fine, suppose your cultivation is high enough to be the leader, but what about prestige and connections? To lead the Xiuxian mountains against the demons, relying solely on our own strength won't be enough. Just like this time, without help from Po Wang Immortal Palace, we'd all be dead. Cliff's words were sincere, and the patriarchs of other sects nodded in agreement. Despite Axton's prowess in the Golden Core stage, if the infant soul experts from the Corey sect had returned successfully, they might not have stood a chance. Cliff, shut up. Are you trying to kill the master? Annabelle glared disdainfully at Cliff, hating this distant relative for the first time. If not for Axton, she and Apollon wouldn't have survived. To not show gratitude and still stir trouble was heartless. Even if you kill me today, I must say it, Xiuxian sect doesn't deserve the position. In case of another demon invasion, we need a revered leader who can connect with the 7 great immortal sects to tide us over. Cliff's argument was reasonable. Even those whom Axton had saved started to waver. He wasn't wrong. Though Axton had saved them, the real crisis-solving force was the experts from the 7 great immortal sections. It was lucky that Po Wang Immortal Palace responded to the news this time. What about next time? Axton's cultivation was indeed good, but against a monster at the infant soul stage, his survival was uncertain. Everything depended on the 7 great immortal sects stepping in. The discussion in the hall grew louder. Seeing an opportunity, some people who disliked Axton stepped forward, voicing their concerns indirectly. They didn't dare criticize openly due to his power, but their remarks stirred up chaos. Cliff felt increasingly satisfied, believing his words swayed many. Without help from the 7 great immortal sects, Xiuxian sect was merely a minor sect. Even with Axton's cultivation, they couldn't handle a demonic invasion alone. What are you all bickering about? Did you forget Master Unkor's act of saving you? Apollon saw the scene becoming chaotic, scolding without bothering to deal with Cliff. Elder Apollon, although Master Unkor has saved us, this concerns the whole Xiuxian mountains, which cannot be taken lightly. Yes, if there's another invasion by an infant soul monster, and we can't contact the 7 great immortal sects, wouldn't we be doomed? In my view, Master Unkor is strong, but still too young. If given a few more years of experience, it might be different. What we need now is a leader who can connect with the 7 great immortal sects. Chapter 328, Immortal Palace Visitors. The scene immediately turned into a cacophony. Although the leaders of the sects remained silent, their accompanying disciples erupted in chatter. The veteran figures simply closed their eyes to rest, making no effort to quiet the noise. Clearly, they agreed with this perspective. Sure, Axton has excellent cultivation, but raw power alone can't rival the might of an early-stage Yuaniing realm expert. Without assistance from the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace, it's unlikely the Azure Cloud Mountain range will be spared. Indeed, as far as I know, my master Apollon once had a brief encounter with an elder of the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace. Back then, my master met a traveling elder of the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace. The two conversed happily and exchanged voice transmission talismans. Many people are aware of this. Cliff wiped the blood from his mouth. Despite being slapped by Apollon, he seemed more spirited. His words earned nods from the crowd, who speculated that perhaps it was Apollon's voice transmission informing them that the rescue force from the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace had arrived. Only Apollon grimaced internally. He was not acquainted with the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace's elder. He merely paid handsomely for a divination session and exchanged talismans out of courtesy, never contacting each other thereafter. That's right, this matter is also known to me. Could it be that the experts from the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace were indeed invited by Taoist friend Apollon? If so, we must thank Apollon. Yes, if he becomes the alliance leader and establishes a pact with the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace, the Azure Cloud Mountain range will be saved. Many showed excitement, gazing at Apollon expectantly. To have connections with one of the 7 great immortal sects was already a great honor. Most had never left the Azure Cloud Mountain range, let alone encountered cultivators from the 7 great immortal sects. Apollon felt unable to explain himself. He had no contact with the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace, yet everyone attributed the credit to him. Gentlemen, this old man did not do such a thing. It is truly. However, before he could finish, a commotion sounded outside. Horace hurried in, breathless. What happened? Axton asked curiously. Was another visitor coming to the Azure Cloud sect? Master, they've arrived. Horace's voice trembled as he finally articulated the message. At the entrance, there are many claiming to be cultivators from the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace. What? At these words, all the cultivators in the hall were stunned. They looked at Apollon differently now. Some eagerly approached him, their gazes filled with admiration. Old friend, why didn't you mention such influential connections earlier? You kept your brother in the dark. Yes, it seems the position of alliance leader should go to Senior Apollon. With protection from the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace, our Azure Cloud Mountain range will be safe. The voices ceased as everyone rushed out to see the Immortal Palace's legendary figures. We should go too. Axton, unperturbed, had guessed what was happening. He patted Horace's shoulder and followed the others out, leaving Apollon, now flustered, no one listening to his defense. Leader Unkor, this old man did not have relations with the illusion-shattering Immortal Palace, nor did I covet the position of alliance leader. Please forgive me, Leader Unkor. Axton shook his head lightly, unbothered. Everything today played out as he expected. Establishing an alliance was significant. Everyone needed to be convinced for it to succeed. Outside the hall, members of major sects had gathered at the entrance, observing the visitors with curiosity and excitement. At the foot of the mountain gate stood several distinguished-looking cultivators, standing proudly without entering, waiting politely. Among them was a young man with a beard, scanning the approaching crowd until his face lit up with a smile. Excitedly, Xuanhuan pushed to the front, envying the distinguished appearance of the Immortal Palace cultivators. The representatives of the 7 great immortal sects indeed looked extraordinary. Many wanted to approach and greet them but hesitated due to status differences. Handling it poorly could bring disaster. Hatred heaven, this is where little friend Uncor resides now. Below the mountain gate, an elderly, kind-faced figure smiled. It was none other than Brody, the late-stage Yuanian cultivator Axton had met before. Benjamin felt Axton's aura from afar, delighted to accompany Brody on this demon extermination trip and meet his good friend. Intrigued by Axton founding a sect, Brody decided to visit. Moreover, based on the divination, Axton would achieve greater feats, so forming a favorable relationship was wise. Indeed, Senior Uncor has become quite remarkable, even boasting dozens of descendants. Benjamin laughed, praising Axton warmly. I heard he took on several golden core cultivators from the Fangya sect alone. You need to learn much. Don't disgrace the illusion-shattering immortal palace, Brody commented with a hint of amusement. My achievements are his too. We're inseparable, Benjamin replied tactfully before turning toward the Azure Cloud sect. Before long, a smiling figure hurried over, extending a hand. Benjamin paused, sizing up this unexpected guest coldly. Hashtag chapter 329, Wild Imagination. Who are you? Benjamin frowned. From the attire of the person before him, it was clear that this person was not a Qingyun sect disciple. He had been here before and did not recognize this individual. I dare to ask if you are an esteemed expert from the Powang Immortal Palace. The sudden approacher was none other than Cliff. Upon hearing that someone from the Powang Immortal Palace had come, he was elated, thinking this was a grand opportunity to establish ties with one of the 7 great immortal sects. Furthermore, their arrival must be because of his master, Apollon. As for the Qingyun sect, a minor sect like Qingyun could hardly have the audacity to draw the personal attention of the Powang Immortal Palace. Before Benjamin could respond, Cliff eagerly introduced himself. I am Cliff, senior disciple of Enkurgbo sect. I presume the immortals have come seeking my master Apollon. This way, please. Cliff spoke while looking back over his shoulder, appearing exceedingly solicitous, unable to contain his excitement within. Master, over here. It's an envoy from the Powang Immortal Palace come to see you. This was his first encounter with cultivators from the 7 great immortal sects, and he longed to latch onto their support tightly. The Qingyun mountain range had suffered invasion by the demonic race. Even if all sects united, Cliff lacked the confidence to survive the impending calamity. However, with the support of the Powang Immortal Palace, all would change. With just a word from Benjamin, Cliff would betray his sect to follow him. Apollon, still en route, heard his disciples shout and scrutinized Benjamin's face but found no recognition. Despite this, with everyone's gaze upon him, he had no choice but to step forward, assuming the visitor had heard of his reputation. I am Apollon, headmaster of Enkurgbo sect. I once met a predecessor from the Powang Immortal Palace. Greetings. Watching this unfold, Cliff inwardly rejoiced, never expecting his usually quiet master to have such connections. If he could tie himself to the Powang Immortal Palace, Axton would mean nothing. He would be nobody outside of the Qingyun Mountains. Envious gazes fell on Apollon from the representatives of various sects standing behind him, admiring his fortune to connect with such influential figures despite residing in an obscure corner of Wanling continent. Such an opportunity was beyond their reach. Alas, if we had such opportunities, breaking through to the Golden Core stage would be no concern, murmured a cultivator. Indeed, resources from the Powang Immortal Palace might surpass our entire lifetime's worth here in Qingyun. I think Apollon is the best candidate for alliance leader. Though Axton excels, he is too young. That's true. No matter how strong he is, can he match having the Powang Immortal Palace as a backing? The cultivators marveled at this revelation, grateful for witnessing Apollon's powerful background today, knowing they needed to forge better relations with him henceforth. Axton stood at the back, unable to push through the crowd. Given his familiarity with Benjamin, he felt no need to adhere strictly to formalities. Sensing the surrounding vibes, Axton understood their thoughts well. Reverence for power was a natural principle in the cultivation world. With Powang Immortal Palace being far more formidable, such reactions were predictable. However, they seemed mistaken about something. Benjamin showed no reaction to the greeting from Cliff and Apollon, walking straight into the gathered crowd instead. Cliff's smile froze, especially when he saw his master ignored, confusion spreading across his face. The grand figure from the Powang Immortal Palace was not visiting for Enkurgbo sect. Was there another hidden powerhouse among the crowd? Cliff scanned faces but found no clues. Everyone was puzzled, watching Benjamin approach with a hint of anticipation. Finally, Benjamin stopped before Axton at the back, extending his hand with a wide grin. They grasped hands firmly. Old buddy, it's great to see you again. Ning old brother, don't make us sound so old, Axton chuckled, but his eyes sparkled with joy. He had anticipated Benjamin's involvement in this operation by the Powang Immortal Palace, but hadn't expected them to visit Qingyun sect directly, surprising him further with the presence of several powerful elders, including the elder Eric, whom he had met before. Brother Uncor, after slaying the wolf demon of Nox sect, I said I'd come pay a visit, but old man insisted on coming along. Sorry to trouble you. Benjamin always spoke politely in front of others, giving ample respect to Axton. Yes, quite a disturbance to little brother Uncor, Eric joined in, approaching with several stern-faced cultivators, undoubtedly experts from Powang Immortal Palace. Sir, you flatter me. Your visit truly honors our humble Qingyun sect. Please, enter the main hall. Axton smiled and bowed respectfully. Previously, he wouldn't have been so formal, but as the headmaster now, surrounded by observing cultivators, he played the part well. Almost a year since we last met, little brother Uncor has grown significantly, observed Eric, whose sharp gaze immediately noticed Axton's advancement to the late Golden Core stage. He was impressed. Even with Po Wang Immortal Palace's abundant resources, Benjamin had only reached early Golden Core stage. How could Axton, discarded by Shushan Sword Sect, advance so rapidly in such barren lands? Eric mused over the incredible growth of the once bullied junior at Xiuxian. Thankfully, Benjamin had condensed the highest quality Golden Core, or else he might have been overshadowed. Reflecting on this, Eric followed Axton, admiring the impressive structures around them. Even he, accustomed to grandeur, couldn't help but marvel. Was this the obscure minor sect people described? The Mountain Gate, the Grand Hall, even the ambience rivaled that of the Po Wang Immortal Palace. Instantly, Eric recognized Axton as a man of great destiny. Most castaways dwindle away, but Axton thrived after leaving Xiuxian. In a few years, he might even rival them. The three walked ahead, chatting amiably, leaving the Qingyun cultivators dumbfounded behind. What have I seen? An elixir formation stage grand elder from the Po Wang Immortal Palace was conversing warmly with Axton, while a respected disciple treated him as a brother. Could this still be Qingyun sect? Or could it be a branch established by one of the 7 great immortal sects in Qingyun Mountain Range? Hashtag chapter 330. Ives' shock. What on earth is going on? Could it be that sect leader Uncor has some deep connections with the Pomax Immortal Palace? Yes, I heard that sect leader Uncor wasn't originally a cultivator from the Azure Cloud sect. He only came from another domain after hearing that his old friend's sect faced an unprecedented disaster. It's very possible that before this, sect leader Uncor was already a prominent figure in one of the 7 great immortal sects. Who would have thought? From what I see, sect leader Uncor keeps a low profile, and he could very well come from a distinguished background. Otherwise, how could his strength skyrocket so quickly? I just discreetly checked. His strength has likely reached the late Golden Core stage. What? It's only been a few days since I remember him being at the initial stage. As Axton and his 2 companions entered the main hall, the cultivators behind them immediately burst into chaos. Some wore expressions of delight, while others were dumbfounded, but most were shocked and disbelieving. They had already assumed that the grand arrival of the Pomax Immortal Palace's experts was all because of Axton. Otherwise, why would they make a special trip to visit the Azure Cloud sect? Of course, the one who felt the most conflicted was Cliff. His eyes looked blankly at the ground, his entire body seeming as if its essence had been drained. Some of the younger cultivators around him showed disdainful expressions. They had initially thought that Cliff had hooked onto a powerful benefactor and were even preparing how to curry favor with him, only to realize it was all in vain. Thinking about how diligently Cliff tried to ingratiate himself, someone couldn't help but laugh aloud. Brother Pan, ever since we started climbing the mountain, you've been talking about treating us well when you met sect leader Uncor. What about now? Yeah, I actually had some expectations, only for this outcome? How could you possibly reach out to someone as exalted as the nobility from the Pomax Immortal Palace? I think only sect leader Uncor has the qualifications to lead us here in the Azure Cloud Mountains. Let's hurry up and follow him. Everyone left a few casual remarks and hurried toward the main hall, leaving Cliff trembling. He lifted his head and looked at Apollon beside him. Master, that boy. Fool. How dare you speak? Apollon's good temper completely vanished. He felt as if his old face burned with embarrassment. He had intended to further improve relations with Axton, but he never expected his own disciple to embarrass him like this. At his age, Apollon knew better. Unfortunately, Cliff's words made him momentarily lose his wits and hold out hope that Axton might have come for him. Now, losing face was a minor issue. If Axton developed any ill will toward him, it would spell disaster for the Limpopo sect. Seeing that Cliff still wanted to say something improper, Apollon became furious. With a sweep of his sleeve, he sent Cliff flying and knocked him unconscious. Apollon feared that Cliff might say something foolish once inside the main hall. Coldly snorting, he rushed inside. Inside the main hall of the sect, as Axton, Benjamin, and Ives took their seats, the rest of the cultivators respectfully sat on cushions, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of such grand figures, hardly believing they were witnessing them in person. Uncor, your sect looks magnificent. Since arriving at the Azure Cloud sect, Ives had been impressed one after another. The towering entrance and the majestic main hall were works of art far beyond what a minor sect could possess. He attributed everything to Axton. Despite intentionally restraining his cultivation level, Ives, being an expert, immediately saw through Axton's true strength. A breakthrough from foundation establishment to late Golden Core within just a year. Senior, you're too kind. Compared to the Pomax Immortal Palace, it's not even worth mentioning. Axton politely replied. Although the Azure Cloud sect had the aid of the 6-6 talisman, its foundation was still too shallow, and its disciples' cultivation levels were thin. There was still a long way to go. Ha ha ha, you really know how to compare. Ives chuckled. Axton appeared humble but indirectly compared the Azure Cloud sect to one of the 7 great immortal sects, showcasing confidence in his own sect. This young man's character increasingly appealed to him. It wasn't wasted time listening to Benjamin and coming to the Azure Cloud sect today. Just as he was thinking, Axton suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to him. Why are you doing this, young friend Uncor? Get up quickly. Ives extended both hands to pull Axton up, having a good impression of this young man and regarding him highly. You handled the evil master of the Kori sect and saved countless lives in the Azure Cloud Mountains. This bow is for the people of the Azure Clouds. Axton's voice was sincere. He truly appreciated Ives' assistance. Without eliminating the nascent soul-level devil, the Azure Cloud sect would not have survived unscathed. Oh, so it's about that. Please get up. Ives nodded, pulling Axton up, with a somewhat solemn expression. I happened to be nearby, and sensed the demonic aura spreading. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Mentioning the devil, Ives' tone grew somber. But this time, the methods used by the devils are different from before. Previously, they attacked the 7 great immortal sects directly. Now, it's more covert. We've already dispatched many people to various places. Axton pondered upon hearing Ives's words. Senior means to say that the devils are now encroaching on the outer fringes of the cultivation world, eventually aiming to surround the 7 great immortal sects. Precisely. Ives's tone was heavy. Lately, distress signals frequently reached the Pamax Immortal Palace, as many remote regions within their territory suffered demonic invasions, unable to resist and sending cries for help. Even with the Pamax Immortal Palace's formidable strength, they were stretched thin. Many remote regions had already become desolate wastelands under demon control, causing Ives great concern. It seems the devils now have a strategic mind. Things are becoming complicated. Ives murmured, clearly pessimistic about the current situation. Not just the Pamax Immortal Palace, but he knew similar encroachments occurred simultaneously across the territories of all 7 great immortal sects, keeping everyone busy and highlighting the effectiveness of the demon strategy. To be honest, Uncor, our manpower isn't sufficient. My intervention was just timely coincidence. These devils are indeed cunning. I've showed signs of fatigue. Though powerful, the prolonged travel and efforts were draining his energy. However, I heard you plan to establish an alliance in the Azure Cloud Mountains to combat the demons. Is that true? Chapter 331. Formation of the Alliance. Axton hadn't expected that even Dunk had heard about this matter. It appeared that the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace had a remarkable influence in the Azure Cloud Mountain range, as news had reached them in just 2 days. Indeed. What are your thoughts, Senior? Axton politely asked Dunk for his opinion. Given Dunk's position within one of the 7 great immortal sects, his intelligence and perspective were undoubtedly broader, likely leading to insightful ideas. I must admit it is somewhat embarrassing, Dunk sighed deeply, sipping tea gently. The Azure Cloud Mountain range technically falls under our illusion-breaking Immortal Palace's jurisdiction, but with numerous regions around us frequently plagued by demonic cultivators, our palace's elders and disciples have been stretched thin, making it difficult to cover all areas. As he spoke of serious matters, every cultivator present became attentive. Dunk's words conveyed sincerity, giving everyone an understanding of the current situation in 10,000 Spirit Continent. Not only was there trouble in the Azure Cloud Mountain range, traces of demonic invasions were spreading globally. The scale was significant, with many cities secretly falling to demons, suggesting long-planned attacks. If this continues, we might not be able to protect all regions, leading to immense suffering, Dunk said ominously. Currently, demons hadn't launched a full assault, yet the 7 great immortal sects were already overwhelmed. During dire times, small sects would have to fend for themselves while the major forces concentrated on combating the demonic invasion. These words sink deep, Axton admitted inwardly. Was their fate to await annihilation at the hands of the demon army? But forming an alliance as you propose could be beneficial. The main force of the demonic invaders is more engaged with the 7 great immortal sects. If you unite, there's potential to resist them, Dunk remarked straightforwardly. Unity was the only path left, combining the strength of Azure Cloud Mountain Range's cultivators to stand against the demonic threats. Most incoming demons weren't highly ranked, making collective effort viable. Indeed, I have similar intentions, Axton nodded in agreement. Even with his formidable skills, facing an army alone was impossible. Uniting Azure Cloud Mountain Range's forces was crucial and the reason he gathered everyone. Excellent. Dunk smiled approvingly. Axton's leadership could alleviate significant pressure on the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace. I've heard of your deeds within the Xuanhuan sect. My presence here partly reflects their insistence, hoping you can contribute to defending against demons. As for the alliance, I represent the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace in offering full support and potential aid if necessary. His words resonated powerfully among the cultivators. Of course, it's best if such a moment never comes, Dunk clarified, implying that Axton's plea for help would signify Azure Cloud Mountain Range being in dire straits. I understand. Axton thanked him respectfully. Dunk's commitment greatly bolstered Axton's authority. Upon hearing this, the assembled cultivators from the Azure Cloud Mountain Range nodded in approval, now viewing Axton with respect and trust, rather than disdain or suspicion. The influence of the 7 great immortal sects was undeniable. Though the region was remote, once endorsed by the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace, any decision carried significant weight. On that note, observing Xiuxian sect, it doesn't resemble a minor sect. Since I'm here, let's address its status upgrade. Initially, Dunk believed Xiuxian sect was a small endeavor by Axton. However, witnessing its grand architecture and disciple discipline revealed it was far above a minor sect. On the 10,000 Spirit Continent, sects were ranked with the 7 great immortal sects at the top, overseeing all subordinate sects, with internal elders holding authority to assess and change rankings. With Uncor Xiaoyou's current cultivation, Xiuxian sect has reached 3rd-tier status, but the disciples' cultivation needs improvement. Achieving 5 foundation establishment disciples would elevate it to 2nd tier, Dunk explained slowly, presenting a jade token emitting soft white light. This is the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace's emblem for recognized sections. Let's hand it over. Axton accepted the token, carefully inspecting it. Now that Xiuxian sect meets 3rd-tier standards, my mental imprint is left on this token. Once it reaches 5 foundation establishment disciples, you may contact me for 2nd-tier recognition. I hope you strive towards this goal soon. Dunk's words carried hidden significance. Next year's prestigious sect competition awaited Xiuxian sect's potential ascension to 2nd-tier status, offering invitations and opportunities for rapid advancement. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. This competition was pivotal, determining leaders to combat demonic threats and showcasing various sects' comprehensive strengths. It offered unparalleled opportunities. Gripping the token tightly, Axton saw Dunk's visit as a turning point for Xiuxian sect, cementing its role as leader of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. I can't linger much longer. Many regions need support. Dunk stood up, Benjamin following suit. Despite longing for a lengthy chat with his friend, duties called. Numerous regions required immediate assistance. Uncor Daoist, our paths may diverge for a while. Let's reunite at next year's sect competition. Certainly. Axton embraced Benjamin, appreciating mutual support during their journey. Watching Dunk's group depart, Axton determined Xiuxian sect's future direction, improving disciples' cultivation and expanding the sect's reach. Only increasing overall strength would enable resistance against imminent demonic threats. All Azure Cloud Mountain range cultivators envied Axton's achievements and close ties with the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace. Success seemed imminent. Apollon felt impressed and realized Axton alone possessed the capability to lead the region safely. The title of Azure Cloud Leader belonged to none other. Apollon of Ripple Wave Sect pays homage to the new Azure Cloud Leader. Following Apollon's declaration, everyone snapped out of their astonishment, exchanging glances before bowing respectfully. Axton's position as leader was secured, acknowledged by both his prowess and ties to the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace. Remaining hesitant disciples also submitted, bowing to Axton. With that, Axton's leadership in the Azure Cloud Mountain range was undisputed, setting the stage for greater endeavors. Hashtag Chapter 332, Remnants of the Cecilia Clan. Greetings, Grandmaster. I, from Thunderwalk Sect, wish to join the Alliance and fight alongside in the war against evil. I, from Three Flower Valley, wish to join the Alliance. Please grant your approval, Grandmaster Uncor. One by one, voices echoed through the Grand Hall, clearly showing that today's formation of the Alliance was a done deal. Shelley and Tanner watched this magnificent scene outside the hall, feeling overwhelmed with excitement. No one could have believed that the prestigious Xiuxian sect, which had been on the brink of extinction just a few months ago, now stood before them. With Master Axton having advanced to the later stages of the Golden Core level and the sect gaining many more disciples, it had become a leading force in the Xiuxian Mountains. This transformation brought tears to their eyes. Keegan sat beside them, patting their shoulders excitedly. Who would have thought that within such a short period, these former outcasts from Shu Mountain could not only advance rapidly but also establish their own power base. Following Brother Uncor was indeed the right choice. His days at Xiuxian sect were the happiest times of his life. Not only did he experience an absence of oppression from other sects, he also found himself developing a deep interest in forging artifacts. It was all thanks to Axton. Neef Adiel and others felt immense pride as well. Their sect's growing strength gave them newfound confidence. According to Kyler, to ascend to the rank of a secondary sect, they needed more foundation establishment disciples. Encouraged by this, they yearned to rush into the enlightenment pool to cultivate immediately. However, they first found Neef Adiel and received a series of tasks from the sect. With enough contribution points, everything within Xiuxian sect was fair. Everyone had a chance to enter the enlightenment pool for further training. Advancing to the foundation establishment stage was merely a matter of time. Axton surveyed the room. Today's goal had been achieved. With the title of Grandmaster, Xiuxian sect would soar to new heights. Of course, it also bore significant responsibilities. Leaders of the various sects, from today onward, I hope we can work together to search for traces of the demon clans hidden within the Xiuxian Mountains. If there are any discoveries, report them to me immediately. We must eliminate them before they grow too powerful. Yes. All will be as Grandmaster Uncor arranges. Unbeknownst to everyone, the form of address towards Axton had shifted from Master Uncor to Grandmaster Uncor, affirming both his power and the collective resolve of the Xiuxian Mountains against evil. Apollon was about to step forward when suddenly the sound stone in his robes trembled, sending him a message that made his face darken. What happened? Axton naturally noticed his unease and asked proactively, Grandmaster Uncor, my disciple back at the sect has reported that another demonic entity has attacked us. Apollon looked grim. The Ankurgbo sect had already suffered losses. Apart from him, there were very few experts left. And now, taking advantage of his absence, demons were attacking once more. Ruthless move indeed. And this person possesses at least late-stage golden core power, likely one of the remnants of the demon clan who escaped from Broken Delusion Immortal Palace. This revelation caused an uproar in the Grand Hall. Just as they had established the Xiuxian Alliance and chosen a leader, dire news came. Now that the major figures from Broken Delusion Immortal Palace had departed, perhaps rushing off to handle crises elsewhere, no single sect could withstand the wrath of a late-stage golden core demon cultivator. Apollon's face turned urgent as he rose to return to his sect, but Axton gently held him back. Elder, please do not panic. Leave this matter to me. Axton spoke calmly. Having gained the title of Grandmaster, if he were to turn a blind eye to such trouble, it would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of many sections. Perfectly timed, his newly acquired xiuxian sword hadn't yet been unsheathed. What better opportunity to test its prowess than on these demon remnants? If so, then that is wonderful news. This was exactly what Apollon hoped to hear. He knew very well that he was no match for the demon cultivator, especially with his injuries still healing. Only Axton possessed the strength to engage the late-stage golden core demon cultivator. After all, he had once slain a late-stage golden core cultivator from the Wolvenfang sect, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Meanwhile, Kyler thanked his lucky stars for not foolishly contesting the position of Grandmaster with Axton. Otherwise, Ankurgbo sect might have been destroyed entirely today. Tanner, Shelley, secure the sect's array formations, and follow the arrangements of Uncle Do I shall return shortly. Axton wasted no time. Knowing the urgency of the situation, he feared that even a moment's delay could lead to the destruction of Ankurgbo sect, causing Apollon lasting resentment. To you, elders, quickly return to your sects and fortify yourselves against any potential stray demon attacks. Without needing Axton's reminder, the leaders of various sects grew anxious after hearing of Ankurgbo sect's predicament, fearing similar fates for their own sections. They quickly bade farewell and left Xiuxian sect with their disciples, vanishing from sight in moments. Pantheana followed behind Axton, while Cliff reluctantly joined in, biting his lip as he tagged along. Apollon frowned but, pressed for time, used teleportation magic to whisk Cliff towards Ankurgbo sect. Axton easily picked up Pantheana with his current cultivation, performing sword riding effortlessly. With swirling air currents beneath him, he ascended skyward, the piercing cry of the sword echoing through the heavens. The shadow of the xiuxian sword condensed beneath him, not its true form, but a manifestation of its intent. The long-sealed divine weapon leapt with joy, initiating a telepathic exchange with Axton. I know what you await. Let's use the blood of the demons to sharpen your edge. Axton smiled, the xiuxian sword growing more excited. To it, the blood of demon cultivators was the best nourishment. Within moments, the two figures vanished from sight. What had been a lively scene at Xuanhuan Sect instantly became quiet. Keegan cleared his throat and addressed the disciples gathered at the mountain gate. What are you waiting for? Go practice. Do you want to disgrace Xuanhuan Sect? These words spurred a mix of reactions among the disciples. Since learning Kyler's requirements for a secondary sect, a competitive spirit had emerged. Everyone wanted to be the first to reach the foundation establishment stage. Aside from Keegan, 4 more spots were open. Completing the sect's advancement criteria would surely earn substantial rewards from Axton. As seen from the distribution of intermediate-grade spiritual treasures, their master wasn't only powerful but incredibly generous as well. Chapter 333, Another Attack. During this period, Tanner, Shelley, and other Xuanhuan Sect disciples made significant progress. The excellent cultivation environment within the sect, combined with an abundance of spiritual energy, propelled their cultivation levels forward rapidly. New members who had joined the sect had also crossed the initial hurdles of cultivation, reaching at least the 3rd stage of chi condensation. Anthony, Ray, and other talented disciples had reached the 5th stage of chi condensation. Shelley, obsessed with alchemy, spent all her days practicing in the alchemy hall, which caused her cultivation to progress somewhat slowly. However, she had still achieved the 6th stage of chi condensation. Her series of low-level potions were widely popular and helped many disciples break through bottlenecks. Of course, these potions required contributions from the sect's treasury, and Shelley was the first to accumulate enough points to enter the enlightenment pool. Tanner devoted himself entirely to cultivation, providing guidance to junior disciples during his intense training. With his exceptional talent, he reached the 9th stage of chi condensation, just 1 step away from the foundation establishment stage. After Axton's departure, Tanner became even more determined, vowing to surprise the sect leader upon his return. Brother, look what I have. Shelley ran over with a cheerful smile, hugging Tanner's arm. Besides Axton, Tanner was her greatest support. Tanner looked at the 2 glowing jade tokens in Shelley's hand and was astonished. These are entrance tokens for the enlightenment pool. Yes, I exchanged for 2 sets, let's go together. Looking at her innocent face, Tanner felt deeply moved. He knew that the tokens were obtained through her tireless efforts in refining potions. It was clear that she wanted him to join her in the enlightenment pool for cultivation. All right, let's go. Without hesitation, Tanner agreed. Now was the time to enhance his strength for protecting Shelley and contributing to the advancement of the Xuanhuan Sect. They left for the back mountain under envious gazes. Many disciples, upon hearing the news, frantically approached Anthony, seeking suitable sect missions to quickly earn enough contribution points to enter the enlightenment pool. The entire Xuanhuan Sect was filled with youthful vitality. Storm watched approvingly, knowing they were the future of the sect. Axton had entrusted him with an important task before leaving. It wouldn't be long before news of the alliance between major sects spread, making Xuanhuan Sect the leading force among them. This would bring not only prestige, but also an influx of new disciples. People seeking enlightenment would flock to the Xuanhuan Sect for apprenticeship, an excellent opportunity for expansion. Given the current small number of disciples, moderately increasing the sect size was necessary. Storm would carefully screen new members to ensure quality. Feeling the congregation of mortals at the sect gates through the protective array, Storm observed that most were young individuals drawn by the Xuanhuan Sect's reputation. Climbing the steep mountain path served as their first test. In the continuous mountains, several meteors streaked across the sky. Axton led Annabelle in aerial flight, with Apollon and Cliff closely following behind. Apollon was already flying at his maximum speed, initially concerned that Axton wouldn't keep up, but it turned out he was mistaken. Axton flew ahead from the start, while Apollon struggled to keep pace with Cliff trailing behind. Cliff's face contorted in pain amidst the fierce winds, finding it difficult to protect himself with the true chi he could release, unable to withstand the gale from a golden core cultivator's speed. Seeing Annabelle blushing in Axton's embrace added fuel to his frustration, drawing Apollon's attention. Apollon understood his disciple well. Despite some talent, Cliff was overly proud and narrow-minded, developing a bad temper in Ankurgbo Valley where no one dared oppose him. Normally, Apollon would have severely disciplined him, possibly expelling him after his disgrace in the Xuanhuan Sect. However, with the sect suffering a major disaster and losing most of its members, such harsh measures were impossible. The group soon arrived at Ankurgbo Valley. Axton protected Annabelle with metal elemental spirit chi. Although he considered bringing her into the Emil realm to avoid awkwardness, it was best to keep it secret for use when necessary. Realizing they had entered Ankurgbo Valley, Annabelle blushed. This was her first intimate moment with Axton while fully conscious, and she felt an urge to remain in this moment forever. The valley was eerily silent, unsurprising given the previous devastation and severe losses. Apollon quickened his pace, looking grave. Though many Ankurgbo sect disciples survived outside, none were visible now. Just as he hurried deeper into the valley, a blood-curdling scream echoed. A bloodied figure rushed out, showing immense relief upon seeing Apollon. His gruesome appearance made Annabelle shrink behind Axton, sensing something terribly wrong. This is... Apollon trembled, recognizing the Ankurgbo sect emblem on the man's waistband. Despite unrecognizable features, the familiar aura confirmed his identity. Master, save me. Though running desperately, he was too far away. Seeing this, Apollon's eyes reddened with fury. Every remaining disciple was invaluable, yet they faced another calamity after his brief absence. Overwhelmed with anger, he rushed to help, only for the disciple to suddenly stop, then split in two, blood splattering everywhere. No! Despair engulfed Apollon. Witnessing his disciple's death right before his eyes, his heart sank, fearing for the safety of others inside. If more perished, he would be the ruin of the Cultivation sect, ending centuries of tradition. Who? Which demon dare show itself? Show yourself immediately. Enraged and desperate, Apollon's spiritual energy surged wildly, spreading around to reveal the hidden assailant. Chapter 334. Mysterious Escape Technique. Axton's brow furrowed. Apollon's condition was very poor. It seemed even his psychological resilience couldn't withstand the successive blows. Cliff, utterly frightened by the bizarre atmosphere, had long distanced himself from Apollon and found a rock to hide behind. He deeply regretted coming along. He should have stayed within the Xiuxian sect and avoided this crisis. Apollon, still recovering from minor injuries, was frantically using his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings. Unfortunately, everything around was eerily silent except for the occasionally twitching corpses on the ground, emitting no unusual aura. Damn it, where are you hiding? Just as Apollon was about to charge further into the valley, he felt an unsettling premonition. The ground beneath him began to tremble violently, and a skeletal hand burst out of the soil, piercing straight towards Apollon's heart. Even with his quick reflexes, he only managed to avoid the critical spot. The bone claw tore through his abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely. He was already severely injured. Apollon never expected the devil to be hiding underground, delivering a lethal strike at a crucial moment. His attention had been drawn to the dead disciples, allowing him to be caught off guard and successfully ambushed. Ha ha ha, a big fish has arrived. A strange laugh echoed as debris and dirt swirled. A black shadow emerged from the earth, giving Apollon no chance to catch his breath. It pressed forward aggressively, aiming to kill directly. Apollon tried to dodge, but the abdominal wound made his body stiff. The opponent's speed was terrifyingly fast, and this attack seemed unavoidable. His life hung in the balance. At the last moment, a golden light descended from the sky, slicing between the two. The black shadow paused, growling in frustration before stopping its advance. Apollon narrowly escaped death. The golden light didn't pursue, seemingly focused only on saving Apollon, granting him a moment to breathe. Leader Uncor. Apollon breathed a sigh of relief, enduring the intense pain and creating distance. There was no doubt that the help came from Axton, showing that he had been too impulsive compared to the foresight of a younger person. With a flick of his finger, Axton dismissed the golden light. He had sensed something amiss since entering Cultivation sect territory. A foreboding aura enveloped the area. Only when the earth moved did he realize someone had been hidden nearby. Fortunately, his powerful spiritual sense allowed him to release the Shushan Sword Chi in time to save Apollon, or the consequences would have been dire. Master! Annabelle rushed forward to support Apollon, her face filled with concern, while Cliff had vanished somewhere, nowhere to be seen. Ha 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 ha, who else meddles in my affairs? The sinister voice sounded again. The figure was cloaked in black, revealing only skeletal bones. Under the hood, two eerie glows fixated on Axton. Boy, which cultivator are you? I advise you not to interfere. His voice was ethereal, clearly indicating that Axton's recent actions had instilled some fear. Xiuxian sect, Axton. Axton said calmly. Having already intervened, he wouldn't watch Cultivation sect fall. Only through unity could they protect the Xiuxian mountains. Xiuxian sect? You're that brat? Apparently, the black figure knew of Axton, now eyeing him with intense fury. Ignoring the gravely injured Apollon, he advanced towards Axton. You could have chosen the path to paradise, but you insisted on coming to hell. Well then, I'll save myself the trouble of finding you. Let's die together here today. He was a cultivator named Stuart, accompanying the Draper sect's nascent soul stage powerhouse. Intercepted by Titus during their escape, Stuart survived by excelling in subterranean stealth. Upon returning, he found his sect destroyed. From fleeing disciples, Stuart learned it was Axton from Xiuxian sect who freed captured righteous cultivators and raised the Draper sect. Angry, Stuart had lain low until sensing the departure of Xiuxian Mountain's powerhouses, deciding to take revenge starting with the nearest target, Cultivation sect. So, you're a fugitive. Seems Senior Titus's lesson wasn't enough. Axton guessed the identity of the surviving Draper sect expert. Stuart's aura was eerie, skilled in hiding and assassination. No wonder he evaded extermination. Indeed, he had considerable prowess. I didn't expect you to not hide like a scared dog and dare wreak havoc in Xiuxian Mountains. Are you tired of living? Axton's tone was dismissive, completely underestimating him, which infuriated Stuart. You asked for death. As a malevolent cultivator, his mentality had become extremely radical over time. Axton's mockery sent him into a blind rage, desiring to tear him apart instantly. Not just another useless piece of trash. Stuart lunged forth, his aura darkening the sky like an ominous cloud. From the cloud emerged a bony claw with a grating sound, lunging directly at Axton's eyes. A smile crept onto Axton's lips. His provocation worked. Confronting such a demonic cultivator head-on was manageable, but their elusive techniques were what truly worried him. Good. Today, you'll be my sword-testing dummy? Chapter 335. Netherworld Ghost Fog. Facing the ferocious assault of Stuart, Aiko was beside Apollon, tears streaming down her face as she supported him. Apollon's condition was clearly dire. He had not yet recovered from his previous injuries and had now sustained another fatal wound. Fresh blood stained the ground. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, he would have already perished. Master, you must hold on. Brother Unker will save you. Aiko could only helplessly administer medicinal pills to the person she held closest in Xiuxian, praying that he could endure this crisis. Thankfully, Axton was present. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare imagine what the outcome might be. Daughter, if I can't make it, follow Commander Uncor back to Xiuxian sect. I believe he will take good care of you. A bitter smile appeared on Apollon's face. It seemed he couldn't escape this calamity. Even if he survived by some miracle, he probably wouldn't make any further advancements in cultivation. With demonic forces invading, he felt deeply powerless, knowing that with his own and anchored xiuxian strength, they stood no chance against them. Many elders within the sect were either dead or severely wounded. The once second-largest power in the Qingyun Mountains had virtually vanished. My last wish. If we survive this time, you must bring back the surviving disciples and follow Commander Unkor's arrangements. Apollon had lost all hope. At this moment, he only wanted to preserve the last remnants of anchored xiuxian's lineage. His words reached Axton's ears, who nodded slightly in response. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Hearing that, this old man can rest easy. Apollon sighed, feeling dizzy as the pain from his wounds became unbearable, eventually causing him to faint. Aiko sobbed softly, tightly hugging her master, afraid that letting go would mean losing him. Ha ha ha, truly touching. But when you're struggling to save yourself, how can you still promise others? Stuart sneered coldly. In his eyes, Axton was nothing more than a fish on a chopping board. He had been embarrassed earlier by Eric's encirclement, and now, having narrowly escaped, he was seething with anger. He didn't know that Axton had been responsible for the destruction of the Draper sect. To him, Axton was merely a brash youth, perfect for venting his frustrations. You talk too much. Anger rose in Axton's heart. The enemy had ambushed him in the dark, injuring Apollon, and planned to slaughter the entire anchored xiuxian. Did he really think Axton was an easy target? Boy, why does this old fool call you commander? Could it be that you've joined forces? Stuart sized up Axton thoughtfully before sneering. But appointing a greenhorn like you as commander, I see that your righteous path has come to its end. Once our great lord descends, you'll all die. Of course, today I'll start with you too. Darkness swirled around Stuart. Though he couldn't defeat the elite cultivators of Pahuang Palace, he was confident he could handle these two youngsters. As for the old man Apollon, in his current weakened state, he posed no threat at all. I hope you can laugh later. Axton's gaze sharpened. Perhaps the opponent still believed he was at the early golden core stage. Soon, Stuart would find out differently. Fong Tung, die. As soon as the words left his lips, the air grew dark, and black clouds seemed to blanket the sky, making it hard to breathe. A pale bone claw emerged from the clouds, lunging straight for Axton's crown, aiming to kill. Wolf held ghost claw. Stuart's figure disappeared, merging with the black clouds. In the next moment, the bone claw grew several times larger, blocking out the sky as it pressed down on Axton. Remaining composed, Axton knew such a trick wasn't enough to faze him. Protective True Chi released, the metal spiritual energy formed a defensive layer like an impervious sword, fearlessly facing the colossal ghostly claw. Brother Unkur. Though Aiko was focused on Apollon, she constantly monitored Axton's situation. Despite seeing his impressive displays before, the sight of the enormous bone claw worried her greatly. She knew Axton risked everything for her and Apollon. If he faced danger because of her, she'd rather sacrifice herself than see Axton harmed. Sensing the concern behind him, Axton felt warmth in his heart. Since coming to the Qingyun Mountains, he had gained many feelings he never had before. Whether from Benjamin and Shaw's visits or admiration from disciples, even Aiko's care, all reminded Axton that he had to stand strong. The bone claw attacked furiously but stalled mid-air, emitting a piercing sound of breaking. An invisible barrier rose before Axton. No matter how hard the claw tried, it couldn't break through. Stuart was astonished. His deadly wolf-hell ghost claw was slowly dissolving, unable to penetrate Axton's defenses. What kind of cultivation is this? Stuart felt unease. The spiritual energy resisted his demonic chi, preventing full power from being unleashed. Enough talk, anything else? Axton snorted. As a rare treasure body, Jingu Jian was beyond Stuart's comprehension. Ordinary demonic chi couldn't harm him, meaning that at the same level, Axton remained undefeated against demonic cultivators. I underestimated you. You've earned the right for me to unleash my full power. Stuart laughed. He hadn't encountered such a cocky youngster in a long time. Thinking of a righteous genius about to fall into his hands thrilled him. A cloud of black fog rose behind Stuart. Unlike the previous black clouds, this one seemed corrosive. Vegetation and rocks it touched quickly decayed. Aiko covered her nose warily. Anyone could tell this fog was perilous. Contact with it would invite significant trouble. The black fog surrounded Axton instantly, corroding his protective aura. The golden glow steadily diminished as the fog rapidly invaded his body. Taste my netherworld ghost fog. Stuart laughed maniacally. Countless chilling wisps of black fog spewed from his sleeves, quickly enclosing Axton. This was his cultivated magic, corpse transformation technique, using countless poisons to corrode a cultivator's spirit, rendering their abilities useless. Injured cultivators' dantians and innate treasures would be polluted, leaving them unable to use their spiritual energy. This was Stuart's strongest move, his most trusted skill. Wanting to quickly resolve the matter due to lingering fear of Pahuang Palace's experts, Stuart aimed to kill from the start. Seeing Axton frown, Stuart sneered inwardly. What a naive kid, brave or foolish, facing the corpse poison fog without moving. He'd likely become nutrients, adding power to Stuart's demonic art. Chapter 336, The Mysterious Tao Realm. Axton stood still, enveloped in black mist. Despite the corpse transformation technique continuously eroding him, he remained unresponsive. Behind him, Annabelle was anxious and wanted to speak but feared interrupting Axton's thoughts. In the end, she suppressed her impulse. In her eyes, Axton had always been a composed person. His actions must have their reasons. Is this kid scared stiff? Stuart cast a suspicious glance at Axton and finally revealed a contemptuous smile. After all, he was just a young novice. This would be for the best. After quickly resolving the fight, he planned to leave the Green Cloud Mountains and join another force. Inside the black mist, Axton sensed his surroundings with deep contemplation. The black mist Stuart released gave him a familiar feeling, which was why he hadn't immediately fought back. He wanted to investigate it further. This dense black mist seemed to have its own consciousness, capable of swiftly identifying a cultivator's weakness and then consuming them. Even though Axton's metal sword body was a bane to evil entities, under the erosion of the black mist, it appeared to be barely holding on. However, that was all there was to it. Axton extended his hand, faint golden light enveloping his palm as he pinched a clump of black mist into his hand. The black mist reacted with great excitement upon contacting Axton's body, vaguely revealing a grotesque face, a remnant consciousness of a cultivator swallowed by the mist. The black mist frantically tried to enter Axton's body but found his hands incredibly difficult to handle. Axton squeezed his hand, and the black mist emitted a scream before dissipating instantly. Axton's gaze shifted. He finally realized what the familiar feeling was. It was the essence of a Dao realm. Although the black mist's Dao realm fluctuations were minimal and clearly immature, it had already formed the basic shape of a Dao realm. It seemed that Stuart's identity was not simple. No wonder he managed to escape from Ives. Besides his superb escape techniques, he was likely half a step away from the nascent soul stage, having tapped into the power of a Dao realm. Unfortunately for Stuart, he encountered Axton. An ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator might indeed be helpless against him. Seeing no movement in the black mist, Stuart was about to withdraw his skill to completely engulf Axton when his expression suddenly changed. Next, a golden light burst forth from the black mist like a lightning bolt slicing through endless clouds, scattering everything around. What? Stuart's eyes were full of disbelief. His netherworld creatures were his signature skill, and even facing a nascent soul cultivator, he had confidence to hold on for a while. How could a young novice break through? But the reality unfolded right before him. Axton gradually emerged, surrounded by a faint golden glow. The surrounding black mist, like encountering its nemesis, retreated in all directions, eventually disappearing under the glow. Stuart's expression grew increasingly grim. He couldn't believe that his proud skill was so easily neutralized by Axton. Who was this mysterious figure, and why did he appear in the Green Cloud Mountains? Big brother Unker, be careful. Seeing Axton break free, Annabelle hadn't had time to celebrate when Stuart attacked again fiercely. You have some skills. I intended to leave you a complete corpse, but now don't blame me. Stuart gave Axton no chance to catch his breath. In his view, although Axton seemed relaxed, escaping his skill must have taken a significant toll. He aimed to finish quickly, launching a deadly strike. A strange fluctuation returned. This time, Stuart rushed forward, his back appearing as an endless black hole that sucked in surrounding light, including Axton's golden glow, drawing it in. Indeed, Axton sighed inwardly. Although Stuart was wicked, his demonic arts were formidable. If anyone else had faced him today, they might have met a tragic end. The black hole radiated the essence of a Dao realm, obviously showing signs of formation. This meant Stuart had reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Once the Dao realm fully hatched, he could advance anytime. Kid, you are very lucky, and very unlucky. Stuart's figure merged into the black hole as darkness consumed the surroundings. His voice echoed as if from the void. To witness my Dao realm is worth your death. When that great one arrives, I will thoroughly reach the nascent soul stage. Then, would I fear the broken illusion immortal palace? Stuart's voice grew more audacious. In Ives' pursuit, he escaped by entering the darkness using his black mist Dao realm. Though only in its infancy, it already far surpassed ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators. Now in the darkness, Axton felt invisible ghosts pulling at him. The thick black gas coiled around him, exuding a terrifying malevolence. This was his first encounter with a Dao realm outside of his master Kobe. He couldn't help but feel curious. He had heard that a complete Dao realm could give birth to life, forming a small world of its own. However, Stuart's nascent Dao realm had clearly gone astray. The black hole contained no life, only infinite darkness and evil whispers, as if eyes were constantly watching, ready to attack. Suddenly, a skeletal claw stretched out behind Axton, blending into the darkness. More claws emerged from all sides, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Ha struggle. It's one thing to withstand 100 claws, but 1,000. Stuart's eerie voice echoed around. This was his sole command over the Dao realm, splitting his attacks into hundreds or thousands, with only one being real. The most terrifying part was that if a cultivator failed to resist any single claw, it would materialize and tear apart the opponent mercilessly, making it impossible to guard against. Axton tried hitting one of the bone claws, causing it to vanish instantly. More claws quickly reappeared, seemingly endless. Don't waste your effort. Dying in my Dao realm is your honor. You're a late-stage golden core? Now you see our difference. Gemling voices came from all directions. Even the bone claws laughed mockingly at Axton's naivety. Die. Stuart seemed to lose patience as countless bone claws flew towards Axton, carrying immense malice. Instantly, ghostly howls filled the Dao realm. Facing absolute darkness, Axton closed his eyes, sensing the myriad of hostile energies around him, and smiled disdainfully. Is that all there is? Chapter 337. A Countering Force. If Axton had not intended to better understand his opponent's Dao realm, he would have attacked long ago. He was curious about how the Dao realm of a half-step nascent soul cultivator differed from his own. Sure enough, the gap was obvious. With the blessing of the rare treasure, the river map, the profundity of Axton's Dao realm far exceeded anyone's imagination. The black mist Dao realm held no trace of vitality. Even with countless vengeful souls within, it could only use their grievances for attacks. It was a broken Dao realm incapable of developing its own consciousness. Even if someone fortuitously stepped into the nascent soul realm, they would lose all reason after devouring countless souls over time and become a mindless killing machine. In contrast, Axton's Emil realm was self-illuminated through the heavenly Dao golden core and enhanced by obtaining the supreme treasure river map. The completeness of this Dao realm was vastly amplified. Theoretically, even when newly opened, a nascent soul cultivator's Dao realm is a void requiring constant understanding to gradually restore vitality. Who would have thought Axton directly integrated the river map into his Dao realm, easily achieving what others needed centuries to accomplish? At that moment, Annabelle's vision was entirely obscured by black mist, unable to see the battle within. She wanted to rush in to help Axton, but Apollon suddenly tightened her hand, shaking his head slightly. Master, you're awake. Apollon slowly opened his eyes. His aura was still very weak, but he tightly gripped Annabelle's hand. Tianer, just wait here. Lord Alliance leader Uncor knows what he's doing. But Master, brother Uncor. Worry showed on Annabelle's face as she saw Apollon try to rise, only to be hampered by his injuries, spitting out several mouthfuls of dark blood. Tianer, you've grown up. If I don't die this time, I will likely end up crippled and can no longer take care of you. Master, don't talk nonsense. Tianer still wants to return to Enkurgbo sect with you. You promised to bring Tianer back. Cough, cough, silly girl. You're too naive. Your master is old, lacking the energy to manage Enkurgbo sect. Apollon's voice carried an air of exhaustion and sorrow. The recent events drained him physically and mentally. With his Danteon injured, he felt heartbroken. Listen to your master. Lord Alliance leader Uncor is a good man. If something happens to me, you and the remaining disciples of Enkurgbo sect should seek shelter at Xiuxian sect. Lord Alliance leader Uncor will take care of you. Master, master. Before Annabelle could speak further, Apollon fell into a deep sleep again. She hugged her master tightly, tears streaming down her face, fearing he might leave her at any moment. Within the black mist, Axton and Stuart stood without exploring outside conditions. Stuart's face was full of murderous intent. Seeing Axton seemingly entranced, he sneered inwardly. Just another minor sect leader who knew nothing, now lost in his half-step Dao realm, ready to be crushed by bone claws. Die! Countless bone claws rushed towards Axton. The golden light before him seemed to give up resistance, letting them close in. Stuart's cruel smile grew wider as one especially pale claw emitting a demonic aura sped towards Axton's forehead. One hit would sever his head. Stuart eagerly anticipated that moment. Crushing a human genius himself would earn praise even from high-ranking demons. His Dao realm came from devouring countless cultivators' divine souls, not self-illuminated and extremely damaged. Only legendary Dantes could mend such a realm, allowing true entry into the nascent soul stage. Thinking of this, Stuart laughed madly. This inexperienced youth didn't know better and had walked right into his trap, gifting him immense power. But just as the critical moment arrived, Stuart felt his bone claw constricted, causing excruciating pain. The bone claw, part of his body and his flesh-cultivated life-bound treasured weapon, caused unbearable agony. Brat, what trickery is this? Stuart roared, rushing to finish Axton. However, Axton, whom he believed controlled by the black mist, now calmly stared at him, gripping the bone claw, his eyes sharp. You're still lucid, impossible. Stuart couldn't believe it. His black mist Dao realm always triumphed, never letting any golden core cultivator escape unscathed. Yet Axton remained unaffected, even waiting deliberately for him. Don't pretend, surrender. Stuart snarled, pushing his half-step Dao realm to its limit. Dark clouds grew denser, suffocating Axton, exuding thick malice, which ordinary cultivators couldn't resist. Seeing Axton once more enshrouded in black mist, Stuart barely caught his breath when the black mist started to waver, a speck of golden light breaking through, splitting the mist apart. The golden beam expanded upward, cutting the black mist in two like sunlight piercing through darkness. If Stuart's Dao realm were endless demonic clouds in the sky, Axton's sword light was the purest thunderbolt from the heavens, mercilessly penetrating through. How could this happen? My Dao realm penetrated by you? Stuart couldn't believe what he saw. He'd sacrificed much to gain this Dao realm, using it as a trump card. Now, it was effortlessly shattered by a mere late-stage golden core cultivator. Not possible. A Dao realm cannot be pierced by you unless, he muttered, suspicious, as if realizing something. Unless I also comprehend a Dao realm, correct? A clear voice emerged from the mist. Remaining wisps fled from Axton, losing their former arrogance. Dao realm, impossible. How can a youth like you possess one? Stuart shook his head fiercely. Even forming his black mist Dao realm took nearly a century, through endless massacres. How could Axton, looking merely in his 20s, reach this level? Do you mean this? Axton waved his hand. Concealed by the black mist Dao realm, he no longer hid his strength. After all, Stuart's fate was to be extinguished by him. A strand of killing intent emanated from him, turning into a vast wave. Surrounding black mist cowered in fear, sinking to the ground. Dao realm. Stuart finally acknowledged the reality of Axton's Dao realm, his gaze dark. Good brat, even though I don't know how you comprehended the Dao realm, trying to defeat me solely by this isn't naive? Before he finished speaking, a golden, slaughter-intent hand emerged, striking swiftly. Stuart tried to dodge, but his body wouldn't obey. He felt a burning pain on his face, followed by his neck being clamped, lifting him off the ground. Now, who's the naive one? Chapter 338, Deceitful Villain. In the black mist, the situation suddenly shifted. Jonathan, who had been in the upper hand, now could only helplessly kick his legs and glare fiercely at Axton. He couldn't believe that such a young person had awakened to the Dao realm and even overpowered him. Trying to resist, he found himself utterly powerless. A nameless fear enveloped him. The killing intent emitted by Axton far exceeded his comprehension. A soul-deep terror as if Axton were the master of this world, casually controlling life and death. Even the black mist Dao realm cowered in the corner, unresponsive no matter how he called out. This was an innate suppression. Facing a Dao realm specialized in destruction, the black mist Dao realm felt like the lowest existence on the food chain, completely lacking the courage to resist. Jonathan struggled, trying to escape from Axton's large hand. He wanted to summon his magical treasure with divine consciousness, but found the surrounding space locked down. His divine consciousness was trapped within his sea of consciousness by the destructive aura. Stepping out would mean certain annihilation. Jonathan finally realized something. The man before him was no ordinary being. The Dao realm he comprehended was not only several times stronger than his, but also more complete. How was this possible? Clearly just a young fellow, yet he burst forth with such power. If given another few hundred years, entering the transformation spirit stage wouldn't be a problem. Speak. What is the devil cult's conspiracy in the Green Cloud Mountains? Axton didn't kill him immediately, still harboring some dread. Devil cult members were omnipresent. Who knew what other contingencies they left behind in the Green Cloud Mountains? Although his strength had greatly increased, his energy was limited, and he couldn't protect everyone. Only by questioning Jonathan could the devil cult's scheme be revealed, allowing for preemptive defense and preventing the tragedy of Yiba Sect from happening again. Ha ha ha. Jonathan's expression transformed from fear to disdain, then into rampant laughter. Leader Encore? Indeed, you are worthy of being the righteous leader, still thinking of the welfare of all at this moment. His smile became more eerie, as if he understood Axton through and through, his voice wildly arrogant. Kill me. Have the guts to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. You're afraid that my Devil Clan's army will sweep across the world again. Afraid your disciples and loved ones will die under the hands of the Devil King. If I were you, I'd run as far as possible. Otherwise, not only your life but also the woman behind you, your disciples, and your relatives will die miserably. Axton's brow furrowed, and he increased his grip. Do you really think I won't kill you? Gungjin's spirit energy flowed through his arm into Jonathan's body, eliciting an agonized howl. It felt as if his internal organs were burning, a pain even his cultivation level couldn't withstand. I do want to know the devil cult's whereabouts, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. Axton's figure grew colder, his intimidating gaze sending shivers down Jonathan's spine. You can die, but your soul cannot escape. I can use soul search technique on you. Axton's voice was icy, chilling Jonathan to the bone. He believed Axton would do it. Though slightly demonic, the soul search technique has been used throughout history against devil cultivators. Once subjected to it, the outcome was worse than dismemberment, with even the divine soul splitting apart. At best, becoming a wandering ghost. More likely, disappearing into nothingness, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Feeling Axton's grip tighten, Jonathan seemed unable to bear the pressure any longer and began pleading for mercy. Leader Encore, I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. His trembling voice eased somewhat as the force around his neck lessened, greedily gulping in a breath. You'd better not play tricks. Axton said coldly, but still held Jonathan firmly, giving him only enough room to speak. Leader Encore, my Dao realm can't match yours. I'm not your opponent. Where's the courage to play tricks? Jonathan pleaded bitterly, sounding quite sincere. The surrounding mist slowly retreated back into his body, revealing a clearer scene. Big brother Uncle. Annabelle waited anxiously outside. Seeing the black mist dissipate and Axton emerge unharmed, seemingly subduing Jonathan, she couldn't help but shout. Hearing Jonathan begging pitifully, thinking of her critically injured master, her anger was indescribable. Annabelle pulled out a short dagger, standing up. Big brother Uncle, don't listen to his lies. This devil wounded my master. We can't let him go. Jonathan shot Annabelle a hateful glare at her words, but endured it when remembering Axton beside him. However, a deceitful thought sprang up in his mind. Little girl, that's because your master overestimated himself. Do you truly think he's a good person? As I understand, over the years, to sit atop the second sect of Green Cloud Mountains, he hasn't spared many dirty deeds. Want me to list them out? Annabelle grew increasingly angry, her face flushed red, hiding the dagger behind her back and moving towards Jonathan. Tiana, don't act rashly. Axton frowned, instinctively warning her. Unfortunately, Jonathan acted faster, spitting out a foul-smelling black gas straight at Annabelle, its putrid corrosive smell capable of turning Foundation establishment cultivators into blood water instantly. Be careful. Axton's heart leaped, flashing before Annabelle, pulling her into his embrace, narrowly dodging the black gas. Feeling a sinking sensation, he turned to see Jonathan recovering and disappearing in an instant. He planned this from the start, feigning surrender and using Annabelle's safety to restrain Axton for his escape. Indeed, a remnant of the devil cult who escaped from Xuanhuan, his thoughts were wickedly cunning. Almost, he succeeded. Note: in translating character names to pinyin or phonetic English, please provide the correct pinyin for specific characters if necessary. Chapter 339, Jonathan Must Die. Brat, let you have your moment of glory. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll settle the score with you. Jonathan gritted his teeth. He had never anticipated that Axton would comprehend the Dao realm and even surpass him in power. However, if he could escape, the future of the Green Cloud Sect would be plagued by endless retribution. If Jonathan was willing to hide himself within the Black Mist Dao realm, even Axton would find it hard to track him down. By then, hiding near the Green Cloud Sect, whenever a disciple ventured out, he would enact his revenge, surely causing anxiety for Axton. Moreover, if this news reached the ears of great powers in the Cecilia Dao, a mere golden core cultivator comprehending an extraordinary Dao realm, it would surely cause a massive stir. Then, others would deal with Axton, and he might even earn considerable rewards. Thinking about this, Jonathan couldn't wait to break free. His escape techniques wouldn't match Axton's speed, but as long as he could get away. After numerous thoughts raced through his mind, Jonathan's figure dissolved into a cloud of black mist, fleeing at incredible speed. Axton's Dao realm was terrifying. Despite the disparity in their strength, the innate oppressive aura made it difficult for Jonathan to breathe. He had no time to delve into Axton's secrets. He only wanted to leave the Green Cloud Mountains swiftly and spread the word, bringing a demon army to crush this place. Unfortunately, Axton had seen through his plan. Even when distracted by protecting Annabelle, he had set up precautions. The black mist flew frantically towards the valley exit. As the outside landscape approached, Jonathan felt a surge of triumph. Once out, Names like Axton, Green Cloud Sect, and Green Cloud Alliance would be nothing more than jokes. Soon, he'd lead a demon army to take back the humiliation inflicted on him today. Just as he was about to leave the valley, Jonathan suddenly felt a shiver run through him. An overwhelming sense of danger swept over him, and he froze mid-step. In the next second, roar echoed like a dragon, followed by a burst of golden light. A plain-looking flying sword hovered in the air. Though it appeared old and worn, its aura was formidable, akin to an ancient sovereign standing alone. What is this thing? Jonathan's heart pounded. Instinctively, he sensed intense danger, but hesitating would allow Axton to catch up. Just making things look ominous. Just a rusted sword. Do you really think you can stop me? Escape was right before him, and Jonathan wouldn't stop for an ordinary, rusty sword. He steeled himself, transformed into a phantom-like black mist, and attempted to slip past the rusty sword at high speed. Humph, just as expected. Before Jonathan could celebrate, a powerful sense of danger overwhelmed him. The rusty sword trembled as Jonathan approached, emitting a faint sound, both triumphant and excited. Only Axton knew this indicated the sword of a mortal slaying sensing prey. It had slept too long, craving demon blood to consecrate itself. Jonathan was undoubtedly the perfect target to hone it. What the hell is this? Jonathan instinctively sensed lethal intent and struggled to evade the attack of the sword of a mortal slaying. Unfortunately, it was too late. A ghastly scream echoed as a blood-soaked arm plummeted from the sky. Jonathan's right arm. His attempt to dodge failed, resulting in his arm being severed by the sword. Falling to the ground, weakened and in pain, he roared in defiance. How is this possible? Jonathan snarled in despair. An uncontrolled flying sword could sever his physical body? What was this sword's origin? Why did his blood feel like it was turning to ice, as if encountering a mortal enemy? Seeing the sword fly joyfully to Axton's side, occasionally spinning and humming, sent Jonathan's heart sinking. This time, he had truly lost. Originally believing no one could match him after the false imagination Immortal Palace left, he thought he could unleash his wrath freely. But he hadn't anticipated being subdued by a young man whose capabilities filled him with hopelessness. Axton's Dao realm was more complete, his magical treasures more powerful, and even his cultivation surpassed him. This young man was a monster, achieving heights Jonathan could only dream of at such a young age. Such individuals were rare, perhaps prodigies within the 7 great immortal sects. The sword of immortal slaying, tasting demon blood, shone brighter, glaring hungrily at Jonathan. Its predatory glow sent chills down Jonathan's spine. Had Axton not been present, the sword would have shown no mercy, taking his head. Well done. Axton gently stroked the sword's surface, and it responded like an obedient child, devoid of its previous killing intent. Such sentience was unique to immortal artifacts, a rarity most cultivators would never encounter in their lives. Can't wait? Feeling the sword's desire for Jonathan, Axton knew his prized flying sword was barely holding back. One command, and it would transform into a giant dragon, swallowing Jonathan whole. Step by step, Axton approached, exerting immense pressure on Jonathan. He knew any resistance was futile. They weren't in the same league. Axton could slay him anytime. Wait, don't kill me, don't kill me. Finally, panic showed on Jonathan's face. Never did he imagine dying at the hands of a junior. Even xuanhuan couldn't touch him. This death felt unjust. Do you have anything else to say? Holding the sword of a mortal slaying, which shook slightly, dropping all blood and remaining spotless, Axton exuded killing intent that immobilized Jonathan, as if locked in the sight of a primordial beast. Don't kill me. I know other demon bases in the Green Cloud Mountains. Let me go, and I'll tell you everything. Jonathan shouted, sweat drenching his forehead, unsure if it was from pain or fear. Brother Unkur, don't listen to him. Cecilia cultists are treacherous. Be wary of traps. Annabelle's voice carried hate as she warned Axton, unable to bear Jonathan's smooth talking. Oh. Axton became somewhat interested. He believed there were hidden demons in the mountains, but didn't know their locations. If ignored, they'd become a significant threat. However, Jonathan must die. As a demon cultivator, he deserved no mercy. Regardless of what Jonathan revealed, he would not spare him. Hashtag chapter 340, Human and Cecilia Realms. I say. Marlon's face was filled with a pleading expression. Sensing the pressure beside him had finally lessened, his countenance suddenly turned fierce. Marlon's physical body began to crumble piece by piece, and from within his sea of consciousness, a pitch-black light orb leapt out, apparently planning to abandon his physical body and escape rapidly in his divine soul form. Seeing this scene, Axton wasn't surprised. His opponent was old and cunning. Making such a desperate decision was expected. It's useless, be subdued. He had anticipated Marlon would attempt some trickery. The Emil realm had already enveloped the opponent. Now, seeing Marlon's divine soul burst forth, he simply clenched his hand. Speaking of Marlon, he harbored immense resentment in his heart. He never thought he would stumble at the hands of a young inexperienced boy. Damn brat, when I escape, I will bring my demon army to exterminate your Xiuxian sect. Although abandoning his physical body allowed him to increase his speed several times over, it also caused tremendous harm to himself. Not only would he be unable to advance further in cultivation in this lifetime, but even the Dao realm he had comprehended would completely collapse, drastically reducing his strength. Escape first, keep the green hills, and there will always be wood for the fire. Just as Marlon believed he was about to escape, he suddenly felt his divine soul unable to move. The surrounding air seemed frozen. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. What is this? Dao realm? How can your Dao realm be so large? Marlon's divine soul trembled. He finally understood the gap between them. Axton not only possessed a more complete Dao realm but also utilized it much more profoundly than he did. To be trapped in the Emil realm without even realizing it was something even an infant-stage cultivator could not achieve. Who exactly was this boy before him? Fear started welling up deep inside him. Wait, listen to me. Before Marlin could continue pleading, Axton intensified the Tao realm. Suddenly, boundless killing intent emerged around him, mercilessly shattering Marlin's divine soul, erasing it from existence. The opportunity was given to you. Too bad you were too weak. Axton looked at the scattered fragments of divine consciousness in the air. With Marlin now spiritually extinguished, justice had been served for those wrongfully killed by him. The black mist in the air finally dissipated, allowing sunlight from outside the valley to pour in, dispelling all shadows. Aiko stared at the towering figure before her, slightly dazed. Brother Unker, please come and check on my master. The face of Apollon in her arms was pale, yet he still had a faint breath. Axton placed a hand on his pulse, his brow furrowing slightly. Elder Apollon's dantian has ruptured, but his life is not in danger. However, he probably won't be able to advance to the infant stage realm in the future. This was not good news. For a cultivator, it was the greatest sorrow, but with Apollon's mindset, he might be able to let it go. Tie-in, Elder Apollon will be taken care of by me. Do you remember what he said earlier? Axton infused pure spiritual energy into Apollon's body to prevent his condition from worsening. With several months of recuperation, Apollon's body would recover, though his dantian would remain very fragile, unable to hold much more spiritual energy. I remember. Master said to take care of the remaining Yiba sect disciples and bring them back to Xuanhuan sect. Tears still lingered on Aiko's face, but she wiped them away resolutely and stood up. This was Apollon's final instruction while unconscious. Even in peril, he still cared about the sect's disciples. She couldn't disappoint him. She knew the environment of the Yiba sect best and was familiar with where the disciples would usually take refuge. Only by finding them and bringing them back to Xuanhuan sect could the last embers of the Yiba sect be preserved. Brother Unker, I'll be back soon. Aiko left a message and vanished, clearly going to search for the scattered disciples. In a chaotic expanse, a black palace towered prominently. Inside the palace, it was pitch dark except for flickering candlelight illuminating a shadow sitting on a throne, its features unclear. Inside the palace, it was pitch dark except for flickering candlelight illuminating a shadow sitting on a throne, its features unclear. The shadow was playing with a black pearl that glowed eerily. Suddenly, the shadow stopped, a playful smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. The seed left in the 10,000 spirits continent disappeared. I wonder which old friend did it. Its voice was young but laced with endless vicissitudes. The night pearl ceased twinkling, emitting a burst of light. Next second, the eerie glow formed a picture floating before them, showing green mountains and clear waters. It was precisely Axton's location in Yiba Valley. On the screen, the battle between Axton and Marlin played back, ending with Marlin's total extinction. Everything seen clearly. Useless waste. The shadow closed its eyes indifferently, assuming it was an old friend who did it. But it turned out to be a mere child. Losing interest, just as it was about to crush the pearl, it suddenly uttered a light exclamation. That figure seemed familiar, almost identical to someone from long ago. Zooming in, Axton's face became clearer. The gaze inside the palace grew sharper, ultimately breaking into a smile. So it's your son. Seeing you here means we truly have an affinity. Enough, we will meet eventually. Let you live a bit longer for now. He waved his hand, and the image composed of eerie light shattered, plunging the entire palace back into darkness and silence. Outside the palace, the ground was scorched endlessly. 2 blood moons rose high in the sky, surrounded by endless demonic aura. 10 figures stood outside the door, looking respectfully towards the palace, waiting for the king's command. Pass on my decree, proceed according to the plan. Use the pawns as planned. An ancient yet lazy voice echoed in everyone's hearts. They obviously revered it greatly, kneeling one after another. Obey the Dante's command. They were the Dante's 10 great generals, gathered today, filled with excitement. 3 years ago, the demon realm invaded the 10,000 spirits continent, but ended up being repelled with heavy losses. The old Dante stepped down immediately, and a new Dante arose. Now, the demon realm was recuperating, preparing to launch a devastating retaliation. It seemed the new Dante was impatient. Rumors had it that the new Dante wielded unparalleled power, never officially intervening or showing himself for years. The old Dante once said he wasn't his match, reinforcing the general's faith in following him. This invasion of the 10,000 spirits continent would be the final battle between the human and demon realms. Chapter 341, Flourishing Day by Day. On the Wanling continent, within the Xuanhuan mountain range. By the time Axton and the others returned to the mountain gate, it was already dawn of the next day. Apollon's injuries were serious, but not life-threatening. Annabelle was followed by a dozen Yiba sect disciples, all wearing expressions of fear and unease. After all, their long-established sect had been destroyed overnight. Anyone would feel disheartened. Annabelle comforted her disciples from time to time. Over these days, she had grown significantly, no longer the naive girl she once was. She now bore heavy responsibilities on her shoulders. Chance Unker, you're back? As soon as they entered the mountain gate, they heard Harvey's cheerful shout. Although he knew that with Axton's strength, he could protect himself in the Xuanhuan mountains, Harvey couldn't help feeling somewhat worried. Who are they? Harvey cast a puzzled glance at the disciples ahead, recognizing new faces who looked dispirited. There's a long story behind this. These are the surviving cultivators from the Yiba sect. You arrange accommodation for them. Axton did not explain much further. It was best not to revisit the destruction of their sect, so that these Yiba sect disciples could integrate more quickly. Harvey hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, understanding Axton's intention. He saw the apprehension on their young faces and scratched his head with a smile. Now that you're part of Xuanhuan sect, we're all one family here. There's no need to be so formal. Let me show you to your assigned caves. Xuanhuan sect lacked many things, but not space. The vast mountainside only had dozens of disciples, leaving plenty of unoccupied caves to accommodate these new cultivators. Tianer, go with Pong Pong and find a suitable place for Senior Apollon to recuperate. Axton decided to let Annabelle assist with the arrangements. Since the Ankurbo sect had decided to join Xiuxian sect, it was important they took on some responsibilities. Annabelle had become familiar with many disciples over these days, making her the perfect choice to help integrate the Ankurbo sect disciples faster. I understand. Annabelle nodded, leading the group away under Harvey's guidance. From today on, there was no longer any Ankurbo sect. They were all Xiuxian sect disciples. Wyatt and Shelley also came out when they heard the commotion outside. Xiuxian sect was clearly busier than ever before, not just because of the arrival of Annabelle's group, but also due to the influx of younger faces in the mountain gate. Headmaster! Master! They joyfully gathered around Axton, especially Wyatt, whose aura had grown steadier, evidently making significant progress after entering the enlightenment pool. Tell me, what have you all achieved during my absence? Axton asked with a smile, knowing his disciples had much to tell him. Master, look! Shelley couldn't contain herself, rushing into Axton's arms, and then fished out a pill bottle from her chest. Axton took it and opened the bottle, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance. What is this? Shelley looked up proudly, awaiting praise from Axton. Master, this is Shelley's latest refined source-strengthening pill. When consumed by disciples below the Foundation establishment stage, it can boost their cultivation level, although only once. Axton sniffed the pill again, noticing its potent and pure spiritual energy. He felt pleasantly surprised. Allowing Shelley to delve into alchemy had indeed been the right decision. Not only did she possess talent, but she also worked hard, achieving in a month what others might take years to accomplish. The source-strengthening pill was among the finest second-grade pills, perfect for enhancing the cultivation levels within the sect. With a dozen pills in this bottle, they could accelerate the cultivation path of newly admitted disciples. Well done. Axton patted Shelley's head. She closed her eyes contentedly upon receiving the praise. To her, Axton was like family. Initially, she might have stayed out of gratitude, but now, it was pure affection. Turning his gaze, Axton noticed Wyatt, who hadn't spoken but exuded an aura that brought him joy. Originally talented, Wyatt had progressed remarkably, breaking through the chi condensation stage and nearing the threshold of Foundation establishment, just waiting for the right moment to advance further, a positive sign, reflecting well on Xiuxian sect and serving as a role model for other disciples. Wyatt stepped forward, respectfully bowing upon hearing Axton's call. Beyond gratitude, he held deep respect for Axton, which kept him composed rather than giddy like Shelley. Master, I feel my spiritual energy isn't growing anymore. Can I break through the chi condensation stage? Axton smiled, gently patting his shoulder. This boy was diligent but overly cautious, sometimes a flaw. Certainly, but in the future, decide for yourself. Everyone's path is unique. Understand? Yes, disciple understands. Wyatt nodded seriously, hesitating briefly before continuing. Master, after advancing to the Foundation establishment stage, I wish to travel the world. Seeing his hesitant manner, Axton chuckled. This ambition was commendable. Breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage meant gaining self-defense capabilities. Sheltered existence wouldn't lead to true growth. Especially with the impending demonic calamity, practical experience would mean survival. Supporting Wyatt's aspirations was wise. Wyatt brother, I want to go too. Can you take me along? Shelley, overhearing this, tugged on Wyatt's hand anxiously. Having grown up together, they relied on each other deeply. Wyatt looked perplexed, glancing towards Axton for help. Shelley, you may travel after reaching the Foundation establishment stage. Understand? Axton didn't outright refuse, but set a condition. Shelley's talent should not be overshadowed by alchemy alone. Really? Then I'll practice now. Shelley beamed, dragging Wyatt toward the enlightenment pool. Her accumulated contribution points from refining pills would allow both siblings to enter again. Meanwhile, Anthony and Ray led a batch of young faces to Axton. They stood with heads lowered, barely daring to meet his gaze, though a few sneaked curious glances at him. Headmaster, these are seekers who've come to our Xiuxian sect recently. Following your instructions, I selected 52 individuals from humble backgrounds and similar ages, reported Anthony diligently, completing the task Axton left him before departing. These youthful faces brimmed with vitality, coming from various backgrounds but standing straight now, showing utmost respect. Axton used eagle eye to sweep through the crowd, nodding after finding no suspicious auras. Well done. To those who've joined Xiuxian sect, you will start as miscellaneous disciples. Complete more sect missions, and if someone reaches the threshold of chi condensation, they can become outer disciples, rewarded with a source-strengthening pill. Every sect needed solid foundations, and this was the prime opportunity to fortify Xiuxian sect. Rather than accepting outsider cultivators, Axton preferred nurturing these youth, believing they'd become the core force in the future. The young disciples' eyes sparkled at the promise of such valuable pills, strengthening their sense of belonging. Rest assured, Headmaster, we'll work hard and prove ourselves. It was unclear who started it, but the originally solemn disciples suddenly burst into a cacophony of voices. Yeah, one day I will also become an alchemist, learning from senior sister Shelley. Haha, I bet you just like senior sister Shelley, how shameless. I can't wait to take on the task of sweeping the mountain gate. These voices rang in his ears, adding a touch of vitality to Xiuxian sect. Axton's face broke into a smile. This was his sect, although still very weak. It would one day give the entire Wanling continent a pleasant surprise. The scene before him filled him with hope and determination. The lively chatter and eagerness among the disciples reflected the growing energy within the sect. Even though Xiuxian sect was currently small and not well known, Axton had no doubt that with time and effort, it would rise to prominence and make its mark on the continent. Chapter 342, A Pair Breakthroughs. The matter with the Nox sect had finally been resolved, allowing Axton to have some rest. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed, and the Azure Cloud sect had undergone significant changes. Apollon, who was severely injured, had regained consciousness by now, but his cultivation level had dropped to the mid-golden core stage. Although he always claimed not to mind it on the surface, Axton could see the desolation in his eyes. They had talked a few times. Apollon said that being able to save his life was already fortunate enough. He now only wanted to watch the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect grow without involving himself in worldly affairs. He did as he said. Apollon took up the role of elder in the law enforcement hall, guiding disciples in cultivation and setting regulations daily. As a former leader of a sect, these tasks were within his reach effortlessly. Before long, the Azure Cloud sect became well organized. Keegan also made considerable progress in artifact refining and was now able to forge superior magical artifacts. He was very generous, bestowing these magical artifacts on newly entered disciples, which made him quite popular among them. The earliest disciples, Ray and Anthony, had diligently completed their sect missions and entered the enlightenment pool for cultivation, leading to rapid progression in cultivation and reaching the late chi condensation stage. They were just one step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Tanner was even more of a pleasant surprise, having successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage on his own without any support from pills or external forces, displaying strength comparable to genius disciples from major sects. The next day, at the front of the enlightenment pool, Axton and Tanner stood silently. Tanner looked nervous, frequently glancing into the enlightenment pool, clearly agitated. Master, should I go in and check? After some hesitation, he still voiced this thought, completely lacking his usual efficiency. Axton shook his head and held Tanner down. Don't rush. Trust Juniper. The two accompanied Juniper to the enlightenment pool today, so she could attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Although Tanner had confidence in his sister, he was somewhat uneasy as the moment approached. Soon after, energy fluctuations began emanating from inside the enlightenment pool, and familiar aura wafted over, making Tanner's face brighten. Sure enough, a figure hopped out energetically, none other than the lovely Juniper. After months of growth, she not only successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, but also grew taller, beginning to resemble a beauty. Are you hurt? Quickly take these pills. Tanner fumbled with many bottles, shoving them all into Juniper's hands, causing her to pout. Tanner, I'm not a child anymore, you don't need to worry so much. Then, Juniper clung tightly to Axton's arm, rubbing her cheek against it coquettishly. Master, Juniper has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Isn't that impressive? Yes, very good. Axton nodded approvingly. Although he comforted Tanner, personally coming here to guard the breakthrough proved his affection for Juniper. Unconsciously, Juniper had become a treasure jewel in the Azure Cloud sect, loved by Axton and admired by the disciples. Many male disciples gathered around Juniper every day trying to build a relationship with her, much to her annoyance. What reward do you want, Master? Juniper blinked her big eyes mischievously. What reward do you want? Axton looked at her amusedly. This little girl seemed to be spoiled rotten, daring to bargain with her master. Do you remember your promise to Tanner? When we both break through to the foundation establishment stage, you would allow us to go down the mountain for training. Juniper giggled, clearly thinking about this for a while. Master doesn't know how annoying it is staying on the mountain facing those disciples all day. If it weren't for Catherine and Gildener accompanying me, I'd be driven crazy. Seeing Juniper pout, Axton sighed helplessly. He knew this issue. Male disciples obediently followed Juniper's commands to win her favor, something she complained about often. Was this a case of too much happiness becoming trouble? Axton shook his head. He didn't oppose disciples going down the mountain for training. Always staying under his protection would hinder their growth. Now that the duo had reached the foundation establishment stage, it was time for them to undergo some real-world experiences. You can go if you promise to listen to Tanner and not take advantage of his indulgence. Tanner awkwardly scratched his head. He had only this one sister, whom he doted on immensely and couldn't bear to see suffer even the slightest weich. For better fluency in English, weichuth should be replaced with a more fitting English expression. Since weichuth is used twice and the second instance is unclear without context, I'll provide a revised sentence assuming it means injustice or hardship. Tanner awkwardly scratched his head. He had only this one sister, whom he doted on immensely and couldn't bear to see suffer even the slightest hardship. I know, Master. Juniper cheered and pulled out many bottles from her arms, stuffing them into Axton's arms. Master, these are the medicinal pills I refined over the past few days. Origin solidification pills, chi replenishment pills, hemostatic powder. They should suffice for the disciples within the sect for some time. Looking at Juniper, who counted her treasures proudly, Axton couldn't help but marvel at her growth. From a timid girl hiding behind her brother, she had transformed into a significant asset to the Azure Cloud sect, capable of conducting matters methodically. No wonder she received so much admiration. Where do you plan to go this time? Do you have a plan? Tanner and Juniper exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Xiuxian City. Hashtag chapter 343. The mysterious mist of Shu Mountain. Hearing Tanner and Shelley answer in unison, Axton was not surprised. He had encountered the two children in Xiuxian City, so it was natural that they would have many attachments and memories here. Axton did not want to interfere excessively. The best course of action was to let them face their past on their own, which would foster greater personal growth. Very well, go ahead, but remember, your safety is paramount. Axton gave his instructions, and upon receiving the Patriarch's approval, the two were overjoyed. They indeed had many things they wanted to do, and people they wanted to see in Xiuxian City. Now that their cultivation had progressed, they finally had the chance to return to their old haunts. Watching the two depart, Hector murmured with concern. Chance Uncle, isn't it dangerous to let them descend the mountain alone? Hector's concern was valid. After all, the Xiuxian Mountains were no longer like before. In recent days, demon cultivators had begun appearing one after another. Every city now maintained strict vigilance. Rest assured, I have left divine consciousness imprints on Tanner and Shelley. If any danger arises, I will know immediately. Axton's eyes held anticipation. These two were among the most outstanding disciples in Xiuxian sect. In this tumultuous era, they must grow as quickly as possible to become pillars of the sect. As for danger, Since they chose the path of cultivation, they would face crises at every moment. Constant protection would only hinder their development. These past few months, the Qingyun Mountains had been calm, but Axton sensed an impending storm, like a heavy cloud looming over his heart, heralding turmoil. In the center of Wanling Continent, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. Shu Mountain remained as grand and majestic as ever, yet a discerning eye could detect a discordant aura within. Inside the main hall of the sect, Emmanuel sat cross-legged in his position as patriarch. Below him were elders like Alessio, who all gazed at Emmanuel with fear, maintaining a low and submissive posture. Logan, how is my junior brother doing? Emmanuel's voice was calm, but each elder involuntarily shuddered. Moments later, Alessio stepped forward to report softly. Patriarch, the Shu Mountain trader Kobe has been imprisoned in the Cecilia Lock Tower since being subdued by the Haddon, thoroughly suppressed. Alessio's voice trembled as he recounted the fierce battle from a few days ago. Upon returning to Shu Mountain Sword Sect, Kobe immediately confronted Emmanuel. Within moments, they were locked in combat. Kobe, skilled in swordsmanship and profound in cultivation, far surpassed Emmanuel. However, just as Emmanuel neared defeat, several supreme experts emerged from the rear mountains of Shu Mountain. They were ancient beings hidden within the sect. One elder decisively intervened, battling Kobe for 3 days and nights before overpowering him and vanishing without a trace. It's time to teach him a lesson, lest others think our Shu Mountain lacks talent. A smile appeared on Emmanuel's face. The Haddon who acted was part of his lineage, willing to take action against Kobe as expected. What surprised the other sect members was that the other two Haddons merely observed coldly, and even the ancestor who once favored Tommy remained passive, offering no help to Kobe. Everyone knew that the entire Shu Mountain had become Emmanuel's absolute domain. With the support of the Haddons, no one dared oppose him. Any dissenting elders who voiced their grievances disappeared without a trace the next day. Seeing these consequences, the remaining members could only endure silently. Recently, Emmanuel's lineage had risen to unprecedented heights, monopolizing almost all resources and matters within Shu Mountain. Disciples complained bitterly, and those from other lineages faced constant suppression. The once vibrant Shu Mountain lost its vitality. Patriarch, from what Kobe said, that little brat Axton is now in the Qingyun Mountains, seemingly having established a sect. Should I? Alessio inquired cautiously, subtly making a gesture to cut someone's throat. He detested the descendants of Tommy, wishing to eliminate them. Hearing that Axton was thriving in the borderlands filled him with murderous intent. Last time, due to the influence of Powasian Gong and Foyan Temple, Axton was spared. Now, with Kobe suppressed, no one could protect him. It was the perfect time for retribution. This matter has other arrangements. Intersect disciples have already been dispatched to the Qingyun Mountains. Emmanuel said nonchalantly, but with a hint of hidden malice in his eyes. Intersect disciples, could it be him? Alessio felt a surge of joy but was interrupted by Emmanuel's gaze. That little devil is nothing but a mere ant, easily extinguished. Our current priority is finding a vessel for the Haddon's great technique. Once it reaches perfection, it's time to change the rankings among the 7 great immortal sects. Emmanuel's voice seemed to carry an eerie allure. The elders below him looked forward to this prospect, though some of the older generation cast wary glances, sensing something ominous from recent events. But powerless and unheard, they kept silent to avoid confrontation with Emmanuel. Even Kobe, the wine sword immortal, fell to his hands. Many of Tommy's descendants either perished or fled, leaving no one to resist. Alessio withdrew, a sinister smile forming on his lips as he thought of the intersect disciple sent to the Qingyun Mountains. That little brat is doomed. Hashtag Qingyun Sect. It had been 2 days since Tanner and Shelley set off for Qingyun City. Since then, Qingyun Sect continued to develop steadily. Many came seeking apprenticeship, but few made it up the mountain. Qingyun Sect's entry requirements were not stringent. The conditions for cultivation aptitude were even lower than other sections. The crucial test was the disciple's character. Axton did not want corrupt disciples within the sect. One bad apple could spoil the bunch. Precaution was essential. Without spare looting 6G charms, Axton let the miscellaneous disciples construct the task hall themselves. Anthony oversaw operations daily, managing tasks and contributions efficiently, showcasing his administrative talents, much to Axton's relief. In the training hall, Ray exchanged techniques with newly admitted disciples. The first batch of disciples had grown capable, shouldering responsibilities and easing Axton's workload. If I were you, I wouldn't think like that. In the Dao world, Yasmin sat atop a tree, fiddling with her hair. She thrived within the world of slaughter, her spirit growing significantly stronger. According to Axton's observations, she had reached the nascent soul stage and was rapidly advancing daily. Why so? Axton furrowed his brows. The past few months had been too peaceful, causing a slight unease within him. Just wait and see, trouble is coming soon. Yasmin's eyes were ethereal, her powerful divine consciousness scanning around Qingyun Sect. She sighed at Axton, interrupting his further questioning as a system notification rang in his mind. Trigger reverse task. The mysterious mist of Shu Mountain. Task reward. Stage 1. Protect Qingyun Sect disciples from attack and repel invading cultivators. Task reward. 1 looting 6G charm. Proceed to the next stage. Chapter 344. Unwelcome guests. Axton stood rooted to the spot, a bitter smile slowly spreading across his face. He hadn't expected this counterattack mission to still be connected to Xiuxian. No wonder Yasmin had said it would be troublesome. The mission brief didn't provide specific details. It only mentioned that someone would cause trouble at Qingyun Sect. He couldn't guess who from Xiuxian it might be. Axton didn't need to think hard to realize Alessio and Anton were behind his mistreatment after he was exiled to the Qingyun Mountains. Emmanuel might have played a part too. To them, his survival was like a thorn in their side. He wondered how Master Kobe was faring and whether he had faced unfair treatment upon returning to Xiuxian. Outside Qingyun City, Tanner and Shelley stared at the imposing city walls, lost in deep reminiscence. This place held memories of pain and suffering, but also renewed hope after meeting Axton, along with unresolved matters. Let's go in. Tanner took Shelly's hand and walked toward the city gates. The atmosphere in Xiuxian City was notably different from before. Even the number of guards at the gate had more than doubled. After paying a toll of spirit stones, they were finally allowed entry. They first headed to a residence where ordinary people lived, forcing open the door to find an elderly couple inside. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back to visit you. Shelly approached, greeting the family that had taken her and her brother in when they were down on their luck. That simple act of kindness, offering shelter, tea, and snacks, was precious to them before meeting Axton. Oh my, children, you've grown so much. The grandmother exclaimed, surprised, dropping her bucket as she welcomed them, almost not recognizing them at first. In less than a year, both Tanner and Shelly had grown significantly, not just physically, but in maturity and demeanor. Tanner had become a composed young man, while Shelly had blossomed into a charming young woman, radiating youthful vitality. Girl, you should have given us some warning. We don't have much food at home. Wait here while I go buy some with Grandpa. The grandmother tried to get up happily but was stopped by Shelly. She guided the elderly couple indoors and pulled out a heavy pouch of silver coins. Grandpa, Grandma, these are gifts from Shelly and brother Tanner. No, this won't do. We're old and don't need money. Take it back and use it for yourselves. The grandmother waved her hands at the sight of the money, while the grandfather remained silent but visibly touched. Grandma, please keep it. Now that we've joined a sect, we don't need money anymore. Shelly placed the pouch on the table, giggling as she leaned on Tanner's arm. What? That's wonderful news. Your future is bright. The grandmother beamed, clearly fond of Tanner and Shelly, feeling their good fortune vicariously. Well, Shelly, let's buy some tonics for Grandpa and Grandma in the city. The pills you refined aren't suitable for them. We should also get them some decent furniture. Tanner whispered into her ear. Their primary purpose for visiting Xiuxian City was to visit their benefactors and help them live comfortably in their twilight years. Sure. Shelly nodded, and then turned to her grandmother. Grandma, brother Tanner and I are going to the market. Please wait for us at home. Yes, Grandma will wait. The elderly couple smiled warmly, deeply attached to the siblings who had lost their parents early. Brother Tanner, let's go. Shelly eagerly pulled Tanner towards the bustling marketplace, passing through the street where they had once sold themselves into servitude. Despite the crowd, everything seemed changed. They were now elite disciples of Xiuxian Sect, living what felt like a dream. As they wandered through the market, they overheard various conversations among cultivators. Hey, did you hear? A demon has appeared in the Xiuxian Mountains. People there are suffering greatly. Yeah, of course. One fellow practitioner just fled from there. Something big happened a few months ago, but I don't know the specifics. In my opinion, we should stay in Xiuxian City. Even if the demon cultivator is crazy, can they tear down the entire city? Exactly. Tanner listened to the gossip, marveling at how quickly information spread. It seemed many cultivators didn't trust the alliance formed in the Xiuxian Mountains to fend off the demon tribe and had evacuated already. Brother Tanner, let's go to this shop. Shelly saw a medicinal store and wanted to buy some health-preserving decoctions for the elderly couple. With her knowledge of alchemy, making suitable medicine for mortals was simple. Suddenly, murmurs rippled through the market. Everyone looked up at the sky. Tanner followed their gazes and spotted several streaks of light flashing overhead, cultivators flying on magical artifacts. But here in Xiuxian City, flight within the city limits was strictly forbidden. Who dared defy this rule? Shelly also looked up and caught sight of one figure lowering its gaze to meet hers. Brother Tanner, let's hurry inside. Shelly lowered her head quickly and rushed into the herbalist shop. A sense of foreboding filled her heart. This trip to Xiuxian City wouldn't be as smooth as she hoped. In the skies above Xiuxian City, several figures leisurely flew. Xiuxian, won't we run into trouble flying so brazenly into the city? A cultivator asked nervously. His senior brother, Osiris, was leading them, dressed splendidly with an imposing aura. No worries, a minor city lord won't dare stop disciples from the 7 great sections, Osiris replied arrogantly, having sensed a faint trace of chi within the city earlier but dismissed it. Clearly, the city lord of Xiuxian wasn't powerful enough. This was, after all, a remote small city with varying levels of cultivators. Osiris suddenly locked eyes with someone, muttering under his breath. What's the matter, Chance? Found another treasure? Someone joked, but Osiris didn't respond. Instead, he slowed his flying sword, seemingly about to land in Xiuxian City. Saw something interesting. Hashtag chapter 345, trouble arrives. Xiuxian, didn't Master Yael instruct us to deal with the Sichuan rebels? Why stop in this small city? A cultivator behind them asked hesitantly. To him, staying in a remote place like Xiuxian City seemed pointless. They should head straight for the Green Cloud Mountains to eliminate Axton and report back. Not quite. Look, Osiris pointed downwards. The group followed his gaze and saw Tanner and Juniper. Who are they? Do you notice anything? Their movements resemble the footwork of our Shushan Sword Sect. Osiris spoke calmly. As an inner sect disciple, he was proficient in all the sect's techniques and couldn't be wrong. So why would Sichuan disciples appear in such a remote place? The only plausible explanation was that these individuals had somehow learned Sichuan's footwork by chance, which warranted further investigation. Let's go check. Osiris and his group slowly descended. Some law-enforcing cultivators in Xiuxian City approached to question them. Do you know the rules for entering the city? His companion pulled him back, giving him meaningful glances. It was a joke. Why hadn't even the city lord intervened? Rules were meant for ordinary cultivators. Facing powerful individuals, they were just a laughing matter. Clearly, these 4 were no ordinary people, so it would be wise not to provoke them. You ignorant dogs. Do you know who we are? An inner sect disciple sneered but was stopped by Osiris. I am Osiris from the Shushan Sword Sect. These are my junior brothers. We have urgent business at the Green Cloud Mountains and apologize for any offense. Osiris's tone was polite, but there was an underlying arrogance in his eyes. The name of one of the 7 immortal sects held sway across Wanling continent. By revealing this, he wanted to see the reaction of those 2 kids. What? Shushan Sword Sect? One of the 7 immortal sects. Is this true? Why would Sichuan disciples come to our Qingyuan city? Maybe they're here to deal with some demon. We dare not offend them. Hearing Osiris's origin, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Most of them were natives of Qingyuan city who never dreamed of encountering someone from the formidable Sichuan Sword Sect. Now they had witnessed it firsthand. Osiris nodded approvingly at their reactions. This was the advantage of identity and strength. One didn't need to worry about rules and was admired by thousands. Inside the apothecary, Juniper was carefully packing some herbs she had selected for the elders. Just as she was excitedly preparing to find Tanner to return home, she noticed Tanner looking solemnly at the door. Tanner, what's wrong? Tanner frowned. He heard the murmurs from the crowd too. The arrival of Sichuan disciples in tiny Qingyuan city wasn't trivial. Recalling Axton's hints about his break with the Sichuan Sword Sect, Tanner knew they needed to leave quickly and inform his master back at Green Cloud Sect. Juniper, let's go. Tanner grabbed Juniper's hand, dropped a few spirit stones on the counter, and tried to leave the apothecary. But several figures already stood at the entrance, their spiritual senses scanning the two. Sir, what herbs do you wish to buy? The shopkeeper smiled and approached, only to be pushed aside by a burst of chi and slammed into the wall. Sensing trouble, he wisely closed his eyes and feigned death, a common occurrence when private enmity erupted. Best not to get involved. Kids, planning to run away? Osiris bent down, reaching out to touch Juniper's head. Juniper's face showed disgust. Only Axton and Tanner were allowed to do this. Don't touch me. Juniper's reprimand halted Osiris's hand mid-air. His interest piqued. He examined them closely. Why do you possess the coiling cloud step of Sichuan? The coiling cloud step was a hallmark technique of the Sichuan sect. Every disciple had the opportunity to learn it, forming the foundation of their practice. Axton had placed the technique in the scripture hall, and both Tanner and Juniper had mastered it. An expert could instantly recognize its influence. The coiling cloud step? Tanner inwardly cursed. They had practiced it daily until it became a natural part of their movement. Any keen observer would spot it immediately. That's none of your business. Tanner tried to pull Juniper out, but the cultivators blocked their way. We're here to cleanse the sect. If you can't explain, we'll treat you as Sichuan rebels. Osiris's intense gaze hinted at familiarity, admiring his senior brother's powerful senses. He was rumored to match core formation strength and was a rare genius in the sect. Cleansing the sect? Tanner's heart sank. This might be about Axton. Master had mentioned many enemies in Sichuan. Hardly had Nox Mountain's issues been resolved when more trouble arrived. This footwork was taught by a high-level cultivator. Please stand aside. Tanner stood protectively in front of Juniper, signaling her. She quickly retrieved a sound-transmitting jade disc from her robe. A high-level cultivator? Osiris sneered. Being a renowned sect, he found an opportunity. Sichuan techniques are not shared outside. You must have encountered a Sichuan rebel. We're here to punish traitors. Invisible pressure emanated from Osiris, pinning Tanner and Juniper. Brother, why waste time? They're accomplices of rebels. Seize them. Another disciple shouted, seeing the locals as barbarians, unaware that even the city lord feared confronting them. We are from a prestigious sect. We can't act rashly. Osiris shook his head. Many cultivators watched outside. Better not to alarm them prematurely. He approached Tanner, the pressure immobilizing him. Now, where is the high-level cultivator you mentioned? Or perhaps, do you know someone named Axton? Chapter 346, Jade Talisman Transmission. Shelley visibly tensed at Osiris's sharp questioning. He began to grasp her true intentions. They had come from Mount Shu claiming to seek a traitor and inquire about the master's whereabouts, clearly harboring ill will. It seems our movements have been exposed. Tanner felt his heart sink. He hadn't expected that on their first descent from the mountain, he and his sister would encounter such misfortune. The people before him appeared righteous, especially Osiris, but Uncle Du at Green Cloud Sect often recounted past events to him. The more someone appears amiable, the more one should be wary, especially within Mount Shu. Their unfair treatment there still angered Tanner. Now, if Osiris was after Axton, then she was an enemy to him as well. I don't know. Tanner coldly replied. In this public setting, he doubted Osiris would dare to make any rash moves. After all, the reputation of Mount Shu Sword Sect was at stake. Publicly bullying 2 children would look bad. Oh, still denying? Osiris, of course, didn't believe their excuses. She had been sent to the Green Cloud Range reluctantly. Why should she, the best in the inner sect, have to deal with a mere outcast? Though Shelley hid behind Tanner, her slight movements were noticed by Osiris. She made a judgment. These 2 kids definitely had ties to Axton. This made things easier. If they told her where Green Cloud Sect was, she could simply lead her team there. Even the famous Kobe, Wine Immortal, stumbled. What fear was there of an outcast? Thinking this, Osiris's eyes revealed a smile. Her tone softened when she spoke to Tanner and Shelley. We're new here. Could you kindly show us the way? To Green Cloud Sect. At Green Cloud Sect, voices resounded through the training hall. Many newly admitted disciples were practicing basic exercises or steps inside, helping them reach the threshold of cultivation faster. Axton walked around the grounds, feeling uneasy. Reflecting on the mission issued by the system, could Mount Shu have caused trouble again? Greetings, Master. A miscellaneous duty disciple cleaning up fallen leaves eagerly greeted Axton. Securing such a task within the sect was no small feat, for contribution points could be exchanged not only for the chance to cultivate in the enlightenment pool, but also for treasures. Each task release drew intense competition. Axton nodded and continued towards the gate, gazing at the imposing entrance, but unable to dispel the gloom within. It had been over a year since arriving at the Green Cloud Range. Axton had found both lifelong companions and a place to settle. Every disciple and building in Green Cloud Sect was built under his guidance. This was why he aimed to establish the Green Cloud Alliance. His strength alone wasn't enough to resist the overwhelming force of the demonic clan. Only united could they hope to stand a chance. The recent silence made him wary. It was too peaceful. Master Unker, there you are. An elderly voice came from behind. It was Apollon, who was recuperating after another disaster at Shushan Sect. He seemed to have aged decades overnight, losing the vibrant spirit he once possessed. Axton knew his injuries were severe, but his complexion improved. Though he couldn't advance further in cultivation, preserving his life was crucial. Elder Apollon, why are you here? Axton welcomed Apollon's presence. While Green Cloud Sect was brimming with vitality, it lacked depth. An experienced elder like Apollon could provide valuable assistance. Ha ha ha, can't sit still in my cave. Thought I'd come see the young ones. Apollon explained, and Axton understood his lingering concerns for Shushan Sect's remaining disciples, whom he had already entrusted to Shushan to integrate into the sect. Hearing shouts from the hall, Apollon felt a rare sense of peace, something he hadn't experienced in years. Since becoming Shushan Sect's leader, he had been too busy to focus on cultivation, thus failing to advance to the Essence Infant realm. Now, with Shushan Sect gone and its disciples well placed, he found unexpected calm. Even his mental awareness seemed heightened. He chuckled bitterly. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Once he let go of his obsession, his potential was unlocked. Seems I've been trapped by my own obsession. Focused on expanding Shushan Sect, I neglected internal issues. Watching former Shushan Sect disciples mingle with Anthony and others, bringing vitality to Green Cloud Sect, Apollon sighed contentedly. By the way, aren't you worried about your two beloved disciples wandering down the mountain? Apollon was puzzled. If Annabelle ventured out, he would have arranged an elder to accompany her. What if they do? Axton smiled faintly. As the most promising disciples, they needed challenges to grow. Besides, he had left traces of Tao world essence within them, allowing him immediate knowledge of any emergencies. Master, Big Brother Unker. Annabelle saw them outside and ran happily over. Initially aiming to hug Axton's arm, she hesitated upon seeing her master and ended up embracing Apollon instead. Master, shouldn't you rest while injured? Apollon, noting her affections, recognized Axton's qualities, exceptional power, responsibility, and courage. Even he found no fault, yet he sensed Axton's unspoken burdens. Looking at Annabelle's smiling face, Apollon sighed inwardly. Axton's mind wasn't on romance, which meant hardship for this girl. No worries, I just wanted to check on everyone. Master Unkor, since you've taken us in, I'll contribute as much as I can. Just give me tasks. Axton agreed, valuing Apollon's experience. Together, they could greatly aid Green Cloud Sect. As they chatted, Axton felt a familiar consciousness via the Jade Talisman. It was Tanner, who had descended the mountain for training. What happened? Merging his consciousness with the Jade Talisman, he received no direct response, only hearing unfamiliar voices. He vaguely detected Mount Shu. Chapter 347, Disciple in Trouble. Chance Xiuanhuan, what's the background of these two brats? At this moment, outside Xiuxian City in a patch of woods, Tanner and Shelley were lying unconscious on the ground. Standing around them were several cultivators, including Osiris and others. Hearing the question from behind him, Osiris merely smiled mysteriously. He had originally planned to inquire about Axton after entering the Green Cloud Mountains, but fatefully, they ended up delivering themselves. It was clear that these two had close ties with Axton, and it was very likely that they were disciples of the Green Cloud Sect. Following this lead could help quickly wrap up the mission. Search. Osiris ordered, having only used his spiritual sense to knock them unconscious without causing any harm. The two kids still had greater use. Why should we go through so much trouble? Let's just go into the Green Cloud Mountains, drag out the traitor, and kill him. One of the cultivators suggested, showing no respect for Axton. After all, despite winning first place in the outer sect competition, he was still just an ant in the eyes of inner sect disciples. Sending 4 of them seemed like overkill. Osiris cast a cold glance at the disciple, who instantly shut up and obeyed the order. Osiris had a notorious reputation among the inner sect disciples of Mount Shu. Many who dared challenge him did not fare well. Rumors said his strength had long surpassed the Golden Core stage, enough to leave the inner sect and become an elite elder of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. Yet he refused and remained dormant there for nearly 20 years. Even many elder nurturing essence cultivators admitted inferiority to him, let alone Golden Core disciples like themselves. Do you remember what Patriarch Yael told us? Osiris's icy voice rang in everyone's mind. This mission is not only about exterminating the traitor Axton, but also ensuring his family and lineage are wiped out, along with the Green Cloud Sect. Just a little demon dares to break away and defame our Shu Mountain's reputation. What audacity! Clearly, before departure, Osiris received some instructions from Emmanuel. The murderous intent in his tone made even fellow disciples feel chilled to the bone. The other disciples obediently searched Tanner and Shelley. Osiris usually seemed normal, but when he went berserk, he was terrifying. No one wanted to provoke him. Chance, I found something. One disciple pulled a communication jade talisman from Tanner, which still faintly glowed, indicating recent use. Osiris nodded, grasping the jade talisman and probing it with his spirit sense. Indeed, he sensed lingering traces of spirit communication. In the Grand Hall of Shu Mountain, Axton frowned deeply. The feedback from the Tao energy he planted in his disciples indicated they were in danger. But there was no response from the jade talisman, clearly implying they had encountered some mishap. Sighing, Axton thought Tanner and Shelley had been out for only a few days. He prepared to rise, feeling their presence through the residual spirit senses he left on them, confirming they weren't seriously injured. With his speed, he could reach the marked location soon. Brother Unker, I'll go with you. Keegan saw the urgency and felt just as anxious. He viewed Tanner and Shelley like his younger siblings, and wished he could rush to help. That sounds good. Let's go. Just as Axton placed the jade talisman back in his storage bag, a voice came from within it. Axton, is that you? The voice was icy, clearly not from Tanner or Shelley. It was evident that their jade talisman had fallen into someone else's hands. Axton stopped and blocked Keegan. Brother Unkur, what is this? Keegan started questioning upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, but was silenced by Axton's gaze. Axton held the jade talisman silently, waiting for more. I know you're listening. These two brats must be your disciples. How unfortunate for them to bump into me. The voice exuded arrogance, grating on Axton's nerves with its superiority. Do you know me? Axton didn't panic. Hearing that statement assured him Tanner and Shelley were safe for now. His immediate concern was understanding the other party's intentions. Yes, Axton, son of Tommy, Xuanhuan's infamous little devil. Your name has reached my ears often. Too bad you were driven out by Patriarch Yael. Who would have thought you'd dare to start your own sect? Truly laughable. Axton's expression turned cold. So it was Xuanhuan's Sword Sect disciples. That explained why they knew him so well. Who sent you? Keegan's face turned pale, remembering past events. Clearly, Xuanhuan hadn't forgotten about them even after all this time. You don't need to ask so many questions. I won't hurt these two brats for now. There's only one condition. Osiris's voice was filled with contempt. Wait quietly in the green cloud mountains, and you'll see your beloved disciples soon. With that, the jade talisman fell silent, its spirit sense erased. Brother Unkur, how arrogant is Xuanhuan? Keegan was furious. He had watched Tanner and Shelley grow up and wished he could take their place in this predicament. They were just children. What if they suffered at the captor's hands? Don't panic. They're targeting me. From those few words, Axton deduced Osiris feared he would hide, hence using Tanner and Shelley to threaten him. Clearly, they underestimated him and treated him like an ant. A typical Xuanhuan style. Tell the disciples not to leave the sect. Stay put for a few days. Axton took a deep breath. The confrontation with Xuanhuan Sword Sect was inevitable. Fortunately, their high self-regard led them to capture Tanner and Shelley to prevent his escape, ensuring they were safe for now. Understood. What about Tanner? Keegan was frantic, breaking into a cold sweat. But then, Axton patted his shoulder gently. Don't worry. They will be fine, at least until I see them. Axton reassured him, though an ominous premonition lingered. Since Emmanuel had dispatched people against him, Master Kobe's situation might not be optimistic. Kobe had vowed to return to Xuanhuan for justice, but had gone silent since. All right, I understand. As Keegan prepared to leave, Annabelle entered followed by core disciples like Ning Adiel. Their faces revealed unease, having heard the previous conversation. Big brother Unkur, what happened to Tanner and Shelley? Annabelle asked anxiously. Although her time at Xuanhuan was short, she adored the sibling duo, often playing with them and being called Sweetie Senior Sister. Behind her, Anthony and Ray looked tense too. They admired Tanner and Shelley for their courage to undergo trials outside, never expecting trouble. Leader, Chance Tanner, we must save them. Ray rolled up his sleeves, eager to act. Having formed a brotherhood with Tanner, he was the most agitated. Calm down, I have a plan. Axton nodded, comforting them. Ever since receiving the system task involving Xuanhuan, he had expected this confrontation, but not so soon. It seemed Emmanuel had complete control over Xuanhuan and was finally dealing with him. However, there's one thing he definitely didn't anticipate. Axton was no longer the Foundation establishment cultivator unable to resist from a year ago. Not only did he now have a group of loyal disciples, but his own cultivation had also improved dramatically. Whatever moves they made, he was ready to face them. Chapter 348. Osiris's arrival. The next day, the atmosphere within the Xiuxian sect was heavy. Tanner and Shelley were well liked among the disciples. Most of them had been favored by their kindness. Even the newly admitted disciples shared a common enmity against those who harmed them. Laughter and joy in the sect diminished, replaced by the sweat of disciples practicing diligently in the martial hall. They sought to become stronger, determined to protect their companions. Chance Unkur, 30 miscellaneous duty disciples and 34 outer sect disciples have all returned to the mountain gate and are now on high alert monitoring the protective formation. Hector solemnly reported at the mountain gate, frequently glancing down. As per Axton's words, the enemy would come seeking them, and he wondered if Tanner and Shelley had been mistreated. Very good. Axton nodded. The loyalty of the original disciples was unquestionable, and even the new Ankurbo sect members had seamlessly integrated under Apollon's leadership. The rapid expansion of Xiuxian sect offered an excellent opportunity to boost the sect's cohesion. Anthony and Ray led patrols up the mountain, constantly vigilant for intruders. Given their estimated travel time, they should have arrived at Xiuxian mountain range by now, which wasn't hard to find due to the sect's recent prominence. Sect leader, someone is approaching the mountain. An outer sect disciple rushed over, breathlessly reporting. I understand. Disable the sect's formation and let them ascend. At the base of Xiuxian sect, 4 cultivators stood watching. Tanner and Shelley, whose pressure points were sealed, could only glare at them helplessly. Chance Xuanhuan, why don't we just attack directly? One impatient individual suggested, viewing Xiuxian Mountain as nothing but a barren wasteland where the encountered cultivators were of low caliber. He missed his juniors back at Mount Shu and wished to resolve matters quickly. Osiris ignored him. His strength was unfathomable, far beyond what his followers could perceive. He noticed an invisible force surrounding the mountain gate, clearly a protective formation. Osiris hummed, sensing the sudden disappearance of the array's fluctuations, as if it had deliberately opened for them. Seems that little devil has some sense. Osiris glanced amusingly at Tanner and Shelley behind him. To think that Axton would open the sect formation just for 2 disciples. Such a worthless traitor. It appears he cares for you greatly. Osiris's contemptuous smile ignited Tanner's fury. Though powerless, Tanner clenched his teeth in anger. Cowardly scoundrel. To use us as leverage against the sect leader, what kind of 7 great immortal sect disciple are you? Before Tanner finished speaking, he felt a heavy kick on his knee, nearly collapsing. Yet, with immense determination, he steadied himself. Leverage? Ha 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 ha. Osiris found this hilariously funny, joining the laughter of the other 4 cultivators. Just a mere traitor, not even worthy of my threats. I fear he might flee before we fight. After all, everyone in Mount Shu calls him a demon. Don't worry, I won't harm you now. I want you to witness Axton pleading at my feet, so he can see how foolish his actions were. As Osiris stepped forward, an overpowering aura emanated from him, like a sheathed sword impossible to look upon directly. A traitor remains a traitor. Dreaming of founding a sect is laughable. Behind him, the 4 inner sect disciples from Mount Shu couldn't help but feel sympathy for Axton, knowing Osiris's nature. Once displaying such demeanor, it signified a lethal intent. You're full of crap. Master isn't a traitor. It's Mount Shu who acted unjustly first. Shelley retorted, but instantly felt an icy cold presence envelop her, rendering her unable to speak. A flash of malice crossed Osiris's eyes, but vanished just as quickly. You can save these words until your sect leader is dead. In a blur, Osiris sped towards the mountain, followed by the others who chuckled, dragging Tanner and Shelley along. They believed that with Osiris's power, capturing Axton would be effortless, a simple matter of eliminating an expelled demon. Moving swiftly, Osiris was impressed by Xiuxian sect's formations. With his keen eye, he recognized their sophistication. If fully activated, it would indeed delay him. What surprised him most was the majestic mountain gate, rivaling even Mount Shu's. This heightened his anticipation. Tommy, once untouchable, thinking about slaying Tommy's son brought a strange excitement. A prey that could fight back made it more thrilling, didn't it? Before him, the 3 large characters, Xiuxian sect, were inscribed on the grand mountain gate, surrounded by an unexpectedly dense spiritual energy. He hadn't expected the little demon to find such a prime location, yet alas, after today, Xiuxian sect would cease to exist. Chapter 349. Exchange. Xuanhuan. Is this really the Azure Cloud sect? As they continued deeper in, several inner disciple members following behind couldn't help but doubt their eyes. To them, the sect established by Axton on the borders could barely be a bottom-tier sect at best. It did not match up with the majestic gates before them at all. It can't be wrong. Osiris didn't provide much explanation. On their journey here, he had heard of many pieces of intelligence regarding the Azure Cloud sect. It was rumored that Axton not only destroyed the Draper sect but even founded the Azure Cloud Alliance and took on the position of alliance leader. It seemed like after leaving Mount Shu, that little devil had been living quite comfortably. This mountain gate itself was no ordinary sect's possession. He could faintly sense the array's aura as well. Chance, there's someone over there. An inner disciple turned his head and saw a blurry figure in the woods. Don't move recklessly. Before Osiris could finish speaking, he saw the disciple's figure dash towards the forest. I've caught you. Don't think you can run. That inner disciple from Mount Shu looked delighted. If he could capture a member of the Azure Cloud sect to interrogate first, he believed that Osiris would commend him. By the time Chance made his move, Axton might be killed in an instant, leaving him no credit for the victory. The other 3 disciples looked regretful. Why hadn't they noticed it earlier? This accolade was snatched away from them. However, their expressions changed the next second. Just as their junior brother was about to catch that shadow, a wind blew by, and that voice suddenly vanished. Even the inner disciple who pursued had disappeared without a trace. This bizarre scene put everyone on high alert. I told you not to move recklessly. There are illusion arrays set up here. Osiris's words brought his subordinates to their senses. He released his divine sense and found that the entire Azure Cloud sect was enveloped in a power field that his divine sense could not penetrate. As for the whereabouts of that missing disciple, only Axton knew. Damn it! Bring my junior brother back? One of the disciples instantly became enraged, unsheathed his long sword, and summoned spiritual energy. The missing cultivator had a close relationship with him. Before seeing Axton, he had already lost manpower, which was hard for a Mount Shu disciple to accept after being arrogant for so long. What kind of illusion array? Let me break it with one slash. He condensed a beam of white light from his sword and swung it at the woods with a roar, believing that brute force could break any formation and allow them to find the missing companion. Unfortunately, while his thinking was right, his strength fell short. Although the 3 dragons playing with a pearl array wasn't activated for killing, its illusory and trapping functions were enough to give cultivators below the nascent soul stage a tough time. As the sword light disappeared, so did that disciple's figure and presence. Such a profound illusion array. Osiris muttered to himself. Even his divine sense couldn't find the core of the array. However, the other side hadn't made a move, presumably out of fear for the 2 children in their hands. Otherwise, it would take much more effort. The remaining 2 inner disciples exchanged glances. With a previous warning, they no longer dared to act rashly and stayed closely behind Osiris. Chance, what about these 2? Osiris's tone was cold, but he did not stop walking. He had underestimated the Azure Cloud sect. It seemed that Axton had some real skills. They're fine. Nothing will happen to them. His peripheral vision glanced at the small figures being held by the disciples, and he understood Axton's intention. It appeared he planned to exchange people. What a naive idea. When their lives were on the line, such schemes would be useless. Within the mountain gate, Sean and Anthony dragged 2 unconscious cultivators to Axton. Though Axton forbade activating the lethal portion of the arrays, the illusory and trapping function still operated. If something happened to Shelley and Tanner, the arrays could buy some time. Brother Uncor, how should we handle these 2? Sean disdainfully said, ignoring the fact that the 2 were inner disciple members of Mount Shu, who had reached the core formation stage. They lacked brains to rush straight into an illusory array. For now, leave them here and wait. Axton's instructions were clear. This was the leverage to exchange for Shelley and Tanner. He was no longer alone but backed by the whole Azure Cloud sect, responsible for their safety. Sure enough, with the 3 dragons playing with a pearl array not fully activated, several figures gradually appeared within the mountain gate. Osiris and his team. Big brother Uncor, it's Tanner and Shelley. Aiko was the first to see them. Their hands and feet were bound, appearing completely powerless. Don't panic. Axton's heart burned with anger. The target was him. Yet the enemy used such despicable means. Did they think he was a pushover? Axton locked eyes with Osiris, feeling the immense pressure radiating from him. These faces he had never seen in Mount Shu belonged to inner disciple members. Axton, Lord Alliance leader? After being expelled from Mount Shu, you've certainly been living luxuriously. Osiris constantly surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the grandeur of the ancient buildings. He couldn't believe that in just a year, the formerly expelled young devil now possessed a sect of this scale. I am an inner disciple of Mount Shu, Osiris. I've often heard your name. It's good to finally meet you. Osiris spoke politely, but Axton was not deceived by his facade. Whether Anton or Osiris, both hid a devious mind beneath their smiles. Release them. In exchange, I will release these two. Axton didn't bother with formalities, pushing the two bound cultivators forward. Osiris valued face. Even if he didn't care about his fellow disciples' lives, he wouldn't show it now. Exchanging people was the best option, and the reason he initiated the illusory and trapping arrays. Lord Alliance leader is indeed straightforward. So you're worried about those two kids? Osiris chuckled, not even looking at his own people. He was searching for Axton's weakness, his gaze piercing like a venomous snake. You're after me, not them, Axton replied coldly, deeply detesting that sinister gaze which viewed him like prey, ready to pounce at any moment. Ha ha ha, Lord Alliance leader indeed speaks clearly. Very well. Osiris clapped, unbinding Tanner and Shelley and pushing them over. Axton sighed in relief, also removing the seals on the two captured cultivators, who rushed back to Osiris as if chased by devils, continuously cursing. Chance, this kid is strange. Sect leader Yael ordered us not to spare anyone. Their faces were full of anger. They couldn't accept being subdued by a Foundation establishment cultivator using formations, wishing to kill Axton immediately. Rest assured. A twisted smile appeared on Osiris's lips. They won't escape. Chapter 350. Apollon's Realization. As Osiris's voice fell silent, the atmosphere in front of the mountain gate abruptly solidified. It was clear that her willingness to release Tanner and Shelley was not for an exchange, but rather to destroy the entire Xiuxian sect. Although the disciples of Xiuxian sect were hiding inside the main hall, Osiris's voice was loud enough to ensure everyone could hear it. Who is this person? So audacious. Yeah, how dare they speak to the sect leader like that? Sure, let's just follow the sect leader's advice and remain calm. We mustn't become a burden to Brother Tanner and senior sister Shelley. A group of disciples silently exchanged words, with some of the more fiery ones eager to step out and resist but were held back by Anthony. He recognized Osiris's formidable strength. These new disciples had passion but lacked experience. Watching over them carefully was a task Axton had entrusted to him. In front of the mountain gate, after Osiris spoke, she leisurely observed Axton's expression but found him unflappable and completely unmoved. You didn't expect this, did you? Even if you left Shu Mountain, you couldn't escape my grasp, just like your father and your master. Axton's brow furrowed. He had heard such words countless times, and they no longer stirred his heart. However, what Osiris said about his master, what did she mean? Could Kobe have truly encountered trouble? Given his cultivation, the visible strength of Shu Mountain should be no match for him. What happened to my master, xiuxian? Axton felt a bad omen. Kobe, who had long been out of contact, might indeed be in danger. Oh, you mean that disheveled Taoist? I almost forgot his name is Kobe. Osiris feigned realization, her voice gradually turning cold. He challenged the authority of sect leader Yael, only to be jointly suppressed by the Haddons. Ha ha ha, what use is great swordsmanship when you lack brains? Just as expected, Axton took a deep breath. When he learned that Kobe had disregarded his advice and returned to Shu Mountain, he feared the worst. With Kobe's personality, he would directly confront Emmanuel to clear his name, possibly even leading to a fierce battle. While Kobe was outstanding among peers, the 7 great immortal sects, including the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, had its depth. Hidden in the rear mountains were 3 Haddons who rarely appeared. Yet this time, they had acted together against Kobe. You still expect that lunatic to save you? Let me tell you, he's currently suppressed under the Cecilia Lock Tower, probably reduced to a pool of blood by now. Osiris's tone grew more arrogant. She enjoyed tormenting her opponents mentally, especially someone with Axton's unique background. She wanted him to kneel and beg at her feet in despair. Have you said enough? Axton composed himself. The matters within Shu Mountain could be investigated later. Right now, Osiris was the priority. She had traveled thousands of miles to attack him, likely following instructions from Emmanuel and Alessio. He could sense her cultivation. Early stage Yuan Princing realm. Such a cultivation level shouldn't be present in the inner gate unless she deliberately stayed behind without advancing to Elder, indicating her intent to kill him. Late stage Golden Core realm? You've given me quite a surprise. Osiris marveled. She had heard Axton left Shu Mountain at a late stage Foundation establishment realm. To advance one major realm in just a year was impressive, befitting the descendant of Tommy. Pity, today you encounter me. Osiris's aura suddenly shifted, even the inner gate disciples stepping back. They knew Master Xiong's prowess firsthand. Yuan Princing elders from Shu Mountain gave him a wide berth. Axton, at late stage Golden Core realm, would likely turn to dust within 3 breaths. Their true intentions weren't so simple. Though inferior to Osiris, they too were at late stage Golden Core. Capturing Axton would earn them rewards from Emmanuel. Chance Xuanhuan, this boy doesn't need your effort. I'll deal with him. A black-clad man stepped forward. As one of the inner gate's elite, nearly reaching Yuan Princing realm, this was a rare opportunity. Killing Axton personally would surely earn him significant rewards from sect leader Yael, increasing his chances of breakthrough. Indeed. Osiris agreed, curious to see how strong Axton was. If he couldn't even defeat the black-clad man, she wouldn't bother herself. Behind them, Apollon had already arrived at the mountain gate, holding Pantheoner's hand tightly. She wished more than ever to be strong enough to help Axton. Tanner and Shelley had regained consciousness, also closely watching the scene. Whenever Xiuxian's sect faced danger, Axton was always the one to resolve the crisis. Tanner's desire to grow stronger intensified. He wished to someday catch up to his master and protect his sister's safety, living up to Axton's expectations. Master, how strong is this Osiris? Pantheoner asked worriedly. Even from her presence alone, Osiris's exceptional strength was evident, especially being from the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, far superior to any opponent they had previously faced. Master, I cannot see through her. Apollon shook his head slowly. Despite his extensive experience, he couldn't discern Osiris's exact strength. This meant she had far surpassed the Golden Core realm. She's likely a Yuan Prince cultivator, truly befitting one of the 7 great immortal sects, where disciples are so powerful. Apollon sighed. In the Xiuxian Mountains, Yuan Prince cultivators were at the top of the food chain, dominating vast regions. For an inner gate disciple from Shu Mountain to reach such a realm was astonishing. Yuan Prince realm? Then Brother Unkur is in danger. Pantheoner sensed the imminent conflict, her heart sinking. Though Axton's strength had improved rapidly, Osiris was an orthodox disciple of Shu Mountain and had a higher cultivation level. If she attacked, no one could stop her. If it comes to that, old man that I am, I will risk my life to buy time for you and Gem of Unkur. Apollon said solemnly. Determined to repay Axton's life-saving grace, he was willing to self-destruct his golden core to give Axton a chance to escape. Hashtag chapter 351. On the brink. Apollon had made up his mind. With his already weakened body, it was worth sacrificing himself to save the lives of Qingyun sect's younger disciples. Marla could sense her master's resolve, and could only pray silently that Axton would be able to withstand everyone's attack. Kid, aren't you going to draw your weapon? Do you really think, as the head of a sect, you can't even produce a decent flying sword after leaving Xiuxian? Ha ha ha. 2 inner disciples behind Osiris laughed maniacally. They had heard much about Axton's reputation. They wanted to teach him a lesson when he joined the inner sect, but now that he was expelled, this was their chance to see him face to face. This wasn't Xiuxian, so the 2 didn't need to worry about the sect's rules. They could use all their power without consequence, especially since Emmanuel had ordered them to eliminate the Qingyun sect, giving them carte blanche. I don't need a sword to deal with you, Axton said coolly. His late gold core realm was indeed impressive, as the Xiuxian inner sect's reputation suggested. Any 2 random disciples here were highly skilled. Too bad for them they didn't know who they were dealing with today. Their arrogance would soon come at a price. Bold. The 2 men bristled at Axton's words. A mere cast-out disciple, yet he spoke so arrogantly. They rushed past Osiris towards Axton, twin blades of greenish-yellow sword chi descending from above. The 2 razor-sharp beams converged like shooting stars, causing a shockwave that left Apollon in awe. He admitted that even at his peak, he might not have been able to match this power. Imagine what their senior brother, Osiris, could do. Borrow your sword for a moment. Axton remained unperturbed, waving his hand so that a wooden training sword flew into his grasp. The earth spirit energy circulated within the wood, transforming the worn blade into one glowing with golden light, emitting visible sword chi. Facing the twin sharp beams descending from the sky, Axton simply flicked the wooden sword, which exploded into fragments and transformed into a meteor streaking through the air to meet the twin strikes. During these days, his enhanced cultivation had deepened his understanding of the 3 forms of Overlord sword technique. Sword meteors could be executed using any object, even a leaf or a strand of hair, unleashing formidable power. How dare he show such arrogance? Seeing Axton's actions, the 2 Xiuxian disciples felt deeply insulted. They wielded high-quality flying swords, while he used a mere wooden training sword, a clear sign of disdain. They held nothing back, merging with their sword lights and infusing them with full power to demonstrate the consequences of underestimating them. The wooden meteor met the 2 growing beams head-on, and the next moment, the 3 lights collided with a deafening roar. The space around them was disrupted by the interweaving sword chi currents, causing lower-level disciples to stagger and lose their footing. A dazzling light covered the sky, visible only to golden core cultivators. Apollon squinted, focusing to locate Axton but found no trace. Master, how is Brother Unkur? Marla strained to open her eyes, but her weak spirit sense couldn't help her. She placed her hope on her master. Even I couldn't see clearly, Apollon admitted, shaking his head uncertainly. In his view, Axton had been completely enveloped by the sword chi beams, vanishing without a trace, leaving only an eerie aftermath. Finally, the radiant light in the sky slowly dissipated, revealing 2 panting figures, the Xiuxian inner disciples. Though bloodied and disheveled, they managed to remain airborne. Qingyun sect's disciples' hearts sank. Where was Axton? Had he perished in the clash? Cough cough. The 2 Xiuxian disciples spat out blood, showing severe internal injuries. They looked around nervously, realizing the terror of facing Axton's golden sword chi. Though just a wooden sword, its concentrated sword intent raged like a hurricane, something even their combined efforts couldn't withstand. Hadn't their sword techniques complemented each other perfectly? If not, they would have plummeted long ago. However, for the little devil Axton to unleash such powerful moves, he must have paid a considerable price. Yet, he was nowhere to be seen, adding to their confusion. Where did this kid go? Were we both destroyed in our joint strike? Their arrogance was gone. Axton's strength was unexpected, and they needed to tread carefully. Have you finished your move? Now it's my turn. The voice reverberated in their minds. Startled, they frantically searched for Axton's position. Suddenly, they felt a cold chill pierce their abdomens. Axton appeared, pointing his finger as if it were a sword. 2 crisp sounds echoed, and something inside them shattered. Like deflated balloons, the 2 inner disciples fell to the ground, unable to stand despite remaining conscious. Small holes punctured their abdomens, courtesy of Axton. Their dantians were broken, chi dispersed, rendering them useless. You, what have you done? First, anger filled them as they tried to rise, but their bodies refused to obey. Only then did they realize their dantians were shattered, golden cores dull and fractured. Any attempt to muster spiritual energy risked further damage. Their faces turned ashen. To be reduced to this in a single confrontation. Was this the same lowly figure from Shushan just a year ago? Such speed and sword technique were unheard of, especially without using a flying sword. With a proper weapon, they would likely have lost their lives immediately. Xiuxian, please help us. Despair settled over them. Helplessly, they pleaded with Osiris, hoping his extensive resources included potent elixirs that could control the bleeding and preserve some cultivation after returning to Shushan. However, their hope was quickly dashed. Osiris ignored their cries for help, showing no inclination to assist. One round and you're already done for. The Shushan Sword Sect has no use for such waste. Osiris's eyes locked onto Axton. With his keen perception, he understood what happened during the clash. Axton's mysterious disappearance and reappearance could only mean one thing. He had comprehended the Dao realm. Only those who had their own Dao realm could touch upon spatial laws, hiding their aura and delivering lethal blows out of nowhere. He couldn't believe this young demon had grasped the Dao realm at the late Golden Core stage. Killing intent surged within Osiris. There was only one explanation. Axton must have condensed a superior quality heavenly Dao Golden Core, surpassing his own. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his lips. What started as a mission to clear out a minor threat unexpectedly turned into an opportunity to eliminate a genius with a heavenly Dao Golden Core. This outcome would surely leave a memorable mark. Hashtag chapter 352. 2 pieces of news. Before the Grand Hall, Annabelle clenched her small fists in relief as she saw Axton unharmed. Tanner and Shelley, standing behind the deity statue, also sighed with relief. Although they had full trust in Axton's abilities, they couldn't help but feel worried when the 2 Amei disciples made their move. The disciples of the 7 great immortal sects were indeed powerful. Their attack was far more impressive than Apollon, a veteran gold core cultivator. However, Axton deflected the 2 attacks effortlessly, sending them flying away. The scene caused many onlookers to cheer uncontrollably. Master, Brother Unker is so formidable. Annabelle finally relaxed. But when she looked at Apollon, she noticed his face remained tense. Don't celebrate too early. The true threat hasn't acted yet. Apollon did not lower his guard. Although he thought those 2 inner disciples' attacks were dazzling, he believed he could have resisted at least a third of them during his prime. But the presence of Osiris, who hadn't moved yet, was something entirely different. Just standing there, Osiris exuded an invisible pressure that prevented Apollon's divine sense from expanding, making it impossible to gauge his depth. There was only one explanation. Osiris's cultivation had surpassed the gold core stage and was a genuine nascent soul expert. Apollon's divine sense couldn't probe Osiris's capabilities at all. Master, is he at the nascent soul realm? Annabelle's heart sank. Apollon's explanation pushed her hopes down to rock bottom. She had seen nascent soul experts before, like Brody from Xiuxian sect, who had single-handedly wiped out most of the Draper sect's top cultivators. And here, Osiris, just an Amei inner disciple, possessed nascent soul strength. Were all members of the 7 great immortal sects this monstrous? Our only hope now is to trust Lord Unkur. Apollon sighed deeply. Even if he self-destructed his gold core, it would be futile against Osiris. He felt helpless, realizing how old he had become. You little devil, you've given me quite a few surprises. Osiris ignored his fellow disciples writhing on the ground, slowly advancing towards Axton. His initially calm smile gradually turned serious, eyes filled with aggression, as though he had found a prey he relished and was ready to hunt. Heaven Dao Gold Core, comprehending the Dao realm, what grade of gold core have you condensed? These words were transmitted directly into Axton's mind, accompanied by immense soul power, questioning him about his secrets. Osiris wanted to know what opportunity Axton had encountered to condense such a high-quality Heaven Dao Gold Core. After years of seclusion in the intersect, even Osiris's own gold core was only half-step Heaven Dao, which had caused quite a stir back then. His voice carried an intimidating force, trying to invade Axton's sea of consciousness, but was immediately swallowed by a force akin to a black hole. Axton's cultivation might still be at the late-stage gold core, but his divine sense had long advanced to nascent soul level. Osiris's attempt to subdue him this way was like chasing a mirage. Osiris frowned, sensing his divine sense lose control and then being severed. All he saw was an endless sea of consciousness, followed by being swallowed. You are quite impressive. Had I met you a few years later, you might have been a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, your realm is no match for mine. Osiris's face suddenly twisted into a grotesque expression. He had stayed in the inner sect for so long to monopolize its cultivation resources. Once he became an elder, he would be burdened with various affairs and compete for benefits among other elders. His monopoly was supported by Emmanuel, leaving other disciples powerless and afraid to speak up. This led to the scarcity of talented disciples in Amei's intersect over the years, either stifled by Osiris or unable to advance due to resource shortages. Therefore, Osiris despised any disciple with greater talent than himself. In the past, he would suppress and sabotage them mercilessly to solidify his dominance within the intersect. Axton's appearance clearly struck a nerve. Young age, profound cultivation, Heaven Dao Gold Core. These 3 points were unbearable for Osiris. He himself had entered the nascent soul realm by the age of 100, considered a rare intersect genius. Yet Axton reached late-stage gold core before 20, surpassing even the former prodigy Tommy. He must die. Osiris's killing intent was resolute. Even without Emmanuel's order, he couldn't tolerate Axton's existence. Each step forward sent shivers down the spines of Xiuxian sect's disciples, the killing intent spreading like a tangible entity. Even Harvey, sensing the aftermath, was terrified, feeling an oppressive weight in his chest. Hold on. Before we fight, I have questions. Axton spoke calmly, undisturbed by the impending murderous aura. What? Begging for mercy now is too late. Osiris looked at Axton as if he were already dead, not minding a bit of amusement before finishing him off. What did my master Kobe do after returning to Amei? And what about Soraya now? These were the only 2 people Axton cared about in Amei. Master Kobe, the drunken sword immortal, had been imprisoned in the Cecilia Lock Tower seeking justice. Soraya, now free from heavenly Cecilia I, had lost all memories, and he didn't know her situation at May. Haha, you're still concerned about others while facing death? Fine, I'll tell you. That Kobe rushed to demand explanations from Grandmaster Yael, insisting on justice for Tommy. They fought almost immediately. Kobe's swordsmanship is unmatched. Although Grandmaster Yael wasn't his match, when I, the Haddon of May, intervened, he was suppressed like a stinky bug. As for Soraya, Osiris's smile widened provocatively. Grandmaster Yael has betrothed her to Anton. They will marry after the Immortal Sect competition. Does that please you? Chapter 353, Young Flame, Giant Wave. Axton had also tried to keep Kobe at the Azure Cloud Sect, but he knew his nominal master's pride was very high and had an unbreakable bond with Mount Shu. Even if he knew it was like entering a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he still wanted to go back for justice. Although Axton hadn't met Mount Shu's supreme elders, they were powerful enough to suppress Kobe. Their cultivation absolutely wasn't weaker than the transformative spirit stage. The perplexing part of this situation was whether Mount Shu really was dominated by Emmanuel. What surprised Axton more was Melissa's predicament. After being trained by heavenly Cecilia Eyes, the awakening of a mysterious force within her caused her to lose all her memories. As Emmanuel's disciple, she was promised in marriage to Anton, the person who tried to kill her on the spot. While Axton's feelings for Melissa were gratitude and friendship, he couldn't watch her walk into that fire pit. It seemed that before the Immortal Sect martial contest, he had to visit Mount Shu once, both to find a way to rescue Kobe and to shatter Anton's dreams. So, are you worried about your crazy master or your old lover? Osiris's disguise was torn off, her words filled with disdain for Axton. In her view, the son of a demon lord didn't deserve to be at Mount Shu. Luckily, he hadn't entered the inner sect, or else he would have been under her thumb long ago. Finished talking? Or is your only skill just talking big? Axton suppressed his emotions. Solving the crisis at the Azure Cloud Sect was the priority now. Osiris knew him very well, clearly having been personally instructed by Emmanuel. They truly respected him, sending one of the best from the inner sect to deal with him. For a nascent soul cultivator to come and exterminate a former core disciple who left at the peak foundation establishment stage was considered a surefire death sentence by anyone. Unfortunately, Axton had changed too much over the past year. Not only did his cultivation leap from foundation establishment to late golden core, but he was no longer the weakling who could be chased away. Fanged and snarling. Seems you think you're not dying fast enough. Though Osiris spoke harshly, she didn't underestimate Axton. Every Heaven Dao golden core cultivator had powerful aspects, some even able to challenge higher levels. There were evident traces of the Dao world on Axton. Even if they weren't complete, caution was warranted. A long sword appeared in her hand, emitting scorching heat, raising the temperature in front of the mountain gate significantly. This is the Young Flame Sword. Hector's pupils widened as he identified the flying sword Osiris held. The Young Flame Sword was renowned among Mount Shu swords, reaching the upper-grade spiritual treasure level, especially potent when wielded by fire spirit root cultivators. To think this sword was in Osiris's hands, combined with her nascent soul stage power, made her a formidable opponent. Sparks danced around Osiris, yet none touched her robes. The Young Flame Sword chi extended, finally erupting into a 3-inch-long fiery blade that burned fiercely, making it hard to look directly at. Even Little Perfection marveled at this display. He wouldn't last 2 rounds under Osiris's sword. She overwhelmingly surpassed him in both cultivation and magical treasures, making her unbeatable in the Azure Cloud Mountains. Leader Unkur, please be careful. Little Perfection could only place his hopes on Axton. An inner sect disciple from inland could sweep across the Azure Cloud Mountains. His own old bones were of no use. All he could do was protect his disciples behind him as much as possible. Facing the overwhelming heat, Axton's expression grew grave. Osiris's cultivation far exceeded his expectations. There were actually nascent soul cultivators among the inner sect disciples. He had to treat this seriously. The scorching heat before Axton was blocked by metal spiritual power enveloping his body. True gold fears no fire. No matter how fierce Osiris's Young Flame Sword chi was, it couldn't completely breach the metal spiritual power defense. But during the continuous stalemate and dissipation, the difference in cultivation between the two became evident. Though Axton now had the confidence to battle nascent soul cultivators, there was still a clear gap in the depth of spiritual power. Osiris clearly aimed for a bloodless victory, intending to overwhelm him with her robust spiritual power. He needed to take the initiative and find her weakness. An ancient-looking flying sword materialized in his hand. Axton summoned the Slay Immortal Sword, which had grown increasingly intimate with him after being honed with Stuart's blood. Now it felt even more natural to wield. The broken yet ancient appearance of the Slay Immortal Sword drew everyone's attention. They'd never seen the Patriarch use this sword before. Hector, who had followed Axton all along, knew his magical treasures were the purple and green twin swords, already damaged in battles. Now, the Patriarch wielded a seemingly ragged long sword. How could it possibly match the scorching Young Flame Sword chi? Hector regretted not studying alchemy earlier. He should have forged a proper flying sword for Axton, at least ensuring he wouldn't be at a disadvantage with weapons and magical treasures. So this is your flying sword? Seeing Axton's Slay Immortal Sword, Osiris couldn't help but laugh scornfully. Indeed, he was a useless little demon lord, whose flying sword was so dilapidated. She couldn't sense any grade from his sword. It seemed to be just an ordinary artifact without any spirituality. With this, he thought he could block her Young Flame Sword chi? It was a pipe dream. It's enough to handle you. Axton communicated with the sword spirit within the Slay Immortal Sword, noticing its excitement, as if a soldier longing for battle. The entire sword quivered slightly. Such arrogance, let me test your depth. Osiris had never been disrespected like this. Her Young Flame Sword grew even hotter, slicing through the air with a searing wave of heat. Young Flame Giant Wave. This was her signature move. A torrent of heat blotted out the sky, melting nearby rocks and emitting crackling sounds. Blinding flames made it impossible to look directly at the scene. Even Little Perfection felt his eyes burning. What powerful sword technique! Little Perfection marveled inwardly. Though he had seen Axton in action before, Axton had used the Tao world to entangle opponents, making it unclear what specific techniques he used. But the sword edge, slashed by Osiris, exuded a despondent aura. He believed he couldn't withstand this strike. This sword technique was at least mid to low grade. With the Yang Flame Sword's might, lower-rank cultivators would instantly be reduced to ashes. A faint water barrier rose up. Little Perfection could only summon a water shield to protect the Azure Cloud Sect disciples from the remnants of the Yang Flame, allowing Marla and others to cautiously open their eyes. Axton's figure was engulfed in flames. Even the surrounding air distorted as if unable to withstand the extreme heat and started to evaporate. Their divine senses couldn't detect Axton's condition, only praying he remained unharmed. Can't even put up a fight? Osiris raised an eyebrow. Though she unleashed her signature killing move, she had only used half strength. If Axton couldn't resist the Yang Flame giant wave, it wasn't necessary to truly draw her sword. After all, he was only a late golden core cultivator. No matter how quickly he cultivated or how high his talent was, he couldn't resist the hellish flames nurtured in the Yang Flame Tao world. The Yang Flame sword flew out, hovering above Axton's head, gradually growing larger. Let it end here. Just one slash would reduce this little demon lord to powder, allowing her to report back to Patriarch Yael sooner. Amidst the blazing flames, she didn't notice a hint of golden light emerging from the inferno, growing steadily. Chapter 354 United in Resolve. Before the Blue Cloud Mountain Gate, flames surged into the sky. The roaring inferno illuminated the entire mountain entrance, enveloping Axton, with flames so intense they seemed to scorch the soul, making even a glance painful for the onlookers. That's Chance Xianghuan's Yang Flame. This kid is indeed fortunate. This flame was cultivated by chance using the Yang Flame Tao realm. Even elders within the sect find it challenging. It's more than enough to deal with this little demon. Perfect. He ruined our cultivation. Today he must die without a burial place. The two damaged Sichuan sect disciples gritted their teeth and cheered, wishing they could tear Axton apart. They now placed all their hopes on Osiris avenging them. Both harbored deep humiliation. An outcast who hadn't even entered the inner sect had achieved such feats in just a year, stirring nothing but resentment and a strong desire to kill. Ants, that's all. Osiris shook his head, preparing to recall his Yang Flame Sword when he suddenly sensed abnormal spiritual fluctuations within the wave of fire. He frowned, intending to investigate with divine sense, but then a golden light pierced through the flames and shot into the sky. Instantly, the infinite flames erupted uncontrollably, becoming even more ferocious as they surged toward Osiris. The explosive flames scattered around him. A simple wave of his hand deflected them all, but the four unconscious and core-damaged inner sect disciples behind him weren't so lucky. They had no strength left to resist and could only watch helplessly as the violent Yang flames scorched them. Moments later, screams filled the air, and they rolled like burning men, unable to extinguish the flames, until finally there was no sign of life. When the fire died down, for charred corpses lay exposed, the gruesome sight shocking everyone present, including Celine, whose palms were sweating profusely. Everyone turned their eyes towards Axton's position, only to see him standing calmly where he was, not even his clothes scorched. The overwhelming surge of Yang Flame hadn't harmed Axton at all. Instead, an ancient flying sword circled before him, emitting golden sword beams like swimming dragons that gradually devoured the surrounding embers. The remaining Yang Flame clung to the golden beams, its searing heat subdued by metal essence force, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. Osiris's eyes narrowed, showing no regard for the deceased fellow disciples behind him. The smile on his lips widened, and his gaze towards Axton became openly aggressive. Not surprising for the offspring of Tommy. You're definitely not like those wastes. He actually applauded lightly, seemingly appreciating Axton's performance, having encountered a capable opponent. To withstand my Yang Flame Sword Chi at the late Golden Core stage, you're the first. Osiris had seen countless geniuses in the inner sect and fought with disciples from other immortal sections. Some stood out, but few had survived his sword chi like Axton did without injury. Too much talk. Are all in the Sichuan sect like you? Axton ignored Osiris. Had he not blocked the sword with metal essence force, the raging Yang Flame would have destroyed the Blue Cloud Sect followers behind him, leading to unimaginable disaster. This enemy sought to kill him and destroy Blue Cloud Sect, an act too malicious, crossing his red line. Forget the years' hard work establishing Blue Cloud Sect. These disciples were inseparable bonds he couldn't sever. He wouldn't stand by and let anyone hurt Blue Cloud Sect unless dead. Quite a sharp mouth. Do you really think blocking one move makes you my match? Osiris's face darkened. Axton's tone irked him deeply, especially coming from a lesser realm demon mocking him, which wounded his pride. Fine, let me see what your heavenly Tao Golden Core and Tao Realm can do. This telepathic message was heard only by the two. Upon hearing it, Axton exuded murderous intent. Indeed, Osiris was no ordinary being. From their brief exchange, he had deduced Axton's strength, a clear sign of an awakened Tao Realm infancy stage expert highly sensitive to Tao powers. He must be eliminated. Lucian's sword, sensing its master's resolve, emitted a thrilled hum. It thrived in slaughter, bonding deeper with Axton during their time in the Emil realm. Empowered by metal essence force, the ancient sword faintly roared like a dragon. The disciples felt as if a golden dragon encircled their patriarch, resonating with solemnity and endless majesty. A sense of pride surged within everyone, pride in being Blue Cloud Sect disciples and having a leader like Axton. Axton had never treated them as mere servitors, often sharing cultivation insights personally and providing needed resources. In the face of crisis, though their power was minimal, they felt no fear, willing to die rather than betray Blue Cloud Sect or Axton. Gone was any fear in the disciples' gazes at Osiris, replaced by unprecedented unity. Osiris's arrival brought calamity, but surviving it could forge greater loyalty among the disciples. Because they knew, whatever happened, Axton would always stand before them, never abandoning any disciple, unlike Osiris who cared not for fellow sect members. This was their patriarch, the pillar of Blue Cloud Sect. Chapter 355, Meteor Fire Rain. Osiris's Xuanhuan soared into the sky. The 4 disciples he had brought to the Azure Cloud Mountain range had all perished, and if he could not bring Axton's head back, he would have no way to explain his failure. Everyone felt a blood-red surge surround them instantly, engulfing Axton's figure, while the patriarch vanished as if evaporating from the world. It's Tao boundary. Apollon muttered softly. This was the scene he feared most. Yuaniing stage cultivators possess a complete Tao boundary, and some can even pull their enemies into their Tao boundary for combat. Within one's own Tao boundary, a cultivator can wield much greater power. To break through a Tao boundary, there is only one method, to clash with it using one's own Tao boundary. This is the greatest divide between Yuaniing and Golden Core cultivators. The Osiris before them had clearly mastered the complete Xuanhuan Tao boundary, creating a miniature world where Axton had been pulled into. If Axton couldn't find a way out, he might be lost forever within it. What do we do now? Sean was pacing anxiously, fully aware of the danger but unable to help at his foundation establishment stage. There's nothing we can do. We can only trust in Brother Unker. Celine whispered, though Osiris was immensely powerful, Axton always emerged victorious at critical moments, offering the Azure Cloud Sect its last glimmer of hope today. Tianer, little friend do. Organize the evacuation of the disciples. We must preserve the lineage of our sect. Apollon, wise from experience, thought immediately of preserving the future of the sect. His own life wasn't worth worrying about, but the young disciples were the backbone of the Azure Cloud Sect. Yet, no one moved when he spoke. They all looked at him with determined eyes. Senior Apollon, we won't leave. Yes, where Master goes, we will go. We vow to stand or fall with Azure Cloud. Right. Stand or fall with Azure Cloud. The chants grew louder, stirring even an old veteran like Apollon. He finally understood what Inkurgbo sect lacked all these years, their unity. Once they overcame this crisis, the Azure Cloud sect would become stronger. Ha ha ha, fine, let me indulge you today. Apollon laughed heartily, all his worries vanishing. With such loyal disciples, how could the Azure Cloud sect fail to flourish? Inside the Xuanhuan Tao boundary, the sky was filled with fiery clouds, intermittently spewing scorching heat like molten lava, sending shivers down one's spine. The earth was red hot, emitting wisps of smoke as if anything that touched it would instantly evaporate. Axton hovered in mid-air, observing the Tao boundary. Compared to Jonathan's shattered realm, Osiris's was more complete, teeming with life forms. Ugly, armored creatures making one uncomfortable. Osiris appeared abruptly, standing atop a colossal armored beast, looking down at Axton condescendingly. No one has entered my Tao boundary for a long time, little demon. You are quite honored. As he spoke, the giant beast spat out torrents of magma from its tentacles, raining fiery curtains towards Axton. Axton's Shushan sword slashed forward, cleaving through the curtain of fire with its sword chi. But this was only the beginning. Suddenly, a surge of magma erupted beneath his feet. If Axton hadn't reacted swiftly, he might have perished in the inferno. This was no ordinary spirit fire but rootless flame from the Xuanhuan Tao boundary, capable of burning a cultivator's soul and reducing their consciousness to ashes. Cold sweat trickled down Axton's forehead. In this complete Tao boundary, even his god consciousness, comparable to a Yuaniing stage cultivator, almost fell prey. The boundary shielded against spiritual probes, ensuring that unless Axton broke free, Osiris remained unbeaten. You react quickly. Osiris's eyes in midair regarded Axton like prey being toyed with. Next, the Xuanhuan sword plunged into the ground, countless beams of red light shooting towards Axton's feet. Xuanhuan cage. These beams converged, enveloping Axton instantly. Fiery sword light erupted from the ground and shot upwards, forming a scorching cage trapping Axton. The Shushan sword, sensing the challenge, attacked proactively, severing the chains, but no matter how many chains it severed, new ones formed continuously, imprisoning him tighter. Fiery sword light poured endlessly, surrounding Osiris whose figure became blurred amidst the boiling air. Axton realized that Osiris, leveraging the laws of the Xuanhuan Tao boundary, ignored any energy depletion. If he didn't escape soon, things would turn dire. A violent aura surged within him, channeling into the Shushan sword, which responded by radiating ancient primal force. Visions visible only to Axton appeared. A towering figure wielding the Shushan sword, slaying countless ancient demons. The Shushan sword absorbed Axton's metal elemental spirit energy, depleting nearly 30% of his Dantian's essence, followed by an ominous hum. It was time. Feeling the battle intent from the Shushan sword, Axton struck without hesitation. The concealment blade technique's breaking wave stance unleashed, waves of killing intent roared inside the cage, disintegrating the fiery restraints that melted anything under its blade. One chain broke, then two, until all were severed. Fiery energy attempted to mend the cage, but the Shushan sword plunged into the ground. The scorched earth released white vapor and cracked open. Starting from Axton, a patch of land uncontrolled by Osiris opened up, starkly contrasting the fiery surroundings. It emitted faint golden light, surrounded by sharp, lethal aura, preventing fiery sword energy from approaching. Osiris, hovering in midair, felt a suffocating sensation. His Xuanhuan Tao boundary had included a piece not his own. The Xuanhuan cage collapsed, revealing Axton's figure, darkening Osiris's gaze. Clearly, Axton had used his own Tao boundary to create a safe haven within the Xuanhuan Tao boundary. This was a tactic among Yuaniing cultivators. What startled Osiris was that this implied Axton's Tao boundary was on par or even surpassed his own. A late-stage golden core cultivator could only comprehend a fragmented Tao boundary. Osiris had never seen this before. This kid is truly unusual. Osiris mused silently. He had met many talented disciples, but none as terrifying as Axton. Heavenly Dao Golden Core, comprehending a Dao boundary equivalent to his own, even able to contend within the Yangyan Dao boundary. Even some Amei elders couldn't achieve this at the Yuanying stage. Fortunately, he discovered Axton early. Otherwise, in a few years, he might not be a match. You're impressive. Osiris regained his composure, now regarding Axton as an equal. If given a few more years, reaching Yuanying stage, I truly fear I wouldn't be your match. Unfortunately, as he spoke, the Yangyan sword transformed into sparks soaring into the sky. The fiery clouds grew brighter, wildly surging. Unfortunately, you face me today. Taste the power of Yangyan heaven collapses. With that, the fiery light of the Yangyan sword was fully absorbed by the sky. The fiery clouds darkened, trembling violently. Accompanied by a low, hoarse roar, the fiery clouds in the sky solidified into massive boulders, then erupted with scorching heat, crumbling as if the heavens were splitting apart, hurtling towards Axton. The tails of these boulders carried terrifying heat, like meteor fire rain striking the ground. In an instant, the area where Axton stood was completely submerged, surrounded on all sides by the bombardment of blazing red boulders, endless and boundless. Note: I have maintained the original tone and style while ensuring that the translation is natural and fluent. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been kept consistent with the original text. Hashtag chapter 356, the Dao Realm Struggle. What an incredibly powerful Dao Realm force. Axton felt a chill in his heart. He could sense that every boulder in the overwhelming meteoric firestorm was manipulated by Osiris's will. This kind of power could only be achieved within a Dao realm. In the Yangyan Dao realm, Osiris was like a deity controlling all laws and rules, capable of manipulating everything at will. Although the xiuxian sword was unparalleled, it could only desperately slash through the oncoming boulders. However, in the Yangyan Dao realm, Osiris's power was inexhaustible. Continuously resisting would only lead to gradual death. When Axton's Gungjin's spiritual energy dried up, his fate would be sealed. Osiris hovered in midair, his face pale. The Yangyan Tianbing was his unique killing move, which still drained him considerably even now. As Axton displayed increasingly formidable potential, an inexplicable fear grew in Osiris's heart. He had a feeling that if he did not eliminate this little demon today, the other might surpass him in just 10 years. No, perhaps it would only take 5 years, 3 years, or even less. No matter what, he absolutely could not let this tiger back into the wild. Osiris directly unleashed his full strength, releasing the renowned Yangyan Tianbing. Even an unprepared Yuanying cultivator could perish from this move. He was confident that with Axton's current strength, he couldn't possibly stand a chance against him. At the same time, intense jealousy and resentment welled up within him. Why should a late-stage golden core cultivator be on equal footing with him? In the end, he would have to rely on his cultivation realm to suppress him. Thankfully, Axton being expelled from Shu Mountain gave him a legitimate opportunity to act, otherwise, his top position inside the inner gate might not be secure. Humph, is he dead? As endless meteoric fire rained down, Axton's location turned into a scorched wasteland. Osiris no longer sensed any presence, only an endless sea of fire remained. After all, Axton was too young. If he had insisted on fleeing, his revealed strength might have offered a sliver of hope for survival. Unfortunately, preoccupied with protecting Qingyun's sect, he chose to shield the mountain gate with his body to prevent his disciples from suffering. What a foolish decision, just as foolish as his demon father. The fiery clouds in the sky gradually calmed, leaving behind a pile of rubble once the dust settled. A faint smile appeared on Osiris's lips. No cultivator who opposed him, whether from the righteous path or demonic cultivation, could escape his grasp. Axton was no exception. Taking his head back to report would earn a substantial reward. Hopefully, he hadn't been reduced to ashes, otherwise it would complicate matters. Osiris slowly descended, and with a flash of firelight, the Yangyan sword reappeared in his hand, ready to split the boulders open. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He abruptly twisted his body. Out of the pile of rocks, a massive boulder shot towards him. Had he reacted a second later, it would have pierced through his body. He's not dead? How could this be? I felt no presence. Unless... An ominous premonition arose in Osiris's heart. Slowly, the rocks began to peel away, revealing Axton's form. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, his clothes charred and tattered, but his eyes shone brightly, staring intently at Osiris. This can't be possible. How could his Dao realm counter my Yangyan Dao realm? Osiris's disbelief was evident. Axton surviving was only possible if he had unfolded his own Dao realm within the Yangyan Dao realm and created his own space. This was a method used by Yuanying cultivators to battle through Dao realm collisions. But how could Axton, merely a late-stage golden core cultivator, possess such strength? Before Osiris could ponder further, he felt the ground beneath him tremble. From Axton's body, an expansive golden light began to emerge, swallowing the originally dark red earth, expanding infinitely. Inside this golden light, a small spatial dimension formed, exuding an aura of destruction. Osiris's pupils dilated. An absurd sight unfolded before him. Within the blazing red Yangyan Dao realm, mountains and rivers appeared and kept expanding. As the golden light spread from under Axton's feet, everything in the Killfield domain was fully revealed, balancing against the scorching Yangyan Dao realm. The appearance of mountains and rivers amidst the barren Yangyan indicated something significant. Axton's Dao realm not only countered but also restrained his. The flowing water was proof. Who is this boy? What is his background? Osiris's eyelids twitched, and veins bulged on his arms. He could not tolerate being overpowered by a junior, especially Tommy's son. Even if your Dao realm is special, so what? Watch me devour you. The deed was done. Axton's Dao realm had taken root. Only one method could secure victory, colliding Dao realms. This was a means of contention between Xuanhuan cultivators, and the very scenario Osiris found most intolerable. It acknowledged Axton's strength as equal to his own, representing that Axton had reached the same height in less than 20 years. Axton silently observed everything. This was the first time the Killfield domain appeared within another's Dao realm. He instinctively felt a rising consciousness urging him to invade and then devour. Taking possession of this Dao realm would thoroughly defeat Osiris. Then, the Yangyan Dao realm would become sustenance for the Killfield domain, a stepping stone to greater heights. Chapter 357. Scenic Mountains and Rivers. The situation before him had clearly spiraled out of control. The fiery inferno within the Yang Flame Dao realm now displayed landscapes, a clear sign that Axton's Dao realm was on par with, if not superior to, his own, capable of creating a self-sustaining space for confrontation. Fiery rain continued to pour from the sky, yet when those searing meteors collided with Axton's realm of slaughter, bursts of white light erupted. A mountain range and a serene lake in this tiny world expanded continuously, devouring any incoming attacks. Initially defensive, it eventually grew to actively absorb the fire clouds from the sky. Streams flowed over the parched land, rejuvenating it, while the aura of slaughter rapidly spread, occupying a significant expanse. Stop right there. Osiris roared in fury, radiating intense Yang Flame spirit energy. Countless blazing suns crashed into Axton's small world, barely halting its expansion. However, it was too late. The realm of slaughter had already expanded to a considerable degree, taking up 1/4 of the Yang Flame Dao realm. The fire clouds vanished from the sky, replaced by the unique aura of slaughter that characterized Axton's realm. It was as though the heavens had just been opened, revealing verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters. The contrasting attributes complemented each other, allowing Axton to maximize the use of his power without losing himself. Not even the heavenly Dao Golden Core could grasp the Dao realm to such an extent. What kind of treasure does this boy possess? The deed was done. Axton's Dao realm had fully unfurled, leaving Osiris with no choice but to silently endure his defeat. The other must possess some supreme treasure, otherwise it would be impossible to integrate the Dao realm to this level. So be it. Killing you this way is far more interesting. This conflict had escalated to the level of two nascent soul cultivators. Regardless of how extraordinary Axton's Dao realm might be, if his foundation wasn't solid enough, he would still meet his end. Outside the Dao realm, at the entrance of Qingyun Mountain Sect, both the sect master and Osiris had disappeared, leaving behind only scattered debris. All the disciples rushed forward, curious about what transpired. Despite Axton intercepting most of the attacks, some new disciples were still injured from the shockwaves. Shelley and the female disciples quickly brought them back to the main hall for treatment. Apollon, accompanied by Annabelle and Keegan, examined the area where they vanished. Vibrations emanated from the void, causing them all to feel uneasy. They knew that within this space, a fierce battle was unfolding. Annabelle felt the ground beneath her feet burning intensely, clearly influenced by Osiris's Dao realm. Only nascent soul cultivators could perceive the fluctuations inside the space directly, whereas they relied on external signs to gauge what was happening. Keegan found a stable footing and looked around but couldn't spot Axton anywhere. Osiris's strength was undeniable, making it difficult to predict Axton's chances of victory. Master, when will Brother Uncor come out? Annabelle clenched her lips. At this moment, she could do nothing but hope for Axton's triumph. Anyone could sense the intense heat outside Osiris's Dao realm, indicating the terrifying conditions within. Alas, it's hard. Apollon sighed deeply. He knew the terror of being trapped in a Dao realm. Unless the conflict reached a conclusion, escape was impossible. The intense heat indicated that Osiris had unleashed the full power of his Yang Flame Dao realm, making even Apollon, at the Golden Core stage, suffer. What can we do? Is there nothing we can do to help Brother Uncor? Annabelle spoke reluctantly. Recent events had left everyone shaken. Initially, they believed Master Apollon could handle anything within Qingyun Mountain range, but the appearance of nascent soul experts shattered that illusion. Why did they relentlessly pursue Brother Uncor, who was once from Shushan Sword Sect? Could one of the 7 great immortal sects have such a narrow mind? Our best course of action is to protect the Qingyun sect that Brother Uncor has devoted his life to, ensuring it doesn't distract him. Apollon felt helpless, gazing at the injured disciples in the distant hall, including former members of the Ankurgbo sect. He sighed, acknowledging the ongoing misfortunes. Even a remote place like Qingyun Mountain Range wasn't spared from chaos. One could imagine the turmoil across the rest of Wanling continent. Sister Pan, how is the sect master? Anthony, with tattered robes, had suffered minor injuries but remained calm, organizing the disciples. We don't know yet. Let's focus on treating the injured first. Annabelle understood the current predicament. Worrying about Axton wouldn't help. Their priority was minimizing damage to the sect. As she prepared to return with Anthony, she suddenly felt a coolness rising from the scorching earth. Apollon also sensed this change. The land, previously untouchable due to the Yang Flame Dao realm's influence, now emitted a refreshing vitality. Could it be? His face lit up with joy. Before he could speak, sprouts began to emerge from the ground, dead plants revived, and streams of water trickled through cracks, bringing relief. It's Lord Uncor. He's safe. Apollon exclaimed, delighted. The ability to alter the Dao realm's spatial impact indicated that Axton was not only unharmed, but holding his ground against Osiris. Keegan nearly jumped for joy. He stared intently at the emerging springs, touching the cool water, feeling the heat isolated from the surroundings. You're right. This is Brother Uncor's aura. I felt it before. As Axton's longtime follower, Keegan knew him better than anyone. Having witnessed his growth and transformation firsthand, he held unwavering faith in him. Good. We should clear this area to avoid interfering with Lord Uncor. Apollon felt renewed hope. Without questioning the meaning behind the revival, he focused on evacuating the disciples to prevent hindering Axton's fight. Retreating to the sect, they reactivated the 3 dragons playing with Pearl's formation, preparing to assist Axton when he broke free from the Dao realm. In the alternate space, one side was engulfed in raging flames, while the other revealed scenic mountains and rivers. Chapter 358, Facing Death to Find Life. Amidst the blazing sky, Osiris's figure floated up and down, her eyes visibly darkening. At this moment, two formidable energies confronted each other within the Yangyan Dao realm. Axton's domain of slaughter continuously expanded, already occupying half of the heavens. Occasionally, scorching rocks would intrude into Axton's domain but were instantly quenched by the spirit water, becoming part of the slaughter domain. Osiris could not just stand by and watch as Axton's Dao realm grew unchecked. Once it expanded too much, it would be much harder to subdue him. What kind of Dao realm is this? Osiris prided herself on her extensive knowledge, yet she had never seen a Dao realm like Axton's, one where two entirely different attributes coexisted harmoniously. Half was a sky filled with murderous intent, while the other half teemed with vibrant life on the ground. Despite their contrasting natures, they blended seamlessly, reinforcing each other's strength. The sky's murderous intent gnawed at the Yangyan aura, while the lush landscape extinguished all heat, absorbing it into itself. Axton quietly sensed his surroundings. This was the first time he truly faced off against a Yuan Princeng cultivator, his actions driven by instinct. Is this what a clash between Dao realms feels like? Axton felt the fierce will within the killing domain. Despite the flourishing greenery below, the battle spirit in the sky grew ever stronger. Deep within his soul, an unformed urge constantly called out, desiring to consume everything before him. The xiuxian trembled in his hand as metal spirit power surged through it, shattering falling meteorites. Suddenly, a wall of flames rose before him, the heat pressing relentlessly toward him. The xiuxian emitted an excited hum as Axton cast a barrier of light, the power of the killing domain magnifying the effectiveness of his Tai light-splitting sword, intercepting the fiery rain. Under Osiris's relentless assaults, the killing domain responded. The rivers and mountains map within subtly stirred, creating a burning expanse within the space, leaving gaps in the mountains. Realizing her repeated attacks were ineffective, Osiris felt a twinge of urgency. She sensed a hidden peril lurking within Axton's Dao realm, blazing wildfire. Without hesitation, she plunged the Yangyan sword into the ground, causing the scorched earth to crack open. Instantly, countless flaming serpents burst forth, roaring towards Axton. Osiris leapt onto the largest serpent and charged forward, turning lush greenery into blackened ruins wherever they passed. Her Yangyan sword transformed into a flame-spewing serpent, slicing deep trenches into Axton's Dao realm with every swing. To your death, she roared. The flaming serpent pierced through with searing sword chi, shattering the golden light before Axton. As he swung the xiuxian to meet the fire serpent, sparks erupted violently. A powerful counterforce jolted through his arms, sending sharp pain up to his palms. Osiris's fire poison invaded his body, ravaging his meridians. Ignoring his internal injuries, Axton grasped the neck of the fire serpent with one hand, restraining the Yangyan sword with his bare flesh. With the other hand, he wielded the xiuxian, invoking the killing force from above, summoning rolling thunder that enveloped the ancient blade, emitting a piercing killing intent. A hint of fear flickered in Osiris's eyes before she shook it off, seeing numerous mighty warrior souls roar from the seemingly ordinary flying sword, only to be suppressed. Foolishness! You seek destruction. She didn't believe Axton's cultivation level could breach her Yangyan Dao realm, so she intensified the fire serpent's power, aiming to crush him completely. Axton's right arm, scorched and bloodied, still held firm, knowing the vast gap in realms made it imperative to fight with all his might. Why won't you let go? A sinister smile spread across Osiris's face. She saw the unbearable agony etched on Axton's face, knowing the Yangyan fire not only burned the flesh but also scorched the soul. In no time, your body may remain intact, but your sea of consciousness will turn to ashes. As she manipulated the Yangyan sword, the fire serpent thrashed more wildly, unleashing an even fiercer force. Feeling the intense pain radiating from his sea of consciousness, Axton's awareness remained crystal clear amidst the raging fire. Fool, what are you doing? Let go. Yasmin's anxious voice echoed beside him. The pain from the Yangyan flames left her equally helpless. What once was a serene realm now glowed red. If you don't let go soon, not only your body but also your sea of consciousness will vanish. Yasmin wished she could bite him for involving himself in such danger again. Each confrontation pushed him to his limits. Facing a Yuan Princeng cultivator directly with a late gold core realm was particularly perilous. Let go if you want to die, and don't drag me down with you. You still have a chance to escape. Yasmin knew how hard Axton had worked and understood his resolve to protect Xinyan sect. His goal was to find his father's whereabouts, yet here he was risking everything needlessly. Axton shook his head, enduring the excruciating pain in both body and mind without releasing his grip. The metal spirit power within him surged, straining against the fire serpent. If I escape now, how can I ever find my father? His eyes were resolute. He had confidence in escaping this Dao realm, but avoiding challenges wouldn't help him grow. Facing adversity was the only way to catch up to those who had come before, especially his father, who had faced countless demon cultivators. To back down meant losing all hope. Still not letting go? Then die. Osiris felt Axton's energy weakening. His Dao realm grew hazy. The Yangyan serpent's fiery breath engulfed his arm, visible even in his pupils, threatening to consume him. After devouring your Dao realm, I'll see what treasures lie within. Greed gleamed in Osiris's eyes. Axton's ability to resist with mere gold core cultivation suggested external aid. Obtaining his treasures could elevate her Dao realm further, possibly making her shine in the upcoming martial arts competition. Imagining using Tommy's son as her stepping stone excited her. The treasures from his father would make her dreams come true. Chapter 359, Sword Cold Light. Rapid flames spread over his entire body, even charring Axton's hair and filling his nostrils with a burnt smell. Countless fire serpents broke through the defense of the gung metal sword chi, swirling around Axton, awaiting Osiris's command to devour their enemies. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see what you can do against me. Seeing Axton about to be incinerated by his young flame sword chi, Osiris laughed wildly. The feeling of personally eliminating a genius was immensely satisfying, especially since he was the son of Tommy, making every nerve in his body tingle with excitement. Crimson Lotus Heavenfall. To prevent unforeseen changes, Osiris immediately used an even more ferocious move than Young Flame Heavenfall. A fire serpent restrained Axton while the others rushed towards the sky. The fiery clouds above roared fiercely, as if they were becoming increasingly agitated due to the infusion of fire serpents. Gradually, the clouds were compressed to their limits until it seemed they could no longer withstand the pressure. Suddenly, a thick red beam descended from the sky, carrying the power to destroy everything in its path, aiming straight for Axton's head. Instantly, the entire Young Flame Dao world turned dark except for the crimson light above Axton, resembling a meteor falling or a catastrophic star descending, rushing towards him. Fool, quickly dodge. Yasmin shouted loudly, but as only a divine soul, despite her powerful mental strength, she couldn't intervene physically. It's too late. Axton's pale face showed a trace of resolve. In his other hand, the Lucian sword sensed its master's crisis and trembled violently. Osiris's technique involved integrating his life-bound artifact into the Dao world, generating immense power. Axton believed he could do the same. Thus, he attempted it. The Lucian sword transformed into a wisp of green smoke, merging into the dense clouds that had been squeezed almost out of existence. If the last bit of killing aura vanished, it would mean Axton's complete defeat, even his Dao world being devoured by Osiris. The killing aura amidst the flames was continuously compressed but stabilized upon the Lucian sword's injection. If Crimson Lotus Heavenfall was the violent descent of fire, then the killing aura was an unperturbed cloud, resisting compression while maintaining a foothold. Still struggling pointlessly, how amusing. Osiris watched Axton's Dao world shrinking, feeling increasingly manic, thus intensifying the spiritual power infused into the fire serpents. This time, he aimed to leave Axton without a place to hide, unleashing all his might. The flames before him expanded again, and Axton's pupils were filled with raging flames. He knew the moment had arrived. Overlord Sword Technique, Third Form, Sword Cold Light. As the killing aura realm compressed to its limit, Axton's Dao world shook. Rivers and mountains shattered slowly, floating into the air. They merged with the killing aura in the sky as Axton's Dao world rapidly expanded, engulfing Osiris. Not finished yet, a painting suddenly appeared in the void, unfolding abruptly, unaffected by the intense heat. The mountains and rivers within the painting came to life, instantly absorbing all the killing aura. Heaven and earth became one. When the killing aura separated from the mountain and river map, they balanced each other. When combined, they underwent a transformation. Everything within the painting returned to chaos, as if reverting to the primitive state of ancient times. Then, a cold light surged from the painting, followed by radiant golden light. All the chaotic energy was absorbed by the Lucian sword. Under the guidance of the mountain and river map, the entire force was poured into the Lucian sword, finally allowing Axton to execute the Overlord sword technique he had never fully grasped. The red glow of Crimson Lotus Heavenfall met the cold light of the Lucian sword. The defiant red lotus crashed down but froze just inches from the sword blade, transforming into stunning ice sculptures. With a slight shake of Axton's hand, the ice lotuses shattered into powder. The Overlord sword technique relentlessly charged towards Osiris, cutting through the Yang Flame Dao world effortlessly under the Lucian sword's influence. What is this? So terrifying. Osiris felt an unbearable pain in his eyes, as if seeing the Lucian sword chi would injure his divine soul. He had seen artifacts to strengthen Dao worlds, but never heard of one that could absorb a Dao world and enhance a life-bound flying sword. The Lucian sword was clearly no ordinary item. It had split open Crimson Lotus Heavenfall, and a single strike might strip away his skin if not kill him outright. Dodge. Osiris instantly decided to flee, but found himself unable to move. Looking around, he realized the fire serpent restraining Axton had vanished, now replaced by Axton's bloody hand, pinning him down, preventing escape. Trying to run? Axton roared, having waited long for this moment. With his current strength, he could only attempt to merge Dao worlds once. Failure meant death. He needed to restrict Osiris completely to deliver the fatal blow. Regardless of the agony from Young Flame burning his soul or the bloodied mess on his right arm, Axton refused to let go. Osiris thought Axton clung because of the Young Flame fire serpent, unaware he had already fallen into Axton's carefully laid trap. The Overlord sword technique, Sword Cold Frost, had only one chance. Axton's Gung metal spirit power could only support the mountain and river map once, fusing killing aura and endless vitality, generating tremendous energy. Damn, are you crazy? Osiris screamed. Executing such a sword technique at close range was suicide. Even if he eliminated Osiris, they would perish together. The power of the Lucian sword far exceeded what a golden core cultivator could unleash, even beyond Osiris's capabilities. If attacked head-on, Osiris doubted he could survive. This was the greatest crisis since entering the nascent soul stage, caused by someone far below his cultivation. Don't stop, or you will die first. Osiris realized Axton's body couldn't endure such brutal force, likely shattering upon impact with the Lucian sword. Heh, dying either way, why not drag you down with me? Axton's face twisted with madness as the Lucian sword approached, causing blood to ooze from his ears and nose, indicating his body was on the verge of collapse. Truly insane. Osiris cursed. Thinking Tommy went mad by eliminating demons, he hadn't expected his son to be even more monstrous, risking his life for a slim chance of victory. Fear gripped his heart, subconsciously telling him that Axton was a mere novice, incapable of suppressing him even at the cost of his life. Yet, the overwhelming killing intent from the Lucian sword convinced him not to resist. If you want to die, I won't follow. Osiris hesitated, aware of his noble status. He couldn't risk a life-for-life gamble with Axton. This hesitation weakened his young flame Tao world, the fire serpents failing to resist the Lucian sword's advancement, sending infinite cold light towards his face. Retreat. That was Osiris's first instinct. Regret flooded his mind, for Tao world reflects a cultivator's true nature. Losing fighting spirit made the Tao world weak, giving Axton the opportunity to strike with the Lucian sword. The young flame Tao world deflated like a punctured balloon as Axton's killing aura world surged, covering half the world. Damn it. One wrong step led to countless mistakes. Even if Osiris now realized this and tried to clear his mind of distractions, it was too late. The momentum had already shifted. The struggle within the Tao world had turned against him, and he now had to desperately evade Axton's Lucian sword, which proved to be an immense strain. With the Lucian sword mere inches away, the Yangyan Tao world was on the verge of collapse. Unable to avoid it any longer, Osiris could only grit his teeth in frustration, bite his tongue, and spit out a mouthful of refined blood. In the next moment, the ominous Lucian sword pierced through his body, shattering the entire Yangyan Tao world. Vitality surged forth from the ground, and the red lotus in the sky was consumed by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. At this point, the battle for dominance in the Tao world was decided. Seeing the Lucian sword just inches away, the young flame Tao world on the verge of collapsing, Osiris had nowhere to run. In a last-ditch effort, he gritted his teeth and bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. In the next moment, the formidable Lucian sword pierced through his body, shattering the entire young flame Tao world completely. Endless vitality surged from the ground, while the crimson lotus in the sky was entirely consumed by the aura of slaughter. Thus, the battle within the Tao world had come to an end, with a clear victor. Chapter 360, a Pyrrhic victory. Outside the Taoist realm, at the front of Xiuxian sect's mountain gate. At this moment, many disciples had already gathered in the grand hall. Fortunately, the space was spacious enough that it didn't feel crowded. Shelley, how are the disciples over here? Tanner's voice rang out. They had settled the injured disciples, and were now bringing them into the grand hall for unified treatment. Many new female disciples from Yiba sect who had learned some healing techniques were working diligently to treat the injuries. They're fine. There's no life-threatening danger. Shelley's face was drenched with sweat, as continuously using her spiritual energy to heal the disciples was a huge burden on her. After all, Shelley was only at the peak of the chi condensation stage, having learned some healing methods mainly due to prolonged practice in alchemy. That's good. You should rest for a while. Seeing his sister work so hard, Tanner felt very distressed. No, Shelley can hold on. Shelley shook her head like a rattle drum, refusing Tanner's suggestion. I will wait here for Master to return. Her eyes were filled with determination. Even if the enemy was a core formation stage expert, Shelley firmly believed Axton would triumph. Fine, I'll wait with you. Tanner held Shelley's hand, his tone resolute. On the other side, Apollon and Annabelle were anxiously patrolling outside the mountain gate. 2 hours had passed since Axton disappeared. Although they couldn't see any traces of the Taoist realm, they could sense the nearby energy fluctuations. Within these 2 short hours, significant changes occurred before Xiuxian sect. First, the scorched ground sprouted flowing water, then the water suddenly dried up, and the earth became restless, as if swallowing all life. Master, is Brother Uncor in danger? Annabelle was so nervous, she didn't even feel the burns on her feet. If not for Apollon's timely intervention, she would have been injured. Don't panic, let's keep observing. Apollon's voice was low and deep. He had an ominous premonition, but after Axton left, he was the highest cultivator in Xiuxian sect. Apollon had to remain calm. As time passed, the scorching heat intensified, causing the vegetation underfoot to wither, on the brink of death. Annabelle's eyes welled with tears. Axton had saved her multiple times, yet she couldn't help him when he was in trouble. Her inner turmoil was compounded by intense anxiety. She feared that the next time he appeared, she might never see him again, forever unable to express her feelings. Tianer, look. Apollon's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. What? Annabelle hadn't fully recovered her senses, but noticed the scorching air gradually dissipating, the plants beneath her feet regaining vitality. It's Lord Uncor. I can sense his presence. Apollon's voice trembled with excitement. Though his cultivation wasn't high enough to see inside the Taoist realm, he understood that the aura of the realm would manifest in reality. Any sign of weakening meant more hope for Axton's survival. Seeing Annabelle's hopeful gaze, Apollon regained confidence. Perhaps this time, Axton would bring them another miracle. Let's quickly return to the protective formation, and be ready to assist Lord Uncor in battle. Apollon could feel the spatial distortions increasing, indicating that the decisive moment was near. Whether Axton won or lost, he had to be prepared. Apollon and Annabelle hurried to the heart of the 3 dragons play with Pearl Array, watching the situation closely. Suddenly, the air rippled violently, and the space before Xiuxian sect distorted, shaking the entire mountain. In the next moment, 2 figures broke through the sky, tangled in combat, looking disheveled and battered. It's Brother Uncor. With Annabelle's shout, everyone turned their attention. Axton appeared mid-air, utterly exhausted, his body scorched black, one arm hanging limply by his side. Osiris was in even worse condition, a pool of blood under his feet, a simple yet ancient flying sword piercing his abdomen, emitting a chilling aura. His eyes were filled with disbelief, seemingly unable to accept being defeated by Axton. If he hadn't twisted his body at the last second, he would have been fatally impaled through the chest. Escape. At this moment, Osiris cared only about fleeing. His young flame Taoist realm had been shattered, his body suffering irreversible damage, his Tao heart nearly broken. Axton, at the golden core stage, had shattered his initial core formation stage Taoist realm. The physical pain was nothing compared to the mental damage. He had lost all fighting spirit. This isn't over between us, we'll see who wins in the end. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, clearly injured internally. Without immediate treatment, the damage could be fatal. His biggest weakness was his unwillingness to risk everything, ensuring he wouldn't die alongside Axton. As he retreated, the wounds caused by the Slay Immortal sword were evident, eliciting cries of pain from Osiris. He wasted no time, turning into a streak of light to escape Qingyun's territory. However, a golden dragon suddenly emerged in the sky, charging towards him. Already weakened, Osiris could only grit his teeth and endure the strike from the killing array within the three dragons' play with Pearl Array. Using the rebound force, he fled rapidly, adding further injury to his already heavily damaged body, leaving him on the brink of death. Unfortunately, he got away. Apollon sighed in disappointment, but quickly focused on Axton. Feeling Osiris's aura vanish, Axton seemed relieved. His body could no longer hold up, and he collapsed backward, caught just in time by the rushing Annabelle. Quickly, take Lord Unkor back to his cave for treatment. Brother Unkor, wake up, don't scare Tianer. Brother Unkor. Before losing consciousness, Axton faintly heard familiar voices around him but couldn't open his eyes again, sinking into a deep sleep. Hashtag chapter 361, half a month. In his unconscious state, Axton couldn't feel the intense pain in his body. His spirit power had been severely drained, leaving him unable to control his physical form. However, his divine soul remained exceptionally clear, wandering through the world of slaughter. He seemed to see the Bolivar Sheiji map emitting chaotic light in the sky, drawing in boundless young flames. The original green mountains and rivers had been flattened in one area, replaced by scorching earth, a result of absorbing part of the essence from the Yang Flame Dao realm and integrating it into the world of slaughter. The scorching patch in the midst of the greenery did not seem out of place, but significantly expanded the space within the world of slaughter. Several small fire serpents writhed across the scorched land, curiously observing this new domain. Axton's divine soul wandered freely without discomfort, feeling an intimate connection even with the little snakes, as if they were extensions of himself, ready for his command. He extended his hand, and the fire serpents leaped onto his palm happily, circling around him. A drop of fiery rain fell into his hand, not scorching but cool and soothing, gently warming his heart. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Celine staring at him with tearful eyes. Brother Unkor. He's awake. Brother Unkor is awake. Tear marks stained her cheeks, indicating she had cried many times. Deep dark circles under her eyes showed that Celine hadn't rested properly for days. With her voice, several people quickly appeared in the cave dwelling. Sean and the other disciples. Shelley even leaped into Axton's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right, I'm not dead yet. What are you doing? Axton smiled, trying to sit up, but felt intense soreness all over his body. He couldn't lift his right arm and almost fell, only to be caught by the quick-acting Celine. Brother Unkor, you're still injured. Lie down quickly. Celine carefully supported him, her face full of happiness, having prayed daily for his recovery since he fell unconscious. Her efforts finally paid off today. How long have I been unconscious? Axton felt like he had just finished a long dream where he communed with the Bolivar Sheiji map in the world of slaughter, deepening his mastery over the Dao realm. If not for Celine's tears, he might have slept much longer. It's already been half a month. At that moment, Apollon arrived and checked Axton's pulse. Relieved to find the injuries stable, he exhaled. Since Axton's coma, Apollon had handled all matters of Qingyun sect efficiently, ensuring everything was orderly, and those affected by the battle had recovered. Half a month? Axton was surprised. In the Dao realm, time seemed fleeting, yet it had passed so long in reality. His injuries were indeed severe this time. What about Osiris? Axton recalled Osiris fleeing in panic, but acknowledged the possibility of him returning. We tried to trap and kill that criminal using the three dragons playing with pearl formation, but he managed to escape using a secret technique. Apollon sighed, admitting that even with the array's power, defeating a true first-stage nascent soul expert was beyond his capabilities. That's fine. Even if he's alive, he suffered greatly. Axton waved his hand, understanding that Osiris's condition was worse, with his Yang Flame Dao realm shattered and suppressed by the formation. For now, the threat was neutralized. Relieved, Axton focused on recuperating. Fortunately, the injury on his right arm was merely superficial, and after 3 days of rest, he could get out of bed. Returning to the mountain gate, Axton observed the rocks damaged by the battle aftermath, feeling quite reflective. Fortunately, no disciple faced life-threatening injuries. The crisis for Mount Shu had passed relatively peacefully. Any future attempts would require careful consideration. From Osiris, Axton learned 2 pieces of news. First, Kobe, the drunken sword immortal, was besieged and trapped inside Mount Shu's Cecilia ceiling tower. This tower housed countless monsters captured by generations of Mount Shu, rumored to be a hellish place that refined powerful demons. Despite Kobe's formidable cultivation, his time there would be limited. Second, Soraya was promised in marriage to Anton by Emmanuel. Initially hostile, Soraya lost her memory after an unknown force surged within her. Likely brainwashed by Anton during her time at Mount Shu, Axton resolved not to let Zhao succeed. If their plan was to marry after the sect competition, then successfully advancing Qingyun sect to a second-tier sect and revealing Anton's true colors publicly was the key. What delighted Axton most was the new change in the world of slaughter. Not only had the Dao realm space expanded, but it included a region filled with young flames, whose energy rivaled Osiris's Yang Flame Dao realm. Surprisingly, it didn't conflict with the world of slaughter, instead blending seamlessly like a treacherous mountain range amidst greenery. Axton credited the Bolivar Sheiji map, its chaotic mist playing a crucial role in merging killing intent with vitality, naturally accommodating the young flames. There was more good news. Successfully repelling Osiris triggered rewards for the reverse task, with 6 Ding Jiao talismans meeting Qingyun sect's current needs. Checking the reverse system, he noted updated tasks. Successfully repelled Osiris. Task updated. Advance Xiuxian sect to a second-tier sect, and lead the sect members to participate in the Great Sect Competition. Reward: random talent point increase by 1. Indeed, a long-term task subtly pointing towards Tommy. Axton remembered the words left by his father's divine consciousness in the Cecilia Eye. Only excelling in the sect competition could uncover clues about Tommy's disappearance. Behind him, Apollon and Celine looked at Axton with admiration. Once underestimated, Xiuxian sect had transformed, reclaiming its dominance in the Azure Cloud range. Following this incident, other allied sects would undoubtedly pay visits. Osiris's attack was significant, and Axton doubted those who pledged allegiance were unaware. But they likely chose self-preservation in these tumultuous times. This suited Axton well. He didn't need alliances but would stabilize the situation by showcasing Xiuxian sect's strength. Apollon's experience would handle the rest. Holding the glowing 6 Dingjia talismans, Axton pondered where to deploy them best. Hashtag chapter 362. Successive breakthroughs. As a mist began to rise in the sky, the haze was accompanied by the sound of tinkling and clanking. The first disciples who joined Green Cloud Sect were already used to this phenomenon and knew it to be the Patriarch's cultivation prowess at work, building structures. However, the new disciples stared wide-eyed with awe at the scene unfolding before them. The martial hall, already grandiose, became even more impressive as the haze settled, now featuring an additional pavilion level that matched the magnificence of the main hall of the sect. Success. Axton surveyed the transformation with satisfaction. After careful deliberation, he decided to use the 6 Ding and 6 Jia talismans to enhance the martial hall. With the increasing number of disciples, the priority was to cultivate the first batch of Foundation establishment cultivators and elevate Green Cloud Sect to a second-tier sect. Tanner and Shelley, having witnessed such transformations before, were unperturbed, but Apollon and Marla were visibly astonished by the sight. Apollon marveled inwardly, acknowledging Axton's exceptional abilities. With such a capable leader, the rapid rise of Green Cloud Sect was only a matter of time. Tanner. I'm here, Master. Tanner, who had already advanced to Foundation establishment stage, hurried forward. As the head of the martial hall, he regularly guided the disciples' cultivation while maintaining his own practice, earning him the title of Chance within the sect. The newly admitted disciples are entrusted to your guidance. I will hold monthly lectures for the outer sect members to resolve their doubts. You must familiarize yourself with the new features of the upgraded martial hall. Axton instructed, noting that the enhanced martial hall offered new functions like refining spirit senses and featured many spirit puppets on the second floor of the pavilion, which could adapt to each disciple's strength level for optimized training. With the help of the martial hall, Shelley, Anthony, Ray, and the earliest disciples would soon advance to Foundation establishment stage, hastening the sect's ascension to a higher tier. Master, many sect leaders have come to visit us from down the mountain, Anthony reported, clearly aware that after witnessing Green Cloud Sect repelling an infant soul stage attacker, various major sects sought alliances. Axton simply waved his hand, directing Apollon to entertain the visitors. Having been indifferent during critical times, they were not worth his attention now. This indifference among cultivators was one reason why demonic practitioners often managed to defeat them one by one. For now, healing his injuries was paramount. His cultivation had progressed during his conflict with Osiris, and he continued to unravel the mysteries of the Tao realm. Time passed quickly, and another month went by. Axton's injuries had mostly healed, and he sat in meditation within his cave abode, delving deeper into the Tao realm. Through the devouring power of the mountain river picture, the Emil realm had gained more color and expanded significantly. Axton felt the strength within him grow, though he hadn't yet reached the bottleneck for the infant soul stage. Still, he wouldn't be caught off guard if he faced Osiris again. A sudden surge of spiritual energy made Axton open his eyes, and with a flicker, he appeared at the rear mountain. This area, bustling with life, was where the Green Cloud Sect disciples had established their caves. The laughter and banter filled the air. All the disciples emerged from their caves to observe their senior siblings breaking through their cultivation barriers. A few days earlier, Shelley, Anthony, and Ray had announced they would seclude themselves to attempt reaching Foundation establishment stage, evidently benefiting greatly from the martial hall's enhancements. Now, the trio had successfully broken through and emerged from their seclusion. Ray and Anthony appeared refreshed, their eyes sharp and bright, their expressions joyful as they saw the expectant faces around them. Chance Adiel, Chance Ray, congratulations on advancing to Foundation establishment. We must work twice as hard. We cannot let down the master. Yes, sister said that once I reach Foundation establishment, she'll give me a chance. With your skills, you might never make it in this lifetime, ha ha ha. The atmosphere lightened as everyone congratulated them, revealing close bonds forged through daily interactions. This breakthrough was just the beginning. Everyone's gaze shifted to another cave, Shelley's residence. Colorful rays burst forth as Shelley emerged, her form stabilizing gracefully despite the turbulent aura. Her youthful face had matured, no longer looking like a little girl but resembling a bashful young woman. Her newfound Foundation establishment status had transformed her demeanor, leaving many male disciples speechless. Master! Shelley's voice, despite its changed timbre, still brought smiles to those present. She ran into Axton's embrace, even overshadowing Tanner nearby. Thank you for guiding me all these days. Now that Shelley has advanced, I can refine higher-grade elixirs. Shelley grinned. Axton had been instrumental in helping her overcome numerous puzzles in alchemy. Otherwise, it might have taken her much longer to succeed. You, remember that cultivation also influences your alchemy skills. Don't neglect one for the other. Axton affectionately ruffled her hair, knowing he would need to keep pushing Shelley, who spent most of her time in the alchemy hall. Surveying the scene, including newcomer Marla, Green Cloud Sect now boasted 5 Foundation establishment disciples, Tanner, Shelley, Anthony, Ray, and Tyance. Including Axton himself, the sect now met the criteria for second-tier status. All that remained was to send a message to the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace, overseeing the Green Cloud range, to gain official recognition and participate in the Immortal Sect martial arts meet. Axton felt a rare surge of excitement, not just because this was a significant step toward finding his father, but more so for the flourishing Green Cloud sect he had nurtured. From a nearly extinct minor sect to a thriving community of nearly 100 disciples, magnificent buildings, and personal growth, it was indeed a momentous achievement. Taking out a communication jade token, Axton sent a message to Aldo, signaling the dawn of Green Cloud sect's rise. ####Chapter 363, the promotion ceremony. 2 days later, the xiuxian sect was teeming with people, enthusiasts and observers, lined up like a long dragon from the mountain gate all the way into the heart of the mountains. Standing on the cliffside, one could see nothing but an endless sea of humanity below. Among them were those who came with good intentions, filled with reverence for the immortal sections. Others harbored ill will, lurking with ulterior motives, ready to cause chaos at any moment. There were also neutral parties, hidden among the crowd, observing the situation as it unfolded with an air of detached strategizing, much like someone who remains calm and composed on a jade terrace, brewing wine while discussing the power struggles around them. Whether they had good or bad intentions, or remained neutral, Axton strictly ordered his disciples early in the morning not to step out of the mountain gate even half a step. Under this strict order, the disciples of the xiuxian sect went about their business as usual, seemingly oblivious to the throngs of people below. Occasionally, when they were stopped by someone, they remained silent and walked past without a word. Therefore, despite the large number of people and the apparent chaos, the atmosphere within the xiuxian sect remained serene and unaffected, just like it was the day before. Of course, such passive attitudes did attract some discontent. Some people spread rumors in the crowd, criticizing the xiuxian sect for being conceited and putting on airs. However, these rumors, though not few, failed to gain traction due to the indifference and silence of most people. On the contrary, those who started the rumors ended up embarrassing themselves after futile attempts to stir things up and retreated in humiliation. At noon, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, an ancient-looking flying sword pierced through the sky from the horizon. As the sword landed, Axton stood alone on the peak, overlooking the vast crowd below. "I am Axton, patriarch of the xiuxian sect. Welcome, everyone, to today's ceremony." Axton's gaze swept across the crowd, emanating an aura of authority befitting a sect leader. The mountain wind howled fiercely, fluttering his robe wildly. The cultivators who came to observe the ceremony were varied. Most belonged to sects that had joined the xiuxian alliance. They had sent their respective leaders to offer congratulations, not because of anything else, but because Axton had once again demonstrated his strength, successfully repelling a genuine core formation cultivator under unfavorable conditions, showcasing formidable power. After a brief opening statement, Axton, neither arrogant nor humble, directly announced the commencement of the xiuxian sect's promotion. Simultaneously, a streak of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a powerful presence rapidly approaching. Everyone looked up to see Ives appear above the mountain gate. He wore a broad smile, having anticipated the rise of the xiuxian sect, but never expecting Axton to progress so swiftly. Within less than a year, Axton had not only advanced to the late gold core stage, but had also transformed the sect, boasting over 100 disciples, including 5 foundation establishment cultivators. "Leader Unker, it's been a while." Ives chuckled as he landed before Axton. "Ives Sr., please call me Xiao Yu, otherwise, you truly make me feel unworthy," Axton replied with a wry smile. Despite meeting Ives only a few times, the latter had greatly assisted him both openly and covertly, earning him gratitude and respect. Now, receiving the message and immediately representing the Pohuang Immortal Palace to attend the promotion ceremony, Ives gave him face. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Yu, your achievements within such a short time deserve the title of leader." Ives waved his hand, with a hint of weariness in his eyes. Recently, demonic cultivators had risen in the territories controlled by the Pohuang Immortal Palace, causing distress in many regions, leading to continuous rescue requests. Even Ning Hintian and other disciples had been dispatched to subdue the demons, leaving him hard-pressed to find time to visit the xiuxian mountains. Sigh. If only all places were like the xiuxian mountains. Ives sighed repeatedly. The demonic cultivators were ruthless, killing both cultivators and ordinary people without discrimination. Only the xiuxian mountains had proactively eradicated the demon lair, while other areas required assistance from the Pohuang Immortal Palace. Even as one of the 7 great immortal sects, the chaotic situation had left them struggling. Axton's establishment of the Cecilia Slang Alliance brought him comfort, serving as a reason for the Pohuang Immortal Palace to allow him to attend the ceremony promptly. Typically, a sect's promotion was a relatively complex process, where outsiders evaluated the sect's strength based on its performance and then disseminated the information verbally. This time, Axton took an unconventional approach by gathering cultivators and commoners at the foot of the mountain. The impending invasion by the demonic forces necessitated simplifying everything. Ives also hoped the rise of the xiuxian sect would stabilize the situation in the xiuxian mountains. Behind Axton, 5 prepared xiuxian sect disciples walked forward and took positions behind him. Tanner, Gemeth of the Martial Hall, pays homage to the patriarch. Tanner kneeled on one knee and rose upon receiving Axton's nod. He approached Axton slowly, with chi fluctuations from his dantian emanating 2 colors, a golden mist and a red mist, flowing gently like ripples. "Rise." Suddenly, Tanner let out a low shout, and the mists erupted like lava. Above Tanner's head, the 2 colored mists separated. The golden mist condensed into a disc-sized golden wheel, spinning slowly like the sun, radiating an intense, dazzling light. The collision of the golden wheels produced a resounding clashing sound, giving off a sensation of cutting through metal. On the other side, flames gathered, forming a 10-foot-long spear with red tassels. The flames roared fiercely, making the spear seem invincible. Foundation establishment initial stage, authentic and real. Soon, Tanner reigned in his aura. The golden wheel dissipated, the spear vanished, and the 2 colored mists merged, swiftly flowing back into his body. As Tanner stepped back, Shelley gracefully approached. Shelley, Gemeth of the Alchemy Hall, pays homage to the patriarch. Today, Shelley had obviously adorned herself meticulously. She wore a light green qipao with an outer layer of white lily-pleated robes that touched the ground, with a lake blue silk belt embroidered with silver threads wrapped around her slender waist, adorned with a sheep-fat jade pendant. A jade hairpin carved from sheep-fat jade was diagonally inserted into her hair, styled in a peach blossom bun. Her figure was graceful and delicate, her oval face framed by exquisite features, sparkling with life and vitality, exuding a charm that rivaled that of Chang'e ascending to the moon. How beautiful she was! People below gasped in awe, mesmerized by Shelley's ethereal beauty. Even cultivators cast admiring glances, praising the extraordinary grace of the Xuanhuan sect's disciples. Shelley blushed slightly, clearly shy under the crowd's attention. She extended her hands, and 2 orbs of qi appeared. Earthwood dual spiritual roots, shimmering faintly at her fingertips. Like Tanner, a mist enveloped her body, emitting 2 colors of brilliance, resembling a celestial garment gently draped over her soft shoulders. She moved like a fairy descending from heaven, gracefully walking forward, captivating the thousands watching in an instant before fading away. Foundation Establishment Initial Stage, Shelley. Following Shelley were Anthony and Ari, also Foundation Establishment cultivators, whose appearances caused murmurs and shouts in the crowd. However, compared to the earlier duo, their presence seemed significantly subdued. It wasn't anyone's fault. It was simply unfortunate timing, coming right after Shelley, whose brief yet stunning appearance had left many captivated. Besides a few young girls, most people ignored the male disciples. Disciple Anthony pays homage to the patriarch. Disciple Ari pays homage to the patriarch. In total, 5 individuals, including Axton who released his aura last, met the standards for a second-tier sect promotion. Below, many independent cultivators watched with astonishment. Previously, the Xuanhuan sect was rumored to be in dire straits, often the subject of ridicule. Yet, within a year, it had undergone a complete transformation. Promotion to a second-tier sect was one thing, but the Xuanhuan sect had even become the leader of the Xuanhuan Mountains. This made many independent cultivators deeply regret not joining earlier. Unfortunately, times had changed. The Xuanhuan sect now had very strict requirements for accepting new disciples. Besides talent, character was also rigorously tested. Many independents who wanted to join were turned away during these days. It was no longer within their reach. This Xuanhuan sect. Several sect leaders looked at the mountaintop with complicated expressions, hesitating to speak. 5 Foundation Establishment disciples cultivated in such a short time. I remember these children were just stepping into the Qi condensation realm not long ago. Patriarch Lei Yael shook his head, sighing repeatedly. He recalled that back then, the Xuanhuan sect was nothing more than a dilapidated abandoned mountain gate, not even worth a glance from Lei Yael's sect. But ever since Axton took over as the patriarch, it was like deadwood reviving in spring. Not only did the Armando sect rise with great momentum, but it was simply astonishing. When establishing the Xuanhuan alliance, he still had selfish intentions, hoping to gain more benefits. Fortunately, he hadn't been blinded by greed, or else they would have offended not just Axton's terrifying strength, but also the Pohuang Immortal Palace. Actually, none of those present knew that the Xuanhuan sect's potential far exceeded these 5 individuals. With Shelley's medicinal assistance and the Enlightenment Pool's enhancement, many disciples' cultivation levels had soared. Many of the first batch of children who joined the Xuanhuan sect had already reached the late Qi condensation stage, needing just one step to enter the Foundation Establishment realm. Today, Axton wanted the outside world to recognize the strength of the Xuanhuan sect. He had already achieved this goal. As for the additional strength, it would be better left as a trump card, hidden from opponents. Hashtag Chapter 364, Master of Xuanhuan. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement task ahead of schedule. Xuanhuan Reversal. Additional reward. 1 Dingjiao Talisman. Indeed, Axton's decisive advancement within the sect came with rewards. In a short period, he had completely transformed Xuanhuan sect, an accomplishment only he could achieve. A talisman paper flicked between his fingers as Axton had already meticulously planned everything for the day. Master, the illusion array is ready. We can proceed with the next step at any time, Anthony whispered from behind. Axton nodded and scanned the area below him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to witness this ceremony today. Although Xuanhuan sect cannot personally host a grand banquet for everyone, we have prepared a show for your enjoyment. Show? What kind of show? Axton didn't elaborate further, allowing curiosity to drive the crowd up the mountain. The leaders of various sects were also puzzled but remained patient, awaiting Axton's next move. In the next moment, a wave of array fluctuations spread out, causing shock on everyone's faces. They had unknowingly entered an array formation, which was most terrifyingly unnoticed even by the zone masters at the Golden Core stage. What an incredibly powerful illusion array. None of us sensed a thing, exclaimed Lei Yael Zong, who only noticed something unusual when the 3 dragons playing with Pearl Array activated. While other sect disciples knew Axton meant no harm, they still cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Even Aldo marveled at the array. With his discerning eye, he could see that it comprised 3 different formations working in harmony. Though it couldn't counteract attacks from an Origin Qi cultivator, it was already top tier among formations in the Xuanhuan Mountains. This time, Axton merely activated the illusion array. In the next moment, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, hearing heavy hammering sounds around them. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not panic. Look here. Axton's voice resonated in everyone's hearts. Then, the white light dissipated, and a vast open space suddenly appeared on the cliff above the mountain gate. It was as if a sanctuary for spiritual beasts had been carved out of the air, deeply embedded into the cliffside, its depth hidden from view, echoing faint animal sounds from within. This was the spiritual beast garden, constructed under the cover of the illusion array using the Dingjiao talisman. It housed dozens of first and second grade spiritual beasts resting peacefully inside. The visiting cultivators were speechless, amazed by the sudden appearance of the colossal and majestic spiritual beast garden, seamlessly blending into the environment as if it had always been part of Xuanhuan sect. Is this a miracle? Some commoners from the mortal world bowed down in awe. Is there something wrong with the illusion array? Others frowned, feeling suddenly uneasy. I apologize for startling you. At the mountain gate, Axton smiled warmly, his smile bright and intense under the sunlight. Wait, did you notice how rich the spiritual energy is within Xiuxian sect? Yeah, it rivals those top-notch sects. Gasps echoed around them as they finally realized the true potential of Xiuxian sect. With such abundant spiritual energy to aid cultivation, it was no wonder the disciples made rapid progress. It was truly enviable. Moreover, Axton, being a late golden core cultivator, could repel origin chi experts while possessing fully equipped sect facilities and thick spiritual energy. Such a sect's potential, though not yet matching the peak of Nox sect, would surely be boundless given enough time. Axton achieved the desired effect, but this special day couldn't pass without a climactic event. For both the people of Xiuxian sect and the visitors, the highlight was yet to come. Xiuxian sect was about to raise a grand banner inscribed with Master of Xiuxian. Thousands gathered before the mountain gate, their eyes fixed on the towering entrance, amazed by the overwhelming presence it exuded. With Xiuxian sect officially ascending and the Xiuxian alliance being formally recognized, those with ulterior motives dared not entertain such thoughts anymore. The gap between them and Axton, between them and Xiuxian sect, was too wide to bridge. Aldo watched Axton's every move approvingly, affirming Benjamin's foresight. Since seeing Axton at Shushan Sword Sect, he had sensed great potential and even cast a divination for him. Indeed, after leaving Shushan, Axton soared like a dragon entering the sea. His cultivation advanced rapidly, and he personally built a sect with infinite potential. This was why Aldo, despite his many responsibilities, personally attended the ceremony. He had a feeling that Xiuxian sect would play a significant role in the upcoming battles against the demonic clans, and Axton would become a rising star in these chaotic times. Chapter 365, Declaration at the Ceremony. Under the plaque of the Grand Hall of Green Cloud Sect, Axton stood alone. Before him stood over 100 Green Cloud Sect disciples in a square formation, disciplined and resolute, led by Clint. Though most of their cultivation levels were around the chi condensation stage, the imposing aura they emitted was not to be underestimated. The admiration and trust in the eyes of the disciples looking at Axton were palpable, as if they would unconditionally support any command he gave. Axton gazed deeply into the familiar faces before him and spoke slowly. Since I became the sect leader of Green Cloud Sect, it has been 1 year and 2 months. 1 year ago, Green Cloud Sect faced calamity when the former sect leader died under a vile scheme. Green Cloud Sect, once the leading major sect in this region with a prestigious history from centuries ago, had never imagined it would fall into such desolation after a century. The efforts of our ancestors have come to this? Axton spoke with deep emotion, his tone low and hoarse. These words brought waves of bitter reminiscence to the listeners, especially Tanner and Shelley, who, as the first disciples, had heard many stories from the old sect leader about the glorious past. How could this fate not evoke endless sighs? At first, when I took on the role of sect leader, there were only 4 of us in the sect, me, Clint, Tanner, and Shelley. Back then, Green Cloud Sect was on the verge of destruction, and we also had enemies eyeing us like wolves, incited by Draper Sect. As he said this, Axton suddenly chuckled, a laugh that left everyone heartbroken. For people, even a small landlord in the secular world wouldn't have such a pitiful number of family members. What a journey it has been. Who could disagree? Someone sighed, glancing at the now magnificent mountain gate, recalling how Axton and these 3 disciples had worked tirelessly, brick by brick, transforming a desolate mountain into a grand and splendid place. The hardships, blood, and sweat they endured might even be beyond their own recollection. Clint's eyes glistened with tears, his cheeks flushed. A man sheds no tears lightly unless truly touched to the core. Recalling the past, this usually jovial little fatty felt an emotional turmoil, a mix of bitterness and sweetness that refused to subside. Axton glanced at him, as did the other disciples, giving looks of encouragement and admiration. Sect leader. Clint clasped his fists deeply without saying more. Yes, there was no need for Clint to say more. Everything he had done for Green Cloud Sect was evident to all. Clint had never been the most outstanding disciple, but he always did what needed to be done. From the moment he chose to follow Axton after he withdrew from Shu Mountain, he worked tirelessly, making himself indispensable yet unobtrusive. Lacking natural talent, he took up artifact refinement, so every Green Cloud Sect disciple could obtain the desired magical artifacts upon joining. Whenever any disciple faced difficulties in life or cultivation, Clint was always the first to help, solely because he didn't want to be a burden to Axton. After a while, everyone's gaze naturally returned to Axton. If one disciple had contributed so much, how much more must the sect leader have sacrificed during Green Cloud Sect's darkest days? Axton paid no mind to the external gazes. He continued narrating Green Cloud Sect's story. Though few in number, the disciples of Green Cloud Sect are united in heart. I have never seen nor heard of any other sect being as united as ours, eating and drinking together. I am fortunate that Green Cloud Sect still has us 4, and even more fortunate that 3 of them are them. Some may laugh at the few people left in Green Cloud Sect after its fall, but I do not see it that way. Because we are few, our hearts are united. Because Green Cloud Sect faced hardship, we stand united, sharing a common goal. Over time, our hearts and bonds have become inseparable, just like molten iron fused together, each in the other. United. So there is no backstabbing within the sect, no conflicts among disciples, no suspicions between higher-ups. Thus, Tianhao Sect grew and evolved, welcoming more disciples. These new arrivals quickly integrated into the already unified atmosphere. As the numbers grew, so did our strength. Note, Heavenly Halzong has been corrected to Tianhao Sect for consistency and accuracy in translation. Here, I must admit that my standards have always been strict. Regardless of one's talent, if their character doesn't meet the criteria, they cannot join Green Cloud Sect. I do not want a single rotten apple to spoil the whole bunch. Axton's gaze swept the crowd, and wherever his eyes landed, people lowered their heads guiltily. He didn't dwell on this topic long, continuing, Green Cloud Sect rose afterward, as you see today. More disciples came, and resources grew richer. This attracted the attention of Draper Sect, who sought to slaughter us but met their end due to their greed-driven madness. So, the banner of the Southern and Max appeared. As the sect leader, my responsibility is to ensure that the sect evolves every day, advancing at every moment. In my view, stagnation equals decline. Yin Atlas walked through the ranks and stood before the stone pillar. Some may say we are overreaching, some might call us arrogant, not knowing the limits of heaven and earth. I can imagine the rumors will spread far and wide once I issue the declaration, but, so what? Axton nodded slightly, looking down on the world. From merely 4 people, Green Cloud Sect has grown to this. Within a year, I advanced from a peak foundation establishment cultivator to late golden core, providing me with confidence. What harm is there in arrogance if I stand firm? As long as Axton and his disciples exist, Green Cloud Sect will face any challenge head-on. Now that the demon races are invading our one-anchored continent, even though Green Cloud Mountains are small, we cannot remain aloof. Only by uniting all sects do we stand a chance of survival in this calamity. Do not think hiding away and waiting for the 7 great immortal sects to handle the demons will suffice. The demons will not give you that luxury. We must fight for our home and our future. Silence fell over the mountain gate as everyone pondered Axton's words. Who could deny the cruelty of the demons, slaughtering both mortals and cultivators with brutal methods? Some sects still plan to close their doors and wait for the 7 great immortal sects to solve the problem. But once Green Cloud Sect and others fell, their fates would be sealed too. Lord Unkor makes sense. We've been short-sighted. Shameful indeed. Living so long yet becoming more cowardly. Truly embarrassing. Lord Unkor, we scattered cultivators will heed your call and follow your lead wherever you point us. Yes, let's fight these demons who destroyed our homes. The mood below the mountain gate grew heated as everyone's spirits were stirred by Axton's words. He was right. If Green Cloud Mountains fell, where else could they go? Only by believing in Axton, in Green Cloud Sect, and fighting the demons together did they have a glimmer of hope. Axton was a living miracle, and the people believed he would bring even more hope to Green Cloud Mountains. Chapter 365, Declaration of Witness. Under the plaque of the Green Cloud Sect's main hall, Axton stood alone. In front of him, over 100 Green Cloud Sect disciples lined up in formation, their discipline impeccable and expressions resolute. They were led by Hector. Although most of their cultivation levels were around the chi condensation stage, the aura they emitted was not to be underestimated. The disciples looked at Axton with admiration and trust, as if they would unconditionally support any command he issued. Axton gazed intently at each familiar face before him and slowly began. Since I took on the role of Sect Master of the Green Cloud Sect, it has been 1 year and 2 months. A year ago, calamity struck the Green Cloud Sect. Our previous Sect Master died under the plot hatched by villains. Once the leading sect in the Green Cloud territory, renowned and powerful hundreds of years ago, who would have thought it would fall into such desolation after a century? The efforts of previous generations have fallen into this dire state. Axton spoke with deep emotion, his voice low and hoarse. To the crowd, these words brought a bitter reminiscence, especially for Tanner and Shelley. As the first disciples of the Green Cloud Sect, they had heard many past tales from the old sect master. To see such a once-renowned sect come to this was truly a matter of time and fate, evoking much sighing. In the beginning, when I took on the leadership of the Green Cloud Sect, there were only 4 people within, myself, Hector, Tanner, and Shelley. At that time, the Green Cloud Sect could collapse at any moment, not to mention the constant threat from enemies emboldened by the Corey sect's instigation. At this point, Axton suddenly chuckled, but the laugh held an element of sadness. For people, even a small landlord in the mortal world wouldn't have such a meager household. Not easy. Indeed. Some sighed, looking at the now majestic mountain gate, remembering how Axton and these 3 disciples painstakingly rebuilt what was almost a desolate mountain into the grand and imposing sight it was today. The blood and sweat poured into this endeavor were perhaps too numerous for them to even recall. Among the disciples, Hector's eyes welled with tears. A man does not cry unless he is truly moved. Recalling the past, this normally cheerful little fatty felt a storm of emotions, unable to calm down. Axton glanced at him, as did the other disciples, offering encouragement and admiration. Sect Master. Hector bowed deeply to Axton without saying more. Yes, no further words were needed. Everything Hector had done for the Green Cloud Sect was seen by all. Hector was never the most outstanding among the disciples, yet he always worked hard for the Green Cloud Sect. From the day he chose to follow Axton out of Mount Shu actively, he was unremarkable but beloved by everyone. Insufficient talent drove him to take up the path of forging, ensuring every new disciple received a suitable magical treasure. Whenever any disciple faced difficulties in life or cultivation, Hector was always the first to help, only because he didn't want to hold Axton back. After some time, everyone's attention shifted back to Axton. If a disciple could contribute so much for the revival of the sect, how much more must the sect master, who carried the burden during its most difficult times, have sacrificed? Axton paid no mind to these gazes, continuing to recount the story of the Green Cloud Sect. Though few, we were united. I've never seen nor heard of another sect as united as ours, eating and drinking together. I am fortunate that we 4 still remain in the Green Cloud Sect, and more fortunate that 3 of them are here. Some may mock the Green Cloud Sect for its decline and sparse population, but I do not think so. Because we are few, our hearts are united. Because we are in adversity, we have a common goal. United, our spirits and efforts become one. Like iron melted into one furnace, intertwined inseparably. Heart united, so there is no intrigue within the sect, no conflicts among disciples, no distrust between higher-ups. Thus, the Green Cloud Sect grew and changed, attracting more disciples who quickly integrated into the harmonious atmosphere. More people meant greater strength. Here, I must admit, this sect leader has always been intolerant of imperfection. No matter how talented one is, if one's character does not meet the standards, entry into the Green Cloud Sect is denied. I do not wish for one rotten apple to spoil the bunch. Axton's gaze swept through the crowd, causing many to lower their heads guiltily. He didn't linger on this topic long and continued, later, the Green Cloud Sect rose as you see now. Disciples came in increasing numbers, resources became richer. This attracted the attention of the Kori sect, who coveted our power and met their downfall through greed. So, we stand under the banner of South An's king. As sect master, my primary duty is to ensure our sect evolves every day. In my view, stagnation equals decline. Axton walked past the disciples and stood before the stone pedestal. Some may say we overestimate ourselves, or that we are arrogant. Rumors will spread widely upon my declaration, but, so what? Axton nodded slightly, looking down on the world. The Green Cloud Sect has grown from just 4 to this grandeur today, and I, Axton, advanced from Chi condensation stage to late golden core stage within a year. These are my reasons for confidence. Even if we seem arrogant, it matters not. As long as Axton and his disciples stand, the Green Cloud Sect will face any challenge unafraid. Now, demons invade our 10,000 spirits continent. Though Green Cloud Mountain range is small, we cannot stand idly by. Only unity among all sects offers hope for survival in this catastrophe. Do not think hiding will suffice, waiting for the 7 immortal sects to solve the problem. The demonic cultivators won't give you that chance. Only through self-reliance can we protect our home. Axton's words left the mountain gate in silence. Every cultivator pondered Axton's words, aware of the demon's brutality, sparing neither mortals nor cultivators, using incomparable cruelty. Some sects still planned to seal themselves off, waiting for the 7 immortal sects to resolve the issue. But once major sects like Green Cloud fall, these smaller sects would also be doomed. Leader Unkor speaks wisely. We've been short-sighted. Shameful indeed. After living so long, our courage wanes. Disgraceful. Leader Unkor, we scattered cultivators will heed your call and follow wherever you lead. Yes, these damned demons have destroyed our homes. We'll fight. Fight. Beneath the mountain gate, an unprecedented fervor erupted. Everyone was ignited by Axton's speech. Axton was right. If the Green Cloud Mountain range falls, where else could they find refuge? Only by believing in Axton and the Green Cloud Sect, uniting against the demonic invasion, did they stand a chance. Axton himself was a miracle. They believed he would bring more hope to the Green Cloud Mountain range. Axton nodded approvingly. Today, he had grandly summoned the Xiuxian cultivators for this very moment. Xiuxian sect disciples, listen to my command. Raise the banner. A magnificent red flag unfurled, embroidered with a panoramic landscape on its back. On its front, 4 golden characters shone brightly, Master of Xiuxian. The large flag fluttered proudly, waving atop the Xiuxian sect. Axton nodded in satisfaction. Today, he had grandly summoned the Xiuxian cultivators for this very moment. Disciples of Xiuxian sect, attention, raise the banner. A magnificent red banner unfurled, with the back embroidered with a scenic landscape. On the front were 4 gilded characters, Master of Xiuxian. The banner waved proudly in the wind, fluttering above Xiuxian sect. Chapter 366, Fame spreads far and wide. The grand ceremony was unprecedentedly lively, with its positive and negative impacts equally astounding. The Green Cloud Sect's reputation skyrocketed, becoming the most controversial sect in the entire Green Cloud Mountains. Clearly, what Axton had hoped for far exceeded expectations. After Armando's sect raised the banner against demons, it inadvertently crushed numerous underhanded plots of many sects and temporarily stabilized the morale of people in the Green Cloud Mountains. Many cultivators who were about to leave for the territories of the 7 major immortal sects paused in their tracks, holding a glimmer of hope because of Axton's words. After all, who would willingly abandon their homeland, a place they hold dear? From this perspective, although Axton gained great fame, the Green Cloud Sect also took on significant responsibilities. However, Axton was unconcerned. As long as these disciples could survive the calamity, they would inevitably become the elite of the sect. Then the foundation for the Green Cloud Sect's rise would be solid. This was a necessary process. The Green Cloud Sect's sudden emergence didn't just influence the Green Cloud Mountains. Even the distant Clear Pea City heard news of it. For a time, all intelligence networks began gathering information about the Green Cloud Sect, frequently leaking explosive stories. Green Cloud Sect's patriarch Axton only had peak foundation establishment cultivation when he initially ascended to the position of sect leader, but within a short year, he advanced to late-stage golden core and could even challenge early-stage nascent soul experts. During the ceremony, an array master used a spirit compass to measure the spiritual energy concentration around the Green Cloud Sect. The result determined that the Green Cloud Sect's spiritual energy density reached the standard of a top-tier sect. Many people began to suspect that the Green Cloud Sect rested above a considerable-sized spiritual vein, an incredibly enviable resource since in the world of cultivation, spirit stones could buy anything one desired, and spiritual veins were hotly contested by major sects. There are rumors that the Green Cloud Sect is blessed with abundant talents, not just powerful cultivators like Axton, but also alchemists and artifact masters serving every disciple, thus accelerating their progress. Axton was previously a disciple of Shushan Sword Sect. Could the Green Cloud Sect's rise have been planned by them? For a time, Axton became widely known, leading to frenzied investigations. Many of his past deeds were dug up, from his obscurity within Mount Shu to his outstanding performance in the martial arts competition, followed by his expulsion from Mount Shu. People thought he would fall into despair, but instead, he brought surprises again. Especially his father, Tommy, a formidable sword cultivator who once shook the 4 seas. In the past, he single-handedly confronted the demon race leader and finally drove them back, though he was suppressed due to demonic aura entering his body. This deliberately concealed history resurfaced, increasing everyone's respect for Axton. In these turbulent times, anyone daring to openly oppose the demon race, regardless of hidden motives, at least showed courage unmatched by others. At least after the ceremony, the morale in the Green Cloud Mountains stabilized, preventing a mad exodus of cultivators. Of course, widespread fame brought both benefits and drawbacks. Many sects coveted the spiritual veins possessed by the Green Cloud sect and were extremely interested in its rapid rise. What treasures did Axton possess that allowed him to advance so rapidly? It became one of the topics discussed by cultivators over tea. This news reached Mount Shu immediately. In the main hall of Mount Shu, an injured cultivator knelt before Emmanuel. Around them stood Alessio, Anton, Melissa, and other elders, most with poor expressions. Master, I failed and was tricked by that little demon. Please punish me. Although Osiris appeared neat, anyone could tell he was severely injured internally. The elders muttered among themselves. Originally, they thought Osiris's personal attack on Axton was certain to succeed. As an early-stage nascent soul expert, he ranked highly within Mount Shu, yet he returned defeated. However, some elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were supporters of Tommy's lineage within Mount Shu and had to endure suppression under Emmanuel. Within a short year, ever since Daniel's death, Emmanuel conducted a major reorganization of Mount Shu, making it entirely under his command. With the appearance of Grandmaster Yiba Trillion, his teacher, Emmanuel reached the pinnacle of power, and no one dared defy his orders. A disciple rushed to Emmanuel and whispered something to him. Emmanuel simply nodded, maintaining a calm expression as he observed Osiris. Stand up. You are not to blame. This was my mistake, being too soft-hearted in the past, allowing the tiger to return to the mountain. Emmanuel wasn't as calm inwardly as he appeared. The louder Axton's name echoed outside, the more foolish his decision to expel him from Mount Shu seemed. But under his authority, no such opinions dared surface within Mount Shu. Master, after I recover, I will go again to take his head. I swear it upon my life. Osiris felt humiliated under everyone's gazes, worse than the pain of his injuries. A prestigious inner disciple losing to a late-stage golden core cultivator was utterly disgraceful. From what you say, that little demon actually comprehended Tao realm powers at the late-stage golden core. Is this true? Emmanuel's voice was steady, but to Osiris, it sounded like a thunderclap, leaving him unable to hide anything. Yes, Osiris bowed his head, admitting everything without reservation. Chapter 367. Recent news of Melissa. Never would I have thought that this boy had such talent. What a pity. An elder in the grand hall sighed deeply, but upon feeling Emmanuel's icy gaze, he instantly fell silent. After all, Axton had been expelled from Mount Shu with Emmanuel's consent. Any criticism now would undoubtedly be an affront to Emmanuel. Nonsense. That little demon must have learned some dark magic to progress so rapidly. Our disciples of Mount Shu should never consort with him. Alessio was skilled at reading the room and, noticing Emmanuel's displeased expression, quickly added his input. He relied on Emmanuel's power to advance within Mount Shu, and no one dared oppose him. Father speaks truthfully. Axton is morally corrupt and disrespectful to his teachers. Everyone should exterminate him. If I see him again, I will purge this filth from Mount Shu. Stepping forward was Anton, who detested Axton deeply. His previously severed arm was somehow reattached, making him appear more robust than ever, even advancing his cultivation to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Hearing news of Axton only fueled Anton's unending hatred, though he restrained himself in the Grand Hall. He had expected Axton to fade into obscurity after being expelled, yet he established his own faction and even defeated the inner disciple Osiris. This only intensified Anton's jealousy. Noticing Emmanuel's grim expression, Anton suppressed his emotions, understanding that many others, including Emmanuel, also wanted Axton dead. The higher Axton rose, the more it emphasized the error of expelling him, a fact Emmanuel could not tolerate. Headmaster, if that little demon continues developing his sect, he'll likely participate in the Immortal Sect tournament soon. We can then publicly eliminate him. Anton spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. I shall personally kill this disciple-turned-traitor. As he finished speaking, he felt a gaze staring at him. It was Osiris, who had suffered a defeat. Realizing his words might imply Osiris was inferior to Axton, Anton quickly changed his tone with a nervous smile. Of course, Master Xiuxian was caught off guard by that scoundrel's sneak attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Enough squabbling. Eliminating the ex-disciple Axton is a minor matter. Let's not waste time on it. Emmanuel finally spoke. Though Axton's rise irked him like a thorn in his throat, more pressing matters needed attention. We follow the plan. As for Axton, we'll deal with him during the Immortal Sect tournament. He turned to Anton, who promptly lowered his head. Atlasani, how are things with Melissa these days? Headmaster, my relationship with Sister Melissa is harmonious and congenial. Anton's voice faltered slightly. Since Melissa lost her memory, he thought she might warm up to him, but she remained as cold as ice, indifferent to his advances. However, she showed no objections to their arranged marriage, acting almost emotionless and solely focused on cultivation. Well, you know better than I what young love entails. Put in more effort. With that, Emmanuel left the hall, leaving everyone to exchange bewildered glances. Alessio and Anton led several elders away, leaving only a few remaining behind. These few elders found themselves in increasingly precarious positions, enduring humiliation lest they end up imprisoned in the Cecilia Lock Tower by Emmanuel. Since Gems Wu Ya's death, Emmanuel's behavior grew increasingly audacious, especially after Taishang Elder Yeltian and two other elders suppressed Kobe, the sword-wielding immortal. His power expanded unprecedentedly, and any dissenters were locked away in the suppression tower, silencing all opposition. If Headmaster Gem were still alive, our Mount Shu wouldn't be in such a mess. An elder lamented, unable to fathom how much had changed in just 2 years. Mount Shu had become a cesspool of nepotism and corruption. How does the Taishang elder think? Not just Yeltian, but the other two elders also suppressed Kobe. Have they all gone mad? Shu, quiet. We'll end up imprisoned if Emmanuel hears us. Let's leave this place quickly. We can only hope Axton doesn't act rashly. Perhaps it's a way to preserve Lord Tommy's last legacy? The Grand Hall returned to silence. Elsewhere, within a cavernous dwelling covered in ice and snow, a woman sat meditating. Her abode was chillingly cold, making it unbearable for ordinary disciples to approach. This was none other than Melissa, whom hadn't been seen in a long while. Her eyes slowly opened, devoid of warmth, revealing her advancement to the early stage of the nascent soul realm, a pace even Axton would find daunting. She raised an eyebrow, an action that would captivate any male cultivator. Her increasing cultivation enhanced her aura, making her even more untouchable. Little sister Melissa, I've come to see you. Outside the cave, Anton called out obsequiously. In his hand was a pure white spirit rabbit, his face flushed with excitement, hesitating before her cave entrance. Since Melissa's memory loss, her cultivation soared rapidly to the nascent soul realm, mastering Ice Dao, rendering Anton far weaker compared to her. Although bound by marriage, Anton dared not make any move, fearing Melissa. Inside the cave, there was no response. Anton's smile faded as he placed the rabbit at the entrance, accustomed to this scenario. When Emmanuel promised Melissa to him, she offered no resistance, delighting Anton initially. Over time, he realized Melissa seemed void of human emotions, unmoved by anything, suggesting indifference towards her betrothal. Thinking about Axton's thriving life in Green Cloud Range and Melissa's coldness towards him stirred Anton's anger. Little sister, I heard that the little demon Axton is still alive. Headmaster Yael has issued orders to eliminate him. Before Anton could finish, a chilling presence locked onto him, an ability of Ice Dao that rendered him immobile. My master's enemy is my enemy. I will kill him myself. Melissa's voice was frigid but held a faint tremor, a reaction Anton had never witnessed before. Despite losing her memory, mentioning Axton elicited a reaction. This realization infuriated Anton further. However, it also gave him hope. Through Emmanuel's influence and Anton's manipulation, Melissa perceived Axton as a malevolent force against Mount Shu. The thought of the once allied duo now enemies filled Anton with sadistic pleasure. He yearned to witness Melissa killing Axton herself to quench his long-standing grievances. As for Axton, Anton allowed him temporary freedom, confident that, with his new mastery of powers, he could slaughter Axton, even if Melissa chose not to act. Everything would culminate at the Immortal Sect tournament. Chapter 368, Present and Past. Inside the Green Cloud Sect. It had been some time since the sect's advancement, and the Green Cloud Sect had officially entered a smooth phase. All sect affairs were orderly under Apollon's arrangement, further aided by Anthony, ensuring everything developed positively. Whether it was the good fortune brought by the sect's promotion or the effects of the enlightenment pools within the sect, 5 disciples had consecutively succeeded in foundation establishment. A wave of vigorous cultivation enthusiasm swept through the Green Cloud Sect disciples, each striving to cultivate with every passing second, fearing they might fall behind others. Axton did not obstruct this phenomenon. Healthy competition was a positive thing, as long as there were no cases of mutual combat among disciples, which would violate the rules. The newly constructed Spirit Beast Garden had also undergone significant changes. Some Spirit Beasts from the back mountain had voluntarily entered the garden for rest, and even more Spirit Beasts had formed contracts with disciples. Controlling Spirit Beasts was also a means of cultivating, with some sects in the 10,000 Spirits continent focusing on this path. However, it was ultimately relying on external forces. Even if extremely powerful, such a sect couldn't enter the ranks of the 7 great immortal sects. However, forming contracts with Spirit Beasts could greatly enhance a cultivator's fighting strength in a short time, and even absorb the power of the Spirit Beast to break through one's own cultivation, instantly boosting the combat strength of the Green Cloud Sect. But as the number of disciples increased, the cultivation techniques available in the scripture repository became evidently insufficient. While there were plenty of introductory techniques for chi condensation disciples, foundation establishment disciples needed more powerful cultivation methods, varying based on their individual spiritual aptitudes. The techniques collected by Axton over time were no longer sufficient. Brother Unkur, why don't I go to Blue Phoenix City? There are many cultivation techniques available for purchase there. Celine, like a considerate little cotton jacket, immediately noticed Axton's concern and offered help. Axton was taken aback. He was used to being solitary, and it felt unusual to have someone share his burdens. But now that the Green Cloud Sect was running smoothly, leaving the sect wouldn't lead to chaos. People like Celine were already actively taking up responsibilities. That sounds good. I'll go with you. After a moment's thought, Axton agreed. As the largest city in the Green Cloud Mountains, there were things Axton wanted to purchase in Blue Phoenix City. He heard that there was not only a grand market but also an auction recently, along with information on demonic cultivators, making it worthwhile to visit. That's wonderful. Celine cheered, clearly thrilled that Axton was going with her. Watching from afar, Apollon shook his head at the excitement of his disciple. Having watched Celine grow up, Apollon naturally sensed her feelings. He hoped Celine could develop romantic feelings for Axton. With his upright character and accomplishments, Axton was the perfect match. Yet, Axton carried too much responsibility, and Apollon couldn't gauge his potential. It was unclear whether Celine's feelings would bring fortune or misfortune, so he decided to let it develop naturally. Axton instructed Tanner and Shelley briefly. They initially wanted to accompany him, but eventually relented after remembering their sect duties. With the increasing number of disciples, the demand for elixirs in the alchemy hall grew rapidly. Several disciples had already volunteered to learn alchemy to alleviate Shelley's workload. Tanner was busier than ever, teaching disciples daily since the cultivation boom began in the Green Cloud Sect. Naturally, his cultivation advanced quickly, almost catching up to Clint. Having settled the sect affairs, Axton left the mountain gate with Celine, still feeling slightly uneasy and giving several reminders before parting. However, he received impatient urging in return. Master, we're grown-ups. We can handle it. Alliance leader Uncor, don't worry. With me here, nothing untoward will happen to the Green Cloud Sect. Facing these responses, Axton awkwardly rubbed his nose. Times had changed, he was no longer alone, with support from many people behind him. This gave him a greater sense of responsibility and a feeling of belonging, leading to a steadier approach in handling matters. Axton's speed was fast, and the Xiuxian sword, as a flying magic weapon, was top tier. They arrived before Blue Phoenix City in less than 2 hours. Blue Phoenix City was fully fortified, and all incoming cultivators were subject to strict questioning to prevent any infiltration by demonic cultivators. Axton knew the city lord was a late-stage golden core cultivator, dispatched by the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace, indicating its importance. Axton and Celine reached the city gate, where a burly-faced cultivator promptly blocked them. Which sector are you from? Where do you come from? And where are you heading? Entry requires 1 high-grade spirit stone. The cultivator rattled off his questions, clearly a routine. 1 high-grade spirit stone? That seems excessive. Celine showed dissatisfaction. Previous entries only required 10 mid-grade spirit stones, and today's price was unusually high. Noticing her beautiful appearance, the burly-faced cultivator explained. You don't know, demonic clans are active, and countless cultivators seek refuge in our city. If everyone entered freely, the city would be overcrowded. Axton nodded. With tight security, employing more cultivators was necessary, and paying equivalent spirit stones for protection was reasonable. We come from the Green Cloud Sect. Axton hadn't finished speaking when the guard's expression froze. Then, he exclaimed, Great Master of the Green Cloud Sect. My mistake, please enter. The burly-faced cultivator acted as if seeing a long-lost ancestor, looking warmly at Axton and Celine. He fumbled for a voice-transmitting jade token, whispering into it, sending a message to someone inside the city. Chapter 369, Ragged Youth. A loose cultivator, who could no longer bear watching Axton from behind, showed signs of anger on his face. Why should this boy enter the Azure Phoenix City without even paying any spirit stones? Wait a moment. We all came here seeking refuge in Azure Phoenix City. Why should he have the privilege to come and go as he pleases? Don't you think so? This loose cultivator clearly hadn't heard of Qingyun Sect's reputation and was attempting to incite other cultivators nearby. However, nobody responded to him, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. The other cultivators stared at him as if he were a fool. They may not have heard of Axton personally, but Qingyun Sect's fame had spread throughout the entire Blue Cloud range lately, making it one of the largest forces. Besides, this man before them might very well be the patriarch of Qingyun Sect. Flattery would surely do him no harm. Axton quietly observed the scene, remembering how, a year ago, he had entered Azure Phoenix City as an unknown novice. Now, the treatment he received was vastly different, a testament to the advantages of renown and power, subtly reducing many inconveniences. Before long, a middle-aged cultivator with an ethereal aura walked out, wearing a warm smile upon seeing Axton. Is the visitor perhaps Ungkor Mengzhu, patriarch of Qingyun Sect? This is Lars from Powang Immortal Palace. I regret not being able to welcome you sooner. This was their first meeting, yet the man greeted Axton as if they were old friends, clearly already aware of Ungkor Mengzhu's reputation. Indeed, he must be the patriarch of Qingyun Sect. How young? Yes, it's my first time meeting him. Could this boy really have repelled a Yuan Princing stage cultivator? That's obvious. Speak carefully. Have you forgotten about Fangxi Sect? Hush, let's keep quiet. Let the big shot sort this out. The group of cultivators murmured, then fell into a deathly silence. Nobody wanted to offend the overlord of the Blue Cloud Range at this critical juncture. Despite his youth, in terms of cultivation, nobody in Azure Phoenix City could match him. Indeed, I am Axton. Greetings to the city lord. Axton politely replied. Although he disliked such formalities, he had to give Powang Immortal Palace some respect for providing him face. Ha ha ha, family indeed. No need for such formality. Please, come inside quickly. Lars ushered Axton inside. Although he was just an assigned city lord, he stayed informed. Apart from Axton's strength and Qingyun Sect's influence, his relationship with Benjamin alone made it worthwhile to court him. If Lars could impress either Benjamin or Francisco, a return to Powang Immortal Palace wasn't out of reach. Annabelle watched this scene with amazement. Even during Enkurgbo Sect's peak, such honors were unprecedented. It seemed Axton's reputation now resounded throughout the entire Blue Cloud Range. What brings Ungkor Mengzhu to Azure Phoenix City this time? If there's anything I can assist you with, don't hesitate to ask. Lars spoke warmly, like a longtime friend. As they walked, every city guard cleared their path, eyes filled with deep reverence for the trio. There isn't much trouble. I've come to purchase cultivation techniques for my disciples, Axton said calmly. His response to Lars's warmth was measured, acknowledging the help Powang Immortal Palace had extended to Qingyun Sect. Understood. Leave that to me. I happen to have some surplus scrolls within my mansion that I can gift you. Lars, shrewd as always, spoke diplomatically, but Axton shook his head. One does not receive unearned favors. Though well-intentioned, Axton did not wish to owe any favors. Qingyun Sect was now established, and Axton did not lack resources. Accepting unnecessary gifts served no purpose. I appreciate your offer, City Lord Max, but please, let me handle these matters myself. Axton gently declined. He could not easily accept offers. Being the leader of Qingyun Sect meant all his actions were closely watched. Maintaining his integrity was paramount. As you wish. May you have success, Ungkor Mengzhu. Lars was unfazed by the rejection. Obtaining Axton's favor was key for him, and rejection was expected. Escorting Axton to the marketplace, they faced fewer obstacles. Many envious cultivators saw the city lord accompanying him and backed off. Hee hee, brother Ungkor, you're quite imposing now. Annabelle stifled a giggle. She sensed Axton's growing impatience, yet he maintained formalities with Lars for appearances. Just you talking too much? Axton chided with a laugh. While his new status was initially uncomfortable, he found it simpler to maintain his original self. Ultimately, his goal was to strengthen Qingyun Sect, honor its disciples, and search for his parents. Their journey continued smoothly. The crowd made way for Axton, who had grown accustomed to the attention while Annabelle felt increasingly uneasy. With ample spirit stones, Axton purchased various cultivation techniques to stock the scripture hall. However, few were profound enough for long-term use by Foundation establishment disciples. Clearly, the market couldn't meet his needs. Then, a ragged youth emerged from the crowd, staring intently at Axton's back. He repeatedly mustered courage to speak but hesitated, trailing them silently. Brother Uncor, someone seems to be following us. Even Annabelle noticed, thanks to his unmasked gaze. Don't worry, let's continue. Axton dismissed it, sensing no hostility. He wondered why the boy followed him but didn't probe further until they approached a pavilion. Get lost, beggar! A guard barked rudely at the boy who dared approach Axton. Fine, what do you want? Interrupting the guard, Axton looked at the small youth, reminded of Tanner and Shelley. Through eagle-eye observation, this youth showed average talent, possessing only low-grade spiritual roots, inadequate even for a xuanhuan sect laborer. Sir, I heard you're purchasing cultivation techniques. I have some family scrolls. The youth bravely offered, voice hoarse but serious. He handed over dirty jade slips and books, gazing hopefully at Axton. So, he wants to do business. Axton chuckled inwardly, surprised a child thought he had treasures, but still considered buying the jade slips for the boy's effort. Annabelle grew impatient, suspecting a street scam, but she complied when Axton decided to buy the jade slips. Please note that the translation retains the paragraph structure and style of the original text while ensuring grammatical correctness and natural flow in English. Axton casually took the jade slips into his hand, diverting a thread of divine consciousness to probe them. As the content of these cultivation techniques entered his sea of consciousness, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There were 5 cultivation techniques in total, 4 of which were earth rank or higher methods, each corresponding to a different attribute of spiritual roots. These techniques would be considered treasures in the blue cloud range, and could even serve as ancestral legacies in some minor sects. Axton's gaze towards the boy changed. While these techniques weren't useful to him, they would more than suffice for the Foundation establishment disciples within xiuxian sect. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain today. Chapter 370, Rescue Mission. Axton bent down and closely examined the young boy before him. The guard standing nearby, noticing this, fell silent and awkwardly stood to the side. Axton returned the 5 jade slips to the boy's hands. These cultivation techniques were indeed very useful for him. Added to the basic methods he had purchased earlier at the market fair, the inventory in the scripture hall was now well stocked. However, it was highly unusual for a small boy to have so many high-level cultivation techniques on hand. He was definitely not just any ordinary street urchin people described. These cultivation techniques are very valuable to me. What do you need? Axton asked kindly. Clearly, the boy approached him with an urgent request. Axton could see the anxiety and desperation in his eyes. Hearing this, the boy looked relieved and even tried to press the jade slips into Axton's hands. Big brother, I've heard that you're very powerful. I have plenty of these jade slips, and I will give them all to you if you help me find my father. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Overwhelmed by finally seeing hope, tears streamed down his cheeks. Catherine felt her heart ache. She gently stroked his head and cast a glance at Axton for his opinion. What can I do to help you? Axton used his spiritual energy to soothe the boy, calming his tense nerves. After composing himself, the boy began to recount everything. It turned out that the young boy was the scion of a cultivation family, whose pet name was Ian. His family had long been merchants and had accumulated many rare cultivation techniques over the years to bolster their family's legacy. With the demon's resurgence, Ian's father, Govind, decided to sell off all the family's treasures to acquire spirit stones, thus enabling them to live hidden from the world. However, while traveling to xuanhuan city for the transaction with Ian, they encountered a beast. It was vicious and attacked the Max family's caravan without provocation. Many guards died or were injured protecting Ian. Govind bravely fought the beast to shield Ian, and his fate remained unknown. Ian stumbled into xuanhuan city after spending his last coin to enter, hoping to find someone who would return with him to save his father. However, all the cultivators entering the city were fleeing disaster, and no one wanted to leave again. A child's desperate pleas went unheard, and no one was willing to take on this trouble. Gradually, Ian lost hope but still tried his best to observe the cultivators entering the city, hoping to find someone to help him. Axton's appearance reignited his hope. Even the city lord treated Axton with great respect, indicating that he must be a powerful cultivator. Catherine felt sorrowful. In these chaotic times, countless cultivators met untimely deaths every day. Ian's survival and entry into the city already marked him as lucky. As for his father, his chances were slim. Sir, please save my father. Ian's plea ended in tears. He had lost his mother at a young age and relied solely on his father. Now, with his father missing, all he could do was beg Axton for help, hoping for a miracle. But if your father has already been killed by the beast, wouldn't going back be futile? Catherine hesitated, but still voiced her concern. Although she sympathized with the boy, the bigger picture had to come first. If they failed to save his father, what would happen if he reneged on his promise? Don't worry, sister. No matter the outcome, I will willingly give you the jade slips if you accompany me there. Ian wasn't foolish. He knew Catherine's concerns and hurriedly reassured her. Material things meant nothing to him. Saving his father was his top priority. How long ago did the beast attack you? And what is your father's cultivation level? Axton asked softly. If there was enough time, he was not opposed to making the trip. First, Ian's cultivation techniques were very useful for the Green Cloud sect. Second, Axton saw a reflection of his younger self in the boy's eyes. His dependence on and worry for his father resonated deeply with him. Hearing Axton's slightly softened tone, Ian wiped away his tears quickly and replied, My father has reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and we were attacked this morning, just 4 hours ago. Fearing that Axton might refuse, Ian tried to hand over the jade slips again but was gently pushed away by Axton. No deed, no reward. If I manage to save your father, then giving me the jade slips would be fitting. Even if I fail, I will compensate you with an equal amount of spirit stones. Axton spoke calmly. He was a man of principle and would not take advantage of a child. Since less than 4 hours had passed since Ian's father, Govind, was attacked, there was a good chance he was still alive. Axton thought it worth a try. A look of pure joy spread across Ian's face as he attempted to kneel and bow to Axton. Catherine wisely stopped him and offered gentle comfort. A beast that could defeat a middle-stage golden core cultivator piqued Axton's interest, especially considering its aggressive nature described by Ian. It would attack cultivators on sight. As the master of Green Cloud Sect, Axton had a duty to investigate this threat. He also considered how capturing a few high-level beasts could enhance the sect's new spirit beast garden, significantly boosting its power. Chapter 371. Paternal love as steadfast as a mountain. With Axton's promise, Ian's eyes once again shone with hope. He could not wait to take Axton to the place where his father had vanished. After all, every second that passed increased the danger to Govind's life. It's right here. My father and I were attacked by beast spirits in this forest. Ian led Axton and Annabelle outside the city to a forest. This place was some distance from Xuanhuan City and was known locally as the Phoenix Grove. Despite its beautiful name, few locals dared to venture here. The reason was simple. Phoenix Grove was home to many unknown beast spirits. Numerous cultivators who entered in search of spirit herbs never returned. Only Govind's caravan, being new to the area, chose to enter. Axton could sense several powerful spiritual fluctuations within the Phoenix Grove. Clearly, some high-ranking beast spirits resided here. There was even a faint trace of blood in the air. Tianer, you should take these cultivation techniques back to the sect first. I will come once I finish handling this. After brief consideration, Axton decided it would be best for Annabelle to return to Xiuxian's sect. Ian needed protection, leaving him no extra capacity to look after Annabelle. Big brother Unker, I understand. Annabelle nodded without argument. Her cultivation wasn't high, and she didn't want to be a burden to Axton. She was already content that he had taken her out for an excursion. Sir, let's go quickly. Ian's voice was urgent as he started walking into the forest, clearly searching for the place where his father had encountered trouble. Axton followed closely behind, his divine sense covering the surroundings to monitor any changes. Since he had promised to help Ian, he would naturally do his utmost to find Govind's whereabouts. To put it bluntly, if Govind was alive, they would find him. If he was dead, they would find his remains. The two arrived at a spot in the forest where the ground was littered with broken carriage remnants and bloodstains, evidence of a fierce battle. Many cultivator bodies lay scattered on the ground. Ian's body trembled at the sight. Clearly, these were people he knew, family members. He wiped away tears, grateful that his father's body was not among them, indicating there was still hope for his survival. If they could find Govind before the beast spirits killed him, everything might still be salvageable. Axton squatted down, carefully examining the battle marks on the ground. The fight had been intense. Besides the disciples who were slaughtered without resistance, there was also a large combat mark nearby. Human cultivator blood stained the ground, and Ian could feel his father's lingering presence. These struggle marks extended deep into the woods, indicating that Govind had been protecting Ian while retreating, struggling for survival and retreating deeper into the forest. Axton felt as though the beast spirit was playing cat and mouse with Govind, deliberately blocking escape routes and driving him deeper into the forest. But this thought flickered and disappeared. Ordinary beast spirits were quite unintelligent despite their intelligence. Even a fourth-rank beast spirit comparable to a golden core cultivator only knew basic cultivation techniques, incapable of human-like wisdom. According to Ian's description, the beast resembled a giant snake. Since Govind managed to escape from it, its cultivation should not exceed late golden core stage. Following the trail, they continued deeper into the forest, noticing obvious signs of a massive creature trampling the vegetation. As they went further, even birds and beasts seemed to have disappeared, signaling they had entered the territory of a powerful beast spirit. Its father's waistband. Ian's nerves were taut. He spotted the blood-stained, shattered waistband on the ground. His father's prized possession, now nearly broken. His lips quivered, a bad premonition spreading in his heart. If something happened to his father, he wasn't sure he could live on. Axton picked up the shattered waistband. Its lavish decorations indicated the Max family's considerable wealth. Scanning the surroundings with divine sense, he visualized a giant snake slithering slowly behind Govind, pursuing him with a cold-blooded determination. But why didn't it just swallow him whole to save trouble? Nonetheless, based on current clues, Govind was likely still alive. Axton, having promised Ian, was determined to find Govind's whereabouts and save him if possible. Let's go. Axton lifted Ian and darted forward along the trail. He could sense the beast spirit's aura growing closer. They had to move swiftly. In the depths of Phoenix Grove, a Elon staggered ahead, his feet bleeding, and his aura chaotic, obviously severely injured. Damn! The man struggled to stay alert and continue running. His injuries were too severe to allow flight with flying artifacts. He relied on sheer willpower to persist. Ian should have escaped by now. After chasing me for so long, it's time you paid the price. This Elon was none other than Ian's father, Govind. To ensure his son's safety, he chose to draw the beast spirit away alone. The snake-shaped beast spirit he faced was the legendary xuanhuan tri-headed snake, unique to the Xiuxian Mountains and inhabiting the Phoenix Grove. Rumors said the xuanhuan tri-headed snake, although usually temperate, could sometimes display unusual ferocity. Moreover, this one was still juvenile but displayed strength akin to a fifth-rank beast spirit, an anomaly. Govind realized the snake was treating him like a toy, capable of catching and killing him at any moment, yet lazily following, amusement gleaming in its 3 sets of eyes. You monster, killing my kin, you think I'm made of clay? Almost 5 hours had passed since the attack. Ian should be safe outside Phoenix Grove. Thinking of the family members killed by the xuanhuan tri-headed snake, Govind's rage burned intensely. Originally planning to complete business and lead the family into seclusion, he had instead lost everyone. This was a devastating blow. He stopped running, awaiting the arrival of the tri-headed snake, resolved to die. Seeing the cultivators suddenly stop, The xuanhuan tri-headed snake showed displeasure, hissing angrily at the interruption. A shadow of black mist clouded its eyes, causing heightened agitation. Its 3 heads swayed, emitting water, fire, and ice energies respectively. Rumor had it that when fully grown, a xuanhuan tri-headed snake could evolve up to 7 heads, mastering mystical powers. However, such occurrences were extremely rare due to harsh evolutionary requirements, with most dying young. Even so, a juvenile xuanhuan tri-headed snake possessed power comparable to an elixir formation stage cultivator, much to Govind's surprise. Most remained hidden in remote areas to avoid capture and use in medicine. Yet this one exhibited unusual ferocity, actively seeking and attacking cultivators. Monster! Even in death, I'll drag you down with me. Govind's eyes glinted with madness. Rather than become the snake's meal, he preferred self-destruction. Cornered, he prepared to fight to the death, hoping Ian had escaped and his sacrifice would be meaningful. The xuanhuan tri-headed snake sensed the abnormal energy fluctuation within Govind. With a quick movement, it burrowed underground, vanishing in an instant. Govind had already pushed the golden core in his dantian to its limits, only to find that the 3-headed snake had cunningly hidden itself. The opponent was clearly very shrewd, knowing the means of human cultivators and unwilling to engage in direct confrontation. Damn! With no choice but to release the last of his strength, failure would mean he would have no power left to resist. He could only grit his teeth and continue to stimulate the golden core, hoping it would injure the 3-headed snake and allow him to end his life with a final burst of glory. Just as the golden core was about to explode, Govind's ears twitched. He seemed to hear a faint cry. His eyes trembled violently. There was no mistaking this voice. It belonged to his son, Ian. How did this boy come back? If even Ian fell victim to the snake, Govind would surely die without closing his eyes in peace. His whole body shaking, he raised his head and shouted loudly. Run! Run away quickly! Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 372. The xuanhuan 3-headed snake. Govind saw a small figure running towards him, his face brimming with excitement, clearly overjoyed that his father was still alive. You're back for what? Do you want to die? Seeing Ian running recklessly towards him, Govind felt a wave of desolation. His limbs lost all strength, and even the spiritual power he had mustered in his dantian dissipated instantly. It was all over. All his efforts to ensure his son's escape were in vain. Now, with the 3-headed snake right here, Ian had no chance of escaping. Both father and son would meet their end here today. Ian ran into Govind's arms, tears streaming down his face. He knew his father's painstaking efforts, but if Govind died, the only family he had left would be gone. Ian couldn't imagine how he could live on without him. Looking at his son in his arms, Govind closed his eyes in despair. So be it. If this was fate, then dying together might relieve his worries. Father, I brought people to save you. We won't die. Ian lifted his head, catching a glimpse of the terrifying body of the xuanhuan 3-headed snake without a trace of fear in his eyes, which shone brightly. Govind smiled bitterly and shook his head. His child was too naive, probably duped out of money by someone. Who would venture into the depths of Phoenix Grove? Even the Lord of Xuanhuan City was wary of this place. Father, trust me, we must hide quickly. Big brother will act. Ian tugged desperately at Govind to take cover. Surprisingly, the 3-headed snake did not continue its attack but turned its snake heads, flicking its tongues ominously and hissing dangerously. Govind looked up to see a figure standing before the xuanhuan 3-headed snake, facing the terrifying presence of the 3 snake heads without flinching. So this is the rescue party you brought? Govind muttered to himself. However, seeing Axton's young face made him shake his head bitterly. Although the young man showed great courage, the strength of the 3-headed snake wasn't something courage alone could counteract. It would likely cost another life unnecessarily. Father, Big Brother, is the master of a sect, very powerful in Xuanhuan City. Ian trusts him. Ian held his father's hand tightly, his small face free of any fear. For him, as long as he was with his father, even death wouldn't be scary. I hope so. Govind's resolve to die faded upon seeing Ian. He could only pin his hopes on the young man before him. Even if he was the master of a sect, at such a young age, his cultivation was likely only at the golden core stage. Could he really stand against a 5th stage beast? The xuanhuan 3-headed snake stared intently at the tiny cultivator before it, its 3 heads constantly swaying as if inspecting a new toy. Seeing Axton show no fear, impatience began to show in its snake-like eyes. Toys that didn't try to flee were boring. The 3-headed snake wanted its prey to be terrified and screaming. Only then would its inner savagery be satisfied. So, it really is you, beast. Axton marveled. This was his first time seeing the legendary 3-headed snake, yet his demeanor now was vastly different from the rumors. Huh. Axton keenly noticed a hint of black aura in the 3-headed snake's eyes, leading him to a bold guess. Had it been influenced by demonic energy, causing its temperament to change drastically and start attacking cultivators? Otherwise, it would never have been seen. Let them go. I'll play with you. Axton's lips curled upwards. Fortunately, he discovered this demon-inflicted beast. If it grew stronger, he might not be able to handle it. Due to the demonic energy invasion, the juvenile 3-headed snake possessed strength comparable to an essence infant cultivator. With more time, its power would skyrocket, and the entire Green Cloud Mountain range would face disaster. Seemingly understanding Axton's words, the 3-headed snake's eyes filled with disdain, irritated by this tiny human issuing orders. Then, one of its heads gathered powerful demonic energy, spitting out an enormous fireball directly towards Axton's head. Oh no! Govind, hiding nearby, wanted to help as he saw Axton engulfed by flames, but bit his lip, holding back for Ian's sake. If Axton failed, he needed to find a way to send his son away. He couldn't die here. Ian, run when I give the signal. Father will hold it off. Govind no longer believed Axton could help. Likely an inexperienced young noble with good intentions, but beyond his abilities. Father, I believe Big Brother can win. Ian's little face was tense, yet his eyes remained confident as they watched the flames. Big Brother is the sect master of Green Cloud Sect. Even the Lord of Xuanhuan City calls him President Uncor. He must be very strong. What? He's the sect master of Green Cloud Sect. Govind was initially stunned, then his face lit up with joy. He had heard of Axton's reputation, single-handedly attacked the Draper sect, repelled an essence infant cultivator with late-stage golden core power. Initially, Govind thought these were just exaggerated tales, but now Axton was right before him. Watching the raging flames in the distance, Govind felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe this young man truly had the ability to save them both. Chapter 373. Overwhelming the young snake. The xuanhuan three-headed snake spewed angry flames from its mouth, with unmistakable signs of sentience in its eyes. Looking at the ground scorched by the scorching flames, it let out a hiss of excitement. It had wanted to toy with Govind, and now with Axton interfering, it felt all the more delighted. The flames spat by the three-headed snake gradually subsided, clearly unwilling to end the fight too soon. Axton's figure slowly emerged unscathed. Even the young flame boundary of Yuan Princeng stage cultivator Osiris could not harm Axton, let alone a juvenile three-headed snake. What intrigued Axton was that each head of the three-headed snake possessed different elemental attributes, making it quite extraordinary. Capturing it as a guardian spirit beast for Green Cloud Sect would be most fitting. Is this alliance leader Uncor? Seeing Axton survive, Govind breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, although Axton was renowned, facing such a fearsome creature still posed significant danger. As a father, Govind only wished for Dennis to escape. Even if he died, he would die contentedly. Leader Uncor, I appreciate your help, but this beast is formidable. Let me distract it while you take Dennis and leave. Govind was resolved to die, grateful for Axton's arrival, but the sense of responsibility as a father made him worry excessively. Dad, if we're going, we go together. Dennis, who had just seen his father after a long time, refused to leave. Clinging tightly to Govind's arm with teary eyes, his voice trembled but was resolute. Foolish child, listen to your father. Axton couldn't bear watching their tragic scene any longer. Govind clearly lacked confidence in his abilities and assumed the three-headed snake would kill him. You and Dennis hide to one side. Let me handle this creature. Axton noticed something amiss with the xuanhuan nine-headed snake. Its eyes occasionally flickered with a hint of blackness, indicating it had been eroded by demonic chi. He had heard of the reputation of the xuanhuan three-headed snake, extremely rare, with one clutch of eggs producing thousands of young snakes. However, they evolved through mutual devouring, leaving only one king snake to emerge successfully. It was said that newborn xuanhuan snakes had one head, increasing heads as they devoured more of their kin. The three-headed snake before him had an obvious bulge on its body, suggesting it might soon grow a fourth head, significantly boosting its power and breaking into the rank of a sixth-tier monster, even daunting to Yuan Princeng cultivators. Seeing Axton remain unharmed amidst the flames, the xuanhuan three-headed snake let out a long howl, causing the earth to shake. Numerous dangerous presences appeared instantly in the forest. The lushing sword sensed its master in danger, spontaneously unsheathing and circling around him, vigilant against threats from all directions. Although only one king snake emerged from the nest, the three-headed snake could summon its kin. The entire Phoenix Luo Forest Snake clan obeyed its command. 5 companion green snakes slowly crawled out from the forest, their heads raised high, staring menacingly at Axton. Their scarlet eyes glinted fiercely, and their forked tongues hissed ominously, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around him. The largest green snake launched the attack first, followed by the others lunging towards Yin Atlas like red streaks. The lushing sword protected him, deflecting 2 snakes, while the other 2 aimed for Yin Atlas's neck and left shoulder but were repelled by the sword's glow. The last snake, initially hidden behind the others, suddenly attacked Axton's face, using its comrades as cover, catching him off guard. Unexpectedly, the three-headed snake's companions were equally formidable, coordinating attacks and employing deception. A blast of metal sword chi severed one of the snakes. Upon being cut, corrosive venom sprayed out, seeping into the ground beneath Axton. Dark mist rose from underfoot, causing the already uneven ground to collapse. Clearly, the venom was potent. Luckily, Axton anticipated this and leaped high, avoiding contamination. The xuanhuan three-headed snake watched mockingly. Being pack animals, they could summon others. Seeing the green snakes growing bolder, Axton grew annoyed. Clearly, they viewed him as a toy. It was time to show them who was boss. The lushing sword soared high, and the green snakes rushed again but halted abruptly a few meters away. Their bodies stiffened as if trapped in quicksand. Bloodlust faded from their eyes, replaced by intense fear. Sensory perception being highly acute, the intangible killing intent infiltrated their bodies, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit. The killing realm's power affected not only cultivators but also beasts. Temporarily paralyzed, the snakes quivered, caught between the three-headed snake's commands and overwhelming terror. Seeing its companions immobilized, the three-headed snake finally acted. This cultivator seemed more interesting than the previous one, worthy of using its supernatural abilities. It seems the demonic chi has corrupted its sentience, causing such savagery. Axton was highly sensitive to demonic chi and immediately recognized the xuanhuan snake's abnormal state. Its emitted monster chi was impure, tainted with points of demonic chi, creating a sinister aura. The three-headed snake shrieked, and 4 green snakes swelled up, bursting in loud explosions. Red blood mist filled the air, gradually corroding Axton's protective barrier. One head of the three-headed snake unleashed a poisonous sphere, revealing its toxic attribute. The pitch-black poison ball was clearly formidable. Even Axton's physical form could suffer greatly if touched. Axton quickly retreated, evading the poison range, vanishing in an instant, utilizing the Dao boundary to temporarily enter a spatial rift. Suddenly losing its target, the three-headed snake frantically whipped its heads, striking trees around it, sending dust flying. Abruptly, its pupils constricted, sensing lethal intent from behind. Before it could react, the lushing sword emerged from the void, slicing its tail. Despite its agility, the three-headed snake narrowly escaped decapitation, but suffered a deep bloody wound, bleeding cold blood. Hiss! Agonizing pain triggered the xuanhuan snake's ferocity. Instead of retreating, it bit towards the spatial disturbance where Axton hid, fangs gleaming ominously, causing even Govind and his son to shudder in fear. Watching the hand wielding the lushing sword about to be torn apart by the snake's jaws. Chapter 374, the shift of offense and defense. Father, Big Brother is winning. Ian couldn't help but cheer as the Azure Phoenix three-headed snake was injured. If they could drive back the three-headed snake, they would be able to return safely to the city with his father, and everything would be over. Ian couldn't help but cheer as the Azure Phoenix three-headed snake was injured. If they could drive back the three-headed snake, they would be able to return safely to the city with his father, and everything would be over. Govind, however, felt no joy at all. His experience told him that as a king serpent among demonic beasts, the Azure Phoenix snake possessed many innate abilities. It wouldn't be so easily defeated. I hope so. Govind sighed inwardly. As a father who couldn't protect his own child, he could only rely on others for help. He had even considered turning around and fleeing with his son, but seeing Ian's excited expression, he decided against it. Though a merchant family valued profit most, Govind still remembered Axton's kindness for saving them. To Govind, Axton wasn't just their savior, but also held special significance because Ian meant everything to him. In midair, the slaying immortal sword executed a nimble maneuver. Having sensed the Azure Phoenix snake's intentions, Axton simply let go of the flying sword. Since the sword spirit was attuned to him, even remote control posed no problem. Another strike descended, but instead of tearing through flesh, the slaying immortal sword struck the snake and produced a sound like metal clashing, with sparks flashing faintly. The sharpness of the slaying immortal sword was of the divine artifact level. Even without its seal broken, it wasn't something an ordinary cultivator or demonic beast could withstand physically, let alone a juvenile king serpent whose body should not be so robust. There was only one possibility. The Azure Phoenix three-headed snake had activated an innate ability to deflect the attack. Indeed, Axton's mental probing revealed that a thick layer of crystal had formed around the snake's body, changing from black to dark red. Waves of demonic energy surged through it, allowing it to endure the blow from the slaying immortal sword. However, Axton clearly detected signs of disarray in the Azure Phoenix snake's aura, indicating that using this ability came at a great cost. Even though it withstood the slaying immortal sword's attack, it placed a heavy burden on its body. Fascinating. Axton didn't continue his attacks. Besides rescuing Govind and his son, his main goal was to capture the Azure Phoenix snake rather than harm it. Striking too hard might damage its foundation. It is indeed the Azure Phoenix snake's innate ability, blood crystal armor. Govind murmured. He had only heard of this ability in legends. The Azure Phoenix snake could instantly solidify its blood, forming a thick armor on its skin. This defense was impregnable, often capable of withstanding attacks from much stronger foes. Of course, this ability had many drawbacks, the greatest being the need for a large amount of blood to activate it, usually used only in dire situations. Clearly, Axton's sword techniques had made it feel threatened enough to reveal its trump card. Such formidable defense. Axton couldn't help but marvel. His slaying immortal sword was difficult even for Yuan Princeng stage cultivators like Osiris to withstand, yet it was blocked by the Azure Phoenix snake's physical body, a testament to its exceptional nature. Unfazed by having been forced to use its innate ability, the snake showed no intention of escaping. As long as the blood crystal armor remained intact, it still had a chance to devour the cultivator before it, venting its anger. Its tail whipped, accurately pinpointing Axton's position in space. The third head also opened its eyes, spewing a chilling light that froze the ground instantly as it lunged straight at Axton. Thus, the attributes of the three snake heads were revealed. One with fire, one with poison, and one with ice. These three different elements manifested in one snake, and this was just during its juvenile stage. Once it reached maturity, it might develop more heads and gain even more innate abilities. At that time, even a transformative god cultivator would struggle against it. Unfortunately, the current Azure Phoenix snake wasn't strong enough. Axton smiled faintly. Did it think hiding inside its armor would ensure invincibility? How naive. Though the blood crystal armor was incredibly tough, breaking through it with the slaying immortal sword wasn't an issue. What Axton needed was to capture the Azure Phoenix snake alive rather than kill it, so minimizing its injuries was ideal. He already had a plan for defeating the snake without harming its essence. Next moment, the slaying immortal sword retracted its edge, emitting a strange vibration in the air. One could sense the surrounding atmosphere rippling, as if responding to the sword's movements. This was the spatial power grasped after comprehending the Tao realm. Axton could control the surrounding space within this range, causing intense tremors. That was sufficient. While the blood crystal armor was difficult to penetrate externally, it couldn't withstand the spatial tremors. Underneath the armor, the snake's body was flesh and blood. When compressed by spatial pressure, these tremors would apply force through the armor, striking its internal organs with powerful shockwaves. No matter how sturdy the exterior, if the impact could penetrate to the core, surface defenses became meaningless. Moreover, these spatial tremors carried a mental attack, destabilizing consciousness. If the demonic beast's cultivation was weak, it could be stunned directly, losing combat capability. This was part of Axton's plan, to leave a seed within the Azure Phoenix snake once it lost its resistance, making it easier to subdue. The Azure Phoenix three-headed snake was jolted off balance, its red, crystalline armor growing dimmer. It felt as if its internal organs were being crushed by invisible pressure. Only now did it realize the disparity between itself and Axton. If he wished, Axton could destroy its consciousness at any time. The snake emitted painful shrieks. It was unwilling. Given more time to grow, Axton would surely not be its match. Initially in hibernation, it had been inexplicably awakened by some force. Upon awakening, it felt an overwhelming urge to devour everything alive, leading to its pursuit of Govind. Had it waited until its fourth head emerged, the Azure Phoenix snake believed it could grasp even more innate abilities. These abilities seemed imprinted in its mind, emerging as it advanced in strength. This was the unique trait of the Azure Phoenix three-headed snake, the inheritance of memories from its predecessors, a common feature among all rare and exotic creatures. But it had no time to dwell on such thoughts, as it had shifted from hunter to prey. Axton had become the hunter, looking down upon it from above. Chapter 375, Begging for Mercy. The situation changed rapidly. Despite having witnessed many grand scenes in his life, Govind was so astonished that his jaw dropped open. He could not believe that the young cultivator before him could overpower the xuanhuan three-headed serpent with sheer strength. Not to mention the serpent's own innate abilities. Even the companion green snakes it summoned were formidable demon beasts. With Govind's strength, encountering two of these would have him fleeing. Yet, Axton saw them as weak and easily defeated. Is this Tao realm? Could he be a nascent soul stage powerhouse? Govind had roamed far and wide for years, and could clearly discern that Axton's techniques possessed the power of the Tao realm. According to his knowledge, only nascent soul cultivators could comprehend such skills, yet Axton displayed an only late golden core realm cultivation base. What kind of genius must this be to possess such talent? He silently glanced at Elliot beside him, muttering under his breath, Elliot, you've encountered a benefactor this time? The xuanhuan three-headed serpent also seemed to realize the extraordinary nature of the cultivator before it. Its snake eyes wavered, already contemplating retreat. As a rare demon beast, the three-headed serpent possessed its own wisdom, understanding the principles of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Although influenced by demonic chi which altered its temperament, its inherent instinct taught it many things. Escape. Its abilities did nothing to harm Axton. It had no intention left for play. As for the cultivators it was protecting, they were now beneath its notice. Once its fourth head evolved, avenging itself would not be too late. The xuanhuan three-headed serpent slowly moved backward, but Axton, who naturally observed this action, would not let it succeed so easily. His reason for acting included fulfilling his promise to Elliot, but more significantly, he was interested in the three-headed serpent itself. Capturing it would enrich the Spirit Beast Garden and greatly benefit the Azure Cloud Sect. Wish to escape? Too late. The Tao combat realm unfolded completely, instantly enveloping the xuanhuan three-headed serpent. Both man and serpent vanished from sight, causing Elliot to exclaim in shock. Indeed, it is the Tao realm. Govind finally confirmed his suspicions. With the disappearance of the three-headed serpent, father and son were out of danger, having narrowly escaped death. Father, what do we do now? Elliot murmured, deeply admiring Axton. He wished he could possess immense power too. Then he could protect his father. Wait. Govind did not immediately leave. His physical state was too poor, compounded by their location deep within Phoenix Crane Forest. They might encounter more demon beasts on the way back. Waiting here for Axton's return seemed like a better choice. As Axton's strength grew more apparent, Govind harbored no further doubts. His curiosity lay in where this talented youth learned such skills, surpassing even the elites of the 7 great immortal sects. Inside the Tao combat realm, 2 figures emerged among lush greenery, one composed as Mount Tai, the other with disordered chi. The xuanhuan three-headed serpent was genuinely afraid. Since entering this space, it felt utterly powerless, surrounded by thick killing intent. If it made any move, the swirling immortal-slaying sword overhead might tear it apart. SSS. The heads emitted mournful cries, even the demonic chi in its eyes being suppressed. The Tao combat realm suppression effect on demonic chi was very clear, suppressing the xuanhuan three-headed serpent's inner demonic chi and clearing its vision somewhat. Confronted by Axton's overwhelming pressure, the three-headed serpent's head swayed, desiring to flee but finding no exit. Awakening its fourth head would give it a fighting chance against a nascent soul cultivator's Tao realm, but still, as a juvenile serpent, it had no defense against Tao realms. You monster, still wish to escape? Axton found the three-headed serpent's indecision laughable. He never intended to kill it. Now its demonic chi suppressed, the serpent's aura less ferocious, eyes filled with fear. The immortal-slaying sword hovered above its heads, ready to strike at any unusual movement. Even Osiris couldn't resist him in the Tao combat realm, let alone a mere creature. Axton hesitated because he found the three-headed serpent interesting. Indeed, under intense pressure, the three-headed serpent lowered its proud heads. The immortal-slaying sword flickered, terrifying the xuanhuan three-headed serpent. It was still in its juvenile stage, accustomed to dominance without predators in the forest. This scene was new to it. If not for the influence of demonic chi, changing its heart, it probably wouldn't have revealed its true form until maturity, but maybe scaring it some more. Axton decided. The immortal-slaying sword emitted ancient energy, combined with boundless Tao combat realm forces, delivering severe mental blows to the three-headed serpent. It felt its head might be severed any time. Even if Axton didn't act, the surrounding pressure drove it mad. SSS. The three-headed serpent's eyes showed pleading, having emerged from devouring countless others, never leaving the forest. It did not wish to perish here. A vague divine consciousness reached Axton, indicating the three-headed serpent's ability to communicate with human cultivators. This was the message it conveyed. Spare me. These sounds were indistinct but expressed the three-headed serpent begging for mercy, its heads trembling on the ground, showing fear of Axton. It worked. Axton inwardly rejoiced, but maintained a stern exterior. He sent a strand of consciousness into the three-headed serpent, revealing his intentions. I can spare your life, but you've caused much harm. Staying in Phoenix Crane Forest, you may bring disaster to humanity. Disabling your cultivation is the best. Before he finished, the three-headed serpent shuddered violently, shrinking visibly in fear. Not possible, great lord, my cultivation came at great cost. The three-headed serpent's thoughts were vague, but Axton understood it. Emerging from hundreds of others, it was indeed remarkable. Losing its powers would be tragic. But without this measure, its rebellious nature might hurt humans again later. It was manageable as a juvenile, but when mature, seemingly sensing Axton's concerns, the xuanhuan three-headed serpent became anxious, fearing its powers might be stripped away, unable to survive in Phoenix Crane Forest. Great Lord, I won't harm humans. If you don't believe me, let us make a pact. Just don't disable my cultivation. Desperately begging, the xuanhuan three-headed serpent hoped to survive. Its lifespan was long, and it didn't want to perish prematurely. Without demonic chi influencing it, it wouldn't reveal its true form for centuries. Axton got what he wanted, subduing the three-headed serpent. He lacked a spirit beast companion, and this xuanhuan three-headed serpent fit perfectly. Feigning hesitation, Axton responded, "Pact? I seem not to need it. You're too weak." The xuanhuan three-headed serpent grew more anxious, revealing more about itself. "Great Lord, now I'm just a juvenile. Once my fourth head grows, my strength will increase dramatically, surely helping you. And with a pact, you can gain our innate xuanhuan snake clan's abilities, boosting your strength." The xuanhuan snake's divine consciousness flashed, clarifying its intentions. The last sentence intrigued Axton. He only knew that beast with bloodline inheritance was extraordinary, but wasn't clear about the benefits after a master pet contract was established. No wonder cultivators from beast taming sects were particular about the quality of demon beasts. It turned out these beasts could greatly help their masters. Then tell me, what can I gain from this? Chapter 376, Refining the Mystic Art. Axton's question finally allowed the tightly tensed xuanhuan snake to relax. It had been fearing that a single word of disagreement would result in it losing its cultivation and being unable to voice its suffering. "Sir, this lowly demon doesn't know exactly what will happen, but my memory states it like this." The snake's eyes earnestly met Axton's gaze, hoping to gain his trust. Knowing it was inferior in strength, it could only rely on him. Even binding itself to a human cultivator by contract would be better than risking its life. This is intriguing. The potential benefits mentioned by the xuanhuan snake tempted Axton. Not only could he bring the xuanhuan snake back to Qingyun sect, but he could also gain unexpected rewards. Seeing Axton interested, the three-headed xuanhuan snake spit out mouthfuls of essence blood from each head, drawing an intricate pattern in the air. This was the inherent contractual pattern the three-headed snake had known since birth. Once bound with a cultivator, it would become their spirit beast, sacrificing freedom for various benefits. Many spirit beasts set high standards when choosing masters, especially those capable of evolution. Such occurrences were extremely rare. Seeing the other side so cooperative, Axton loosened the oppressive aura emitted by Shushan Sword, relieving some of the fear in the three-headed snake's eyes. The snake's eyes even showed hints of flattery. To it, Axton had comprehended Dao realm mystic arts at such a young age. It wouldn't be long before he reached the nascent soul stage. There must have been a powerful sect backing him. Joining him meant no longer hiding in Deniliuan forest in constant fear. The three-headed snake had long desired to venture out. "Sir, while binding a contract with our clan can grant the advantages of our bloodline mystic art, it places strict demands on the human cultivator's body, causing immense pain." The xuanhuan snake sent a divine thought, cautiously reminding Axton. Once the contract was successfully established, part of the hidden bloodline mystic art would be transferred to the master. However, the different physiques between humans and demons resulted in severe pain during the transference, often leading to failed contracts due to inability to endure the pain, resulting in mutual injuries or death. Yet, these challenges did not deter Axton. Without hesitation, he forced out a stream of blood from his finger, reaching toward the blood pattern floating in the air. Instantly, golden light blazed through the sky as Axton felt his spiritual energy surge into the contract, followed by a strange power entering his body. His skin turned red, blood seeping through his pores and condensing into a layer of bloody mist over his skin. Meanwhile, the xuanhuan three-headed snake expelled strands of essence energy, gradually converging on Axton, finally settling on the blood mist. Feeling the intense stimulation on his skin, Axton found this scene eerily familiar. It was the innate mystic art blood crystal skin used against him earlier by the three-headed snake. Blood mist slowly solidified, ultimately enveloping Axton like snake skin, which rapidly contracted, clinging tightly to his body, instantly turning his clothes to ashes, exposing his muscular, taut skin. At first contact with the snake's skin, Axton felt cool and comfortable, with little discomfort. But as the snake's skin continued to contract and envelop his entire body, it didn't stop. Huge layers of snake skin wrapped Axton, adding more and more layers until he became a nearly 10 feet wide blood-red flesh ball, completely unrecognizable. Even encased, the snake's skin kept squeezing Axton, the initial coolness replaced by an excruciating sensation as if his entire body was being gnawed by countless snakes. The physical pain was unimaginable, like being devoured by thousands of venomous snakes. Axton couldn't even feel himself, deep agony rooting into his bones, preventing him from screaming, leaving him helpless as his flesh was crushed. Beyond unbearable physical torture, his mind was in turmoil. The snake's skin seemed to invade his consciousness like nightmares, seeping into his mental sea. This was the challenge of integrating the xuanhuan three-headed snake's innate mystic art. If he couldn't withstand the dual torment of body and mind and fully merge with the snake's skin, Axton would be completely consumed, becoming nourishment for the xuanhuan three-headed snake. Observing Axton's transformation, the xuanhuan snake's eyes flashed. While acknowledging Axton's strength and suitability as a master, mastering the xuanhuan clan's innate mystic art wasn't easy. Success would greatly enhance Axton's physique, making his body virtually impervious to common weapons with the protection of blood crystal snake skin, turning him into a defensive magic weapon. A formidable force at his level unless facing something like Shushan Sword. Struggle. Endure. This was the survival method of the Xuanhuan clan and the sole way the three-headed snake stood out among thousands of peers, a principle equally fitting for Axton's current situation. Axton strained to keep his eyes open, fighting off unconsciousness. Falling unconscious signified failure in refining the mystic art, leaving him defenseless. By the Xuanhuan snake's customs, failure meant being consumed, ending up as delicious food. Thus, he absolutely couldn't fall. Too many concerns lingered in his heart, too many regrets left unaddressed. After coming this far, he couldn't fail here. Chapter 377, Subduing the Xuanhuan. Axton clenched his teeth and no longer emitted a sound of pain, enduring the intense agony on his skin with all his might. He guided the magic power within his body to flow through his meridians, nourishing his skin while simultaneously absorbing the strength contained within the blood crystal snake skin. Through the vague divine thoughts transmitted by the Xuanhuan three-headed snake, he understood that this blood crystal snake skin was an innate supernatural power possessed by the Xuanhuan king snakes after devouring all their kin. Only by surviving this ordeal could they truly grow up. Since such benefits were at hand, Axton naturally could not miss out. The Immortal Sect martial arts competition was about to be held, and the shadow of the demonic invasion loomed over the entire Qingyun mountain range. Rapidly enhancing his strength was now a necessity. As if sensing Axton's state change, the ball-shaped blood-red crystal formed by the blood crystal snake skin tightened once again, more snake skin transforming into fine crystalline sand surging into Axton's body. If Govind and his son could observe Axton through the enclosing snake skin, they would see him covered in redness, uncertain if it was from the blood-colored snake skin or from burst blood vessels. The pain continued relentlessly. Rather than diminish over time, as Yin Atlas, a previous character mentioned, might expect, it grew more deeply ingrained with the continuous refining of the blood crystal nine-headed snake skin. If it weren't for the magic power circulating normally along his meridians, Axton would doubt his body had been completely consumed, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Axton's face was calm, his breathing steady, far from the initial agony where his expression was filled with fierce torment. The pain persisted, intensifying beyond double its original intensity. Axton could endure the pain calmly because he had entered a subtle state, similar to deep meditation during cultivation but distinctly different. The pain felt like needles pricking every nerve, yet it seemed this tortured body didn't belong to him. His spirit had detached from his body, observing each part's transformation from a third-person perspective. The blood crystal snake skin, now transformed into crystalline sand, continuously destroyed and then nourished his skin, rapidly restoring it before destroying it again in a cycle. In this mystical state, Axton could clearly see how, apart from his bones, every muscle and layer of skin was constantly reorganizing, as if welcoming a brand new rebirth. The immense, ever-present pain came from each cell's destruction and rebirth. During this process, the crystalline sand of the blood crystal snake skin continuously melted and fused with Axton's skin, becoming one. The metal essence spirit power flowed wildly through his meridians, becoming increasingly pure. With each cycle, Axton felt the spirit power become thicker, his cultivation rapidly improving. His late-stage golden core cultivation, which had previously hit a bottleneck, started to loosen. A vortex of energy rose within his dantian, compressing and reforming the metal essence spirit power. As the spirit power continually transformed, the vortex finally reached its peak, unable to contain any more. Axton clearly sensed the surging spirit power within him, eager to find an outlet. With his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of late-stage golden core, the speed of his internal magic power circulation increased, accelerating the absorption of the blood crystal snake skin. The volume of the enclosing blood crystal snake skin shrank further, revealing Axton's white jade-like skin faintly. After several more hours, the blood crystal snake skin vanished completely, leaving only a thin layer of dark red crystals covering Axton, devoid of movement or shine. Axton remained standing, feeling no trace of magic power, immobile like a statue, silently standing in place. Father, is the big brother all right? Govind and his son hadn't taken their eyes off Axton for a moment, witnessing all the changes in his body. Don't go near him, let's just wait here. Govind guessed something, noting that the Xuanhuan three-headed snake seemed to have vanished after Axton's reappearance. He had seen the blood crystal snake skin on the Xuanhuan snake, suggesting Axton had encountered a rare opportunity. Grateful for saving their lives, Govind stayed to guard Axton, ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed during cultivation. This was the only way for himself and Ian to safely leave the Phoenix and Xuanhuan forest. After an unknown period, the human-shaped crystalline sculpture finally showed signs of life. Cracks appeared between his fingers, spreading up his arms and to his head. The cracks triggered a chain reaction, causing numerous fractures across the crystalline structure, breaking into countless red fragments. A pale hand emerged from the red shards, gripping into a fist, freeing the entire arm from the dark red blood crystal fragments. As more red shards fell away from his body, more white, flawless skin was revealed. Finally, Axton's firm face reappeared. Axton kept his eyes closed, still in deep meditation, feeling the refinement of the blood crystal snake skin complete but letting his body instinctively continue the cultivation, not rushing to conclude the session. Red shards scattered around him, piling half a foot high. Naked, his skin no longer bore traces of red, instead appearing smooth and fair. His muscles, though slightly more streamlined, exuded explosive strength and agility, surpassing his former self. Finally, Axton slowly opened his eyes, looking down at his open palms. After the refinement of the blood crystal nine-headed snake, he felt like being reborn. He clenched his fists, extending his senses to feel the massive changes in his body. The ability to control every hair and muscle effortlessly was unprecedented. Axton wasn't sure whether this perfect control over his muscles came from the physical enhancement due to the refinement of the blood crystal snake skin or the greater purity of the metal essence spirit power in his dantian. However, What mattered was that the successful refinement of the blood crystal snake skin had brought a qualitative leap in his physique. Now, the blood crystal snake skin was fully integrated into Axton's skin, hiding vast potential within him. Without exaggeration, Axton's physical strength could rival that of an early-stage xuanhuan cultivator, possibly even surpassing it. If the blood crystal snake skin were manifested on the surface, with a thought, a blood-red layer appeared on his skin, thin as silk, covering his body. This was the innate power of the xuanhuan three-headed snake, blood crystallization, making his body invincible. A warm current surged into his sea of consciousness, the method of using the bloodline power presenting itself clearly, as if he had always known it without any unfamiliarity. With a thought, his face flashed red, his features altering entirely, even his demeanor changing. Furthermore, his bones cracked loudly, his arms and waist thickening significantly, his height increasing by several inches. Axton, who originally had a balanced build, now resembled a robust elan, completely transforming his image and aura. Axton felt elated, never expecting that his trip down the mountain, initially for his disciples' cultivation, would yield unexpected gains. Not only did he acquire suitable cultivation techniques, but his own strength also improved significantly. He probed his divine sense into the Tao world, quickly finding a normal-sized xuanhuan three-headed snake happily roaming in the forest. Sensing Axton's presence, the xuanhuan snake stiffened, then obediently appeared in the real world. It transformed into a small, slender snake, coiling around Axton's arm, indistinguishable from ordinary beasts except for its 3 heads. Chapter 378, Rebirth. Leader Unker, you're awake? Govind heaved a huge sigh of relief when Axton finally opened his eyes. He knew that Axton had taken the risk to fight with the Azure Phoenix 3-headed snake to save them both, and he felt guilty if this had brought any harm. Axton exhaled a turbid breath, then flashed in front of Govind, handing him a flying sword from his storage bag. Strike me. What? Govind thought he heard wrongly, perplexedly looking at Axton. Wasn't he still not fully awake? How could anyone logically ask his benefactor to attack? Just strike. There won't be any issues. Axton's tone was extremely calm, as if discussing daily trivia. Just after cultivating the Azure Phoenix innate magic power, the imposing momentum around his body hadn't dissipated yet, creating immense pressure on Govind. As if under a spell, Govind found himself unable to resist Axton's order. Clenching his teeth, he gripped the hilt and stabbed toward Axton's arm. Father, what are you doing? Ian couldn't believe his eyes. Covering his eyes, he didn't dare to look up. But after a long time without any unusual noise, he cautiously opened his eyes. What he saw was Axton standing perfectly fine in front of him, while the flying sword flew off and landed on the ground. This? Govind was still in shock. That was no ordinary sword Axton casually pulled out. It was at least a mid-grade spirit instrument. Axton clearly didn't use spiritual energy for defense, just using his bare flesh to withstand the blow. Even Govind's hand trembled, undoubtedly due to the force of recoil. Indeed, Axton smiled with satisfaction. After refining the blood crystal snake skin, his physique had improved significantly. He could now initially achieve the state of invulnerability, a feature of core formation cultivators. If he reached the stage where he could fend off water and fire, it would be the realm of nascent soul cultivator. Such a level surpassed his current imagination. Alright, safety secured. With a single thought, the blood-red color like a cicada's wings on his skin faded, returning to its original appearance. Benefactor, please accept Max's prostration. Without waiting for Axton's reply, Govind knelt down like a mountain toppling, pulling Ian along. Their salvation was solely thanks to Axton's timely help. Inarticulate to express gratitude, kneeling was the only way for Govind. If you ever need our assistance in the future, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Govind bowed low, filled not only with genuine appreciation towards Axton, but also a merchant's sharp instinct. During their brief interaction, he sensed Axton's extraordinary potential, far exceeding those arrogant genius disciples, thus recognizing an endless benefit if they became allies. Shaking his head, Axton used a wave of spiritual energy to lift both of them up. Honestly, he owed them gratitude too, for otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered the Azure Phoenix snake inheritance. Stand up. There's no need for such formality. Ian has provided many cultivation techniques. It's something I should do. Axton didn't take this matter seriously since the benefits he gained were much greater, and rescuing Govind was merely a small favor. Cultivation techniques? Govind's eyes lit up, recalling Ian's previous remarks about Axton being short of good cultivation methods. Connecting this to the rapidly rising Xiuxian sect, he instantly grasped the situation. He dug into his storage bag, taking out a package of scrolls and presenting many jade slips to Axton. Leader Uncor, as a traveling merchant to Azure Phoenix City, I carry numerous cultivation manuals and secrets. Admittedly, they might be useless to you, but beneficial for some young ones. Axton glanced at Govind, surprised. Cultivation manuals and treasures weren't what he lacked, but the disciples within his sect did. Indeed, Govind's perception and quick understanding were remarkable, identifying Axton's needs right away. Leader Uncor, you saved us. Please accept these as our token of gratitude. Without hesitation, Govind handed over many cultivation techniques. They were gathered from various places, originally intended to fetch a high price in Azure Phoenix City. But after the mishap, he had no heart to do business, wishing only to return home safely. It was perfect to give them to Axton, fulfilling one wish. I will take them. Axton wasn't overly polite, needing those techniques for expanding his scripture repository. Receiving the jade slips, he scanned them lightly, finding all kinds of cultivation formulas and movement secrets within. Amongst these were cultivation techniques like Fulong Tunhuo Gong, Yuyang Gong, and Baoyuan Shui Gong. The Drunken 8 Immortal Step and Barefoot Skill were excellent Earth-class techniques, sufficient for Xiuxian sect disciples until core formation stage. And all elemental techniques were complete, solving their problems thoroughly. The light flickered as he stored the jade slips back, revealing the azure phoenix three-headed snake coiling around his arm. Father, that beast is still here. Ian cried out in shock. Even if the snake shrank, he recognized it instantly. The memory too deep-seated. Govind's expression also changed, instinctively stepping back. However, seeing Axton's calm demeanor steadied his nerves. Leader Unkur, what is this? Axton chuckled as the three-headed snake crawled onto his shoulder, hissing at Govind and Ian. This creature has been subdued by me. You don't need to fear, it won't hurt anymore. Sure enough, Govind's panic turned into admiration. He wondered if the azure phoenix three-headed snake was left unharmed. To think it was tamed by Axton. How many hidden strengths did he possess that even the proud azure phoenix king snake submitted? Chapter 379, Naming the Celadon. All was settled. The xuanhuan three-headed snake, now coiled around Axton's arm, had become very docile. It glanced wistfully into the depths of the woods, knowing it would soon leave this place. Ian scrutinized the xuanhuan snake cautiously, finding it hard to believe that the formerly ferocious beast now behaved like a pet. The sudden transformation of the xuanhuan three-headed snake alarmed Axton, signaling that demon chi had already seeped into Wanling continent. Although he did not know the source, even beasts were being tainted by this demonic energy, painting a dire picture of what might come. Let's go. Having saved Ian and his son, Axton had fulfilled his promise. He lacked the energy to trace the origin of the demonic influence. Plugging one leak among many would barely scratch the surface for Wanling continent. Shortly after, Axton delivered them to Qinghuan City, returning to Qingyun sect amidst their endless gratitude. Many cultivation techniques and mantras filled his storage bag, more than enough for the current disciples of Qingyun sect. On his way back, Axton saw many Qingyun sect apprentices patrolling nearby villages. Low-ranking beasts were growing restless and unruly, and it was necessary to safeguard the territory. These missions also earned contribution points with generous rewards. Disciples knew about the Enlightenment Pool, a holy land for cultivation, accessible with enough contribution points. Veterans said that a single day spent there matched 2 years of arduous practice, driving the disciples into fervent competition for contribution points. Combined with Apollon's experience, a robust system had emerged within Qingyun sect, promoting swift progress through healthy competition. Master! Axton heard Tanner and Juniper exclaim excitedly upon reaching the mountain gate. They gaped when they saw Axton holding a pile of jade slips. Master, what are these? Axton smiled lightly, tossing the jade slips into their arms. These are cultivation techniques and mantras. Put them in the scripture pavilion and organize for the disciples to select suitable ones. His tone was casual, but Tanner and Juniper looked delighted. Normally good with the disciples but limited by their own skills, they could only teach basics. Now, with abundant choices, their peers would surely be overjoyed. Juniper ran off to the scripture pavilion, while Tanner hurried to inform the disciples. Axton decided to let Anthony handle these trivial matters. Resolving the disciples' cultivation problem, Axton headed straight to the Spirit Beast Garden located on a cliffside within Qingyun sect. This was his first formal visit, revealing its remarkable features. Despite being inside a cliff, the garden sprawled impressively, a hidden paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming, rivaling Axton's Dao realm. Several spirit beasts had settled here, adding vibrancy. Annabelle was tending to flower fields. Surprised, she relaxed upon recognizing Axton's voice. Brother Unkur, you're back? She seemed happy but remained troubled. Brother Unkur, despite the Spirit Beast Garden being newly built, many beasts have settled here. Axton nodded. The garden's rich essence and environment attracted them naturally. However, why was Annabelle distressed? But Brother Unkur, some beasts are temperamental, leading to several battles within days, resulting in casualties. I watch vigilantly, fearing further conflict. Annabelle sounded helpless, having a natural affinity with spirit beasts, sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere. If this continued, the spirit beasts might destroy each other before disciples could contract them. Understanding her worry, Axton surveyed the area. The issue lay in territory disputes among the new arrivals. The solution was simple: establish dominance to maintain order. Coiling on his arm was the perfect candidate, the xuanhuan three-headed snake. With a mental command, the snake reluctantly emerged from his sleeve, eyes opening unhappily. Still, under Axton's pressure, it sluggishly came out. The snake reluctantly observed its surroundings, its mood brightening upon detecting the abundant essence energy, swirling contentedly. Its beautiful green scales made it attractive, catching Annabelle's admiration. Brother Unkur, what a cute little snake. Then, worried. No, we must keep it safe, or it might be harmed. Annabelle scooped up the snake protectively, who tried to struggle but gave in to Axton's presence. Don't worry, it won't be bullied. Internally chuckling, Axton conveyed a mental message, declaring the garden as the snake's new territory and challenging it to dominate if capable. The snake's long eyes gleamed. Having devoured thousands of its kind, it thrived on such challenges. It hissed once before slipping away into the garden. Soon, terrified roars resounded but quickly silenced. Brother Unkur, will it be okay? Annabelle asked anxiously, worrying about the seemingly weak snake facing danger. Don't worry, you'll see. Sure enough, after a brief turmoil, the garden calmed. The snake returned triumphantly, only to be picked up by Annabelle again. Reluctant yet cautious of harming Annabelle, it stayed put under Axton's gaze. What a well-behaved little snake. Brother Unkur, what's its name? Petting the snake, Annabelle inquired adoringly. Axton paused thoughtfully. How about we call it Celadon? Annabelle nodded happily. Celadon, what a lovely name. Thus, the xuanhuan three-headed snake received its name, Celadon. Although the xuanhuan three-headed snake still seemed reluctant, its body relaxed, clearly enjoying the attention. This is the king snake I brought back from Phoenix Lawn Forest. I haven't decided on a name for it yet, so you can name it. Since its green patterns resemble beautiful porcelain, let's call it Celadon. Axton, of course, had no objections to Annabelle's decision. Similarly, the Qingyuan three-headed snake didn't dare protest either, and could only be fondled around by Annabelle. From then on, Qingyun sect gained a beloved pet named Celadon. Of course, for convenience, Axton simply called it Little Green. Chapter 380. The resolve is set. The unrest in the Spirit Beast Garden had been quelled under the overwhelming presence of the Qingyuan three-headed snake. It wouldn't be long before it established its nest here to cultivate, and with a steady supply of rare treasures, evolving a fourth head was not out of the question. Molly had spent these past days tirelessly visiting the Spirit Beast Garden, all to play with Little Blue, as the disciples affectionately called her pet Chinxi. Initially, Chinxi showed some reluctance, but eventually became close to Molly, entirely forgetting Axton, her true master, even wrapping herself around Pam's wrist outside the garden, much to the envy of the other disciples. Axton welcomed this development. Molly wasn't strong, and having the Qingyuan three-headed snake by her side for protection was perfect. After all, even in its juvenile form, it could withstand an early-stage Yuan Princeng cultivator, serving as a significant hidden force within Green Cloud Sect. With many disciples obtaining their desired cultivation techniques, the number of those reaching foundation establishment had increased significantly, from the initial 5 to 10, with more continuously advancing. This progress owed much to the enlightenment pool, but even more so to the positive competition among the disciples. Despite the thriving Green Cloud Sect, Axton harbored a deep worry. His master, Eugene, had been suppressed by the combined efforts of several grand elders from Mount Shu, now imprisoned in the Cecilia locking pagoda, his fate uncertain. Master Kobe, who was also the closest friend of his father Tommy, would not be left unchecked. At least, he needed to understand Kobe's current condition to devise a plan to rescue him. This concern grew into a nagging issue, leading Axton to believe that Mount Shu's sword sect must be planning something secret. Otherwise, they wouldn't have subdued their openly strongest fighter, Kobe. Axton decided to find a chance to infiltrate Mount Shu to investigate. Firstly, to find a way to save Master Kobe, and secondly, to check on Soraya, who lost her memory. After all, Anton, that nefarious man, was no simple character. To survive, he had willingly turned demonic, yet upon returning to Mount Shu, he thrived and even sought marriage with Fairy Soraya. Axton doubted Emmanuel couldn't see through Anton's abnormality, but still approved the union, implicitly endorsing Anton's status. Everything seemed too strange, especially the joint action of the Grand Elders, which unsettled Axton. He felt compelled to go personally to gather more clues. Naturally, when this idea was voiced, Ely was the first to oppose it. No way, Chance Uncle, are you crazy? Even someone of Elder Eugene's caliber is sealed in the Cecilia locking pagoda. Returning now is like walking into a trap? Ely gaped wide-eyed, clearly unconvinced. If Emmanuel discovered Axton's tracks, even Uncor's exceptional talent might not escape Yael's cunning. Moreover, Ely felt no loyalty to Mount Shu. Green Cloud Sect was his true home. Even if Mount Shu were completely destroyed, he wouldn't feel a pang of sorrow. Pang, you don't understand. Axton shook his head slowly. While he held no fondness for Mount Shu, it was where his father had dedicated his life, and several important people still resided there. He couldn't simply turn a blind eye. Even if changes had occurred within Mount Shu, he needed to at least bring Kobe and Soraya back to Green Cloud Sect to set his mind at ease. One woman had willingly exposed her internal seal to protect him, and one cheap master returned to Mount Shu to restore his reputation. Both were crucial to him. But what will happen to Green Cloud Sect if you leave? We've just started making progress, Ely grumbled unwillingly. Isn't there you? Shelley and Tanner have grown up and can shoulder more responsibilities. Axton patted Ely's shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Besides, Apollon is always here. With him around, everything will be fine. Axton had made up his mind. He had arranged all affairs before leaving, and merely wanted to inform Ely and others. Returning to Mount Shu was a journey he had to take, even knowing his current cultivation was far from challenging the colossal entity that Mount Shu represented. Yet, he hoped to find an opportunity to save Kobe. Soon, all the disciples gathered in the main square, vibrant and spirited after their recent cultivation breakthroughs, full of laughter and camaraderie. Shelley was still surrounded by young disciples, her exceptional alchemy skills and beauty drawing many suitors. Tanner had initially helped his sister fend them off, but eventually became indifferent. With the disciples assembled, Apollon arrived at the Great Hall, having nearly recovered from his injuries and resumed his usual strength. However, his Dantian bore lingering damage, rendering his path to Yuan Princeng stage unlikely without miraculous elixirs offering a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Apollon poured more effort into Green Cloud Sect, hoping to secure these surviving disciples' future, at least preserving some legacy of the former Ripplegate. Chapter 381. Preparations before departure. Looking at the vibrant disciples in the sect square, Axton couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Once, Qingyun sect was so impoverished that it could barely afford meals, reduced to just 2 children under constant oppression. Since he obtained the position of sect leader, it only took over a year for rapid development. Not only did the sect rise to become a second-tier sect, but it also had over 100 disciples. The disciples all gazed at Axton with reverence and immense respect. No matter what happened, the sect leader always placed their safety first, enhancing the cohesiveness of the sect. Moreover, Qingyun sect admitted disciples based on character rather than background, ensuring that increased numbers didn't lead to conflicts. Standing beside Axton were Apollon and Hector. One had accompanied him faithfully from the start, while the other had dedicated himself after joining Qingyun sect midway through. Both played crucial roles, serving as Axton's right-hand men. If Axton was the brain of Qingyun sect, they were his arms, not to mention the support of disciples like Tanner, Shelley, Anthony, and Ray, who contributed significantly to its prosperity. However, it was time to step out and see the world. Axton had made up his mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I was once merely a small cultivator from the Shushan Sword Sect, even enduring ridicule and humiliation, ultimately being expelled. Axton spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but amplified by Taoist realms, it echoed clearly in every disciple's heart. Disciples in the square listened intently, especially the newer ones who couldn't imagine their revered sect leader having such a humble past. But when I was at my lowest point, I met benefactors. Some were my masters, some were my brothers. Despite many setbacks along the way, I ultimately received much, Axton continued, referring to his mentors Ji Kobe and Benjamin and Clement, as well as those who provided indirect help from the group chat of exceptional cultivators. Of course, he couldn't mention the spirit stone system, which was his deepest secret and key to his growth. I know some of you were ordinary mortals before, mostly from humble backgrounds without access to the path of immortality. But within Xiuxian's sect, none of that matters. Axton raised his voice slightly, wanting to ensure that no one would suffer as he once did. Therefore, resource distribution within the sect was a priority. As long as you contribute to the sect, you can earn contribution points to exchange for spiritual medicines and treasures, or gain access to the enlightenment pool for cultivation. Xiuxian's sect treats every disciple equally, and I, Axton, promise that if there are any injustices, you can come directly to me. As Axton spoke, a spark of hope ignited in the disciples' eyes. Many came from poor backgrounds, or had been forced out of other sects due to discrimination. They felt reborn in Xiuxian's sect, where fairness reigned, free from suppression and intrigue. Here, effort could bring rewards equal to those of senior disciples, making the sect exceptionally cohesive. Xiuxian's sect's establishment was accidental. Initially, I sought only a resting place. Unexpectedly, I met all of you, and without you, Xiuxian's sect wouldn't have grown this far. Axton cleared his throat and unsheathed his Xiuxian sword, which hovered above, emitting an ancient yet brilliant aura. The disciples watched in awe, filled with pride for their leader. Now, Xiuxian's sect's foundation is stable, but my master and close friends face threats. As a disciple and friend, I cannot stand idly by. Thus, I have decided to leave and investigate. Axton's voice was firm, reflecting a long-held decision delayed due to Xiuxian's sect's reliance on him. Especially after Master Ji and Kobe fell at Shushan Sword Sect, Axton resolved to leave Xiuxian Mountains. Of course, this was only possible because Xiuxian's sect had matured, able to function without him, thanks to everyone's growth. Hearing Axton's words, the disciples clenched their fists, many understanding his past hardships and knowing he hailed from one of the 7 immortal sects, Shushan Sword Sect. Empathy surged within them. Sect leader, rest assured, we will take care of ourselves. A voice called from the crowd, followed by many earnest voices echoing. Yes, sect leader, we're not kids anymore. Many senior brothers and sisters have reached foundation establishment stage and can protect the sect. Indeed, go without worry, sect leader. Disciples voiced their assurances, aware of the tense situation in Wanling continent. They vowed to train diligently, refusing to disappoint Axton. Tanner, Shelley, and other high-level disciples at the front were confident they could manage Xiuxian's sect well, especially with Apollon's presence. They wouldn't let Axton down. Very well, Xiuxian's sect is in your hands. Seeing familiar faces, a sense of pride filled him. He was no longer alone. He now had people to care for and rely on. For these disciples and comrades, Axton would rise, overcoming all obstacles. Without delay, he turned into a streak of light, disappearing with a green glow from the spirit beast garden entering his sleeve. Traveling at Axton's speed, he left Xiuxian Mountains in less than a day, reaching the Shushan Sword Sect territory. He didn't head directly to Shushan but stopped at Bayun City nearby, the closest city to Shushan and a common destination for sect members. Axton disguised himself using the blood crystal 3-headed serpent's innate ability, transforming into an unremarkable Elon. At the city gate, security was stringent, and he paid 10 medium-grade spirit stones to enter. Previously, Axton had visited Bayun City during his Shushan days. It was prosperous then, protected by Shushan Sword Sect, with smiling commoners. But now, the streets were desolate, shops closed, and only a few pedestrians remained, patrolled occasionally by Shushan disciples. Axton found a tea house and entered, finding a corner seat and ordering tea. Sipping thoughtfully, he listened to others' conversations. The tea quality, superior to that in Xiuxian Mountains, reflected Shushan's prestige. Inside were wandering cultivators discussing various topics. Alas, Brother Izzy, how much longer will this go on? A plain-looking male cultivator sighed, pouring tea. His companions looked equally worried. Note: this translation preserves the paragraph structure and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. ####Chapter 382. News over tea. The tea house was unusually quiet, and this group of wandering cultivators appeared to be regulars. They casually gestured for the waiter to bring some dishes without much fuss. How should I know? I'm as clueless as you are. Another cultivator frowned deeply, sighing incessantly. Who knows what evil we've attracted these days? Even around Mount Shu's Sword Sect, demonic cultivators have been spotted. Didn't we come all this way just to avoid trouble? Now look, the Sword Sect won't accept us, and even the nearby cities aren't safe. What did we come here for anyway? A cultivator surnamed Izzy nodded repeatedly, mumbling under his breath. Indeed, just 2 days ago, when we went out of the city, we encountered villages ravaged by demonic cultivators. Is White Cloud City really safe? In theory, this is Mount Shu's territory, and no demonic cultivators would dare act recklessly here. But see how they only sent a few younglings on patrol. What good does that do? When they encounter demonic cultivators, they probably run with their tails between their legs. Hush, lower your voice. Be careful who hears you. The conversation paused abruptly as several Mount Shu disciples entered the tea house, their expressions haughty. They walked straight towards the wandering cultivators. You guys, where are you from? One of the leading disciples arrogantly slammed his sword on the table, making a loud noise. I'm from Water Lily City nearby. Is there any problem? Seeing the Mount Shu patrol disciples approach, the wandering cultivator looked awkward, unsure if they had overheard the earlier conversation. Water Lily City? Just a bunch of bumpkins? The lead disciple spoke with disdain. They had obviously heard the earlier conversation. To speak ill of them in Mount Shu's territory was unacceptable, so they had to show these people their place. What did you say? Izzy leaped to his feet, but was held back by a companion who shook his head. Suppressing his anger, Izzy remained silent. What? Are you deaf or something? Need me to repeat myself? They had seen too many such hot-headed individuals. The lead disciple, in particular, despised these wandering cultivators, seeking refuge within Mount Shu's territory while daring to speak against them. It was sheer audacity. Let me tell you, tomorrow is Zhao Chance's engagement ceremony. Watch your words and don't seek trouble for yourselves. The lead disciple knocked over the tea on the table, splashing Izzy all over. His hair bristled as he was about to retaliate. Unhappy? If you're not happy, then leave White Cloud City. I'd like to see how long you rotten potatoes and stinky eggs can last. Don't think it matters. Countless wandering cultivators like you have died outside the city. You should thank Mount Shu's benevolence for letting you into the city. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and rose up. Don't push us too far. This is Mount Shu's territory, and it's your duty to deal with demons. People inside and outside the city are anxious. How does making things difficult for us help anything? Startled by the public rebuke, the lead disciple sneered, thinking this an opportunity to make an example of these people, given the task they had received. Making things difficult for you? Just a few wandering cultivators? Most of the wandering cultivators were at early foundation establishment, one even still at Qi refinement stage, while the lead disciple was at mid-foundation establishment, a decent level in Mount Shu's outer sect. I suspect you have ties with demonic cultivators. Come with me back to Mount Shu. His sneer grew wider. He intended to use them to report back, regardless of whether they were innocent. You're causing chaos. Why not deal with the demonic cultivators outside the city instead of defaming us? Hearing this, the wandering cultivators panicked. Izzy smashed his teacup and grumbled. My life means nothing. If you leave us no other choice, let's all go down together. Are you defying Mount Shu now? Looking for death, huh? Tensions flared as the tea house owner hid behind a corner trying to mediate, though no one listened to him. Mount Shu's disciples, trained in superior techniques and incantations, overwhelmed the wandering cultivators just by emitting their formidable aura. The table was instantly shattered as the lead disciple used only legwork to kick the wandering cultivators to the ground, inflicting internal injuries. TSK, thought you were tough. Pathetic. He planted his foot on Izzy's chest, smirking arrogantly. They had been pinned up in White Cloud City and needed a release. If you're so capable, why not go after those demonic cultivators outside? Why make things hard for us? Blood trickled from Izzy's mouth, clearly badly injured. Hearing this, the Mount Shu disciple pressed harder, scoffing inwardly. The surrounding tables of wandering cultivators dared not intervene, silently leaving the tea house. Only the owner trembled in a corner. Whiz. A teacup flew through the air and hit the lead disciple's ankle, causing him to stagger and fall, giving the wandering cultivators a brief reprieve. Who attacked from behind? Grimacing in pain, the lead disciple and his companions scanned the room, eventually focusing on an Elon nearby who calmly sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed by their glare. Chapter 383, Gathering Information. The innkeeper of the tea house had already run off as soon as he saw things weren't going well, not daring to stay for a second longer. It was no joke. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. In these chaotic times, he did not want to lose his life needlessly. Cultivators seated at nearby tables had also retreated early, fearing they might offend the living Buddhas of Mount Shu. They had seen firsthand how arrogant and tyrannical these people were, relying on the power of the Shushan Sword Sect to lord over Baixian City and bully men and women alike. Baixian City's itinerant cultivators had come from all corners seeking protection and naturally dared not offend them. However, being slapped in front of everyone was something no one could endure. Scattered cultivator Izzy had noticed Axton step in to help. The man appeared unremarkable, just an ordinary middle-aged giant, seemingly neither famous nor especially powerful. Brother, thank you for your help, but I advise you to leave. You can't afford to offend them. Yes, we're on their turf. Try not to make too much of a scene. These few people looked both grateful and worried when they saw Axton take action. Struck someone, and now you want to run? No way. The whispers were heard by the Shushan disciples, especially the leader who, despite his throbbing hand, glared furiously. How dare this unremarkable-looking big man meddle in their business? Had he no idea whose domain this was? Chance Max, are you all right? Seeing their senior brother hurt, the other disciples jumped up, and the atmosphere in the tea house became tense. Boy, do you know who you've offended? Chance Max stood up shakily, grimacing. Surrounded by his juniors, he didn't want to lose face. We are disciples of the Shushan Sword Sect. Refugees like you swarm into Baixian City every day. Shushan takes pity on you. Yet you still dare to cause trouble here? Why bother talking so much, Chance Max? These people look suspicious. Most likely spies sent by evil cults. We should arrest them all. Right. Elder tasked us to patrol Baixian City, indeed wisely. To dare challenge our Shushan must mean they have something to hide. These disciples easily threw accusations at Axton, practiced in their usual manner. Ordinary cultivators encountering such situations usually dared not resist, being suppressed. After all, the Shushan Sword Sect was renowned far and wide. Defying them was courting death, especially in this dire era where safety within the city's walls trumped any pride outside. Unfortunately, Axton did not fall into this category. Despite the frantic signals from the scattered cultivator beside him, he remained unbowed, merely looking at them with derision. Has Shushan really fallen to this extent? Are you even fit to patrol? His tone dripped with sarcasm and disappointment. Although Shushan had treated him unfairly, he felt a pang seeing the once glorious 7 immortal sects reduced to such disarray. Even low-ranking disciples acted so arrogantly. One could only imagine how bad the situation was within Shushan itself. What do you mean, slanderous lies against Shushan's name? Chance Max's face darkened. This was the first time he'd encountered such insolence from an itinerant cultivator. He disregarded the location and unsheathed his flying sword, aiming straight for Axton's vital points, intending to kill. To act so shamefully disgraces the name of Shushan. Axton frowned. Helping a stranger had nearly cost him his life. I will teach you a lesson in place of your elders. Facing the Foundation establishment disciple, Axton barely moved, merely flicking his finger. Air bursts sounded as the incoming sword was deflected mid-air, plunging into the ground. Gah! Struck by this force, Chance Max stumbled backward, collapsing and crushing the table beneath him, unable to rise again. Chance! Chance! The other disciples panicked, realizing they were no match for this Elon if he attacked suddenly. You! To defy the Shushan Sword Sect, do you know the consequences? Though their words were threatening, their voices lacked the earlier confidence, clearly shaken by Axton's strength. Scattered cultivator Izzy was equally shocked that the unremarkable-looking man had subdued Shushan disciples effortlessly, displaying at least late-stage Foundation establishment power. A true expert indeed. However, being a master or benefactor mattered little. Offending Shushan disciples was dangerous, especially in Baixian City, close to Shushan, where patrolling cultivators abounded. Even Axton would be surrounded and unable to escape. Brother, you'd better go. Things aren't as simple as you think here. Grateful but anxious, scattered cultivator Izzy urged Axton to leave while there was still time. Axton gave him a reassuring look. His mission to Shushan was to gather information, and these disciples presented a perfect opportunity. Before they could start yelling again, Axton slowly approached them. His unintentional aura made them pale, knowing they had met their match. What do you want? I warn you not to move. Retreating, they lacked the courage to resist, with some even attempting to slip away. Answer my questions, and I won't harm you. Axton tightened his grip on their throats with invisible hands formed by metal spiritual energy, forcing them to nod in agreement, struggling to breathe. I ask you, has anything significant happened recently in Shushan? He posed the question tentatively, having been away from Shushan for so long, unaware of internal changes. Well, caught off guard, the disciples exchanged glances, suspecting Axton to be an enemy spy. Constrained, they could only try to remember relevant details. Since the death of Grandmaster Yael took over leadership and promoted Alessio among others to elder. Nothing else changed much. Are you saying Stephen has passed away? Axton interrupted, recalling Gems as the only elder in Shushan who treated him kindly. He knew Gems had been critically injured in the Demon Clan disaster, but hadn't expected him to pass so soon after emerging from seclusion. Indeed, if Gems were still alive, Grandmaster Yael wouldn't hold absolute power, and Axton wouldn't have been expelled after returning from the heavenly Cecilia I. Have you heard of Fairy Soraya? Collecting himself, Axton continued. Soraya had been a lingering concern. His feelings towards her were complex, like friendship intertwined with affection. Soraya had risked everything to protect him, becoming a companion in adversity. She lost her memory saving him, triggering mysterious inner powers. Hearing news of her engagement to Anton was unacceptable to Axton. If it were anyone else, he might silently offer blessings. Given their different stances, interfering further wasn't advisable. But Anton was intolerable. What game was Yael playing? Knowing Anton harbored demonic energy, falling to the dark side, yet still accepted into Shushan, flourishing. Regardless, Axton couldn't watch Soraya be deceived. He needed her memories restored and would respect her choice. Hashtag chapter 384, Axton's concern. This, Fairy Soraya? Upon hearing the name Soraya, the expressions of the few people present noticeably changed. Axton also sensitively noticed and pressed on with his questioning. Speaking of Fairy Soraya, everyone in Shushan knows her well. Could it be that this senior is interested in her? Max Xiuxian stared at Axton with a strange look. Sensing the latter's impatience, he quickly corrected himself. Senior, you may not know this, but Fairy Soraya is one of the fastest progressing inner disciples in our Shushan Sword Sect. In just a year, she advanced from late Foundation establishment to Golden Core, and what's more, she condensed an extremely powerful Heavenly Dao Golden Core. As they mentioned Soraya, admiration shone in their eyes, clearly indicating her significant status within Shushan. Moreover, senior sister Soraya is currently aiming for the nascent soul realm. The sect master once said that her successful breakthrough is just a matter of time. Once she succeeds, she might be the fastest disciple in nearly a millennium to reach the nascent soul stage. Axton was utterly shocked by these words. He had thought that after the seal within Soraya's body was lifted, her cultivation would advance rapidly, but to have reached the threshold of the nascent soul realm was too astonishing. After all, with the help of the system and treasure recognition, he only managed to reach the peak of the Golden Core stage. It was evident how powerful the secret hidden within Soraya was. Just now, you mentioned that Soraya's engagement ceremony with Anton is tomorrow. Is this true? Axton suppressed his emotions as he asked. Regardless of whether Soraya remembered him or not, he wouldn't allow her to marry Anton. Axton could already imagine the secrets behind this. Emmanuel agreeing to this marriage showed that he didn't value Soraya, especially considering the sealed power within her. Axton felt even more convinced that a conspiracy was unfolding in the shadows. Yes, it has spread throughout the entire Shushan. Only us outer disciples are patrolling and cannot attend. Soon, the whole sect will celebrate the grand event. Max Xiuxian spoke with longing. Anyone who could become the Dao partner of a beauty like Fairy Soraya would surely be envied, especially someone young and promising, about to break through to the nascent soul stage. She had already become a leading figure among Shushan's younger generation. Did Soraya agree to this herself? Axton furrowed his brows. With Soraya's original character, she wouldn't have agreed to any interaction with other male cultivators, especially someone who had repeatedly endangered her life like Anton. Yet after losing her memory, she was to become his Dao partner. It was almost a joke. Well, specifically we don't know, but we know that senior sister Soraya did not resist and accepted the sect master's arrangement. Max Xiuxian and the others exchanged glances, already assuming that Axton was Soraya's admirer. They maintained a respectful demeanor while secretly ridiculing him in their hearts. An ordinary fellow from the countryside, with just a bit of strength, dared to covet Fairy Soraya. Not to mention Soraya's power, even Chance Anton could easily crush him. Truly imprudent. Though they thought this, they didn't dare express it openly, only smiling politely as they continued. Is Senior thinking of attending Soraya Fairy's engagement ceremony? We can guide you there. Many wandering cultivators, and those from other sects will also be allowed into the mountains to witness this grand occasion. Axton remained expressionless. Reasonably, he needed to visit Xiuxian, whether to inquire about his master Kobe or concerning Soraya's engagement. Both were urgent matters that left no room for hesitation. Fine, take me to Xiuxian. Do you understand how to handle this? Axton's voice carried a hint of danger. The group nodded incessantly in agreement. We understand. When the time comes, Senior can enter as a wandering cultivator attending the ceremony. The rest will be arranged by us. With everything settled, the commotion in the tea house finally concluded. Seeing that both parties hadn't completely fallen out, the tea house owner breathed a sigh of relief. He still needed this place to make a living. A broken table was a minor issue, easily replaced. Moreover, Axton left a few pieces of mid-grade spirit stones as compensation before leaving. The wandering cultivators tried to dissuade Axton from going to Xiuxian, warning him that despite being one of the higher-level cultivators in Baiyun City, he would be insignificant in Xiuxian. If Max Xixiang sought trouble, Axton might find himself in peril. Axton appreciated their good intentions, but knew this was a dangerous venture. However, he had plans and was confident he could leave unscathed. He also had the disciples of Green Cloud sect waiting for his return. Before advancing to the nascent soul stage, he needed to resolve this lingering issue. Master Jijian was trapped in the Cecilia Lock Pagoda, and with his current cultivation level, Axton couldn't rescue him. But regarding Soraya, he couldn't stand idly by. He had to restore her memory so she could see Anton's true face. Axton also wanted to see what Emmanuel was up to. Someone capable of having hadn't suppressed Kobe and tolerate Anton, who harbored demonic tendencies, remaining in the Shushan Sword Sect. Although the Xiuxian he remembered showed signs of decline, Gem Shuoya's presence back then prevented the elders from overstepping boundaries. Whether inner or outer disciples, or miscellaneous tasks, disciples adhered to the sect rules. Unlike now, where they acted arrogantly and tyrannically. Of course, Axton had another important task. He needed to return to the cave where his parents once lived. Nearly 2 years had passed, and he missed the place immensely. It was where he grew up, full of countless memories. That humble cave and the solitary courtyard were where he last saw his father, and also his final connection to Xiuxian. He wanted to relocate the cave to Green Cloud sect to settle a long-standing concern. Chapter 385. Witnessing the Betrothal. Inside the xuanhuan sect, the patriarchal square was festively adorned with colorful lanterns, breaking the usual serene atmosphere within the sect. Disciples emerged from their seclusion to join in the celebration, Anton's and Melissa's betrothal ceremony. In a secluded cave abode, Melissa sat on a stone chair, surrounded by jubilant decorations. Today she looked stunning, unlike her usual aloof demeanor. Several young female disciples were busy helping her with her attire. Senior Sister Melissa, you look absolutely beautiful today. Yes, this is such an important day for Senior Sister Melissa. It's only fitting that you dress up well, they remarked enviously. They knew Anton's current status in xuanhuan was at its zenith, gaining favor from Emmanuel and receiving abundant cultivation resources, which had boosted his cultivation to late golden core stage. He was admired by many female disciples of the Shushan Sword Sect, though he rejected them all, claiming his heart belonged only to Melissa. People praised his devotion, unaware of his hidden intentions. Senior Sister, congratulations on being betrothed to Chance Xiao. We're all so envious. The female disciples laughed beside her, but Melissa showed no joy, maintaining her usual icy demeanor as if the betrothal had nothing to do with her. You can all leave now. I'd like to be alone for a while, she said indifferently, dismissing the female disciples. Alone, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat dazed. Since losing her memory, she felt there were important things she had forgotten. Despite trying hard to recall, she couldn't. Meanwhile, Emmanuel remained tight-lipped about her past. She also felt a lack of emotion. Even with Anton's daily courtship over the past year, Melissa felt indifferent, even a bit repulsed. She sensed that Anton's gentlemanly demeanor wasn't as pure as it seemed, sometimes looking at her with an invasive gaze. Melissa did not refuse the marriage arranged by Master Emmanuel. According to him, she and Anton grew up together and were deeply in love. For her, matters of the heart held little attraction. She merely followed Emmanuel's instructions, driven by some internal voice calling her to a certain place, perhaps due to a soul imprisoned within her body awakening, making her increasingly cold. Girl, it's almost your betrothal day. Are you ready? The jade tablet on the table flashed, and Emmanuel's voice echoed in Melissa's ears, hoarse and ominous. There's nothing to prepare. It's just a formality. Melissa responded indifferently. Emmanuel promised to help her regain her lost memories if she agreed to marry Anton, which is why she accepted. After the Immortal Gate contest, she planned to leave xuanhuan, urged by an inner voice calling her to a specific place. Perhaps it was the soul inside her waking up, making her colder than ever. You stubborn girl, Atlasani has always been devoted to you, seen by everyone in xuanhuan. Why don't you accept him? Emmanuel had tried to persuade Melissa many times, but she treated the betrothal as a mere formality, showing no interest in Anton as a future spouse. In her heart, Melissa instinctively resisted Anton. She often recalled the boy from a year ago, feeling a sense of intimacy despite knowing him. However, when she asked Emmanuel, he dismissed it as deceit from a xuanhuan outcast, leaving Melissa deeply troubled. Master, please stop. I've agreed to your request. I and Chance Zhao are only nominal spouses. Melissa's tone was resolute. An inner voice kept calling her, urging her to investigate the sealed consciousness within her. If not for the upcoming Immortal Gate contest where she would represent xuanhuan, she would have left to meditate long ago. Sigh, I won't meddle in your affairs. Prepare well? Emmanuel sighed resignedly, his voice heavy with implications. The cave fell silent again, until it was broken by a familiar shout. Senior Sister Melissa, are you there? Outside the cave, Anton called out. He looked impeccably handsome today, garnering admiration from many female disciples who envied Melissa's engagement to the promising Anton. No response came from the cave. Anton's smile faded. With many disciples watching, he tried to keep his composure. Senior sister, our betrothal ceremony is about to start. Many cultivators will witness it. Shall we go together? Anton looked eagerly into the cave, hoping Melissa would accompany him. Imagining her beautiful, cold face made him tremble with excitement. Finally, she would belong to him. No, Chance Xiao. I'll go later myself. Senior sister, everyone is waiting to see us. Perhaps. Please return, Chance. With these words, Anton's calls went unanswered. He stood outside the cave, his face darkening, while surrounding disciples exchanged glances, then quietly dispersed, knowing how ruthless this seemingly gentle master could be. What a wretch. Anton's eyes burned with uncontrollable fury. Despite Melissa's lost memory, she still kept her distance. If not for Emmanuel's arrangement, she wouldn't even acknowledge him. What does Axton have? Even with her lost memory, she chose him over me. Am I truly inferior? Oh well, it doesn't matter as long as you belong to me. There are plenty of ways to make you submit. A sinister smile appeared on Anton's lips. He looked forward to seeing Axton's reaction upon learning of their betrothal. If Axton saw this scene today, witnessing Melissa married to her sworn enemy, he might snap right on the spot. Ever since Axton thoroughly defeated him in Tianma I, Anton had harbored intense madness and malice, targeting everything related to Axton within xuanhuan. Axton's former residents, any disciple who had befriended him, even elders who spoke in his defense, all were eliminated under Anton's secretive machinations, fueling his anger. Well, I should go ahead. Senior sister Melissa, please prepare yourself. Feeling smug, Anton reflected on how Axton's frightening talent had led nowhere, resulting in expulsion from the Shushan Sword Sect and his woman snatched away. Hearing Axton founded a small sect in some remote area was laughable. Compared to the 7 immortal gates, xuanhuan could crush him effortlessly. As an abandoned outcast, Axton would pay in blood upon meeting again. Thinking of binding ties with a lifelong enemy, Anton twisted his lips grotesquely, eager to witness Axton's expression should he be present. Chapter 386, Things Remain, People Change. At the foot of Xiuxian, there was an unusual buzz today. Disciples from many nearby sects and wandering cultivators had heard about today's grand event and came to pay their respects. Xiuxian announced that all cultivators who came to attend the ceremony would receive a token gift, which drew widespread attention. After all, what Xiuxian, one of the 7 immortal gates, considered a minor gift, was still precious to wandering cultivators. Especially with Soraya Fairy being famed for her beauty far and wide, everyone wanted to see her true appearance. Besides, with Wanling continent in turmoil, this was a great opportunity to seek protection. Outside Xiuxian's gates, many disciples were orderly receiving guests. Laughter and conversations among cultivators echoed throughout, creating a lively atmosphere. Walking through the crowd was Elon accompanied by several Xiuxian disciples. This was Axton in disguise, and the cultivator he clashed with at the tea house yesterday. Max Chance had no choice but to bring Axton into Xiuxian for the ceremony. Guests were ranked according to their status. Low-tier wandering cultivators could only observe from the outer perimeter, while Xiuxian disciples and influential cultivators could be invited inside the main square for a closer view. With Max Chance leading the way, Axton faced no obstacles. Looking around at the familiar surroundings brought back memories. It felt like another world just a year ago when he had grown here, after experiencing so much. Senior, I've brought you to Xiuxian. Can you spare me now? Max Chance's voice trembled. He could feel Axton's divine sense locking onto him, ready to strike if he made any wrong move. He didn't dare call for help, fearing for his life. You may go, but I advise you not to make this public. Axton spoke casually, fully aware of Max's thoughts. I've left a trace of spiritual energy in your body. If you speak out, it will explode, leaving even immortals powerless to save you. You. Max Chance's face fell. He intended to report Axton to Xiuxian once he left, but he knew he had been seen through. Fearing for his life, he nodded hurriedly and left, hoping to stay as far away from this troublemaker as possible. Axton let him go. Knowing Xiuxian like the back of his hand, he covered himself with Dao Boundary and went straight to his old cave abode, a place filled with cherished memories. Unfortunately, upon arriving, everything was unrecognizable. The lone mountain peak lay in ruins, surrounded by familiar rocks, yet the cave had been deliberately destroyed, clearly abandoned for a long time. So it is? Axton took a deep breath. He had prepared for the worst. Anton must have raised his cave out of resentment after returning to Xiuxian. Though he had anticipated this, seeing it still ignited his anger. This place held the most memories left by his parents, but Anton had casually ruined it. Just 1 year later, everything was different. He wasn't the naive boy anymore, and Xiuxian wasn't the place his father once protected with his life. Just then, a graceful figure approached from afar. Pausing at the sight of someone standing amidst the ruins, she locked eyes with him. Janine? Axton recognized the woman, his childhood friend. She had betrayed him before and faced appropriate punishment. Thinking about it now only brought amusement. He felt nothing more. Who are you? Janine also noticed the unfamiliar Elon standing ahead. Suspicious, she wondered why anyone would come to this deserted place. She usually only visited when feeling troubled, reminiscing about old times. I'm a wandering cultivator attending the ceremony. Axton didn't wish to reveal his identity. Old grievances had faded over time, and meeting an old acquaintance was unexpectedly pleasant without wanting to disrupt her life. Wandering cultivator? Why would one return here? Janine frowned. Though the Elon's appearance was unfamiliar, something about him seemed oddly familiar. I know. You must know Axton, right? Her voice became excited. Only her childhood friend, Axton, knew this place. Could this person be a friend of his? Axton hesitated before nodding lightly. He sensed no hostility from Janine, only joy from an old reunion. That's great. How's Minuan doing? I heard he founded a sect in the Qingyun Mountains. He must be doing well. Janine mused aloud, then chuckled ironically. Ever since Axton was expelled, she often visited the cave abode, trying to prevent Anton from destroying it, but her words were ignored due to her low status. She admired Hector for having the courage to leave Xiuxian with Axton. Had she stood up then, things might have turned out differently. Alas, things remain. People change. Axton vanished from her sight, and she became a laughingstock among Xiuxian disciples, isolated except for Nora's occasional visits. He's doing well, better than he ever did in Xiuxian. Axton spoke softly. Compared to the familiar yet strange Qingyun sect, he had grown immensely. That's good, so good. A smile appeared on Janine's face, then she stared intently at Axton, sensing his presence within the Elon, surely a close friend who often interacted with him. I have some words to pass on to Axton. Could you help me? Her eyes brimmed with hope, reminding Axton of their past. Silently nodding, he agreed to Janine's request. I'll convey them to him. Chapter 387. Offering assistance. Facing the Elon whom she had never met before, Janine felt an inexplicable sense of trust. She smiled bitterly and shook her head, realizing that it must be due to the oppressive days recently that led to this hallucination. Please tell him not to return to Shu Mountain. It's dangerous here. Janine spoke earnestly, and her voice trembled slightly as if recalling something. Seeing the indifferent expression on the Elon's face, she anxiously moved closer. Compared to her former self, she now looked more mature and weathered, evidently having a difficult time since being expelled from Shu Mountain. It was clear that her expulsion had indirectly affected her as well. Axton hadn't expected Janine to say such things, but seeing her sincerity, he nodded. Times had changed. Their past entanglements were long gone, and they belonged to different worlds now. Axton only felt a sense of familiarity meeting an old acquaintance. Clearly, she hadn't been doing well lately, with signs of exhaustion visible on her face. Oh, isn't this senior sister Janine? Why are you back here again? A strange voice broke the silence between them. A richly dressed cultivator swaggered up the hill, his eyes gleaming upon seeing Janine. Although Janine's life in Shu Mountain had become miserable over the years, with old friends distancing themselves and scarce cultivation resources, her beautiful face still caught the attention of some male disciples with ulterior motives. Among them was Rocco, a new rising talent in the outer sect, born into a cultivation family and sent to Shu Mountain, enjoying ample resources for cultivation. From the first glance, Rocco had set his sights on getting this woman. However, Janine clearly wasn't interested in him. After multiple inquiries, he learned about her childhood friend Axton, who had been expelled from Shu Mountain, explaining why Janine's thoughts were on him. Senior sister Janine, are you still thinking about that little punk? It's been so long. He might have already died outside, given how many demon cultivators lurk around Shu Mountain, claiming many lives. Shut up. Janine's hesitant face filled with anger as she glared at Rocco. I told you, don't mention him in front of me. Rocco was taken aback by Janine's reaction. This wasn't the first time. Whenever he mentioned Axton, she would immediately scold him, making him lose face in front of others multiple times. Now, coinciding with Melissa's engagement day, he had boasted to his fellow disciples about bringing Janine under control today, which made him all the angrier when she acted so unmoved. Don't mention him? Everyone in Shu Mountain knows how you deceived that little punk back then. Are you now playing the innocent one, trying to get favors from me? Rocco's tone darkened. He believed Janine rejected him because she wanted more benefits from him, treating him like a fool. How about this? If you spend a night with me, I'll give you an upper-grade spirit stone. Is that enough sincerity for me? At this point, Rocco had completely lost his composure. He had boasted to his peers that he would bring Janine under control today, and now her lack of cooperation made him feel humiliated. You talk nonsense. Get out of my sight. Janine's small face flushed with anger. While she had once loved vanity, after experiencing so much, she had matured. She could see through Rocco's intentions at a glance and wanted nothing to do with him. Ha, stop acting. Just another worthless whore spreading rumors all over Shu Mountain, pretending to be high and mighty in front of me? Rocco became increasingly aggressive, treating Janine as a mere plaything. In his view, no woman had ever resisted him, and since she didn't appreciate his offer, he wouldn't show any courtesy. Although Rocco joined Shu Mountain later than others, his cultivation advanced rapidly due to abundant resources. Janine was far from his match. He decided to subdue her today, even if it meant forcing himself on her, just to save face. Rocco approached arrogantly, his greedy expression evident, making Janine feel disgusted. Do you know what you're doing? This is Shu Mountain. Violating sect rules means expulsion. Janine tried to regain her composure, using the sect rules to restrain Rocco, but he ignored them. Ha, sect rules? They're only for the weak. Besides, with Chance Anton backing me, so what if I violate them? Seeing Janine's attempt to stay calm only fueled his desires. He blamed her for coming to this desolate place where there were few disciples around, making it easier for him to force her without hindrance. Wait, there was one other person. Rocco's gaze shifted to the plain-looking Elon, who quietly observed everything. Who are you? A miscellaneous disciple? Rocco suspiciously eyed the Elon, whose face he didn't recognize, possibly an unremarkable miscellaneous disciple stuck at Foundation establishment stage with no potential for advancement, hence not absorbed by Shu Mountain. Leave quickly, or you'll interfere with my plans. Rocco loudly commanded, feeling superior in the outer sect where a minor disciple posed no threat. The Elon remained unmoved, looking at Rocco with indifference, as if not hearing his words, which only infuriated him further. Are you deaf? Don't you know who I am? Rocco vented his frustration towards the Elon, annoyed by being watched. You should leave. This is none of your business, Janine signaled to Axton. Rocco wielded significant power in the outer sect, and his strength was formidable. If targeted by him, leaving Shu Mountain would be difficult. She resolved internally, preferring death over submission. Such a whore. You defend any man. Enraged, Rocco unsheathed his sword and thrust it toward the Elon. This attack would either kill or seriously wound, with no hesitation. Axton shook his head, lamenting Shu Mountain's fall, where internal chaos reigned and disciples disregarded rules. Though he harbored no feelings for Janine, he couldn't stand witnessing such behavior. Dealing with Rocco required no effort. Axton flicked his finger, instantly deflecting Rocco's flying sword and slamming him against a stone wall, causing him to spit blood. How can this be? Struggling to rise, Rocco found himself unable to move or muster any spiritual energy. This woman, where did you find this protector? Feeling the overwhelming aura from the Elon, Rocco was utterly helpless, growing increasingly anxious. As Axton slowly approached, Rocco forgot about Janine, hoping only to escape and seek revenge later. Xuanhuan, you're here. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. It was Nora, unseen for a long time. Chapter 388. Ceremony Venue. Nora had initially prepared to head to the sect square for the ceremony, but upon hearing that Rocco was rushing towards Axton's former cave dwelling, she felt uneasy. She knew Janine frequently strolled here, and considering Rocco's aggressive threats among fellow disciples today, she hurriedly came. Seeing Rocco sprawled on the ground, Nora gasped, covering her small mouth, before frantically checking up on Janine. After confirming Janine's safety, she heaved a long sigh of relief. With Janine's strength, it would be impossible for her to deal with Rocco, so it must have been the Elon who intervened. Let's hurry to the sect square. He wouldn't dare cause trouble there. Nora, being wise, understood that Rocco wouldn't dare create a commotion on such an important day in front of everyone at the sect square. You should come too, Nora said to the Elon, since he had protected Janine and Janine didn't have many other friends on Xiuxian besides herself. Fine. Axton did not refuse. The incident was just a minor episode. His ultimate goal was to stop the engagement ceremony, which would require him to go to the sect square eventually. Follow me. Nora stared at the Elon in bewilderment, sensing a strange familiarity as if she had seen him somewhere before. She kept glancing at the Elon's back, deep in thought. He seemed very familiar with Shushan's layout, heading straight for the sect square without needing guidance. Yet, Sister Xuanhuan clearly mentioned he was an external cultivator, which puzzled Nora. However, she was shrewd enough to keep these thoughts to herself and silently led Janine into the crowd. Sister Nora, he said he knows Axton. Don't you have any message to pass on? Janine murmured. She knew meeting Axton again was now a luxury, so she cherished this chance. Nora gently patted her head, looking at the Elon hidden in the crowd, then shook her head. It's all over now. You should let go. We don't deserve him. Hearing this, Janine nodded sadly, tears welling up in her eyes. She longed to return to the past, but realizing how much damage she had done, she knew it was futile. She simply didn't deserve the person who once loved her wholeheartedly. At the sect square, Axton blended in with the other cultivators. They were all invited to observe the ceremony due to their significant status. The earlier incident was just a small hiccup, causing Axton to feel a twinge of melancholy. The surrounding cultivators were noticeably enthusiastic, greeting each other. It seemed less like a ceremony observation and more like an opportunity to form alliances. In turbulent times, unless one had overwhelming power, sticking together was the best choice. Brother, you're here to see the fairy Soraya too, right? I heard she is breathtakingly beautiful and incredibly powerful. Truly admirable. A nearby man remarked, admiration evident in his eyes. Fairy Soraya's name was already renowned, a young woman nearly reaching the core formation stage, with a stunning beauty. No man could remain indifferent. To say Anton is lucky to marry such a beauty. I heard. The man paused, looking around to ensure no one was paying attention, then whispered to Axton. I heard that Anton has some private issues, leading to many rejections from Fairy Soraya. If not for the sect leader forcing them together, they wouldn't be marrying. Although spoken softly, such gossip clearly intrigued others who leaned in closer. Is that true? Does Anton really suffer impotence? Yeah, I heard too. Supposedly after returning from the Cecilia I realm, his Danteon was damaged, requiring numerous rare resources to heal, but leaving behind lingering problems. No wonder Fairy Soraya rejected him multiple times. Seems he can't even lift the stick properly. Ha ha ha. Shoo, lower your voice. This is Xiuxian territory. If anyone hears us, we're in trouble. Despite the warnings, the crowd grew increasingly excited by the gossip, clearly relishing these rumors. Axton remained silent, looking up at the pavilion before the hall where several familiar presences resided. Look, that's Elder Alessio of Xiuxian, father of Anton. Yes, he now oversees all major and minor affairs of Xiuxian and is the most favored elder. As people exclaimed, Elder Alessio appeared on the pavilion, exuding grace and warmth. Fellow Taoists, this old man Alessio is part of the Shushan Sword Sect elders. Thank you all for traveling far to attend this ceremony. Following Alessio's words, cheers erupted among the Xiuxian disciples and reverberated through the scattered cultivators. Logan, it is our honor to be invited. Isn't that right? Yes, witnessing the engagement of two prodigies is truly a rewarding experience. The couple? Where are they? Let us see them. As the calls intensified, Alessio's face brightened, evidently pleased with his son's engagement to Fairy Soraya. As Emmanuel's beloved disciple, this union would only enhance his own standing within Xiuxian. Atlasanyi, today is your special day. Come out. With Alessio's call, a man slowly emerged from the pavilion, exuding elegance and captivating the gathered crowd. Chapter 389. Pure Heart. This person was none other than Anton, the newly crowned genius of the inner sect. After his embarrassing return from Tianma I and the expulsion of Axton from Mount Shu, he vanished from everyone's sight. He only reappeared half a year ago, completely transformed. Not only had his severed arm been restored, but his almost collapsed Danteon had also recovered. His cultivation had even advanced significantly to the late gold core stage. Some people had seen him emerging from the residence of the Haddon on the rear mountain, leading many to suspect that he had received favor from the enigmatic Haddon Xiuxian. This allowed his cultivation to advance rapidly. This further cemented Anton's position in Mount Shu, making him stand out among the inner sect disciples. Even the prominence of Osiris paled in comparison. With Alessio and the mysterious Haddon as his backers, no one dared to offend Anton. Even Emmanuel proactively betrothed his beloved disciple Soraya to Anton as a Tao partner. These days had been incredibly favorable for him. After Axton's expulsion, this was the most comfortable period for Anton. He indeed met the mysterious Haddon residing on the rear mountain and received some benefits. Not only did his maimed body recover, but the consciousness invaded by demonic energy also regained control. Anton discovered the secrets hidden deep within Mount Shu and finally understood the power struggles among the upper echelons. Looking back at Axton's actions now seemed so laughable. No matter how hard you try to defy fate, you will end up being just a pawn in the hands of the powerful. Did you think leaving Mount Shu meant escaping their control? I will take my revenge with greater force. The malevolent side of Anton spread infinitely, but unlike before, he could now perfectly control the demonic energy within him, preventing it from leaking out. To outsiders, he appeared like an ordinary disciple. No one suspected that he had fallen into the path of demons. Cultivation, advancement, socializing. With the backing of his father and Emmanuel, Anton's status in Mount Shu climbed steadily until he proposed to marry Fairy Soraya. Emmanuel did not refuse this proposal. Compared to Soraya's changed demeanor, Anton was much easier to control. Furthermore, Alessio strongly supported this match. As Soraya's master, Emmanuel knew that her body sealed a dormant soul, which, once fully unsealed, would lead to a rapid increase in her cultivation. Controlling Soraya afterward would be challenging. Standing above the bustling crowd, Anton marveled at the grandeur of the Sword Sect of Mount Shu. Despite its decline, so many wandering cultivators still came to witness the ceremony. If that little demon Axton saw him about to marry Fairy Soraya, his expression must be priceless. One day, he would bring Soraya to Axton's doorstep and slay him in front of everyone. Imagining Axton seeing Soraya become his Tao partner made Anton feel excited. The demonic energy within him surged uncontrollably, causing bloodshot eyes. His father Alessio sensed his abnormality and used his divine will to suppress the demonic energy, preventing him from exposing himself publicly. Atlasani, snap out of it. Alessio's stern warning calmed Anton's bloodshot eyes, returning him to his senses. He gave a cold nod. Since the demonic energy entered his body, his emotions were harder to control, often leading to sudden outbursts. Today was the engagement ceremony with Soraya, so maintaining decorum in front of so many cultivators was important. Thinking this, Anton again donned a serene smile. Humph, pretense. In the pavilion, Osiris observed the scene with disdain. Since Anton joined the inner sect, his own status had become precarious. Adding Alessio and Emmanuel's favoritism, he was jealous that Soraya was betrothed to Anton. Why should all the benefits go to him when he himself was the most talented and gifted disciple? Chance Zhao, congratulations. Indeed, marrying Fairy Soraya is truly a blessed match. The Mount Shu disciples promptly showered him with praise, hoping to ingratiate themselves. Anton had clearly become the most influential disciple in Mount Shu. As Alessio clapped his hands, a graceful figure emerged from the pavilion. It was Soraya. She was dressed simply yet exuded a natural charm that captivated the audience. Truly, she was the renowned fairy of Mount Shu, unmatched in beauty and strength, making many female cultivators lower their heads in self-deprecation. Anton watched with desire, about to approach her and take her hand when an invisible force stopped him. Don't come near me. Her chilly voice felt like being pushed away. Sister Soraya, today is our engagement ceremony. After the Tao Gate martial competition, we'll officially become Tao partners. Why be so distant? When Anton tried to get closer, ice particles formed on his robe, a sign of Soraya's ice Tao realm. Clearly, approaching any closer would trigger an attack. Damn wretch, you'll learn my true power sooner or later. Anton forced a smile despite inwardly cursing. He hadn't expected Soraya to still reject him after losing her memory. Worse, her strength had progressed rapidly, surpassing even his. He felt utterly humiliated. I only agreed to the engagement with my master, not to any intimacy with you. I never will. Soraya's icy words cut through him like a knife, freezing him in place. He could only give a forced laugh, hiding his embarrassment from others. Well, let this old man preside over today's engagement. Thank you all for coming. Sensing the tension between them, Alessio interjected to save the moment. He knew Soraya's stubborn nature and feared causing a scene. As everyone can see, Anton and Soraya are two of Mount Shu's most outstanding disciples. They are a perfect match. They grew up together, and this marriage is a blessing from all Mount Shu disciples. Mount Shu disciples, do you think they are a good match? Alessio raised his voice, orchestrating a predetermined scene. Knowing Soraya's reluctance, he had arranged supporters in the square to cheer loudly. With overwhelming public opinion and Emmanuel's order, Soraya wouldn't dare oppose. A perfect match, absolutely. Chance Zhao and Fairy Soraya are destined for each other. Yes, who else besides Chance Zhao can match Fairy Soraya? I'm all for it. Cheers echoed through the square, the disciples' enthusiasm spreading to the wanderers. They were there for entertainment and readily participated in Alessio's staged performance. Soraya frowned slightly from the pavilion, disliking the atmosphere. She wished to finish quickly and return to her cave for cultivation. The concept of Tao partners meant nothing more than fulfilling Master Emmanuel's command. Instinctively, she felt repulsed by Anton and treated his advances coldly. So noisy. Muttering to herself, Soraya watched the throngs of Mount Shu disciples. Deep within her memories, a shadow flickered. That man was so familiar yet elusive. Whenever she tried to recall his face, her mind ached as if these memories were sealed by some force. I disagree. The boisterous shouts suddenly paused, and a dissenting voice echoed loudly, creating immediate waves among the crowd. Chapter 390, Provocation. Him? Upon hearing the voice, Melissa felt an unsettling familiarity. Her mind began to ache once more, and she tried to endure the discomfort while looking down to locate the source of the voice. To her surprise, it was an unremarkable-looking middle-aged cultivator. Everyone except Melissa stared in shock at one spot. Axton, who had just spoken out. With the innate ability from the blood crystal snake skin, his disguise was flawless. Even Alessio failed to detect any inconsistency, merely suspecting someone was deliberately causing trouble. Who is it? Anton was already in a foul mood. Hearing those words suddenly ignited his anger beyond control. Just which ignorant person dared disrupt his affairs? He would not let this go unpunished. As Anton's gaze swept across the plaza, the crowd spontaneously backed away, all eyes focused on one point. There stood a Elon with an unremarkable appearance and only revealed himself as a late Foundation establishment cultivator. He stood there unmoved by the gazes of everyone, extremely calm. Axton could hear the whispers around him and distinctly felt familiar eyes scanning over him. It was none other than Melissa, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She had grown even more beautiful, but the aura she emitted became even colder, deterring anyone from approaching. Axton's feelings towards Melissa were mostly gratitude. Gratitude for her breaking her own seals without reservation to save him, leading to her memory loss and subsequent peril. If her chosen partner was someone else, Axton wouldn't have interfered, but Anton was intolerable. So Axton returned to Xiuxian for two reasons. One was to confirm news about his master Kobe, and more importantly, to expose Anton's true nature to prevent Melissa from falling into his clutches. Even if he declared that Anton had fallen into demonic ways, no one would believe him. Not only did Anton have questionable ties, but even the current sect leader, Emmanuel, likely had undisclosed connections with the demonic path. Therefore, there was only one way to stop this ceremony, and it was also very simple. Anton locked his gaze on Axton, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. This unremarkable cultivator dared to hinder his grand plans. If not for so many spectators, he would have torn him apart long ago. Similarly, Alessio, presiding over the ceremony, looked displeased. He had no recollection of Axton's disguised face and deduced he wasn't from within Xiuxian. For an external cultivator to behave boldly in Xiuxian was truly audacious. But before such a crowd, he couldn't retaliate and could only suppress his anger, asking sternly, "This Tao friend, today is a joyous occasion for our Shushan sect. Why do you speak such words?" Alessio's eyes conveyed a silent threat, hoping the Elon would realize the severity and apologize, allowing the ceremony to proceed. He could deal with him afterward. However, the man paid him no heed, turning Alessio's expression grim. Axton disregarded the murderous looks from Alessio and Anton, nodding slightly toward Melissa. He sensed her aversion to Anton despite her memory loss. He decided to give her a hand. "I've heard that the young fairy Melissa of Xiuxian has touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. Is this true?" Axton spoke loudly, and Alessio had no choice but to nod, given Melissa's renowned reputation. What is this boy's intention? Alessio wondered, forced to contain his temper as all eyes were on the Elon. Axton smiled, casting a disdainful glance at Anton. "So, the one who can match fairy Melissa must be the most outstanding young hero, right?" "That's right. As the new intersect disciple, Atlasani is exceptional in talent and strength. Only he matches the young Melissa." Alessio furrowed his brows but continued, as it was indeed true that Anton excelled among young disciples. "I'm not so sure," Axton scoffed, locking eyes provocatively with Anton. "Based on this boy's abilities, I doubt he can even handle my first move. What qualifies him to be fairy Melissa's Tao partner? How dare you? To humiliate Chance Zhao like this, you don't want to live anymore." The surrounding Xiuxian disciples instantly erupted, some with gleeful expressions. Even the visiting scattered cultivators murmured in discussion. Who dares to be so presumptuous on Xiuxian territory? Alessio's eyelids twitched. He saw through the man's intentions to cause trouble and wanted to have him dragged away immediately to avoid disrupting the ceremony. However, Anton had different thoughts. After being rejected by Melissa, now being insulted by an unknown cultivator pushed his volatile emotions to the brink. The attitude of the Elon reminded him of someone he deeply loathed. "Do you mean to say that I can't even withstand your single move?" Ignoring Alessio's disapproving gaze, Anton addressed Axton. The dangerous undertone in his voice was evident to anyone. After all, being challenged in front of so many people by an unknown scatter cultivator would enrage anyone. Even if Alessio expelled the Elon now, the rumors among disciples would still spread, something Anton couldn't tolerate. "Indeed, why don't you try and see if you can handle me?" Though Axton's tone was calm, Anton perceived it as sheer provocation. He could no longer stand the man's insolence, wanting nothing more than to silence him with a single sword strike under the questioning gazes. Anton acted on impulse, letting the demonic urges flood his mind. Without caring for Alessio's attempts to restrain him, he leaped from the pavilion directly toward Axton. Prepare to die. Chapter 391. Water Mist Sword Formation. He's made his move. This is going to be good. That guy's just asking for it. Did he even know that brother Anton's strength has skyrocketed? Even some elders can't match him now. Ha ha ha, we're here at the right time today. There's something fun to watch. Among the cultivators gathered in front of the sect square, some reveled in schadenfreude, while others sneered disdainfully. It was indeed amusing that someone dared to provoke Anton on Mount Shu's territory, which only proved their lack of intelligence. Let it be. Let Atlasani show his skills. It's high time he comes out. Alessio hesitated for a moment, but then decided not to intervene. This public display was the perfect opportunity for Anton to assert his authority and showcase his growth to all of Mount Shu, effectively silencing any idle gossip. Facing Anton's sudden onslaught, Axton wasn't surprised. In fact, this was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. While Anton's cultivation seemed to have increased dramatically, who could fathom the extent of Axton's own growth over the past year? Just late-stage Golden Core realm, even Yuan Princeng cultivator Osiris was no match for him anymore. He had long left her behind. Anton didn't intend to hold back. With so many disciples and wandering cultivators watching, he had to win quickly and decisively. Only by winning beautifully could he prove that he deserved Sarai's affection. Foggy Water Sword. A wisp of water vapor coalesced in his hand, followed by a brilliant blue flying sword emerging from the mist. He gripped it tightly. This heavenly-grade spirit treasure flying sword was a gift from Emmanuel. It was one of Mount Shu's famous swords. With this sword, Anton's power was formidable, even surpassing several elder generation elders. Fog come. With Anton's roar, his body was enveloped in dense water mist, suspending him mid-air. He radiated a majestic aura like a celestial being. The thick fog rendered some low-level disciples nearly blind. This was Anton's unique divine ability. Currently, it only manifested as an amorphous force field, but upon reaching the Yuan Princeng realm, it would form a self-contained Tao world, unleashing true power. However, this was more than enough to deal with an obscure cultivator. I don't care who sent you, but if you dare to interrupt my business, leave your life here. Feeling the intense attention, Anton felt deeply satisfied. This was the treatment he deserved. Without Axton around, he was Mount Shu's brightest star. Once he reached the Yuan Princeng realm, the gap between them would only widen. He didn't believe Axton could obtain resources in some remote place. This was the advantage of relying on a major sect. Endless resources provided without worry, which was why Anton advanced so rapidly. Fog Rise. The foggy water sword spun gracefully in Anton's hand, blue light shimmering in the sky. Dozens of foggy water sword beams eventually converged, forming a preliminary water mist sword formation. It's Chance Xiao's water mist sword formation. He's really pulling out all stops. This is a lower-grade heavenly sword technique, one of Mount Shu's best. Who knew Chance Xiao had mastered it so thoroughly? Mount Shu disciples who were aware of this were astounded. This technique required exceptional talent and compatible spiritual roots to succeed, and clearly Anton excelled at it. Dozens of foggy water sword beams arranged themselves in the air. With a wave of Anton's hand, they rushed towards Axton. Though these water swords appeared harmless, each contained water mist sword intent, capable of penetrating through the skin to directly attack the meridians, impeding one's spirit energy flow. If the mist couldn't be expelled in time, it could damage the dantian, causing it to burst due to rapid expansion. The water mist sword formation was one of the most ruthless among Mount Shu's sword techniques, gentle-sounding yet devastatingly lethal. Anton started with his strongest skill, clearly intending to kill the Elon and bolster his reputation. Facing the aggressive attack, Axton didn't dodge. This was precisely the situation he wanted. He had heard of the water mist sword's fame at Mount Shu before. Now, let's see whether my Emil Immortal sword is sharper, or if his water mist sword is more entangling. An ancient flying sword hovered beside Axton, exuding a desolate yet deadly aura that made everyone present hold their breath. How did this seemingly ordinary Elon possess such a precious flying sword? Its momentum didn't fall short against the water mist sword and might even surpass it. Could he be a hidden expert? But there was no time for contemplation, as the two swords clashed violently, creating intense ripples in the sect square. Dozens of water mist flying swords surrounded the Emil Immortal sword, or rather, the Emil Immortal sword defended against all of them, preventing them from advancing any further. Layers of water mist engulfed the ancient sword, leaving people feeling only the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. I think that boy is about to lose. When Chance Xiao goes all out, almost no one can withstand him. That man's flying sword is impressive, wasted in his hands. He can't even execute a single sword technique properly. Derisive remarks echoed among the Mount Shu disciples. Their pride swelled with Anton's prowess, and they cheered for their senior brother. Indeed, facing the water mist sword formation and dozens of sword auras, Anton displayed remarkable sword techniques while the Elon clumsily manipulated the ancient flying sword without any method. To perform sword techniques in front of Mount Shu's disciples was akin to seeking humiliation. Perhaps the man was deluded after finding a treasure by chance, daring to challenge Anton to win Fairy Sarai's heart, an utterly futile dream. Around the square, a clear space formed around Axton as people retreated several dozen meters away, unwilling to get caught in the fray. Throughout, Axton didn't use any specific techniques, neither Tai Light Splitting Sword, nor Overlord Three Swords, nor Hidden Sword Secret Art. First, these techniques were too well known and could easily expose his identity. Second, he didn't need complex sword arts. With just basic Emil Immortal sword moves, Axton was confident he could defeat Anton. Foggy Water Sword. For Sea's Tide Rise. Seeing the Elon hesitate to counterattack, Anton became infuriated. Was this person a fool or mad to act so arrogantly? He'd show the consequences of underestimating him. Dozens of fog swords merged into 4 colossal fog swords surrounding the Emil Immortal sword, each carrying the weight of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, water and fire are merciless. Water, though outwardly gentle, can unleash destructive force, sweeping everything clean. Watching from afar, the cultivators saw 4 waterfalls descending from the sky, crashing down on the Emil Immortal sword with incomparable impact. Water can carry things but also destroy them. When water solidifies into a sword, it turns into a flood beast that devastates everything in its path, including the flying sword and the Elon. Die! Anton's face contorted with ferocity. He hadn't unleashed such a relentless attack in a long time. It was time to demonstrate his true strength. Even Osiris wouldn't dare to defy him then, making him the undisputed top disciple of Mount Shu's younger generation. The 4 fog swords, bearing tidal waves, surged towards the ancient flying sword, making it sway like a lone boat in tumultuous waters. Chapter 392, Returning to Simplicity. In front of the Mount Xiuxian Plaza, water and mist surged skyward. Only cultivators who had reached the Golden Core realm or above could see the scene before them. Many disciples already felt a stinging sensation on their skin, as the seemingly gentle mist felt like sharp knives piercing through their skin into their meridians. This was merely the residual force. One could only imagine the intense impact the Elon at the vortex's center must be enduring. What powerful strength, what formidable sword chi. Many wandering cultivators who came to witness the ceremony couldn't stop praising. Truly deserving of being the Mount Shushan Sword Sect which specializes in sword arts, their sword techniques were exquisite. The water mist sword formation, formed even hinted at the embryonic stage of a Dao world. Using formations to simulate the power of the Dao world, achieving invincibility at the Golden Core realm, Anton could likely unleash 12 times his normal strength within that mist. It's about to end. Many people guessed as much. If they were in the water mist sword formation, they would likely collapse within seconds. The overwhelming power of heavenly rivers cascading down shook everyone's heart. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud sounds emerged from the water mist sword formation as boundless water element spirit energy crashed down like waterfalls onto the Emil immortal sword. The enormous waves even produced sonic booms due to friction with the air. To the crowd, it seemed the Emil immortal sword was forcefully suppressed by the mist, taking blows from the waves without any resistance. Axton's body was also enveloped in layers of mist, making him hard to observe clearly. Interesting, using a sword formation to simulate a crude Dao world. Axton closely observed the surrounding mist and sword chi, which exuded faint hints of the Dao world. This was undoubtedly a shortcut to harness the power of the Dao world prematurely, enabling Golden Core cultivators to exert strength beyond their usual capabilities. Though this method was powerful, it had many drawbacks. Without personally comprehending the Dao world and instead relying on external forces, it would greatly limit one's abilities once they advanced to the nascent soul realm. A Rico world understood through external means was far inferior to an enlightenment achieved independently. However, Anton did indeed display strength far surpassing late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was no different. Considering Anton was willing to let demonic chi enter his body for power, such behavior was expected. The Dao world created by the sword formation was even weaker than a damaged one, posing no threat to Axton. With his control over the Dao world, although he couldn't match true nascent soul cultivators, dismantling the water mist sword formation was more than enough. He didn't need intricate sword techniques, just a simple swing or strike would suffice. Axton leaped into the air, gripping the hilt of the Emil immortal sword. Facing the attacks of 4 mist swords, he simply swung lightly, letting the Emil immortal sword drift effortlessly towards the attack, completely at ease. Only those with exceptional vision could observe this scene. They couldn't comprehend why the Elon chose not to use sword techniques, instead opting for a straightforward physical strike. Did he think he was a sword immortal who had returned to simplicity? I see he knows he can't win, and has given up completely. Ha ha ha, only giving up now? What were you doing earlier? The consequences of offending a Mount Shushan disciple are thus, these presumptuous beings. Mount Shushan disciples felt emboldened, proudly surveying the surrounding wandering cultivators. They shouldn't think they could be on par with the 7 great immortal sect's disciples just because they had some skills. An unbridgeable chasm always existed between them. Melissa watched the Elon's movements within the mist. Though he hadn't used any sword techniques, she felt a sense of familiarity. Every swing and strike made her feel an ache deep in her mind, as if she had seen and fought alongside him somewhere. But where? Who was he? Melissa frowned, both from the pain in her mind and her curiosity. She resolved to act and save him if the Elon couldn't defend himself. She didn't care about Anton's or others' reactions. This betrothal meant nothing to her other than a means to awaken her lost memories. That Elon must have been someone she knew, and she wouldn't stand idly by while he perished. No one believed the Elon could emerge from the water mist sword formation. His overly simple sword techniques seemed like a sign of complete surrender. Axton felt the changes in the sword formation around him as he wielded the Emil immortal sword. No need for complex sword techniques. This simple strike was the most powerful. Sword raised, sword fell. It intercepted one of the mist swords, blocking its fierce advance without allowing it closer. Axton sensed it, the killing domain's disdain for the fake water mist Dao world. This was absolute contempt from a higher being. Without activating the Dao world, Axton's understanding of the Dao world was enough to dismantle the water mist sword formation perfectly. After all, it was merely a false and damaged pseudo-Dao world. A single strike shattered the mist sword touching the Emil immortal sword, dispersing it into mist that hit the ground with a dull thud. Many, especially Mount Shushan disciples, stared in disbelief, unable to accept that Anton's renowned technique could be casually countered by an unknown figure. Not possible, it's just a coincidence. Brother Zhao's water mist sword formation isn't gone yet. He's still doomed. Yes, he got lucky with that strike. Brother Zhao hasn't used his full strength. 3 remaining mist swords in the formation still hovered menacingly. A simultaneous attack by all 3 would surely overwhelm the Elon. But then, everyone was stunned again. With another simple strike, the Elon shattered another water mist sword, dashing everyone's hopes. Please let me know if you need further assistance, or if there's anything else you'd like translated. Chapter 393, Flood and Fierce Beasts. To everyone's surprise, the Elon seemed utterly helpless, but no matter how the sword array attacked, it failed to break through his defenses. Even Alessio, standing on the pavilion, furrowed his brow. Initially, he thought it was just a minor antagonist provocatively challenging them. Now it appeared that the other party had more complex intentions. Selecting such a day for a provocation suggested that this could be a cultivator from a rival sect of Shu Mountain. However, Alessio did not recognize the Elon at all. In theory, any cultivator who could match Anton should be at least in the late Golden Core stage. Within Shu Mountain territory, an unknown figure would be unlikely unless the man came from another sect. The more Alessio thought, the angrier he became. Today was not only an important day for Anton, but also a stepping stone for his own rise. If he could become kin with Emmanuel, his position within Shu Mountain would solidify. Atlas Sanyi, don't hold back. Kill him. Alessio's face darkened. He couldn't let the Elon continue to run wild. It would harm Shu Mountain's reputation if the best genius within their gates couldn't subdue a nobody cultivator. What a joke. Most importantly, he had boasted about Anton and Melissa being a perfect match. Yet now, they couldn't defeat a solitary cultivator. How could they proceed with the engagement ceremony? All right. Hearing his father's command, a cold light flashed in Anton's eyes. Since Alessio gave the order, he had nothing to worry about. Even if he killed the man on the spot, Xuanhuan would clean up the mess. Ha, do you really think I can't handle you? You're just a clown. Unconstrained by worries, Anton raised his aura even higher. His opponent merely used ordinary slashing moves against him, an insult. He would respond with even crueler means. The mist swords surrounding Axton shattered one after another. As Anton continuously cast spells, the air thickened instantly. Even the Shu Mountain disciples and wandering cultivators felt their spiritual power stagnate. What kind of technique is this? I can't feel my spiritual power. My body feels so heavy. How bizarre. The fear on the faces of some wandering cultivators was evident. Not being able to sense spiritual power in the cultivation world made them as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board, especially during the demonic invasion, causing immense dread. Only Anton's loyal disciples remained unperturbed, having witnessed his terrifying full-strength attacks. Once angered, xiuxian unleashed suffocating strikes. Indeed, after Alessio's approval, Anton unleashed unbridled water elemental spiritual power like a torrential galactic downpour. The water mist sword array lost its tranquil form. All the mist condensed into a colossal devouring mouth behind Anton. With each ebb and flow of his spiritual power, countless illusions of flood and fierce beasts surged forward. Water domain Dao boundary, transforming spiritual power into beasts seen before, using their abilities to kill enemies? Axton muttered to himself, seeing through the mystery of Anton's impending domain awakening. This wasn't an ordinary water domain boundary, but a realm where spiritual power transformed into numerous beast illusions to kill from afar. These flood beasts were eerily familiar, leaving many outsiders stunned. Being frequent visitors around Shu Mountain, they recognized these beasts' origins. That's the three-eyed golden ape, a top-tier third-stage beast. Wrathful flying pong, a lower fourth-rank beast, comparable to a mid-golden core cultivator. Bulldog ironwood, an infamous spirit plant. How could it materialize? Everyone watched in awe, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Some beast-taming cultivators hung their heads in shame. They controlled 3-grade beasts at most and barely 3 of them, while Anton summoned hundreds with his own spiritual power, a testament to his profound reserve. This is xiuxian's water domination, 10,000 beasts. Heaven, any one of these beasts is unmatched by me. That man is doomed. Shu Mountain disciples looked eagerly towards Axton, only to find the Elon unmoved, as if the charging beasts were mere illusions. A touch interesting. Axton mused aloud. Over the past year, Anton had significantly strengthened, and the water domination 10,000 beasts was approaching the Dao boundary, creating a miniature world and life forms using his spiritual power. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it could never compare to a true Dao boundary. Despite the apparent tidal surge, Axton remained unfazed. Holding xiuxian lightly, Axton stood there without any sword techniques, embodying the entirety of heaven and earth. Many senior elders of Shu Mountain frowned deeply, sensing Axton's repressed sword intent, so pure it stifled breaths. Oh no, what is this man's background? Such refined sword intent. They saw Axton fused with the ancient flying sword, every gesture resonating with heaven and earth. Without any sword forms, a simple slash or thrust wielded supreme power. Such individuals were called sword fanatics, requiring high harmony with their birth soul flying swords to achieve such elegance. They had only seen such skill in Kobe, the sword-wielding immortal, and now in the Elon. Faced with Axton's calm demeanor, Anton's anger escalated. He saw someone else's shadow reflected in the man, recalling similar defeats. So arrogant, thinking oneself grand. Bloodshot eyes filled Anton's pupils. Suppressing demonic aura was impossible. He wanted to destroy this man thoroughly, especially with the man's aura evoking unpleasant memories. 10,000 beasts rampage, devour heaven and earth. With a roar, the mist swords dissolved into specks of cold light, blending into the rampaging beasts. The mist beasts seemingly gained ferocity, emitting faint growls, black vapor mingling subtly yet noticeable to Axton. Sure enough, pretense ends. Axton sneered. No matter how well Anton concealed, once emotional, demons revealed themselves. The hidden demonic aura within the water mist was exposed under Axton's sharp gaze. So, let's battle. Enhanced by the blue phoenix snakes and innate abilities, his disguise was imperceptible. Only the Haddon might reveal his true identity. But since this was Shu Mountain territory, recognizable sword techniques would expose him, inviting trouble from Emmanuel. Thus, Axton casually held xiuxian, drawing a simple arc with relaxed movements, meeting the flood and fierce beasts head-on. Chapter 394, Just One Sword. Everything around seemed to freeze. In Axton's eyes, the bustling clan square vanished, and he found himself transported back to the hilltop where he once lived with his parents. Back then, he was only 5 years old, yet he pestered Tommy every day to teach him swordsmanship. Minuan, why do you want to practice the sword? Tommy stood at the peak of the mountain, hands behind his back, gazing into the depths of the rear mountain. Little Axton ran up trembling but with a mischievous grin, hugging Tommy's arm. Of course, I want to become an unparalleled master just like Dad. Little Axton's voice was soft, but his gaze was resolute. Tommy merely shook his head, gently patting Axton's small head. From that day on, every morning Tommy would call Axton to the mountaintop and give him a wooden sword for practice. The training started with the most basic chopping motions, which Axton found interesting and engaging. This continued for a year. Dad, why don't you teach me those incredible sword techniques? I've mastered these basic moves. As time passed, little Axton could no longer endure the repetitive practice and mustered the courage to ask Tommy. During this year, Tommy had also been practicing the same basic moves tirelessly, never imparting new techniques, always repeating the same posture. Minuan, what do you think is the strongest sword technique? Tommy maintained his routine, practicing the fundamental moves atop the mountain as he had for over a decade without change. It's the sword technique you used to slay that 5th-tier demon beast the other day. Dad, can you teach me that? Axton's eyes sparkled, incessantly shaking Tommy's arm while pleading. He had witnessed his father's might, a single sword stroke capable of devastating destruction, far surpassing even the sect master xiuxian. Perhaps even the Haddons in the back mountains couldn't match him. Is it this one? Tommy chuckled, twirling the wooden sword and chopping through the air. The next second, an explosion echoed through the air, and a massive fissure appeared on the opposite hill. Yes, Dad, that's the one. Axton leaped with excitement. Over the past year, he had grown weary of the basic moves and yearned for more advanced techniques. He dreamed of becoming a renowned swordsman within Xiuxian, protecting it like his father did. Very well, today I will teach you. To Axton's surprise, Tommy did not refuse. With eager anticipation from his son, he delivered another seemingly ordinary chop. This simple, unadorned stroke was something they practiced countless times. Disappointment clouded Axton's face. Dad, why this move again? His cheeks puffed up, arms crossed, and he turned his head away in dissatisfaction. Mom, Dad is bullying me. Kayla smiled tenderly, stepping forward to hold Axton's small hand, consoling him gently. Shan, teach Minuan, please. Kayla's voice was gentle, her eyes filled with affection for Tommy, the genius swordsman who had saved her from a demon lair, destroying several such places single-handedly, earning renown across the continent. Kayla knew her husband was extraordinary, and their child wouldn't be ordinary either. Minuan, did you observe carefully? Tommy said calmly, then swung the wooden sword with twice the speed. Yet Axton could still follow its path clearly. This is... Axton widened his eyes, watching each stroke closely. Wasn't this the very basic swordplay he had practiced for a year? With Tommy's simple motion, another chasm appeared on the hill, identical in power to the earlier dazzling technique. Have you grasped it? Tommy put down the wooden sword and threw it to Axton, who caught it with all his strength, appearing entranced. The sword technique Dad used was also basic, yet so powerful. Could it be that? Yes. Tommy nodded approvingly, pleased with his son's insight. All the most powerful techniques evolve from the most basic moves. Once you understand the fundamentals, you understand everything. Do you see now? Tommy's words sank deeply into Axton's young mind. He frowned, trying hard to grasp his father's meaning. You mean if I keep practicing the basics, I can become as strong as Dad? Axton tilted his head innocently. At 6, he already showed exceptional talent in swordsmanship, unmatched by any peer within Xiuxian. Tommy nodded non-committally, not answering directly. From that day onward, Axton practiced the basics daily atop the hill, using trees as targets. Within a year, the lush forest became barren. Spring came and went, summer turned into autumn, and winter approached. Kayla, seeing the heavy snow outside their cave dwelling, wanted to drape a fur-lined robe over Axton. Minuan, come back inside, it's too cold. No, Mom, go back. I must continue practicing, to become a great hero like Dad. Without turning his head, despite the biting cold, Axton continued, swinging the wooden sword with precision. This child is as stubborn as you. Kayla remarked worriedly, perhaps blaming Tommy for his indifferent stance. Tommy smiled awkwardly, embracing his wife and looking at their son's tiny figure on the hill. Seeing his perseverance amidst the snowfall brought pride to his heart. Minuan, from tomorrow, I'll teach you new techniques. Really, Dad? Yes, but you must still practice the basics daily. Understand? Yes, Dad. Memories flashed, and Axton wielded the xiuxian sword, executing a chop following the deep-seated traces of memory. This hidden recollection, buried deep in his consciousness, now provided enlightenment. Axton finally understood his father's painstaking intentions. A profound realization surged from deep within his soul. No matter the raging seas or ferocious beasts, he needed just one sword. A simple, unadorned stroke. Chapter 395, Reincarnated Soul. Anton concealed his body behind the raging flood and beasts, ready to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. He grew furious when he saw that the Elon remained indifferent, continuing to use basic sword techniques against him. It was clear he wasn't being taken seriously, which made Anton look foolish in front of everyone. Even if he won, people would say it was an unfair victory. There was only one option left, to defeat the Elon right here and now. Only this way could he force out the man's full potential and prove himself as the worthy match for Soraya Fairy. I'll crush you head on if you want to ruin my good deed. Feeling the boiling spiritual energy within him, Anton became immensely confident. He had been personally tutored by Elder Xiuxian, allowing him to simulate Taoist powers through experience. Although these powers were insignificant before true Taoist might, they were effective against cultivators below the Yuan Princeng stage. The flood and beasts surged forward, rushing straight towards Axton. The deafening roar of the flood echoed across the sect square, causing panic among the onlookers. Just hearing the roaring flood was enough to weaken some disciples with low cultivation levels, let alone the pressure faced by the Elon caught in the center. In the vortex, Axton's eyes were dazed, seemingly still immersed in a sudden enlightenment. Not until a water beast roared terrifyingly right before him did he regain focus. Right here. Axton's eyes shone brightly. He seemed to have grasped the teachings of his father. When he was young, practicing basic sword techniques took him a whole year, and he couldn't understand them then. But now, he began to comprehend Tommy's intentions. No matter how powerful a sword move was, it was composed of the simplest strokes. After countless ordinary strikes were skillfully combined, unimaginable power could be unleashed. This was the essence of the sword technique. But putting aside the strength of different sword moves, if one carefully dissected them, all brilliant sword moves ultimately came from basic sword techniques. In Axton's eyes, the flood and beasts gradually turned into dots, lines, and planes. Behind their ferocious faces, he saw countless strands of exquisite sword chi, combining the power of the water mist sword array. Indeed, the flood and beasts were formidable, and previously, Axton could not have stopped them without using sword techniques or Taoist powers. However, now enlightened by his father's teachings, his perception of the world changed dramatically. Enhanced by Eagle Eye, Axton's divine sense underwent significant changes. He sensed star-like glimmers wherever his divine sense reached. Most of these faint stars were Amei disciples and visiting cultivators, whose powers were weak and appeared dim in Axton's perception. Brighter stars were mostly found in the pavilions of Amei sect. Among them, Alessio stood out prominently due to his peak late gold core stage cultivation. However, the light around Anton was peculiar, tinged with black demonic chi that couldn't escape Eagle Eye's detection. Expanding his divine sense further, Axton could sense many more luminous points hidden throughout the entire Amei sect, evidently, powerful Yuan Princeng stage cultivators. The most striking were the 3 sun-like glimmers in the back mountains, presumably the legendary 3 Spincers. Although blinding, these lights were expected, as a prestigious sect like Amei wouldn't lack such foundation. What surprised Axton was Soraya standing in the pavilion. Despite her calm demeanor, under Eagle Eye, she radiated a brilliance almost as strong as those in the back mountains, albeit somewhat unstable as if suppressed by some force. So, this is the sealed power within Soraya? With his increasing strength, Axton felt Soraya's terrifying aura for the first time. Such overwhelming pressure reminded him of his master Clyde, even surpassing it. Axton had heard about reincarnated souls before, cultivators who chose the dangerous path of reincarnation when they felt they couldn't break through their current realm. They destroyed their physical bodies, sealed their soul powers to deceive fate, and finally infused their consciousness into newborns. Though risky, this method allowed for life extension but posed significant dangers. The child might die unexpectedly during growth, or the original consciousness might remain dormant forever. Despite these risks, many powerful beings chose this path to defy fate and break through higher realms. Soraya harbored such a power within her. Emmanuel knew this and taught her the Heartless Sword path. First, to accelerate Soraya's growth, and second, to prepare for the awakening of her inner power. An unmarked mind made the perfect medium for reincarnation, and the Heartless Sword path was an ideal choice. Axton could detect different energies within Soraya, gradually devouring her emotions and memories. When fully consumed, she would lose herself, transforming into another personality. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? Do you think I'm easy prey? Seeing the Elon's wandering gaze fixated on Soraya infuriated Anton even more. Clearly disrupting his own engagement ceremony targeted Soraya, challenging him publicly. If he didn't deal with this, how could he stand in Amei ever again? Hush. Axton frowned. He was deep in profound enlightenment, perceiving not the material world but the forces of law. All spiritual energy and techniques reduced to simple dots, lines, and planes, including Anton's flood and beasts. Once he understood the fundamental lines within the water mist sword array, no matter how grand the display, hitting its core could unravel everything. He didn't need elaborate sword moves or pure spiritual energy, just the simplest stroke. And indeed, Axton responded with a simple yet profound strike. Though not infused with metal chi, the ancient Lucian sword shone brilliantly, as if recognizing Axton for the first time, merging completely with his intent. When the Lucian sword met the flood and beasts, everyone watched intently. Yet, instead of the anticipated cataclysmic scene, the water beasts shattered like paper tigers, powerless against Axton's blow. How can this be? Anton's expression shifted from confidence to confusion, then terror and disbelief. This was his biggest trump card after a year of training, intended to shock everyone and establish his dominance. How could it be so easily dismantled? No. Fight. Unable to accept this outcome, feeling countless hot gazes upon him, Anton forced his spirit energy into the water mist sword array. He refused to believe his hard-trained skills could be so easily destroyed. Was he any different from his former self? Chapter 396, Azure Phoenix Seeks Battle. The battlefield was constantly shifting, yet the duel before everyone remained eerily quiet. No matter how fiercely Anton channeled his spiritual energy for a counterattack, the flood of power couldn't breach the Elon's sword edge. Who could this expert be, using only the most basic sword techniques and leaving everyone in astonishment without revealing any depth? Have you seen that person before? How can he be so powerful? Yeah, someone with such prowess can't be an unknown figure. Which sect's master is he from? No idea. He uses common foundational sword moves that everyone knows. Who would have guessed? Murmurs spread through the crowd as many tried to discern the origin of the Elon. Yet his attacks revealed nothing about his true strength or background. Forget it. Let's just enjoy this spectacle. They ceased their speculations. Clearly, this stranger had come seeking trouble. As scattered cultivators, they preferred amusement over concern. As Anton mustered all his powers, the misty sword formation around him became denser. Determined to obliterate his opponent at all costs, even if it exposed his abilities, Anton roared, "Die! You must die today!" His madness caused dark vapors to mix into the mist, stirring up a chaotic scene. The water mists, tainted by demonic energy, turned wicked, emitting sharp cries that were piercingly loud. The mists crept toward Axton like bone-eating maggots. With his eagle eye, Axton saw the mixed demonic energy clearly, a telltale sign. Can't maintain the facade anymore, huh? Axton sneered. A year had passed, yet Anton's temperament hadn't changed. His progress was nil. Thinking he could defeat him with a demonized mist sword formation was pitiful. He'd seen right through Anton's tactics long ago. Axton slowly raised his arm and struck the point highlighted by Eagle Eye, which was the greatest flaw within the broken-down misty sword formation. Even Anton might not know this weak point. At the slightest touch, it crumbled. Different moves, but the same outcome. Shock on Anton's face turned to frenzy. His eyes held fear, unwillingness, and hidden beneath, malevolence. Chance Zhao lost? A student from Mount Shu murmured in disbelief. They looked at each other, feeling ashamed. On what should have been Mount Shu's glorious day, An obscure independent cultivator overshadowed everything, and Anton lost due to inferior skills, leaving them speechless. Don't rush to conclusions. Chance Xiao still has his trump card. You mean that one? With the student's whispers, Anton abruptly lifted his head again. Suddenly, he threw a spirit beast bag into the sky, followed by a deafening roar as a terrifying-looking lizard appeared. That's it, the eldest brother's recently subdued pet, the Thunderfire Lizard. It's a peak 4th stage demonic beast that required even Master Yarel to suppress it. A peak 4th stage demonic beast? Its strength nearly matches a core formation cultivator. Everyone gasped. Only Anton's closest confidants knew about this, making this its first summon for combat. Thunderfire Lizard, a peak 4th stage demonic beast, rivaled a 5th stage one in maturity and was formidable enough to challenge even core formation cultivators, truly a top choice as a spirit pet. Under Anton's command, the Thunderfire Lizard emitted both fire and lightning elements, flicking its crimson tongue. Its eyes narrowed menacingly, viewing the Elon as delectable prey, ready to strike at Anton's command. Go! The Thunderfire Lizard was Anton's deepest held trump card. Capturing and subduing it had taken immense effort from Emmanuel to establish a master pet agreement. Initially meant for a showstopper at the Immortal Sect's gathering, it was now forced into action. Roaring upon receiving orders, it charged with trails of lightning and fire, producing sonic booms from the clash of dual elements, turning everything in its path to ash. How dare this creature make a scene before me? Though the Thunderfire Lizard moved swiftly, Axton's eagle eye had already predicted its movements. Just as he prepared to act, a thrill emanated from his sleeve. Inside his sleeve slept the Azure Phoenix 3-headed serpent. Since accompanying Axton, it had been silent, almost forgotten. Unexpectedly, it stirred today. Master, let me handle it. The serpent hissed eagerly, its fleshy bumps more prominent, signaling its imminent evolution into a 4th-headed snake. Very well. Axton nodded. He wanted to see the serpent's capabilities, and the Thunderfire Lizard was an excellent trial stone. Upon gaining approval, the Azure Phoenix 3-headed serpent rushed out, rapidly enlarging mid-flight, transforming into a massive 3-headed python blocking the Thunderfire Lizard's path. Both beasts faced off, the Thunderfire Lizard cautiously observing, wary of the 3-headed serpent. What are you waiting for? Tear it apart. Driven by Anton's intent, the Thunderfire Lizard grew increasingly restless, finally charging forward with sparks and thunder crackling, focusing all its power on its tail whip, the hardest part of its body and its renowned weapon. One blow from its tail carried earth-shattering force, enhanced by dual attributes of fire and lightning. Any ordinary beast's body would be utterly shattered by this attack, leaving no remains. Chapter 397, Carapace Shield. Anton's trump card was terrifyingly powerful at this moment. Even the disciples of Beast Taming Valley, skilled in controlling beasts, could not possess a high-ranking demon beast like the Thunderfire Lizard. The green snake that emerged from Axton's sleeve expanded its body rapidly, but was clearly much weaker in terms of aura. Sensing the provocations from the xiuxian 3-headed snake, the Thunderfire Lizard immediately turned violently aggressive. It was an extremely irritable demon beast to begin with, and had been tamed only through Emmanuel's efforts. Being confined all these days had made it immensely restless, and now it found the perfect outlet for its frustration. The lizard's tail, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, swung towards its opponent. If hit by it, even the toughest flesh would disintegrate. The xiuxian 3-headed snake certainly wasn't going to wait around to be destroyed. Its pride lay in speed and agility, so it easily dodged the attack. Seeing the xiuxian snake dodge effortlessly, the Thunderfire Lizard let out a furious roar. Two orbs filled with chaotic demonic energy formed on its sides. One was blazing sun, the other, lightning. These two forces were inherently violent, and when they appeared together on the Thunderfire Lizard infused, they caused a violent reaction. Amidst the raging fire, thunder rumbled, while amid the thunder, flames blazed fiercely. The two orbs merged into one, bursting at the tip of the Thunderfire Lizard's tail with blinding light. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels felt their eyes slightly burned and couldn't look straight at it. More people chose to step backward, fearing involvement in the clash between the two spirit beasts. This was the innate ability of the Thunderfire Lizard, Thunderstorm, which was renowned across the entire Xiuxian for its boundless power. As expected, no matter how agile the xiuxian 3-headed snake was, it didn't have time to evade the coming thunderstorm. Its vaunted speed didn't even get a chance to show before it was swallowed by the ball of thunder and fire, emitting scorching heat, accompanied by rolling thunder that chilled everyone to the bone. Is it dead? Probably. The Thunderfire Lizard's innate power is no small feat. That giant snake must have been reduced to ashes. The Thunderfire Lizard. Anton actually has such a spiritual pet. Who can rival him below the Yuan Princing stage? Yes, no wonder Melissa chose him as her companion. Perhaps only Anton matches her worth. While retreating, the crowd whispered, astounded by the immense power of the Thunderfire Lizard's innate skill. Any slight involvement could result in serious injury. Seeing his attack succeed, the Thunderfire Lizard proudly lifted its ugly head, roaring triumphantly, echoing throughout the square. Before it, surrounded by flames and thunder, was a haze that refused to dissipate. The xiuxian 3-headed snake was completely buried under the dust, showing no signs of survival. It was once the king of demon beasts near Xiuxian, though even Anton couldn't fully control it. As for the great demons, they had long been driven away by Xiuxian's elite. Ha ha ha, just a worthless little snake. What does it have to fight me with? Seeing this scene, the bitter anger within Anton finally found release. The hidden cards he had kept for the sect tournament were all forced out by the Elon today, but as long as he killed him, it would all be worth it. Marrying Melissa was part of his plan. Anton had witnessed the terrifying power within Melissa and intended to use dark cult techniques to harness her spiritual energy for himself. Of course, Anton also lusted after Melissa's physical form, thus he absolutely could not lose today to prove he was worthy of being with her. Gradually, the smoke cleared, and the flames and thunder slowly dissipated. leaving behind only scorched earth. Was it completely torn apart, turned into ash? Everyone's eyes focused on the wasteland, silently mocking the Elon's overestimation. How could a captured python dare challenge the innate power of the Thunderfire lizard? Likely not even a single scale remained. Wait, something is moving. What? Look quickly. Someone noticed movement on the wasteland, as if blood-red snake skin was wriggling faster and faster, bursting out fragments. It's that giant snake, it's still alive. People gasped in shock. No one could imagine any creature surviving under the bombardment of the Thunderfire lizard. Facing the innate power of the Thunderfire lizard, Axton instinctively wanted to recall the Xiuxian three-headed snake. Though it was highly ranked, it was still juvenile and likely couldn't resist. However, the Xiuxian three-headed snake radiated a calming presence, appearing extremely excited. It didn't dodge or avoid the fiery storm, choosing instead to withstand it entirely with its body. Axton clearly saw a thick layer of blood crystal armor appear on the Xiuxian three-headed snake, glowing ominously red. But these changes were obscured by the Thunderfire lizard's skill, invisible to outsiders. Only Axton, connected with the Xiuxian three-headed snake, could sense them. Through the transmitted thoughts from the Xiuxian snake, Axton understood that it was releasing its innate skill, the blood crystal armor. As the ruler of the Phoenix Pheasant Forest, even the Xiuxian snake had natural predators, so its innate skills included specialized defensive abilities, encasing its body in crystal for significantly enhanced defense. Ordinary methods could not break through its shell. The blood crystal armor slowly shed, revealing the smooth body of the Xiuxian snake, which appeared unharmed before everyone's eyes. Anger filled its snake eyes as it emitted a chilling roar. Not dead? That beast isn't injured? Impossible. Even sect leader Yael would find it strenuous to face this move. How could that beast remain unscathed? As Xiuxian disciples, they knew the horror of the Thunderfire lizard well. It could instantly kill a golden core elder, so how could a spirit beast compare? Yet, what unfolded before their eyes was undeniably real. The Xiuxian three-headed snake was unscathed, while the Thunderfire lizard, having used its innate power, panted heavily, evidently having expended considerable demonic energy. The Xiuxian three-headed snake was clearly enraged. Having ruled the Phoenix Pheasant Forest for years, it never endured such treatment, now beyond furious. Bulges on its snake body began to swell, breaking open to reveal another snake head, tiny yet menacing. It evolved. Axton was overjoyed. Not only did the Xiuxian snake survive the Thunderfire lizard's assault, it even grew a fourth head, entering its growth phase. Each additional head boosted the Xiuxian snake's power, with different attack methods, combining for devastating force. Its aura surged dramatically as its body expanded rapidly, surpassing even the Thunderfire lizard's size. The fourth head's eyes glowed ominously green, harboring a bone-chilling menace. Then, following a piercing roar from the Xiuxian snake, a large amount of venom spewed from the fourth head's mouth, glowing a dark green, surging toward the Thunderfire lizard. The lizard sensed the danger and tried to escape but was unable to, as the green venom covered its body with a frightening sizzling sound. This venom was not only highly toxic but also incredibly corrosive, overpowering even the tough hide of the Thunderfire lizard, eroding terrifying blood openings on its tail. That wasn't all. The toxins spread through the lizard's wounds into its body, rendering it helpless. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The Xiuxian snake wouldn't miss this opportunity. Snakekind valued a fatal strike. Once it found a weakness, it struck decisively. It moved swiftly, wrapping its massive body around the Thunderfire lizard. All four heads bared white fangs, delivering a vicious bite. Hashtag chapter 398. Emmanuel makes his move. The Thunderfire lizard let out a colossal roar, but no matter how much it writhed, it could not break free from the entanglement of the Xiuxian four-headed snake. As the poison inside its body took effect, the lizard's roars gradually turned into pitiful whimpers, growing weaker and weaker, showing just how powerful the venom from the Xiuxian snake's fourth head was. Damn! Anton saw the situation was not in his favor and wanted to step forward to recall his spirit beast, but he felt himself being locked down by the aura of the Elon. Don't even think about interfering. Axton stood in front with the Xiuxian sword in hand, sensing the excitement of the Xiuxian snake. It seemed that devouring the Thunderfire lizard would be highly beneficial for the snake, so naturally, Axton wouldn't let Anton ruin this good opportunity. In an instant, the Xiuxian snake had completely subdued the Thunderfire lizard. Its four heads opened their massive jaws and began to consume the lizard from four different directions, under everyone's incredulous gaze. The huge mouth stretched as if without limit, tearing apart and swallowing the lizard's body. Yet the snake's body didn't burst despite the strain. No matter how fiercely the lizard struggled, it couldn't budge the snake. Stop! Anton was mentally shaken. This Thunderfire lizard was his trump card, painstakingly tamed with external help. How could it be devoured here? But as the Xiuxian snake unleashed its might, the last thread of connection between him and the lizard was severed. His face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash from binding the Thunderfire lizard as his life-bound spirit beast. The lizard's death struck a heavy blow to Anton, akin to losing one of his arms. Especially troubling was the look the Elon gave him, reminiscent of Axton's eyes from years ago. You must die, you must die. Anton descended into madness. He could not accept his defeat, nor could he come to terms with the death of his spirit beast. Die, both you and this beast will die. His Taoist robe torn to shreds, he charged at Axton with all rationality lost, ignoring the pain of the backlash, intent on shredding both the man and the snake before him. Not bad. Axton welcomed this very outcome, waiting for this very moment, a perfect opportunity to kill Anton. Die. With the Xiuxian sword, Axton executed a plain and simple sword technique carrying an earth-shattering power. This was the sword path he had realized, returning to simplicity, breaking down all sword techniques to their most basic forms, using the purest sword intent to crush all foes. Though still in its nascent form, Axton saw endless possibilities within it. He would temper his sword on Anton's life. Facing Axton's sword strike, Anton had already lost all reason. His demonic thoughts only wanted to tear everything in front of him to shreds, disregarding his internal injuries. A deadly confrontation loomed. Once their forces met, Anton's death was certain. Stop! At this critical moment, a roar came from the pavilion atop the square. A beam of light flew out, interposing itself between the two. This beam of light possessed tremendous power. To Axton's eagle-eyed vision, it was the brightest light from within the pavilion. The leader of xuanhuan Sect, Emmanuel. As the sect leader, Emmanuel should not have intervened in a duel between juniors, but Axton's ruthlessness made it clear he aimed to kill Anton. Ever since the Elon appeared, Emmanuel had noticed him and searched his memory for clues. However, there was nothing. The man seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace. Even Emmanuel's late-stage Yuan Princeng Divine sense yielded no information. This was the power of the xiuxian snake's innate ability, likely only visible to a Gildishan cultivator. Thus, Emmanuel stepped in. He couldn't allow Anton to die at the hands of an unknown junior. Such an event would disrupt his plans and humiliate the entire Shu Mountain sect. He had no choice but to intervene. What vermin dares commit murder on Shu Mountain territory? Emmanuel blocked Axton's impending strike mid-air, his expression dark. Who was this kid? How could someone with only a late-stage golden core level emit such profound sword techniques, surpassing even the finest sword arts in Shu Mountain? Axton felt a tremendous force surge through his body, numbing half of it as he was flung away. His killing move against Anton thoroughly neutralized. Emmanuel had moved. Axton clearly recognized the identity of the red-haired elder, Emmanuel, the highest leader of Shu Mountain sect. A smirk crept across his lips, forcing Emmanuel to personally intervene to protect Anton. It seemed Shu Mountain had no shame left, blatantly disregarding the rule of fairness in combat. As Emmanuel stepped into the fray, the entire sect plaza erupted in chaos. Even if Anton were defeated, it shouldn't have caused such an uproar. More importantly, the sect leader interfering in a junior's duel was unacceptable, especially for one of the 7 immortal sects, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. Some Shu Mountain disciples hung their heads in shame. Losing wasn't scary. Losing both in battle and prestige was truly humiliating. If the sect leader interferes like this, what will those independent cultivators think of us? To blame Anton for his incompetence is understandable, losing to an unknown nobody like this. What can we do? Will the sect leader dare to kill that man on the spot? He probably won't. With so many watching, spreading this would ruin our reputation. They weren't wrong. Emmanuel breaking the rules and intervening was already scandalous. If he dared to attack the Elon, it would become a disgrace to the 7 immortal sects, far more damaging than Anton's loss. The scene was momentarily deadlocked. Facing Emmanuel's suffocating aura, Axton remained unafraid, meeting his gaze head-on. He had found his own path of the sword, freed from the constraints of worldly techniques. Though it was just a flash of inspiration, Axton believed he had seized hope for success. Hope to advance to the Yuan Princeng stage. Chapter 399. Reunion once again. And so, the dust finally settled. Anton's formidable attack ended in failure, and most shockingly, he was defeated by an obscure Elon. If not for Emmanuel's timely intervention, Anton's life would have been at great risk. No one expected that this Elon would dare to go so far as to attempt a killing blow here on Mount Shu. Did he not fear retribution? However, some discerning wandering cultivators understood the Elon's actions. Today was a joyous occasion for Mount Shu with tens of thousands of cultivators present to witness the ceremony. Anton lost purely because he was outmatched. If Mount Shu were to seek revenge over this incident, its 1,000-year reputation would be ruined forever, turning it into a laughingstock among the 7 great immortal sects. This was the confidence that emboldened the Elon. Amazing. Initially, everyone had only come to witness the festivities, but no one anticipated such an exciting confrontation. In recent years, Mount Shu's increasingly aggressive stance had offended many wandering cultivators. Though they dared not openly oppose due to Mount Shu's power, they harbored resentment. The Elon's punishment of Anton, Mount Shu's talented disciple, certainly lifted their spirits. There were those who rejoiced and those who grieved. The disciples of Mount Shu felt especially disgraced, as their admired Chance Zhao was defeated by an unknown person. Moreover, the victor's strength was indubitably superior, leaving no room for argument. Janine and Nora stood among the crowd, utterly stunned by the Elon's actions. They had initially feared that he would lose to Anton and be unable to leave Mount Shu. Who could have imagined that the situation would turn around so quickly, completely overwhelming Anton? Was this the true strength of Axton's companions? Even Melissa, standing on the pavilion with her usually calm demeanor, felt a ripple of emotion. Her gaze fixed intently on Axton, and the sense of familiarity grew stronger. She was convinced she must have met him before, but as she delved deeper, her mind began to ache sharply, with fragmented memories surfacing. She frowned deeply. Who is this man? Why does his aura feel so familiar? Melissa even felt a sense of relief when she saw the Elon appear and Anton fall. She never held Anton in high regard. Due to the interference of the Elon, the engagement ceremony could no longer proceed. Alessio had boasted that only Anton was worthy of her, but now being defeated by an unknown individual turned the proposed marriage into a joke. Exactly what Melissa wanted. Her main concern was the Elon's safety. Offending Mount Shu might make his safe departure extremely difficult. Although Emmanuel did not intervene at that moment, trouble would surely follow afterward. Melissa felt an impulse to approach the Elon and ask if he knew anything about her missing memories. A vague figure always appeared in her dreams, yet she could never see clearly. Surely, this man held information about her. Just a mere contest, and it causes you, Headmaster Yael, to personally intervene. I'm truly honored. Axton faced Emmanuel calmly. It was indeed unusual for the head of a prestigious sect to interfere in a junior's duel, violating the unspoken rules of Wanling Continent. Axton's voice was steady, yet anyone could detect the sarcasm within it. Many wandering cultivators sneered. After all, How disgraceful for the leader of a sect to forcibly meddle in a junior's affair. Hearing the murmurs around him, Emmanuel's expression darkened. Up above, Alessio realized the situation was dire and promptly landed in the courtyard square. What lowly ruffian dares to disrupt our joyful day here at Mount Shu? I suspect you are remnants of the evil cult. Where are Mount Shu's disciples? What are you waiting for? Alessio, with his seasoned experience, deftly shifted the blame onto Axton. Only by labeling the Elon as a demon cultivator could the matter be resolved. Cecilia cultivators were to be exterminated by anyone who encountered them. Even if the Elon were killed on the spot, there would be no problem, especially on Mount Shu's territory where they controlled the narrative. This was the best way to resolve the crisis. Indeed, Emmanuel's expression improved upon hearing Alessio's words. By insisting the intruder was from an evil cult, everything could be justified. Have you no shame left? Axton sneered at Alessio's words. Since he dared to act, he had already planned his escape. Emmanuel, priding himself on status, probably wouldn't intervene again. Otherwise, he'd become a laughingstock. As for the sudden onslaught by Alessio and other Mount Shu disciples, Axton didn't care. His mission to sabotage the engagement ceremony was accomplished. Even if Mount Shu outnumbered him, Axton was confident he could retreat through the spatial Emil realm. Just as Axton surveyed his surroundings for an escape route, numerous unexpected guests entered Mount Shu. Leading them were two elderly men. One was ethereal in white robes, while the other was kind-hearted with a staff in hand. Behind each stood several distinguished cultivators. These two elders were none other than Titus from the Enlightenment Immortal Palace and Chevy from Buddha Sound Temple. Amitba, I came today to congratulate Mount Shu but unexpectedly witnessed quite a show, said Chevy kindly, with young monk Otis beside him looking around curiously. Ha 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 ha, to think old Yael here is becoming senile. To interfere in a junior's duel? How disgraceful, exclaimed Titus, causing immense embarrassment to the Mount Shu disciples. Yet they dared not retaliate due to the senior status of these visitors. These were representatives of Buddha Sound Temple and Enlightenment Immortal Palace, neither of whom could be easily offended, even during Mount Shu's heyday. Why are you here, Canon and Titus? Asked Emmanuel, his frown deepening. His attention shifted away from the Elon, and his murderous intent subsided. This is Mount Shu's internal affair, and we do not wish to meddle. Internal affair? Melissa Ferry is our comrade in arms. We cannot stand idly by, responded Benjamin, emerging from behind Titus. He and Otis, upon learning about Melissa's impending engagement, decided to visit Mount Shu immediately, persuading their seniors to accompany them. Only through their earnest pleading did they convince their elders to lead a delegation to Mount Shu, ostensibly for the ceremony, but truly to support Melissa. If the fiancé had been someone else, it might have been manageable, but Anton was loathed by both of them. As friends, they couldn't let this happen without intervening. Hence, the current scenario unfolded. Had Axton known about this development while he was in the Green Cloud Mountains, he certainly wouldn't have remained idle. Benjamin and Otis exchanged glances, then focused on the Elon. They owed much gratitude to this person for buying them time. Not only would they ensure his safety, but the Elon also exuded a familiar aura, despite the lack of physical recognition. Subconsciously, Benjamin felt certain he had seen this man somewhere before. Hashtag chapter 400, breaking the stalemate. The situation at the Xiuxian Plaza had become chaotic. The arrival of Pahuang Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple had disrupted the balance. Even Alessio dared not speak casually, fearing his words would bring disaster, let alone the Xiuxian disciples. This is an internal matter of our Xiuxian. Are you sure you want to meddle? Asked Emmanuel in a low, deep voice, laced with intense dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Canon and Aldo being present, he still had the confidence to detain the Elon. But now, his hands were tied. It was clear they came prepared, and his own actions seemed unjustifiable, putting him in an awkward position. Taking a step back would weaken Xiuxian's morale. Taking a step forward would clash with two major immortal sects. Moreover, the scattered cultivators around were voicing their disdain for Xiuxian's actions today. With the representatives from the two great sects arriving, these voices grew louder, beyond control. Shushan Sword Sect truly lives up to its name as a disgrace. Even the sect leader bullies a junior. I can't stand it. Shu, we're on their territory. Do you have a death wish? Why should we fear? With elders from Pahuang Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple here, do you think Xiuxian will dare to play tricks? Exactly, losing both face and battle. Amidst the murmurs, Benjamin and Otis arrived by Axton's side. The Elon's delay gave them just enough time to reach the scene, for which they couldn't help but feel grateful. I am Benjamin of Pahuang Immortal Palace, and this is Otis of Foyan Temple. We greet you, fellow Taoist. Benjamin chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the many pairs of eyes fixed on him. Ever since he learned that Anton returned unscathed and was heavily cultivated by Xiuxian, he lost all good feelings toward the Shushan Sword Sect. Otis nodded kindly at Axton, though unfamiliar with the man, he felt a sense of closeness, an impression particularly strong for someone of the Buddhist faith. Amitba, may I inquire who your sect is and if you know Brother Axton? The Elon shook his head without answering. Just as they felt disheartened, a message echoed in their minds. Ning Brother Otis, it's been a long time. This? Amitba. Both were startled, scanning their surroundings before finally focusing on the Elon. They knew they hadn't misheard. It was undoubtedly Axton's transmission. It's me, but I've used a disguise. Forgive me for deceiving you. Axton remained outwardly silent while communicating privately via mental transmission, marveling at the Qingla snake's innate abilities that even his closest brothers could not recognize him. Truly wondrous. So it's really you, Brother Unker. You really. Benjamin, unable to find words amidst his joy, could only laugh bitterly. You really tricked us well, Otis, and I thought you didn't know about this news and rushed over out of concern. But you've beaten us to it. Amitba, Master Unker's abilities are astonishing. Not even we detected any flaw. Ha ha ha, Otis replied warmly, breaking his usual cold demeanor. These three were brothers in arms, gathering spontaneously for their companion Soraya. Now they shared only a silent smile. Emmanuel's gaze had already shifted from Axton. He stood mid-air, his eyes locking with Aldo and Cannon, sparking an invisible tension. Gentlemen, today is a significant day for Shushan, yet it has been ruined by an insignificant nobody. I must capture him and give an explanation to my disciples. Facing Emmanuel's imposing presence, Aldo showed no sign of alarm. He gently stroked his beard and shook his head. Not so fast, sect leader Yael. This is merely a grudge between juniors. Losing isn't terrible. What's worse is not recognizing one's own shortcomings. Umitba, Soraya has ties with our temple. Elder Monk knows she opposes this arrangement. Why persist? Sect leader Yael. Cannon clasped his hands, exuding a power no less formidable than Emmanuel. As the hall master of Foyan Temple's Arhat Hall, his prowess was unparalleled, commanding respect from all. Humph, so you intend to forcefully protect that boy? Emmanuel's tone was harsh. He hadn't expected them to be so bold, willing to personally intervene for a nobody. Sect leader Yael did the same, disregarding propriety for a disciple, did you not? Aldo's words cut through the tension, leaving Emmanuel speechless. His opponent was right. He had broken the rules first, lacking reason or righteousness. Emmanuel glanced at the unconscious and battered Anton, then at the seemingly unperturbed Elon. Clenching his heart, he turned away, his figure vanishing, unwilling to show further face. He sensed the gazes from the crowd, too prideful to face it. With experts from Pahuang Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple present, he couldn't afford to openly challenge these two major sections. Swallowing his frustration, he walked away. Alessio felt an inexplicable chill, knowing Emmanuel's anger had extended to him and his son. If only Anton wasn't so incompetent, failing against a nobody. Would this farce have happened? Hardening his resolve, Alessio carried Anton off under everyone's watchful eyes, marking the end of the engagement ceremony. His plans crumbled into nothingness. Ultimately, it was Axton's fault. Despite not being there, he orchestrated Benjamin and Otis to disrupt the event. Combined with the pressure from Pahuang Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple, his dream of rising through ranks and marrying into Emmanuel's family was shattered. Turning away, Alessio's eyes blazed with rage and darkness. Not only must Axton and those two boys die, but Pahuang Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple must pay for today's humiliation. Chapter 401. Reunion. The grand event on Mount Shu was abruptly interrupted, and the itinerant cultivators unanimously praised its unexpected excitement. The Xiuxian disciples, who had been eagerly anticipating the event, could only sadly withdraw. Alessio also left the pavilion under some pretext. He simply lacked the face to continue presiding over the ceremony. Anton's complete defeat at the hands of an unknown individual rendered him utterly unfit to become Soraya's Dao companion. He would have to wait until this matter blew over before making further plans. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen old Yael lose his cool. Today really gave me a vent for my frustrations. Titus laughed heartily, unconcerned about whether or not Emmanuel might hear him. Clearly, the relationship between the two was less than amicable. Amichuofo, over the years, sect leader Yael has behaved erratically and arrogantly, bringing shame upon the traditions of the Shushan Sword Sect. Chevy nodded in agreement. Ever since Emmanuel took charge of Shushan, the sect severed ties with the 7 immortal sections. No one knew what schemes were brewing in his mind, and even during the significant event of the demonic invasion, Shushan barely contributed, causing widespread dissatisfaction. Indeed, this young friend is remarkable. His cultivation level is so profound that even I can't discern it. Titus's gaze shifted to Axton. He found the Elon before him strangely familiar, but couldn't place where he'd seen him before. He noticed Benjamin and Colm were quite close to this person, which puzzled him. Amichuofo, headmaster, this is Uncor Shur's altered appearance. Colm discreetly transmitted his voice, clarifying the situation for the two seniors. Seeing their surprised expressions made him inwardly amused. What? It's little friend Uncor? Titus was astonished. Ordinary disguise techniques couldn't fool his divine senses, yet Axton managed to come to Shushan without being recognized by anyone. Titus and Cannon exchanged glances, marveling at the surprises Axton still held. Seeing that most people had left, Axton decided to stop pretending. He restored his voice to its original tone and bowed respectfully to Titus and Cannon. Junior Axton pays respects. This visit in disguise has caused some embarrassment. Ha ha ha, Taoist brother Uncor, what kind of ability do you possess that even I can't see through? Benjamin casually put his arm around Axton's shoulders, examining his facial features closely. Despite knowing each other well, he couldn't find any flaw in Axton's disguise. Oh, this is a natural ability I obtained after taming a spirit pet. That little snake I just fought is called a xuanhuan snake. Xuanhuan snake? At the name, Titus and Chevy gasped in shock. While their sect wasn't renowned for beast training, they did raise some spirit beasts for protection. The reputation of the xuanhuan snake was legendary on the 10,000 spirit continent. A fully matured xuanhuan snake ranked 11th among the strange creatures, just one rank short of entering the top 10, a highly sought-after existence by many cultivators. Due to its extremely long growth cycle and susceptibility to early death, entering the top 10 was challenging but not impossible. So that explains why we couldn't see through your disguise. Titus sighed with admiration. Axton's cultivation and opportunities always brought new surprises. If such a disciple were born into his sect, Titus would certainly cultivate him as a treasure. It was laughable that Shushan expelled such a promising talent. Now that Axton had established his own sect, inviting him to join theirs was no longer appropriate. Titus could only suppress his urge. The xuanhuan four-headed snake had already transformed into a small snake and slipped into Axton's sleeve, thoroughly content from devouring the lightning fire lizard. Its eyelids drooped lazily, ready to fall asleep anytime. Through mental connection, Axton learned that the fourth head needed more time to fully develop. Once stable, it would reach the nascent soul stage, significantly boosting Axton's strength. Seeing the small snake in his sleeve, Benjamin and Colm felt somewhat envious. Forming a contract with such a spirit beast greatly benefited the host, yet they felt nothing but joy for Axton, feeling no envy. Amichuofo, little friend Uncor, where are you headed next? Would you like to visit our Buddha Sound Temple? Colm extended an invitation. The temple's young monks often heard tales of Axton and were eager to meet him in person. Axton smiled wryly. He had only visited Xiuxian out of impulsive feelings. There was still much to manage back at Xingyun sect, leaving him unable to stay longer. Despite being away for only a short while, he felt a nagging worry. Fortunately, Apollon remained at Xingyun sect along with the 3 dragons playing with a pearl array guarding it. Nevertheless, he felt an urgent desire to return. I'm sorry, Colm, but I must tend to matters at Xingyun sect. I will surely visit once things settle down. Colm smiled understandingly. Knowing Axton's responsibilities, he didn't press further. Daoist brother Uncor, you're thinking of leaving already? We won't stop you, but someone's coming, Benjamin said with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying watching the scene unfold. Who would stop him? Axton was puzzled. Even Emmanuel had retreated silently. Who else would dare cause trouble here? As a figure approached from afar, Axton understood Benjamin's meaning. It was Soraya. She hadn't immediately left the pavilion, but instead slowly flew towards Axton. Today was her joyous occasion, yet she appeared unusually calm and even colder than usual. Her white dress made her seem ethereal, her beauty like a precious work of art meticulously crafted by heaven, unforgettable at first sight. Soraya exuded an even more graceful and cold demeanor now. Seeing her approach, Axton wanted to leave. He couldn't reveal his identity in front of her, especially since she had lost her memory. Acknowledging himself as Axton risked exposing his true self, and his objective for today had already been achieved. It was best to leave quickly. Stop. Trying to slip away, Axton was blocked by Soraya, who moved swiftly like a breeze. Why are you running? Soraya carefully examined the Elon's face, and then looked suspiciously at Benjamin and Colm beside him. They were definitely hiding something from her. This Elon radiated a familiar presence. Choosing to disrupt her engagement today was clearly intentional. Even though they were strangers, why would he meddle? Knowing Benjamin and Colm, both top talents from their respective sects who valued their choices carefully, his interaction with them hinted at his importance. Axton chuckled awkwardly, seeing his friends weren't going to help him. I'm afraid Shushan's experts might come after me. By then, it'll be too late to run. Soraya frowned, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. She moved closer, almost able to smell the faint fragrance from her body. Nonsense. Your actions angered my master, and with Senior Titus and Canon present, who would dare stop you? Facing Soraya's questioning, Axton only smiled foolishly, unsure how to respond. They stood on different sides now. Even if she remembered him, how could they face each other again? On one side was her devoted master and the Shushan sect. On the other was a life-and-death friendship. An invisible barrier existed between them. Perhaps it was better for her to remain oblivious, saving her from a difficult choice. Thinking this, Axton felt a bitter smile inside, so be it. As long as Soraya hasn't been wronged. Or perhaps I should wait until my strength is no longer something Shushan can intimidate. Only then will there be an opportunity to reveal myself to her, which would be better than adding to our troubles now. #### Chapter 402. Matters concluded here. Have we met before? Seeing Axton remain silent, Melissa continued to ask, her usually icy demeanor now softened, with a hint of urgency in her eyes. She had an instinctive feeling that this Elon was connected to her lost memories. The familiar aura around him couldn't deceive her. Miss, we have never met. Axton slowly shook his head. Now was not the right time to reveal his identity. He would wait until after the Immortal Sect martial gathering, when the Xingyun sect had fully risen and could stand against Shushan. Only then would he be confident enough to reveal everything. To be honest, I have personal grievances with Anton. Today, I came to Shushan to seek revenge. I didn't mean to disrupt your affairs, for which I sincerely apologize. Axton spoke without arrogance or servility. His 2 companions found his words amusing but held back their laughter, respecting his decision. They understood his intentions. With the situation unclear and being within Shushan's territory, revealing his identity wasn't wise. Moreover, preventing Anton's plot was already sufficient. Looking at the Elon who avoided eye contact, and the hesitant responses of Benjamin and Hatcher, Melissa knew they were hiding something from her. But given her naturally cold temperament and pride, she didn't wish to press further. If you won't tell me, I'll find out the truth myself, eventually uncovering what happened back then. If that's the case, then I won't bother you further. Melissa nodded slightly towards Brody and Canon Master, then turned and left without hesitation, leaving the others staring at each other. Brother Uncor, seeing a loved one before you yet unable to acknowledge them must be hard to bear, Benjamin laughed, clearly teasing Axton. Umitba, even though Fairy Melissa has lost her memory, she still feels a special connection to you. It seems she has feelings for you. Hatcher also sighed, noting that Melissa had developed special emotions for Axton long ago. Fate had indeed played a cruel hand. From fellow disciples, they had become strangers. What a pity for such a bond to end this way. Don't say such things. We're just friends. Axton had to admit he once harbored some feelings for Melissa, but their relationship was primarily friendship. Especially after so much had transpired, their positions had changed, creating a deep rift between them. Brody Sr., Chevy, thank you both for helping me today. I will take my leave now. Axton bowed deeply to the seniors, remembering all their past assistance, vowing to repay them someday. Ha ha ha, young friend Uncor, go with peace of mind. We'll keep an eye on Shushan and ensure Melissa is not harmed. Brody stroked his beard, increasingly curious about how far Axton would grow. In him, he saw glimpses of Tommy, perhaps even surpassing him in talent. Given Tommy's ability to change the entire battlefront of the righteous and demonic forces, his son surely wasn't ordinary. Besides, Axton's character appealed to both of them, making it a pleasure to assist him. Thank you, seniors. Axton felt reassured. With Brody's promise, he looked at his 2 closest friends again. Hatcher, Brother Ning. This parting might mean our next meeting will be at the Immortal Sect martial gathering. Take care. Don't worry, Brother Uncor. You should be more concerned about whether we will surpass you. Ba, this monk practices diligently day and night. You'll see when the time comes. Hatcher spoke confidently. Inspired by Axton's example, his competitive spirit was roused, pushing him to practice harder. Then let's meet in 10 months. Safe travels. A brief farewell marked the end of this trip to Shushan. Although he hadn't gotten closer to the Cecilia Lock Tower or found any clues about his master Kobe, stopping Anton's plan was enough. This was merely a small interlude. The most important task now was rapidly enhancing his strength for the upcoming Immortal Sect Martial Gathering. This event wouldn't only test individual prowess, but also evaluate sect strength. Not only Axton, but Tanner Shelley, and even the new disciples needed to grow quickly. Only when the sect's power was substantial could they delve into higher-level matters and unravel past mysteries. Achieving the nascent soul stage was Axton's set goal. Tommy's consciousness had told him that only at the nascent soul stage could he access secrets and search for Tommy's trail. With his Tao realm taking shape and the benefits from the Qiulan snake's recognition, Axton's inner spiritual energy was at its peak. Preparations made, he could initiate his assault on the nascent soul stage at any moment. He planned to return to the Qiuxian sect, finalize all matters, and enter seclusion. 10 months remained before the Immortal Sect Martial Gathering. By then, he must reach the nascent soul stage, proving to the entire Wanling continent that Tommy's son was no weakling. ####Chapter 403, City Lord Marianne. Having successfully thwarted Anton's sinister plans, it was regrettable that he hadn't been killed on the spot. It still boiled down to his own lack of strength. Axton was determined to unravel the mystery once Qiuxian sect could directly contend with Mount Shu's sword order. Despite knowing that Anton had succumbed to demonic influence, Emmanuel continued to shield him. The entire Mount Shu turned a blind eye to the incident with the heavenly Cecilia Eye. This Mount Shu was no longer the one Tommy sacrificed his life to protect, and Axton would certainly restore justice for his father. On the way back to Qiuxian sect, Axton saw many silent villages and towns along the way. The eerie silence indicated they had been thoroughly devastated by demon cultivators. These were all within the territory of Mount Shu, which had turned a deaf ear to the activities of demon cultivators. It was no wonder so many people flocked to Baiyun City, as chaos reigned in the entire domain of Mount Shu, leaving civilians struggling to survive. Although Axton had eliminated some visible demon cultivators on his way, it was but a drop in the ocean for the entire Wanling continent. More significant plots brewed in secret corners. There was only one way to stop this. Find the leader of the demons and cut off their source of arrival on the Wanling continent to expel them entirely. Qiuxian Mountain Range. Axton spent nearly 2 days traveling day and night before finally returning to the territory of Qiuxian sect. Nearby, Shay Village exuded peace, with people working from sunrise to sunset, showing no signs of any unrest since Qiuxian sect's rise. Axton had specifically instructed the sect disciples to patrol the territory and even issued guarding village missions from the mission hall, rewarding substantial contribution points upon completion. As a result, the area around Qiuxian sect thrived, attracting many independent cultivators and ordinary people to form communities, and new cities emerged. The city he arrived at now was a newly established one called xuanhuan City. It was built collaboratively by numerous independent cultivators for collective protection, and Qiuxian sect was delighted by this development, symbolizing a steady increase in its prestige within the Qiuxian mountain range, with many seeking shelter under its banner. Regarding the position of city lord, Axton did not interfere much, leaving it up to the independents to decide. They had elected a female cultivator, though Axton wasn't clear about her background. Palace Master. In front of the city, several disciples dressed in Qiuxian sect robes were elated, recognizing Axton instantly from his appearance at the sect. These few had received patrol duties from the sect and were surprised and excited to see Axton here. Palace Master, you're back. They immediately bowed but were gently lifted by a gentle force. This place has developed well, and you have done a good job. Axton nodded slightly, acknowledging that he knew about the establishment of xuanhuan City and came to inspect it during his return. Indeed, it was bustling with activity. Palace Master, there are many Qiuxian sect shops in xuanhuan City. The city lord reserved the best locations for us. I heard she is interested in joining Qiuxian sect as an outer sect elder. Yes, I just saw some city guards rushing to report back. The city lord will likely arrive soon. xuanhuan City, under the protection of Qiuxian sect, brought benefits to the sect, training grounds for disciples, increased prestige, and many shops selling elixirs and magical artifacts made by Shelley and Dupango as practice. While Qiuxian sect disciples needed little of these treasures, they were highly valued by independent cultivators, providing an excellent source of spirit stones for the sect. You've done well. Continue patrolling here to ensure the safety of the nearby residents. Axton gave some casual instructions and prepared to leave, having no particular interest in the city lord of xuanhuan City. He wanted to return to Qiuxian sect quickly to check on its status. However, a powerful fluctuation came from within xuanhuan City. Suddenly, numerous butterflies appeared, gathering into a graceful figure. A female cultivator emerged from afar. She wore colorful silken robes with a purple-red whip wrapped around her arm. Her long hair flowed behind her, half her face concealed by a butterfly mask. Despite not seeing her full face, one could imagine her striking beauty from what was revealed. Even before she arrived, her fragrance filled the air. A rich yet refreshing aroma like that of 1,000 blossoms, invigorating the senses. 2 Qiuxian sect disciples were also captivated but quickly left, not wanting to appear awkward in Axton's presence. This newcomer was the city lord of xuanhuan City, named Marianne. Her name matched the Marianne Axton met at Mount Shu, but their cultivation levels and auras were worlds apart. He often heard Dupango muttering her name absent-mindedly. Initially indifferent to the xuanhuan city lord, Axton was taken aback when he realized her cultivation depth was unfathomable, clearly reaching the nascent soul realm. Why would someone of such cultivation want to be the city lord of a newly established city and claim interest in joining Qiuxian sect? Axton found it implausible that Qiuxian sect held such allure. Is this visitor Palace Master Axton? Marianne gracefully approached Axton, her smile charming, her voice melodious. She seemed like a youthful 20-year-old girl, exuding immense charm with every movement, especially from her unveiled eye that held infinite allure. That's right, greetings, City Lord Marianne. Though puzzled, Axton politely greeted her, knowing she contributed significantly to establishing Xuanhuan City. Hee, long have I heard of Palace Master Unkor's fame. Meeting you today confirms my decision. I'm truly glad. Marianne moved closer to Axton, her half-mask accentuating her beauty rather than hiding it. Compared to the coldness of Pan and Korchi and the sweetness of Marla, Marianne radiated seductiveness in every move, accompanied by her elegant figure and subtle fragrance, almost irresistible to any man. But Palace Master was so hasty. If not for me rushing over upon hearing the news, I might not have seen you. Marianne softly complained, appearing aggrieved, her look eliciting sympathy as Axton felt his senses drawn to her eyes, unconsciously feeling fondness. Himph, fox spirit. A sour voice rang in his mind. Yiba's words snapped Axton out of it, realizing he had fallen for her illusion. Even more alarming was that Marianne had cast it effortlessly despite his spirit power surpassing the nascent soul stage. These illusions have no effect on me, City Lord Marianne. Let's get to the point. Axton frowned, his mind clear. Thankfully, he sensed no malice from her, or he wouldn't let this pass easily. Marianne paused, surprised that Axton broke free so quickly. Most cultivators in Xuanhuan City were instantly entranced upon seeing her. Axton was the first core formation cultivator unaffected by her allure. Amazed, she stepped closer again. Note, Marianne should be transliterated as Xidia, adhering to pinyin rules. However, for consistency with the provided context, Marianne is used. Chapter 404, Guest Elder. Alliance Leader Unkor, please calm down. Bryn did not mean to do it intentionally. It's just that the cultivation method I practice is rather special. Seeing Axton's unusual expression, Bryn hurriedly explained, her soft and pleasing voice inadvertently lowering people's guard. My Dao realm is Jennifer Feather, which excels in illusionary arts. Unconsciously, a hint of its aura leaks out occasionally. Please forgive me, Alliance Leader Unkor. Bryn's expression was sincere, and Axton indeed sensed no ill intent from her. He nodded reluctantly. Thank you, City Lord Bryn, for all these days. I've heard you saved many independent cultivators and civilians, even establishing Xuanhuan City as their haven. If there's anything Xuanhuan Sect can assist with, feel free to speak up. I will do my best. Upon hearing this, Bryn beamed, but then became serious. A butterfly rested on her shoulder, its beautiful wings fluttering gently, complementing her stunning beauty perfectly. On this note, there is indeed something I seek your help with, Alliance Leader Unkor. I hope you can accommodate my request. She spoke gracefully, her voice melodic. I wish to join Xuanhuan Sect and seek protection. No matter how you arrange things, I will comply. Noticing Axton's hesitation, Bryn added more sincerely. Alliance Leader Unkor, you know very well that demonic forces are becoming more rampant. Although I possess some strength, my home has been trampled by demon experts, forcing me to escape to Xuanhuan Mountain Range. Axton listened without fully trusting her. City Lord Bryn, if you need protection, wouldn't joining the Pamax Immortal Sect be a better choice? Why come to our Xuanhuan Sect? Indeed, while Xuanhuan Sect had rapidly risen, it was still far from the established major sects like Pamax Immortal Sect. Given Bryn's strength, she could have joined them and at least avoided being pursued by demons. Alliance Leader Unkor, I have my reasons, Bryn said, closing her eyes briefly as if lost in painful memories. After collecting herself, she continued. You might not know, but my family once thrived, with several Yuan Princing elders. But recently, our family elders were summoned to the front lines against demons by Pamax Immortal Palace. Tragically, they met powerful enemies leading to total defeat and loss of territory. Reluctantly, I led the survivors away. Since then, I no longer trust those so-called sections. They treat our lives as cannon fodder. Bryn's words were filled with genuine sorrow, undeniable pain etched on her face. Axton wanted to argue but stopped himself. Knowing how corrupt the 7 great sects, including his own Shushan Sword Sect, had become, he couldn't judge Pamax Immortal Palace either. So be it. Since you've built a city within Xuanhuan's territory, join us as a guest elder. This way, we can support each other in the future. There was no reason to refuse Bryn's request. She was a powerful Yuan Princing cultivator who could aid Xuanhuan's sect against demon practitioners. Plus, she had saved countless independents and civilians. These actions were verifiable. Thank you, Alliance Leader Unkor. Bryn looked delighted, her eyes shining brighter. If you have time, visit Xuanhuan's sect. I will welcome you warmly. Axton bowed slightly. Whatever Bryn's motives were, her abilities and actions were evident. With demonic forces growing stronger, every bit of strength added security. Even though Xuanhuan's sect was expanding fast, it couldn't cover all areas. Having Bryn guarding Xuanhuan City was an ideal solution. Really? Then let's go now. There's no day like today. Axton's invitation was polite, yet Bryn eagerly looked forward to it. But, Xuanhuan City is newly established. Many trivial matters require your attention. No problem. My clan members manage the city. I only sit in charge daily without involving myself in details. But if demons invade during your absence, Xuanhuan City might be endangered. Have faith, Alliance Leader Unkor. I've seen few demons around Xuanhuan's sect lately, and the civilians live peacefully. It'll be fine. Axton coughed lightly, realizing Bryn had anticipated all rebuttals. Alright, City Lord Bryn, please follow me back to Xuanhuan's sect. Okay. Bryn followed Axton obediently, looking like an innocent girl despite being a Yuan Princing powerhouse. How quick to agree. Are you bewitched by that vixen? Yasmin's voice resurfaced in his mind, sounding irritable. Don't talk nonsense. City Lord Bryn has done much good. By reason and emotion, I should thank her properly. Axton sighed inwardly. Usually, Yueru stayed deep within his Dao realm, but today she was unusually active. I think you're blinded. Let me tell you, that woman isn't simple. Though I can't discern her true intentions, be cautious. Yasmin's sulky voice faded, making Axton sweat. Of course, he knew Bryn wasn't someone to be taken lightly, but he had no reason to refuse her. They reached the foot of Xiuxian's sect swiftly. Villages dotted the area, housing refugees seeking protection, bustling with activity. Approaching the gate, familiar presences greeted Axton, bringing a smile to his face. These guys have improved quite a bit. Chapter 405, A Woman's Heart. Approaching were Tanner and Shelley. They had received word from the disciples in xuanhuan City that Axton was about to return, so they waited at the mountain gate. Master! They happily came forward, clearly missing Axton very much. Although they had only been apart for less than a month, the siblings' dependence on Axton remained unchanged. Returning to Xiuxian's sect once again, Axton felt quite delighted. During his absence, Xiuxian's sect had been managed in an orderly manner, and Tanner's cultivation realm had steadily improved, preparing to break through to the golden core stage. This was a significant hurdle in cultivation. With Tanner's talent, he had the qualifications to condense Heavenly Dao Golden Core. Although Supreme Foundation establishment pills were rare, they were essential for condensing Heavenly Dao Golden Core. Originally, Axton had been worried about the alchemy ingredients, but Shelley's efforts perfectly solved this problem. Master, look! Shelley eagerly took out a jade bottle from her bosom. Upon opening it, several glossy pills emitted an inviting medicinal fragrance. It was the Foundation establishment pills. Master, Shelley hasn't been lazy these days. I've advanced to a third-rank alchemist and can now refine Foundation establishment pills. Shelley proudly raised her little face, and with her charming aura, many Xiuxian disciples glanced over admiringly. However, the success rate of refining Supreme Foundation establishment pills is too low. Shelley has refined many batches of pills but hasn't succeeded yet. Axton smiled. Shelley's improvement in alchemy was more surprising than her cultivation advancement. Originally, he had planned to visit Medicine King Valley to find Zhe Jin from the Prodigy group chat and devise ways to obtain Foundation establishment pills. He hadn't expected Shelley to solve this problem for Xiuxian's sect. You've done excellently already. As for Supreme Foundation establishment pills, they come by luck. But as long as you keep trying, you will eventually succeed. Aha! Behind Tanner and Shelley stood Annabelle. She also wanted to embrace Axton's arm like the siblings, but she was shy and lacked any official status, so she could only stand aside watching this scene. Brother Uncor, during your absence, Tianer has managed the Spirit Beast Garden well. Annabelle's sweet voice reached Axton. Of course, he sensed her feelings but was focused on avenging his parents and the upcoming Immortal Sect martial competition, leaving no time for love affairs. Oh, Brother Uncor, who is this? Driven by female intuition, Annabelle quickly noticed Marianne's presence. Her eyes flashed with a faint hostility. The other party was undoubtedly a beauty, surpassing her in allure and radiating a captivating charm. Keegan's eyes almost popped out until Apollon cleared his throat to bring him back to reality, leaving him with only an awkward grin. This is... Before Axton could introduce her, Marianne smiled and spoke first. My name is Marianne. I am the new mayor of xuanhuan City. Long have I heard of Xiuxian sect's great name. Today, I finally have the opportunity to pay my respects. Marianne's voice was vastly different from Annabelle's, naturally exuding a charming allure. Even though she didn't intentionally use charm techniques, the aura she unintentionally leaked still captivated many male disciples. Only Apollon, with his age, and Axton, with his steadfast heart, remained unaffected. Annabelle instinctively felt a dangerous vibe, echoing Yasmin's thoughts. Seductress. Brother Uncor, who is she? Annabelle felt somewhat displeased. The other party edged closer to Axton after seeing her, resembling a seductress completely. Oh, this is Miss Marianne, with profound cultivation, seeking to join our Xiuxian sect. Axton sensed the subtle tension between the two women. Annabelle had contributed a lot to Xiuxian sect and was highly regarded among the disciples. Although Marianne was a stranger, according to disciple intelligence, she had saved many wandering cultivators and countless commoners in xuanhuan City, contributing significantly to the stability of Xiuxian mountain range. If she joined Xiuxian sect, it would be a perfect fit. Greetings, Lady Tianer. Lord Uncor often speaks of you, praising your wisdom and inner beauty. You are destined to be a strong pillar of Xiuxian sect. In the future, we are all one family. I thank you for your hard work. Marianne's words won nods from Xiuxian sect disciples. She was beautiful and powerful with a pleasant demeanor, gaining many admirers. Humph! To Marianne's ears, those words stung. What gratitude! This seductress acted like the hostess. Who was she to comment? But with Axton present, Annabelle didn't want to embarrass him, knowing when to hold back. Well, in the future, please take good care of xuanhuan City, making it easier for Xiuxian sect disciples to train there. With this statement, Marianne was put at a distance, signaling her role in xuanhuan City, separate from Xiuxian sect. Watching the friction between the two women, Keegan envied Axton. Indeed, such talent would always attract beauties. He also thought of the namesake Marianne from Mount Shu, wondering if she was doing well. At the mountain gate, tensions flared, causing Axton a headache. He instructed Keegan to show Marianne around, unwilling to let the two women remain together, fearing a physical altercation soon. Brother Uncor, let me show you the Spirit Beast Garden. Many changes have occurred. Seeing the visitors leave, Annabelle embraced Axton's arm, leading him towards the garden. Even before reaching the garden entrance, the azure phoenix snake slithered out from his sleeve, awakened by the familiar surroundings, emitting soft hisses. So cute. Annabelle knew about the snake, but saw it up close for the first time. Its miniature size made it appear adorable, so she scooped it into her arms. The azure phoenix snake hissed unhappily, protesting to Axton, but submitted under his gaze, twisting and changing shape in her hands. Unable to bite or escape, the mighty three-headed snake from Mount Shu now became a tiny plaything in Annabelle's hands. Seeing Annabelle's fondness, Axton felt moved. Tianer, since you like it so much, I'll bestow it upon you. It can accompany and protect you. Really, Brother Uncor? But this little snake is your spirit beast, won't that? Annabelle was overjoyed but hesitant, knowing its value. Axton once mentioned cultivating it into a sect guardian, and giving it away was sudden. Deep down, she felt honored that Axton considered her safety enough to gift such a precious creature, far more than that seductress. Axton simply wanted to acknowledge the contributions of Apollon and Annabelle to Xiuxian's sect. Apollon, aging, cared most about Annabelle's safety, and gifting the snake was a token of appreciation. Just accept it. With the Azure Phoenix snake, managing the Spirit Beast Garden will be easier for you. Axton gently explained. The garden now attracted various beast spirits, mostly gentle but some violent ones, which needed the snake suppression. Thank you, Brother Unkur. Annabelle gratefully accepted, cherishing the little snake even more. Although the Azure Phoenix snake was somewhat unwilling, it could only reluctantly agree under Axton's mental suppression. It obediently coiled around Annabelle's wrist. At a glance, one might mistake it for a bracelet, its snake scales shimmering with a faint blue glow in the sunlight. Note: I have maintained the original tone and style, ensured natural and fluent English, and kept the paragraph structure as requested. Chapter 406, Beauty's Request. Upon obtaining the xuanhuan snake, Annabelle's minor grievances instantly vanished. Despite being pampered, she was a sensible girl. She had witnessed the downfall of Ankurgbo's sect firsthand, and Axton's appearance undoubtedly offered her salvation. Annabelle now harbored a simple wish. Having lost her homeland once, she now only wanted to protect Xiuxian's sect, her second family. Thus, she went all out to contribute to Xiuxian's sect, hoping to gain Axton's approval. Though Annabelle harbored affection for Axton, she never voiced it. To her, Axton was like a soaring eagle. She would be content as long as she could accompany him and be of some help. After pacifying Annabelle, Axton headed towards the sect hall. He sensed that Harvey and Tammy were inside. Although Harvey was usually very efficient in handling matters, it was hard to ensure he wouldn't be enchanted by Tammy's unintentionally released allure, which was potent enough to bewitch any ordinary cultivator. As soon as Axton entered the hall, he saw Harvey holding a pot of spirit tea while Tammy sat on a chair with a charming smile. Harvey was momentarily entranced. You're saying that when Lord Unkur was at Mount Shu, he had many admirers? It seems he was quite popular. Tammy sipped her tea with pursed red lips, an act that made Harvey stare in admiration. Yes, Miss Tammy, you don't know how Brother Unkur displayed his prowess at Mount Shu. He was truly awe-inspiring. Have you heard of Fairy Soraya? She also harbors feelings for Brother Unkur. If not for losing her memory, I think she would have. Cough cough. Axton interrupted Harvey's rambling with a light cough, feeling quite helpless. Brother Unkur, you've come? Harvey snapped back to reality, noticing Tammy's smiling face and breaking out in a cold sweat. If I hadn't come over, you'd have spilled my entire past. Axton sighed in resignation. He didn't blame Harvey, knowing well that Tammy's charm was irresistible, and such behavior was understandable. Yes, brother. I'll get back to refining artifacts. The sect is short on magic tools lately, so I need to keep working hard. Yes, hard? Embarrassed, Harvey scratched the back of his head before dashing out of the hall, clearly afraid of Axton's eventual retribution. Indeed. Axton sighed again, seeing Tammy turn her gaze toward him and shaking his head. Fairy Tammy, junior brother Do is like this, but he has a good heart and can be trusted. I feel the same way. However, those around Lord Unkur are really interesting. Not only do you have a beautiful fairy, but also such a loyal junior brother. Unlike me, who am alone, it's truly enviable. With these words, Tammy's expression turned pitiful, almost begging for comfort. A sight that would make any man want to embrace and reassure her fiercely. You misunderstand, fairy. Since you've decided to become our Xiuxian sect elder, we're one family now. There's no need to differentiate. Axton spoke with practiced politeness. Once aware of Tammy's enchantment, its effect wore off on him. With his powerful spiritual senses, he could resist it easily. Sensing no hostility from her, Axton didn't probe deeper into her nature. After all, as a guest elder, Tammy couldn't remain within Xiuxian's sect permanently. She needed to handle affairs in Xuanhuan City, reducing their chances of meeting. Lord Unkur is indeed eloquent. This makes Tammy feel much better. Tammy lightly touched her chest, where an impressive view lay, half-masked eyes glistening like a spring stream capable of melting any man. Since Lord Unkur considers Tammy part of the family, I have a small request. Could Lord Unkur possibly grant it? Here it comes. Axton tensed. He knew Tammy wouldn't join Xiuxian's sect without reason. Her strength was formidable, even incomprehensible to him. She could easily join a stronger force but chose Xiuxian's sect instead. There must be a reason. Speak freely. I will do my best. Axton didn't commit fully. Although his hawk-like eyes detected no hostility from her, dealing with problems beyond the capabilities of an early-stage nascent soul expert would be tough for him. He needed to hear her request first. It's like this. After my clan fell, many have tried to recruit me, including emissaries from Pahuang Immortal Palace. However, Tammy dislikes the looks in their eyes. Recalling the incident darkened Tammy's eyes, evidently remembering unpleasant experiences. But one person relentlessly pursued me, even following me to Xuanhuan City. All I asked is for Lord Unkur to inform him that I've joined Xiuxian's sect, and for him to stop following me. Listening to Tammy's narrative, Axton understood her predicament. Clearly, the envoy from Pahuang Immortal Palace had improper intentions toward Tammy. While she disliked this person, she dared not offend them too much. Joining Xiuxian's sect gave her an excuse to avoid him. Rumor has it Lord Unkur has good relations with Pahuang Immortal Palace. Could you help me? Tammy looked at Axton with her mesmerizing eyes, full of allure, waiting for his response. Chapter 407. The Power of Law. Axton now understood Marianne's intentions. It turned out that her desire to join the Green Cloud sect had another reason behind it. The delusion-breaking Immortal Palace wielded tremendous influence over the Xiuxian Mountains, and every move it made could affect the entire landscape. Though Unkur Ming had friends like Benjamin and predecessors like Dunk within the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace, the palace was vast with numerous members. Even Benjamin wasn't one of the most esteemed disciples in the sect. According to Marianne, Aiden, a cultivator who constantly pestered her, was the illegitimate son of the Grandmaster of the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace. Though his legitimacy was questionable, he was favored by the Grandmaster, and nobody within the palace dared to offend him. He frequently led a group of idle disciples around causing trouble, particularly enjoying the company of beautiful immortals. During Marianne's journey into the Xiuxian Mountains, she caught Aiden's eye and left him in awe. He immediately intercepted Marianne, wanting to add her to his harem. Who exactly was Marianne? She was shrewd and perceptive, and if it were any ordinary cultivator, she would have already dealt a harsh lesson. But as Aiden claimed to be the son of the Grandmaster of the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace, Marianne hesitated to take action, enduring his harassment. Her patience eventually wore thin, so she ran to an obscure place, blending into the crowd and establishing a city. However, Aiden was relentless. Somehow, he found her whereabouts and rushed to xuanhuan City. Just as Marianne was worrying within the city, Axton happened to arrive, giving her an idea. She had heard that Axton had a good relationship with the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace, and his help would likely make Aiden more restrained. Is that so? Axton nodded. He wasn't surprised by Aiden's actions. While the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace usually had a good reputation, even large sects like this occasionally had a few bad apples. Compared to them, the Yiba Sword Sect was much worse. Stay at the Green Cloud Sect for now. If Aiden comes after you, I'll deal with him. Axton calmly stated that while the matter seemed simple, it also held complexities. However, since he agreed to let Marianne join the Green Cloud Sect as a guest elder, he wouldn't leave her hanging over this issue. Hee, thank you, Leader Encore. No, it should be Grandmaster now. Marianne sighed in relief upon seeing Axton agree. She knew well the influence the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace had over the Xiuxian Mountains. Many family descendants who admired her stayed far away from Aiden like they would a snake, while being at the profound foundation level allowed her to roam freely in the Xiuxian Mountains. Offending the delusion-breaking Immortal Palace was too perilous. Axton felt quite troubled. He knew Marianne's background was complicated, but he was never one to shy away from challenges. Besides, xuanhuan City was within the territory of the Green Cloud Sect, and as its ruler, the Green Cloud Sect had the duty to protect Marianne. These days, stay at the Green Cloud Sect. Hector, arrange accommodations for Fairy Marianne. Deciding firmly, Axton ordered Hector to lead Marianne to temporary quarters. With the Immortal Sect martial arts competition approaching, every bit of strength added to the Green Cloud Sect would boost their future standing. Axton believed Marianne's addition would significantly benefit the Green Cloud Sect. With everything arranged, Axton finally had time to review the development status of the Green Cloud Sect. Summoning the system panel in his mind, all information about the Green Cloud Sect appeared before his eyes. Sect name, Green Cloud Sect. Sect level, 2nd tier. Number of disciples, 113. Spirit Chi concentration, dense. Buildings, Grand Sect Hall, Scripture Library, Martial Training Hall, Spirit Beast Garden, Alchemy Hall, Medicine Hall. Protective formation, 3 dragons playing with pearls array. Sect treasure, none. Guardian Spirit Beast, Azure Phoenix 4-headed snake, growing phase. Adversary, Yiba Sword Sect. All information about the Green Cloud Sect was displayed. The number of disciples had grown from 3 to 113, and the sect had reached the standard for the Immortal Sect martial arts competition. Most surprisingly, the Yiba Sword Sect had appeared under adversaries, indicating increasing dissatisfaction as the Green Cloud Sect rose in prominence. Axton expected this. His main focus now was on perfecting his killing realm. If he could cultivate life within the Dao realm, it would mean the killing realm was fully matured, allowing him to break through to the profound foundation stage. 8 months remained, and once he achieved the profound foundation stage, he'd feel more confident facing the Yiba Sword Sect directly. Although Emmanuel was at the peak profound foundation stage, Axton had already managed to defeat early-stage profound foundation practitioners like Osiris at the late Golden Core stage. He believed his 8 Virtues Golden Core would only grow stronger once he advanced to the profound foundation stage. Back in his cave, Axton sat meditatively on a cushion. Over the past days, his understanding of the killing realm deepened, especially after comprehending the essence of the sword. What he once saw as rolling clouds of murderous intent transformed into orderly lines under his eagle-eye vision. These intricate lines moved in a pattern, holding the entire Dao realm together. Axton realized these represented the physical manifestation of law. Once he mastered these lines, he could fully control the killing realm, dramatically enhancing its power and truly advancing to the profound foundation stage. This required time for contemplation, so he temporarily set aside the Dao realm and focused on something else. Recalling the profound state of simplicity and swordsmanship from Yiba, Axton remembered various top-notch techniques like the Tai Light separating sword, the tyrannical 3 swords, and the hidden sword technique taught by his father. Though he could execute them perfectly, he always felt something lacking. Now he understood. It was his own path of the sword. His father's technique, no matter how exquisite, might not fit him perfectly, as evidenced by his father's eventual confinement in the restricted area. Axton's mindset shifted. He was no longer the young man trying to follow his father's footsteps. From the beginning, his approach might have been wrong. To rescue his parents, he needed to surpass his father. Blind imitation would never pave his unique path. Axton aimed to create his own sword technique, unraveling elaborate sword moves to grasp the true essence of swordsmanship. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness, where boundless sword intent surged, countless mental swords danced overhead, displaying all the techniques Axton had mastered. Among them were the incomparable dominance, radiating sword lights, and graceful maneuvers. All sword light erupted under Axton's will, illuminating every corner of the sea of consciousness, even influencing the Dao realm. Above the killing realm, the heavy murderous intent was pierced by countless sword lights, sharp sword chi surging vigorously within. Yasmin lazily opened her eyes, focusing on the scene before her. She knew Axton had grasped the threshold of the Dao, attempting to dismantle everything and recreate it anew, finding his own path. Such pure power of law. What has this fool comprehended? Seeing the undulating sword chi, Yasmin marveled inwardly. If not for sensing Axton's will wasn't out of control, she would have hidden long ago. This terrifying force of law was most suppressive against the soul, especially for a spiritual embodiment like herself. Does he really intend to comprehend his own Tao at the Golden Core stage? Too monstrous. Chapter 408. Heart Sword Without Trace. Yasmin couldn't help but be shocked. Axton's actions indeed surpassed her wildest imagination, forming an 8th rank Heavenly Tao Golden Core and comprehending Tao realm abilities during the Golden Core stage. If calling him a prodigy could describe these feats, then his current attempt to independently understand the Tao had completely shattered her preconceived notions. In Yasmin's impression, even veteran Yuan Prince cultivators were few who possessed their unique Tao. Tao was the force of laws, unique to each individual. On the 10,000 spirits continent, there were countless types of elemental Taos, with most cultivators' Tao realms constrained by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or those derived from them like ice, lightning, poison, blades, swords, etc. For example, Anton's water mist Tao realm or the ice-based Tao realm, and so on. Each Yuan Prince cultivator possessed their Tao realm, but not one was truly unique. Elemental Tao realms were the most common and easiest to understand paths, yet many people had comprehended them. Entering the transformation spirit stage required comprehending one's own Tao, eventually integrating it into the heavenly Tao for recognition. Only then could one have the opportunity to enter the transformation spirit realm. But how easily said than done. Most cultivators' Tao realms were beyond personal control, limited to the most basic elemental realms. Comprehending a unique Tao realm was as difficult as climbing to heaven. Furthermore, with millions of cultivators on the 10,000 spirits continent, obtaining a path exclusively your own was incredibly hard, requiring both exceptional insight and great fortune. Axton's current endeavors undeniably changed Yasmin's perception. Attempting to comprehend the laws at the Golden Core stage, if he succeeded, what heights would he reach? Though this possibility was minuscule, too many anomalies surrounded Axton. Yasmin felt that if anyone could achieve this, it would be Axton. Setting aside Yasmin's thoughts, Axton focused entirely on his sea of consciousness. He observed the numerous sword lights in the air, finding them simultaneously familiar and alien. Familiar because he had mastered these techniques and could unleash their full power. Alien because he felt these sword arts didn't belong to him. Even though his father's hidden sword technique came naturally, there was a deep sense of estrangement. Axton knew that depending solely on these moves would never allow him to surpass his father. He wanted to find a sword uniquely his, allowing him to wield it without restraint, truly achieving harmony between man and sword. He had experienced this before, during the duel with Anton on Mount Shu, where he deconstructed all sword techniques into fundamental forms and countered with simplicity. Now, Axton would do it again. The sword beams of Tai separation light dissipated, the overwhelming aura of the 3 dominating swords vanished, and the hidden sword technique's latent power faded. Everything around Axton deconstructed into its most basic form, transforming into primal sword chi. Opening his eyes, he saw a line central to these exquisite sword moves, a thread representing the root of all techniques, the essence of all movements, the foundation of every sword maneuver, also known as law. My sword must be light and agile, Axton murmured, reaching out to grasp a line in midair. My sword must be overwhelmingly powerful. Another line descended from his sea of consciousness into his hand. My sword must move at my will. The 2 lines in his hands responded to his commands, gradually merging into a new law. My sword follows the path of Emil, yet remains shapeless and intangible. As Axton continued to speak, more lines from his sea of consciousness fused into the initial 2, obediently becoming part of the newly formed law. The once vibrant sword lights now dimmed, their essence extracted, undergoing a mysterious transformation within Axton's grasp. There. Axton's eyes snapped open, radiating intense light. The lines in his hand shimmered brightly as they thickened, enveloped by law forces, eventually forming a robust thread glowing with a dark luster. The law force in Axton's hands was scorchingly hot, a fusion of multiple sword techniques' core principles. Though forcefully merged, it was a mishmash of different elements. Then I shall carve you into shape. With a mental command, an invisible blade appeared in the air, slicing down upon the line with brutal precision. Each strike revealed countless fragments of law force, but careful observation showed that these weren't the core principles. Axton was purifying them, removing extraneous elements, allowing true law essence to integrate fully. Blow after blow, the thickened line began to resemble a sword, with law force churning within, devoid of any recognizable sword technique form. My sword technique, usable only by me. Axton disregarded the unstable law force, aware that if triggered, it could obliterate his entire sea of consciousness. Emil immortal, Axton roared, and the Emil immortal sword manifested in his consciousness, landing in his hand. As long as my heart calls for it, the Emil immortal can enter my sea of consciousness. Axton stared intently at the nascent sword formation in his mind, sensing its subtle changes. He knew this was his unique sword Tao, his original creation. Though incompletely understood, it needs a name. Let it be called Heart Sword. Chapter 409 Jealousy. Mind Sword, as the name suggests, is wielding a sword with one's mind. Ordinary cultivators mostly use sword techniques created by their predecessors. Even if they can thoroughly understand them, it's impossible to match the heights achieved by their predecessors. This is an unchangeable rule in the world of cultivation, which explains why so few cultivators reach the transformation of spirit stage, since only a handful can find their own path. Whether it be sword techniques or other weapons like spears, blindly following and relying on the teachings of predecessors might accelerate the learning process, but once they enter the nascent soul stage, they will hit a deep bottleneck and cannot advance any further. Axton felt joy in his heart because he had finally touched that barrier. This was the key to entering the nascent soul stage. As long as he could fully comprehend the mind sword, Axton would take another giant step forward. Sharp pains surged through his brain. Such a state of enlightenment consumes a lot of mental energy. Axton's vision became blurry, the lines of law in his eyes disappeared, and his mental energy was completely drained. Let me rest for now. I've grasped that feeling. Axton relaxed his mind, and immediately a wave of weakness washed over him. However, the harvest this time was abundant. He had mastered the use of the mind sword. This was the most basic sword technique, the root from which all other sword techniques derived. Axton had comprehended only 2 moves for the time being. One move was thrust. The other move was jab. Thrust could penetrate any defensive measure, collapsing the opponent's move at its origin. It was a collision between laws. Once the opponent failed to comprehend their unique law, they couldn't defend against Axton's attack. Jab originated from the Tai Light, separating sword technique, and was mainly defensive. Any offensive move would be neutralized by the jab sword technique. A thrust and a jab. This was the profound truth Axton had understood from the mind sword. He hadn't yet tested them in actual combat, but they contained the power of his unique mind sword law, making them formidable. I wonder what my father's sword Dao is? Axton lowered his head and murmured to himself. Tommy was the top swordsman in Xiuxian back then, advancing to the transformation of spirit stage with overwhelming strength. Because of him, Shushan's ranking among the 7 immortal sects skyrocketed, almost surpassing the Breaking Illusion Immortal Palace and the Sound of Buddha Temple. He recalled his father's past teachings. Xuanhuan, the sword in your hand should be wielded to protect important people. If you find the purpose of drawing the sword, then you can truly become a sword cultivator. Suddenly, Axton understood. He thought he knew his father's sword Dao. To protect important people and matters, so Tommy was willing to face the demon path alone to protect him and his mother. Knowing clearly that there were problems within Shushan, his father still willingly stood at the forefront of Shushan. Axton couldn't comprehend this when he was young. Why did the people of Shushan treat his father this way? Yet his father protected the Shushan Sword School without complaint. Now he understood. This was his father's unique sword Dao, born out of protection. Tommy grew up in Shushan, and it was the only home he recognized. No matter how much it changed, he would defend this home with his life, just like protecting his son and wife. Because this was Tommy's sword Dao. If he deviated, he would lose his Dao heart. He couldn't retreat and wouldn't retreat. In Axton's heart, his father was a towering hero. So, for what reason do I swing my mind sword? Axton faintly sensed it. His unique mind sword already had its form, so his sword Dao should also have a place. Recalling the past, Axton seemed to gain some understanding. He trained diligently to seek justice for his father. At its core, it was about his father's unfair treatment in Shushan, to vent this anger in his chest. So his mind sword Dao was to eliminate all injustices, using his sword to cut down all unjust and unrighteous people. Those who bully the weak, kill. Those who spread rumors, kill. Those who betray trust, kill. Those who harm my loved ones, kill. These thoughts lingered in his heart. Axton instantly understood his Dao. If his father Tommy's sword Dao was to protect everything important, then Axton's sword Dao was to cut down all injustice in the world. This wasn't ordinary righteousness but injustice defined by Axton himself. This was the meaning of mind sword, judging by heart. I understand. Opening his eyes again, Axton took a long breath, expelling the turbid air. Though his cultivation level hadn't changed, his entire demeanor was different. Axton's remaining innocence had completely vanished. Even without triggering Qingluan snake's innate powers, it was hard to gauge his true depth. Thus, Axton sat cross-legged and rested for 3 whole days, replenishing his spent spiritual energy. Inside Green Cloud Sect, Mercedes held a bowl of soup porridge, waiting outside Axton's cave abode. This was the 5th time she visited Axton's residence in 3 days. No matter how she sent messages previously, Axton didn't reply. If not for sensing his presence inside, she would have forced entry. The soup was made by her. Mercedes' excellent cooking was her way of expressing her affection, hoping to see Axton come out of seclusion today. Tiana sister, we meet again. An untimely voice came from beside her. Mercedes instinctively frowned. She was all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to Marianne, the recently joined guest elder of Green Cloud Sect. Since joining Green Cloud Sect, Marianne quickly won the admiration of all disciples. She was beautiful and graceful, highly skilled, and got along well with everyone. Even Wyatt and Juniper admired her. She often guided them in cultivation, benefiting them greatly. Himph, why are you here? Facing this potential rival, Mercedes naturally showed no good face, especially after seeing Marianne frequently visiting Axton's abode over the past 3 days. She firmly believed Marianne had ulterior motives toward Axton. Patriarch Unkur agreed to help me solve a trouble, so of course I want to thank him properly. Marianne sat on a stone chair before the abode, her close-fitting dress accentuating her stunning figure, leaving even Mercedes feeling inferior. What a vixen, Mercedes thought angrily, especially when Marianne kept mentioning Axton as if intentionally provoking her. What did Brother Unkur agree to help you with? Mercedes couldn't help asking curiously, eager to know what deal Axton had struck with Marianne. That, Patriarch Unkur agreed to help me with something minor. It's not convenient to tell you. Marianne smiled mysteriously, infuriating Mercedes. She could only huff and turn her head away. What are you talking about? A voice broke the awkwardness between them. It was Axton, who had completed his 3-day seclusion. He moved his stiff limbs and felt the world around him become crystal clear, able to see strands of spiritual energy flowing through the air and the 5 elements forces surrounding him. Every inch of his skin felt the surge of spiritual energy. Axton knew he was closer to the origin of law, capable of mobilizing all the spiritual energy within 5 meters of him. Brother Unkur, you're out of seclusion. Mercedes rejoiced. She had waited anxiously at his abode for days. Brother Unkur, I cooked this medicinal soup for you. You should drink it while it's hot. Seeing Mercedes' sweet expression, Axton gently nodded and accepted the soup. A fragrant aroma filled his nostrils. He took a sip and savored the lingering flavor. He never expected Mercedes to have such culinary skills. It's delicious. Thank you, Tiana. Axton lavishly praised her, and Annabelle was like a next-door little sister, without any hint of arrogance, making her very likable. Annabelle, feeling secretly pleased by the compliment, glanced at Marianne with a smug look. Marianne, however, completely ignored her gaze and walked straight up to Axton, speaking softly with a breath-like voice. Lord Uncour, don't forget our agreement, or else I'll be heartbroken. Chapter 410. Aiden's Provocation. As Marianne spoke, the atmosphere in front of the cave became increasingly tense. Annabelle pouted, though she knew that Axton would not do anything inappropriate with Marianne. She could not let go of her resentment towards the tone of their conversation. What kind of agreement did you have with Brother Uncour? We never had anything like that. Annabelle's sense of crisis grew stronger, especially as she felt her charm was inferior to Marianne's. The alluring charm radiating from Marianne was irresistible to any man. Marianne ignored Annabelle completely and cast a gentle gaze upon Axton. Faced with the gazes of the two women, Axton felt quite helpless, wanting to change the subject but unsure where to start. Fortunately, a shout broke the awkwardness in front of the cave. Brother Uncour, someone is making noise at the mountain gate. Hector's voice grunted. Though he was diligent in the alchemy hall daily, his weight and physique hadn't changed. He remained the lovable chubby junior brother. What's happening? Axton was relieved rather than surprised. Hector's arrival provided an opportunity to break the tension. Brother Uncour, there are some unfamiliar cultivators outside saying they're here to find someone, or else they will barge in. Hector sounded somewhat angry. The other party was extremely impolite, showing no respect for Xiuxian sect. If not for some reservations, Hector would have activated the three dragons playing with pearl formation to subdue them long ago. Breaking in? Did you ask about their background? Axton frowned. There were few forces in the Xiuxian mountains that dared to challenge Xiuxian sect so boldly. They claimed to be disciples of the Plunged Immortal Palace, here to find Fairy Marianne. Hector said gloomily. Knowing those people claimed to be from the Plunged Immortal Palace, he didn't dare offend them rashly, hurrying to inform Axton. Thankfully, Brother Uncour had just come out of seclusion, giving him some reassurance. Oh, bring me there. Axton's heart stirred. It seemed these were indeed the Aiden mentioned by Marianne, a disciple of the Plunged Immortal Palace who had been persistently pursuing her. They had truly found the Xiuxian sect entrance. Since he had already promised Marianne, Axton naturally would not back down. Additionally, the newfound heartsword insight wouldn't allow him to retreat either. Regardless of Marianne's special status, as long as she had done good for the cultivators and common folk of the Xiuxian Mountains, Axton would not stand idly by. At the entrance of Xiuxian Mountain, a group of cultivators stood menacingly on the hillside. Among them, a wealthy-looking male cultivator exuded an air of aristocracy, though his fearful eyes detracted from this demeanor. Ha! The Xiuxian sect has quite the audacity, daring to block the path of the Plunged Immortal Palace? This was Aiden. Although he couldn't match Marianne's speed, he had known through informants that Marianne had entered the Xiuxian sect. Call out your sect master, or don't blame me for being impolite. Aiden narrowed his eyes, accustomed to bullying others in the Plunged Immortal Palace. In a small place like the Xiuxian Mountains, he acted arrogantly, knowing every sect would treat him respectfully to avoid offending him. Young master, why waste time talking? Just attack and snatch the beauty back. An accompanying disciple sneered, thinking no one dared resist the Plunged Immortal Palace here. Then you go try. Useless fool. Aiden's face darkened, using his fan to strike the disciple, sending him flying several meters. Do you really think I can't see the formation ahead? Useless idiot. Though Aiden was arrogant, his experience within the Plunged Immortal Palace allowed him to recognize the array shielding the Xiuxian sect and understand its danger. Our sect master is still in seclusion and cannot see guests. Please leave. Anthony's voice echoed from the mountain gate, his figure hidden in the array, vigilantly watching the situation. Not receiving guests? What a joke. Aiden laughed, lifting his head toward Anthony's direction. Do you know who I am? Tell your sect master. I am the young master of the Plunged Immortal Palace. He should hand over the person immediately, or don't blame me for not holding back. Aiden smirked internally, seeing the Xiuxian sect as a mere rising second-rate sect. No one dared defy him in Plunged territory without paying a bloody price. With that, he took another step forward, releasing radiant light from numerous high-tier spirit treasures, creating powerful vibrations in the sky. Wyatt, what should we do? Should we directly activate the three dragons playing with pearl formation? Anthony whispered. The man's aggressive stance indicated hostility, but his claimed identity gave them pause. Hold on, let's wait for the sect master to arrive before deciding. Wyatt suppressed his anger. Had this happened with another sect, he would have acted long ago. However, calling themselves disciples of the Plunged Immortal Palace made him cautious. Seeing no response from the mountain gate, Aiden grew even more arrogant. Why are you all deaf? Quickly hand over Marianne now, or I won't hold back. Despite his loud calls, the mountain gate remained silent. Dare to ignore me? Aiden clenched his teeth and nodded to an old servant beside him. Show them a lesson. The old servant slowly nodded, revealing a jade slip with thunder currents flowing from it. Heavenly thunder. Heed my command, break. Hashtag chapter 411. Green Phoenix collision. Thunderclouds instantly gathered in the sky above Xiuxian sect, while in the elder's hand was a jade slip commonly used by cultivators from Plunged Immortal Palace, radiating an aura of heavenly might. Axton had once seen such a jade slip in Benjamin's possession, but it hadn't exuded such formidable power. Judging by appearances, this person possessed the strength of a core formation realm cultivator. Master, let's activate the three dragons playing with a pearl formation. Though Anthony usually seemed gentle and scholarly, his loyalty to Xiuxian sect was profound. He couldn't stand others committing atrocities at the sect entrance. The opponent, relying on the identity of being from Plunged Immortal Palace, dared to provoke Xiuxian sect without cause, crossing Anthony's psychological boundary. There's no need. Wait within the formation. Axton shook his head. While the three dragons playing with a pearl formation could normally handle most small-time troublemakers under the supervision of Hector and others, it was far from capable of stopping a core formation realm expert like the one before them. Only he and guest elder Tammy, who had recently joined, could face this foe. However, Tammy had to avoid confrontation due to certain special circumstances, leaving it to Axton to deal with this trouble and test the power of his heart sword comprehension. Aiden saw Axton emerge from the mountain gate, revealing a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Despite his lecherous tendencies, he wasn't lacking in intelligence. When he first heard that Tammy had taken refuge in Xiuxian Sect, he didn't rush over immediately but sent people to gather information about Xiuxian Sect. Pawang Immortal Palace's intelligence network spanned the entire Xiuxian mountain range, so Aiden had all the details about Axton's background. A disciple expelled from Shushan Sword Sect and an orphan whose father was considered a devil. These two identities overlapped in Axton, leading Aiden to look down on him deeply. Most importantly, Axton was close friends with Benjamin, who was highly favored and intensively cultivated as a promising disciple within the sect. Even Aiden's father had high hopes for Benjamin. With his less than honorable status, Aiden enjoyed cultivation resources but had neither the reputation nor the status in Pawang Immortal Palace that Benjamin did, which fueled his intense jealousy. Why couldn't he, who shared blood ties, become the next successor of Pawang Immortal Palace? Everyone placed their hopes on Benjamin. This was partly due to the power balance within Pawang Immortal Palace and partly because of Benjamin's own efforts. As a friend of Benjamin, Axton naturally became Aiden's enemy. Harboring Fairy Tammy and befriending Benjamin were two actions sufficient to enrage Aiden. Axton, merely the patriarch of a second-rate sect, relied heavily on Benjamin's support to maintain his footing in the Xiuxian Mountains, especially given the hostility between Xiuxian Sect and Shushan Sword Sect. Without any powerful backing, it would be easy to annihilate Xiuxian Sect. After thoroughly investigating Xiuxian Sect and Axton, Aiden leisurely arrived. The core formation realm expert beside him was Carrie, privately assigned by his father for protection. Having reached the middle stage of the core formation realm, Carrie was considered a formidable expert even within Pawang Immortal Palace, making it effortless to destroy Xiuxian Sect. Headmaster Unker, it's them. Tammy's voice transmitted secretly to Axton. She had been forced here by Aiden, who used his position to act tyrannically. Many times, she wanted to kill him but was hindered by Carrie's constant vigilance, forcing her to hide instead. Oh, Fairy Tammy, long time no see. Aiden detected Tammy's presence with remarkable sensitivity. Her enchanting aura had left a lasting impression on him. Do you think hiding in such a third-rate sect will make me leave you alone? Why not return to Pawang Immortal Palace obediently? Aiden smiled brightly, confident that this time Tammy would have nowhere else to run, as the endless sea lay beyond the Xiuxian Mountains. Scum. Tammy spat, then turned her gaze to Axton, who had promised to help resolve this issue. If you're looking for someone, please leave now. Axton said calmly, paying no attention to the thunder overhead. Though the thunder looked menacing, its actual power was minimal, just enough to intimidate inexperienced young cultivators. Pontianer stood behind Axton, sensing movement inside her sleeve. A small snake emerged. It was the guardian beast of Xiuxian Sect, the four-headed xuanhuan snake. The xuanhuan snake seemed excited by the thunder, shrieking loudly before expanding its body into a massive form. Its four heads gulped down the lightning greedily, then emitted satisfied hisses. Bang! Carrie's jade slip shattered, losing its luster, clearly drained of its spiritual energy. Oh, so there is such a monstrous creature? Carrie's eyes lit up. Although the thunder attack wasn't very powerful, seeing it devoured by a spirit beast was astonishing. Clearly, the giant snake was no ordinary monster, likely a fourth tier or higher entity. Not willing to lose face, Carrie, as a Pawang Immortal Palace cultivator, harbored natural arrogance. In his view, Xiuxian Sect rose quickly only because it benefited from Pawang Immortal Palace's influence. It was time to give them a lesson. It's just a monster. What can it do? Carrie, being a trusted aide of Pawang Immortal Palace's patriarch and specially assigned to protect Aiden, refused to appear weak in front of him. Carrie, don't worry. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Aiden responded nonchalantly. He thought Tammy's attempt to resist him by clinging to this sect was laughable. Carrie nodded and took out a green-lit jade whip from his hand. The xuanhuan snake, always the dominator of the forest, was furious at this provocation. Its four heads danced wildly in the sky, roaring fiercely. Big Brother Uncor, will Little Snake be okay? Pontianer anxiously tugged at Axton's sleeve. She had spent many days with the xuanhuan snake, considering it a harmless pet and cherishing it deeply. Don't worry, I will intervene if needed. Axton reassured Pontianer with a smile. Since evolving its fourth head, the xuanhuan snake's strength could rival a core formation cultivator, and it was time for it to stretch its muscles. Facing the incoming jade whip, the snake's eyes gleamed with excitement. Different lights shone from each of its four heads. Venom, fire, ice, and lightning shot out from its mouths, especially the venom spewed by its newly evolved head, causing dread just by sight. Petty tricks. Carrie sneered. His jade whip created a terrifying vortex of chi. Facing the xuanhuan snake's attacks calmly, he knew the whip had a soul-striking effect, making it lethal to highly defensive beasts. As the whip struck, a turquoise blue barrier appeared around Carrie. All of the xuanhuan snake's attacks hit the barrier, causing violent collisions. The four light spheres collided with the turquoise blue barrier. Although it trembled intensely, it remained intact, intercepting all attacks. It's Jensen's blue turquoise barrier. A disciple next to Aiden exclaimed excitedly. This was an extraordinary treasure, a top-grade spirit artifact that released a protective barrier covering a large area. It was renowned within Pawang Immortal Palace, ensuring their safety from any harm. Hashtag chapter 412, piercing the soul. Seeing that his attack had failed, the xuanhuan snake was thoroughly enraged. As a highly intelligent creature, it had been tamed by Axton and gifted to Annabelle, being cherished as a guardian spirit beast within the Green Cloud sect. Many disciples often came to play with it out of curiosity, making the once lonely xuanhuan snake feel a sense of kinship. Now, with outsiders attacking, it could not afford to lose face. In its fury, the xuanhuan snake's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Being a rare spirit beast, it certainly had more tricks up its sleeve. The snake's scales rapidly crystallized into blood-red formations. Its innate skill, the blood crystal armor. Its massive body expanded several times in size, transforming from its once meek and adorable appearance. In awe, the Green Cloud Sect disciples watched as it charged forward. The impact was earth-shattering. Everyone felt the ground tremble, and visible cracks appeared in the air, as spiritual energy raged uncontrollably. The water-blue barrier shielding Hirsch and his companions twisted and creaked under the relentless assault of the xuanhuan snake. With a thunderous crash, the water-blue barrier shattered into nothingness, along with the blue ring on Hirsch's finger. The xuanhuan snake did not relent. Its tail, like a meteor falling from the sky, struck down again. How can this be? Bad, Jensen's defense is broken. We must flee. The xiuxian palace disciples, accustomed to a life of luxury, were terrified. Their faces turned pale, ready to run for their lives. Even Raphael Yue's legs grew weak. He wanted to escape, but found himself immobilized by the xuanhuan snake's aura, unable to move. All he could do was watch helplessly. Uncle, Carrie, he muttered, hoping Hirsch could save his life. A bunch of cowards. Hirsch's pride was dented when his protective barrier was broken. Seeing his disciples' fearful faces only angered him further. They fawned over him in normal times, but fled at the first sign of danger. But there was no time to worry about that now. Hirsch channeled his spiritual energy, confronting the snake's tail head-on with a roar. Hurry! At the same moment, a jade whip Hirsch had summoned appeared above the xuanhuan snake and struck its head fiercely. Unexpectedly, the jade whip dissipated upon contact, merging into the snake's body. Hiss! Though externally unharmed, the xuanhuan snake felt an intense, soul-searing pain penetrate its mind. This was the power of Hirsch's jade whip, which could bypass physical defenses to strike directly at the soul of cultivators and spirit beasts. Unable to endure the agony, the xuanhuan snake convulsed violently, and its attacking tail trembled. Seizing the opportunity, Hirsch dragged Raphael Yue away just in time to avoid a deadly blow. Though they narrowly escaped, the remaining xiuxian palace disciples were not so fortunate. 3 disciples were caught within the range of the snake's tail and crushed instantly. Darn! Seeing 3 of his followers reduced to pulp, Raphael Yue, still shaken, became even angrier. Carrie, father placed you by my side, and you can't even handle a beast? Raphael Yue had come here to show off before Bryn, proving her resistance futile. Now, with casualties before Axton even moved, he couldn't bear the humiliation. Don't worry, young master. I underestimated them this time. Hirsch gritted his teeth, displeased with being scolded by a junior, but he had no choice but to endure it given the circumstances. His anger shifted entirely onto the xuanhuan snake and Axton, who must pay for today's disgrace. In the sky, the situation for the 4-headed xuanhuan snake was dire. After the colossal strike, its body twisted wildly due to the tormenting soul pain, crashing violently into the cliffs, trying to alleviate the agony. Another roar echoed as the snake shattered a mountain, dust filling the air. Brother Unker, please help little xuanhuan. Annabelle watched with deep concern, having grown attuned to the xuanhuan's emotions. The snake was enduring unimaginable pain and risked going berserk if this continued. Piercing the soul directly through the flesh, Axton frowned. In terms of strength and speed, the xuanhuan snake was dominant, capable of overwhelming Hirsch even with top-tier defensive artifacts. Yet, the xiuxian palace used some mysterious method to bypass its natural defenses and strike its vulnerable soul. Wretched beast, die. Seizing the opportunity, Hirsch conjured countless jade slips that transformed into spikes, pelting the xuanhuan snake relentlessly. The snake's crystallized scales crumbled, and the spikes pierced its body, causing smoke to rise from the wounds. Hiss! Its eyes wide open, the xuanhuan snake went into a frenzy as it felt thousands of needles pierce its body. Its heads attempted to release venom, but vision blurred as nerves went numb. Hirsch's flying spikes had a paralyzing effect, draining its strength. Carrie, kill it. With the tables turned, Raphael Yue laughed maniacally. Determined to reclaim his dignity, he would start with this beast. This wretched creature has injured my xiuxian palace disciples. We must peel its skin and extract its tendons for vengeance. And that Axton, daring to defy our xiuxian palace, he must be controlled by demons. Today, they all die. His expression twisted with malice as he glanced towards Bryn's location. Since you think finding a protector can save you from my grasp, let me dash your hopes today. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone, style, and structure. Please review and provide feedback for any necessary adjustments. Chapter 413, United Efforts. As you command. Hirsch, of course, had his own fury. He channeled his spiritual energy into the jade whip lodged inside the xuanhuan snake's body, which began to twist violently. The excruciating pain that struck its soul made the xuanhuan unable to endure any longer. Though its innate serpentine form was indeed formidable, damage to its spirit was always a weakness for every spirit beast. Now, it fell from the sky and slammed onto the ground, raising clouds of dust. Seeing the dead disciples of the Powing Immortal Palace nearby, Hirsch's expression turned grim. To be caught off guard by this wretched creature, it must pay the price. The xuanhuan snake's body continued to struggle, attempting to expel the jade whip from within itself, only causing even more intense pain. Brother Unker, please help little xuanhuan. Annabelle was almost in tears seeing her beloved little snake in such misery. She could only hopelessly beg Axton for help. Xuanhuan, stand down. Axton and xuanhuan were connected at heart. He felt that it had suffered severe injuries. Master, I'm fine. Xuanhuan replied through gritted teeth. Although its physical body hadn't been damaged, its spirit had been whipped into agony by the jade whip. Don't push yourself. Your body is strong. but you can't withstand the spells of Powing Immortal Palace. As a spirit beast bonded with Axton through a master-servant contract, Axton knew xuanhuan's strengths and weaknesses well. The cultivation method practiced by the current Hirsch happened to be xuanhuan's nemesis. Carry, kill this beast. Seeing the xuanhuan snake become listless, Raphael Yue immediately rejoiced and issued orders. Though he felt nothing about the dead disciples, losing face was another matter. Himph! A jade whip once again appeared in Hirsch's hand and floated in the air. Even a single jade whip was enough to suppress the xuanhuan snake. A second strike would cause irreparable harm. The jade whip danced in the air, spreading faint light, beautiful yet filled with deadly intent, heading straight for the xuanhuan snake. Unfortunately for the snake, a beam of sword light intercepted the whip, wielded by none other than Axton. His ancient flying sword shimmered in the sky. With a slight flick from the xiuxian sword, the whip was severed in two, demonstrating the technique of the heart sword, flick, word spell. To act so recklessly before my Azure Cloud Sect gate, isn't that against the rules? With a wave of his right hand, Axton shrunk the xuanhuan snake, making it fly into Annabelle's hands. She quickly cradled it to soothe its pain. What kind of sword art is this? Hirsch frowned. He felt the connection with the jade whip severed instantly, turning to nothingness. Axton's seemingly simple sword move cut through his power. Azure Cloud Sect? You think too highly of yourselves. Hirsch laughed loudly. To him, Axton had only gained some benefits from Benjamin and truly believed he could stand equal to Powing Immortal Palace. Azure Cloud Range was just a small area under the control of Powing Immortal Palace, in Hirsch's eyes, insignificant. He pulled out countless jade slips from his sleeves, surrounding Axton rapidly. Frightening chi swept across the sect grounds. Thunder rumbled in the sky as a large dark cloud loomed over Azure Cloud Sect, followed by countless lightning bolts. The jade slips seemed to absorb the thunder's power, turning pitch black, and emitted lightning to bury Axton. 9 heaven lightning raids, heed my command, cleanse the demon and evil. Hirsch's hair and beard flew wildly as he channeled all his spiritual energy to activate the jade slips. He did not want to prolong things, using lethal attacks. This was an ultimate secret art from Powing Immortal Palace, invoking heavenly thunder to subdue the enemy. Those jade slips were treasures accumulated by Old Master Barton, releasing incredible power once unleashed. Sky, earth, air, all became scorched land. Everywhere the jade slips reached turned into ruins, with constant thunderclaps filling the air. Even the sect disciples inside Azure Cloud Sect felt their hair stand on end. Such power came from the heavens, making people instinctively bow their heads, a true testament to Powing Immortal Palace's prowess, with moves containing the will of the heavens, leveraging natural force to crush opponents, leaving few survivors. Master! Tanner and Shelley cried out. They had never seen such a spectacle. Dupango activated the 3 dragons play pearl formation to deflect the residual thunder, sparing the disciples from harm, but their master was trapped inside, leaving them helpless. Leader! I can no longer sense Leader's aura. Could something have happened? The disciples looked pale. Some already expressed pessimism due to Hirsch's overwhelming power. The might of heaven was something all cultivators feared, shattering everyone's psychological defenses. All this is because of you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Azure Cloud Sect. Annabelle, extremely worried, lashed out at Marianne, who was nonchalantly arranging her hair. Ever since this woman arrived, nothing good had happened. She first competed for Brother Uncor's affection and then brought such a powerful enemy. These were cultivators from Powing Immortal Palace, rulers of Azure Cloud Range. Even if Brother Uncor had close ties with Benjamin and Brody, it would still bring endless trouble. Apollon also cast a glance at Marianne. All incidents stemmed from her, and if necessary, handing Marianne over might save Axton, the foundation of Azure Cloud Sect. Facing everyone's resentment, Marianne sat on the stone, still arranging her hair, half-masked concealing her expression. So, you have no faith in Lord Uncor? Marianne yawned lazily, seemingly indifferent to the crisis, her tone laced with amusement. She stood up, her graceful posture catching everyone's attention. Fox spirit, Annabelle inwardly cursed. At such a time, she still acted coy. She would give her up to save Brother Uncor. Apollon, can't you see? Marianne focused on Apollon, the most experienced person in a May besides Axton. This? Apollon hesitated. Deep down, he sensed Axton wouldn't be easily defeated, but his opponent's status was too high. Powing Immortal Palace was once an unreachable existence compared to Ripplewave Sect. In Apollon's mind, resistance was futile. I know Lord Uncor won't fall easily, but offending Powing Immortal Palace will make our future days difficult. Apollon considered further. Even if Axton survived the heavenly thunder, retaliation from Aiden would be inevitable. One must bow under pressure. They can't represent Powing Immortal Palace alone. Marianne scoffed, looking at the sky filled with lightning. Don't worry. Aiden has low standing in Powing Immortal Palace, merely an illegitimate child. Benjamin holds much higher status. You needn't fear. Her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd. Besides, your lack of faith in Lord Uncor is misplaced. Let's wait until the battle ends. If he doesn't prevail, I'll go out to give everyone an explanation. Marianne spoke calmly, showing no concern for her safety. Her words left many Azure Cloud Sect disciples feeling ashamed and lowering their heads. True, since Axton took over Azure Cloud Sect, he had never let anyone down, overcoming numerous challenges. The rolling thunder was a nightmare for cultivators. Fear gripped them at first, believing it unstoppable, forgetting Axton's past miracles. Even an outsider believed in Axton so firmly. As disciples of Azure Cloud Sect, how could they lose heart and bolster the enemy's morale? Yes, what can the Powing Immortal Palace do? With Senior Brody's connections, there won't be any problems. Right, the sect leader's strength is unfathomable. Even if the opponent tries to intimidate us with their power, we will not back down. Yes, we will never retreat. The morale in Azure Cloud Sect rose again. Even the newly joined disciples felt a sense of unity. This atmosphere had been created by Axton over the past 2 years. At critical moments, the Azure Cloud sect was far from disunited. As long as Axton was there, they dared to face any difficulties. Chapter 414. By their own means. Aiden saw the change in the momentum of Qingyun's sect disciples, and his heart was filled with endless disgust. It was laughable how these peasants from the countryside, who had never seen the world, truly believed they could engage with the experts of Pohuang Immortal Palace. Today, he would show them the true gap in strength. He had completely torn off his mask and intended to torture Bryn harshly after capturing her. Otherwise, he couldn't vent the suppressed resentment in his heart. Carrie, be ruthless. Let these useless ones know their place. Aiden gritted his teeth as he spoke. Carrie merely nodded slightly, increasing the flow of spiritual energy. In the sky, countless jade slips began to tremble wildly, emitting a chilling vibration sound. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the ground enclosed by jade slips became radiant with thunderbolts, resembling an endless forbidden land of lightning, making people's scalp tingle just by looking at it. This was the Tao realm that Carrie possessed, the celestial thunder Tao realm, capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth to manifest thunder and subdue enemies. Coupled with Pohuang Immortal Palace's jade talismans, its power increased even more. Sir, rest assured, no one has ever survived my thunder Tao realm, not to mention that kid is only at the golden core stage. He's dead for sure. Carrie stroked his beard, appearing calm on the surface, but in reality, he had already exerted all his strength. He was originally an external cultivator who had pledged allegiance to Pohuang Immortal Palace, so flattering the illegitimate son of the palace master was the only way to gain more resources and improve his status. Within the time of a joss stick burning down, I guarantee to crush him, Carrie vowed confidently, but before he finished the last word, there was a cracking sound from the sky. Not good. Shock filled his eyes as he spat out a mouthful of blood. With Carrie spitting blood, the countless rotating jade slips in the air came to a halt. Terrifying sounds of destruction echoed as the previously profound jade slip formation collapsed suddenly and irreversibly. How could this be? Carrie felt dizzy and disoriented. The destruction of his Tao realm and the shattered jade slips affected his body. He felt a surge of blood rising and his meridians reversing direction. He tried to muster his strength to investigate what had happened. As he caught a fragment of a jade slip, the recorded scene made him shudder in fear. In the thunder domain, endless heavenly thunder rolled down upon Axton. These were not ordinary thunders but contained overwhelming celestial might. A unique secret technique of Pohuang Immortal Palace that could sense and utilize the force of heaven and earth to obliterate any enemy. Ordinary cultivators encountering such a scene would have been reduced to dust long ago, turning into mere specks in the universe. But Axton was different. With the Emil Tao realm and the mountain river map within him, his body was itself a perfect small world. Although it could not yet generate life, it had the basic structure of sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Axton instantly unfolded his Emil Tao realm, separating the mountain river map from the landscape, which shot towards the sky, transforming into a silver star river. The celestial thunders shooting down from the jade slips were all absorbed by the silver star river, becoming part of the Emil Tao realm's power. The mountain river map frenziedly siphoned the thunder, adding a new electric field to the painting, exuding a powerful aura of thunder. Initially, the thunder Tao realm maintained its intense assault, but within less than the time of a joss stick burning down, the jade slips could no longer hold. Despite their special material, Axton's body seemed like an abyss greedily devouring the lightning. All the thunder striking him vanished without a trace, later actively absorbing more as if it were an excellent tonic for him. Too delicious. Axton could feel the demands of the Emil Tao realm. Most of the celestial-powered thunders were consumed by the Emil Tao realm, and the few remaining were easily shattered by the Xuanhuan sword, leaving Axton unscathed. In the absolute thunder prison, Axton's skin shimmered with a faint blood crystal color, a natural protective ability of the Azure Phoenix Snake, along with his immensely powerful divine consciousness far surpassing the nascent soul stage, ensuring neither his physical body nor spiritual sea suffered any damage. The reason Axton was trapped for so long was because the mountain river map hadn't had its fill of devouring yet. Otherwise, these jade slips would have been unable to impede his progress. Sensing the addition of another thunderous scene within the mountain river map, Axton finally opened his eyes. The countless jade slips surrounding him were now dim, and the thunder forces had turned into thin arcs, losing the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Explode! Axton whispered, gripping the Xuanhuan sword in one hand. Instantly, hundreds of sword shadows appeared within the jade slip formation. Though it was a simple strike, each slash contained indescribable Tao principles. As his voice fell, the Xuanhuan sword returned to its scabbard. Thousands of jade slips shattered simultaneously, powerless against the Xuanhuan sword without the support of celestial might. They scattered like a breached flood, eventually disappearing entirely. Revealed from the billowing dust, Axton looked rather disheveled. His Tao robe had been blown to ashes, exposing his muscular body. His blood crystal abilities dissipated instantly, showing no signs of injury. Axton's eyes widened, a flash of lightning appearing in his pupils. In the next moment, using his finger as a sword, he pointed directly at Carrie. Carrie felt his heart leap and his flesh crawl. The vast mountain rocks underfoot suddenly turned into scorched earth, with thunder erupting beneath his feet. A more massive thunder prison erupted violently. Note asterisk: the translation adheres closely to the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and maintaining the story's coherence. Chapter 415. A win-win solution. This was the supreme power of the Mountain River Sockle map, which could actively absorb the enemy's Tao realm to fill its own void after merging with Axton's Emil world. Combined with Axton's rapid advancement in cultivation, he could even release the absorbed power to subdue his enemies. The thunder rolled beneath their feet, and Carrie's face twisted in horror. He knew this power all too well. It was his own Thunder Tao realm. This kid, what divine being is he? What sort of wicked technique is this? Carrie inwardly lamented. Fortunately, he had the Thunder Dao realm to protect him, allowing him to barely hold up under the myriad lightning flashes. However, the disciples of the illusionary immortal palace beside him were in dire straits. With his strength, he could only protect Aiden's safety and could not care for the others. Screams echoed around them, and those who had been cheering loudest a moment ago were now struck by lightning, their bodies paralyzed. If Axton hadn't shown some mercy, they might have died on the spot. What a ruthless move. How does this kid know our illusionary immortal palace's immortal techniques? Carrie gathered his spiritual power, dispelling the lightning in front of him and barely holding his ground. Brat, are you saying that Benjamin taught you our illusionary immortal palace's secret arts? Learning forbidden techniques secretly is a grave offense. If the palace master finds out, it won't just be you from Xuanhuan sect. Even Benjamin would find himself in trouble. Carrie thought the other party must have learned magic stealthily from Benjamin, or there was no way to explain the rolling thunder in the sky. If Benjamin truly broke the rules, this information could later be revealed before the palace master to undermine Brody's faction. So, it was Benjamin's mischief. Now I've got him by the tail. Aiden, though trembling with fear, glinted with malice in his eyes. As the illegitimate son of the palace master, he always felt he was the rightful heir to the illusionary immortal palace. But his father valued Benjamin highly. Now, catching Benjamin passing on secret skills could lead to his expulsion at best, and possibly the destruction of his cultivation at worst. Axton, I admit you're strong, but you shouldn't use this move before me. Now, not only will you die, but so will that brat Benjamin. Facing Aiden's aggressive remarks, Axton merely sneered. Just ignorance personified. This supreme ability belonged solely to his Emil world, made possible by the appearance of the Mountain River Sokol map. The Dao realm now held infinite possibilities. First, raging flames, then rolling thunder. 2 blank sections of the scroll were perfectly filled, each time subtly enhancing his strength. Carrie, let's go. Although Aiden was a spoilt brat, he wasn't entirely foolish. He could see that Carrie was already struggling, barely able to withstand Axton's assault. In a short while, they would be thoroughly defeated. Besides, even if Axton was a golden core cultivator, the sight of endless lightning was enough to make Aiden think of retreat. A wise man doesn't seek unnecessary conflict. Aiden no longer cared about Macy. All he wanted was to leave this cursed place immediately. Those fallen and screaming disciples meant nothing to him as long as Carrie took him away. Are you both a bit naive? Do you really think Xuanhuan sect is a place you can come and go as you please? Axton's voice reverberated in their ears. Then, light flashed at the gate, and the 3 dragons playing with pearl formation rose abruptly. Although Carrie was at the nascent soul stage, under Axton's control, the formation's power multiplied many times over. Illusory and trapping arrays activated simultaneously, instantly enveloping the entrance in dense fog. Under Axton's metal spiritual power, the 3 dragons playing with pearl formation burst with unimaginable force, trapping Carrie and Aiden. Master, how should we deal with them? Ray asked gruffly. Several Xuanhuan sect disciples had been injured, and Ray couldn't wait to start teaching them a lesson. The illusions and traps are enough. Giving them a taste of hardship will suffice. Previously, Axton wouldn't hesitate to end their lives, but things were different now. Behind him stood the Xuanhuan sect he needed to protect. Plus, since these were disciples of the illusionary immortal palace, and considering his friendship with Benjamin, he couldn't take their lives. My spirit power supports the 3 dragons playing with pearl formation, making it nearly impossible for them to find the array's eye. We'll wait until Elder Ning arrives to decide what to do. Axton spoke calmly, having already informed Benjamin via transmission. When Ning heard the news, he rushed off without another word. Understood, master. Ray grunted, remembering the fellow disciples who were unjustly injured. Though rough, he felt immense gratitude for Axton's favor. For the first time in Xuanhuan sect, he experienced true camaraderie. While the master ordered sparing their lives, he hadn't said anything about making Aiden suffer a bit. With Axton's lingering metal spirit power, Ray planned to give them a taste of something before Benjamin arrived. Axton nodded nonchalantly, understanding Ray's intentions. As long as it didn't escalate, he usually turned a blind eye to such minor actions. He despised their arrogance as much as Ray did, but out of respect for the illusionary immortal palace, he held back. Xuanhuan sect wouldn't be a pushover for anyone. Axton intended to build it into a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with Mount Ame Sword School. He wouldn't tolerate subjugation. This is where. In the foggy space, Aiden muttered. Carrie, help me get out. Aiden tried to escape the mist but found himself walking in circles. The thick fog obscured his vision, leaving him disoriented. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, and hope flickered in Aiden's eyes. Carrie, take me back to the illusionary immortal palace, away from this cursed place. But when Aiden touched the figure, it dissolved into a puff of white mist and emitted a bone-chilling scream. Who is there? Come out, show yourself. Terrified, Aiden fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He was now fully trapped in the illusion, unable to break free unless Axton released the formations. Having fulfilled his promise to Macy, Axton waited for Benjamin to handle the matter. Knowing Benjamin's capabilities and position, solving this problem wouldn't be difficult. Turning his gaze to Macy, Axton had little interest in delving into her background. His help was driven by one reason. He was about to enter closed cultivation, and Apollon alone wouldn't suffice to support the entire Xuanhuan sect. Having someone like Macy, with commendable strength and influence, would ensure Axton could advance in peace. Macy met Axton's gaze unabashedly, her allure causing many disciples to gulp involuntarily. Chapter 416. Preparing for a breakthrough. Lord Unkor, why do you look at me like that? Marian giggled, covering her mouth, her words evoking all sorts of imaginations. Axton felt rather helpless. If he thought Marianne had any genuine feelings for him, he would be greatly mistaken. For a woman to reach the Yuan Princeng realm without support was already an extraordinary feat. Moreover, she was clearly quite experienced, and it seemed she had investigated his connection with Benjamin before deliberately joining Xuanhuan sect. By transferring potential conflicts to Axton's shoulders while not offending the Pahuang Immortal Palace, this 2-for-1 advantage revealed how exceptional Marianne truly was. However, Axton also needed Marianne's cooperation. As long as she didn't have malicious intentions towards Xuanhuan Sect, their arrangement could work. Nothing, just that I will soon enter seclusion. I hope you can take care of things here in Tianyuan City. Hearing Axton's request, Marianne chuckled softly and stepped closer to him. Lord Uncor, what are you saying? Since I've joined Xuanhuan Sect, it's only natural for me to do my part. Please rest assured. With Marianne intentionally closing the distance, Axton could smell the faint fragrance coming from her, different from Aiko's endearing aura. Marianne resembled a blooming rose, captivating once touched. Axton had never seen Marianne in combat and knew little about her Jennifer Feather Dao boundary. Whether friend or foe, as long as she didn't harbor ill intentions toward Xuanhuan Sect, he wouldn't delve into her background. Rest easy, Lord Uncor. Marianne will guard Xuanhuan Sect for you until you break through. The mountain scenery here is beautiful, and the spiritual energy is far richer than in Tianyuan City. Axton nodded, turning his gaze back to the 3 dragons playing with a pearl formation where Aiden and Carrie were completely lost in illusions within the trap. He had already sent a message to Benjamin, who was shocked upon learning about it, and had said Axton could handle it as he saw fit. However, Axton couldn't simply do as he wished since they were cultivators of the Pahuang Immortal Palace. Killing ordinary disciples might be acceptable, but exterminating an elder and the sect leader's illegitimate son would stir up too much trouble. Days later, Benjamin visited again, exchanging a few pleasantries before entering the formation. Inside, the two looked utterly disheveled, though physically unharmed. Their eyes were vacant, obviously tormented by endless illusions. Benjamin had no pleasant expressions for Aiden, who always schemed against Axton. Had it not been for Aiden's special status, Benjamin would have killed him long ago. While he stood by Axton, Benjamin was no ordinary individual either, having risen among many talented disciples. Daoist Brother Uncor, Ning will take these 2 back. They've caused you a lot of trouble. Benjamin smiled pleasantly, delighted by the sight of Aiden and Carrie being humbled. He was proud of his brother who had defeated even the revered Carrie, widening the gap between them. Ning, Benjamin? Quickly save me. Send word for elite cultivators to raise Xuanhuan Sect. Aiden, after taking a pill, regained some consciousness. Seeing Axton watching him from afar, he shivered in fear. Raise it to the ground? Ha! Benjamin sneered. After the patriarch learned of the situation, he ordered Benjamin to personally escort Aiden back. Returning to the sect would undoubtedly mean suffering for Aiden. As for Carrie, who had acted as a lackey, when assigned to protect Aiden, he sought to win favor and did many immoral deeds. His punishment would be severe. Carrie paled, knowing his fate from Benjamin's scornful look. Despite his servitude, everything turned out futile. Time was running out for him. Brother Uncor, I must take my leave. I've been very busy lately, let's meet again if destiny allows. It was clear Benjamin was preoccupied. Even he was overwhelmed by the increasing number of demon cultivators causing endless troubles. Leaving with the embarrassed duo, the tranquility returned to Xuanhuan Sect's peak, now adorned with a striking presence occasionally sparking friction with Aiko. You're so cute, sweetie. Like my little niece. What are you saying, Sister Marianne? Since the first moment, I felt very close to you. Like the nanny from my childhood. Both exchanged barbs, neither gaining the upper hand. Watching this, Axton silently returned to his cave to prepare for seclusion. Everyone noticed the tension between the 2 women, but none dared interfere, leaving only Apollon sighing deeply. He understood his disciples' thoughts. Marrying the sect leader would be best, but Marianne's sudden appearance posed a significant boost to Xuanhuan Sect. Well, despite their arguments, both still held back. It became a daily amusing spectacle for Xuanhuan Sect's disciples, leading Aiko to transform her anger into diligence, working tirelessly in the Spirit Beast Garden. Marianne established a cave nearby, abiding by her promise to guard Xuanhuan Sect until Axton broke through. Thus, reassured, Axton began his seclusion. Heart Sword and Dao boundary advancements hinted at a crumbling cultivation bottleneck. His target was to break through to the Yuan Princeng stage. Once successful, he could uncover secrets about his father's disappearance. Chapter 417. Successive seclusions. Not long after, Aldo brought Benjamin to Xuanhuan Sect. Upon receiving Axton's transmission, they were both shocked and ecstatic. The Pahuang Immortal Palace was not as united on the surface as it seemed. Internal factions frequently disputed, and Aiden, being the illegitimate son of the Pahuang Immortal Palace's patriarch, had gained the support of several elders. Now, Aiden had misused the name of the Pahuang Immortal Palace for personal gain. Benjamin had collected evidence of his past misdeeds, and exposing these in front of the elders would ensure Aiden would never be able to regain his standing. Ning brother, I trouble you again this time, Axton said somewhat helplessly. Since the founding of Xuanhuan Sect, Benjamin had shuttled back and forth, helping him resolve many troubles. Despite their deep friendship, Axton still felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, Daoist friend Uncor, what are you saying? You have been my good fortune, ha ha ha. Benjamin appeared in high spirits. Ever since meeting Axton, his luck had been excellent, and now Axton had helped eliminate an opponent. This meant Benjamin's future within the Pahuang Immortal Palace would be even smoother. As for these 2 individuals, I will take them away, ensuring they won't cause any more trouble. Benjamin put an arm around Axton. Although he was admired by other disciples as a genius within the Pahuang Immortal Palace, only when with Axton did he feel completely at ease. By the way, the Immortal Sect martial competition is less than half a year away. Is Daoist friend Uncor prepared? Benjamin asked casually. In his view, someone like Axton would surely participate. The Immortal Sect martial competition wasn't just about the strength of the sect leaders. It also assessed the prowess of the inner disciples. Typically, the 7 major immortal sects wouldn't send their patriarchs to compete personally, but other first-class and second-class sects often had their leaders lead the charge. Good performance could elevate the sect's reputation and greatly increase their share of cultivation resources on Wanling continent. Not sure if I'm fully prepared, but I'll do my best. Axton laughed. His primary goal in establishing Xiuxian Sect was to participate in the competition. Only by achieving good results could he enhance Xiuxian Sect status and, as the Patriarch, gain access to more secrets. Well then, we shall meet at the Immortal Sect martial competition, Taoist friend Uncor. Many old friends will be there. Benjamin cupped his hands in farewell. His cultivation had rapidly advanced lately, and the Pongguang Immortal Palace had decided to fully cultivate him, aiming for him to make a splash in the upcoming competition. The demonic invasion was both a catastrophe for Wanling Continent and an opportunity for the 7 major immortal sects to reshape the power structure. For thousands of years, the power dynamic hadn't changed, but now it was time for ambitious and capable sects to shine. Until we meet again. Axton nodded. The relationship between the two was both mentor and friend. He could tell that Benjamin's aura was distinctly different from before, clearly indicating significant progress. Perhaps during the Immortal Sect martial competition, the two might face off as opponents. Returning to his cave dwelling, Axton set up a defensive array outside. With Marianne guarding Xiuxian Sect, he could finally focus on advancing to the Yuan Princeng stage without worry. As for the mysterious Marianne, Axton had at least used Eagle Eye and found no malice towards Xiuxian Sect. Regardless of her intentions, she was currently a formidable asset to the sect, and he didn't need to be overly cautious. Lord Patriarch Uncor, Marianne looks forward to your emergence from seclusion. Big brother Uncor, Serenity will manage the Spirit Beast Garden well, without disappointing you. The disciples stood outside Axton's cave dwelling, watching as the mountain head filled with chaotic mist. Each had their own thoughts. Tanner and Juniper, as the earliest disciples of Xiuxian Sect, now understood the immense responsibility on their shoulders. The Immortal Sect martial competition evaluated not just the leader's strength, but also the overall power of the sect, making each disciple crucial. Tanner, as the eldest senior brother, felt the weight of his responsibilities heavily. Lately, he had been training day and night. Marianne focused on cultivating while refining base foundation pills, her talent shining brightly. Both she and Tanner had exceptional aptitude, and with Xiuxian Sect's rising reputation and established shops, cultivation resources were plentiful. With the help of the Enlightenment Pool, their cultivation progressed steadily. The mountain became silent as Axton's aura completely disappeared, like a sleeping dragon, impossible to detect. Yet, Xiuxian Sect continued to thrive. Talented youths frequently joined the sect, and Apollon managed everything meticulously, creating a fair and harmonious environment that gradually stabilized the previously unruly members. Time passed slowly. New disciples grew rapidly, especially those breaking through to the base foundation stage. With the help of the Enlightenment Pool, they encountered fewer bottlenecks. Tanner, Juniper, Anthony, and Ari advanced remarkably quickly. Juniper, through tireless effort, successfully refined 3 supreme base foundation pills after hundreds of attempts. This achievement drew even Marianne's attention. Base foundation pills weren't rare on Wanling Continent, but supreme base foundation pills were incredibly precious. Most adept alchemists who could refine such pills belonged to major sections. Juniper's success highlighted her remarkable talent in alchemy. Though Juniper dedicated herself entirely to alchemy, it inadvertently enhanced her cultivation, allowing her growth rate to rival Tanner's. With the supreme base foundation pill, Tanner eagerly entered seclusion. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the base foundation stage, only lacking the right pill. A month later, suddenly, thunder rumbled throughout Xiuxian Sect. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning spread, and all disciples held their breath, eyes drawn to Tanner's cave dwelling. Soon, a ray of light penetrated the clouds, followed by countless beams illuminating the darkened sect. With a loud roar, a figure emerged from the cave dwelling, slowly floating into the sky. It was Tanner, who had entered seclusion a month ago. He floated silently, eyes closed, as if comprehending something profound. The beams converged, enveloping Tanner in radiant light. A single punch summoned a thunderous lion, dispelling the clouds. Brilliant light bathed the disciples, blinding their eyes. Tanner retracted his aura and landed among them. Chance. Brother Tanner. Disciples greeted him enthusiastically, knowing he had successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage. Big brother, Juniper always believed you could do it. Juniper rushed into Tanner's arms, her face beaming with happiness. Having grown up together, their bond was unbreakable. If it weren't for the pills you refined, I wouldn't have broken through so smoothly. Tanner smiled. Compared to the naive youth he once was, he had matured greatly, both in cultivation and mindset. He had become a man capable of leading independently. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, Chance. Excited disciples cheered. Tanner's gentle nature made him popular among the disciples, and his rapid advancement to the Golden Core stage inspired everyone, demonstrating Axton's vision for Xiuxian Sect. The Dan was provided by Juniper, the magic tools were refined by Clint, and even everyday cultivation was guided by Tanner and Apollon. Add to that the assistance of the Enlightenment Pool, and this treatment was in no way inferior to that of disciples from major immortal sects. The structure and style are kept consistent with the previous text, ensuring a natural and fluent continuation of the narrative. The names are correctly transliterated using pinyin, and the context aligns with the earlier content. Chapter 418. Strange events multiply. How has everyone been this past month? Tanner gradually adapted to the changes within his body. He felt as if he had an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, his strength now at least tenfold greater than during the foundation establishment stage. Looking at the familiar faces before him, Tanner felt a sense of belonging. In the past, he lived to protect his sister. Now, he had another tie, and that was Xiuxian Sect. Everyone's fine, Brother Tanner. You don't need to worry. It's just that. Shelley enthusiastically answered, but then seemed to recall something, appearing hesitant. What is it? What happened? Tanner Ly noticed Shelley's uneasy expression, his brows knitting together as he scanned the surroundings. Note: for better fluency and natural reading in English, furrowing is changed to knitting together, which is more commonly used in this context. Where's junior brother Eshan? Why isn't he here? With the enhancement of his cultivation and divine consciousness, Tanner keenly noticed Anthony's absence. Anthony's usual low-profile demeanor suited Tanner well, and they were close friends who even called each other brothers. Today, there was no reason for Anthony not to be present when he emerged from seclusion. Xiuxian, Shelley found it hard to speak, and Ray, noticing her struggle, interjected after scratching his head. Chance, some demonic aura appeared outside Shay Village recently. The patrol disciples discovered several low-level demons that had been corrupted by dark magic, attacking people outside the village. So, Xiuxian posted it as a sect mission. Coincidentally, Shelley needed beast cores for her medicinal pills, so she took on the mission. Ray explained up to this point when Shelley couldn't hold back anymore, guilt evident in her eyes as if she had done something wrong. Brother, I thought they were just low-level demons, and with my abilities, I could handle them without troubling the senior members of the sect, so I went alone. But once I saw those corrupted demons, I realized there were too many, far beyond what I could handle alone. Tanner listened to his sister's account with growing anxiety, never expecting such an event while he was in seclusion. Thankfully, Shelley was unharmed now. What about junior brother Xiuxian? How is he involved? Hearing her brother's question, tears welled up in Shelley's eyes. At the time, I was trapped by the demons, my spiritual energy depleted, almost unconscious. All I remember is hearing Xiuxian's voice. When I woke up, I found myself back at Xiuxian sect. Turns out, Xiuxian worried about my safety when I went down the mountain alone, so he followed secretly to protect me. In the end, he risked his life to bring me back to Xiuxian, but he sustained severe injuries. Shelley spoke with deep remorse. She only wanted to prove herself, showing everyone that she could take responsibility on her own, so she didn't tell anyone and went alone to slay the demons. But due to her negligence, Anthony ended up seriously injured, and she felt immense guilt, unable to sleep peacefully for days. Sister Shelley, don't think like that. Junior brother Xiuxian said it was partly his fault for posting the mission without thorough investigation. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Aiko stepped forward to comfort her, knowing Shelley's kind heart and treating her like a younger sister, feeling uneasy seeing her cry. Yeah, Shelley, Xiuxian has woken up. You shouldn't feel so guilty. Ray also tried to console her. But, although Xiuxian has woken up, he seems distant now. Every time I visit him, he's cold and indifferent. Shelley murmured, and the surrounding disciples' expressions grew awkward upon hearing this. They too had noticed Anthony's change. Since waking from his injury, his personality had shifted dramatically. Previously, Anthony was warm and gentle, friendly to everyone. Servants, ordinary cultivators, and commoners alike. Now, he preferred to stay hidden in his cave, refusing to come out no matter how much his old friends called. If this could be attributed to his recovery, then what happened a few days ago truly left everyone speechless. Just what happened? Speak up. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Tanner felt anxious. Anthony was a close friend, and Tanner admired his character. Knowing he was injured while saving his sister made Tanner especially concerned. A few days ago, a servant disciple went to Xiuxian's cave to deliver healing pills but was injured by Xiuxian himself. Later, we discovered dead spirit beasts near his cave. Ray whispered, having kept these incidents quiet with Shelley and others but felt comfortable revealing them to Tanner. Are you saying Xiuxian intentionally harmed someone and killed spirit beasts? Tanner found it hard to believe. To him, Anthony was always well-mannered, kind, and upright. Someone trustworthy and dependable. Could it be a misunderstanding? Junior brother Xiuxian wouldn't do such things. Tanner frowned, still finding it hard to accept that Anthony, who was so loyal to Xiuxian sect, could do these things. Perhaps it's not a misunderstanding, little brother. A soft, coquettish voice interrupted. Bryn approached gracefully, speaking calmly yet driving Tanner's heart into despair. That Nya boy indeed killed the spirit beasts. I watched it clearly with my divine sense. What will you do about it? Hashtag chapter 419. Strange events at the mountain gate. Now that Axton has entered seclusion, the most credible figure in Xiuxian sect is not Apollon but rather Keegan and Tanner. Both have been contributing to Xiuxian sect since its establishment and enjoy high prestige among the disciples. Although Apollon is experienced in handling affairs, he joined midway. Immortal Fairy Macer, are you sure about this? It might be that Anthony has been in a bad mood lately, which led him to do such things. Tanner shook his head and frowned. According to his understanding of Anthony, the latter would never do such a thing. Anthony was always gentle and kind to everyone and had a good reputation among the disciples. He certainly wouldn't harm the sect by killing spirit beasts without cause. Tanner found it absurd. Tanner, this is true. Little Xiuxian can sense it. Annabelle, as the guardian of the spirit beast garden, stood forward. A small snake emerged from her sleeve, revealing itself as the four-headed Xiuxian snake. The snake flicked its red tongue, confirming the matter telepathically. Annabelle's expression was serious. She had dedicated herself fully to managing the spirit beast garden, so as not to drag Xiuxian sect down. With the presence of the Xiuxian snake as a protector, many spirit beasts were drawn to explore. Thanks to her efforts, many spirit beasts acknowledged Xiuxian sect, starting to breed and thrive. Once the disciples reached a certain cultivation level, they could form contracts with these beasts, greatly enhancing their power. Unfortunately, 2 of the spirit beasts she had nurtured were killed by Anthony. Her heart bled for them. She wanted to confront Anthony but hesitated, considering her non-core position within the sect. She decided to communicate through Tanner. You're right, I also know about this. It is indeed as Tiana said. Keegan's voice was low and deep. He had always liked Anthony. Who could have expected this behavior? He intended to wait until Tanner emerged from seclusion and then let him investigate the matter personally. I understand. Tanner nodded seriously. He hadn't even had time to share his joy over advancing to the Golden Core realm and condensing a second-grade Dao Golden Core before encountering this situation upon his emergence. Everyone disperse. This time, I will handle it alone. Considering their relationship, Tanner did not want to make Anthony uncomfortable in front of others. He decided to speak to him privately. Keegan breathed a sigh of relief. Anthony had contributed much to Xiuxian sect, and now with Tanner handling the investigation, he felt reassured. Tanner, whatever difficulties Adiel may face, remember, we are all one family, and we can help him. Understood. Uncle Do, I'll go see what's happening. Tanner left immediately for Anthony's cave abode. Along the way, he noticed several disciples whispering, clearly discussing Anthony's actions. Do you all have nothing better to do than gossip? Tanner reprimanded them, and they quickly apologized and left. This confirmed that Anthony's actions had caused a significant impact within Xiuxian sect. Arriving at the cave entrance, Tanner paused, observing the surroundings. An unsettling feeling settled over him. Anthony usually kept his surroundings tidy, but now everything was in disarray. The spirit herbs and flowers he had planted were withered, and the spiritual energy at the mountain gate was chaotic. Brother Adiel, are you in your cave? With Tanner's powerful senses, he could easily detect Anthony's presence. Asking was merely out of respect. He wasn't here to accuse but to help. Oh, it's Chance Tanner. A figure soon emerged from the cave. His complexion was pale, and there was a hint of despair in his expression, far removed from his usual vibrant self. Chance Tanner has already emerged from seclusion. I failed to greet you properly, please forgive me. Anthony's demeanor was calm, though his pale face forced a smile, which felt eerie. No need to apologize. I noticed you don't look well. Did something happen during your cultivation? Perhaps you suffered some internal injuries. If so, you should tell Shelley. She has many fine elixirs. Tanner asked cautiously, hoping Anthony might have made a mistake while practicing and needed help. How could that be, Chance Tanner? I'm fine. No need for you to worry. Anthony didn't come close but stood at his cave entrance, ready to shut the door. Hold on. Tanner quickly intervened. He couldn't let Anthony leave without understanding the situation. Adiel, I heard you killed 2 spirit beasts in the garden. Is that true? Tanner no longer held back. Anthony's lack of cooperation forced him to confront the issue directly. You mean those beasts? Anthony looked up, indifferent. Yes. His response was casual, devoid of his usual humility. Tanner's frown deepened. Do you realize those spirit beasts were painstakingly cultivated by elder sister Tiana? Why did you strike without warning? Tanner felt an uncanny detachment from Anthony, despite standing before him. It was as if he were a different person. According to our sect rules, destroying sect property without cause is strictly punished. Haven't you forgotten? Tanner's tone grew more serious. Their friendship was strong, but it shouldn't influence his judgment. Anthony's attitude was crossing a line. Hold on, Chance. Seeing Tanner prepare to act, Anthony's face turned even paler. He gestured for Tanner to stop. Didn't you say destroying sect property without cause? Yes. Tanner eased his energy, willing to give Anthony a chance to explain. Then that's correct. I acted because those beasts ate my cultivated spirit herbs and fruits without permission, right here. Anthony pointed to the ravaged little spirit field outside his cave. Tanner knew Anthony cherished his cultivation. The destruction was evident. If those beasts dare eat spirit fruit today, tomorrow they might attack our sect members. I acted to protect my fellow disciples. Tanner watched Anthony intently as he spoke calmly. Anthony didn't waver. Hearing Anthony's explanation, Tanner's brow furrowed deeply. If that's true, your method seems too extreme. Spirit beasts vary in nature. Once contracted, they pose no threat. Chance, not all spirit beasts are like sect leaders xuanhuan snake. Most know only slaughter and devouring. I acted for the safety of our sect members. But your methods? I can't fully agree. Subconsciously, Tanner believed Anthony's explanation but still felt something amiss. Anthony's approach was vastly different from before. Could it be due to experiences during his recent excursions? Anthony met Tanner's gaze, his pale face suddenly showing a faint smile. Understood, Chance. This was my fault. Next time, I'll think thrice before acting. A gentle breeze swept over the mountain ridge, and the blinding sunlight fell upon the two figures, yet they felt not a trace of warmth. Chapter 420. Hidden Troubles. In front of Anthony's cave abode, the two individuals who once knew each other so well now stood there as if bound by an invisible chain, looking at each other in silence. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Ning Adiel responded reasonably, and Tanner subconsciously chose to believe his explanation. Watching Tanner's retreating figure, Anthony slowly turned around. His pale face twisted into a grotesque expression. Why? Why are you doing this? Anthony let out a low, guttural roar, and two different voices echoed from within his consciousness. Hehehe, you're asking me? Wasn't it you who wanted to kill those beasts? Bloodshot eyes appeared in Anthony's, and he knelt inside the cave abode, pounding his head desperately. Not me. Not me. It was you controlling me to do this. Anthony seemed deranged, forcefully slamming his body against the stone wall beside him, resulting in a bloody mess. Ha ha ha, don't you want power? Don't you want to avenge your parents? I do, of course I do. Anthony's heart shook violently. Despite appearing gentle in daily life, he harbored an immense secret. His family had been exterminated by unknown cultivators when he was young, and Anthony only remembered their voices while hiding under the bed. He roamed far and wide seeking refuge in a sect, finally finding solace at Xiuxian sect. From then on, he worked tirelessly at cultivation, but his talent was limited, and being compared with Tanner, Anthony often felt inferior. Hehehehe, just surrender your body to me, and you'll gain incomparable power. Then, be it Tanner or Axton, no one in the entire Xiuxian mountains will be your match. You can avenge your parents. No, get out, Anthony cried, clutching his head in agony. Memories long buried resurfaced, and ever since a demonic thought entered his body during the demon eradication mission at Sha River, he had felt a lack of control over himself. What are you hesitating about? What future is there in this small sect? Do you really think Axton treats everyone equally? Stop dreaming. He'll only pour resources into core disciples and women, leaving you further behind until you become useless again. Coward, still believing in those lies. The unceasing demonic voice threatened to burst Anthony's head. He slammed his fist into the wall, blood spurting out. I'm not useless. I'm not useless. I'm not a coward. He went completely mad. Scenes from his childhood played vividly in his mind, shaking his resolve deeply. Finally, with an eerie laugh, Anthony's consciousness was once again suppressed, retreating deep into his sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha, almost got ambushed by this kid. Anthony's eyes looked bizarre. Initially, he believed his consciousness had thoroughly consumed Anthony, but upon seeing Tanner, the suppressed resentment resurfaced. This kid is quite tenacious. But once I, Atlee, consume enough flesh and blood, I can seek a better host. That little fellow Tanner just now wouldn't be bad. Atlee's greedy expression showed through Anthony's face. He was a defeated devil from decades ago, whose physical form was destroyed and could only attach a sliver of his spirit to a beast. Who knew that beast met an unlucky fate, getting killed by humans, and even burying him for years at the bottom of a valley. Only after regaining some strength did he manipulate nearby beasts at Sha River Village to fight each other, attracting Anthony's attention. He thought this body would be easy to occupy. After all, he was a late-stage Yuan infant magic cultivator, a local lord in the netherworld. Yet, whether due to Anthony's strong willpower or Atlee's weakened strength, Anthony's consciousness remained unswallowed. Hmph, once I regain more strength, the whole Xiuxian sect will be mine to play with. For now, I should stay quiet. Truly thankful this foolish boy delivered himself here. Once I restore my body, I'll turn you into a puppet. Atlee's unrestrained laughter was halted by the formations within the cave abode. The spirit beasts were indeed controlled by Anthony to be killed, but exposing too much detail would be premature. Atlee craved human blood terribly. At the main hall of the sect, a few people were waiting for Tanner's return. Seeing him come back, they hurriedly approached. Brother Tanner, what happened to Adiel? Shelley, who was close to Anthony, showed great concern. Well, nothing much. Adiel said those two spirit beasts ate the spiritual fruits he painstakingly grew. Worried they'd lose control and injure other sect members, he acted. Tanner explained slowly. But, I know the spirit beasts I raised. They wouldn't act out easily. Celine looked doubtful. Under the coiling phoenix snake's restraint, the spirit beasts asked before eating. How could they have gone out without permission to eat someone else's fruit? I feel Brother Adiel has some inner troubles. Let's give him time alone. This incident wasn't planned, so let's overlook it for now. I'll pay closer attention to him. Tanner made up his mind. Although Anthony's behavior changed, his aura was familiar. Tanner decided to trust him once more and observe carefully. With Master in a crucial closed meditation period, Tanner had to carry the burden of Xiuxian sect, setting an example for all disciples. Handling Anthony for the death of two spirit beasts would shake morale unnecessarily. Master, when will you emerge from seclusion? Chapter 421. Reconstructing the Heavenly Tao Golden Core. The days passed as usual. A few demonic cultivators appeared around the Green Cloud sect, but with the four-headed xuanhuan snake standing guard and Marianne's formidable strength, there were no significant issues. However, Anthony became increasingly reclusive after meeting Tanner, hiding silently in his cave abode as if he had vanished from the world. Concerned about this, Tanner made multiple attempts to talk to Anthony, but Nya always claimed that he was just feeling down and it wasn't a big deal, leaving Tanner no choice but to leave it at that. Another month went by, and Axton's seclusion reached a critical phase. Inside the cave, an aura of chaotic killing intent filled the air. Due to the array formations set up before seclusion, this killing intent did not affect the Green Cloud sect. Axton's body floated within the chaotic energy, exhibiting an ethereal and unusual state. Axton's eyes were tightly shut, yet his consciousness was sharper than ever. He could clearly perceive every change within his body's meridians, with the flow of spiritual energy and meridian pathways deeply ingrained in his mind. Advancing to the nascent soul stage required understanding one's Tao realm more deeply, specifically, enhancing one's magical abilities. Unlike the need for potent elixirs and treasures when forming the golden core to fortify the physical body, this process relied more on a cultivator's inherent comprehension. While forming a golden core could be achieved through brute force using elixirs and treasures, the nascent soul stage was a pivotal threshold. Some cultivators spent their entire lives trying to reach it, but remained stuck at the late golden core stage, achieving nothing significant. For Axton, however, the process seemed much smoother compared to the agony he endured during the formation of his 8th rank Heavenly Tao Golden Core. He had long grasped the realm of killing intent and, bolstered by the river map, his strength rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, with the innate abilities of the xuanhuan snake, both his mental awareness and physical prowess far exceeded those of typical golden core cultivators. The only challenge remaining for Axton was how to dissolve his golden core and form his own nascent soul. Under the influence of metal spiritual energy, Axton felt as though his dantian had plunged into a sea of fire. His 8th rank Heavenly Tao Golden Core slowly began to dissolve. Then, with a sharp crack, the spherical golden core exploded, releasing a violent surge of spiritual energy. This energy was the essence of Axton's golden core and was essential for forming his nascent soul. If he could incorporate this core energy into the realm of killing intent, it would signify complete control over his Tao realm. The realm of killing intent would then be capable of nurturing life, with Axton's nascent soul being the first newborn. The core energy surged chaotically in the dantian, like aimless flies searching for a new home. Intense pain coursed through Axton as the core energy seemed beyond control, threatening to tear his dantian apart. Hold still. Axton suppressed the turmoil of the core energy forcefully. If this continued, his attempt to form a nascent soul might fail, and his dantian could rupture first. Only by integrating the core energy into the Tao realm can I shape my true nascent soul. But how? These core energies are so hard to control even within the dantian. Once they enter the Tao realm, I'll lose all control. Axton frowned deeply. Forming a nascent soul had two key stages, comprehending the Tao realm and integrating oneself into it. Although he smoothly completed the first stage, it didn't guarantee success in the second. How to integrate the core energy with the Tao realm was the true test of mastery. Oh no. As Axton pondered, he sensed the core energy beginning to spiral out of control. Without the constraint of the golden core, the 8th rank core energy had become even more unruly, seeking a new host. At this rate, my physical body might give out first. Clenching his teeth, Axton realized he needed to calm the core energy before attempting integration. Since you're running rampant in my Dantian, let me fuse you together. With a surge of determination, Axton focused his advanced nascent soul-level mental power, which enveloped him like a large hand, suppressing the chaotic core energy in his Dantian. The core energy resisted instinctively, but was met with stronger compression. Two forces within Axton's body clashed, with Axton relentlessly suppressing the core energy despite its fierce resistance. Sensing the temporary calm, Axton exhaled deeply. Now he had to consider how to integrate the core energy into the Tao realm, or rather, how to make the Tao realm accept the core energy. Suddenly, the core energy in his Dantian began reforming, vaguely taking the shape of a golden core again. What's happening? It's reforming the golden core on its own? Axton couldn't help but laugh wryly. His intention was to temporarily suppress the core energy to buy time, but now it was reforming into a hazy golden core. Once the core energy reformed into a golden core, everything would revert to the start. Axton didn't understand why this was happening, but instinctively wanted to stop it. When his mental power touched the new golden core, a strong force repelled him. The 8th rank Heavenly Tao golden core was extraordinary, and the current core appeared even more powerful, making it impossible for Axton to approach. This aura? Axton's expression shifted as he formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be? Observing closely, Axton noticed that the 8 stripes on the golden core had gained an additional stripe, suggesting it was evolving into a 9th rank Heavenly Tao golden core. Events unfolded in ways Axton couldn't predict. He hadn't anticipated the core energy would spontaneously reorganize into a more suitable form, creating a golden core even more powerful than before and heading toward becoming a 9th rank golden core. Though disappointed initially at not forming a 9th rank golden core, Axton had always been optimistic and didn't dwell on it. Now, with the chance to achieve the unprecedented 9th rank Heavenly Tao golden core, Axton knew he had to try. Whatever the outcome, it was worth striving for. Axton stopped suppressing the core energy, allowing it to reassemble in the Dantian. The energy danced joyfully within him. Gradually, a hazy golden core formed, with 9 distinct stripes radiating a mesmerizing light. Axton felt his Dantian's energy being violently drained, pouring into the golden core as if feeding an endless abyss. Not only his own energy but also the spiritual energy of the entire Green Cloud sect gravitated towards him. Axton could do nothing but maintain the flow of energy, hoping this desperate move would succeed. Reconstructing the golden core, success or failure. It all depended on this moment. If he failed, the golden core would shatter completely, likely dropping Axton back to the foundation establishment stage. As his energy was rapidly depleted, Axton felt helpless. He didn't know how much spiritual energy a 9th rank Heavenly Tao golden core required, but he understood one thing. This might be his last chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, he mustn't fail. Chapter 422, Restlessness. Time passed in this manner, with Axton diligently maintaining the circulation of spiritual energy within his cave abode. First, he drained all the spiritual energy from his body, then shattered every high-grade spirit stone on him, and finally harnessed the entire Green Cloud sect's spiritual energy to sustain stability. This situation had already persisted for over a month. Naturally, the disciples within the Green Cloud sect felt the unusual conditions outside Axton's cave, sensing the surging spiritual energy disappearing into the cave, causing considerable worry among everyone. Master, why has Brother Unker been secluded for so long without coming out? Ashley stood beside Apollon, her small hands clenched tightly, eyes filled with deep concern. I only know about the nascent soul stage through hearsay. However, the current situation of Lord Unkor does seem rather abnormal. Apollon's tone was hesitant. Seeing the concerned gazes around, he eventually swallowed back what he was going to say. Anchor, leaving a conversation unfinished isn't a good habit. Let me help explain. Marianne's figure suddenly appeared beside them, curiously observing Axton's cave. With nascent soul strength, Marianne could certainly feel what was happening inside. Elevating to nascent soul mainly tests one's comprehension of the Tao realm and their understanding of Tao. Normally, there shouldn't be such intense fluctuations in spiritual energy unless... Unless what? Celine asked anxiously, her face full of tension, staring at Marianne without stopping. Unless Lord Unkor failed in his breakthrough, leading to the fragmentation of his golden core, necessitating the reformation of the core to save his life. Marianne's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd as she said this openly. Her words stirred a tumultuous reaction among the Green Cloud sect disciples present. What? You're saying that our sect leader's golden core fragmented? Won't he become a cripple then? It's impossible. Our sect leader never undertakes tasks without assurance. Don't spread unfounded rumors. The reactions of the Green Cloud sect disciples were intense. Axton was like a celestial being to them, unable to accept the reality described by Marianne. Master, she's lying to us, right? Brother Unkor is fine, right? Ashley's eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked at Apollon as if he was her last hope, trembling lips. I too have my suspicions, but nothing is absolute. Apollon showed a troubled expression. Axton was the soul of Green Cloud sect. He mustn't fall now. Otherwise, the hard-earned stability in Green Cloud range would crumble. Reasonably speaking, after a golden core shatters, a cultivator's cultivation is entirely lost. Yet, Lord Unkor continues to absorb spiritual energy frenziedly. Maybe he can reshape his golden core? Apollon's words painted the most ideal scenario he could think of. Advancing to nascent soul wasn't easy. Many spent their lives trying to understand their Tao, not to mention advancing so young. Even if Lord Uncor possessed extraordinary talent, it was likely challenging to break this bottleneck. Apollon sighed inwardly. With Axton's ability, breaking through to nascent soul was just a matter of time. Unfortunately, pressured by the immortal sect martial competition and the demon invasion, Axton had no choice but to enhance his power rapidly, resulting in an unstable foundation. This failure might be due to excessive haste. So, Brother Uncor won't die? Ashley discreetly wiped away tears, finding solace in the news that he might survive. As long as he lived, anything was possible. Yes, Lord Uncor is blessed and fated. He should find a way to survive. Apollon slowly replied. In truth, he already had an answer. Even if Axton survived by reforming his golden core, his root essence would be irreparably damaged. Attempting another nascent soul breakthrough would be difficult. Even recovering current strength would be a challenge. However, Anchor Glongzo kept these thoughts to himself, casting a glance at the composed Marianne. The rapid development of Green Cloud Sect was not just because of fair rules, but also due to Axton's raw strength that reassured everyone. If Axton's cultivation plummeted, those dependent on the Green Cloud Sect might waver. Even controlling this new arrival, Lady Marianne, would become problematic. Celine, astute as ever, quickly understood Apollon's implied meaning. Her first thought was to look for her brother, yet Wyatt was nowhere to be found among the crowd. Where is Brother Wyatt? Celine glanced around but saw no sign of Wyatt. Logically, he shouldn't miss such an occasion. Wyatt went down the mountain to handle some matters. 3 villagers from Xiuhuo village have vanished inexplicably, leading Wyatt to suspect demonic activity. He hasn't returned yet, Ray explained quietly. Feeling the year was fraught with misfortune, problems began with Axton's secluded state, and now demons were appearing in his hometown Xiuhuo village. Ray sensed a brewing unrest in Green Cloud Sect. Ray knew the cause, rapid development lacking sufficient heritage. If Axton disappeared, chaos would reign. They had gathered because of Axton. Only his emergence could ease this unease. Ceciliaic traces? Why haven't I heard of this? Celine frowned, deeply engrossed in alchemy, missing several updates. Yes, it's not just Xiuhuo village. Even our menial disciples from Amei Mountain suffered demon attacks. Fortunately, Qinglu Snake sensed danger promptly and attacked immediately, preventing casualties. It happened less than 300 meters from Green Cloud Sect in the woods. The attacker was extremely cunning, fleeing after being injured by Qinglu Snake, outrunning even it. Qinglu Snake told senior sister Sweetie it couldn't see the demon clearly. Afterward, no Green Cloud Sect disciples were attacked again, but disappearances increased in nearby human villages. These are troubling times. Storm murmured from behind the crowd. Despite reasonable arguments from Marianne and Apollon, Storm firmly believed Axton wouldn't err easily. He had followed Axton for years. Though his cultivation talent was low, he knew Axton well. To Storm, Axton was meticulous and trustworthy. Hence, he remained confident that Axton would not falter. Chapter 423. Tanner descends the mountain. At the foot of the Green Cloud Sect, in Shay Village, Tanner walked into the village with ease, as if he knew every corner. Shay Village, being closest to Green Cloud Sect, was a place under close protection. He was very familiar with everything around it. It's Master Immortal Tanner. We haven't seen you in such a long time. You've finally come. These days, we haven't had a single peaceful night of sleep. Villagers patrolling outside the village immediately gathered around when they saw Tanner appear, looking at him like a savior. They appeared exhausted, clearly not in good spirits. Has something happened again? Tanner frowned deeply. He had rushed here the day after receiving news from Shay Village. Could there be more monsters taking advantage of this situation? Cough. Master Immortal Tanner, please come inside first. The old village chief emerged from the crowd. Normally, with the spiritual energy nourishment from near Green Cloud Sect, Uriel would be robust and healthy despite his age. But now, he seemed 10 years older than usual, and even his hands trembled slightly. Gemif, speak here. There's no need for formalities among us. Tanner felt a twinge in his heart. The villagers of Shay Village maintained excellent relations with the disciples of Green Cloud Sect. Many of the disciples' parents lived here. It could be considered their second home. As the eldest disciple of Green Cloud Sect, he had an obligation to protect this land. All right, I won't beat around the bush. Too many strange things have happened recently. The old village chief sighed deeply. Seeing Tanner arrive finally put him at ease. After pondering for a while, he began to narrate. Ever since sect leader Uncor revitalized the Green Cloud Sect, our Shay village has benefited greatly. The young people who used to wander outside are willing to return now, and the villagers' lives have become much better. Tanner nodded. He knew that the disciples often brought back some elixirs for their parents. But, a few days ago, someone suddenly went missing. At first, I thought it was just an accident. The missing person was a young man who had just returned to the village, so I assumed he couldn't bear the loneliness and left. So, I didn't pay much attention. Who knew that several more people disappeared one after another? Some were originally residents of Shay Village, while others moved here later. Just the night before your arrival, 3 more people vanished without a trace. The old village chief's voice trembled. In his advanced years, all he wanted was to live out his twilight years in peace. Who would have thought such bizarre events would happen? Now, the entire village was in turmoil, with rumors spreading about a flesh-eating demon, causing everyone to stay locked up at home. Another disappearance? Tanner was shocked. He had been told only 2 people were missing. Hearing the village chief's account revealed the severity of the situation. Gemif, think carefully. Do the missing people have any common characteristics, or has anything strange happened recently? Well, they're all strong, young men. As for unusual occurrences, young Anthony checked the village during his last visit, and said he found no signs of demonic cultivation. Beyond that, I can't think of anything else. The old village chief furrowed his brow, trying hard but unable to figure out what was happening, hoping Tanner could uncover the cause. You mean junior brother Adiel investigated too? Tanner was taken aback. Anthony had been holed up in his cave lately, leading Tanner to believe he wouldn't leave the sect at all. Yet, he had secretly visited Shay Village. Yes, Young Ye said he missed his parents and came back to visit. He also checked the village's surroundings before leaving. So, didn't you do something wrong within Green Cloud Sect, upsetting sect leader Unkur? Tanner forced a smile. Of course not. Junior brother Adiel has progressed quickly and is now a key member of the sect. You don't need to worry. That's good, that's good. Young Ye had a tough life. His parents adopted him when he was little. Despite that, he's quite filial and frequently visits them. The old village chief sighed. Anthony and Ray were the first children from the village to achieve great success. To him, they represented the future of Sheh village. Junior brother Adiel? A shiver ran through Tanner's heart, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Anthony often took on patrol missions to Sheh village and visited frequently, which wasn't unusual given his adoptive parents lived there, known to all in Green Cloud Sect. Well then, Gemif, let me patrol the area around the village to see if anything's amiss. I'll also arrange for more disciples to patrol nearby. Please calm the villagers down. Tanner could only think of this solution for now. Calming the villagers was crucial. Seeing the villagers' weary and distressed expressions, he feared these ordinary people might collapse soon if things continued. Fine, knowing Master Immortal Tanner will handle it makes me feel relieved. The old village chief's face finally showed a hint of relief. Turning to the villagers, he shouted loudly. Villagers, listen up. Master Immortal Tanner says everything will be handled by the experts of Green Cloud Sect. Let's get some rest and return to normal life. Everything is under control. Good. With Master Immortal's assurance, I'm relieved. Exactly. Let's head to the fields and check on the crops. They must be ruined by Birch's sheep by now. Right, let's go. The villagers dispersed, leaving Uriel and Tanner facing each other. Master Immortal Tanner, my days are numbered. I just hope to see Sheh village thrive before I pass. Getting old makes one dread the loss of loved ones. The old village chief shook his head sadly and walked away, his frail figure stirring a deep sorrow in Tanner's heart. Rest assured, Gemif, I'll investigate right away. Without hesitation, Tanner spread his golden core realm divine sense over the entire village, inch by inch. From the villagers' discussions, he learned that one of the missing young men was Uriel's son, Egon. That Uriel had managed to keep the villagers calm despite his son's disappearance spoke volumes about his dedication. Tanner's figure flashed as he wandered around Sheh village. Under his divine sense, everything seemed normal, too normal. Even without wild animals around, it was eerily quiet. Though unable to discern any immediate clues, he had one lead. His junior brother Anthony, who visited the village frequently and acted mysteriously. Perhaps he held vital information. I must report this to Master, Tanner thought, knowing that although sect leader Axton was in seclusion, having reached the Golden Core stage himself, he wouldn't fall behind. The surroundings of Sheh village were oddly serene, raising suspicions. For now, Tanner would focus on understanding Anthony's activities. Maybe that would provide the key clue. Chapter 424, Confrontation. With matters weighing on his mind, Tanner didn't dare delay at all. Axton had instructed before entering seclusion that no matter how tumultuous the outside world became, the tranquility within Xiuxian sect's territory must be maintained. This was the foundation upon which Xiuxian sect stood. Tanner kept this in mind, and immediately went to the Grand Hall upon returning to the sect. He saw Apollon and Clint discussing affairs. Marianne was sitting lightly nearby, lost in thought. Tanner, you're back? Clint greeted Tanner amiably when he entered, but Tanner's expression wasn't particularly pleasant. What's wrong? Is the matter at Xuanhuan resolved? Temporarily, there's nothing conclusive yet. Has Master come out of seclusion yet? Tanner originally wanted to mention Anthony's situation, but decided it was just a lead and better to wait until he had fully investigated before informing others. Not yet. The spiritual energy around the Patriarch's residence has become increasingly turbulent. We find it difficult even to approach. Clint chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. His talent wasn't high, but with Juniper's medicinal pills supporting him, he could break through to the Golden Core stage at any time. However, with Xiuxian sect short of manpower, closing down for cultivation would leave many trivial matters unattended, so he could only put it off for now. In that case, may I ask Immortal Fairy Marianne, Tanner has a question for you. Tanner carefully considered and directed his gaze at Marianne. She was currently the strongest combatant in Xiuxian sect, with far superior vision and divine senses. He believed she might have noticed something. Oh, what does this little rascal want to ask? Marianne opened her eyes with interest. In the past month, she hadn't meddled in Xiuxian sect's affairs, strolling leisurely every day, a behavior quite agreeable to Apollon and Clint. The two feared that Marianne might cause chaos relying on her strength, but her current demeanor was clearly the most worry-free. I'd like to ask Immortal Fairy Marianne if you've sensed any demonic creatures appearing within Xiuxian sect's territory? Tanner fixed his gaze on Marianne, hoping to get some clues from her. Ceciliaic creatures? No, not really. Marianne supported her chin, feeling thoroughly before slowly answering. But there are quite a few with ill intentions. Ill intentions? Tanner was about to probe further, but Marianne lazily stretched, interrupting his question. These are internal affairs of Xiuxian sect. I'm merely a guest elder, and will return to Xuanhuan City once sect leader Unkur emerges from seclusion. Unless there is an attack by a nascent soul cultivator, I won't interfere. This statement made Apollon and Clint exchange puzzled glances. They knew Marianne's unpredictable nature, but such remarks clearly indicated they couldn't rely on her. Tanner understands. Tanner replied quietly, then turned to leave the Grand Hall. Watching Tanner depart, Apollon felt a pang of sorrow. This child, isn't the burden on his shoulders too heavy? He's only 13 years old. Clint opened his mouth to say something but ended up sighing. Times were harsh. Surviving amidst turmoil was no easy feat as Axton's personal disciple. Tanner bore the hopes of the entire new generation of Xiuxian sect. He was the indomitable mainstay among disciples in the martial arts competition. So over the past year, Tanner never stopped cultivating and even helped manage the sect. At such a young age, he carried too much. Leave him be. With Brother Unkur as his benchmark, Tanner naturally holds himself to extremely high standards. Clint's words hit the nail on the head. Although Axton was Qingyun Sect's leader, he was barely 20, a fact that left anyone astonished. Tanner's sole role model was Axton, a sentiment shared by all Qingyun Sect disciples. This child has matured significantly. Leaving the Grand Hall, Tanner rushed straight to Anthony's cave dwelling. Anthony seemed to have vanished for the past month, only occasionally appearing in the sect square, almost evaporating from sight. Even the sect affairs he managed were abandoned, unlike his usual self. Concerned disciples who probed his whereabouts heard tales of violent outbursts, and even that Afu had been barred entry, being subdued in one move. Tanner stared at the weed-covered cave dwelling, where the spiritual herbs and flowers planted outside had withered, exuding an air of decline. Based on what he knew about Anthony, he was always orderly and disciplined, never allowing himself to fall into such a state. Combined with the peculiar incidents recently, Tanner was deeply concerned about Anthony. Adiel, are you there? Tanner transmitted sound inside, respecting their close friendship while also showing respect to each disciple. There was no response after a while. Adiel, it's Tanner. I have something to ask you. Tanner's voice grew louder. After a considerable pause, movement came from inside the cave dwelling. A pale, disheveled man walked out, his grimy face barely resembling Anthony. It's you, Chance Tanner. Long time no see. Anthony's eyes refocused, and he gave a slight bow without inviting Tanner inside. Of course, Tanner wasn't in the mood for pleasantries, especially since the disappearance of Xiaohu villagers was more pressing. Junior brother Adiel, I heard you frequently visit Xiaohu lately. Have you heard about the strange occurrences there? Tanner got straight to the point, eager to uncover the truth. His logical and precise junior brother surely noticed discrepancies. Strange occurrences? What kind of strange occurrences? Oddly, Anthony shrugged, feigning ignorance, which only made Tanner frown. Haven't you heard? Several Xiaohu villagers have gone missing for no reason. Did you notice anything unusual? Chapter 425, Shattering Will. Facing Tanner's inquiry, Anthony's expression remained unchanged, as if he were indifferent to the situation in Shay Village. So it was Chance Tanner who went. These mortals never tell the truth. Don't take it to heart, brother. Anthony's words caused Tanner to frown deeply. He could not believe that this disciple could say such things. But those villagers watched you grow up since childhood. Are you not worried about their mysterious disappearance? Worried? Chance Tanner is joking. Anthony's pale face showed a smile, identical to his usual demeanor, but his eyes were hollow. Please don't forget what times we live in now. A few mortals going missing is too common. If we, the Qingyun sect, get involved in every small matter, wouldn't that exhaust us? The mountains are full of fierce beasts. They might have been taken by wild animals. Don't waste your efforts on these trivial matters. After saying this, Anthony turned back toward his cave residence, an attitude Tanner found incomprehensible. The once amiable junior seemed like a different person. If not for his appearance and aura being exactly Anthony's, Tanner would have thought him an imposter. Hold it. Before closing his retreat, the sect master instructed us to protect the nearby villages. How will we explain our negligence to him when he emerges? Anthony paused without turning around, a mocking smile hidden on his unseen face. You're also afraid of disappointing the sect master. Do you remember the sect martial arts competition is coming soon? Instead of worrying about these mortals, focus on cultivating. Failing to achieve a good rank would disappoint the sect master more, wouldn't it? Without looking back, Anthony entered his cave residence, silence following. A faint barrier enveloped the outside, indicating his unwillingness to continue speaking. What has gotten into him? Has he been bewitched? Tanner couldn't understand Anthony's sudden change. From a well-liked disciple to this indifferent person, all while everyone in Qingyun sect was busy with cultivation. Only Tanner noticed this change. Given time, Tanner feared Anthony's personality might worsen. Unfortunately, they were of similar age, calling each other brothers, leaving Tanner little ground to criticize him. I hope he recovers over time, or that master can talk to him after emerging from seclusion. Receiving no clues from Anthony, Tanner decided to enhance the protection of Shay Village, trying to reduce the incidents. He felt Anthony had changed significantly, silently vowing to keep an eye on him. In the dark cave residence, Anthony was kneeling, breathing heavily, looking pained and tormented. Bloodshot eyes filled with agony. Ugh. Anthony suddenly vomited, unbearable stench filling the room. In the dim light, dried blood stains could be seen in the corners. Why did you do this? Aya! Anthony screamed in anguish, remembering his actions whenever he regained consciousness. No. It should be Adrian's control over his body performing these atrocities. Each time, Adrian made him witness the victim's terrified struggles clearly. Anthony felt exhausted, wanting to give up. With Anthony's foundation establishment mental strength, preserving a thread of consciousness against Adrian's dominance was a miracle. Hehehe, just some mortal flesh. Look at you, pathetic. Adrian's chilling laughter echoed in Anthony's mind. Though he could suppress Anthony's consciousness entirely, Anthony stubbornly persisted. So, Adrian devised a plan, driving the mortals of Shay Village to slaughter via Anthony's body. Devouring fresh life force accelerated Adrian's recovery, forcing Anthony to witness his former villagers die by his hands, crushing his will. Think you can crush me? Dream on. Anthony shouted hoarsely. His psyche suffered dual torment, Adrian's oppression and witnessing his villages devouring. Under this dual assault, Anthony verged on madness. His spiritual power grew weaker, only allowed to surface by Adrian to endure pain. Now Chance Tanner suspects something. He will increase patrols in Shay. You won't succeed easily. Anthony knew Adrian, still recovering, dared not reveal himself. Once discovered by Bryn, he would be no match. Despite this, Adrian occasionally sensed strong spiritual scans, a terrifying woman from Qingyun sect. This pressure left Adrian breathless, another reason for not fully consuming Anthony's consciousness. If Anthony's consciousness were completely devoured, exposure to Bryn would spell disaster. Just 3 months more, no, 2 if I devour enough flesh. These defenses in Shay are troubling, but I've grown tired of mortal flesh. Adrian chuckled sinisterly, aiming to break Anthony's resolve. How about those female disciples from Enkurbo sect? Soft and tender, always visiting you. Next time, let's eat them. Don't you dare. Anthony fell into despair. Adrian spoke of Lexi, who often visited him with goodwill. Anthony planned to acknowledge his feelings for her upon reaching the Golden Core realm, but now she became his greatest weakness. If you touch a single hair on Lexi, I'll never forgive you. Losing composure, Anthony saw Lexi defenselessly attacked, Adrian devouring her flesh. Unable to bear the threat, his spirit suffered further erosion, growing weaker. Hehehe, excellent. Once I regain my form, I will make you my finest puppet. Enjoy everything now. As Adrian laughed maniacally, the cave residents fell silent again. When Anthony stood up, his eyes resumed a numb look, revealing a sinister grin not his own. Chapter 426, Achieving the Nascent Soul Realm, behind the Xiuxian sect. At this point, no one dared to approach the back mountain. Not even Bryn would only occasionally observe from a distance. This area had become a spiritual vortex with surging spiritual energy pouring in from all over the Xiuxian mountains and then being injected into the cave dwelling with great force. Within a 300-meter radius, no one could get close. Time passed another month. Inside the cave, Axton finally opened his eyes slowly after tightly shutting them for a long time. He finally regained control of his body. The previously raging primordial spiritual energy within his dantian had completely calmed down, systematically repeating the process of forming golden cores. Reflecting on it, this breakthrough was filled with peril but resulted in success. Originally, he thought that the shattering of his golden core signified a failed attempt at breaking through, possibly leading to a significant drop in cultivation level. Unexpectedly, due to a misfortune, he not only obtained a heavenly 9-grade golden core, but also fused his primordial spiritual energy with the Tao realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this calamity. Observing the perfectly rounded 9-grade golden core within his dantian, Axton could feel the terrifying power it contained. It turns out the 9-grade golden core wasn't just a legend. Extremely stringent conditions must be met to form one. First, one needed to comprehend the Tao realm during the golden core stage. Second, one had to be ruthless enough to break apart the golden core and fuse it with the Tao realm to reshape oneself. Of course, all this was predicated on already having formed an 8-grade golden core. Otherwise, it would merely be a foolish dream. Phew. Axton exhaled deeply, only now daring to relax as the process of reshaping his golden core was arduously perilous. The suffering endured over this past month had repeatedly made him think of giving up. Finally, on this day, he completed the process. The 9-patterned golden core displayed its incomparable prestige. Axton clearly felt his strength had doubled. However, this was far from over. Axton's goal didn't stop here. He aimed to reach the nascent soul realm. The most difficult phase had already passed. His primordial spiritual energy had been accepted by the Emil world, signifying that Axton had fully grasped his Tao realm and could create life within it based on his will. Time was running out. This attempt to break into the nascent soul stage had to succeed. How could he not give it a go under such favorable conditions? Golden core, dissolve. Facing the hard-earned 9-grade heavenly golden core, Axton did not hesitate to dissolve it once more. An even more concentrated surge of primordial spiritual energy instantly dissolved within his dantian. They eagerly searched for a new home, and the Emil world was evidently the perfect place. With prior preparation, this time the Tao realm did not resist the influx of primordial spiritual energy, engulfing it wholeheartedly. In the Emil world, the chaotic killing aura in the sky began to undulate, consciously coalescing together with the influx of primordial spiritual energy. The map of rivers and mountains appeared in midair, channeling a large amount of pure divine consciousness to assist in their fusion. To Axton's surprise, no guidance was needed as the primordial spiritual energy voluntarily established connections with the chaotic killing aura, enveloping the boundless killing aura and gradually shaping it into something tangible. At this moment, flowers bloomed everywhere in the Emil world. Forests teemed with birds and beasts. Rivers and seas were alive with flying fish. Henceforth, the Emil world became a complete Tao realm, symbolizing that Axton could bring humans into his small world, officially stepping into the nascent soul realm. However, there was still one last step. That was to form the nascent soul. The chaotic killing aura wrapped in primordial spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, encompassing all the killing aura from the entire Emil world, creating immense power. Thankfully, the groundwork had been laid, otherwise, this step would have never succeeded. Now, primordial spiritual energy and chaotic killing aura coexisted harmoniously. With the light orb they formed emitting threads of golden light. Axton saw the chaotic killing aura evolving from white mist into something solid, like veins threading through a newborn baby's body, sculpting a tiny outline. The mist gradually turned pink, then flesh-colored, becoming identical to a human being. If the chaotic killing aura became the flesh and blood of the nascent soul, then the primordial spiritual energy was its outer shell. Under the meticulous carving of primordial spiritual energy, the contours of a miniature figure began to appear, resembling Axton exactly. It floated tranquilly in midair, refined by the chaotic killing aura and sculpted by primordial spiritual energy. The waves of Tao might contained within it made Axton unable to look away. Did it succeed? Axton clenched his fists in excitement. Who could fathom the joy he felt at this moment? His lifelong wish had finally come true. He had fulfilled his father's requirements, reaching the nascent soul realm, thereby earning the right to understand what truly transpired that year. Wanting to touch the nascent soul, Axton extended his hand, forgetting that he was only a divine thought within the Tao realm. Thus, he could only stare intently at the miniature version of himself. It was a crystalline figure, whose features unmistakably mirrored Axton. Its overall appearance was finely crafted, exuding a faint heavenly might, showing mastery over not just one Tao, but multiple Taos. Tao of Emil, Tao of Heart Sword, one focused on the mind, the other on the body. Combined, they formed the true Axton. Achieving nascent soul while comprehending two Dao simultaneously was unprecedented in the 10,000 spirit continent. Most people could only focus on one major Dao, for distraction would lead to a fractured Dao heart and abandonment by the heavens. Thus, no one had documented the reactions when possessing two unique Dao simultaneously. But at least from Axton's perspective, the Dao of Emil and the Dao of Heart Sword got along well, each specializing in different areas, one in mystical arts, the other in slaughter. In essence, Axton was now armed to the teeth, even surpassing regular cultivators several times over in strength. Under the combined power of two great Daos, Axton's strength increased manifold. Just using his divine thought to probe, he felt his heart tremble in awe. Indeed, this nascent soul, forged from a 9-grade heavenly golden core, was top-notch in every aspect. Eagerly, he channeled his divine consciousness into the nascent soul. Everything proceeded smoothly. The miniature figure cooperatively accepted the divine consciousness. Then, a sensation of mastering heaven and earth overwhelmed Axton, nearly making him groan in comfort. He could see everything within the Emil world, from vast mountains and rivers to tiny specks of dust. Everything fell under his dominion. No longer needing to use personal power to suppress the slaughtering force, Axton's complete mastery over the Emil world meant he would never again be mentally bewildered by killing intent. The map of rivers and mountains flew into the sky, transforming into a colossal painting that stretched across 10,000 miles, merging with the heavens. Instantly, the sky bore the sun, moon, and a brilliant galaxy. Thus, Axton broke through to the nascent soul stage, with the Emil world finally perfected. Chapter 427, Rapid Advancement. Axton had never experienced this realm before. His soul soared above the Emil realm, observing the living creatures evolving within its rivers and mountains. Everything here was his flesh and blood. When Axton was enraged, thunder raged through the heavens. When Axton was pleased, the sun, moon, and mountains were splendid. When Axton grieved, torrential rain fell heavily. All of it was at Axton's command. The Emil realm was like his second body, closely connected to him. The sun, moon, and stars formed from the river realm diagram shimmered intensely, with a beam of golden light stretching straight toward Axton's divine consciousness. It was the Yuan Prinseng body crafted from primordial spirit energy. Axton guided his divine consciousness, bringing the Yuan Prinseng to hover in front of him, suspended midair, blossoms sprouting beneath it wherever it went. Is this my Yuan Prinseng? Axton was entranced, not by joy, but by the unparalleled allure of the Yuan Prinseng before him. He could feel that the Yuan Prinseng belonged to him, an exact miniature replica of himself, radiating pure and potent power, forged from primordial spirit energy and chaotic, killing intent, devoid of any impurities. Unconsciously, Axton extended his divine consciousness to touch the Yuan Prinseng. A cool sensation filled his mind as the Yuan Prinseng entered his consciousness seamlessly, releasing formidable power despite its tiny size. It felt as if an explosion occurred within his mind, with an overwhelmingly powerful mental force expanding his consciousness. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds. It only ceased after reaching 5 folds, and the little figure of the Yuan Prinseng nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with its new home, hovering high in the air. The now 5-fold expanded mind finally calmed down, establishing an invisible connection with the Yuan Prinseng. A process known as reversal nourishment. The Yuan Prinseng released its power to expand Axton's consciousness, which then gradually absorbed nutrients and fed back to the Yuan Prinseng, signifying that Axton had formally condensed his Yuan Prinseng within his body. As consciousness returned to his body, accompanied by a significant increase in divine consciousness, his physical strength and internal spiritual energy underwent qualitative changes. Whereas Axton's body, once invulnerable to blades and spears thanks to the innate abilities of the xuanhuan snake, now defied water and fire. No ordinary resistance to elements, but rather the essence of Dao's elements. With the river realm diagram in hand, utilizing the Daoist principles within, the ordinary elemental realms could barely compete with the Emil realm. In other words, they could not harm him, representing a superior dominance on the path of Dao. Naturally, Axton would not be content with just this. Not only did he need time to comprehend the Emil realm further, but he also had a self-created path called the Heart Sword Dao. The Emil Dao governed deities, while the Heart Sword Dao dominated battles. Axton believed that with more time to understand these two paths, his strength would soar rapidly. Of course, being a newly minted Yuan Prinseng cultivator, especially one whose Yuan Prinseng was shaped by a 9th rank heavenly Dao golden core, brought significant changes to Axton. The chi in his dantian no longer fluctuated chaotically, but formed a regular cyclone, rotating subtly with remarkable density. The purity of his spiritual energy had increased several times over. Axton sensed that with his current power, he could defeat 10 versions of his former self. After all, during the late golden core stage, Axton could contend with early Yuan Prinseng cultivators. This transformation upon entering the Yuan Prinseng stage was indeed profound. Taking the Heart Sword as an example, before the breakthrough, using ordinary sword techniques required little effort, whereas deploying the nascent Heart Sword demanded considerable focus and mobilization of all bodily spiritual energy. This partly stemmed from his insufficient comprehension of the Heart Sword Dao, but mostly due to his inadequacy in wielding the Sword Dao at his previous cultivation level. Now, however, controlling the Chi consciously and executing the Dao world alongside the Heart Sword allowed Axton to unleash 10 consecutive Heart Sword strikes fully concentrated, each perfectly blending the Heart Sword Dao with the Emil realm. Although Axton hadn't used them yet, their power was not to be underestimated. He was confident he could triumph over middle Yuan Prinseng cultivators, even facing late Yuan Prinseng veterans without needing to flee. The Emil realm was exceedingly tyrannical. Once awakened, there was no retreat. Only those carrying an indomitable will could harness such killing intent. The Heart Sword Dao served as a restraint for the negative forces within the Emil Dao, allowing Axton to wield the power freely without being influenced by brutal aura. These two forces complemented each other. The Emil Dao was like a sharp sword, indestructible. The Heart Sword Dao resembled a sheath concealing the blade, aiding Axton in correctly using the power. This was Axton's harvest over 3 months, transforming from a broken golden core with no hope of advancement to reconstructing a 9th rank Heavenly Dao golden core and fusing 2 great paths to create his own sword Dao. The risks involved were only understood by him. Finally, everything came to fruition. The Yuan Princeng floated quietly in his consciousness, sending refined spiritual energy into the Dantian, which in turn absorbed energy to nourish itself, forming a complete grand circulation. Axton now needed to stabilize his realm. Within the cave abode, the violent spiritual energy dissipated entirely. Axton sat calmly on the bed, his breathing serene. The surrounding spiritual energy peaceful and intimate around him, as if dancing near his body. Hold your breath and concentrate. Time is running out. Axton adjusted his breathing, immersing himself in cultivation again, eager to adjust the newborn Dantian's chi cyclone. He reflected on his 3-month-long seclusion and wondered how things were faring at Xuanhuan Sect today. Chapter 428. Storms are brewing. At the same moment, disciples of Green Cloud Sect also began to sense the changes in front of Axton's cave dwelling. The chaotic spiritual currents that had lasted for several months finally dissipated, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Many disciples who had been closely watching rushed over and started whispering among themselves. Did you notice? The vortex in front of the sect leader's cave is gone? Well duh, otherwise why would we gather here? Do you think sect leader has successfully broken through and is about to emerge from seclusion? Can't be sure, but it seems that even if he failed, there's no mortal danger, as long as he's safe. You're such a jinx. Oh, let's ask senior sister Aiko. Seeing high-ranking members of Green Cloud Sect arriving one by one, the excited disciples approached their usual friendly acquaintance, Aiko. Senior sister Tyan, has sect leader succeeded in his breakthrough and will be coming out soon? Yeah, it's been 3 months now, everyone's getting anxious. Come on, don't say nonsense, even if anxious. No one could be more worried than senior sister Tyan. Aiko glared at them with a flush on her face. These days, rumors of her affection for Axton had spread throughout the sect, but she wasn't ashamed because only with him did she feel truly secure. I'm not sure myself. Have you finished your morning exercises? Don't loiter here. Under Aiko's scolding, the initially bunched up disciples dispersed, each having various sect missions to attend to. After all, the allure of the Dao comprehension pool and medicinal pills was too great. Tyan, you're here too. Apollon appeared beside her, his face lighting up upon seeing Axton's cave. Despite being permanently stuck at the golden core stage due to damage, Apollon's insight surpassed most. Axton's aura clearly indicated a successful breakthrough, finalizing adjustments to stabilize his new realm. Apollon faintly sensed an early nascent soul cultivator's oppressive aura within the cave, an unmistakable feeling, similar to what he felt around Kimberly. It appears that Encore leader has successfully broken through to nascent soul, which is truly commendable, ha 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 ha. Apollon stroked his beard, laughing heartily, radiating joy. With the increasing scale of Green Cloud Sect came more complex matters. Recently, strange occurrences within the sect were troubling. Now, with Axton about to ascend to nascent soul, how could Apollon not be delighted? His lifespan was running short. Though he claimed detachment, who wouldn't want a few more years? He saw hope in Axton. If he continued progressing at this rate, reaching Alchemy God Realm might not be impossible. Legends said Alchemy God cultivators could help others reincarnate, preserving their current memories. Thus, Apollon diligently handled every affair of the sect, driven by both love for the sect and personal desires. A gust of fragrance swept in, and Kimberly gracefully emerged, her slender eyes flashing with brilliance beneath her butterfly mask. Indeed, Sect Lord Encore comprehended the great Dao so quickly. Kimberly should prepare some gifts. She waved her hand, casting colorful light screens outside the cave, obscuring its appearance. Do not come to observe again in the next few days. Sect Lord Encore needs peace to consolidate his realm, expected to emerge in a month. That's right, everyone disperse and remain calm within the sect for these days. Do not leave the mountain without my permission. With a stern look, Apollon gave instructions and then turned his gaze to Stanley. Do junior brother, follow me. I have matters to discuss. Yes, Elder Apollon. Stanley, noticing Apollon's serious expression, knew the gravity of the situation. Despite today's hopeful news, recent days had seen multiple strange events, leaving disciples on edge. Inside a private chamber, Apollon poured spirit tea into crude utensils, sipping slowly before sighing deeply. Do junior brother, you must understand why I summoned you today. Unlike outside, Apollon now wore a furrowed brow, the tea trembling in his hands, revealing his unrest. You are referring to the missing disciples, Stanley bluntly stated, knowing the issue. The disappearance of 2 outer sect disciples after collecting herbs, confirmed dead by their shattered life tokens. Another female disciple vanished recently under similar circumstances, all after accepting off-mountain tasks. Where is Wyatt? Noticing Wyatt's absence, Stanley asked. That child has a strong sense of duty and has left to find clues. Having reached Golden Core, he can protect himself. Apollon explained, noting the assailant targeted only cultivators below Foundation establishment, indicating limited strength. Do junior brother, I called you to discuss and see if any clues can be found. With Encore leader about to emerge, I do not wish this matter to mar his joyous day. Stanley nodded, remembering each disciple personally, finding the loss of 3 lives grievous and enraging. They all disappeared after accepting off-mountain tasks. Perhaps we should question Anthony, responsible for contribution task allocation. He should know something. Knowing urgency won't help, this was the best lead he had. Anthony's cautious nature suggested he'd uncover any irregularities. I thought of that, but Adiel claims ignorance. Recently focused on cultivating to break through Golden Core, he hasn't paid much attention. Recalling Anthony's pale, indifferent face and chaotic energy during his visit, Apollon found it odd yet returned promptly. Feeling unsettled, Stanley couldn't fathom Anthony neglecting duties for cultivation. Adiel, I need to talk to him personally. Sensing something amiss, Stanley moved to leave, but was stopped by Apollon. No need to search. Wyatt took Adiel along before leaving. They are currently investigating together. Chapter 429. A chain of tests. Did they really go together? Ely was quite puzzled. Everyone knew that Anthony had been in poor spirits recently, and while they discussed it privately, out of respect for Anthony, they hadn't interfered too much, only hoping he would improve over time. Yes, let the young deal with their own matters. We should focus on keeping the disciples calm and prevent panic. Apollon stroked his beard. The news that Axton was about to complete his seclusion greatly invigorated him. Thinking about Xiuxian sect participating in the Immortal Sect martial meet filled Apollon with excitement. He had lived a long life, but never managed to elevate Ankerbo sect to participate in such events. This might be his last chance. These days will be tough on you. Craft more handy magical treasures for the disciples to be prepared for any sudden needs. Ha ha ha, leave it all to me, Ely. At the same time, outside Xiuxian Mountain, two figures were walking slowly along a small path. These were Tanner and Anthony, who had come down the mountain to investigate. Although Tanner could fly through the air, to ensure no clues were missed, they chose to walk down the mountain, constantly checking for any nearby demon cultivators. Anthony followed behind silently, maintaining a quiet atmosphere between them. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at the entrance of Shea Village. Tanner stopped and turned back to look at Anthony. Brother Adiel, we're almost at Shea. Why don't you take this chance to visit your parents? Upon hearing Tanner speak, Anthony finally lifted his head. His face was still very pale, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in days, and an eerie aura surrounded him. Why, it seems like you haven't been very happy lately. Didn't you used to visit your parents often? Tanner stared intently at Anthony's expression, maintaining a distance unlike their usual closeness. Happy? Of course, I'm very happy. Anthony forced a smile, glanced at Shea Village, then lowered his head again. But now that I have entered cultivation, shouldn't I prioritize strength? His words were true. After devouring several disciples, he had hurried back to his cave, fearing exposure to Bryn's divine senses. He wanted to find a chance to leave Xiuxian sect for further feasting. Revealing his demonic aura within Xiuxian sect would undoubtedly cause too much commotion, significantly increasing the chances of discovery. But unexpectedly, Tanner called him down the mountain that morning for patrol, which couldn't help but stir anxiety. Just a few more bodies, and he could restore himself to nearly nascent soul level. Although not as strong as before, it was enough to prevent being utterly powerless under Bryn. Killing intentions flickered in Anthony's eyes. If he could kill this annoying little boy, he'd have an opportunity to feast on other cultivators. Now being too close to Xiuxian sect, he needed to lure Tanner away before making a move. Indeed, Brother Adiel is truly dedicated to cultivation. I can't match you. Tanner's gaze wavered, though his compliments didn't truly reach Anthony's heart. Since we're here, you should at least greet your parents. Soon we'll depart for the Immortal Sect martial meet, so it might be some time before you return. That makes sense. After brief thought, Anthony nodded, not wanting to expose himself prematurely. Investigating villagers' and disciples' deaths was a hopeless task. Those people were already dead, their flesh stored in his Dao realm. Once Tanner probed further north after leaving the village, Anthony would have the perfect chance to devour him. A young golden core cultivator's flesh was a great temptation. Devouring him would surely restore a significant portion of his strength. The two arrived at Shea Village, where the tense atmosphere had eased thanks to Tanner's efforts. No more villagers had gone missing, so everyone was grateful and warmly welcomed the two men. It's Immortal Master Tanner. Thanks to you, we can sleep peacefully. Unfortunately, Old Village Gem of Sun Iron Bowl is still missing. There's young Adiel, looking healthier every day. Don't just stand there, go see your parents. They miss you dearly. Villagers greeted the two affectionately, one a savior, and the other a pride of Shea Village, both familiar faces. Let's go. Tanner found Anthony's parents' residence easily. Entering the courtyard, they were met by a middle-aged couple. Immortal Master Tanner, please sit down. Don't mind our humble abode. The man, Nya was in his early 40s. Normally healthy, his leg had been injured in a fight years ago, leaving him with a limp. Anthony's mother, Xiaorong, quickly brought out 2 cups of hot water. She instinctively reached to touch Anthony's face but pulled back, showing obvious embarrassment. Tanner is back. Let me slaughter a chicken for you. A child shouldn't neglect health just for cultivation. No need. I'm just here for a quick visit and we'll be leaving soon. The Adrian sneered inwardly at this scene, finding mortals insignificant. Had it not been for appearances, he would have slaughtered Anthony's parents long ago to destabilize him. Is your injury better? Ah, mere mortals' remedies can't compare to immortal elixirs, but since you're here, eat and then leave. Zhao Rong didn't know how to respond, torn between concern for her son and remembering his previous aloof attitude. Brother, are you injured? Tanner inspected Anthony, noting his poor complexion but no visible wounds. Indeed, I encountered some beast demons and sustained minor injuries, nothing serious. Suppressing annoyance, Anthony explained, feigning injury previously to leave without dealing with the elderly. He wasn't interested in chicken soup. No, I don't want chicken soup. I came down for important matters. Unhesitatingly refusing his mother, Anthony wanted to leave Shea Village immediately to target Tanner. This child, he used to love chicken soup? Zhao Rong looked saddened. Anthony had always loved her chicken soup and frequently returned home even after joining Xiuxian sect. Recently, however, he seemed like a different person, distant and even frightening. Alright, if he has important matters, don't delay him. Adiel is an immortal master now. We shouldn't become burdens. Nya Ankarong interrupted his wife, limping towards Anthony, patting his shoulder gently. Son, we're farmers. You've got the fortune to enter Xiuxian sect. Rest assured, we won't drag you down. Nya Ankarong's heartfelt words touched even Tanner, conveying deep emotions. Alright, I understand. Inside, the Adrian sneered coldly, casually responding while deciding to kill the 2 ants later. Yet, when Nya Ankarong patted his shoulder, pain shot through his mind. causing his whole body to tremble. He knew that this was due to Anthony's not yet extinguished divine consciousness reasserting itself. The protective instinct for his parents triggered a strong reaction from Anthony. This damn boy was really haunting him. Don't touch my parents. In the sea of thoughts, a faint divine consciousness struggled to scream. It was Anthony's last remaining soul fragment. He fought hard to break free from the Adrian's control but was ultimately powerless, only able to watch as his body was manipulated. Shut up. I'll obliterate your soul sooner or later. The Adrian was furious. Such an insignificant ant was so difficult to handle. He mustered his divine consciousness and suppressed Anthony again before exhaling deeply. Junior brother Adiel, what's wrong with you? A concerned voice echoed in his ear. It was Tanner walking over and staring at him. The Adrian's eyes flickered as he could only laugh awkwardly, cursing Anthony inwardly for influencing his mind without his notice. I'm fine. Just that the previous injuries haven't fully healed, nothing serious. Seeing her son's pained expression, Anthony's mother, Xiaorong, felt her heart twist. She wanted to step forward but was deterred by the Adrian's cold gaze. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet she held back and lowered her head. She couldn't understand why her usually obedient and thoughtful child had become so distant and almost like a different person recently. However, family issues shouldn't be aired publicly, especially not with Master Tanner present, so she wouldn't say anything to embarrass her son. Tanner saw all this but didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he raised his head and bid farewell to the two elders. Since that's the case, we won't linger any longer. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Ah, very well. We should see off the immortal master. No need. Tanner politely declined their offer and led Anthony out of the courtyard. Along the way, Anthony remained silent, only realizing they had left Shay village when he finally regained his senses. Tanner walked ahead quickly this time, seemingly no longer interested in investigating clues about the demon creatures. They were getting farther and farther from Xiuxian sect. The Adrian naturally wouldn't object. For him, the farther they were from Xiuxian sect, the fewer reservations he'd have when making his move. This boy was truly asking for death. Since he was so cooperative, the Adrian would kill him swiftly. They walked until they reached a rocky hillside. Suddenly, Tanner stopped. Chance Tanner, why aren't we moving? The Adrian asked insincerely, already gauging if they were far enough from Xiuxian sect. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared before the Adrian's eyes. Instinctively, he dodged just in time to avoid being struck by Tanner. If he hadn't moved, he would have been sent flying. Chance Tanner, why are you attacking? The Adrian was internally vexed. Was there some private grudge between them? Why did the other strike first? Indeed. Tanner's face showed understanding. His gaze on the Adrian was icy cold. Who exactly are you? And why are you pretending to be junior brother Adiel? Chance, I don't understand what you mean. The Adrian still harbored fear of Bryn and didn't want to completely reveal himself. Do you still think you can lie? I've known something was wrong with you for a while now. We're far enough from Xiuxian sect and Shay, so stop pretending. Tanner's harsh words shattered the Adrian's last shred of hope. Ever since you returned from the mountain, your personality changed drastically. That made me start suspecting your identity. Tanner's voice thundered in the air. Indeed, he had long suspected Anthony. When villagers went missing in Shay, someone mentioned he frequently came back, and the Xiuxian sect disciples who went missing were under Anthony's assigned missions. Today, he had deliberately brought Anthony down the mountain for patrol. Sure enough, the filial Anthony had shown an unusually indifferent attitude towards his parents, which was completely inconsistent with Tanner's memory of his junior brother. The final confirmation came when Tanner attacked. Anthony, who should have been incapable of reacting to a punch from a golden core cultivator, had dodged flawlessly. Do you still wish to pretend? Tanner's voice was chillingly cold. Rage had filled his heart. To be deceived right under his nose, and for the impostor to masquerade as his good friend to attack both villagers and sect disciples was intolerable for the proud Tanner. What is your true origin, and where is the real junior brother Adiel? Tanner couldn't bear it anymore. Imagining he had been followed by this monster, disguised as Anthony filled him with a desire to tear it apart. Axton had entrusted him with protecting juniors before his seclusion, and he had failed miserably. How could he not be enraged? Hearing Tanner's icy words, the Adrian bowed his head gloomily. When he looked up again, the facade was gone, replaced by a sinister and terrifying grin. Heh, you kid has a bit of sense, but alas, you're too arrogant. He no longer suppressed his aura. Dark, rolling demonic chi emanated from Anthony's body. They were far enough from Xiuxian sect, and the Adrian let loose, enveloping the entire rocky hillside with a terrifying presence. Since you figured out who I am, I can't let you live. Just in time. I'm tired of this boring act. Let's make you an appetizer. The Adrian's eyes turned blood red, revealing insane killing intent. The prolonged suppression within Xiuxian sect had built up his thirst for bloodshed. A wild massacre would alleviate his desires. By consuming this boy, he could fully restore himself to nascent soul level. At that point, not only Shay village but even Xiuxian sect itself would fall prey to his ravenous hunger. Tanner watched the demonic Adrian, knowing his suspicions were correct. He didn't regret privately bringing Anthony down the mountain, having just confirmed the truth about Anthony's identity. Tanner was consumed by guilt. As someone with a heavy sense of responsibility, he had inadvertently caused several innocent lives to be lost, tarnishing the title of Xiuxian sect's eldest disciple. He would avenge those dead villagers and fallen juniors with his own hands, thereby atoning for his negligence. Chapter 430. Original form revealed. Cornered and exposed, Tanner's act of bringing himself to this deserted place suited the Adrian's intentions perfectly. He had long wanted to break free from Xiuxian sect's control and fully re-emerge into the human world. Yet, he hadn't found the right opportunity, nor was his power fully restored. But by devouring Tanner here, his strength would increase again. When that time came, he wouldn't need to hide in this small place anymore. Heh, so you finally revealed your true form? Tanner wasn't surprised. His goal was also to eliminate the demon hiding within Anthony completely. Before he confirmed Anthony was possessed by a demonic cultivator, he didn't tell anyone. He decided to shoulder this responsibility alone. Because this was Tanner's guilt. Clearly, Axton had entrusted his disciples to him before entering seclusion, but he failed to take care of everyone well. Villagers died at the hands of the Adrian, and even xiuxian sect disciples lost their lives. What Tanner couldn't bear most was his good friend Anthony becoming the vessel for all of this. He was usually so kind and gentle towards others, but became a host for a demonic cultivator. Tanner couldn't accept any of this, so he wanted to end everything with his own method. He had already advanced to the golden core stage, and was no longer the little kid who could only hide behind Axton. Of course, there were deeper reasons behind Tanner's actions. Although many people had died, Anthony was innocent. He didn't want this incident known by all of xiuxian sect's disciples. Otherwise, Anthony probably wouldn't have the face to stay in xiuxian sect in the future. As long as he quietly resolved the matter, there was still a chance for redemption. Besides, Tanner was confident in his abilities. The targets of his descent were defenseless villagers and low cultivation xiuxian sect disciples. This showed that the demonic cultivator's power wasn't great. I ask you one last time, what happened to junior brother Adiel? In Tanner's hand, a long blade was already drawn. Unlike Axton, he practiced swordsmanship and followed a path of broad and open combat. His personality had become increasingly fierce, hence why he wanted to handle this alone. GGGG, you're talking about that little brat? He's already dead, of course. A crazed laugh appeared on the Adrian's face. He finally didn't need to restrict his identity. In front of him, this young fool spoke so righteously, but in his eyes, it was just sheer stupidity. Even after discovering something was wrong with him, he didn't inform xiuxian sect's higher-ups and chose to come alone to play hero, truly a treasure raised in a flower garden, unaware of the brutal reality of the cultivation world. Dead. Pain surged in Tanner's heart. He didn't want to believe it. His once cheerful and friendly friend was gone like that, being used as a guise for someone else's evil deeds. Why didn't I notice sooner? So many lives were wasted. What, are you planning to avenge him? The Adrian licked the corner of his mouth cruelly, enjoying the sight of this tasty morsel before him. He hadn't acted for so long. It was the first day of his return to Wanling continent. Swiftly, a flashing blade approached, carrying a force that shook the surroundings, and split the air as if tearing through space toward the Adrian. Hemph, child's play. The Adrian sneered. To think such weak power could defeat him. A surge of demonic chi moved within him, instantly transforming his body into hundreds of bats dispersing everywhere. They then gathered nearby to reform his body, unharmed. Boy, if that's all you got, give up struggling and be devoured. Facing a doomed person, the Adrian enjoyed tormenting him. Watching prey struggle hopelessly before his eyes was a form of entertainment. Having been underground too long, it was time for some fun. More flashes of blade light approached, cutting the stones beneath the Adrian's feet into pieces. His figure warped, dissolving into shadows and vanishing once more. In the past, he was a mid-stage nascent soul demonic cultivator who survived under righteous power's pursuit and preserved a shred of consciousness by hiding underground. He relied not on immense strength but on mysterious escape techniques. The Adrian excelled in hiding and speed, using various means to escape even if he couldn't face enemies head-on. This was his foundation, and although his strength was greatly reduced now, it was enough to handle Tanner's novice attacks. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Tanner attacked ruthlessly, the whole rocky ridge filled with his chilling blade aura. But despite the powerful strikes, none of them harmed the Adrian, causing Tanner to pant from excessive spirit energy use. GGGG, looks like you just broke through to the golden core stage recently. Your blade aura is decent. If it were anyone else, they might suffer under your hands. The Adrian laughed madly at Tanner's strained appearance. It was too amusing. Is this the strength of current Wanling continent's golden core cultivators? Clumsy, impulsive, and rigid. No matter the strength, it couldn't be utilized properly. But that's enough. The game time has ended. The Adrian's body exploded again, turning into countless bats hovering in the sky. Their screeching sound waves pierced Tanner's head, attacking his mind and weakening his fighting ability. Xuanhuan. Tanner felt like his brain was being shredded by steel needles, almost splitting apart. His sword hung limply as he wobbled, seemingly unable to resist any further. Come on, my beloved meal, join me in my stomach. Countless bats formed a giant void mouth in the sky, dark clouds of demonic energy filling the air. Although his strength wasn't fully restored, it was more than enough to deal with this novice, which is why the Adrian waited for Tanner to make the first move. While he may not be smart, the Adrian admired Tanner's capabilities. With his weakened state, he preferred not to face such strength directly. Now that Tanner had exhausted himself, it was time for his feast. Don't resist, reunite with your junior brother. Thousands of bats enveloped Tanner, densely swarming over him. He could feel sharp teeth breaking through his skin, blood flowing into the Adrian's mouth, but he didn't cry out, silently enduring the pain. Indeed, he had just entered the golden core stage and his power was not overwhelming, but he had a killing intent. If he had to shatter his bones to kill the perpetrator, so be it. The Adrian was intoxicated by the fresh blood. This blood was delicious beyond compare. Every sip brought immeasurable pleasure to him. More. Your king demands more. Facing the helpless Tanner, the Adrian grew bolder. Delicious food had made him lose all sense. This is my moment. Suddenly, Tanner's eyes flashed with determination. Gathering all his remaining strength, the air around him trembled as countless blade lights appeared. These were the slashes he'd delivered earlier. Tanner had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the Adrian to lower his guard. He knew this was his only chance. Missing it meant eternal doom. Earlier strikes seemed reckless, but they served to set up a formation. An array he created daily in the 3 dragons play with pearls formation, each attack building towards it. This move was inspired by the killing formation of 3 dragons play with pearls, which Tanner named Annihilation. Annihilate! Tanner roared, and numerous flashes appeared in the sky, thousands of blade lights smashing down upon the Adrian. This flawless blade formation contained all of Tanner's insights after reaching the golden core stage, a fatal strike. What? This boy? Realizing the danger belatedly, the Adrian tried to dodge, but it was too late. Immersed in delicious blood, he had lost his perception of danger. Transforming into countless bats, he attempted to flee, but he was horrified to find that every angle was swept by the blade formation. He had nowhere left to hide, and even all his bat avatars were locked down by the flashing blades. It was too late. The Adrian felt each bat avatar being tightly suppressed by the blade light, unable to use his escape techniques to flee any longer. Damned brat, you dare to trick this old man. Note: I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. ####Chapter 431. The tide turns. The tide of battle turned. Tanner, who had been on the verge of defeat, seized the moment when the Adrian's guard was down and activated the blade array he had set up earlier. In the most perilous moment, he made a stunning countermove. You little brat, you're courting death. The Adrian felt an excruciating pain, tearing through his very soul. He was extremely vain, and his greatest reliance was his innate ability to transform into bats. He believed no one could touch him with this skill, but he hadn't anticipated that Tanner had meticulously planned everything from the start, devising his killing move within the 3 dragons playing with a pearl array. In horror, the Adrian realized that even if he split himself again, he couldn't escape the blade light. Tanner's mastery over the blade array was so thorough that it left no room for escape, intercepting all possible retreats. Even in bat form, he would be locked onto and destroyed by the blade light. You've lost. Tanner's eyes were bloodshot, his body oozing fresh wounds caused by the Adrian's bites. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He knew he had lost too much blood. There was no time to hesitate. Die, pay for younger brother Adiel's life. With a roar, Tanner unleashed his rage. Blade lights surged towards the Adrian, every ounce of mental strength used to lock onto each bat, aiming to kill in one fell swoop. Wait. The Adrian pleaded for mercy. How could an ancient demon like him die at the hands of a mere boy? But Tanner ignored him completely. Thousands of blade lights continued to descend, but abruptly halted just before striking the Adrian. Are you? Tanner's gaze flickered as he saw someone he couldn't bear to strike. Anthony. Indeed, at this critical juncture, he sensed Anthony's presence. The malicious glint in the Adrian's eyes vanished, replaced by the familiar warm gaze of his junior brother Anthony. Chance Tanner. Don't kill me, please. The weak voice shook Tanner's resolve to deliver the fatal blow. Anthony wasn't dead. He hadn't been completely devoured by the Adrian and was still hiding somewhere within. Adiel you. A chink appeared in Tanner's armor. He could have gone all out to destroy the Adrian, but facing a former friend, he couldn't bring himself to strike, even if there was only a sliver of hope left. Anthony's eyes gradually grew cold, reverting to the Adrian's malevolent aura. He, too naive. Finding his weakness, the Adrian instantly escaped Tanner's array. Earlier, he had forced Anthony's remaining consciousness to surface, halting Tanner's attack at the last second, thereby finding a crack to exploit. Foolish human, truly a fool he. The Adrian laughed maniacally but broke out in a cold sweat. He had been careless. Nearly being killed by this kid was a humiliation. No, this kid was formidable, managing to corner him. But it changed nothing about humanity's inherent flaws. Being unable to strike against loved ones or close friends, truly too naive. Now it's my turn. The Adrian waved his hand, and Luan Shurgang was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. Facing Tanner, he no longer dared to underestimate the situation and forcibly activated his Dao realm, the Bat Heaven realm. Bats filled the sky like a dark cloud, enveloping Tanner's body entirely. No matter how fiercely the blade lights cut, they were useless. Tanner's spirit energy couldn't keep up with the bat's relentless attacks. Once the blade array dissipated, his life would end. Nice job, kid. Forcing me to use my Dao realm? The Adrian's voice sounded weak. Using the Dao realm now inflicted significant damage on him, but having learned his lesson, he could only use his final trump card against Tanner's endless blade lights. The situation was now settled. As soon as Tanner's remaining spirit energy was drained, the Adrian would have completely reversed the tables. Though incomplete, the Bat Heaven Dao realm was powerful enough to handle Tanner. Although launching it caused considerable injury, devouring this kid would more than make up for it. Blame your own stupidity, harboring compassion for your enemies. The Adrian intensified his attack. Another wave of blade lights shattered. Tanner's blade array was on the verge of collapse. Once all the blade lights vanished, the Adrian could safely crush Tanner's body. Damn. Tanner could feel his body weakening rapidly. His previous attacks were already waning, and he couldn't hold out much longer. His sole regret was knowing Anthony wasn't fully gone yet, but he couldn't save him. I'm sorry, junior brother Adiel. Sorry. Celine? Sorry. Master. Tanner has let you all down. He could sense death drawing near, feeling not regret but immense frustration. In the end, he failed to save Anthony, and he would lose his own life in the process. All his emotions coalesced into a defiant roar that echoed through the heavens. Ayaha! At the same moment, behind Xingyun's sect, Axton suddenly opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura spreading throughout the cave, startling the entire Xingyun sect. Chapter 432, Disciples' Peril. After Axton stepped into the Yuanying realm, he had been getting familiar with the new power within his body. Whether it was spiritual awareness or the Dao realm, everything had undergone a tremendous change. Firstly, there was a transformation in the Emil realm. Ever since the primordial spiritual energy perfectly integrated into the Dao realm, the creatures within the Emil realm began to grow rapidly. The originally desolate landscape filled with birds, beasts, fish, and insects had become a complete small world. Under the map of rivers and mountains, Axton could clearly feel every breath within the Dao realm. The flow of water and the thunder in the sky all changed according to his will. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. In this Dao realm, Axton was the absolute sovereign. Moreover, different from other Yuanian cultivators' Dao realms, after the 9-grade Heavenly Dao Golden Core fused with the Emil realm, its dimensions had significantly increased. Ordinary 5-elements Dao realms were not rivals and would probably shatter upon first collision. Additionally, Axton's spiritual awareness strength also reached an unprecedented height. Originally, his spiritual awareness rivaled that of early Yuanian cultivators. Now, it likely reached the level of late Yuanian cultivators. Combined with the innate abilities of the Azure Phoenix Snake, if Axton wanted to conceal his aura, only those at the Gilda Aiden stage could detect any abnormality. Wish. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the Yuanian realm and refined the 9-grade Heavenly Dao Golden Core Dao realm. Emergency mission. Disciples' Tribulation. Identify the hidden threat within the Blue Cloud Sect and rescue the disciples in peril. Mission reward. 1 talisman of 60 Jia and random disciple talent upgrade. The moment Axton fully awakened, the long-missing voice resounded in his sea of consciousness. What he thought would only reactivate after the Immortal Sect martial contest had issued a new task, and its content shocked him. Could it be that Blue Cloud Sect had been attacked during the few months I was in seclusion? Axton tried to sense it, but found Blue Cloud Sect peaceful. Even the mountain gate array showed no unusual activity. What has happened? As he fully mobilized his spiritual awareness, Axton enveloped the entire Blue Cloud Sect with his divine thoughts. He noticed some abnormalities. The seemingly flourishing fortune of Blue Cloud Sect was cloaked by a trace of black chi. Only due to the improvement in his spiritual awareness strength and eagle-eye enhancement did he detect this, indicating a fiendish creature had infiltrated the sect, affecting its fate. With a light sound, Axton broke through the barrier of seclusion. The restrictions outside his cave dwelling disappeared without any loud commotion, only the calmness of a powerful figure. The news of Axton exiting seclusion spread quickly throughout Blue Cloud Sect. The sect leader is out of seclusion. Let's go see. Really? We should inform Uncle Do. We should find senior sister Juniper first. Axton's emergence was undoubtedly a strong encouragement for Blue Cloud Sect. Though everything seemed peaceful on the surface, without Axton's leadership, people's minds grew restless, especially with disciples occasionally disappearing, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. By the time Juniper, Ari, and others arrived at the cave-dwelling entrance, they saw Hector, Apollon, and others already present. Marianne sat leisurely on a rock, gently swaying her legs, drawing many male disciples' attention. Master, where's Brother Uncor? Celine pulled Apollon's sleeve without hesitation. She rushed over upon hearing the news, but did not see Axton. However, that familiar aura indeed existed nearby, definitely Brother Uncor's. Why can't I see him? Perhaps. Lord Uncor hasn't come out yet, Apollon said with confusion, sensing Axton's presence but unable to see him, speculating he used a technique to hide himself. Everyone exchanged glances, except for Marianne, whose eyes revealed sharp insight, focusing on a spot outside the cave dwelling. As expected of Lord Uncor, breaking through to the Yuanian realm creates such phenomena, making Marianne envious. Hearing Marianne, everyone followed her gaze and saw significant fluctuations in spiritual energy. Axton's figure gradually emerged. After months, re-emerging into daylight, Axton unconsciously leaked his Dao realm's aura until reminded by Marianne to control his inner power. His own Emil realm possessed complete spirit, allowing him to merge with 10,000 spirits continent. Therefore, when inadvertently releasing his Dao realm, only Marianne could notice as Axton remained unseen within the Emil realm. Brother Uncor. Master. Chance Uncor. As Axton appeared, everyone gathered excitedly. The core support of Blue Cloud Sect was back, giving everyone confidence. Long time no see, everyone. Axton smiled. Although he only secluded for months, time seemed to either stretch into centuries or shrink into moments within the cave dwelling. Sensing something amiss, Axton realized a few disciples were missing. Wyatt and Anthony, did they go traveling? The disciples showed fear as Hector stepped forward. Chance Uncor, many events occurred while you were in seclusion. Let's go to the Grand Hall to discuss them. Agreed. They proceeded to the Grand Hall. Tell me what happened. Looking at the disciples' faces, Axton had his suspicions. There was a moment of silence before Hector spoke up. Chance Uncor, strange occurrences started after your seclusion. Eyeing Axton cautiously, he continued. After all, as the most trusted person, much responsibility rested on his shoulders, including these incidents. It's fine, continue. Axton's casual display of power added gravity to the atmosphere. His ascension to Yuanian realm brought an undeniable authority. Yes. In recent days, villagers at the foot of the mountain have vanished without cause. Our investigators found no clues. Later, 2 junior disciples went missing. Their tokens are shattered, suggesting fatalities. Hector summarized, relying on Axton's capabilities to resolve these issues. And Wyatt and Anthony? Chance Uncor, Wyatt found some clues and took Anthony to patrol villages. They haven't returned. Feeling guilty, Hector admitted his failure as senior, unaware of the situation like Wyatt. I see. Axton got a rough understanding of the situation, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Although he didn't have the ability to discern heavenly laws like the illusionary immortal palace after advancing to the Yuanian realm, Axton still possessed some intuition for avoiding danger. His gut feeling told him that Wyatt and Anthony were likely in a bad situation, which was also the premonition that had surfaced in his heart while he was in seclusion. I will go down the mountain to search for them. You stay within the sect and guard it. If anything happens, send me a voice transmission immediately. Chapter 433. Self-detonation of the Golden Core. Amidst the chaotic rocks, all was desolation. Tanner's mangled body dodged left and right within Adrian's Dao realm but ultimately couldn't avoid each strike. He was bleeding profusely. Greed gleamed in Adrian's eyes. That blood was the finest tonic for him. Although Anthony's body could barely endure the forced use of the Dao realm, swallowing this young man would completely make up for it. Still struggling in vain? Truly laughable. The moment had come. Sensing Tanner was at his last gasp, Adrian lunged down with overwhelming force, making it impossible for Tanner to move. He was enveloped by a sky full of bats. Give up, become part of my greatness. It is your utmost honor. Adrian's eyes burned with greed. The air's metallic scent was his most delectable food. By devouring Tanner, he could escape Xuanhuan sect and slowly regain power in the mountains. All cultivators here would become his nourishment. You, dream on. Tanner howled in agony as the bats latched onto him, draining his blood and weakening him further. He was careless. Though he could have killed the demon earlier, Adrian's deception, disguised as Anthony, cost him the chance. You are also suffering, Adiel. As his blood drained, Tanner's consciousness blurred. He seemed to see a flicker of struggle in Adrian's eyes, the remnant of Anthony's consciousness. It's because I, your senior brother, am useless and can't save you. Tanner's resolve grew stronger. He did not regret his choice. Even if it happened again, he would choose to save Anthony. Then let's go together. I won't be devoured by the demon. A madness flashed in Tanner's eyes as he made his final decision. A last-ditch move of a golden core cultivator. Self-detonation of the golden core. Yes, this was Tanner's last resistance and stubbornness. Even if it meant disintegrating into nothingness, he wouldn't allow himself to be consumed by a demonic cultivator. If Anthony had already been swallowed, then he, as a senior brother, would help liberate him. Boy, are you insane? Stop this. Adrian felt the wild spiritual energy swirling around Tanner, like a vortex pulling in tremendous amounts of power, terrifyingly uncontrollable. Do you know the consequence of detonating your golden core? Disintegration, with no hope of rebirth. Adrian's face contorted. He didn't expect a recently promoted golden core disciple to have such resolve, driving his core without hesitation, aiming for mutual destruction. Given more time, Adrian could have rendered Tanner powerless, unable to self-detonate. Yet, Tanner acted so decisively. Soul annihilation? Ha ha ha. Determination filled Tanner's eyes. Seeing Adrian's fear gave him a glimmer of satisfaction. Even if I disintegrate, I won't let you succeed. Go to hell with me. He wildly drew in heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, ignoring his physical limits. Once reaching a critical point, Tanner's golden core would explode. The blast from a grade 1 heavenly Dao golden core was immense, likely destroying even Adrian's bat form, especially since Adrian was already weakened. You lunatic. Don't drag me with you. Adrian, horrified, hurriedly withdrew his Dao realm and transformed into countless bats to flee. Each Xuanhuan sect disciple was a madman. Anthony's lingering consciousness resisted being devoured, and now Tanner chose self-detonation without hesitation, something Adrian couldn't fathom. Desperately trying to escape the energy vortex, he found his strength depleted, unable to flee. Darn. How could I fall here? No. I refuse to. Adrian spat another mouthful of essence blood, his bat form glowing crimson as he tried one last escape attempt. Wanna run? Madness blazed in Tanner's eyes as he intensified the vortex, trapping all bats under his influence. This led to his flesh gradually crumbling, blood pouring from every orifice, looking like a bloody mess. Die with me. Tanner will avenge you, Brother Adiel. Relief flashed in Tanner's eyes as Adrian's form emerged. He saw Anthony's consciousness in Adrian's eyes, filled with gratitude and calm. Thank you, Chance Tanner. Tanner thought he heard these words as the spiritual energy in his dantian exploded, causing the round, full golden core to tremble violently, on the verge of shattering. Stop, you lunatic. Halt. Two different voices roared, one from Adrian in despair, the other very familiar. But Tanner, having lost consciousness, couldn't identify who it was. He only felt cool spiritual energy flooding his body, calming the storm in his dantian. It seemed he had entered another world where spiritual energies frantically repaired him. Tanner struggled to open his eyes, finally recognizing the familiar aura. Master, is it you? Save Adiel. Chapter 434, just in time. Axton's foreboding feeling grew stronger when he learned that Tanner and Anthony had descended the mountain to slay demons. Coupled with the faint black aura enveloping the Xuanhuan sect, Axton was certain that there was a demonic entity at play. Given his divine perception found no traces of demon cultivators within Xuanhuan sect, it was highly likely that the two disciples who coincidentally went down the mountain would encounter an ambush. Following their trail swiftly, Axton quickly picked up on the signs they left behind, until he reached Luanshe Ridge where his ominous premonitions became more intense. Indeed, from the ridge came spiritual fluctuations, clearly indicating a battle between cultivators. With eagle eyes, Axton saw his beloved disciple Tanner in a miserable state, covered in blood, and surrounded by a cloud-like swarm of bats. Without hesitation, a stream of Shushan Sword Chi broke through the air, dispersing the bats around Tanner. Axton landed beside him and infused pure spiritual power into Tanner's body. Master! Tanner's spirit lifted, recognizing his revered teacher whom he thought of night and day. He never imagined Axton would arrive at this critical moment. Apparently, his master had successfully broken through his cultivation realm. Are you okay? Axton frowned, still shaken by what could have happened if he had arrived just a moment too late. Tanner's essence might have been completely drained. Recalling Storm's mention of missing disciples and villagers, it was evident that the culprit before them was the one responsible. My disciple is fine. Please save senior apprentice Brother Adiel. Seeing Axton come to aid, Tanner finally relaxed, immediately falling unconscious due to sheer exhaustion. Had it not been for his determination, he might have fainted long ago. Axton used his spiritual energy to check Tanner's condition, discovering extensive internal injuries and chaos within his dantian. Recalling the earlier spiritual fluctuations, Axton realized Tanner had almost self-destructed his golden core. Fortunately, his timely intervention suppressed the explosion, or Tanner might have died or lost all foundation. Looking up, the figure hidden in black mist was unmistakably Anthony under his eagle eyes. Adiel? No. Axton's eyes flashed with insight, recognizing Anthony's abnormal state. His powerful divine sense revealed that Adrian controlled Anthony's body. In an instant, Axton grasped everything, the fury mounting as he realized that during his seclusion, a demon cultivator had infiltrated Xuanhuan sect, murdering mortals and servitors, even corrupting his valued disciple. The killing aura instantly released, shattering the Adrian's Dao realm. The black mist of Luanshe Ridge pierced through by countless sword lights dissipated, sunlight reappearing. The Adrian looked ghastly, nearly successful in draining Tanner's essence and fleeing. Now facing Axton, besides anger, he felt endless panic. Axton's strength was far greater than expected. Initially believing he could escape even if defeated, now every move invited full-on attacks. Escape? The Adrian swallowed hard, knowing staying meant death, hoping for a chance to flee. Master! Elder brother Tanner was attacked by demon cultivators. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, otherwise, it would be disastrous. The Adrian's gaze shifted, hiding his aura, Anthony's familiar face returning. Master, take elder brother Tanner back first. Adiel knows the demon cultivator's direction. We mustn't let him escape. Pretending to leave, the Adrian aimed to seize any opportunity while Axton was distracted. Unfortunately, stepping forward immobilized him. The scenery blurred, replaced by picturesque mountains and rivers. Amidst the tranquil scene, fear gripped the Adrian. Understanding Dao realms well as a former core formation cultivator, ordinary cultivators' realms were profound, but a realm harboring life signified excellence and potential to transcend to soul formation. Though Axton's Dao realm appeared lively, the overwhelming killing aura concealed in the sky was real, locking onto the Adrian. Master, what are you doing? The Adrian asked hopefully, seeking any weakness to flee, but only boundless murderous intent answered. Killing mortals, harming my disciple. How dare you? Axton's voice shook the Adrian, making him tremble. Axton's fury grew seeing Anthony, a once diligent disciple, harmed and manipulated by a demon to attack Tanner. Such events happening right before his eyes were unacceptable. Only eradicating this evil could console the innocent souls. Don't hide your true form. With supreme divine force, Axton struck. The Adrian cried out in pain, unable to maintain his disguise. Black lines covered Anthony's face like curse marks, red pupils glaring with fear. Next, Axton's Dao realm condensed unyielding sword light. Pure divine force coalesced into solid attacks. Hold it. Panicked, the Adrian knew he couldn't survive such an assault, newly awakened yet faced with imminent death. Stop, don't you want your disciple's life? Cunningly, the Adrian emitted Anthony's weakened consciousness. You act, kill us both. Pausing Axton's attack, the Adrian hoped to survive. Knowing Axton's emphasis on bonds, he was sure the latter would hesitate, using it as leverage. Come on, I die with this kid. Make your move. Feeling he'd found Axton's weakness, the Adrian grew bolder, noticing Axton's hesitance. No matter your prowess, human cultivators value relationships. Holding Anthony's life hostage, there was hope of escape. Will you guarantee not to harm my disciple if I release you? Axton remained expressionless, unreadable. Right. Spare me, and this boy's body is yours. Ecstatic seeing Axton concede, the Adrian stimulated Anthony's consciousness, waking him slightly. Though extremely weak, Anthony saw everything. The dead, the devoured disciples, and Tanner nearly losing his life to save him. Overwhelmed with rage, Anthony could only watch helplessly. Palace Master, don't mind me. Kill him. Avenge those who have died. Master, don't mind me. Kill him. Avenge the dead. Anthony's weak consciousness conveyed anger and sorrow, which ultimately transformed into determination. Even if it meant his own destruction, he would take the Adrian with him. What chance Tanner could do, he would not shy away from. Foolish boy, you're courting death. The Adrian's eyelid twitched, and he increased his mental power. Anthony's soul wavered again, teetering on the brink of dissolution. You brat, you're courting death. The Adrian's eyelid twitched as he intensified his spiritual force, causing Anthony's divine soul to waver once more, teetering on the brink of dissipating. Grandmaster, don't worry about me. Kill him. Avenge those who have died. Anthony's weakened consciousness conveyed a message, his anger and sorrow ultimately transforming into resolve. Even if it meant his own annihilation, he would take the Adrian down with him. If Chance Tanner could do it, so could he. He wouldn't be afraid. You brat, you're courting death. The Adrian's eyelid twitched, and he increased his spiritual power. Anthony's soul once again began to waver, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Palace Master, don't mind me. Kill him. Avenge those who have died. Anthony's weak consciousness transmitted over, the anger and sorrow within it ultimately transforming into resolution. Even if he were to perish, he would take the Adrian with him. What Chance Tanner could do, he wouldn't shy away from. You brat, you're courting death. The Adrian's eyelid twitched as he intensified his spiritual force, causing Anthony's divine soul to waver once more, teetering on the brink of dissipating. Chapter 435. Cecilia Cloud disperses. Master Uncor, the life of your beloved disciple lies in your hands. Let this king leave and you can save him. Adrian once again sneered. Anthony's divine consciousness had been sealed by him, only emitting dim light, on the verge of fading away. How do I know you're not lying to me? Axton's voice turned calm as he fixed a piercing gaze on Adrian. This king certainly won't lie to you. This boy's body is worthless to me. His divine consciousness, although weak, is intact. As long as you let this king go, he will be safe. Seeing hope, Adrian's voice became agitated. He knew human cultivators couldn't abandon such emotions, sneering inwardly. Adrian's body twitched, ready to escape the moment Axton loosened the Dao realm. Once he recovered his strength, he would definitely return to massacre the Blue Cloud sect for today's humiliation. Unfortunately, before he could relax, his smile froze. The sword auras of metal once again appeared from the sky, instantly attacking. Adrian didn't have time to react, feeling his mind torn apart. The metal sword auras didn't penetrate his body but inflicted massive damage on his divine consciousness. Aha! Adrian couldn't believe it. Just moments ago, Axton hesitated, yet now attacked unexpectedly. His already weakened soul shattered instantly, sustaining irreparable injuries. Unbelievably, he stared at Axton. Could it be that Axton truly didn't care about his beloved disciple and insisted on annihilating him? Fine. Since you break the rules, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Adrian felt his consciousness blur, having made up his mind to destroy Anthony's soul if he died. However, when he tried to crush Anthony's soul with his divine intent, he found himself immobilized by an invisible pressure enveloping him. Since you said Farhang isn't in danger, then I'll act without hesitation. A smirk appeared on Axton's face. He had initially feared killing Adrian might also destroy Anthony's soul, but Adrian exposed his weakness by separating Anthony's soul to threaten him, right into Axton's trap. Had Adrian remained bound to Anthony, Axton indeed would have hesitated. Now, with this opportunity, he wouldn't miss it. Axton's control over the Dao realm far exceeded Adrian's expectations. In the Emil world, Axton was confident he could subdue Adrian without harming Anthony's separated soul. Heart Sword emerged. The Heart Sword technique broke all laws. In the Emil world, Axton maneuvered effortlessly, instantly sealing Adrian's aura. In the next moment, Adrian felt his soul separate from his body. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Sword severed flesh, separating the soul. Under the Heart Sword, lines appeared in Axton's eyes, indicating Adrian's soul intertwined within Anthony's body. Only Axton had the capability to sever these connections without hesitation. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Desperation filled Adrian's voice. He never thought Axton would dare kill him, severing soul from body without giving him time to react. 10,000 bats danced madly. Adrian roared, his soul turning into thousands of bats fleeing in all directions. If even one fragment survived, Adrian wouldn't be destroyed. By possessing a mortal, he could rise again. Wanna run? I'll crush you. To Axton, the fleeing soul fragments were mere light points, impossible to escape in the Emil world. Golden lights shot down from the sky, accurately dispersing those escaping soul fragments. Axton extended a hand. Capture. Light condensed in Axton's hand, revealing Adrian's dying main soul. I am unwilling. You can't kill this king. The Dante will avenge. Before Adrian finished, Axton squeezed, instantly dissipating the divine consciousness into nothingness. Once a formidable figure in the demon world, Adrian ultimately couldn't escape his demise, disappearing in Axton's hands. Only a faint demonic aura lingered, twisted by the killing intent until it vanished completely. With a wave of his hand, Anthony's soul floated to Axton. Sensing its faint yet unyielding consciousness, Axton sighed and merged it back into Anthony's body. Although Anthony's soul hadn't perished, Axton wasn't an expert in this area, unable to guarantee his full recovery. Everything depended on Anthony's fate. Follow me back. With a thought, Axton sent the unconscious Anthony into the Dao realm, surrounded by nurturing spiritual energy to maintain his vitality. Master, Adiel? Tanner awakened, concern preventing him from resting. Seeing Anthony fall unconscious again, he gathered strength to ask, "You're in this state, yet you still worry about others?" Axton scolded irritably. Though Tanner intended to save Anthony out of good heart, his actions were rash. As the eldest disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect, concealing information and attempting to fight demons alone nearly cost both yours and your junior brother's lives. Axton's voice grew colder. Tanner's sincerity was commendable, but he tended to shoulder all responsibility, forgetting the support of the entire sect behind him. Yes, disciple knows wrong. Tanner felt as if struck by lightning, his body freezing in terror. He only wanted to save Anthony, not considering the consequences of failure. If not for Axton's timely arrival, he might have lost his life too. Reflect after returning to the sect. Inform those who worry about you that you're safe. Axton sighed, no longer scolding the heavily injured Tanner. With demons ravaging the Wanling continent, even the secluded Blue Cloud Sect couldn't escape the invasion. He could save them once or twice, but their future depended on their own fate. Chapter 436, Turning Misfortune into Fortune. The realm of carnage was retracted, and Axton returned to the Green Cloud Sect with 2 disciples. Tanner remained unusually silent on the way back. His only question was whether Anthony was unharmed. As the eldest disciple of the Green Cloud Sect who had just advanced to the Golden Core stage, he should have been in high spirits but faced such an incident, fueling a deep sense of resentment within him. Tanner hated his carelessness and insufficient strength. He thought that after advancing to the Golden Core stage, he could help the sect leader manage affairs, yet still needed Axton's intervention. Master, I was wrong, Tanner said gloomily. Axton simply shook his head without further reproach. This disciple had no flaws except for being too stubborn. He hoped this event would teach him a lesson. At the entrance of Green Cloud Mountain, many people were waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Axton's return, they surrounded him immediately. Master, Brother Tanner? Shelley was most anxious. Tanner was her beloved relative. When she heard Axton say there was danger, she wished to rush down the mountain. But under Axton's orders, she suppressed her impatience. Seeing Tanner return grievously injured, Shelley's eyes welled up, and she rushed into her brother's arms. Brother, are you all right? Looking at his crying sister, Tanner felt more guilt. He had been engrossed in his own thoughts, not considering Shelley's feelings. If he died fighting the Adrian, it would be a fatal blow to her. Bryn watched silently, meeting Axton's gaze with her own. Did you know all along? Axton asked silently, feeling even more Bryn's inscrutability since reaching the nascent soul stage. Someone with such power couldn't fail to notice the Adrian hiding within the Green Cloud Sect. What are you talking about? This servant just learned of it. Bryn blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Besides, I promised only to protect the Green Cloud Sect. Once these disciples leave the mountain, I can't be responsible for their safety. Axton looked deeply at Bryn but didn't comment further. He only took Tanner to his abode. The demon cultivator has been slain. Everyone can disperse. Seeing Axton tend to his brother, Shelley reluctantly left despite her reluctance. Tanner's condition was pitiful, and healing him required more than medicinal herbs. Just entering the abode, Tanner felt an intense surge of pure spiritual energy nurturing his body. This was residual chi from Axton's breakthrough to nascent soul, greatly aiding ordinary cultivators by repairing damaged dantians. Master, how is junior brother Adiel? Though pained, Tanner still worried about Anthony. No risk to his life, but... Axton frowned, using eagle eye to examine Anthony in the Tao world. While his physical functions weren't destroyed, his mind was heavily influenced by magic chi after long-term possession by the Adrian. Even if Anthony's consciousness regained control, it would face significant impact. Congratulations, host, for completing the reversal task, Disciple Tribulation, identifying hidden threats within the Green Cloud Sect and rescuing disciples in peril. Task rewards, 1/6 Talisman, random disciple talent upgrade. A familiar talisman appeared in Axton's hand, precisely the 6/6 Talisman. With a thought, Anthony appeared in the abode. His brow was tightly furrowed as though enduring immense pain. I cannot predict Adiel's condition now. If his will isn't strong enough, residual demonic chi might infiltrate his sea of consciousness, fully corrupting him. Even with unmatched abilities, Axton couldn't change Anthony's state. Though Anthony retained a sliver of his soul due to his strong will, his sea of consciousness had already been irreversibly affected. It's impossible. Junior brother Adiel will hold on. Tanner recalled Anthony's telepathic message during the battle with the Adrian. He preferred dying over living under the Adrian's influence. Let's hope so. Axton wasn't sure either. Still, he infused primordial spiritual energy into Anthony's body, awakening him. Entering Anthony's sea of consciousness with his powerful spirit awareness, Axton comforted his faint consciousness. Soon, Anthony opened his eyes, bewildered. Junior brother. Tanner rejoiced but hesitated when he saw unfamiliarness in Anthony's eyes. The original gentle demeanor had changed to coldness. Master, what happened to junior brother Adiel? Tanner asked, confused why Anthony's aura had drastically altered. Prepared for this, Axton knew the Adrian's possession severely impacted Anthony. Regaining control didn't mean immediate recovery. Silence enveloped the abode. Gradually, Anthony's eyes regained some light, whispering, "Chance Tanner, sect leader." Tanner tried to approach but was stopped by Anthony's stern voice, filled with self-loathing. Don't come closer. I've wronged everyone. I killed those villagers and Green Cloud Sect disciples. Anthony's expression turned agonizing as memories flooded his mind. Innocent's twisted faces haunted him. Using his body to kill so many, Anthony felt immense guilt. Seeing this, Axton actually felt relieved. Anthony still had his consciousness, not completely overtaken by the lingering demonic essence. The perpetrator was not you but that demon. Don't blame yourself. Axton's calm words, however, were not accepted by Anthony, who trembled, looking at his hands. It's my fault. I deserve death. Guilty beyond measure, Anthony's conscience was tormented. People he once cared for and fellow disciples were cruelly killed by his body. He felt emptiness and didn't know how to face it. Enough. Axton's roar snapped Anthony back to reality. The overwhelming pressure made him lower his head. Since it's done, your duty is not to be a coward but to eradicate the evil demons. Otherwise, countless others will suffer. Your survival is fate. Only by reviving and eliminating evil can you honor those innocent deaths. Axton's firm admonition cleared Anthony's muddled mind. Yes, I must atone and seek vengeance for the innocent. Hope reignited in Anthony's eyes. Simultaneously, a powerful aura erupted from his body, unlocking sealed power within. His cultivation soared rapidly, stopping only at the mid-golden core stage. If not for Axton restraining him, Anthony might have reached late golden core. Master, what's happening? Tanner marveled at the rapid changes in Anthony, whose cultivation jumped from late foundational stage straight to mid-golden core. Axton understood after observing Anthony closely. The Adrian, formerly a nascent soul stage cultivator, had strong foundations despite significant power loss. To restore strength, he devoured cultivators, storing their energy in Anthony's body. During the battle, the Adrian tried to escape via consciousness, unintentionally benefiting Anthony. Watching Anthony's rising power, Axton couldn't tell if this was fortune or misfortune. He hoped Anthony's will was strong enough to resist residual demonic influences. If he can survive this ordeal, the soul-snatching incident could very likely become a great fortune for Anthony. Just enduring this crisis might turn the tables, transforming a catastrophic event into an extraordinary opportunity for Anthony. Chapter 437. Reaching a deal. Master, Adiel understands. As Anthony's realm gradually stabilized, he slowly raised his head. The former gentleness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a sharp glint. It's good that you have enlightened. The change in Anthony was within Axton's expectations. After being possessed by the Adrian for a long time, it was quite normal for his temperament to alter. What mattered most was that Anthony's heart hadn't been corrupted. Junior brother, you? Tanner wanted to ask more but was pulled away by Axton. It was best to give Anthony some time to think and reflect. Too many things had happened. Only he could save himself. Axton believed that when Anthony emerged again, it would mark a transformation. In the grand hall of Xiuxian sect, disciples all stood respectfully on the platform below. The matter with Anthony is resolved. He's fine now. Axton spoke briefly, and many people visibly exhaled, clearly showing Anthony's good relations within the sect. Marianne still appeared carefree, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Only when she sensed Axton's gaze did she look up and smile. Master Unkur, why are you staring at me like that? Her voice was enchantingly sweet, making Annabelle mutter curses under her breath about a vixen. Axton had always treated Marianne's sudden appearance cautiously. Despite her unfathomable cultivation, she willingly joined Xiuxian sect as a mere elder. At the time, Axton didn't sense any malice from her and, given the imminent seclusion, agreed to her joining. Now, having advanced to the nascent soul stage, his perception of Marianne changed. He clearly felt she harbored hidden motives. But what could attract this woman to a second-rate sect like Xiuxian? What do you want? Axton's gaze was piercing. Knowing there were demonic cultivators hiding in Xiuxian yet not taking action, he wouldn't hesitate to confront her if she couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation. Suddenly, butterflies began dancing in the hall, swarming around Axton, momentarily leaving only Marianne visible. A Rico realm? Axton tensed, ready to unleash his killing intent realm at any moment. Though he couldn't discern Marianne's true depth, he was confident enough to fight her. Hee, Master Uncor, no need to be so tense. I just want to chat privately with you. Marianne giggled and moved closer to Axton. Her body emitted a faint fragrance, revealing an alluring figure. Now it's just us two. Master Uncor, feel free to ask your questions. Marianne stretched lazily without any concern, as if unafraid Axton would attack her. Fine, then tell me, what's your purpose here in Xiuxian? Axton remained unperturbed, yet his tone was intense. Master Uncor, don't be so scary. I'll tell you. Marianne lightly touched her chest, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of white skin. Seeing no reaction from Axton, she finally put aside her coquettish demeanor and became serious. My goal is the same as yours, Master Uncor, to participate in the Immortal Sect martial gathering in a month. You mean, the Immortal Sect tournament? Axton was intrigued and quickly realized. Yes, I just need a way to join the Immortal Sect tournament, and Master Uncor is the perfect choice. Marianne's beautiful eyes sparkled, her breath intoxicating. Any other male cultivator would be entranced. Why Xiuxian? With your strength, you could easily join Plunged Immortal Palace. Why choose a second-rate sect? Axton cut straight to the point. Participating in the Immortal Sect tournament mostly involved the 7 major immortal sections. Smaller sects merely joined for the spectacle, while Plunged Immortal Palace would be a better option. That won't do. I can't stand being with those smelly Taoists. Besides, Plunged Immortal Palace is a vast organization, very strict with outsiders. I just want to join the Immortal Sect tournament discreetly, and Xiuxian Sect is the perfect choice. Marianne spoke freely, the butterflies around her enhancing her beauty even more. Master Uncor, shall we make a deal? Speak. Axton neither confirmed nor denied, having his own thoughts. Bring me to the Immortal Sect tournament, and I will help you secure a good ranking. You know, top-ranking sects can be challenged in the tournament. Winning means a better rank and resources. Axton fell silent. Marianne's offer was tempting. Although he had reached the nascent soul stage, Xiuxian Sect still lacked high-level combat power. Marianne's participation would significantly enhance the sect's overall strength in the tournament. What do you want in return? Axton's question made Marianne smile. She knew the man before her was intrigued. Why does Master Uncor ask so many questions? I assure you, I will not harm Xiuxian Sect. As for my goals, everyone has secrets, don't they, Master Uncor? Marianne's eyes met Axton's, each calculating internally. Alright, I agree. Chapter 438, leaving a doubt trace. After Axton emerged from seclusion and dealt with Adrian with thunderous means, the entire Xiuxian Sect returned to tranquility. However, every disciple was filled with determination because they would soon be participating in the Immortal Sect martial meet. This was a grand event in the cultivation world that would not stop even if the Cecilia realm invaded. It would determine the situation on the 10,000 spirit continent for the next 50 years, and also influence the resource distribution among the major sects. Before setting out, however, Axton still needed to make some preparations. A faintly glowing talisman appeared in his hand. It was the Lu Ding Lu Jia talisman he had received after completing the comeback mission. Axton had already decided how to use this talisman. He urgently needed to expand the scale of the enlightenment pool. With the increasing number of disciples within Xiuxian Sect, many Foundation establishment cultivators had emerged like bamboo shoots after spring rain. This was partly due to their own efforts, supported by medicinal pills refined by Shelley, but mostly it was thanks to the enlightenment pool. Disciples who entered the pool to cultivate, regardless of their talent, would receive a baptism of spiritual qi, accelerating their cultivation. This was why so many people vied to enter Xiuxian Sect. Now, the size of the enlightenment pool was clearly insufficient. Axton arrived at the enlightenment pool, located at a spring eye behind the mountain. It condensed the essence of the entire Xiuxian Sect's spiritual qi. From the air, one could vaguely see the thick, dense spiritual qi. Many disciples were already buzzing outside the enlightenment pool. Among them were many familiar faces. They had accumulated enough contribution points to enter the pool by completing a large number of sect tasks. They only wished to break through as quickly as possible and achieve a great leap forward. As Chance Max, you don't know that I waited for 3 days and nights last time before getting into the enlightenment pool. Well, there's no way around it. Although each entry only lasts 3 hours, lately more and more sect members have been entering, making competition for the pool fiercer. Who isn't complaining? Too bad only one person can enter at a time. It would be better if more could go in. Ha ha ha, save those words for the sect leader. To be honest, you're really missing out on your blessings. Where else can we find such a sacred place for cultivation in smaller sects? You're right, Chance Tanner is about our age but has already reached the Golden Core realm. No wonder he's the sect leader's personal disciple. He must be given special treatment every day. The talkative disciple rambled on, but Chance Max's face suddenly stiffened, giving him meaningful glances. What's wrong, Chance Max? Did you over-exercise and get possessed by a devil? The disciple noticed his senior brother's eyes flickering and turned back, following his gaze to see a figure slowly approaching. Sect leader. Chance Max finally reacted, greeting first with clasped hands. They hadn't been in Xiuxian Sect long, and their fear of Axton far outweighed respect. Talking behind the sect leader's back wasn't wise. If Axton got angry, they wouldn't fare well. Max reviewed his earlier words, ultimately gritting his teeth and standing firm, silently blaming his gossipy junior brother. Axton saw everything and couldn't help but laugh at their timid demeanor. Tanner's rapid advancement was indeed impressive. Besides the benefits of the enlightenment pool, it was more due to his own talent and effort. Clearly, Tanner's rise had stimulated many, which Axton encouraged in terms of healthy competition. No need for formalities. You two are newly admitted disciples, right? Looking at the young faces before him, Axton smiled and tossed the Lu Ding Lu Jia talisman into the air. Since we met today, let me give you a helping hand. As Axton spoke, the floating talisman transformed into a beam of white light and entered the enlightenment pool. Shortly after, a thick mist emerged, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds from inside. These two disciples had never seen such divine power before, dumbfounded where they stood. Even though Axton just threw the talisman, the aura of celestial spirit force moved by his actions made them feel somewhat stifled. Soon, the white mist gradually dissipated, revealing significant changes in the enlightenment pool. Originally just a spring eye in the mountain stream allowing only one person at a time, it now expanded several times over. The sound of running water could be heard without needing to go deep inside, and the air was rich with spiritual chi. Follow me. Axton nodded in satisfaction. The expanded pool could now accommodate 5 disciples simultaneously, with even more concentrated spiritual chi. Yes, thank you, sect leader. The 2 disciples were overjoyed, closely following Axton into the pool. They felt pure spiritual chi in the fog hitting their faces, invigorating their entire bodies with each breath. Axton walked to the pond and gently dipped his hand into the water, feeling warmth spread throughout his body. This pool's spiritual water was truly extraordinary. Imagine its appeal to ordinary disciples. With the expansion, many Foundation establishment cultivators would likely emerge within a month. Looking at the stone wall behind the pond, Axton fell into thought. Adequate spiritual chi was not enough. He now had the ability to do something more. With intent, the xiuxian sword appeared. Axton gripped the ancient sword in midair, then leaped forward. A faint golden sword chi flashed, leaving a deep mark on the cliff behind the enlightenment pool. The 2 disciples watched in awe, unsure what the sect leader was doing. As they focused on the sword mark, a powerful attraction held their gaze. To them, the sword mark seemed alive, multiplying and swirling around, yet remaining as one. When Max regained consciousness, Axton was gone, leaving only the deep sword mark on the cliff. Meditating on this sword mark feels like my meridians have widened. Chance, I'm entering the pool, my bottleneck is loosening. In the following days, the already sought-after enlightenment pool became even more bustling. All disciples were eager to observe the sword mark left by the sect leader. Many reported breakthroughs in their cultivation realms after contemplating the mark, advancing to the Foundation establishment stage, with their consciousness seas becoming fuller. Note, I've replaced Sur seas with consciousness seas, as it's the proper translation for Sur High in the context of cultivation novels, ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. Leaving a trace of Heart Sword Dao like this was not surprising to Axton. After all, this was his unique Dao, containing not only the Heart Sword's profound meaning but also the aura of the killing world. Even if no one could fully grasp Heart Sword, it would greatly assist their cultivation later on, especially Golden Core cultivators when they stepped into the nascent soul realm. A glowing orb appeared in Axton's hand, the most anticipated reward, the ability to enhance a random disciple's cultivation talent. If used on Tanner or Shelley, they would become unprecedented prodigies, shining brightly in the immortal sect martial meet. Hashtag chapter 439. Rebirth from Nirvana. Outside the enlightenment pool, 2 young men walked one after the other. They were Tanner and Anthony, who had fully recovered from their injuries. Ever since Anthony had woken up from Adrian's control, he had become very quiet, lacking the vitality he once had. The fellow disciples also kept their distance from him for various reasons, so Anthony never left his cave dwelling. Tanner, noticing this, took the initiative to visit him today and dragged him to the back mountain. Junior brother, how have you been recovering these days? Tanner wore a smile, knowing that he and Shelley, Ray, and others did not despise Anthony. They only felt worried and sympathetic. Watching a companion die by one's own hands would devastate anyone. Indeed, Anthony harbored an indelible shadow in his heart. He was more hindered by an invisible barrier in his mind than by any rejection from his peers. I'm fine. Anthony kept his head down, speaking in a dull voice. Since regaining control of his body, he had felt an immense power within him, surpassing even Chance Tanner in the middle stage Golden Core realm. Yet, Anthony felt no joy because he knew the power came from Adrian, exacted through the innocent commoners and fellow disciples. Night after night, he could not sleep, haunted by visions of those who died unjustly. Their expressions of disbelief and agony twisted faces always startled Anthony awake. These powers belonged to someone else, symbols of his guilt, binding him with an unbreakable chain unless he ended his own life. Tanner saw all this, which is why he specifically invited him out today, as he had witnessed everything firsthand. Don't be disheartened. Master left a sword mark inside the enlightenment pool. We finally get a chance to see it. Tanner laughed and hugged Anthony's shoulder. Don't think I'm the chance. Even entering the enlightenment pool requires queuing up. Let's go in and see what we can gain. Tanner tried to tease Anthony as usual, but the latter only nodded slightly without saying much, indicating how deeply Adrian's influence still affected him beyond just his cultivation level and character. As they approached the enlightenment pool, some disciples greeted them warmly. Tanner's status as Chance was well known, and Anthony had earned a decent reputation within the Xiuxian sect despite more people holding a respectful fear towards him. Entering the pool, they felt waves of spiritual energy surging into their bodies, nourishing their meridians and tempering their divine senses, making them sigh with comfort. Tanner looked up at the distant cliff wall where a deep sword mark still emitted a piercing sword intent. It seemed as if a figure appeared on the wall, wielding an ancient sword, practicing the most basic chopping techniques. What shocked Tanner was that these were indeed the simplest moves, easily performed by beginners, yet in the hands of the figure, they continuously channeled the surrounding natural spirit chi, making everything seem to bend to its will, unbreakable and invincible. Is this Master's Tao? Tanner's eyes cleared as he gazed admiringly at the sword mark. This was the power of a Yuan Princeng realm cultivator, who after comprehending the Tao realm could project it onto any medium. The sect leader's projection of killing aura and heart sword on the cliff wall revealed his deep concern for Qingyun sect's disciples. Following the sword movements, Tanner found himself profoundly moved despite using a saber. Understanding one principle led to understanding many others. The bottleneck in his cultivation loosened, hinting at a potential breakthrough. While reaching mid-stage golden core might be difficult, achieving early-stage golden core great perfection was now possible. True to master, even casual sword techniques left such awe-inspiring power. How do you feel, junior brother? Junior brother? No response. Tanner turned to Anthony, noticing the surrounding spirit chi becoming turbulent. Anthony's figure became blurry in the dense mist before disappearing from view. Suddenly, the entire enlightenment pool's water heated up, forming a giant whirlpool around Anthony. A water tornado enveloped him completely. What's happening? Tanner stared in shock. Never before had such phenomena occurred since the establishment of the enlightenment pool. Before he could react, the spiraling chi around Anthony surged into his body. A dazzling light coalesced in the sky, descending like a star river and entering Anthony's crown, casting radiant light across the sky. This is sudden enlightenment? Tanner couldn't understand this phenomenon. Though Anthony might have gained sudden insight while studying the sword marks, this scale of commotion was unprecedented, even rivaling Axton's seclusion at the time. The disturbances immediately spread throughout Qingyun sect, drawing out all disciples from their secluded practice, including Axton, who was meditating in his cave dwelling. He watched as the light in his hand gradually dissipated, a meaningful smile on his face. Moments ago, he had used the random disciple talent boost reward, agreeing with Yasmin to apply it only to the earliest disciples. He had thought it would benefit Tanner or Shelley, but it fell upon Anthony instead. Losing one must mean gaining another. This boy's fate seems far from simple. Initially dismissing it as coincidence, Axton now suspected Anthony possessed great fortune. Having survived under Adrian, inheriting his power, and boosting his cultivation dramatically, even receiving such precious talent enhancement, all pointed to something more profound. Though he lacked Benjamin's divination skills, Axton could still perceive Anthony's inner brilliance through eagle eye, faintly eclipsing Tanner's glow. Rather than mere survival, it was a rebirth from nirvana. Curiosity piqued, Axton flashed toward the enlightenment pool, eager to see what surprises Anthony might bring. Chapter 440, Journey to Atlasantian Sect. The changes in the enlightenment pool attracted a large number of disciples. When they saw that Axton was also present, they all bowed respectfully. Master, how is junior brother Anthony? Tanner had witnessed everything from beginning to end. Anthony seemed to have turned into a vortex, continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the pool. Don't worry, just wait and see. Axton stared at the hazy figure in the mist, knowing Anthony's innate talent was quietly improving. Initially, with the Bat King's strength, his foundation wasn't stable, likely making future cultivation difficult. Now, with enhanced talent, he could almost rival Tanner and Shelley. Soon, the mist dissipated, and everything in the enlightenment pool returned to calm. Anthony opened his eyes in confusion, puzzled by everyone's gaze on him. What happened? Standing up, he suddenly felt a clarity in his mind. The demonic aura lingering in his consciousness had vanished, making him feel much lighter. Not only that, but Anthony also sensed his cultivation loosening, hinting at an imminent advance to the late golden core stage. Shocked, he stared at his hands, momentarily entranced. Leader. Seeing Axton nodding at him, Anthony quickly got up and bowed. He felt gratitude towards Axton, who had saved him from becoming a mere puppet for the Bat King. Axton not only forgave his actions, but also cared for him deeply, filling Anthony with warmth. Under Axton's eagle-eyed scrutiny, Anthony's spirit roots had changed from tri-element, wood, water, earth, to single-wood spirit root, a significant enhancement indeed. This kind of talent would be cherished even among the 7 great immortal sects. It did this young man well. Anthony clearly noticed the change too. Seeing Axton's approving gaze, he assumed it was due to the leader's intervention, which wasn't far from the truth. In Axton's eyes, Anthony was a person blessed with fortune, turning misfortune into prosperity, chosen out of hundreds to enhance his talents. Noticing Anthony's doubts, Axton sent a secret message. Don't overthink it, just focus and feel. Yes, leader. There's 1 month left until the sect martial assembly. I hope you will cultivate diligently and contribute your share to Qingyun sect. I understand. Anthony clenched his lips tightly, any lingering gloom vanishing. With such trust from the leader after all these events, he couldn't let Axton down. Only by contributing more to Qingyun could he redeem himself. Well, let's dismiss. I will select 10 outstanding disciples to join me representing Qingyun sect in the assembly. Use this month wisely. Axton's voice resonated in every disciple's heart. Although they knew figures like Tanner and Shelley were sure picks, many still strived to seize the remaining spots. The sect martial assembly was a rare event in Wanling continent, perhaps only once in a lifetime for most. Its allure was irresistible to cultivators. 1 month later, Qingyun sect's atmosphere was solemn. The square was filled with disciples watching the main hall. Axton stood at the forefront, followed by the selected disciples for the assembly, including Tanner, Shelley, Anthony, Ray, and Annabelle. Hector joined too, finally getting a chance to explore beyond Qingyun sect. Axton entrusted Apollon with safeguarding the sect, to which he readily agreed. Besides them, Marianne and 3 other late Foundation establishment disciples joined as well. They contributed significantly to Qingyun and possessed good innate talent, so Axton aimed to cultivate them. Behind Axton, the chosen disciples were exhilarated. This was their first major event since joining Qingyun sect, crucial for its standing in Wanling continent. Everyone except Marianne felt their hearts pounding under the gazes of fellow disciples, filled with admiration, jealousy, and longing. They knew that no matter the outcome, those who attended the assembly would gain invaluable experience. Cultivation was not just about realms. Insights and mindset mattered greatly. Elder Apollon, Xiuxian sect is in your hands, Axton said calmly. Once just a despised disciple in Shu Mountain, he was now a sect leader with many loyal followers. Axton wasn't alone anymore. He had to be responsible for himself and for all those who trusted him, especially in finding his father. Alliance leader Encore, rest assured. I'll protect Xiuxian sect with my life. Apollon's face was serious. He considered Xiuxian his second home and took Axton's instruction very seriously. Thank you. Scanning the square, Axton absorbed the hopeful and expectant gazes, eventually saying, let's depart. A small wooden boat flew out from his sleeve, growing larger in the sky. It was a high-quality flying treasure bought in Xuanhuan City. Though Axton could use Shushan Sword to transport them, its ominous aura would attract unwanted attention. The boat was perfect, fitting everyone comfortably. Entering the boat first, Axton inserted an upper-grade spirit stone, followed by the disciples. The boat vibrated and, under Axton's command, shot into the sky as a streak of light. Vaguely, they heard encouraging voices from Xiuxian sect, mostly for the familiar faces in the boat. Axton felt the intense enthusiasm within the boat, growing increasingly excited. After being expelled from Shu Mountain and lying low for nearly 2 years, the sect martial assembly was his platform, and the first step for Xiuxian sect's emergence onto the world stage. Chapter 441. Reception of Disciples. The venue for this immortal sect gathering was set at the Xuanhuan sect, located on the Wuxia Peak on the southern side of the 10,000 Spirit Continent. It ranked among the top 3 of the 7 great immortal sects, renowned for its disciples' proficiency in blade and spear treasures and their fierce temperament, making them famously short-tempered across the continent. Axton still remembered that within the Prodigy Transmission Group, there was a personal disciple of the Xuanhuan sect named Clifton. Though they had never met, they occasionally chatted. When Benjamin and others like Jamil arrived, it would be a great opportunity to reunite properly. Though the wooden boat was merely an upper-grade flying spirit tool, under Axton's control, it traveled much faster than other flying treasures of the same level. Despite the considerable distance from the Xiuxian Mountains to the Xuanhuan sect, Axton managed to reduce the travel time from half a month to just 10 days. As they approached the Xuanhuan sect, the journey became increasingly lively, with many beams of light rushing towards the Xuanhuan sect. Among them were powerful presences, including rarely seen nascent soul cultivators. In contrast, Axton's aura was not particularly outstanding. Master, is this the Xuanhuan sect? Celine curiously looked around. Although they had only reached the outer perimeter of Wuxia Peak, the grandeur before her eyes left her awestruck. Not just Celine, but Tanner and the others could not tear their eyes away either. They had only seen the Xiuxian sect before, and while its mountain gate was impressive, it paled in comparison to the Xuanhuan sect. Numerous palaces appeared amid the mountains, enveloped in floating mist, adding an air of grandeur as they hovered in the clouds. Even from afar, the disciples aboard the wooden boat were already in awe. The Xuanhuan sect, one of the 7 great immortal sects, truly lived up to its reputation. Only Axton and Bryn, who originated from Mount Shu, remained unperturbed. Before the gates of the Xuanhuan sect, there was already a bustling crowd. Many sect cultivators arriving for the immortal sect gathering lined up, presenting tokens representing their sects for verification before being allowed entry. Streams of light descended from the sky, displaying a dazzling array of flying magical tools. In comparison, Axton's wooden boat seemed quite modest and unremarkable. These are the Flowing Light sect from the Danwang Valley. Welcome. Tai sect members from the Jade Pool Sacred Land. This way please. While cultivators from the 7 great immortal sects could enter freely, others needed verification at the Xuanhuan sect's entrance, following long-standing regulations to prevent any miscreants from sneaking in. Many sect cultivators engaged in conversations, while Axton's group felt relatively isolated. In the cultivation world, survival of the fittest prevailed. Cultivation level and wealth were crucial indicators. The inconspicuous flying treasure Axton used, and his perfected control over his Dao realm meant he could conceal his presence unless a cultivator of the same realm paid attention. Let's go, Axton said, marveling at the sea of people before the Xuanhuan sect's gates. Participants in the immortal sect gathering were all at least foundation establishment level, with most being promising disciples hoping to broaden their horizons. Golden core cultivators formed the backbone of their sects, while nascent soul cultivators, though fewer in number, numbered more than 100 according to Axton's divine sense. This was only one entrance of the Xuanhuan sect, highlighting the vast number of sects participating. A sect with a nascent soul cultivator could be considered first-rate, yet here were over 100 nascent soul experts, leaving the Xiuxian sect disciple stunned. Facing the reception disciple, Axton took out a jade token from his bosom, a symbol granted by the illusion-breaking palace after the Xiuxian sect ascended to second-tier status. Axton had yet to ascend to first tier since his recent breakthrough to nascent soul. The second-tier Xiuxian sect from the illusion-breaking territory? The reception disciple, a Elon with a deep scar on his face, spoke indifferently as he tossed a token into Axton's chest. I've never heard of this sect. Are you trying to trick me? The Elon was at the early golden core stage. Though he lacked talent, he possessed sharp observation skills. He noticed the ordinary wooden boat Axton used, feeling somewhat disdainful. Being a disciple of the 7 great immortal sects, he held a certain pride, especially in this coveted reception duty. Most sensible sects would offer benefits to reception disciples, ensuring better accommodation during allocation. The young man claiming to be the Xiuxian sect master appeared unremarkable, offering no such benefits, causing dissatisfaction in the Elon's heart. Just a second-tier sect, everyone else smiles and offers spirit stones or flattering words and gifts. You seem disrespectful. What do you mean? Can't this jade token prove our identity? Annabelle responded indignantly. Though usually demure, she had her own pride. Seeing the Elon's dismissive gaze made her unhappy. Huh. Seeing the beautiful young girl, the Elon smirked mockingly, tossing the jade token to Annabelle with contempt. What can this token prove? Anyone could just take a token and enter the Xuanhuan sect. Wouldn't that cause chaos? Axton gently stopped Annabelle from speaking further, understanding the situation. He had noticed many private exchanges between sects, realizing the Elon deliberately tried to extort them. I am Axton, master of the Xuanhuan sect. This token is genuine and approved by the illusion-breaking palace. Please grant us passage. Axton's neutral tone sounded more irritating to the Elon, darkening his expression. Want to pressure me with the illusion-breaking palace? Do you know where you are? If you don't produce something real, leave now. Before he finished, a terrifying aura enveloped him, separating his body from the surrounding world, preventing him from speaking further. A chilling, killing intent gripped his heart. The Elon's lips trembled as fear filled his eyes. Now, can my identity be verified? Axton smiled faintly, but to the Elon, it sounded harsh. Trembling, he bowed his head. See, certainly, follow me. Instantly, the pressure vanished, and the noisy surroundings returned. Unaware of what transpired, the Elon hurried ahead without turning back, thinking he had seen a ghost. Despite his low cultivation, his years at the xuanhuan sect provided keen insight. He had just experienced the overwhelming pressure of a nascent soul expert's Dao realm. How could a second-tier sect have such a powerful expert? His heart pounded throughout the journey. Chapter 442, Beastmaster Sect. The Elon led Axton and his group to a desolate mountaintop. This was the outermost peak of xuanhuan sect, one of the most remote and barren places. Numerous cultivators had already gathered here, with reception disciples continuously bringing more people up. Palace Master Uncor, please settle here for now. I need to go receive others. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly said this before immediately running off, vanishing in an instant, drawing laughter from the Xuanhuan sect disciples behind him. Elder brother Uncor, that guy is so impolite, Aiko said indignantly, her discontent growing especially as they were brought to this dilapidated mountain. She believed it was clear they were being looked down upon. No matter, let him be, Axton responded calmly, unsurprised by the treatment. On paper, Xuanhuan sect was only a second-tier sect, and it was lucky to be invited by Pachwang Immortal Palace to participate in the Immortal Sect martial contest, partly due to their connections with Benjamin and Titus. As one of the 7 major immortal sects ranked 3rd, xuanhuan sect naturally held other sects in contempt. Being allocated a mountaintop as a campsite was actually favorable. Focusing back on the mountain peak, it wasn't particularly large, covered with wild grasses, clearly indicating its remoteness within xuanhuan sect's territory. Several other sects had already begun settling here. Axton chose an unoccupied spot and stopped with everyone. A few broken-down wooden huts stood nearby, but these had already been occupied. Master, Senior Ning and Master Clement should have come to participate in the Immortal Sect martial contest, right? Tanner asked curiously. Benjamin had left a deep impression on him, both in terms of cultivation and status. As for them, Axton shook his head with a bitter smile. As disciples of the 7 major immortal sects, they would certainly have been received properly by xuanhuan sect under their master's leadership, unlike Xuanhuan sect which was placed in this secluded corner. However, once the contest began, they would surely meet. Axton's goal wasn't just to achieve a good ranking. He also harbored a hidden ambition related to the Shushan Sword Sect. While the 7 major immortal sects would send attendants to the competition, usually elder-level cultivators, they wouldn't personally lead the delegation, either to show respect or because of the rising influence of demonic forces requiring them to safeguard their territories. Over the years, the 7 major immortal sects had remained unchallenged. Even if challenged, their abundant resources ensured their superiority over other sects, making them significantly stronger. To gain recognition in the 10,000 Spirits continent, Axton needed to elevate Xuanhuan sect's reputation through the Immortal Sect martial contest. Merely standing out wouldn't suffice. Joining Xiuxian would be the best choice. Marianne sat idly to one side, her face half hidden by a butterfly mask, but it couldn't hide her beauty, attracting many glances from surrounding cultivators. Unbothered by the attention, Marianne lazily leaned against a rock, twirling her hair, captivating everyone's eyes. Move! Shouted several disciples before they had even finished setting up. A group of cultivators approached Xuanhuan sect's campsite, visibly irritated. Palace Master, isn't this too disrespectful? We're a first-tier sect yet placed here, falsely claiming no space. It's outright bullying. A thin-lipped disciple muttered, looking at the robust figure in front of him, who appeared visibly angry. The leader was Lowell, the head of Beastmaster Sect, originally supposed to be welcomed deeper into the mountains, but forced here citing overcrowding. I think they're intentionally picking on us, the disciple complained until meeting Lowell's icy gaze, silencing him instantly. Don't want to live? This is xuanhuan sect's territory. Lowell sighed inwardly, displeased at being grouped with lesser sects, but knowing better than to defy xuanhuan sect openly. Scanning the area, he saw no available space among the crowded campsites. Just then, his eyes locked onto Marianne. Move aside. Lowell and 9 others walked up to Axton, looking down at them arrogantly. Get out of here. This ground belongs to Beastmaster Sect now. Though seemingly indifferent, Lowell's eyes never left Marianne. Aiko felt indignant, realizing they were being deliberately provoked. This is Xuanhuan sect's territory. What do you think you're doing? Seeing the attractive young girl speak up, Lowell's interest grew. An unexpected bonus encounter. Ha ha ha. Doing? It's our privilege. Enjoy it while you can. Behind him, the thin-lipped disciple yelled, knowing their master's preferences and equally impressed by Marianne's appearance. Do you understand? Ha ha ha. Lowell relished his moment of power. This ground belongs to Beastmaster Sect. Get lost, Xuanhuan Sect. He had never heard of Xuanhuan Sect. If they had strength, they wouldn't be placed here. Time to vent his frustrations. Of course, the woman can stay, he leered at Marianne, unable to look away. Compared to Marianne, all other female cultivators paled in comparison. What a blessing in disguise. Be honored. Bow to our master. The thin-lipped disciple bellowed again, emboldened by his companion's prowess in controlling beasts, a trait that made Beastmaster Sect a top-tier sect. In his view, these small sects weren't worthy, and would be driven away without hesitation outside xuanhuan sect's jurisdiction. Nonsense. Anthony could no longer contain himself, standing up abruptly. Since being saved by Axton, his formerly mild manner had become aggressive. How could he allow Xiuxian sect to be disgraced? This mountain was assigned by xuanhuan sect. Don't overstep your bounds. Overstep? Ha ha ha. Lowell sneered, mocking Anthony's audacity. What audacity, defying me? Instantly, a tiger's roar echoed, a shockwave directed at Anthony. Lowell disregarded propriety, revealing his ruthless nature. Just a second-tier sect, defying me? A mere child dares to speak? Looks like your sect leader is a coward too. Chapter 443, Bryn takes action. In response to Anthony, a terrifying sonic wave attack echoed out. Many of the sects that witnessed this scene retreated. The beast-taming sect, despite being a top-tier sect, had a poor reputation for its disciples' aggressive and bullying nature. Many sects had suffered significant losses at their hands, so it was no wonder they had run afoul of the xuanhuan sect. Though there was disdain, one could not deny their strength. Just take their leader, Sect Master Lowell, who had already reached the mid-infant stage of the Nebula realm. It was rumored he had even signed a contract with a Tier 6 beast, an aberrant-eyed white tiger, making his power formidable. Adiel, step back. Axton frowned. He hadn't expected trouble in such a short time. Although he was low-key, that didn't mean the Xiuxian sect was a pushover. If necessary, he would give him a lesson himself. Get lost or face the consequences. Lowell sneered continuously, his gaze finally settling on Bryn. Of course, beautiful lady, you can stay. What future do you have with a decrepit sect like this? Come to my beast-taming sect, and I'll make you so comfortable you won't be able to keep your legs closed. Ha ha ha. Lowell grinned lecherously, and the disciples behind him laughed arrogantly. They had seen many scenes like this. No woman could escape once chosen by their master. The tiger roar sound wave seemed aimed at Anthony, but in reality, it attacked all the Xiuxian sect disciples. If struck, the damage would range from minor impairment of the mind to outright fragmentation of consciousness, especially for Foundation establishment disciples, who likely couldn't withstand more than 2 seconds under such pressure. Facing this power, Anthony's face turned pale. Although he had inherited the strength of the Adrian, against a Nebula Infancy Realm expert disregarding status, he could only watch as the sound waves approached. Facing this power, Anthony's face turned pale. Although he had inherited the strength of the Adrian, against a Nebula Infancy Realm expert disregarding status, he could only watch as the sound waves approached. A butterfly flew in from the sky, initially just one, then turning into a cluster, catching many people's attention. A butterfly flew in from the sky, initially just one, then turning into a cluster, catching many people's attention. This place was clearly desolate with no flowers or animals. Where did these butterflies come from? This place was clearly desolate with no flowers or animals. Where did these butterflies come from? And that wasn't all. These butterflies blocked the path like moths drawn to flame before Anthony, more accurately protecting the Xiuxian sect disciples, nullifying Lowell's attack before Axton could act. A butterfly flashed past, and Bryn appeared before the Xiuxian sect disciples, having just deflected the blow. Bryn's eyes were calm, her lips still adorned with her usual captivating smile, adding a different flavor in Lowell's eyes. Didn't expect such skill from a beauty. I'll have to personally test your strength. Lowell was first surprised, then delighted. Looking at Bryn, greed grew in his gaze. Previously, women under his control dared not resist, but this beauty could deflect his attacks. In comparison, other female cultivators seemed ordinary. Beauty, isn't that boy behind you the leader of Xiuxian sect? Lowell paused, sensing Axton's pivotal position among the crowd. Mockery crept onto his face again. What benefit does staying with a waste like him bring? A coward who hides behind women. Why not follow me and witness the might of my beast-taming sect? With a roar, an aberrant-eyed white tiger appeared in the void, its fierce presence causing all present sect members to gulp. They sympathized with Axton. Dealing with Lowell wouldn't be a simple matter now. Axton remained rooted, watching without moving. Bryn's true strength had always been a mystery, especially since she never showed her skills while in the Xiuxian sect. After his breakthrough to the Nebula Infancy realm, this feeling became stronger. Brother Unker, are we okay? Harvey whispered nervously. The overwhelming aura radiating from Lowell, coupled with the aberrant-eyed white tiger, suggested a powerful opponent. Could Bryn's flower-like butterflies really stop him? Just watch. Axton showed no concern. His eagle vision detected that the butterflies surrounding Bryn were forming a field, emanating intense spiritual energy, a feat beyond typical Nebula Infancy realm cultivators. Only Axton's eagle vision revealed the truth. If Lowell treated Bryn like an ordinary female cultivator, he'd pay the price. When the tiger's roar sent out terrifying sound waves, hitting the butterflies, none of the expected destruction happened. Instead, more butterflies filled the sky, neutralizing Lowell's attack without any ripple. His brows furrowed as a more sinister grin spread across his face. A feisty little beauty, let me taste what you're made of. Despite the mocking smile, Lowell's demeanor shifted, embarrassed in front of his disciples. How could he accept a woman effortlessly blocking his attack? He infused his intent into the white tiger, which instantly bared its ferocious gaze, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the entire mountain. Hashtag chapter 444, one man, one beast. Scatter quickly. The odd-eyed white tiger is attacking. What bad luck. The cultivators from the other sects stationed on the mountain peak were instantly stricken with panic. They had already complained about being placed in such a location, but now they were faced with another ominous figure. This supposedly second-tier sect's mountain had become a battleground for Lowell, who pressured them and was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Although the others disliked him, no one dared to challenge him openly. All they could do was cast sympathetic glances toward Axton and his companions. Being targeted by such a menacing presence, any of them would have long since conceded an area to resolve the trouble. However, it seemed that Lowell's intentions went beyond this, as his eyes remained fixed on Bryn, clearly harboring sinister thoughts. You little bitch, let me show you my power. Lowell roared, and the odd-eyed white tiger unleashed a ball of flames from its mouth. The flame carried immense destructive force, stirring up dust along its path. The crowd's eyes were seared by the flames, knowing that if they were in its path, they would surely be melted away. It looked like the xiuxian sect members were in for trouble. Master, won't this attract the attention of the xiuxian sect? A sharp-featured disciple clearly had reservations. They had already offended the xiuxian sect, and fighting on their territory risked getting caught. Himph, do you think the xiuxian sect has no backing? Besides, it's just a second-tier sect. Who would take them seriously? But it's a pity to let this woman die like this. Lowell sneered inwardly. Having pent up anger, he finally found an outlet. As the leader of the xiuxian sect, his spiritual weapon was the land spirit beast itself. Together, man and beast increased their strength many times over. Too outrageous. Axton's face showed anger. Although he had been traveling low-key, this did not mean the xiuxian sect was a pushover. The xiuxian sect launched an attack without warning, attempting to seize their territory and even assaulting disciples. This had crossed his red line. The xiuxian sword appeared in his hand. With a simple slash, an invisible barrier protected the xiuxian sect disciples, a manifestation of heart sword power and Axton's deepest understanding of swordsmanship. The originally defensive Tai light-splitting sword was now effortlessly powerful, easily repelling the odd-eyed white tiger's attack. Headmaster Uncor, please relax. Leave it to Bryn, her voice echoed faintly. Despite her usual laziness, her tone indicated she was truly angered by Lowell. She flicked her fingers, sending a series of light spots into the air, which turned into countless butterflies flying around. Unlike the scorched earth left by the flames, not a trace of fire touched Bryn. Her aura expanded continuously, and the flames dissipated upon contact with the butterflies as if they had never existed. What is this? Is this the Dao realm? She's an inner core cultivator. Other sect members, hiding nearby, watched dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that seemingly fragile butterflies could withstand the odd-eyed white tiger's attack. More shockingly, two inner core experts emerged on this small mountain. Xiuxian sect was known to be only a second-tier sect, so how could they possess such powerful experts? Receiving Bryn's message, Axton sheathed his xiuxian sword. Since she was handling the situation, he was content to observe her prowess. Bryn's identity was mysterious. They had merely struck a deal. Axton brought her to participate in the Immortal Sect martial competition, while Bryn helped improve xiuxian sect's ranking. This woman is an inner core cultivator? Seeing the flames devoured, Lowell's expression turned bewildered. A seemingly gentle beauty possessed such strength. Moreover, he hadn't sensed an inner core aura within the xiuxian sect. Two explanations came to mind. One, she had hidden her aura using a secret technique. This was what Lowell believed more. Second, her power surpassed his, making it impossible for his divine sense to detect her cultivation level. Impossible. A mere second-tier sect shouldn't have such experts. Shaking his head fiercely, Lowell thought although the odd-eyed white tiger's attack was blocked, he hadn't yet acted. Once he joined forces with the tiger, the combined power would be far greater. Moreover, his disciples were watching. As the xiuxian sect leader, Lowell couldn't afford to lose face before a woman. Beauty, since you're ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. His arrogance turned to coldness. He originally wanted to avoid drawing too much attention to prevent alerting the xiuxian sect. Despite claiming fearlessness against the xiuxian sect, caution was still necessary here. Master, maybe we should let them off. We can settle this after the competition? The sharp-featured disciple expressed concern. Though Lowell claimed bravery, he knew better than to provoke the xiuxian sect again. Last time, an elder from the xiuxian sect almost reached their gate. Lowell hastily sent some disciples as scapegoats. The odd-eyed white tiger's attack likely alerted someone. Continuing might invite the xiuxian sect's intervention. Disrupting another sect's territory wasn't respectful. Lowell might escape, but his subordinates wouldn't be so lucky. Get out of my way, coward. Failing to calm down, Lowell became angrier. If he couldn't handle a woman, his reputation would be ruined. Big brother Uncor, can she handle it? Marla worried, despite having issues with Bryn. Still, she was now part of xiuxian sect and couldn't be left alone in danger. Don't worry, Lowell is no match for Bryn. Axton spoke calmly. Since acquiring eagle eye vision, he saw few inner core cultivators. He could sense potential in those weaker than him. If Lowell's strength was a meteor, then Bryn radiated like the sun. The two were incomparable. What unnerved Axton most was that he could sense something peculiar about Bryn only when she acted. Normally, she seemed harmless, and with intent, she could appear as though having no cultivation at all. Faced with Bryn's charm, Lowell felt inflamed. Ignoring his current predicament in xiuxian sect territory, desperate to conquer her. The odd-eyed white tiger roared, and Lowell's body rapidly swelled, becoming several times larger, resembling a humanoid beast. White smoke puffed from his nostrils, bloodshot eyes glaring. Like a crouching lion, he prepared to launch a lethal attack on his prey. It's the xiuxian sect's beast transformation skill. Legend says it turns one's body into a demon beast, enhancing attack and defense manyfold, immune to pain. A single odd-eyed white tiger is terrifying. With Lowell fully engaged, xiuxian sect is in grave danger. Chapter 445. Unraveling the threads. A vast expanse of open land had been cleared atop the mountain. Other sects dared not approach, for fear of being implicated in this confrontation. This was a duel between core formation experts, an event far beyond the reach of second-rate sects whose leaders were at most at the golden core stage. Lowell's aura soared to its peak, emitting beast-like roars from his mouth as he launched himself forward. Alongside him, the heterochromatic tiger stood eagerly, ready to pounce. This was the terrifying aspect of the beast mastery sect, man and beast sharing a single mind, their combined power more than doubling. Few cultivators of equal rank could withstand the combined onslaught of two ferocious beasts, let alone when Lowell unleashed his Dao realm, causing the heterochromatic tiger's strength to multiply even further. Tiger Roar Dao Realm. Accompanied by the heterochromatic tiger's roar, waves of energy erupted around Lowell. Everyone felt their ears ringing and heads spinning, with those of lower cultivation suffering internal injuries. This was Lowell's Dao Realm. More accurately, it was his shared Dao Realm with the heterochromatic tiger, the Tiger Roar. In the Tiger Roar Dao Realm, one would constantly be bombarded by sound waves, making it nearly impossible to unleash full strength. Add to that the relentless assault of man and beast, and victory or defeat would be determined within mere breaths, ending with the victim torn apart by the heterochromatic tiger's claws. The figure of Bryn seemed to twist and distort as she was engulfed by these waves of sound, her expression unreadable. Silk cocoon. A sultry voice rang out. Within the Tiger Roar Dao Realm, Bryn gently brushed back her disheveled hair, her eyes suddenly glowing. The butterflies surrounding her danced as if untouched by the effects of the Tiger Roar Dao Realm. How could their frail forms possibly compare to the imposing presence of the heterochromatic tiger? Ha! Mere child's play. Rushing towards them, Lowell laughed maniacally. Was this woman insane? Could these few butterflies actually stop both his and the tiger's attack? As expected, they were nothing but pretty decorations. Bryn's Dao Realm offered no pressure whatsoever to him. Sharp claws like those of a vicious beast appeared in his hands as he slashed fiercely at the incoming swarm of butterflies. Beside him, the heterochromatic tiger snarled, revealing razor-sharp fangs, its deadliest weapon. Countless cultivators had fallen prey to this beast's jaws. A mere animal, it cared not for mercy, only seeking to shred all enemies to assert its dominance. Oh no! Tanner and Shelley were on edge, unable to imagine how the butterflies could match the might of the tiger. Anthony, however, observed with deep contemplation, his perspective altered after experiencing the soul-stealing abilities of the Adrian. He seemed to sense something beneath the surface. Chance Uncor, aren't we going to intervene? Clint anxiously questioned. Though Bryn was just a guest elder of Azure Cloud Sect, the injustice of her treatment by the Beast Mastery Sect stirred a fire within him. He regretted his inadequate cultivation, which rendered him powerless to help. Axton shook his head without speaking, captivated by the butterflies circling Bryn. He sensed that beneath their delicate appearance lay immense, even terrifying, power. The Tiger Roar Dao Realm soundwave attacks had no effect on her. A concealed and terrifying force was slowly rising. Girl, beg for mercy now, and I might show you some leniency. Lowell's movements were incredibly swift. Leaping into the air above Bryn, he roared like thunder. Go ahead, try me. Bryn smiled softly as the butterflies flew towards man and beast alike, her demeanor calm and collected. How dare you? Enraged again, Lowell's thoughts of restraint vanished. Practicing the Beast Mastery Sect's techniques made him and the beast share a single mind, his temperament increasingly brutal. Now fully transformed, his remaining sanity was scarce. His sole desire was to crush the woman before him and tear apart the man hiding behind her, teaching Bryn what true power entailed. Faced with the fluttering butterflies, Lowell sneered. His claws shimmered with cold light as he and the heterochromatic tiger launched synchronized attacks. Roar. Two earth-shaking roars echoed as terrifying shockwaves erupted between Bryn and the duo. No one could tell what happened inside. Many sighed in disappointment, thinking that Azure Cloud Sect, despite its strength, would lose its chance to rise to prominence during the Immortal Sect Martial Assembly. It was unfortunate they encountered Lowell, this harbinger of doom. The combined attack of man and beast equated to two core formation experts. Despite the mystique of Bryn's Dao Realm and the mysterious power of the butterflies, sheer force often overpowered such tricks. The roars continued, transitioning from fierce to uneasy, finally carrying undertones of panic. Dust settled, clearing everyone's view. Their faces showed disbelief. Contrary to expectations, Bryn remained unharmed while Lowell and the heterochromatic tiger were encased in thick cocoons, unable to break free. These cocoons seemed alive, tightening their grip with every struggle, accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of bones cracking. They did not mishear. It was indeed the sound of bones shattering. Trapped within the cocoons, Lowell's heterochromatic tiger found itself completely helpless, unable to utilize its renowned strength. Especially Lowell, whose enlarged form was tightly wrapped like a mummy, his face blood-red and veins bulging under the pressure. He struggled desperately, trying to escape, but excruciating pain struck. The seemingly harmless butterflies swarmed the cocoons, burying him. He could feel his skin being sliced, blood draining away. Worse yet, the tiger also met the same fate. Despite its formidable body, it could only howl helplessly as the cocoons tightened. The heterochromatic tiger's plight was even more miserable, the butterflies covering its body layer upon layer, followed by chilling screams. The heterochromatic tiger's cries sent chills down the spines of onlookers, their gazes turning to Bryn. The woman stood lazily, her long dress slightly tattered, brows furrowed in apparent displeasure. She released two beams of light from her hand, embedding them into the cocoons. Chapter 446. Visitors from the Atlasantian Sect. What kind of Dao realm can trap Lowell and the odd-eyed white tiger? Don't worry, Lowell hasn't shown his true strength yet. No matter what, the Xiuxian sect is not to be provoked. An elder from a second-rate sect actually has the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Their sect leader must be even more formidable. The onlookers from various sects shifted their gazes to Axton, no longer daring to underestimate him. The elders of the Xiuxian sect all had nascent soul stage cultivation. It was easy to imagine that Axton's strength was only growing stronger. Even though everyone knew that Lowell was exceptionally powerful, if Axton were to act, the situation would drastically change. Jennifer danced within the Dao realm, suspended in mid-air. She gracefully moved her fingers, causing countless threads of silk to appear in the void. Trapped within the cocoon, Lowell felt his entire body immobilized. The more he resisted, the tighter the cocoon bound him. Although his physical form and the odd-eyed white tiger were quite similar, and both considered strong among peers, he could not break free. Damn it! Lowell never imagined he would end up in such a predicament, especially at the hands of a woman. His muscles swelled again as the odd-eyed white tiger emitted ferocious roars. Secret Beast Taming Technique. Tiger Might. This was one of Lowell's trump cards, a secret technique used only when absolutely necessary. By using the blood essence of his contract spirit beast, he could unleash unparalleled power for a short time. He could shatter even a cliff with a single punch. This was the trump card of a beast taming sect cultivator, the ability to draw infinite strength from a spirit beast, overpowering any supreme Dao technique with sheer force. Roar. The odd-eyed white tiger's body began to tremble. Its eyes turned bright red, and its originally snow-white fur gradually bled. The tiger's body instantly inflated several times over, threatening to burst the cocoon. Lowell, fortified by the sacrifice of the white tiger's blood essence, understood the great harm this secret technique inflicted on the odd-eyed white tiger. Originally intended to shock everyone during the Immortal Sect martial contest, he was now forced to use it under duress. Die. You will all die. Lowell's mind was completely overtaken by bestial instincts. He heard the white tiger's agonized cries, but saw human lives as far less important than those of spirit beasts. The white tiger had already released its blood essence, and he demanded retribution from the Xuanhuan sect. The cocoon showed signs of cracking under Lowell's struggle. With the combined roar of man and beast, the air vibrated deafeningly, inflicting internal injuries on many spectators. Only the disciples of Xuanhuan sect, protected by Axton's Dao realm, remained unaffected. Others fell to the ground. In the sky, Jennifer remained calm. Her eyes gleamed, and the gentle-looking silk in her hands covered the cocoon, plunging Lowell into despair. He felt the previously brittle cocoon thicken once more, making it impossible to break even with the power gained from sacrificing the white tiger's blood essence. Moreover, invisible blades appeared within the cocoon, slicing through his skin and piercing deep into his flesh. Aya! Two heart-wrenching screams echoed. One man, one beast. Lowell deflated like a punctured balloon, his muscles withering. For the first time, he felt fear. The invisible blades seemed to suck out his vital energies relentlessly, and despite his resistance, he couldn't stop it. His eyes betrayed panic. This was a technique he had never seen or heard of before, clearly not orthodox. Though the beast-taming sect straddled the line between good and evil, they did not possess methods to directly steal another's essence. You are who? Lowell tried to call for help but found himself mute. Sharp needles surrounded his neck, and the pain originated from silk threads entering his mouth. He sensed the odd-eyed white tiger also suffering intensely. The invisible blades pierced the tiger's body, draining its life essence after it had already contributed its blood in the secret technique. The once mighty white tiger shriveled away. Lowell could feel the weakening presence of his spirit beast. In this moment, he was terrified. The woman was certainly not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, capable of wielding such venomous techniques. He wished to beg for mercy but found himself immobile, his own essence being drained by the cocoon, causing his cultivation to regress. Only Axton noticed the hidden danger but did not intervene. Though he handled matters discreetly, it did not mean Xuanhuan's sect allowed itself to be trampled upon. Even without Jennifer's actions, he would have given Lowell a lesson. However, this was the Xuanhuan sect's territory. If things escalated too much, it would be difficult to resolve. Axton would act when the time was right. At whom does anyone dare cause a ruckus in the Xuanhuan sect? At this moment, a booming voice resounded from the sky. An elder, accompanied by several disciples, appeared on the mountain ridge. Seeing the scene before him, he was furious. Do you know what day it is? Resolve your grievances during the Immortal Sect martial contest, or do you disregard the Xuanhuan sect? The elder's voice was like thunder, making everyone shiver. Some recognized him as Amiel, an elder of the Xuanhuan sect's enforcement hall. Amiel surveyed the area, ultimately focusing on the Xuanhuan sect and the beast-taming sect. Jennifer relaxed her attack upon his arrival, allowing Lowell to breathe and crawl out, barely alive. Save me, save. His voice was hoarse, his body drenched in blood, no longer the invincible warrior. The white tiger lay weak beside him, nearly dead, revealing its skeletal frame. Who initiated the attack? Amiel seethed with anger. As responsible for maintaining order during the contest, he hadn't expected such incidents from second-rate sects, so the enforcement hall hadn't been concerned here. Only when massive spiritual energy fluctuations occurred did Amiel rush over. He knew he would face punishment for negligence, and thus spoke angrily. One party had to take responsibility, or he couldn't report back to the enforcement hall. Seeing Lowell half-dead, Amiel focused on Jennifer. Jennifer acted as if she didn't see Amiel, tapping her foot lightly and returning behind Axton. If Amiel hadn't arrived, Lowell wouldn't have lasted even half a stick of incense. Senior, it was the beast-taming sect that initiated conflict. Everyone here can testify for our Xuanhuan sect. Axton said calmly. The truth was that the beast-taming sect started the trouble, so he wasn't afraid of Amiel's questioning. Is this true? Amiel scanned the crowd, and others nodded but dared not speak more. Xuanhuan sect's strength was evident, and even Lowell, a veteran nascent soul cultivator, couldn't compete. How could they lie? It's not like that. Senior, the Xuanhuan sect provoked us, and our sect leader retaliated to discipline them. A sharp-nosed monkey-faced cultivator hiding behind rushed to counter. Knowing Lowell was nearly unconscious, he feared facing the consequences himself. Himph, enough nonsense. You're all involved. Amiel was impatient. He had no interest in discerning right from wrong, only wanting to resolve the matter quickly and report back. Axton's eyebrows knitted together. If the other party was unreasonable, he would not sit idle and wait for death. Although Jennifer's actions were heavy-handed, Lowell got what he deserved. Just as Axton was about to step forward and speak up, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Amiel. Elder Ren, everyone knows of Lowell's conduct. I believe he is heavily implicated in this matter. Chapter 447. Reunion with an old friend. The sudden sound caused Amiel's expression to visibly soften, and the way he looked at Axton became much more amiable. Young master, why have you come here? A figure appeared behind him, revealing a familiar face that Axton immediately recognized as his old acquaintance, Clifton. Just passing by idly, I suddenly heard about an incident here, so I came over to check it out. From what I see, we should just take this Lowell back to the enforcement hall. He has repeatedly acted against our xuanhuan sect, and this time it's likely intentional troublemaking again. Clifton chuckled and came up to Axton, giving him a subtle wink. Young master is absolutely right. This old man will take him back for sentencing. Amiel's voice was filled with respect, clearly indicating Clifton's high standing within the xuanhuan sect. Even cultivators at the netherworld stage respected his identity as young patriarch. Let go of me, that woman. Seeing the situation going awry, Lowell tried to muster some strength to speak, but Amiel wouldn't give him a chance. He only needed someone to hand over to complete his task, and since the young patriarch had spoken, he didn't mind doing him a favor. Don't waste words. I think you're tired of living. With a roar, both Lowell and the white tiger vanished from sight, leaving the beast-taming sect cultivators at a loss on the scene. Expel them from the xuanhuan sect, Clifton casually said, and the enforcement hall disciples quickly moved to escort the few remaining people away, ultimately leaving only Axton and Clifton standing together. Brother Unker, it's been a long time. Clifton dropped his formal demeanor, his tone warm and friendly. I've always been listening to Benjamin and Baird talk about all your adventures, which made me feel quite envious. Unfortunately, my father wouldn't let me leave the sect, or I would have joined you guys. Clifton suddenly put his arm around Axton's shoulders. He had always admired Benjamin and Baird, feeling restricted by his role as the young patriarch of the xuanhuan sect. He had long yearned to experience the outside world. Upon hearing that Axton had established his own sect, Clifton kept an eye on this matter. He had already found out where Axton was located, and thus rushed over upon hearing about the incident. Many thanks for your assistance, Brother Ren. Axton bowed respectfully. He was indeed grateful for Clifton's timely arrival, which saved him considerable trouble. Although Axton didn't have the deep friendship with Clifton that he did with Baird and Benjamin, he admired Clifton's straightforward and easygoing personality. Oh, there's no need for such formality between us brothers. It's truly impressive what you've achieved, founding your own sect in such a short time. Really enviable. Clifton spoke sincerely. Despite his high status and access to the best cultivation resources in the xuanhuan sect, the price was the loss of freedom. Hearing stories from Benjamin and Baird, he greatly admired their experiences, and his admiration for Axton grew steadily. Leaving Shu Mountain to establish a new sect. This kind of courage was exactly what Clifton admired most, and today he finally got the chance to meet Axton in person. Rest assured, Brother Unkor, with Clifton around, no one, not even the 7 immortal sects, will be able to bully you in the xuanhuan sect. Clifton's words filled Axton with warmth, clearly showing goodwill and directly pointing at the Shushan Sword Sect. Thank you, but even if they don't come looking for me, I will find them myself, replied Axton. Good. Hearing Axton's response, Clifton's eyes lit up. He fully understood Axton's conflict with the Shushan Sword Sect and admired this brother who was undaunted by the pressure from the 7 immortal sects. Oh, who is this immortal maiden? And what is Brother Unkor's current cultivation level? Calming down, Clifton sensed carefully, surprised by what he felt. Not only could Marianne defeat Lowell, confirming she was at the netherworld stage, but he also couldn't fully gauge Axton's aura. With all the cultivation resources of the xuanhuan sect, I'm only at the late golden core stage, considered a top-notch genius. But Unker brother, I can't see through your level at all. She's named Marianne, a guest elder of Qingyun sect. Axton briefly introduced her, not wanting to say too much about Marianne's background. As for me, I recently advanced to the netherworld stage. My realm isn't stable yet, so I haven't informed the transmission group. Axton spoke truthfully. Since breaking through, he had been busy preparing for the immortal sect competition and hadn't had time to chat with old friends via the transmission group. Given that Clifton had noticed him, it was likely that Benjamin and Baird had also arrived within the borders of the xuanhuan sect. Netherworld stage? Clifton exclaimed, stepping back as if inspecting a strange creature, eventually shaking his head with a bitter smile. How I, Clifton, thought I had good talent, breaking through to the late golden core stage under the sect's vigorous cultivation. Yet, I still can't match Brother Unkor's freakishness. A netherworld cultivator barely over 20? That must scare a lot of people. Brother Unkor, do you have any secret cultivation techniques? Share them with a brother, will ya? Clifton blinked earnestly, nearly treating Axton like a rare treasure. He couldn't understand how Axton's cultivation speed exceeded his, despite his limitless resources, finding Axton truly extraordinary. Chapter 448, The Eve. This matter, it's a long story. Axton laughed awkwardly. Of course, he couldn't let outsiders know about the system that existed within him. Even Ellison and Colm were unaware of his final trump card. By the way, have Elder Brother Ning and Colm arrived? As the pride of their respective younger generations from Powing Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple, they wouldn't miss the sect martial arts competition. Given their status, they must have entered the xuanhuan sect headquarters early on, securing better accommodation. Ha ha ha, of course they've arrived. This time, Powing Immortal Palace is led by Senior Kyler, while Foyan Temple is led by Chevy. We've already met up, Clifton said enthusiastically. I'll take you to meet them right away. Clifton warmly offered, pulling Axton along. Is this the young friend Unkor you often speak of? Amiel asked curiously. Originally, he had intended to handle the suppression of Qingyun sect and beast-controlling sect with harsh words, but now with Clifton stepping in to mediate, his tone softened. Understanding Clifton's personality well, the young lord was known for being proud and free-spirited. He didn't recognize many friends, so the head of Qingyun sect must possess some outstanding qualities. An essence-nurturing stage cultivator? Amiel carefully examined him, amazed internally. Axton looked no more than 20-something, yet his cultivation had reached the essence-nurturing realm, a talent unique even within xuanhuan sect. Yes, Elder Ren, this is Axton whom I often mention. From what I see, it's a huge joke that Mount expelled my brother Encore. It shows they lack foresight. Clifton expressed indignation. He had always remembered Axton's hardships, but seeing his friend establish a sect, he genuinely felt joy for him. Humph. Mount has closed its doors since James Yi's passing and has done nothing to punish evil cultivators within its territory. It looks like its fortune won't last much longer. In recent times, the 7 great sects have been stabilizing the Wanling continent together. Only Mount showed little effort, turning a blind eye to the chaos within its own jurisdiction, leading to widespread suffering in many places. No wonder Amiel held Mount in contempt. Axton saw all this but didn't comment much. Over a year had passed since his expulsion. It was time to deal with them again. Well, brother Encore, bring your disciples with me. This place is too desolate. I'll find a better spot for rest. Clifton patted his head, glancing at the barren surroundings. This outer region of Xuanhuan sect usually remained unnoticed, but due to the influx of participating sects, it was assigned here. Agreed. Axton readily agreed. With so many cultivators present and the disturbances caused by Marianne's actions, finding a better place for his disciples was wise. If so, brother Encore, follow me. Clifton led the way cheerfully. As the young lord of Xuanhuan sect, this was trivial. Initially viewing Axton as an ordinary friend, Clifton now admired his extraordinary abilities. As the next heir of Xuanhuan sect, connections were crucial. This also explained his excellent reputation among prodigies. Besides strength, one's external relationships could influence decisions significantly. Although Clifton enjoyed many resources, he also faced great pressure. Elder brother Encore, you know the young lord of Xuanhuan sect? Annabelle, who found this place unsatisfactory, felt delighted about a better residence. Being a late joiner to Qingyun sect, she knew little of Axton's connections with Clifton. She felt Axton grew taller in stature. An old friend. Axton smiled faintly. Though he started from scratch after leaving Mount, the rise of Qingyun sect owed much to people like Ellison. These favors weren't forgotten, as Axton believed in repaying kindness generously. If these friends ever needed help, he'd do his utmost to protect them. On the journey, Axton and Clifton chatted, soon reaching a beautiful peak. Here we are, brother Encore. Rest here. I have many tasks to complete before returning for a drink and chat. Clifton, despite feeling slightly disappointed, thought of his duties and bid farewell to Axton. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial arts competition, and as the young lord, maintaining relations was essential. Thank you, brother Ren. Axton thanked with a bow, as both Clifton and Amiel disappeared from sight. Inspecting the environment, Axton was unfazed, but his disciples were elated. Annabelle cheered, running out while others settled into caves. Even Marianne seemed excited. Xuanhuan sect indeed treated guests royally, not unlike the painstakingly built Qingyun sect. Everyone, rest well tonight. Prepare your spirits for tomorrow's contest. Yes, master. The disciples burned with zeal. Qingyun sect gave them new lives. They wouldn't disappoint their master, especially Tanner Shelley and Anthony, who viewed Axton as family, swearing lifelong loyalty after being saved. Anthony's personality changed drastically post-bad incident, but Axton never intervened. In the harsh cultivation world, gentleness often led to losses. Perhaps Anthony would fare better now. His heart only aimed to repay Axton, sparing no effort to avoid disappointing his master. That night, each had their thoughts burning silently. The next morning, a loud trumpet call woke everyone. A dazzling light emanated from the central gate, illuminating the dawn sky. Chapter 449, Disciple Martial Gathering. The mountain path was bustling with people, a steady stream of crowds moving orderly towards the heart of Xuanhuan sect. Despite the large number of people, there was no chaos. It was clear that Xuanhuan sect had made excellent arrangements. Axton followed the guide disciple's direction and arrived at an open area. Many cultivators were already gathered here, each one sitting quietly in meditation. This place was none other than the domination peak of Xuanhuan sect. Xuanhuan sect consisted of 300 mountains, with Xuanhuan peak as the main peak. 8 subsidiary peaks encircled it, and Axton stood on one of these 8 peaks. A grand platform was situated at the center, where Xuanhuan sect cultivators were busily preparing for the impending competition. A blue-robed cultivator sat steadily on the stage, nodding contentedly as he watched sect members from various sects arrive one after another. Suddenly, the crowd on domination peak fell silent at a stern voice, which echoed inside everyone's minds. It was transmitted from the blue-robed cultivator on stage. By this voice alone, Axton could tell that the cultivator's cultivation was at least late-stage nascent soul or higher. Indeed, being a major sect, Xuanhuan sect possessed incredible strength, and this was just domination peak. The other 7 peaks must also have formidable cultivators guarding them. Greetings, everyone. I am Raphael Wu-wei, the master of domination peak of Xuanhuan sect. I will be overseeing this immortal sect martial gathering. I will now explain the process and rules of the martial gathering. Please pay close attention. Our sect will arrange battles between sects based on their strengths. There will be both disciples battles and patriarch battles. The outstanding sects can challenge higher ranking sects, and we will determine each sect's new ranking based on the final results. Of course, the ultimate winner from each peak will advance to the final competition on the main peak of Xuanhuan sect. As the blue-robed cultivator finished speaking, the crowd erupted into excitement. Senior, if we win the final competition, can we challenge one of the 7 great immortal sects? Someone shouted amid laughter. Most of the cultivators present knew their limitations. They attended the immortal sect martial gathering hoping to secure a position on 10,000 spirit continent. Winning the top spot was a distant dream, not to mention challenging the 7 great immortal sects. The corner of the blue-robed cultivator's mouth lifted in amusement, and he responded to the question unexpectedly. Certainly, if you have the capability. My Xuanhuan sect once battled its way into becoming one of the 7 great immortal sects. If you are confident enough, you can indeed challenge one of the 7 great immortal sects after winning the main peak competition. He added, however, know that the competition among the 7 great immortal sects is the most critical. For centuries, the status of the 7 great immortal sects had been solidified, and no one had successfully challenged them in a long time. This was due to their accumulated strength and profound heritage. But if one was strong enough, they could still challenge one of the 7 great immortal sects to take its place. Now, my disciples will distribute the sequence of matches for each sect. Each sect leader should come forward to draw a lot. Many Atlasantian sect cultivators immediately appeared, each holding a bamboo tube filled with bamboo lots. A murmur spread through the crowd as representatives from each sect came forward to draw a lot. Axton stepped up and randomly drew a lot labeled 21. Returning to his disciples, Hector glanced curiously at the number. Chance Uncor, what does this mean? Axton scanned the crowd, his divine sense taking in everyone's expressions. He understood roughly what was going on. Everyone should have drawn a lot for their sect, the blue-robed cultivator said again. We will conduct the disciple competitions based on the numbers drawn. Each set of 10 numbers will compete on one of 10 platforms simultaneously. Axton grasped the rules quickly. Due to the numerous sects participating, a simple lottery system determined the order of the competitions. When Axton showed the sect token to draw a lot, he was rightfully placed in the second-tier sections. If all 10 platforms were used simultaneously, Xiuxian sect would appear in the third round. Now the competition begins. Sects called upon should send out a disciple to enter the arena. The disciple competitions consist of 3 rounds, with at least 1 disciple competing per round. Infinity Sect and Square Crane Sect enter. Xiuxian Sect, having drawn the number 21, waited by the first platform. 2 disciples from each sect ascended the platform, ready for a one-on-one duel. Under Atlasantian sect disciples' explanation, everyone finally understood the details of the competition. Each match involved 1 representative per sect. The losing sect could choose up to 2 disciples for the next round. Instantly, sparks flew as 2 cultivators clashed on the platform, and cheers rose from the audience, rooting for their respective sects. Though it was a second-tier sect competition, the disciples were mostly Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the sect leaders only reached the Golden Core realm. Axton wasn't particularly interested in the spectacle on the platform. However, the Xiuxian sect disciples were intently focused, watching every move. With 10 platforms running simultaneously, the scenes unfolded rapidly, especially Tanner and Juniper, who carefully observed the opposing sects, aware that these could be future opponents. Moreover, this was the first major event since joining Xiuxian sect, so they couldn't contain their excitement. Soon, the first round concluded, bringing joy and sorrow to different sections. The immortal sect martial gathering continued, with more cultivators entering the arenas for heated battles. Sherry clenched her fists, determined to prove herself before Axton. She, like the other disciples, especially Tanner and Juniper, was eager to show their growth. After spending much time cultivating in Xiuxian sect, this was their chance to repay Axton's kindness. The strength of a sect didn't solely lie with its leader, but also with its disciples. They wouldn't let Axton down. Next round, Platform 1. Xiuxian Sect. Denixiang Valley. Finally, it was Xiuxian Sect's turn. All disciples looked eagerly at Axton. Only one would get to fight this round. Axton surveyed the group and ultimately locked his gaze on one individual. Chapter 450. Crystal Water Cold Pool. Sweetie, you go ahead. Axton's gaze rested on Annabelle. He had long observed her eager expression and knew that the opponent this time was only from a second-rate sect. Given Annabelle's late Foundation establishment stage cultivation, she was more than capable of handling it. Hearing Axton's words, Annabelle felt a surge of joy. These past days at the Azure Cloud sect, her cultivation had improved greatly. Although she hadn't yet broken through to the Golden Core realm, her strength had significantly increased compared to before. Annabelle also possessed a powerful trump card, the Green Phoenix Snake bestowed by Axton. Since evolving its 4th snake head, the Green Phoenix Snake's power rivaled that of an Origin Chi cultivator. It usually nestled in the sleeve of Annabelle, recuperating with great contentment, as if she were its true master. If Annabelle encountered danger, the Green Phoenix Snake would certainly not stand idly by. But given Annabelle's current strength, she should be able to win the first martial contest. This was also her best chance to test her recent cultivation progress. Yes, Big Brother Uncor. With great excitement, Annabelle replied and lightly leaped onto the platform. The onlookers, upon seeing a charming female cultivator, focused their gazes on her, with occasional shouts of encouragement coming from the crowd. Azure Cloud Sect? I haven't heard much about it. Indeed, but this young lady is really beautiful. Wonder how skilled she is. Oh, my fellow apprentices are all like misshapen gourds. Truly enviable. In no time, a large crowd gathered around the platform, their eyes scrutinizing Annabelle, making her feel uncomfortable. However, feeling Axton's trusting gaze from behind, Annabelle took a deep breath, adjusting her mindset to the optimal state. At the same moment, a figure leaped onto the platform and met Annabelle's gaze. It was Bear, a disciple of the Wind Valley. Seeing his opponent was a sweet-looking girl, Bear continuously sized her up, revealing a mock smile. Bear of Wind Valley, may I ask for your name? Azure Cloud Sect, Annabelle. Annabelle responded politely, though she noticed the disdain in his eyes, which made her uneasy. So, Lady Pan, please excuse me. Bear put on a refined demeanor, causing laughter from the audience. Toyota, this is a martial contest among sects, not a place for you to court ladies. Why pretend to be cultured? True, who do you think we are fooled by such acts? These whispers reached Annabelle's ears, and some of them even commented on her appearance, making her very unhappy. What a smooth talker, clearly up to no good. Annabelle detested the look in Bear's eyes. Though she appeared gentle and lovely before Axton, she could be a fiery little La Jiao, Pepper, when faced with unfamiliar cultivators, giving no quarter. Edit. Annabelle was repulsed by the look in Bear's eyes. Although she usually behaved demurely and charmingly in front of Axton, she turned into a fiery little fireball when confronted with more Sung Xiuxian, unfamiliar cultivators, never holding back. Note. I've removed the literal translation of Xiao La Jiao to a more natural English expression, fiery little fireball, and ensured the sentence reads more fluently in English. Also, unfamiliar cultivators is kept for context relevance. Feeling his pretense exposed by Annabelle, Bear couldn't maintain his act any longer and became sarcastic. Azure Cloud Sect? Never heard of it. Must have crawled out from some corner. Sending a frail woman to compete. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Sister Sweetie, better just admit defeat. I won't hold back during the contest. If I accidentally scratch your pretty face, you might cry later, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the Wind Valley disciples as Bear spoke. Being at the peak Foundation establishment stage, he was the strongest among Wind Valley's disciples for a second-rate sect. Seeing Annabelle appear harmless, everyone felt lucky to have such an opponent in the first round. Enough nonsense. Please instruct. Though infuriated, Annabelle had learned to control her emotions during her time at Azure Cloud Sect. Insulting both her and Azure Cloud Sect, the best course was to defeat Bear decisively to shut these people up. Quite spirited. I like that. Bear laughed heartily but did not slack off. Opposing someone of similar cultivation required using his true abilities. Careful, little beauty. Bear roared, moving his hands swiftly, instantly summoning a fierce wind that converged into a whirlwind rushing toward Annabelle. This was the renowned technique of Wind Valley, Earth rank skill, Violent Gale. It used one's spiritual energy to manipulate surrounding air into sandstorms, blinding opponents while concealing lethal threats. Hidden within the gusts were Bear's life-bound treasures, ready to strike unexpectedly amid flying debris. The Wind Valley sect master nodded approvingly from below. Despite Bear's usual frivolous speech, he was steady and serious during contests, deploying his most proficient skills. The opponent seemed naive, like an inexperienced noble lady. Surely she wouldn't last long against Violent Gale. Just try it. Annabelle, already irritated by Bear's remarks, aimed to perform well in front of Axton and secure victory for Azure Cloud Sect. Since Axton assigned her to this first contest, she vowed not to disappoint him. Crystal Water Cold Pool. Annabelle shouted, unleashing her signature skill. Originally a treasure of the Ankurbo sect, after over a year of practice and Axton's guidance, her mastery of Crystal Water Cold Pool was now impeccable. Sensing the approaching sandstorm, she felt slight pain on her skin due to hidden fine needles within the winds. No wonder Bear hadn't deployed his treasures. His killing move was hidden within the violent wind, using sand and debris as cover. Any ordinary cultivator unaware would surely fall victim to this hidden attack. What a vicious move. That lady's in trouble. Audience murmurs expressed disgust at Bear's tactics. Using such sneaky methods against a delicate beauty was far from honorable. Using needle tricks, a real man should rename Wind Valley to Embroidery Valley. She'll be in danger. Even I probably can't last long. Bear heard these remarks, fuming inwardly. However, as long as he defeated Annabelle, those whispers would be meaningless. Beauty, give up now, or your pretty face will suffer. Ignoring his mocking laugh, Annabelle intensified her spiritual energy circulation. As the wind and sand drew closer, blending Bear into the storm, many in the crowd squinted, trying not to miss any action. Annabelle's robe was cut by sharp wind particles, and Bear's eyes gleamed greedily. Defeating her outright would be boring. He wanted to play with her. Unfortunately for him, his satisfaction didn't last. Suddenly, a water curtain appeared before him, halting the violent sandstorm as if encountering an unbreakable barrier. Chapter 451. Overwhelming Strength. What is this? Drew's attack abruptly stopped. The raging sandstorm he summoned dissipated upon contact with the water barrier. Fire. Drew, of course, wasn't going to back down so easily. Driven by spiritual energy, his life-bound magical treasure, the flying needles hidden in the sandstorm, shot out fiercely and hit the water barrier, creating a deafening sound piercing through the air. The spectators couldn't help but gasp, feeling the immense force of the flying needles from the ground. One could only imagine the pressure Annabelle faced, defending against hundreds of such attacks. Chance Encore, can Annabelle handle it? Harvey asked anxiously. In his eyes, Annabelle was usually a gentle girl, loved by everyone in the Green Cloud sect. It was hard for him not to worry about her as she faced such an onslaught. Don't worry, have faith in Tiana, Axton said calmly. Although Annabelle seemed harmless, Axton knew how diligently she practiced privately. She had a competitive spirit and worked hard, especially after seeing her peers advance within the Green Cloud sect. Annabelle now only lacked an opportunity for breakthrough. Her strength was solid, and with the protection of the Azure Phoenix snake in her sleeve, Axton had no worries. To judge Annabelle's strength superficially would be a grave mistake. At least under Axton's keen eye, Drew's inner light paled compared to hers. Surrender, or don't blame me for not showing mercy. Drew strained all his spiritual energy to hold back the water barrier. His face looked grim, having thought he could win easily, yet found himself deadlocked with Annabelle. Just try it. Annabelle's voice was cold, devoid of the playful demeanor she showed before Axton. A flash of gold appeared in her eyes as she recalled Axton's teachings. Among the 5 elements, there is generation and overcoming, but there is no absolute restraint. Only adaptability allows one to respond freely. The water barrier created by the cold emerald pool shimmered faintly. The incoming needles hitting the barrier emitted shrill sounds, visible dents appearing on its surface. Despite the needles seeming to pierce through at any moment, the cold emerald pool demonstrated unyielding resilience, preventing Drew's attacks from breaking through. Furthermore, the sandstorm that swept against the water barrier gradually dissipated upon contact, turning into mere grains of sand that vanished into the air. How is this possible? Drew was terrified. The Gale technique was a prize skill of Wind Valley, often giving him an edge over peers. Coupled with concealed killing moves, opponents were usually killed instantly when distracted by the wind. Yet, Annabelle's water barrier stood firm, even melting the sandstorm away. Without the sandstorm's cover, the life-bound flying needles lost much of their lethality, slowly losing power within the water barrier. Most disheartening to Drew was losing contact with the needles trapped inside the water barrier, ultimately severing his mental connection. Losing a life-bound treasure was devastating. Drew spat out a mouthful of blood. a backlash from the forced severance. This was also the cost paid to penetrate Annabelle's defense. In his panic, Drew lost control, and the Gale technique could no longer be sustained. The sandstorm on the arena gradually dissipated. As the crowd's view cleared, they saw Annabelle, though slightly disheveled, still exuding charm. Drew, on the other hand, lay trembling on the ground, breathing erratically. My needles, you. With the Gale technique broken, Drew's momentum crumbled. Losing contact with his life-bound treasure was a critical blow. Do you mean these? Annabelle frowned, using spiritual energy to make light spots appear on the water barrier. Countless needles fell silently, turning into ash. Annabelle felt deep disgust, turning to look at the assisting disciple. So, I guess I won. Silence enveloped the crowd. They were more surprised by Annabelle's swift defeat of Drew than by Green Cloud Sect's victory. Wind Valley's patriarch stepped forward angrily, pulling Drew off the stage. Drew was a prominent figure in Wind Valley, and losing so quickly to a woman was a huge humiliation. Match 21, Green Cloud Sect wins. Hearing this, Annabelle eagerly jumped off the stage to Axton. Mission accomplished. Annabelle ran to Axton, looking serious yet visibly happy. Good job. Though Axton's words were simple, they made Annabelle feel immensely gratified, her demeanor vastly different from on stage, leaving outsiders dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the mood at Wind Valley was somber. The patriarch stared at the unconscious Drew without a word. Master, who should go next for the following 2 matches? A disciple timidly asked, shivering involuntarily as he glanced at Drew. Drew's strength was formidable in Wind Valley, sent first to secure a victory. Now defeated so quickly, the morale of the remaining disciples plummeted. The next matches went unsurprisingly. Axton didn't let Wyatt or Juniper participate, sending 3 accompanying disciples who easily won. Green Cloud Sect had fewer members but were stronger than those from second-rate sects, which was why Axton felt confident letting Annabelle take the lead. Their real challenges weren't from second-rate sects or even top-notch mountains. Axton's goal was singular, to lead Green Cloud Sect through the gauntlet and confront the old faces of the Shushan Sword Sect, settling long-standing grudges once and for all. Chapter 452, Slight Fame. The next few martial arts tournaments between second-rate sects were effortlessly won by Ely, Annabelle, and a few disciples. The xiuxian sect's current disciples were far superior in strength, not only due to the continuous supply of pills from Shelley but also thanks to Ely's contributions as a weapon refiner. Under equal cultivation levels, disciples who trained with the Enlightenment Pool were almost unmatched by their peers, boosting their confidence significantly. This was their first time venturing out into the world, and they had already achieved impressive victories. A day passed quickly. On the 21st Divination Sign platform, the xiuxian sect emerged victorious. For the upcoming Immortal Sect martial contest, Atlasantian Sect offered 2 choices. 1. To end here and become the pride among second-rate sects. 2. To continue challenging first-rate sections. If successful, they would take their place and even have a chance to participate in the core contest of the 7 great immortal sects. Axton naturally wouldn't stop now, and chose to continue the challenge. Other sects that had been watching the xiuxian sect weren't surprised by this decision, as it had performed like an outstanding dark horse, breezing through every challenge without difficulty. Everyone knew that xiuxian sect wasn't content with just these achievements, and they were curious about how far it could go. These developments reached the ears of first-rate sects, eliciting various reactions. Some thought xiuxian sect was overestimating itself since there was a vast gap between second-rate and first-rate sects, not only in terms of history but also in resources and disciple quality. Most second-rate sects would rest on their laurels after winning a championship, waiting until they accumulated enough resources before challenging again. Xiuxian Sect, a name never heard before, seemed overly arrogant, setting itself up for failure. However, some people adopted a wait-and-see attitude because of rumors about Axton's close relationship with the young patriarch of the Atlasantian Sect. Thus, Xiuxian Sect gained widespread attention as the unexpected dark horse everyone discussed during leisurely moments. At Boom Peak, which housed the first-rate sect, Fuhu Sect. At Boom Peak, which housed the first-rate sect, Fuhu Sect. There were many cultivators from different sects gathered here, holding cups and celebrating, making the atmosphere lively. There were many cultivators from different sects gathered here, holding cups and celebrating, making the atmosphere lively. Congratulations, Patriarch Max. With Fuhu Sect winning the championship, it will be under your rule beneath the 7 great immortal sects. Congratulations, Patriarch Max. With Fuhu Sect winning the championship, it will be under your rule beneath the 7 great immortal sects. Yes, I envy you for having so many excellent disciples. Unlike us, we rely on old capital and can't expect much from anyone. Yes, I envy you for having so many excellent disciples. Unlike us, we rely on old capital and can't expect much from anyone. It felt like a grand banquet, with the Elon sitting at the center, flushed from the compliments, drinking cup after cup. He looked quite pleased. He was Robert, the current head of the Fuhu Sect. In the contest, Fuhu Sect's disciples dominated the stage, achieving first place alongside 7 other sections. It was a remarkable achievement that could elevate Fuhu Sect, even offering a chance to challenge the 7 great immortal sects. It felt like a grand banquet, with the Elon sitting at the center, flushed from the compliments, drinking cup after cup. He looked quite pleased. He was Robert, the current head of the Fuhu Sect. In the contest, Fuhu Sect's disciples dominated the stage, achieving first place alongside 7 other sections. It was a remarkable achievement that could elevate Fuhu Sect, even offering a chance to challenge the 7 great immortal sects. However, Robert was well aware of the difference. Although his sect had developed well recently, it still lagged behind the 7 great immortal sects in heritage. While disciple cultivation was one aspect, the patriarch's cultivation was crucial. Robert himself was at the late Yuan Princing stage, the highest in the sect, without any Gilda Aiden elders. Challenging those powerful sects was out of the question. Thank you all. I'll remember today's guests. Please continue to support me, Robert replied politely but with evident satisfaction. Once the contest ended, these sects would look up to Fuhu Sect. Your disciple Riggs is truly admirable. At such a young age, He has reached the late gold core stage, reportedly cultivating a rare first-grade heavenly Dao gold core. Is that true? An elder praised, looking at a young man tearing into a sheep leg nearby. He seemed completely unfazed by everyone's gaze. Ha ha ha, this lad behaves rudely, but he's one of our best disciples, Robert laughed, his eyes gleaming with pride. I hear Riggs was found in a tiger den in deep mountains, naturally suited to Fuhu sect's cultivation methods. If this kind of disciple is only considered good, what hope do others have? Other sect members looked curiously at Riggs, but were met with his fierce glare, forcing them to look away. Riggs is rather aggressive, but that fits my taste, Robert said, becoming more arrogant, boasting openly to surrounding patriarchs. Despite feeling uncomfortable, no one dared to speak out against him, especially given the potential rise in status after the contest. Not only your Fuhu sect, but there's also a dark horse from the second-rate sects called Xiuxian sect. Indeed, it emerged suddenly, securing top positions continuously and then daring to challenge first-rate sections. Utter madness. During the contest, discussions about the Xiuxian sect's actions became common. Winning championships wasn't extraordinary, but continuing to challenge first-rate sects was considered impolite. Few sects crossed such boundaries, and success was even rarer. Xiuxian sect? Humph. Robert put down his wine glass, startling everyone. Fuhu sect's rapid development was largely attributed to Emei Sword Sect support. Robert had a secret deal with Emmanuel, receiving resources in exchange for handling sensitive matters. Over the years, he had become loyal to Emei Sword Sect. He had heard that the Xiuxian sect's leader, Axton, was once a disciple who defected from Emei Sword Sect. A former disciple starting a new sect and participating in the contest was seen as defiance. Robert learned of the Xiuxian sect's victories from Anton of Emei Sword Sect, who advised him to teach Xiuxian sect a lesson. Robert understood the underlying meaning and sneered. No matter which first-rate sect faced Xiuxian sect, he would ensure they didn't hold back, an excellent opportunity to show loyalty. Hemph, a mere second-rate sect, easily suppressed by any here. Utter arrogance. Robert waved casually, opening another jar of wine. I don't think so. Rumor has it, Xiuxian sect has unique abilities. Have you heard of Beast Tamer sect? They're quite formidable, right? Do you know why they aren't participating this time? Voices began to murmur, raising curiosity. Beast Tamer sect, known for their man-beast teams, usually excelled in battles. Yeah, I saw Beast Tamer sect members enter earlier. Why aren't they competing? Everyone looked around, noticing the absence of Lowell, the head of Beast Tamer sect, adding to their confusion. Lowell is a ferocious and combative person who would absolutely not miss this immortal sect martial contest. Could it be that he offended the Atlasantian sect earlier and is thus being punished? Hashtag chapter 453, issuing the challenge. Looking at the curious gazes of the people at the banquet, the cultivator grinned mysteriously. Everyone is wrong. On that day, I happened to be nearby and saw Lowell of the beast taming sect arguing with an elder from the Green Cloud sect. They fought as soon as they exchanged words. Guess what the result was? The cultivator held up his wine gourd, deliberately trying to build suspense. Just tell us already. Don't leave us hanging. If you don't speak, we will each drink 3 cups as a punishment. All right, if you insist. The cultivator chuckled, but his words left everyone looking at each other in surprise. You must not underestimate the Green Cloud sect. Any random female elder within the sect has a cultivation realm above nascent soul. On that day, she defeated Lowell almost to death. Upon hearing this, the banquet erupted into a frenzy of discussions. Can't be. Lowell is at the nascent soul realm, and he has a heterochromatic white tiger as an assistant. How could he lose to an elder from a second-rate sect? You're saying that the Green Cloud sect's elder is at the nascent soul realm? People shook their heads in disbelief. First-rate sects generally had only 1 or 2 nascent soul experts, with most core disciples at the golden core stage. If any elder from the Green Cloud sect were at the nascent soul stage, it would have been widely known. Why would I lie? Didn't you see that Lowell disappeared? Well, let me tell you another secret. I investigated and found out that the Green Cloud sect not only has deep ties with the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace, but also received a personal welcome from the young patriarch of the Profound Heaven sect. They aren't simple at all. This revelation caused another stir. It wasn't surprising that the Green Cloud sect had close relations with the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace, considering its territory. But for the young patriarch of the Profound Heaven sect to personally receive them added a whole new layer of intrigue. Suddenly, no one at the banquet dared whisper idle talk, fearing they might inadvertently leak information. They weren't afraid of the Green Cloud sect, but they couldn't afford to offend the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace or the Profound Heaven sect, especially the latter, the host. Any cultivator welcomed by young patriarch Clifton must be significant and needed serious attention. Nonsense. Robert raised an eyebrow and suddenly smashed his hand on the stone table, reducing it to powder. It's just a second-rate sect. Even if it clings to the Profound Heaven sect, it won't amount to much. They'll expose themselves tomorrow for sure. You heads of sects, listen up. If the Green Cloud sect challenges you, fight back with everything you've got and show them their place. Robert's tone was fierce, silencing the various sect leaders who sat uneasily, knowing Robert clearly disliked the Green Cloud sect. Yet, the Green Cloud sect had the backing of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect behind them, leaving them vulnerable. The Green Cloud sect wasn't the problem. It was the backing of the Profound Heaven sect and the illusion-breaking Immortal Palace that was intimidating. Offending them could lead to trouble. Himph, a bunch of cowards. Robert sneered, understanding their hesitations. Recalling Anton's transmission, which carried Emmanuel's intentions, he knew he couldn't let the Green Cloud sect get their way as a lackey of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. After pondering for a while, he spoke up. All right, if any of you receive a challenge tomorrow, inform me, Robert. Then, he didn't finish speaking when a disciple of the Profound Heaven sect entered. Immediately, the sect leaders rose to greet him. Robert forced a smile and led the greeting. Is it our brother from the Profound Heaven sect? Come, have some wine. Despite Robert's enthusiasm, The disciple clearly held him in disdain and ignored his invitation. Robert's smile faltered, but he swallowed his anger and continued questioning. If the profound heaven sect has orders, just tell me, Robert. We're all family here. The disciple merely took out a jade slip and tossed it to Robert. No need for orders. I'm just here to notify you. Tomorrow, the Green Cloud Sect requests to challenge the Tiger Subduing Sect. This is the arrangement for tomorrow's martial competition. Prepare early, Gem of Max. With that, the disciple turned and left the hall, leaving a room full of surprised cultivators. Did I hear correctly? The Green Cloud Sect wants to challenge the Tiger Subduing Sect? Don't they value their lives? Do they really think they can act recklessly because of their connections? Gem of Max, you can't go easy on them. The Green Cloud Sect is utterly reckless and too arrogant. Various sect leaders chimed in, some genuinely concerned about the Green Cloud Sect's overreach, others just looking for entertainment. However, no one truly understood why the Green Cloud Sect had made this move. It seemed less like arrogance and more like courting disaster. As one of the 8 leading first-rate sects, the Tiger Subduing Sect had formidable disciples and a powerful sect leader. A mere second-rate sect like the Green Cloud Sect, even with a nascent soul elder, couldn't compare. Every disciple from the Tiger Subduing Sect brought with them was at the golden core stage, let alone sect leader Robert himself, a seasoned nascent soul expert. Ha ha ha, the Green Cloud Sect is inviting its own downfall. This saves me the trouble. Robert initially paused, then a cold smile spread across his face. He had planned to manipulate the challenge, but now the Green Cloud Sect had foolishly challenged him directly. Did they think the sect competition was a game? Daring to challenge my Tiger Subduing Sect? I'll make sure to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 454. The Eve of the Challenge. The challenge notice delivered by Green Cloud Sect was indeed unexpected by everyone. As one of the leaders of the 8 peaks, Tiger Subduing Sect's strength was acknowledged by all. Yet, Green Cloud Sect, a second-tier sect that had just become a leader, wasn't content and even planned to continue challenging and picked the formidable Tiger Subduing Sect, which left everyone astonished and then found it hilarious. In the world of cultivation, it was eat or be eaten. No one to stop. In the eyes of the major sects, Green Cloud Sect's behavior was nothing but courting death. Abbot Max, we probably don't need to get involved. Yes, that Green Cloud Sect is really unreasonable and should be taught a lesson. Various abbots voiced their opinions one after another. After all, there were only so many first-tier sect seats available. If Green Cloud Sect advanced, one of them would have to drop a rank, so ridicule was to be expected. Ha ha ha, great. Robert laughed loudly and smashed his wine cup on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, watch me tomorrow. I will let those backwater cultivators from Green Cloud Sect see what the difference between a second-tier and a first-tier sect is. The wine spilled as the glass shattered, reflecting Robert's cruel smile. How could he not be delighted? Just now, a May Sword Sect had issued a task to suppress Green Cloud Sect, and Robert was worried about how to make a move. Now that they came knocking, it was exactly what he wanted. His gaze turned cold as it fell upon Tiger Fool, who was indulging in a feast nearby. At Peak Tyrant, Axton sat in a room provided by Mystic Heaven Sect, meditating with closed eyes. Enter. Axton suddenly opened his eyes, and the door quietly creaked open. Immortal Fairy Macy, you've come to visit at this late hour. Is something wrong? A graceful and slender figure appeared in the room. It was Macy paying a midnight visit. Master Uncor's discernment is truly impressive. I was detected the moment I arrived. Macy giggled as she entered the room, seating herself next to Axton without reservation, her body occasionally brushing against him. An intoxicating fragrance wafted into Axton's nose, combining with Macy's beautiful face to create an atmosphere full of intrigue within the room. Subconsciously standing up, Axton looked into Macy's eyes, his heart unmoved. Although Macy had supported Green Cloud Sect during its conflict with Beast Taming Sect, the techniques she used puzzled Axton. He found her methods excessively cruel, able to forcibly extract essence from cultivator beasts. While others couldn't detect it, Axton's divine sense could clearly perceive it. Such methods weren't practiced by the righteous, leading Axton to increase his vigilance towards Macy. However, since they were cooperating, Axton wouldn't delve deeper into it. Does Immortal Fairy Macy think herself some sort of flood dragon? Macy said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, looking demure and pitiful. If there's nothing else, Immortal Fairy Macy should rest for tomorrow's tough battle, Axton replied coolly. No matter what her intentions were, at least she hadn't harmed Green Cloud Sect. Moreover, if they wanted to contend with a May Sword Sect, Macy's strength would play a crucial role. Master Uncor is so unfeeling. I merely wish to ask what the goal of this Immortal Gate gathering is. Macy's eyes flickered as she took out a tea set from her robes and began making tea like a gentlewoman beside him. Goal? Axton's expression turned serious as thoughts burst forth within him. His father Tommy's injustice, being expelled from a May Sword Sect, and his master Wine Sword Immortal Kobe being forcefully suppressed while seeking justice. All these scenes flashed before his eyes. His previous tolerance was due to insufficient strength, including his own cultivation and Green Cloud Sect's hard power. Now, the Immortal Gate gathering presented the best opportunity to settle accounts with a May Sword Sect. Not only will I lead Green Cloud Sect to become a first-tier sect, but I will also expose their true nature in front of everyone. This was Axton's deepest obsession after almost 2 years of silence, and also the initial reason for founding Green Cloud Sect. Ignoring the defamations against him and his father, Axton could no longer remain silent with demons obviously infiltrating the sect and actions taken by figures like Emmanuel and Anton. The Immortal Gate gathering was the perfect chance. Master Uncor is indeed different. Macy seemed unfazed by Axton keeping his distance and smiled lightly. However, Master Uncor, toppling one of the 7 immortal sects, a May Sword Sect, is no easy feat. I heard Emmanuel personally leads the team for this gathering, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Axton frowned, his gaze fixed on Macy. How do you know this? According to conventions, the 7 immortal sects sent high-ranking elders except for the host. Patriarchs rarely made personal appearances. This was both a display of confidence and respect. Therefore, Axton was perplexed by Macy's claim. I naturally have my sources, but I am willing to help Master Uncor against the May Sword Sect, Macy said casually, further deepening Axton's suspicion. Why are you looking at me like that, Master Uncor? Aren't we partners? Tell me what you want. Axton decided to be straightforward. Macy couldn't be ordinary given her cultivation, vicious methods, and nonchalant attitude towards the 7 immortal sects. He couldn't gauge her true strength. Master Uncor, you are indeed straightforward. Let me speak openly too. Macy's face turned serious, her voice melodious. I understand your concerns, Master Uncor. However, I have a vendetta against the May Sword Sect, and joining Green Cloud Sect was partly driven by self-interest. I've heard of your background. I can intercept a manual during the gathering to give you room to maneuver. Vendetta? Background? Axton felt a chill. Clearly, she had investigated him and approached Green Cloud Sect intentionally. But throughout it all, Macy hadn't harmed Green Cloud Sect and even helped in many ways. What did it matter if she had ulterior motives? The manual doesn't need your interference. It's a personal matter between us. But a May Sword Sect might have other cards, so I'll trouble Immortal Fairy Macy then. Axton spoke in a low voice. He had too much entanglement with May, whether with Emmanuel, Alessio, or Anton. He intended to expose their faces himself. Since Macy offered help, adding another ace for Green Cloud Sect, Axton saw no reason to refuse. Master Uncor seems quite confident, certain of tomorrow's success. Macy's tone returned to its former lightheartedness upon Axton's agreement. Don't worry, Master Uncor. I won't harm Green Cloud Sect, I assure you. Axton nodded. Regardless of Macy's intentions, Axton didn't care. His mind was set on ensuring the safety of his parents and his master Winesword Immortal. He had trained hard for this purpose, establishing Green Cloud Sect for this reason. Even if it meant facing universal condemnation, he would make a May pay. This was his resolve, the perseverance that sustained him. His father, a paragon of righteousness, fought to save the myriad spirits continent from the demonic race but ended up receiving worldwide disdain. No matter what conspiracies lay hidden in this Immortal Gate gathering, Axton would fulfill his wish, successfully finding clues to his parents' disappearance. Chapter 455, The Underdog and the Foundation. The next day, atop Ba Zi Peak. In the early morning, a large number of cultivators had already gathered at the top of Ba Zi Peak to watch the spectacle. News that Xiuxian Sect had initiated a challenge to Fudiger Sect spread like wildfire throughout Atlasantian Sect. Eliminated sects flocked to observe this unusual event. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. Thank goodness I didn't leave. It's been centuries since a second-tier sect dared to challenge a first-tier one. Truly gutsy. Yeah, what kind of background does Xiuxian Sect have to provoke Fudiger Sect? They sure have some audacity. Speculations were rampant among the crowd. To everyone, Fudiger Sect wasn't an easy target, especially its patriarch Robert, who was notorious for his vengeful nature. Coupled with his recent alliance with Mount Shushan Sword Sect, he had become increasingly arrogant. If Xiuxian Sect had challenged a less prominent first-tier sect, it would have been more understandable. However, challenging Fudiger Sect, one of the leaders, few people held out much hope for them. As the crowd thickened, a roar echoing both tiger and dragon resonated from the sky. Robert emerged with his disciples, symbolizing Fudiger Sect's strength. Salutations, Patriarch Max. Salutations, Patriarch Max. As Robert passed through the throng, flattering greetings resounded from all directions. After all, he was one of the 8 leading first-tier sections. Many sects saw this as an opportunity to build ties with him. With not only formidable power but also alliances with one of the 7 immortal sects, the Mount Shushan Sword Sect, a piece of the pie would be extremely beneficial. Greetings, esteemed Taoists. Robert smiled, returning each salutation politely. Though naturally temperamental, as leader of the sect, he maintained a facade of decorum. Patriarch Max, your words are too kind. In my opinion, Xiuxian Sect is simply asking for humiliation by challenging Fudiger Sect. Ha ha ha, we're waiting to see them thoroughly defeated by Fudiger Sect's disciples today. What nerve they have. I don't think you even need to get involved, Patriarch Max. Just Tiger Devotee alone should suffice to beat their whole Xiuxian Sect. As for the final match, it's just unnecessary pomp and ceremony. According to the Immortal Sect martial contest rules, if there's an intergrade challenge, besides disciple battles, the patriarchs must also compete to distinguish superiority. Ultimately, while disciples form the foundation of a sect's comprehensive strength, the patriarch sets the benchmark. Insufficient prowess could undermine a sect's status as first tier. Ha ha ha, let's see how much power my devoted son can unleash. Robert accepted everyone's praise without reservation, revealing confidence in Tiger Devotee. All eyes turned to the man following behind, whose wild appearance and simple attire suggested less a cultivator and more a menacing tiger ready to pounce, exuding ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. Tiger Devotee had helped Fudiger Sect gain its leading position, yet Robert hinted he hadn't unleashed his full potential, sparking a mix of doubt and awe. Robert reached the arena and, surrounded by onlookers, sat down as his disciples stood beside him radiating formidable energy. This showcased the confidence of a first-tier sect and embodied the strength of Fudiger Sect, where most disciples were beyond the golden core stage, with Tiger Devotee nearing the nascent soul realm. Hey, they're here. With the commotion on the other side, a group led by Axton appeared. Axton took the lead, followed by disciples including Mary and Hector. Despite the tense atmosphere, Tanner and Shelley walked proudly under the scrutinizing gaze. This Xiuxian Sect has some intrigue. An ethereal consciousness enveloped the peak, belonging to Ernesto, the current leader of Atlasantian Sect. Being the host, he was particularly interested in the challenge news, especially since his son Clifton frequently mentioned Axton, piquing his curiosity. That boy Clifton speaks of does have some skill, but that woman? A hint of puzzlement flashed in Ernesto's eyes. His cultivation level couldn't discern the depths of the woman accompanying Axton. Forget it, perhaps I'm overthinking. Yet this Immortal Sect martial contest seems far from simple. Ernesto sighed deeply as his divine sense vanished into thin air. Given the sensitive timing, even Atlasantian Sect needed to be cautious. Detecting something amiss, he lost interest in observing the ongoing events. Clear blue skies. Amidst an eagle's cry in the sky, all members of Xuanhuan Sect and Fudiger Sect had assembled, ready for the anticipated martial contest. One was the seasoned powerhouse Fudiger Sect, the other, the underdog Xuanhuan Sect rising from a second-tier position. Cultivators did not want to miss this spectacle, with spectators crowding Bazi Peak. The martial contest today involves matches between Fudiger Sect and Xuanhuan Sect, comprising contests among disciples and patriarchs. Best 2 out of 3. The first 2 rounds feature disciple and elder combat, with the final round involving the heads of both sections. It starts now. Announced by the receiving disciple, the contest officially began. Challenging a higher tier in the Immortal Sect martial contest was no easy feat under the rules. The challenger was inherently disadvantaged. Even if disciples and elders won their matches, failure in the patriarchal duel would mean defeat. After all, what mattered for a first-tier sect was not just the strength of its disciples, but the pinnacle power of the sect itself. A first-tier patriarch must possess exceptional cultivation. Attention refocused on Axton, a young man who chose the uphill battle of challenging Fudiger Sect. Would Fudiger Sect's profound heritage prevail, or would Xuanhuan Sect's hidden strength surprise everyone? Chapter 456, The Great Dao Cycle Fist. The first round of the martial contest. Each sect sends one disciple to compete. As the accompanying disciple finished speaking, a disciple stepped out from the Tiger Subduing Sect. It was Lars, an elite disciple of the Tiger Subduing Sect whose strength ranked just below Del. Chance Lars, I think there's no need for you to step in. The sect master could have any one of us go up and crush that Green Cloud Sect easily. Ha ha ha, how long do you think that guy can hold against Chance Lars? I bet 1 incense stick. To me, 10 breaths is enough. I'm afraid that person will be scared witless before Chance Lars even moves. The disciples of the Tiger Subduing Sect cheered wildly below the stage. Today was merely entertainment for them. Lars's strength was well known. With his late golden core cultivation, he was the strongest contender for the position of chief disciple in the Tiger Subduing Sect after Del. A lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Today, there's no need for Brother Del to act. I, Lars, will let them know the price of challenging our Tiger Subduing Sect. Lars walked onto the stage with a cold laugh, volunteering for this first battle. Within the Tiger Subduing Sect, apart from Del, Lars was the most powerful. However, in Lars's heart, he had little respect for Del. Del was just a brainless brute. Why should he compete for the position of heir to the Tiger Subduing Sect? If he could cleanly deal with the Green Cloud Sect today, Del would lose his chance to shine, thus solidifying his own reputation. Where's that Green Cloud Sect person? Come up quickly and accept your death. Lars expressed his disdain openly, confident because of his first-rate sect background. Challenging the Tiger Subduing Sect was suicide for an unheard-of sect like the Green Cloud Sect. That's too much. Shelley couldn't stand Lars's arrogance and wanted to step forward but was held back by Tanner. Master, let me go. Tanner said calmly, unaffected by Lars's words. All right. Axton nodded. Although Shelley was strong, facing the late golden core Lars gave her little chance of winning, especially as she was already provoked. Although Tanner had a fiery temper, he remained calm under pressure. Since he volunteered, Axton had no reason to stop him. Don't worry, treat him as your whetstone. Yes, master. Feeling Axton's trust, Tanner felt his fighting spirit rise. Tanner was handsome, and everyone could see that despite his young age, his cultivation had already reached mid-golden core, earning many size. Even though the Green Cloud Sect was a second-tier sect, it was filled with hidden talents. None of the other sect's disciples dared guarantee they could handle Lars. I will not disappoint my master. Tanner leaped onto the stage. This was his first real battle since leaving the mountain, crucial for the Green Cloud Sect's emergence on the Wanling continent stage. Go for it, big brother Tanner. Shelley shouted encouragement from below. As Tanner's close kin, she hoped her brother could teach those Tiger Subduing Sect members a lesson. Clint, Annabelle, Ray, and others watched Tanner intently, acknowledging the years of effort he had put in. It was time for this fledgling dragon to soar over the Wanling continent. Gemma disciple Tanner of the Green Cloud Sect, Lars of the Tiger Subduing Sect. They exchanged bows, and the atmosphere became tense. Both remained motionless, seemingly waiting for the other to make the first move. Master, why isn't big brother Tanner attacking? Shelley asked anxiously, inexperienced in assessing combat situations. They are probing each other. Anthony spoke softly from behind. Ever since freeing himself from the Bat King's possession, Anthony had become more reserved, but with the Bat King's inherited vision, he could discern the invisible power struggle. They are waiting for the other to expose a weakness. Axton nodded in agreement. Lars was no ordinary opponent. Both were waiting for the other to attack and reveal vulnerabilities. Despite Lars's bravado, he was also cautious. After another half-incense stick passed, Lars's expression worsened. He had volunteered to display his strength before Robert, and his current inaction made him look foolish. Why doesn't this kid attack? Lars grew increasingly anxious. Below the stage, he heard whispers. Why isn't that Tiger Subduing Sect member moving? Afraid? A second-tier sect disciple hesitating like this. Lars seems useless. These remarks and the heated gazes of his fellow Tiger Subduing Sect members pushed him over the edge. Kid, stop pretending. Take this. Lars roared and disappeared from the stage, reappearing mid-air, fists glowing with metal. Fierce tiger break. He unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, iron fists crashing down on Tanner, causing the ground to tremble. Perfectly timed. Tanner reacted swiftly, observing Lars's movements. With agile steps, he easily dodged the attack, leaving large indentations on the stage. Not over yet. Lars, unsurprised by the evasion, twisted his body and launched more iron-fisted strikes at odd angles. Numerous fist shadows appeared, tearing through the air. Tanner couldn't avoid them all, and had to meet the attacks head-on. A light hum. In Tanner's hand, A long saber appeared, crafted specially for him by Clint. Since Axton left Heart Sword intent in the Enlightenment pool, Tanner visited daily, gradually grasping its essence. One technique mastered leads to mastery of many. With Axton's guidance, Tanner incorporated the essence of the Tai light-splitting sword into his saber techniques. On the stage, amidst the swirling fist winds, Tanner wielded his saber, emitting countless beams of light, steadily countering Lars's onslaught without harm. Humph, not bad. Seeing his attacks fail, Lars grinned wickedly, but did not slow his assault. That was just a warm-up. Now, you've earned the right to see my true power. Lars paused, his iron fists glowing intensely. As his aura surged, ripples appeared in the air around him, coalescing into a void of nothingness, slowly revolving around him. He aimed to decisively end this contest, showing his worth to Robert, so he attacked with everything he had. The Great Dao Cycle Fist. This was Robert's unique skill, taught to Lars and kept as a trump card. Although Lars lacked a Dao realm, his current power was terrifying. The stage trembled, cracking slightly, but was restored instantly by the Shushan Sect's special array. Behind Lars, a black hole formed, emitting unparalleled suction. Tanner felt restrained, being pulled toward Lars. This is Robert's secret technique. This kid learned it. Without a Dao realm, but Lars has grasped the essence of the fist, making him incredibly strong. Someone in the crowd recognized this fist technique and couldn't help but sigh. Even though it was only being forcibly driven by a golden core realm cultivation, the explosive power it unleashed was unmatched among peers. Robert nodded approvingly from the audience. The Tiger Subduing Sect emphasized leg and foot techniques, often annihilating opponents' defenses with the most violent attacks. Robert's Great Cycle Fist incorporated his own understanding of the Dao realm. Even if Lars had grasped only a fraction of it, it was enough for him to dominate during the golden core stage. The sword light beside Tanner shattered instantly. Under the black hole formed by the Great Cycle Fist, it crumbled like snow in spring sunshine. His body drew closer and closer to the black hole, and Tanner could feel the strong winds cutting into his face. The situation was becoming perilous. Robert nodded secretly from below the stage. The Tiger Subduing Sect emphasized leg techniques, often demolishing opponents' defenses with the most frenzied attacks. His Great Dao Cycle Fist incorporated his own understanding of the Dao realm. Even if Lars only grasped a fraction of it, it was enough for him to dominate at the golden core stage. The sword light beside Tanner shattered instantly, as fragile as spring snow under the black hole formed by the Great Dao Cycle Fist. His body drew closer and closer to the black hole, and Tanner could feel the gales cutting across his face. The situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Someone in the crowd recognized the fist technique and couldn't help but sigh. Even though it was forcibly driven by a golden core realm cultivation, the explosive power it unleashed was peerless among its peers. Robert nodded approvingly from the sidelines. The Tiger Subduing Sect emphasized leg techniques, often employing the most brutal offensives to demolish an opponent's defenses. Max Hao's Great Dao Cycle Fist incorporated his own understanding of the Dao realm, and even if Lars had only grasped a fraction of it, it was enough for him to dominate at the golden core stage. The sword light beside Tanner shattered instantly. Under the black hole formed by the Great Dao Cycle Fist, it seemed as fragile as spring snow. His body drew closer to the black hole, and Tanner could feel his face being cut by the powerful gusts. The situation was perilous. Someone in the crowd recognized this fist technique and couldn't help but sigh. Although it was merely forcibly driven by a golden core realm, the explosive power was unparalleled among peers. Robert nodded secretly from below the stage. The Tiger Subduing Sect emphasized leg techniques, often demolishing opponents' defenses with the most frenzied attacks. His Great Dao Cycle Fist incorporated his own understanding of the Dao realm. Even if Lars only grasped a fraction of it, it was enough for him to dominate at the golden core stage. The saber light beside Tanner shattered instantly, appearing as fragile as spring snow under the black hole formed by the Great Dao Cycle Fist. His body drew closer and closer to the black hole, and Tanner could feel the gales cutting across his face. The situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Chapter 457, 6 Directions Saber Array. Under the Great Dao Reincarnation Fist, Lars's figure was like that of a heavenly deity. The awe-inspiring aura enveloping him from behind swallowed Tanner whole, rendering the saber lights powerless against the fists, shattering on the spot. Ha ha ha, completely defenseless. Lars laughed aloud, channeling his spiritual energy into the Reincarnation Fist with all his might, awaiting the moment when Tanner would collapse and fall into his trap. This immortal sect martial assembly was destined to be his stage for self-expression. As expected, the Xiuxian sect youth crumbled like fragile poultry and dogs under his assault. This gap in raw power was evident. Just because one achieved prominence in a second-rate sect didn't mean much. Ultimately, it ended up as nothing but a joke. Tanner, brother. Shelley's face was filled with worry. Under Lars's overwhelmingly powerful Great Dao Reincarnation Fist, Tanner appeared like a small boat amidst a storm, at risk of being obliterated at any moment. It was Annabelle who stepped in beside her, grasping Shelley's hand, which helped calm her down. Trust Tanner. He won't let us down. On the arena, the black hole grew larger, completely surrounding Tanner. Lars felt increasingly triumphant, needing only one more step to utterly destroy Tanner, proving his potential to Patriarch Robert. Boy, stop struggling. You're not even on my level. Lars snarled. While the Immortal Sect Martial Assembly had clear rules against maliciously harming lives, challenging a higher rank wasn't constrained by these regulations. Lesser sects challenging the strong should be prepared to be wiped out, an unwritten rule to deter chaos seekers. Tanner's lips moved slightly, but his words were lost in the roar of Lars's fist. Wanna beg for mercy? Too late. Lars roared. Now any attempt at remorse was too late. He blamed Tanner's reckless master for sending disciples to their deaths in defiance of hierarchy. Ask for mercy? Under the covering of the black hole, Tanner and Lars drew closer, his words becoming more discernible. You're the one who should be asking for mercy. 6 Directions Saber Array. Mad Dragon breaks the siege. Tanner's dim aura suddenly surged, his long-held sabers vanishing in an instant. Lars's expression changed abruptly, feeling a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he dodged to the side as a dazzling saber slash narrowly missed him. Even so, a piece of flesh was torn from Lars's shoulder, blood trickling down. Simultaneously, without the protection of his saber, Tanner received a heavy blow from the Great Tao Reincarnation Fist, spitting out black blood, barely managing to stay airborne, clearly suffering internal injuries. When did you? Lars's face turned pale, unable to accept his injury. Everything seemed within his control. When did this boy from Xiuxian sect set his killing move behind him? Cough, cough, cough. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Tanner emitted a surging combat spirit. Come on, let's see if your Great Tao Reincarnation Fist is faster or my 6-direction saber array sharper. This technique was refined from the protective array, 3 dragons playing with Pearl, that Tanner had long studied. Ely's custom-made long saber, crafted as a life-bound treasure, along with 36 superior spirit weapons, formed part of the 6-direction saber array. Knowing Lars's astonishing strength, Tanner feigned weakness initially, waiting until Lars lost his patience and unleashed the Great Tao Reincarnation Fist. Then, Tanner seized the opportunity, knowing that such an advanced technique would have its cost. The overshadowing black hole, while confining Tanner, also restricted Lars's divine sense, preventing him from noticing that he had already fallen into Tanner's trap. Second strike. With a roar, Tanner sliced through the black hole with intense saber energy, the cold light rushing directly toward Lars. Foolish boy, trying to bluff me. Despite fear gripping his heart, Lars couldn't show it on his face and launched another punch. He had to eliminate Tanner before the 6-direction saber array fully activated, to wash away the disgrace. Then try it, huh? Laughing wildly, Tanner met the punch head-on. A loud crash resounded as Tanner plummeted to the arena ground, heavily impacting it. Lars was in no better shape. The second strike of the 6-direction saber array tore through his protective aura. Attempting to block with his glove, one of his hands was severed, eliciting a painful scream. Maintaining the Great Tao Reincarnation Fist left Lars with no strength to resist Tanner's saber light. His mind disarrayed, revealing weaknesses and weakening his attacks, allowing Tanner to survive despite severe injuries. Again, struggling to his feet, Tanner manipulated the incantation, having immersed himself deeply in the 3 dragons playing with Pearl Array, mastering the 6-direction saber array. 36 flying sabers frenziedly broke through the black hole's encirclement, slashing downward once more. Third strike. Each strike by Tanner was focused and fearless, meeting Lars's punches head-on. Conversely, Lars harbored fear, his Great Tao Reincarnation Fist losing power as he dodged. What was meant to be a lethal attack, due to his panic, was intercepted by Tanner, inflicting heavy but non-fatal wounds. Come on again. Tanner howled madly, ignoring his own injuries, continuing to attack. Madman, get out of my way. Horror filled Lars's heart. He aimed to become the next patriarch of Fuhu sect and couldn't die alongside this Xiuxian sect lunatic. Trying to dodge instinctively ignored his injuries, his speed significantly reduced. Die. By the time he reacted to launch an attack, it was too late. A sharp blade pierced through his chest, blood gushing out immediately. Note: the names are kept in pinyin form as requested. Hashtag chapter 458. The name of the tiger obsessive. Blood gushed out. Lars's eyes widened in disbelief as his body lost its strength to hold him up. The black hole formed by his Dao Wheel Fist instantly dissipated. Tanner was panting heavily. He understood the gap in cultivation between them, so he had to feign weakness to set up a trap. The 6 Harmonies blade formation was a lethal move that Tanner had mastered on his own. Even Axton praised it greatly after being informed. Being able to derive his own martial arts from the 3 dragons playing with a pearl formation and the heart sword marks in the enlightenment pool proved Tanner's comprehension ability. Mastering the Dao realm was inevitable for him, which was also why Axton allowed him to take the stage. This disciple showed great resilience and decisiveness, but lacked the trials between life and death. Only formidable enemies could make Tanner stronger. He needed more whetstones. The first round, Xiuxian sect wins. With the shout from the Atlasantian sect reception disciple, the first match between Xiuxian sect and Fuhu sect concluded victoriously for Xiuxian sect. Everything happened too quickly, leaving spectators in shock. Moments ago, Lars seemed to have the upper hand over Tanner. How did the situation reverse suddenly, leaving Lars gravely injured and unconscious? But the fallen Lars on the ground confirmed that everything wasn't an illusion. In contrast, Xiuxian sect's Tanner, despite his numerous wounds, managed to stand tall and proud, evoking respect. Good lad, full of courage. Sharp-eyed elders noticed immediately that Tanner had been setting a trap for Lars from the beginning, drawing him into a carefully laid pitfall. It was laughable how arrogant Lars was, thinking he had victory secured only to end up humiliated. Blood covered Tanner's eyes, and he instinctively wiped it off, but felt a wave of weakness and dizziness, falling backward. A gentle force supported his body, then softly guided him down the stage. Master, Tanner has not failed you. Despite the intense pain, Tanner smiled brightly. You did well, rest now. Axton nodded without saying much more. His gaze said it all. Tanner, big brother. Juniper rushed over, hugging Tanner's arm tightly with tears welling in her eyes. Seeing Tanner in trouble, she was like an ant on a hot pan. Though Tanner defeated Lars, he would need 10 days to half a month to recover fully from these injuries. Lindsay Tong. Big brother is fine. Tanner lifted his head with effort, smiling at Juniper. Then he looked at his surrounding fellow disciples whose concerned gazes warmed him. The rest is up to you. As he spoke, Tanner lost consciousness. His earlier endurance on the stage was just a show of willpower. Now back in Xiuxian sect, he could finally relax. Juniper, take him back to recuperate. Axton turned to instruct. But master, the tournament isn't over yet? Juniper bit her lip, looking at Tanner in her arms. She finally nodded resolutely. If Tanner didn't receive timely assistance, he might be left with health issues. Only she knew medical arts within the Xingyun sect, and treating her brother was paramount. Xingyun sect won the first round, boosting their morale. Conversely, with Lars carried off the stage like a dead dog, Fuhu sect disciples were disheartened. Those who were shouting earlier couldn't utter a word. Take him away, don't let him die. Robert's face darkened as he tossed Lars towards a disciple. Fury filled his eyes. Yes, headmaster. The disciple hurriedly obeyed, fearing Robert's anger. Anyone could see Robert was enraged. How could even brother Lars lose to Xingyun sect? Did he go easy? You idiot. Clearly, they are extraordinary. No wonder they made it this far. We're doomed. If I fought, I wouldn't last one round. Whispered conversations spread among Fuhu sect disciples, all heard by Robert, who forced himself to remain calm. He shifted his gaze to Dell, who was scribbling on the ground. This thought brought some comfort. Since you play dirty, you'll die understanding clearly. Dell, go. Dell heard Robert's call and slowly raised his head. Standing up revealed his towering, muscular build. Is this the infamous Dell? He looked somewhat simple-minded. Sure, didn't you hear? Dell has innate strength, having killed several gold core experts single-handedly, known as a notorious brute in Fuhu sect. Just wait and see. They say the opponent was Xingyun sect's eldest disciple. Let's see what they can do against Delaware. This should be interesting. Dell's eyes were still vacant, seemingly not grasping Robert's intent. Suddenly, Robert whipped him with a long whip. Dell endured the blow without flinching, but his eyes gradually gained focus, exuding a wild aura, like a roused tiger. Robert nodded in satisfaction. Dell was rescued from a tiger's den in the wild. A foundling raised by tigers, he retained some animal traits. Only Robert's whip kept him in check. With natural strength and rapid cultivation, Dell ascended to late gold core within years. Go, today I will not restrain you. Tear them apart. Another lash hit Dell's back. Wild excitement surged in his eyes, fiercely scanning Xingyun sect disciples, making everyone shudder. Tear them apart. He roared, leaping like a meteor, nearly shattering the stage upon landing. Dell was inherently brutal, but controlled by Robert. Now freed, every nerve in his body went berserk. Spectators instinctively stepped back, some shaken by Dell's ferocity. It was primitive killing intent, like a real savage tiger predator eyeing prey. Lars was nothing compared to Dell. Pressure fell on Xingyun sect. Everyone wondered what cards Xingyun sect had to counter Delaware. Though Tanner won, he lost combat ability. Would they forfeit the second round? Brother Unker, let me go. Ely felt the doubting gazes and bravely requested to fight Axton. Despite lacking talent, his diligent practice helped him break through to early gold core. Dell's fierce aura intimidated Ely, known as Uncle within Xingyun sect. He didn't want other disciples endangered. Instead of letting talented ones sacrifice themselves, he'd face Dell. Ely wanted to protect those behind him, his steadfast belief. You're no match for him. Axton sensed Ely's resolve, due to Dell's formidable strength. That's all right, Brother Unker. I might not win but can run fast enough. Dell can't touch me. Ely appeared casual. Defeat would make challenging Fuhu sect a huge joke, turning them into laughingstocks. I understand your thoughts, but I have plans. To be continued. Axton didn't wait for Ely to speak, stopping him with a gesture. This fat junior brother had already done enough for Xingyun sect, compensating for his lack of talent with diligent efforts in alchemy. Every Xingyun sect disciple possessed a spiritual artifact meticulously crafted by Ely. Anthony, are you confident? As Axton's voice faded, Anthony, who had been standing in the corner, stepped forward and came straight to Axton. Chapter 459, The Redemption Battle. Are you sure? Yes. Just this brief exchange revealed all of Anthony's inner thoughts. He knew this was his chance for redemption, the best opportunity to atone and bring glory to Xingyun sect. Even if the sect leader and fellow disciples had long forgiven him, there was still a wall in Anthony's heart. Now, with the sect leader's direct inquiry, a long-suppressed surge of passion welled up inside Anthony. He was determined to challenge the tiger fanatic on stage. Win or lose, it would be a form of redemption. Besides, Anthony was confident he could win this martial competition. I leave it to you then. Axton gently patted Anthony's shoulder. Be careful. Yes, sect leader. Their dialogue was brief, yet every disciple around them could sense the deep resolve in their words. Big Brother Unker, can he do it? Marla didn't know much about Anthony. To her, he seemed like an unsociable oddball. After all, even Tanner barely managed to win against the tiger sect's disciples. Now, facing a more formidable opponent, the tiger fanatic, Anthony's slight frame indeed raised doubts. Don't underestimate Adiel, Axton murmured to himself, nodding as he watched Anthony's back. If Tanner reached his current level through sheer effort, Anthony's journey was far more complex. Though Anthony's talent was decent, it fell short compared to Tanner and Juniper. However, he unexpectedly benefited from a calamity when a nascent soul-old monster, Adrian, attempted to seize his body. Inadvertently, Anthony absorbed some of Adrian's cultivation and combat experience, even developing a semblance of Dao realm. If Tanner was gifted, Axton considered Anthony as a luckbringer who survived the impossible and gained tremendous fortune from a nascent soul-old monster, a fact that often left Axton sighing in wonder. Though Anthony had been low-profile lately, Axton saw continuous improvement in his strength, which gave him confidence to send Anthony into battle. Unlike other cultivators who strutted onto the arena with grandeur, Anthony walked up calmly, almost unnoticeably, like a commoner, giving off a low-key impression. Anthony's entrance disappointed the spectators. They had hoped for another powerhouse like Tanner from Xingyun sect, but instead got a seemingly reclusive figure. Such a person would probably go unnoticed in a crowd. It appeared Xingyun sect was desperate, sending a sacrificial lamb to face certain death. Hey kid, did you offend your sect leader? Sent here to die? We thought Xingyun sect had great skills. Turns out they only have one good fighter? Why not just admit defeat? Why send a scapegoat up? The crowd's taunts were mainly from Tiger Sect disciples, while others chose silence, acknowledging that Xingyun Sect, as a second-rate sect, had already surpassed expectations by winning once. Xingyun Sect, Anthony. Anthony remained expressionless, unfazed by the crowd's noise. His focus was solely on the Tiger fanatic. Defeating him was crucial to proving his worth and seeking forgiveness for those he had wronged. There was only one way. Anthony must give everything for Xingyun Sect. The Tiger fanatic, upon hearing Anthony's name, paid no mind and continued scratching his head, sizing up his opponent with an evident air of urgency. Didn't someone say the Tiger fanatic can't understand human language? Only Robert, the sect leader, can communicate with him. Doesn't that mean you can't beg for mercy? Beg for mercy? There wouldn't even be a chance. With the signal from the coordinating disciple, the second round began. On one side stood an ordinary-looking cultivator, while the other was a burly man whose heavy breathing seemed almost tangible. Roar! Without any pretense, the Tiger fanatic charged forward fiercely. His hands suddenly enlarged, covered in thick hair, resembling massive paws that overshadowed the sky, pressing down like a mountain. Any cultivator of the same rank would likely turn to mush under such an attack. The pressure from the Tiger fanatic was so overwhelming that one might be paralyzed even if they tried to dodge, unable to unleash full potential. As the Tiger paw struck Anthony, a thunderous impact split the arena in two, engulfing Anthony from view. Was it over? People craned their necks to see. Despite the gradual repair of the arena under Atlasantian Sect's array, the devastating blow from the Tiger fanatic was undeniable. Even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator would struggle to withstand such a strike with just their physical body, let alone Anthony, who looked ordinary. Did he die? He's probably flattened into meat paste. Sigh, knowing he couldn't win, why come here to waste a life? As the dust settled, Anthony remained unseen. Everyone assumed he was dead under the Tiger fanatic's iron palm. Unbeknownst to them, a faint bat slipped between the fingers and quietly flew to the corner behind the Tiger fanatic. Hashtag chapter 460. The winner takes all. Where's that kid? He couldn't have already turned to ashes, right? The onlookers watched the platform intently. Under Dell's massive palm, none of them would have survived. Dell retracted his hand after exhaling, revealing a huge pit on the stage where Anthony once stood, leaving no trace of him. No, that Xingyun Sect kid isn't dead. At the same moment, the spectators noticed a grayish-black bat slowly flapping its wings behind Delaware. More bats appeared and gradually reshaped into human form, Anthony's. He looked unperturbed, his clothes not even slightly torn after the blow, as if nothing had happened. What's going on? Everyone stared in shock. They could accept Anthony blocking Dell's attack with all his might, but dodging it so effortlessly left everyone baffled. Roar! Dell's keen sense of smell led him to turn around and strike again, but this powerful tiger-like palm also missed. Anthony's body dissolved into countless bats, scattering in all directions. The forceful blow only disturbed the air, causing Dell's face to flush with anger. What kind of technique is this? The disciples of Fuzhong Sect were speechless. None of them had ever seen such a skill, thinking they must be seeing things. They all looked towards Robert for an explanation. Dao World Incarnation? Impossible. This kid is only at the Golden Core stage. How could he have mastered such a profound skill? Robert muttered to himself. Although he didn't believe it, he couldn't think of a better explanation. Indeed, this was one of the skills Anthony inherited from the Adrian after being possessed. Although the Adrian had completely dissipated, the memories and powers residing within Anthony continued to manifest. Anthony couldn't fully deploy the Adrian's Dao World, but he could freely use some of its abilities, like this bat transformation, a highly agile technique. Just what are these people from Xingyun Sect? Robert felt a growing unease. Ignoring his pride, he shouted instructions to Dell on the platform. This was their unique way of communicating, signaling Dell to end the fight quickly before things got out of hand. If Anthony could always transform into bats to evade attacks, he would be invincible. Dell needed to finish him off in one strike. Otherwise, prolonged combat would surely lead to a tough battle. Roar! Dell understood Robert's meaning. Despite lacking verbal skills, he had immense pride. No one had ever escaped his iron palms. That wouldn't change today, not even Anthony. His body suddenly crouched, his pupils becoming vertical. Next, Dell closed his eyes, focusing all his mental energy on his sense of smell. This innate talent he had learned from tigers in the den, the hunting rhythm. Dell's nose twitched, locking onto the bat's scent without missing a single one. He then erupted forward, his iron palms tearing through the flying bats in an instant. Finally, his gaze settled on the last bat, a grin of bloodlust forming on his lips. Found you. With a powerful leap, he pounced like a tiger, biting down on the bat. This bat had to be Anthony's true form. Dell sensed something extraordinary about it. It was just a simple trick, which he could shatter by instinct. Exerting pressure in his mouth, the bat exploded like tofu. No, there was no taste of blood. Suddenly, Dell felt an intense danger engulf him. A bat had silently approached from behind, followed by piercing whistles. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block, which expanded several times to shield his head. With a few muffled sounds, deep wounds appeared on Dell's arms, spilling rivers of blood. Anthony reappeared and scathed behind Dell, a few bats resting on his shoulders. Those bats had transformed into hidden weapons, a technique he had developed. Not only did the techniques inherited from the Adrian protect him, but they could also transform bats into deadly projectiles laced with toxins, paralyzing victims until they became puppets. The situation reversed instantly. After just a few exchanges, no one dared underestimate Anthony's strength. Even compared to Tanner, who made a stunning debut, Anthony's bat transformation showed superior power. Few among the young disciples could humble Dell like this. You lose, Anthony said calmly. After inheriting the Adrian's legacy, he had matured, both in wisdom and cunning. His physical prowess could never match Dell's. Only using bat poisons could subdue this fierce tiger. No one criticized Anthony's brutal tactics, just as no one criticized Shushan Sect for overpowering opponents. In life or death battles, all means were fair because any hesitation could mean death. Look, Dell's hand is turning black. There's poison. The darts are poisoned. The audience had long noticed the abnormality. Dell's swollen arm was now black and purple, trembling visibly. Clearly, Anthony had tampered with his weapons. However, this unfairly blamed Anthony. The bats themselves carried poison, a survival mechanism from the Adrian. Moreover, Anthony's changed mentality made him unhesitant in his strikes. Worse, Chance Dell is in trouble. The Shushan Sect disciples were numbed. First, Lars fell to Xiuxian Sect's Tanner. They thought it was coincidence, believing their strongest hadn't fought yet. But now Dell was in dire straits, the poison spreading rapidly across his entire left arm and half his body, rendering him stiff. Who exactly are those Xiuxian Sect people? Chance Dell can spar with our sect master. Shushan Sect's disciples couldn't believe it. Even Dell, who could spar with the sect leader at the nascent soul stage, could fall so easily. They didn't know that beneath Anthony's ordinary appearance resided the soul of a transformation stage devil, rich in combat experience. Recognizing Dell's vulnerability immediately, Anthony didn't care about his methods. By revealing his bad identity and delaying time, the poison would spread throughout Dell's body, incapacitating him. This was Anthony's new worldview post-transformation and the unchanging truth of the 10,000 Spirits continent. Regardless of the means used, everything could be explained by 4 words. The winner takes all. Chapter 461. The Heart of the Rigs. Brother Uncor, Adiel is winning. Ashley clapped her small hands joyfully. The situation had been perilously close with Tanner's impending victory, and she hadn't held much hope for Anthony. However, she was truly astonished to see that Anthony, who had been quiet all this time, possessed such strength. Not just Ashley, even those behind her, like Ray and Keegan, exchanged looks before their gazes turned respectful. No matter what had happened to Anthony in the past, he was now fighting for the dignity of Xiuxian Sect. As long as a cultivator could control their demonic powers, why should anyone hold grudges? It seems Dell can't hold out for much longer, Ray said excitedly. He wanted to cheer for Anthony but feared disrupting his concentration, so he only muttered under his breath. Not necessarily. Axton shook his head slightly. Through his eagle-eyed view, he saw that Dell still had reserves within him. Clearly, he hadn't yet expended all his power. Ho! A series of tiger roars echoed, Dell's expression turning wild. His animalistic roars were more like insane laughter. With a sudden movement, he did something that left the onlookers stunned. He grabbed his left shoulder with his right claw and tore off his own left arm. Blood gushed out, staining the entire arena red. The scene was so bloody and shocking that many spectators were visibly shaken, unable to look at the terrifying bloodied figure. What is he doing? Dell severed his left arm to prevent the poison from spreading. Is he man or beast? It was no wonder the crowd reacted so intensely. Dell's actions were beyond comprehension. Anyone in a losing position would cling to whatever they had. Yet, Dell chose to rip off his own arm, an act no normal person could do. Dell's face was deathly pale. With bloodshot eyes, he stared fiercely at Anthony, his breath coming out in heavy white clouds. The blood from his severed arm began to clot. Boom. Dell let out a mad laugh and charged forward like a wild beast, hurling his severed arm towards Anthony. Anthony nimbly dodged the dismembered limb, but couldn't avoid getting splattered by some blood. Ow! Dell's expression grew even more deranged. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed at Anthony. Sensing danger, Anthony instinctively transformed into a swarm of bats to evade the attack. But Dell seemed to have anticipated this and struck again, targeting one of the bats. The force from Dell's palm knocked Anthony out of the air, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. There was already a noticeable indentation on his chest. He had been found among the thousands of bats. Oh no, younger brother Adiel has been discovered. Ashley covered her eyes in fear, utterly baffled as to how Dell could identify Anthony's true form. It's not that he guessed right, but that he was ruthless enough, said Axton. Clearly, Dell had been in dire straits. But being ruthlessly determined, he severed his left arm infected by the bat poison to prevent it from reaching his heart. Though this action would cause irreversible damage to his future cultivation, it allowed him to continue fighting. Moreover, Dell wasn't reckless. Realizing that Anthony's escape technique was hard to track, he devised a way to use blood as a marker. Throwing the severed arm wasn't an act of anger. It was to smear his own blood on Anthony's body. Being raised with tigers made him exceptionally sensitive to blood, especially his own. Once the prey was marked, he wouldn't stop until they were dead. Unfortunately for Anthony, despite his quick reflexes, he still got drenched in the airborne blood mist. The transformation into bats lost its effectiveness, allowing Dell to easily pinpoint Anthony's true form amidst the swarm. Anthony's chest suffered a heavy blow. Even though the flying bat technique cleverly deflected most of the impact, he swayed, clearly affected. Dell's brute strength could crush rocks, but fortunately, with one arm gone, his power was significantly weakened. Otherwise, even with the protective flying bat technique, Anthony might not have survived the strike. The situation became unpredictable, yet for the onlookers, it was an exhilarating spectacle. Initially expecting Anthony to be overwhelmed quickly by Dell, the two were now evenly matched, making it the most thrilling match so far. Dell's berserk attacks left an impression, but what shocked everyone most was the seemingly ordinary Anthony. Xiuxian Sect had dispatched 2 exceptional disciples in a row, appearing no less formidable than those from the 7 immortal sects. What kind of cultivation had produced such disciples? Why had there never been any mention of Xiuxian Sect before? Every pair of eyes turned toward Axton, but the battle continued, growing more gruesome. Under Dell's frenzied spiritual energy surge, fresh blood flowed from his severed arm again. He was utterly crazed, disregarding his own life. Even if he bled dry, he would kill this fly in front of him. Anthony continued to transform into bats, evading. But the blood on his body gave him away every time. Even when he narrowly avoided fatal blows, the sharp winds from Dell's fists left numerous cuts across Anthony's body. After exchanging several rounds, neither gained an upper hand. Dell's face grew paler as excessive blood loss blurred his vision. Anthony fared no better. Overusing the flying bat technique caused internal chaos, and each evasion taxed him greatly without Dao boundary support. Moreover, having only partially dodged Dell's palm strike, he sustained multiple wounds. Huh, coward, don't hide. Like a dying beast, Dell's attacks grew more frenzied. He recklessly expended his remaining chi. His body started to decay from the left shoulder, with no blood flowing from it. All his remaining strength focused on one final assault. To Dell, emotion was simple, indeed, almost non-existent. His only command came from the sect leader Robert, who saved him from the tiger den and raised him. For Dell, Robert's commands were divine, and he would die to fulfill them. His life didn't matter. He would drain his last drop of blood to kill Anthony. Chapter 462, Clash of Obsessions. Facing Dell's relentless attacks, even Anthony, with the power of Flying Bat, felt extremely strained. His opponent was like a combat machine without pain perception. No matter how much blood he lost, he would not cease attacking. In terms of raw strength, Anthony was clearly at a disadvantage. His foundation was unstable, and most of his current realm came from the legacy left by the Adrian. The Flying Bat skill dispersed and reformed again and again, but each time Dell's iron palms scattered them. Anthony became covered in Dell's blood, a smell that Dell, driven by instinct, could never forget. This primal sense allowed him to identify and attack Anthony's true form among the bats. Another palm strike hit, carrying thunderous force and striking Anthony's illusory body. He fell onto the arena like a broken kite, severely injured. Dell wasn't much better, looking even more battered than Anthony. Although he seemed to only possess brute strength, his ability to use blood to counteract Anthony's technique revealed his extensive combat experience. Despite losing an arm, which significantly reduced his combat power, he remained a formidable opponent Anthony couldn't match head-on. Don't run. Stop. Dell's voice was barely coherent, his vision blurred by blood, yet his sense of smell remained acute. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and he could precisely pinpoint Anthony's position by scent alone. Feeling increasingly weak, he knew he couldn't hold on much longer. The battle had to end quickly. Another massive palm imprint struck towards Anthony. This time Dell tightly locked onto every possible escape route, expanding the palm imprint several times over to seal off all angles of retreat. Is it time to end? The spectators were speechless, stunned by the gruesome fight. Dell's strength was undeniable, but the Xiuxian sect disciple held on for so long, even forcing Dell to self-mutilate and sacrifice his future, displaying decisiveness and ruthlessness beyond any experienced cultivator. However, the disparity in raw strength was too great. No matter how skilled Anthony's evasion techniques were, he couldn't match Dell head-on. Dell, also not a fool, found a way to counteract the flying bat technique, and the outcome of their duel seemed imminent. The atmosphere within the Fuhu sect was somber. After Lars's initial defeat, Dell, whom everyone revered, now faced a strong enemy. Even if he won, it would be at the cost of his life. Master, chance Dell, if anything happens. One of Dell's close disciples whispered timidly. Master Robert's expression was dark, his eyes burning with fury. Despite Dell's heavy injuries and dominance over Anthony, Robert was deeply dissatisfied. He could feel the severity of Dell's injuries and knew he was forcing himself to fight. But none of that mattered because, to Robert, Dell was merely a tool to be sacrificed for the Fuhu sect at any time. With one arm severed, Dell's future cultivation would suffer greatly. Once the tool lost its value, Robert would discard him mercilessly. If anything happens, he can only die on this arena today. Robert's voice was cold and indifferent, silencing the disciples who feared being implicated by his wrath. Meanwhile, at the Xiuxian sect, everyone watched the situation on the arena anxiously. Annabelle felt extremely tense, especially as Anthony began to falter under pressure. Unlike the previous battle between Tanner and Lars, this confrontation was life-threatening. Any mistake could lead to catastrophic results. Brother Encore, let's concede. Otherwise, Adiel will die. Annabelle pleaded to Axton, having witnessed Tanner's victory. She didn't want to see Anthony perish and believed Axton should intervene. Axton looked up at Anthony on the arena, who seemed to sense his gaze and continued dodging Dell's storm-like attacks. I'm fine. I won't give up. A faint divine message came from Anthony. Despite his severe injuries, he didn't stop resisting. It was now a test of perseverance. Would Dell collapse first, or would Anthony succumb to the relentless onslaught? He won't lose. Axton murmured, comforting Annabelle. Despite Anthony's quiet demeanor, his resolve was stronger than that of any Xiuxian sect disciple. Axton wouldn't halt the match, and Anthony wouldn't surrender. Protection could help temporarily, but facing a powerful opponent was the only way for growth. The battle became more intense, with both fighters giving and taking blows, though most observers saw they were nearing their limits. A single slip would mean death. Dell's blood had almost run dry, fueled only by sheer determination. Each palm strike drained his life further, but his attacks grew fiercer, each carrying overwhelming force. Anthony noticed Dell's exhaustion but relied solely on his evasion skills, hoping to tire Dell out. However, the prolonged battle was also a heavy burden on Anthony, and his movements became stiff due to injuries. Another palm imprint struck Anthony directly, sending him crashing into rubble. Dell landed panting heavily, his face pale. His body was completely drained, but his opponent's evasive skills and mastery of some mystical power had evaded all his deadly strikes. Fortunately, Anthony's strength, while impressive, was limited. Dell eventually managed to send Anthony flying. One decisive blow, and the contest would end in Dell's favor. Just as Dell was about to deliver the final blow, Anthony rose from the rubble, covered in blood, his chest visibly caved in. Such injuries would incapacitate anyone else, but Anthony stood defiantly, unafraid. Who? Dell roared, a mix of confusion and respect in his voice. He fought for Robert, willing to sacrifice everything for raising him, even if he became a cripple afterward. He sensed a similar resolve in Anthony. The man before him also had something worth fighting for. Indeed, Anthony harbored deep convictions. He fought not just for pride and dignity, but for the innocent disciples who had died. He could not afford to lose. This was his meaning. Unbeknownst to many, Anthony had dedicated his life to the Xiuxian sect, receiving 2 rebirths from Axton. The first was when Axton took him into the Xiuxian sect, guiding him into cultivation. The second was when Axton rescued him from the Adrian's possession, offering shelter despite past grievances. So, Anthony's obsession was no weaker than Dell's, and perhaps even stronger. This could be seen from his unsteady figure, contrasting with his resolute gaze. Anthony would absolutely not fall here. Chapter 463. I have lost. Their battered bodies collided once more on the platform. This time, Anthony did not choose to dodge but faced Dell's palm seal head-on. His body moved with the agility of a bat, countering Dell's powerful iron palm with suppleness, enduring damage while also delivering significant blows to Dell. This was the decision Anthony made, which left most spectators puzzled, wondering why he dared to confront Dell directly. Only a few sharp-eyed cultivators saw through the ruse. If Dell were at his peak, Anthony wouldn't stand a chance in direct combat. Only constant dodging could keep him alive. And that's what he did, depleting Dell's strength through Adrian's secret techniques, even forcing him to sever his own arm, significantly weakening his combat power. Now both were at their limits, barely holding on by sheer willpower rather than strength or skill. Whoever faltered first would lose the ability to fight entirely, a fact both Dell and Anthony understood all too well. Though they had no verbal exchange, through repeated clashes, they understood each other's motivations. Only a direct confrontation offered the greatest respect to one's opponent, and even if it meant death, there were things they were determined to achieve. Clash after clash, retreat after retreat, they reverted to primal instinct, abandoning any divine abilities or techniques, relying solely on brute force, exchanging punches and palms with their bare hands. Spirit chi was depleted, and no divine abilities could be powered further. Dell's attacks were overwhelming, while Anthony's strikes blended softness with hardness. They exchanged dozens of moves in an instant, leaving the audience spellbound. Beyond being shocked by Dell's prowess, everyone also genuinely acknowledged Anthony's strength. Fighting Dell to such a degree deserved admiration. This disciple of Xiuxian sect was even more impressive than Tanner previously, demonstrating tactical acumen and leveraging his strengths against his opponent's weaknesses. He didn't seem like someone from a second-rate sect. Even among the 7 immortal gates, this might be the best they could offer. Regardless of the outcome, both would leave a deep impression on the hearts of the Ba ZP cultivators. If they survived, their future achievements would be limitless. Another collision. Another retreat. Finally, Dell's body couldn't endure the intense battle any longer. After one last strike, he staggered and fell to the ground, unable to move. Anthony wasn't much better off, his body barely recognizable, having sustained severe injuries from Dell's relentless attacks, with countless broken bones. After blocking Dell's final attack, he had no strength left, collapsing, his eyes losing focus. Both lay on the ground, but no one underestimated them. The match was spectacular, unforgettable. It wasn't just about strength, but about the resilience in a cultivator's heart. Dell's fierce reputation made his endurance unsurprising, but Anthony's persistence, despite being relatively unknown, was shocking. Silence filled the arena as everyone eagerly watched to see who had won. After a period, knowing the participants hadn't risen, an attendant went up to check and announce the result, a decision both expected yet surprising. Second round match, Xiuxian sect and Fuhu sect, a draw. As the announcement echoed, Axton swiftly rushed up, carrying Anthony down and infusing him with pure spirit chi. Anthony's condition was dire. Almost all his meridians were shattered. Had it not been for the Adrian's technique preserving his heart meridian, he would have died on the spot. He regained some consciousness, struggling to open his eyes and forcing a painful smile at Axton. Master, I haven't let everyone down? Axton understood Anthony's meaning. By everyone, he referred partly to the Xiuxian sect disciples below, and partly to those innocents who died under the Adrian's hand. You did well. The rest is up to me. Axton nodded, and Anthony breathed a sigh of relief before losing consciousness. Ari and other disciples hurriedly supported Anthony, administering healing pills, their concern evident. Anthony had proven his resolve, and erased the final grievances with his former comrades. Their bond was rekindled. Meanwhile, Robert carried Dell off the stage, but unlike Anthony, Dell received vastly different treatment. Robert had extremely high hopes for Dell, and a draw was unacceptable. Had he not feared ridicule, Robert would have left Dell on the platform to fend for himself. To him, Dell was merely a tool, a living tool. Sorry, Dell hadn't lost consciousness. His hoarse cry was intelligible only to Robert, who showed disdain, tossing Dell aside without another word. Other Fuhu sect disciples, seeing their leader enraged, dared not approach Dell, letting him lie on the ground, growing weaker. Dell's gaze turned toward the Xiuxian sect, catching glimpses of Anthony surrounded by admirers. A new expression appeared on his face, lips closing, his demeanor darkening. I have lost. Hashtag chapter 464, breaking the rules. Victory. Though it was just 2 simple words, no one could deny their weight. First, Tanner won against Lars of the Tiger Subduing Sect despite being the underdog. This wasn't shocking enough. What truly left everyone speechless was that Dell ended up in a draw with Anthony. The Tiger Subduing Sect status was well known, a top-tier sect among the 8 peaks. To everyone, it seemed like suicide for the Green Cloud sect to dare challenge them. But the final outcome astonished everyone. The strength of the Green Cloud sect went far beyond a second-tier sect. Fern's surprising move could still be understood by everyone, but Tanner and Anthony's strength had surpassed expectations. 1 win, 1 draw. Facing a prestigious sect like the Tiger Subduing Sect, such a record was impressive. Yet, looking at the face of the Green Cloud sect's patriarch, it didn't seem like he was entirely satisfied. Could he have more cards up his sleeve? The next martial contest will involve 1 elder from each sect engaging in combat. The welcoming disciple spoke through telepathy. Being the host of the martial contest organized by the Profound Heaven Sect, he would not allow external factors to disrupt the proceedings. Hold on. As soon as the welcoming disciple finished speaking, a voice emerged from the tiger-subduing sect, capturing everyone's attention. It was Robert. He stepped forward with an unreadable expression on his face. Robert could accept Lars's defeat, but Dell's draw felt like a slap across his face. Before the contest, Robert had boasted confidently, even speculating whether Anthony could last 3 moves against Delegate Reality had cruelly shattered his fantasies. Now, the tiger-subduing sect stood on the brink of failure. Even with his composure, Robert couldn't help but feel a pinch of crisis. Master Max, what do you wish to say? The welcoming disciple looked over, awaiting Robert's response. As a member of the Profound Heaven Sect, he held no fondness for the tiger-subduing sect, and found some pleasure in Robert's predicament. This contest does not need elders to fight. Let's proceed directly to the duel between the patriarchs. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs spread across the crowd. Robert's words clearly reflected his unease. He wanted to bypass the elders' duel and directly engage Axton. That's not right. This doesn't follow the rules. Yes, is Robert the host? How can he change the rules so easily? Several cultivators below the platform voiced their discontent after witnessing the Green Cloud Sect's successive victories over the tiger-subduing sect. Some were already bold enough to challenge back. Robert cast a cold glance at those protesting, and they quickly silenced themselves, afraid to meet his gaze. As a nascent soul expert, if he harbored resentment, trouble could await them outside the Profound Heaven Sect. The welcoming disciple frowned, muttering under his breath as if communicating with seniors from his sect. After a moment, his expression turned calm, and he simply announced, "The next contest will feature a direct duel between the patriarchs, starting in half an hour." This announcement left everyone dumbfounded. Only the senior leaders understood the underlying implications. Ordinarily, breaking the established procedure set by the Profound Heaven Sect was strictly forbidden for any ordinary sect conflict. However, given the unique situation between the Green Cloud Sect and the Tiger-subduing sect, where the weaker party challenged the stronger, different rules applied. The Tiger-subduing sect had the right to choose the method of contest, a rule established long ago. Most people weren't aware because rarely did second-tier sects challenge first-tier ones, and rarer still was the use of this rule by first-tier sects. Robert's behavior clearly indicated his inner turmoil. He was losing confidence in the Tiger-subduing sect's prowess. 2 prized disciples had already suffered defeat. If the Elders' contest failed again, the Tiger-subduing sect would become a laughingstock. Therefore, he accelerated the contest, hoping a direct duel with Axton could determine the outcome swiftly. Apart from the disdainful glances directed at Robert, most eyes were focused on Axton. Robert's strength was well documented. He was an excellent fighter even among nascent soul experts, having led the Tiger-subduing sect to its current stature. Volunteering now, the pressure he brought was significant. I, of the Green Cloud Sect, accept. Surprisingly, Axton readily agreed to Robert's challenge. He then returned to assist Anthony, seemingly unfazed by Robert's provocation. Such a response garnered approval from the audience. Regardless of today's outcome, the Green Cloud Sect had left a deep impression in the hearts of all present. Especially Patriarch Axton, who showed no fear against the Tiger-subduing sect while nurturing outstanding disciples, proving capable even when facing Robert. Good. You've got guts. Robert narrowed his menacing eyes, allowing his killing intent to fully unfold. Axton could sense the malevolence, but his battle realm easily dissipated it effortlessly. Their gazes clashed, sparking an invisible tension that heightened the intense atmosphere. A direct duel between patriarchs meant a decisive victory or humiliation for the Tiger-subduing sect, which Robert could no longer bear. Only a personal confrontation with Axton could salvage his lost dignity. Since both sides agree, the contest will resume in half a joss stick's time. The welcoming disciple glanced at Robert with evident disgust, but had to adhere to the rules. Using this privilege hinted at Robert's timidity. It looks like I won't get to show my hand? In the Green Cloud Sect, Bryn rested her chin thoughtfully and winked at Axton. There was a hint of boredom in her tone. If Axton was uncertain about Tanner and Anthony, he trusted Bryn completely. Her strength was inscrutable, the main reason Axton agreed to the deal. Robert's rule change aligned perfectly with Axton's plans. Bryn, as a hidden ace, should play a bigger role. Remaining concealed might be advantageous. Don't worry, we'll likely need your help later. Axton's cryptic reply resonated only with Bryn, who understood his ambitions. Well, I'll be watching closely. She giggled softly and leaned lazily against the stone wall, prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Big brother Unkur, give that beast a taste of his own medicine. Fern clenched her small fists in anger. She didn't qualify for the platform and could only pin her hopes on Axton. Robert's arrogance infuriated her. Patriarchy. Anthony regained some consciousness, mumbling indistinctly. Axton understood the meaning behind his words. Though opponents, Anthony respected Dell, especially knowing the latter's treatment upon returning to the Tiger-subduing sect. It fueled Anthony's anger. Dell's simplicity made him noble yet tragic. Robert saw him merely as a tool, now discarded after losing utility. This angered Anthony deeply. In his eyes, Dell deserved better, even non-verbally. Green Cloud Sect disciples disapproved of Dell's mistreatment too. Just focus on healing, leave it to me. Axton smiled gently, acknowledging Robert's strategy to target him as weak prey. Seems since joining Profound Heaven Sect, he hadn't shown his true power and was underestimated. Axton stretched slightly, yearning for a proper opponent after reaching the nascent soul stage. Lately, his efforts focused on training disciples and fortifying the Green Cloud Sect. A satisfying battle had been long overdue. Note: forenames like Axton, Anthony, etc. I've maintained the pinyin spelling exactly as provided. The translation preserves the tone and structure of the original text, ensuring readability and coherence. A.S. Robert said, the strength of a top-tier sect wasn't just about the depth of its disciples, but more about the confrontation between the sect's peak combatants. It was time to show his capabilities, to let those who didn't understand the situation witness the true strength of the Green Cloud Sect, taking the first step in the Wanling continent. Note: the translation preserves the tone and structure of the original text, ensuring readability and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as in the original text. Chapter 465. Clash of Dao Realms. The incense stick burned quickly, and before the appointed time ended, everyone was still enthusiastically discussing after the disciples announced the start of the martial arts competition. Their topic was straightforward. Everyone was speculating on who would win the showdown between the sect leaders. If it were yesterday's crowd, no one would have favored Axton or the Azure Cloud Sect, given their overwhelming disparity in paper strength. However, after Tanner and Anthony took action one after another, everyone had a much different view of the situation. A sect leader who could cultivate such disciples certainly wasn't an unknown figure. Especially when they realized that they couldn't gauge Axton's strength, the situation instantly became unclear. Most of the sect leaders present were at the Golden Core stage. The fact that they couldn't see through him only indicated that Axton's cultivation was above the Golden Core stage. For a sect to possess two nascent soul cultivators was not something a second-rate sect should have. Even if Axton hadn't made his move yet, no one dared underestimate him anymore. Earlier, I thought Tiger Subduing Sect would easily take down Azure Cloud Sect. Seems like I guessed wrong. I wouldn't be so sure. Robert is ruthless, and that Azure Cloud Sect leader looks too young. Even if he reached the nascent soul stage, he won't be Robert's match. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Maybe we'll witness a historic event in the sect battle. Excitement rippled through the crowd. Although the underdog triumphing over a superior force was widely discussed, it hadn't happened in the sect battles for centuries. If the Azure Cloud Sect managed to challenge and dethrone the Tiger Subduing Sect, it would indeed become a legendary story in Wanling Continent. Few more words. It's about to begin. The incense stick finished burning, and both men approached the arena. Robert exuded overwhelming killing intent. His breath seemed to carry thunderclaps, quite astonishing. In contrast, Axton walked onto the arena calmly, his presence like a black hole, impenetrable. The third round of the martial contest will be between Azure Cloud Sect's leader Axton and Tiger Subduing Sect's leader Robert. The winner will claim victory in this contest. The contest begins. As the announcing disciple spoke, he moved far away from the arena. His own cultivation was only at the Golden Core stage, and facing two nascent soul experts left him uneasy. Azure Cloud Sect, Axton. Axton proclaimed his name with the calmness of a disciple. Humph, putting on airs, Robert sneered, eyes fierce as he eyed Axton like prey. Because you're about to die. As he spoke, rolling thunder emerged around Robert, accompanied by tiger roars. This was his Dao realm where lightning depicted a ferocious tiger looming behind him. Lightning's single elemental root. This was also the backbone of Robert's dominance in a first-rate sect. As a prodigy with a single elemental root, he had long entered the nascent soul stage and used the Thunder Domain Dao realm to elevate Tiger Subduing Sect. By releasing his Dao realm at the outset, it was clear Robert harbored deadly intentions towards Axton. He wanted not only Axton's life but also a decisive victory to restore Tiger Subduing Sect's prestige and show those below what true strength was. Shatter. Thunder erupted from Robert's Dao realm, engulfing the entire arena. Spectators retreated hastily, their eyes filled with fear. Thanks to the mystic array of Mystic Heaven Sect, the thunder barely spread out, but its momentum was already chilling everyone. In the heart of Overlord Peak, not a single cultivator remained. Even Azure Cloud Sect and Tiger Subduing Sect's disciples had to retreat 100 meters away, watching the battle from afar. Thunder snaked wildly through the sky, even turning the originally clear heavens ominous. With hair and beard standing up, Robert appeared as a god controlling lightning, almost blinding to look at. His mind was fixated on one word: kill. The appearance of Azure Cloud Sect shattered his plans. Only by utterly destroying Axton could he vent his fury. Waves of killing intent surged along with the thunder, but they stalled before Axton. The Emil Dao realm unfolded, dissipating Robert's oppressive aura. Axton stood firm amidst the rolling thunder. Too naive. A smirk appeared on Axton's face. Robert intended to suppress him with killing intent, falling right into his trap. Having cultivated in the Emil Dao realm, Axton possessed the purest killing chi. How could Robert's attempt deceive him? The clash of two killing intents, the most direct confrontation for nascent soul cultivators, resulted in the Emil Dao realm overpowering Robert, suppressing his aura instead. What? Did I just see that correctly? The Thunder Domain Dao realm was pushed back? Witnesses weren't blind. Robert's Thunder Domain's pressure was unbearable, but Azure Cloud Sect's leader effortlessly countered it, even gaining an upper hand. What kind of Dao realm is that? Why is the killing chi so terrifying? Oh no, just looking makes me feel uneasy. We must leave or risk damaging our Dao hearts. Some weaker-willed spectators felt immense shock, suffering mental damage despite being shielded by the array and distance. Clearly, the confrontation between these two was extraordinarily terrifying. Chapter 466. Old Friends' Thoughts. The moment they made their move, both sides instantly unleashed a confrontation of Daoist might, clearly treating each other as formidable enemies. Do you think either side will win? Unclear. Previously, the senior from Subduing Tiger Sect would definitely have had a greater chance of winning, but now, everyone understood that if it weren't for Xiuxian Sect not revealing its true strength beforehand, no one would compare it with Subduing Tiger Sect. However, circumstances are different now. The strength of the disciples of Xiuxian Sect cannot be underestimated by anyone. It has spread throughout Atlasantian Sect in a short period of time. On the main peak of Atlasantian Sect, many young disciples gathered here, among whom several figures were particularly familiar, Benjamin and Hatcher, et al. Clifton sat in the main seat, toasting with numerous friends, clearly indicating that the prodigies who communicated within the Genius Transmission Group had already gathered. Benjamin played with two walnuts in his hands, looking rather amusing, for despite his youth, he carried an old man's demeanor, which seemed slightly discordant. Ah, today we've finally gathered. It's a pity Taoist Unkur is not here, Benjamin sighed, having not seen him for a long time. Indeed, he missed him quite a bit. They were all elites of the 7 immortal sects elites, enduring considerable pressure within their sects daily, so these few people who shared similar plights cherished each other dearly. Ba, Taoist Unkur also participated in this immortal sect martial contest. With his strength, we will surely have the chance to meet sooner or later. Hatcher recited a Buddhist chant, knowing that Xiuxian's sect, founded by Axton, definitely harbored significant ambitions. Given Axton's strength, he could undoubtedly make a grand appearance in the immortal sect martial contest. Ha ha ha, Brother Unkur is probably on Overlord Peak, contending with subduing Tiger Sect now. He's been quite in the limelight recently. As the host of the immortal sect martial contest, Clifton was well informed about Axton's situation. If not for Axton handling the martial contest matters, he would have dragged Axton up to the main peak. But rest assured, Brother Unkur's strength isn't merely skin deep. Besides, Xiuxian's sect also houses incomprehensibly powerful experts. Clifton winked mysteriously. He had personally interacted with Axton, whose power even he couldn't see through. Moreover, there was a gorgeous woman within Xiuxian's sect who had reached the core formation stage, making her strength unmeasurable. Those without first-hand knowledge believed that Xiuxian's sect challenging subduing Tiger Sect was like an egg hitting a stone, but in Clifton's eyes, it was nothing. Becoming friends with the geniuses of the transmission group was destined for Axton, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by Benjamin and Hatcher. Are you saying Taoist Unkur is currently dueling with Robert from subduing Tiger Sect? Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. Ever since coming to Atlasantian Sect, he had been received on the main peak, naturally lagging behind the news that Clifton had access to as the host. Now, he asked curiously. Hee, wait and see. Clifton gave a mysterious smile, but suddenly felt his soft waist caught by a jade-like hand, causing him to wince. Josie G. Pain. The person pinching his waist was Josie, who glared at Clifton menacingly, not letting up. Don't keep us in suspense. Just wait till I teach you a lesson. Being the sacred maiden of Yaoqi, Josie held a unique status among everyone present. Coupled with her straightforward nature, she enjoyed good relations with others. Josie G, let go first. I'll speak, all right? Clifton looked pained, only able to beg for mercy. Humph, you're sensible. Josie triumphantly returned to her seat, casting a glance that made Clifton shudder involuntarily. To tell you the truth, Brother Unkur has come prepared this time. Xiuxian's sect was only established over a year ago, yet has produced numerous Golden Core disciples. It's truly astounding. Clifton spoke sincerely. Cultivating a Golden Core powerhouse took years even with superior talent starting from childhood, something everyone present, being celestial children themselves, readily acknowledged. However, everything within Xiuxian's sect challenged Clifton's understanding. 2 Golden Core disciples, both exceptionally strong, reportedly causing great trouble to subduing Tiger Sect. That's not all. Did you know Xiuxian's sect has a delicate beauty reaching the nascent soul stage? I can't imagine how Brother Unkur managed to attract such a powerful expert. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. An immortal sect possessing a nascent soul expert already qualified as top tier. Yet this woman was just an elder in Xiuxian's sect, indeed shocking. Ba, it seems Taoist Unkur has far outpaced us. Hatcher chuckled but showed no envy. The two were close friends, and he felt happy. Axton has reached nascent soul stage? Josie gasped, surprised. Although she didn't train hard, she had achieved late Golden Core under her senior's guidance. Despite being one step away from nascent soul, achieving her own realm was no easy feat, a threshold that halted countless geniuses. After just over a year apart, Axton has attained such a level. Josie's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yaoqi held a unique position among the 7 immortal sects, with mostly female disciples practicing Yinkol techniques. Only servant disciples were open to ordinary cultivators, which partially explained why she was favored within the genius transmission group. Seeing Axton grow from obscurity to this extent, earning the approval of Benjamin and Hatcher, Josie felt impressed and considered recruiting him. However, as Big Brother Ning mentioned, Axton is facing Robert from subduing Tiger Sect. His strength is formidable. Josie's concern was understandable, given Robert's established reputation. This challenge initiated by Axton would likely receive merciless treatment from Robert. She had heard subduing Tiger Sect had connections with Shushan Sword Sect, potentially endangering Axton's life if mishandled. Why are you 3 still drinking leisurely upon learning this news? We should help Axton. Seeing them still jesting, Josie felt disgruntled, knowing little of Axton's abilities and doubting his chances against Robert. Benjamin and Hatcher exchanged glances, then smiled, puzzling Josie. Little sister Atlas worries for Taoist Unkur, but rest assured, Benjamin poured another drink, downing it. Taoist Unkur is cautious and never undertakes tasks without assurance, which both Hatcher and I know well. Hatcher nodded in agreement, raising his teacup as if it were wine, clinking it with Benjamin's. Ba, this monk agrees. Since Taoist Unkur issued this challenge himself, we await his good news. Interfering prematurely might not be appropriate. Given their bond with Axton, they thoroughly understood his character. This matter belonged to Xiuxian's sect, best left untouched. Brother Unkur, being competitive, would handle any difficulty calmly. Challenging subduing Tiger Sect implied he had complete confidence. As for the backing of Shushan Sword Sect, they would intervene if needed while believing Axton could manage the situation. Ha, you understand Brother Unkur well? Alright, we will await the good news without interfering. Clifton laughed heartily, snatching the wine jar from Benjamin. But, should any villains plot against him, I will not stand idly by. Hashtag chapter 467, turmoil beneath the surface. At the same moment, in a grand hall atop Juezi Peak, several individuals were engaged in conversation. A beauty exuding an icy aura sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her mesmerizing appearance enough to stir anyone's heart. Arwen, has the message been sent? A voice sounded from within the hall. It was Alessio and xuanhuan, whispering conspiratorially. This place was the resting ground of the Shushan Sword Sect. Unlike the other 7 immortal sects, Shushan's own patriarch, Emmanuel, had personally arrived this time. He claimed it was to visit old friends long unseen, though few knew his true intentions. Xuanhuan stood before Alessio with a warm smile on his face, his severed arm having been fully restored by some precious medicinal treasure. Father, I have entrusted the task to Robert. His voice, though soft, carried to every ear within the hall. Seated above, Emmanuel remained meditating, while Melissa showed no reaction. Good. Who would have thought that Axton, that little devil, would rise again and bring his green cloud sect to the immortal sect martial gathering? Quite amusing. Alessio nodded approvingly. Axton had always been a thorn in his side, and now that he had come forward willingly. Father, he is merely a traitor. Why should you concern yourself? I believe Robert can handle him easily, xuanhuan said arrogantly, radiating confidence. His cultivation had already reached the core formation realm. Ha ha, very good. Alessio looked at his son approvingly and gently patted his shoulder. The patriarch used a secret technique to help you reach the core formation realm. Do not disappoint him at this immortal sect martial gathering. Yes, Arwen will definitely win first place in the gathering and not betray the kindness of Patriarch Yael. This translation conveys the meaning accurately while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The terminology is consistent, and the style matches the context of the original text. Xuanhuan promised solemnly. This was his first departure from Shushan since escaping from the heavenly Cecilia I. He had once lost all hope, but after receiving a set of techniques from Emmanuel, he had finally pulled himself together. That night, Xuanhuan spent an entire night in Emmanuel's cave, and no one knew what transpired between them. From then on, his cultivation soared rapidly, becoming the top inner sect disciple, rivaled only by Melissa. Axton. Xuanhuan sank into deep reminiscence, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes, which quickly vanished. No matter how much he struggles, it's useless. We are not on the same path anymore. Night after night, he had fantasized about slaying Axton personally, and even asked Emmanuel to let him confront Green Cloud Sect. However, the patriarch refused. Xuanhuan endured it inwardly, knowing he had more important things to do. The immortal sect martial gathering was crucial for Shushan Sword Sect. Thinking of Emmanuel's plan made him tremble with excitement. As for Axton and Green Cloud Sect, he left it to Robert. A second-rate sect could never match the 7 great immortal sects. There was no need for him to act. Privately, Xuanhuan instructed Robert to give Axton a lesson during the gathering, preferably killing him on the spot. Ironically, Axton had foolishly challenged Robert, saving Xuanhuan the trouble. Dad, rest assured, everything is ready. This immortal sect martial gathering will be a great day for our Shushan Sword Sect. Xuanhuan whispered, then shifted his gaze to Melissa. Melissa, since you left Shushan, you haven't spoken a word. Are you feeling unwell? Melissa had become increasingly aloof, barely exchanging a few words even with Master Emmanuel. To Xuanhuan, the relationship between Melissa and Emmanuel was peculiar. Emmanuel treated Melissa with reverence, almost as if she were his superior. Xuanhuan, despite their betrothal, did not dare approach her too closely. Facing Xuanhuan's inquiries, Melissa did not open her eyes, as if he were air. Xuanhuan felt anger rising, but it instantly turned to bone-chilling cold. A terrifying presence seemed to envelop his mind, forcing him to hold back. Melissa, I heard Axton is also attending the martial gathering. Do you remember him? Xuanhuan asked tentatively through gritted teeth. Melissa's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes slowly opened, revealing a glint of recognition. This reaction fueled Xuanhuan's jealousy. Despite his constant attentions, Melissa had shown no response to him. Yet, mentioning Axton triggered an emotional response. According to Emmanuel, Melissa had lost her memory and should not remember Axton, yet her emotions spoke otherwise. Arwen, stand down. Emmanuel suddenly interrupted the tense atmosphere. His appearance had changed. He appeared younger, with hints of black reappearing in his fiery red hair, indicating significant improvement in his cultivation. Melissa is cultivating the Heartless Sword Path and has already split off a second core formation body. No one may disturb her without my permission. Emmanuel's voice held immense authority, forcing Xuanhuan to lower his head. He didn't believe Emmanuel entirely. While the Heartless Sword Path indeed allowed splitting emotions into a second body, Xuanhuan had never seen Melissa's second body. Through a secret method, he had reached the core formation realm, despite its drawbacks. After Emmanuel's plan succeeded, he would have a bigger stage. You will eventually be mine. Xuanhuan vowed silently, turning his thoughts to Babazi Peak. He wondered about Fuhu Sect's battle results, hoping Axton had died under Robert's iron palm. Chapter 468. Heavenly Thunder Marvelous Technique. Within the dominant peak, storms brewed. The Tao realms of Axton and Robert became increasingly tense as they probed each other. After the continuous setbacks of the subduing Tiger Sect, a deep-seated rage had been festering within Robert. Witnessing Axton's calm demeanor, he could no longer contain his anger. He was not only determined to thoroughly crush the Azure Cloud Sect in this martial contest, but also intended to take Axton's life here. Thunder roared as the sky darkened with clouds almost instantaneously. The power of the Tao realm transformed half of the sky into surging thunder, continuously emitting lightning flashes. Axton drew his sword to slay immortals, establishing a 3-foot boundary around himself like an unbreakable barrier. None of the lightning could advance any further. It was completely intercepted by the sword's metal chi. In the clash of Tao realms, Axton wasn't at a disadvantage. A killing realm erupted from within him, instantly clashing against Robert's thunder domain. What intense killing intent! Under this killing intent, I can't even move. The surging killing intent swept over the hearts of all present cultivators, making them hesitant. If Robert was like a tiger picking its prey from the crowd, then Axton was akin to a grim reaper wielding a scythe. This pure killing chi was unlike anything they had ever encountered, leaving them trembling. Himph, do you truly believe you can stand against me? Robert bellowed fiercely, launching the first attack. He didn't believe that someone so young could match him. Even if Axton had fortuitously broken through to the nascent soul stage, it wasn't something to be feared. Robert's figure instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, merging with the thunder domain behind him. The dark clouds above grew heavier, seemingly brewing an unparalleled assault. In the next moment, thunder roared again, splitting out several thunderbolts from the dark clouds, hurling towards Axton. The sword to slay immortals slashed out, golden sword chi surged upward, instantly shattering the thunderbolts. However, Axton felt a slight numbness in his arms. What's this? Before he could ponder further, more thunderbolts charged in, surrounding the sword to slay immortals. Axton frowned slightly, once again slashing out with his sword to break the thunderbolts. But the numbness in his arms intensified, making it slightly harder for him to control the sword. Haha, boy, are my thunderbolts so easy to handle? Robert's voice emerged chillingly from the dark clouds, filled with malice. His thunder domain wasn't just powerful, it subtly influenced the physical body during combat, making opponents fall into a disadvantage even while using the thunderbolts for attacks. Axton's right hand trembled slightly, then he released a gentle force from his nascent soul to dispel the electric aura, feeling somewhat better. The opponent's technique was indeed bizarre, actually affecting his flesh through the Tao realm. The killing realm could withstand the might of the thunder domain, but it was difficult to guard against the lightning entering his body via the sword to slay immortals. If this is all you've got, what a pity. Regaining sensation in his right hand, Axton realized he needed a quick victory. The killing realm was about decisive action. If prolonged, it would gradually weaken him. Still stubborn? Watch this. Robert sneered, viewing Axton as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He planned to torment him to satisfy his revenge. Thunderbolt struck again, aiming to sap Axton's fighting strength entirely, but this thought was overly simplistic. The killing realm started to expand, extending outward from the initial 3-foot radius around Axton. The thunderbolts crashed into it, but disintegrated into thin streams of electricity and vanished. In the killing realm, the hidden landscape beneath the mountains and rivers emitted a faint glow. An endless scroll absorbed the lightning from the thunderbolts without causing any harm to Axton. You managed to block them? Seeing the ineffective attacks, Robert was puzzled. He had only unleashed 50% of his power and hadn't revealed all his techniques yet. Then try this. Robert seemed impatient. Being so easily countered made him lose face. As an elder nascent soul cultivator, he needed a clean and decisive victory. Come on then. With Axton's cry, the killing realm expanded to match the size of the thunder domain. His sudden burst left the spectators stunned. Though hearing Axton had recently reached the nascent soul stage, his presence now rivaled Robert. However, most were still skeptical of Axton's chances because Robert's ultimate skills from his wanderings across 10,000 Spirits continent had yet to be used. Once fully engaged, Axton's Tao realm might not hold up for long. Very well, let's see what you've got. No longer probing, Robert infused his entire spiritual energy into the swirling thunder above. A stream of light shot from his hand, a small flag expanding dramatically to overshadow the sky. Reciting incomprehensible incantations, Robert manipulated the thunder, gathering it into the flag. Rolling thunder shook the heavens, many weaker cultivators bleeding from their ears and noses, clearly affected by the divine authority. Even core formation cultivators lowered their heads, unable to bear the sight. Only Robert danced amidst the thunder, issuing cryptic commands. 9 tribulations heavenly thunder, obey my command. Gather into the flag, guided by me. Robert, surrounded by lightning, appeared like a demonic lord, his body radiant, barely visible within the dark clouds. Holding all the lightning in his hands, his hair and beard standing on end, he seemed a deity controlling the thunder, having fused the Tao realm with greater cosmic principles, enough to annihilate same-rank cultivators with divine power. The sect master of subduing Tiger Sect has such profound abilities. That boy is doomed. What did Robert experience these years to cultivate his Tao realm to the point of borrowing heavenly power? Witnessing this spectacle, the observers, including the Black Heaven sect elders who had been watching quietly, could no longer remain calm. Several beams of light radiated from the arena's perimeter as someone reinforced the barrier to prevent casualties from the overwhelming energy. Outside the arena, the cultivators were safe, but Axton, at the center of the storm, faced immense pressure. All eyes were on the tiny figure, some hoping and others despising him. Boy, taste my heavenly thunder marvelous technique. Encircled by lightning, Robert stood on the flag like a lord of thunder. Brilliant light condensed in his hands, warping space itself. A manifestation of overpowering laws, capable of shredding any Tao realm. Ordinary laws couldn't contend with divine might. Feeling the rolling thunder in his hands, Robert was satisfied. It was the first time since receiving benefits from the Shushan Sword Sect that he fully unleashed his Tao realm. The small flag was bestowed by Emmanuel, masking celestial omens to the utmost. Though incredibly potent, this technique came with a price. If discovered or disrupted by an enemy, Robert would suffer great backlash. But there was nothing to worry about. How could human-comprehended Tao realms compare to divine thunder? Everything would eventually dissolve under his heavenly thunder marvelous technique. Die! Robert plummeted rapidly like a meteor, heading straight for Axton. The rolling thunder tore through space, releasing spatial distortions as he charged forward. On the arena, chaos erupted instantly. Countless fractured spaces turned into black holes. This was due to the overwhelming power of the law forces causing spatial fluctuations. Only the most powerful nascent soul cultivators could create such a momentum. Thunder streaked in beautiful arcs, eventually forming a thunder tiger that ripped through the sky, colliding fiercely with the killing realm. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto Robert's lips. He seemed to already see Axton being shattered to pieces. This was the price for challenging the subduing Tiger Sect, and the final consequence of offending the Shushan Sword Sect. Chapter 469. Body is sword. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, completely enveloping the peak of supremacy, drawing the attention of many powerful figures from the Mystic Sky sect. Who is attacking? Several peak leaders who were in closed-door cultivation at the nth stage opened their eyes, awakened by the intense fluctuations. Clearly, it was not yet time for the competition among the 7 immortal sections. Who could be causing such disturbance? One after another, hidden divine senses approached the peak of supremacy, observing the situation and adding even more pressure around the arena. This strike, death. Robert's face was twisted with ferocity. The powerful divine senses in the air did not affect his offensive moves. Robert wanted to tear Axton apart in front of everyone, proving that the subdued tiger sect was untouchable. This was his ultimate attack, deceiving heaven's will and appropriating celestial lightning. A formidable law no ordinary cultivator could withstand under heaven's authority. Facing Robert's relentless assault, Axton's realm of Emil distorted as the thunderbolts hit, producing a chilling, ear-piercing sound like a solitary boat being swallowed in a violent storm. This battle had already transcended mere technique and spell competition. It was a direct clash of their realms. If one side couldn't hold on, their shattered realm would become the other's nourishment. Destroy and then devour. There were many ways to enhance one's realm. Aside from diligent self-cultivation, raiding another's realm laws was undoubtedly the fastest method. With heaven's power, Robert's lightning domain realm was overwhelmingly powerful, subjugating most through sheer force. Axton's body was imbued with metallic chi, and the river map scroll in the realm of Emil operated at full strength, barely maintaining his realm. However, this was incredibly taxing, and he might not last long before his realm was thoroughly breached. A sharp glint flashed in Axton's eyes. Beneath the eagle eye, the lightning domain turned into lines. He could see the flow of spiritual powers within the domain, deconstructing the most complex laws into basic lines. This was Axton's unique path, the Heart Sword Dao. He could use the simplest moves to unleash the Heart Sword, penetrate his opponent's realm power, and, with the eagle eye's assistance, see through Robert's lightning domain clearly. Robert's figure blended within the domain, merging with the thunderous light. Although skies rumbled with lightning, Axton could pinpoint Robert's location instantly. Indeed, my Heart Sword matches any Dao. Axton felt a surge within him. The scene before him made him smile. Penetrated. Even if Robert manipulated the heavens, he was just a fraud. Real celestial lightning, beyond a transformational period, would be unbeatable even by nascent soul masters. But Robert was just a counterfeit whose thunderous laws could be seen through by the eagle eye, thus presenting an opportunity to win. Thunder roared in Axton's vision, breaking down into simple lines, and finally becoming bright sparks, sketching a complete image. He could see where the thunder was weakest and strongest, undoubtedly Robert's attack pattern. Defending against the strongest points meant all else would naturally fail. However, Axton aimed higher. He wanted to defeat Robert and dethrone the subdued tiger sect. Thus, he acted. The realm of Emil coalesced around him, forming a flying sword. Axton held the Emil immortal sword. The excitement it transmitted revitalized his spirit. This was challenging heavenly power, albeit a fake one. But for the Emil immortal sword, it was an exhilarating battle. Axton also disappeared within the realm. Since Robert wanted to suppress him entirely, he transformed into the Heart Sword, using pure killing aura as the sword's edge, aiming point to surface. Breach. Pure killing aura converged, and the realm of Emil encased Axton's body, rushing skyward, crystallizing into a gleaming, luminous blade resembling the Emil immortal sword, charging straight into the thunder domain. This was the simplest piercing move, a basic sword skill even mundane martial artists used. Now, it appeared utterly plain compared to the roaring celestial lightning, making victory seem hopeless. This boy must want to die. Robert exulted, believing only evasion was possible within the thunder domain, as resisting directly invited suppression, shattering the realm. Sure enough, Axton charged head-on, confirming Robert's expectations. I'll see you run now. Robert's face flickered amidst the thunderclouds, radiant lightning flashing like meteors, burning the air. Wherever he passed, spatial rifts formed, and the immense suction force made it hard for spectators below to stand, holding onto each other for stability. Run? Axton steadily channeled the realm of Emil, lines in his eagle eye becoming clearer. Robert concentrated his deadliest blow at the center of the thunderclouds. A sea of lightning aimed to engulf Axton's realm and shred it completely. Then let's fight. His eyes blazed brightly. Axton saw it, the strongest point of concentrated thunderlight, where Robert must be hiding. The Emil immortal sword condensed from the realm of Emil rapidly shrank, eventually becoming human length, fully enveloped by rolling thunder. To the watching crowd, Axton resembled a bird swallowed by endless celestial lightning, with nowhere to escape. Chapter 470, Dual Dao Realms. Under my 9 tribulation heaven lightning, all resistance is futile. Hidden within the storm of lightning, Robert sneered disdainfully. To him, Axton was seeking death by using his mortal body to resist the power of the thunder tribulation. Did he really think he was an immortal? The thunderous power surged forth, enveloping Axton's sword momentum. For a moment, the air roared with thunder and flashed with electricity. Facing such heavenly might, Axton did not choose to dodge, but instead advanced against the current. Holding the Emil immortal sword, he condensed his aura of slaughter to its utmost, surrounding his whole body. This was his first attempt at fusing Heart Sword intent with the aura of slaughter, transforming himself into the Emil immortal sword to achieve the supreme sword path. Their first clash was brutal. The space distorted as 2 supreme forces collided. The 9 tribulation heaven lightning tried to devour Axton's Heart Sword, yet Axton, like an unafraid calf, continued his relentless assault despite the roaring thunder. This was the true essence of Axton's Emil Dao realm. No matter the pressure, he would not stop until the killing was complete. Fusing with Heart Sword Dao, it became mutually beneficial. Though Heart Sword was profoundly mystical, it lacked a touch of sharpness, which the power of slaughter filled in. Those observing from afar, hidden in the surroundings of Batsi Peak, could not see Axton clearly through the lightning, but several divine senses felt something extraordinary. This is the aura of a dual Dao realm? Did I sense incorrectly? No, this can't be wrong. They distinctly sensed another Dao realm force on the stage and turned their attention to Axton. This boy is not ordinary. The victor remains to be seen. Only these seasoned experts could perceive Axton's abnormality. Understanding two Dao realms during the nascent soul stage was not just genius, it was monstrous. Comprehending one supreme law could advance one to nascent soul, and understanding three could elevate one to transformation spirit. This was the key for breaking through to transformation spirit. Many nascent soul experts, after a lifetime, could only grasp one supreme law and never advance further. Axton's displayed talent had already stunned the secluded elders of the Shushan Sect. Moreover, Axton perfectly merged the two supreme laws, unleashing even greater power. While it couldn't be certain that he would enter the transformation spirit realm, it undeniably proved his infinite potential. It seems Darien has made a good friend. A hidden divine sense swept over Batsi Peak before vanishing. The Thunder Domain Dao realm clashed with Axton's heart sword, and all spectators could only vaguely see the dazzling light inside. One figure transformed into a razor-sharp sword tip moving deftly. His target was clear. It seemed Axton knew where Robert was hiding. Golden sword she cut through like it was unobstructed, completely unaffected by the surrounding heavenly lightning. How did this kid do it? Robert was greatly shocked. If Axton's burst of strength was still within his limits, then his current actions were incomprehensible. It was as if Axton saw through his Thunder Domain Dao realm, each strike targeting his core, forcing Robert to defend and preventing any injury. What kind of sword technique is this? I've never seen this in Mount Shu. Robert's heart raced. Each strike was simple yet struck right at the source. If not for his evasive maneuvers, he would have been injured long ago. As a result, the power of the Thunder Domain Dao realm diminished significantly, gradually being overwhelmed by Axton's attacks. The development of Fuhu Sect was heavily supported by Mount Shu Sword Sect. Robert had studied Mount Shu's sword techniques extensively, finding them exquisite but unfamiliar with Axton's moves. Logically, Axton, a cast-out disciple of Mount Shu, should have used familiar techniques, giving Robert full confidence. But Axton's technique was entirely new and unseen. Not only that, these unpredictable strikes were seemingly simple but released unparalleled power, subtly suppressing the Thunder Domain Dao realm. This can't be. Let's see how long you can hold on. Robert grew increasingly agitated. After prolonged combat, he began feeling the strain. Borrowed heavenly lightning demanded strong retaliation if it failed, leaving limited options. He must persist to victory. Robert doubted Axton could sustain this attack with his early-stage nascent soul strength. Once Axton's spirit energy depleted and his Dao realm weakened, it would be his end. Inside the aura of slaughter, Axton's eyes were sharp. This was the first time he fused Emil Dao realm with Heart Sword Dao, and the explosive power pleased him immensely. But there was more to achieve. Emil Dao realm focused on attack, while Heart Sword Dao enhanced skills. Together they created a straightforward yet powerful strike. The Emil Immortal Sword resonated with his will, not just a weapon but a manifestation of Axton's indomitable nature, cutting through the thunderclouds towards Robert. Under Heart Sword, all laws broke down into primitive lines. He saw Robert's spirit energy flow, understood the intersections of the Thunder Domain Dao realm, and pinpointed Robert's position. Despite draining his spirit energy, every ounce was efficient. Pure ancient sword intent slashed mercilessly, a golden glow piercing through the chaos. I see you now. From the beginning, the outcome was determined. Axton's breakthrough from 9th rank Heaven Dao Golden Core to Nascent Soul was exceptional. His spirit energy's robustness rivaled veteran experts like Robert. With two Dao realms, his comprehension of laws surpassed many others. Thus, Robert could not discern Axton's weaknesses and could only try delaying with powerful spirit energy. But Axton saw the Thunder Domain Dao realm clearly, predicting Robert's every move, striking precisely without wasting effort. The battle intensified, the thunderclouds torn apart and reformed repeatedly for nearly an hour. Robert's body showed signs of failing. To maintain the celestial tribulation, Robert was in a precarious position. Stopping now would allow Axton's Emil Immortal Sword to pierce through, but continuing would risk severe backlash from the celestial Dao. His frustration grew. As head of Fuhu Sect, failing against a junior would earn him Mount Shu's scrutiny. Remembering Anton's command to eliminate Axton, he knew the ruthless consequences of failure. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Robert roared maniacally, driving the Thunder Domain Dao realm to unleash countless bolts. Yet, amidst the dark clouds, Axton's embodiment remained unfazed, advancing relentlessly. Do you understand now? Too late. Axton felt Robert's Thunder Domain Dao realm weakening. Extended use of borrowed, heavenly lightning had left him physically drained. Axton's combined powers of Heart Sword Dao and Emil Dao were far beyond Robert's ability to resist. From the moment he emerged from seclusion, Axton had undergone a complete transformation. It wasn't just that he had broken through the nascent soul bottleneck. It was more accurate to say that he had already grasped a hint of the transformation spirit realm. As long as one comprehended three supreme laws, they had the qualification to break through to the transformation spirit realm. And Axton, who possessed both the Heart Sword Dao and the Emil Dao realm, was already on unbeatable ground when facing Robert. With his dual Dao realms, Axton's understanding of the laws far surpassed many others. His robust spirit energy rivaled veteran experts like Robert. Thus, Robert could not discern Axton's weaknesses and could only attempt to delay with sheer power. But Axton saw through the Thunder Domain Dao realm clearly, predicting every move and striking precisely without wasting effort. Chapter 471. Victory. The situation within the thunderclouds gradually became clear, and the cultivators below the platform also began to notice some clues. The once omnipresent thunderclouds now seemed crushed by an enormous hand, becoming broken and tattered. The originally dark sky was starting to let in bits of light, mixed with glimmers of golden radiance. They saw it. Axton's heart sword gradually came into the crowd's view. Despite the howling thunder, Axton, with his sword, moved through the storm like a master manipulating the weather. Not a single bolt of lightning could touch him. What's going on? Robert doesn't seem to be doing well. It can't be. If the Xiuxian sect's headmaster has this kind of strength, why have we never heard of it before? I told you, disciples from the Xiuxian sect aren't simple. As the headmaster, he couldn't be weak either. This time, Robert has truly met his match. Among those present, many belonged to sects that had been suppressed by the Fuhu sect and couldn't help but vent their pent-up grievances. Although they had no particular fondness for the Xiuxian sect, they hated the always arrogant and overbearing Fuhu sect even more. Normally, the Fuhu sect relied on the backing of the Shushan Sword Sect and bullied others. Now they finally got a taste of defeat. Don't celebrate too early. Our sect leader hasn't revealed his true strength yet. The faces of the Fuhu sect disciples turned grim. Facing continuous ridicule from those around them, they could only grit their teeth and argue back. They knew better than anyone the immense power of Robert and found it hard to believe he would lose here. Strength? Humph. I think it's more about not knowing one's own limits. More murmurs arose, leaving the Fuhu sect disciples speechless, their hopes resting solely on their sect leader, Robert. If the Fuhu sect lost this martial contest, then the Xiuxian sect would replace the Fuhu sect's position and leap into the ranks of the top-tier sections. The fate of the Fuhu sect would be far more tragic, relegated to second-rate status once more. It was essential to understand that the Fuhu sect wasn't established on the basis of brotherhood. Without sufficient cultivation resources, the sect members wouldn't remain loyal. Once it fell, it might never rise again. Big Brother Unker is so powerful. Inside the Xiuxian sect, Annabelle, who had been nervously anxious all along, finally exhaled deeply, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Her eyes had been glued to the thunderclouds, but her lack of discernment prevented her from understanding the full picture until now when the situation became clearer. Anthony and other disciples were focused entirely on observing the aerial battle, their hearts burning with excitement. Axton hadn't acted often since founding the Xiuxian sect, but seeing the patriarch display such prowess during the immortal sect martial contest was exhilarating beyond measure. This was the leader of the Xiuxian sect, their master, and Anthony's savior. After this battle, the Xiuxian sect would thoroughly enter the sights of the myriad creatures of Wanling continent, and no one would dare look down on them. Of course, Anthony knew that Axton's ambitions went much further. The aerial battle became increasingly apparent as the rolling thunderclouds lost their former majesty, disintegrating under the dazzling golden radiance. Finally, Robert's body emerged from the thunderclouds. He could no longer maintain the Tao realm and showed signs of exhaustion. This is the moment. Axton's eyes lit up. He could see that the laws defending Robert had become disordered. The lightning could no longer protect Robert's form, and his Thunder Domain Tao realm was on the verge of collapsing. Heart Sword, Sweep Sword Technique. This was the sword technique Axton had comprehended. A simple yet formidable strike containing the supreme principles of the Great Tao. In the thunderclouds, Axton emitted an explosive aura, his killing domain expanding several times, the surging killing intent shattering what remained of the thunderclouds. He formed a beautiful flower-like pattern with his sword, then lifted it upwards gently. It was a simple stroke, yet it made everyone feel an overwhelming chill. The essence of the Heart Sword had no set rules. It was simple yet profound. Axton could adapt the Heart Sword technique based on his opponent's Tao realm laws. Though it was just a sweeping motion, each strike was different. Through his eagle eye, the patterns of the Thunder Domain Tao realm were crystal clear to Axton. The sweep sword technique he wielded specifically targeted the weaknesses of the Thunder Domain Tao realm, proving to be invincible. Robert's face was deathly pale. He felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. But that wasn't the worst part. What terrified him most was the gradual collapse of his Thunder Domain Tao realm, a suppression by the force of law and the Great Tao itself. As his surrounding laws slipped out of control, Robert was filled with fear. His lips trembled as a dreadful thought suddenly crossed his mind. In the Tao realm battle, he had utterly failed. Axton's Tao realm appeared ordinary but had immense destructive power. Most terrifyingly, Robert felt his Thunder Domain Tao realm being negated by the will of heaven, as if it didn't belong in the Wanling continent. His pupils dilated, yet not a word escaped his mouth. Robert finally understood the most fearsome aspect of Axton. It seemed Axton could see through the laws of his Tao realm and break them down one by one, completely negating them. Initially, the laws became disordered. Then he was at a disadvantage. Until now Robert could barely feel any power from his Thunder Domain Tao realm, as if his own laws were being stripped away. There were only two possible explanations for this phenomenon. 1. He had deceived the heavenly while using celestial lightning and suffered backlash. However, even if he did suffer backlash, it shouldn't result in being negated by the heavenly Tao, since the Thunder Domain Tao realm was a law of the Wanling continent. 2. Due to Axton's exceptionally strong grasp of the Tao realm laws, he could destroy another person's laws. This was not a feat expected of a cultivation stage practitioner. It was seen only in those mighty recluses. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English, adhering to the guidelines provided. Chapter 472. Ceciliaic Aura Anomaly. Who are you exactly? Robert's face finally showed fear. He tried to escape but found that his entire chi was locked by the Heart Sword, rendering him immobile. A disciple cast out from Mount Shu? A second-rate sect? Impossible. How dare you deceive Atlas Ancient sect? Robert had lost all reason. The collapse of the Tao rules meant decades of effort were wasted. Grasping the Tao realm was incredibly difficult, and now everything Axton had denied could no longer be unleashed at will. Foolish. Axton responded with a cold laugh to Robert's ravings. The 9 levels of Heaven Tao Golden Pill, the Land and Sovereignty Map, the Realm of War and the Path of Heart Sword. Acquiring any one of these would make one a genius in Wanling continent. Axton had integrated all 3 into himself, Ordinary nascent soul cultivators were no match for him. Axton did not answer Robert's question. The sword technique, flow reversal, sword upward, aiming directly at Robert's true form. No, I cannot die. Robert's eyes widened with terror as he saw the heavenly path sword glow about to slash down on his body. Once struck, his remains would be utterly destroyed. He was afraid. This was Robert's choice, also a rule set by xuanhuan sect. Regardless of victory or defeat, no one would interfere in this martial contest. Even if one died, it would not provoke controversy. Master Yael, save me. He tried sending out his last trace of divine consciousness, but realized the air around him was already surrounded by the realm of war, blocking any message. Desperation turned to madness in Robert's eyes. He knew Axton would not spare him, and even if he died on the arena, Emmanuel would not defy xuanhuan sect to seek justice for him. He couldn't accept perishing here. After all, the sword sect of Mount Shu had given him so many benefits, and completing their tasks should grant him great fortune. How could he fall here? Roar! Robert screamed. The remaining thunder power around him dissipated entirely, and dark mist began emanating from his nostrils and mouth. His eyes, tightly shut, reopened to reveal pure darkness. The once faint storm clouds became pitch black, obscuring the sky entirely. What is that? It's demonic aura. Has Patriarch Robert succumbed to demonic possession? Quick, let's retreat. Those possessed can't control themselves. The demonic aura grew stronger, casting an ominous shadow over Bashizifeng Peak. Panic spread among the cultivators below. They knew demons were terrifying even when weak. Now, many hurriedly fled, wishing to leave Bashizifeng immediately. Only the disciples of Xiuxian sect remained steadfast around the arena. Chance to, should we retreat too? Ari looked nervously at the sky, asking tremulously. Jediah faced concerns, but remained unperturbed. You go ahead. I'll wait for chance Unkur. Despite the danger, facing Robert directly, Axton's situation was more perilous. Even Xiuxian sect's master did not leave. How could Jediah take the first step? No, let's stay together. I believe in Big Brother Unkur, Susan said resolutely. Despite being suffocated by the demonic aura, her resolve never wavered. Xiuxian sect shared glory and downfall with Axton. As fellow disciples, they wouldn't back down either. Their master hadn't escaped during the confrontation, so how could they? Ceciliaic possession? Transformed into a sword, Axton paused his attack upon seeing Robert's transformation, steadying himself amidst the dark clouds. Something's wrong. This isn't simple demonic possession. Axton frowned. Robert's condition wasn't merely uncontrolled madness. There was still a glimmer of rationality in those crazed eyes filled with hatred. Even just a fraction of sanity was enough to prove something amiss. Robert wasn't simply possessed. These demonic auras had been lurking within him, only now fully erupting under stimulation. Recalling the secret support from the sword sect of Mount Shu behind the tiger-subduing sect, Axton sensed a whiff of conspiracy. You must die. Indeed, when Robert opened his eyes again, his sanity hadn't completely faded. Dark pupils brimmed with endless killing intent. Under pressure, Robert released a secret art obtained from Emmanuel, feeling invigorated. Multiplying strength coursed through him. Never before had he felt so powerful. Over the years, he had made many enemies and often crushed weaker sections. Only Robert knew the reason. He possessed a demonic art from a forbidden practice, able to devour others' dantians to enhance his own cultivation. Robert knew such arts weren't accepted in Wanling continent, but the allure of power made him unable to resist. Is this what power feels like? Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, utterly crazed. If just half the art achieved this, imagine having the full version, invincibility. Axton must die. Only then could he obtain the next part from Emmanuel, achieving mastery. Then, forget Xiuxian sect. Even the 7 great immortal sects wouldn't be a match. Facing the increasingly rampant demonic aura, Axton did not retreat. Like a drawn blade, he stood firm against the sky. This wasn't the first time confronting a demon, nor would it be the last. Robert's transformation clearly wasn't normal, yet the demonic aura stirred a sense of familiarity in Axton. Heart sword in hand, he intended to test the hidden secrets. Ha ha ha, you dare come closer. Seeing Axton's continued assault, Robert's eyes blazed darker. Infinite thunderclouds appeared again, but this time, the lightning was pitch black, emitting a nauseating stench. The killing aura surrounding Robert transformed into boundless resentment, the cries of countless victims. Hearing their moans made one dizzy. Above Bashizifeng Peak, half the sky was shrouded in demonic clouds, the other half in radiant golden light. The demonic clouds raged, seemingly about to encircle Axton under Robert's commands. The demonic aura's power unprecedented, yet Axton didn't falter. This was still the arena, and the martial contest between Xiuxian sect and tiger-subduing sect wasn't over. Axton would not fear the devil. Regardless of Robert's reasons for transformation, it mattered not now. The Emil immortal sword circled overhead, sensing ancient godlike vibes. It chimed softly, signaling readiness. Then let's see you fall once more. Chapter 473, Ernesto. The cultivators on Bazi Peak had mostly fled, leaving only a few standing their ground to watch the situation unfold. Among them were some who considered themselves formidable due to their high cultivation levels, along with disciples of Xiuxian sect. How come Brother Unkur hasn't returned yet? There's no need for him to keep entangling with that devil. In this short period, Aiko's emotions experienced drastic fluctuations. First, Tanner Anthony's outstanding performance raised the morale of Xiuxian sect, followed by Axton's decisive move to seal the victory. However, the overwhelming power now emanating from Robert in the sky was suffocating. Even though Aiko trusted Axton completely, she couldn't help feeling anxious. Chance Unkur must have his own plan. I believe in him. Lucian, who had accompanied Axton all this time, never doubted his decisions. Axton was the soul of Xiuxian sect. Even if he retreated here, Lucian would not step back. Bryn, immortal fairy, can you go and help Brother Unkur? Aiko's urgency made her turn to Bryn. Though their relationship was usually strained, Bryn was undoubtedly the strongest warrior available to assist Xiuxian sect at this moment. Are you worried about your beloved? Bryn's lithe body remained lethargic, seemingly unconcerned about the imminent danger. Feeling the gazes of surrounding disciples, she yawned helplessly and gave a vague reply. Don't worry, Patriarch Uncor can handle it. If he doesn't intervene, others will. Bryn, immortal fairy, what do you mean? Lucian reacted first, a relieved expression appearing on his face. At least you have some sense. Bryn giggled, her gaze drifting to the sky. Don't forget whose domain this is. If word spreads that Black Heaven sect has infiltrated by demonic cultivators, it wouldn't sound good. Hearing this, Aiko suddenly understood. Yes, this was xiuxian sect, ranked among the top 3 of the 7 great immortal sects. As the host of the Immortal Sect martial arts gathering, they wouldn't stand idly by. Before Aiko could ask more, a thunderous voice erupted from the sky, shattering the endless black clouds. What demon dares to create chaos in my xiuxian sect? A resounding boom echoed, followed by an incomparably brilliant sword light slicing through the air. The monstrous cloud that Robert had transformed into began to distort, instantly being shredded into countless specks of dust as he screamed. A beam of light descended from the sky, revealing a towering figure chanting words under his breath. The luminous sword light split again, immediately grinding up all the demonic smoke. Eliminate. Upon uttering the word, all the demonic aura was drawn to the sword light like the wind sweeping away fallen leaves. With a wave of his hand, the giant palm caught hold of Robert's distorted body. Robert's twisted face was filled with terror as he tried to escape and struggle but found himself trapped within the giant palm, eventually dissipating into the heavens, full of resentment. Finally, all the demonic aura converged on the sword light, emitting a piercing shriek before vanishing entirely. Seeing this, the fleeing cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of xiuxian sect's responding disciples recognized the figure in the sky and called out loudly. It's Patriarch Run, everyone, don't be alarmed, Patriarch Run is here to subdue the demon. Indeed, the one who intervened was none other than the current Patriarch of xiuxian sect, Ernesto, father of Clifton. Ernesto's name was renowned throughout the 10,000 Spirits continent, having achieved the alchemy god realm and holding a prestigious reputation. Upon hearing Ernesto's name, the crowd felt reassured. With the Patriarch of xiuxian sect intervening, Robert would cause no further trouble. The towering figure in the sky slowly revealed itself, waving a hand to clear the dark clouds and restore sunny skies over Bazi Peak, driving away the lingering gloom and restoring peace. I am Ernesto, the Patriarch of xiuxian sect. This time, a demonic cultivator infiltrated our gathering due to insufficient supervision. Please accept my sincere apologies on behalf of xiuxian sect. The deep voice conveyed humility, calming the initially discontent cultivators. Ernesto, as a Grand Master in the 10,000 Spirits continent, had shown great respect by addressing them directly, which was already giving them tremendous honor. Acknowledging this, the cultivators bowed their heads towards the sky. Salute to Patriarch Ron. Patriarch Ron speaks too humbly. Who would dare defy when you intervene? Robert got what he deserved. Those from Fuhu sect are nothing but trouble. Beside the arena, the Fuhu sect disciples trembled, unable to defend themselves, only hoping xiuxian sect would spare their lives. Ernesto's gaze swept over everyone, eventually settling on Axton with appreciative eyes. The demon has been subdued, and it won't affect the progress of the Immortal Sect martial arts gathering. I hereby announce that Xiuxian sect wins this Bazi Peak competition, replacing Fuhu sect as the premier faction on Bazi Peak. These words, spoken by Ernesto, carried significant weight. Clearly, Ernesto was highly impressed with Axton's actions, thus personally declaring the outcome of the contest. Ernesto sized up Axton, a smile gradually forming on his face. Patriarch Uncor, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the reputation of xiuxian sect would have been severely tarnished. Ernesto was correct. Had Axton chosen to flee after Robert's transformation, the innocent cultivators below might have suffered. Axton's presence attracted enough attention to buy them precious escape time. Senior Rin flatters me. Even if I hadn't acted, you wouldn't have let the demon run free. Axton spoke modestly, having noticed multiple powerful senses observing from the shadows, the hidden experts of xiuxian sect watching over the event. Even if he hadn't intervened, the possessed Robert wouldn't have caused significant turmoil as someone else would handle it. Clearly, his actions earned Ernesto's approval, prompting him to personally declare Xiuxian sect's victory and bolster Axton's reputation. Excellent, remaining unperturbed amidst insults. Much better than my rebellious son. Ernesto was visibly pleased. He had been secretly observing for a long time, choosing to act only after seeing Axton's every move. As Clifton's father, Ernesto's strict discipline toward his son was known. He approved of Axton's actions and acknowledged that he had the strength to be a peer of the young lord of xiuxian sect. Chapter 474, Delicate Situation. You did well. Ernesto and Axton exchanged glances, the former nodding slightly. Despite Ernesto and other powerful figures of xiuxian sect secretly monitoring the situation, Axton's actions showed a clear sense of responsibility. If Axton had retreated at that moment, the innocent cultivators on the Ba character peak would have suffered. Leader Rin, you flatter me. Even if I hadn't acted, an expert from xiuxian sect would have come to eliminate the demonic influence. Axton put away his realm of slaughter, the xiuxian sword back in its scabbard, as the sky resumed its usual tranquility. Only the two men remained, facing each other. Before Robert succumbed to demonic influence, Axton had sensed several powerful presences surrounding the Ba character peak, one of which was familiar. It belonged to Ernesto of xiuxian sect. Robert had been completely overtaken by demonic energy. As the host of this immortal sect martial gathering, it was impossible not to take action. Therefore, Axton didn't rush to act since he felt those presences were becoming increasingly enraged. President Uncor, what's your take on this matter? Ernesto asked telepathically, having formed some guesses but chose not to speak outright. Axton understood. As both president of Xuanhuan Sect and a powerful Gilda Aiden cultivator, he should have seen through some of it. This question was clearly a test of his insight. My junior believes that there's a dark hand manipulating Robert's transformation into a demon, Axton said steadily. Given that Robert was a Yuan Princeng master, it wasn't possible for him to fall to demonic influences so easily. It suggested that his demonic heart had long been entrenched and only erupted now. Robert had hidden very well to pass Xuanhuan Sect's scrutiny to enter the gathering. No amount of skill from Fuhu Sect could achieve such profound concealment of demonic traits, hinting at more complex matters. Axton and Ernesto exchanged meaningful looks, understanding each other's thoughts. This was serious business. Despite Ernesto discerning some elements, he couldn't make hasty conclusions. The Immortal Sect martial gathering, held once every few decades, was too significant for Xuanhuan Sect to let it go awry. With this in mind, please be cautious, President Uncor. I will await you at the main peak. As Ernesto's figure faded into the clouds, Axton pondered over his words with a bitter smile. Clearly, Ernesto had already seen through his intentions. Waiting for him at the main peak signified a challenge. True to being the head of Xuanhuan Sect, Ernesto possessed extraordinary foresight. It seemed he had a handle on Axton's background and experiences, predicting he would head for the main peak. Given that the gathering occurred amidst potential demonic invasion, it was an especially sensitive time. Axton detected a whiff of conspiracy but couldn't predict the ultimate outcome. He descended to join his disciples from Xuanhuan Sect. Ba character peak was much quieter. Even after Ernesto subdued Robert, most cultivators were too shaken to stay longer. The remaining Fuhu Sect members had been taken away by Xuanhuan Sect's enforcement team, leaving only Xuanhuan Sect disciples waiting anxiously. During the confrontation with Robert, though Axton looked disheveled, he remained uninjured. Their Dao realms differ drastically. Despite Robert's strength surge from demonic possession, Axton had the confidence to handle him. His disciples watched him with a mix of excitement and concern. Eric rushed over, checking him thoroughly for injuries. Even the severely wounded Tanner sat up with Juniper's help, stunned by the intense fight. No one wanted to miss this encounter. Brother Uncor. Master. Calls came from his disciples. Regardless of how tough the battle, they knew Xuanhuan Sect had emerged victorious. 2 wins and 1 draw. It was a perfect triumph. Irrespective of Fuhu Sect's fate, Xuanhuan Sect had successfully broken through into the first-class sect category. Resources for cultivation would significantly increase in the future. None of this mattered compared to their belief that under Axton's leadership, Xuanhuan Sect would eventually rise. They were most pleased to have helped him achieve his goal. With this success and promotion to one of the top-tier sects, Xuanhuan Sect qualified to attend the major 7 sects gathering on the main peak, a crucial stage for resolving old grievances with a Mei sect. You all did well. Axton smiled sincerely, particularly acknowledging Tanner and Anthony with a nod. Tanner, who joined Xuanhuan Sect as a child, showed exceptional talent with many similarities to Axton. Anthony, an ordinary human, was mild-mannered yet suffered soul possession. With luck and destiny, he achieved great fortune. Despite different backgrounds, both displayed unwavering dedication to Xuanhuan Sect, ready to sacrifice everything. Without their efforts, even if Axton's power grew rapidly, reaching today's heights would have been impossible. A sect's foundation was crucial. If Axton was the soul, these disciples were his limbs, making them a complete whole. Tanner, while your understanding of the 6 harmony blade formation is excellent, it lacks a certain boldness. Choose the blade path and embody unyielding courage. Seek Clifton's guidance later. I understand, Master. Tanner listened intently, feeling invigorated. Xuanhuan Sect excelled in blade work. Learning from Clifton would be invaluable. Adiel, while you have Adrian's secret techniques, relying solely on them won't lead to further advancement. Only comprehending your own Dao can propel you forward. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Anthony nodded tightly. He realized his dependence on the Adrian's techniques might impede his progress. Axton's words awakened him, urging him to overcome this shortcoming, aiming to become Axton's trusted right-hand man and repay his master's kindness. Hashtag Chapter 475, Conspiracy. On the summit of Extermination Peak, within the Grand Hall, the expressions of the few individuals inside were exceptionally grim, and the atmosphere was tense. Have you heard that Robert was defeated? Emmanuel's voice echoed through the room. Though it sounded no different from usual, there was a clear note of dissatisfaction in his tone. Reporting to the sect leader, Robert proved to be utterly unreliable. I believe we can discard this piece on Venerable Tiger Sect, Alessio replied humbly. He and his son had always dealt with the Venerable Tiger Sect, originally arranging for Robert to kill Axton on the stage. No one could have expected such an outcome. After Robert became possessed by a demon, did the Profound Heaven Sect exhibit any unusual behavior? Though Emmanuel's words were vague, Alessio, being astute, grasped their meaning immediately. Everyone knew the Venerable Tiger Sect had deep ties with the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. With Robert turning demonic under the watchful eyes of Profound Heaven Sect, the stance of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect became ambiguous. Since the incident, however, Profound Heaven Sect had not sent anyone to investigate, which only made Alessio more uneasy. Reporting to the sect leader, there have been no inspections yet. Everything at Profound Heaven Sect remains as usual. Anyone could associate Robert's fall with the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. As a subordinate sect, the embarrassment of Venerable Tiger Sect implicated Shu Mountain. After all, the development of Venerable Tiger Sect over the years had depended entirely on Shu Mountain. Now, with Profound Heaven Sect taking no notice, Alessio felt increasingly nervous. Could they have discovered something? Alessio lowered his head. This was his failure. He hadn't anticipated the formidable strength of Axton and the Green Cloud Sect. Even Robert couldn't suppress them, costing him a hidden asset. No inquiries? Emmanuel breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming oddly. If so, let's proceed as planned. But what about that traitor Axton? Alessio hesitated, originally thinking Axton was insignificant. Yet now he realized Axton had already interfered with Shu Mountain's plans, like a thorn piercing Alessio's heart. Emmanuel remained silent, clearly growing weary. Noticing his father's troubled expression, Anton interjected hurriedly. Father, don't worry about Axton. No matter how powerful he is, can he truly threaten our Shu Mountain Sword Sect? Anton smiled confidently, reflecting the explosive growth of his cultivation, the secret of which only he knew. That deserter probably aims to enter Profound Heaven Sect's main peak, believing he can cause trouble for us. In my opinion, we don't need to lift a finger. He will meet his demise soon enough. Do you mean that creature will come to observe the gathering of the 7 immortal sects? Alessio was enlightened by Anton's words. The actions of Axton and the Green Cloud sect clearly indicated his resolve and intentions. If Axton really came for Shu Mountain Sword Sect, they would certainly see him on the main peak in a few days. There's nothing to worry about then, haha. Alessio's face relaxed into a relieved laugh. It seemed the boy was seeking his own doom by going to the main peak of Profound Heaven Sect. Atlasanyi, are all preparations complete? Emmanuel lifted his eyelids and asked. Reporting to the master, everything is arranged, but there is one thing I'm unsure about. Anton hesitated, but continued speaking. Sister Soraya often falls into deep slumber, sometimes even forgetting where she is. Is this condition acceptable? Ha ha ha, this is excellent. Emmanuel finally smiled, his eyes glinting eerily. Atlasanyi, remember that although Soraya is my disciple, she is merely a vessel. That is why I imparted the heartless sword path to her. Cutting off emotions and desires, she becomes a perfect vessel. Once the Great Lord returns, everything will change. It's time for the millennial-old landscape of 10,000 Spirits continent to shift. Emmanuel's words stirred excitement in Anton, but seeing Soraya's increasingly vacant demeanor, he still felt a nagging unease. Master, will the Great Lord come to Profound Heaven Sect? Given the heavy security here, it might be difficult. His words trailed off. Through Emmanuel's descriptions, Anton knew Soraya existed as a carrier for a significant figure who had recently begun to awaken, though his strength was but a fraction of its peak. Profound Heaven Sect, as one of the 7 immortal sects, had impenetrable defenses. If the Great Lord couldn't reach the main peak, all plans would fail. Don't worry, he will come back. Emmanuel spoke with confidence, his eyes blazing with fervor. I have sensed the presence of the Great Lord within Profound Heaven Sect. All we need do is wait. After all these years, I'm finally meeting the Great Lord. Even just a smile will make dying worth it. Emmanuel's eyes grew crazed, losing all composure expected of a sect leader. Anton and Alessio quickly lowered their heads, knowing this was the most hidden secret of Shu Mountain, known only to a select few. Even the secluded elders on the back mountain were kept in the dark. His engagement to Soraya was merely a ruse. The true purpose was set by Emmanuel. Soraya's rapid advancement to the Yuan-Ing stage made her a perfect vessel. Over this period, Anton monitored her under the guise of being her fiancée, observing her every move. Soraya, once unsmiling, now slept excessively and often stared blankly into space, sometimes even forgetting her own name. The heartless sword path had severed not only her emotions and desires, but also her self-awareness. She was awake less and less, becoming the perfect vessel for the Great Lord. Atlasanyi, continue to monitor Soraya and ensure she remains intact when the Great Lord arrives. Emmanuel reigned in his fervor, regaining his calm. He wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt his long-awaited scheme. For the sake of the Great Lord, he had lost his humanity, eliminating dissent in Shu Mountain, suppressing the old forces loyal to Gem Wuya, and even willing to sacrifice his beloved disciple to become someone else's host. After waiting so long, the day had finally come. Let everything end on the main peak of the gathering of the 7 immortal sects. The return of the Great Lord would herald a new chapter for 10,000 Spirits continent. Hashtag chapter 476, a bustling courtyard. On the peak of supremacy, a throng of people bustled about. Ever since Axton defeated Robert, the Azure Cloud sect leaped to become a top-tier sect, even gaining privileges previously reserved for the Subdued Tiger sect, namely, the right to observe the 7 immortal sects martial arts competition at the Atlasantian sect's main peak. The matter of Robert succumbing to demonic influence was swiftly suppressed by the Atlasantian sect with swift and decisive action, allowing the competition to proceed as usual. The only difference was the current dynamic on the peak of supremacy. The Azure Cloud sect had successfully established itself as the paramount force on the peak. With this elevated status came numerous visits from various sects. Those fortunate enough to witness the confrontation between the Azure Cloud sect and the Subdued Tiger sect flocked to pay their respects, clearly eager to establish a good relationship with this rising star. Inside the main hall of the peak of supremacy, Hector was busily moving about, sweat pouring down his face. He glanced anxiously from side to side at the door before finally revealing a pained expression. Chanceuncore, there have been too many visitors these past few days. The gifts are piling up so much we can't store them all. Before he could finish speaking, another group of sect cultivators arrived with warm smiles, carrying valuable storage bags in their hands. We've come from the Sequake sect to pay our respects to sect leader Uncore. Here is a small gift, please accept it graciously. Anchor here has heard much of sect leader Uncore's great name. Your battle with Robert was truly eye-opening. Excuse me, where might we find sect leader Uncore? Is there a chance to meet him? The elder visiting had a broad smile, clearly hoping to chat with Axton. Hector felt annoyed but managed to force a stiff smile. It's the Sequake sect friends. Our sect leader is currently meditating in seclusion these past few days. Please leave the gifts with me. I will convey your sentiments on behalf of the Du family. Well, it seems unfortunate that sect leader Uncore is in seclusion. The elder from the Sequake sect clearly did not believe him, but remembering Axton's formidable prowess, he dared not offend. Regardless, this visit aimed to familiarize themselves, as the one-anchored continent's power dynamics hadn't changed in a long time. With the Azure Cloud sect backed by the perceived Truth Immortal Palace and favored by the Atlasantian sect, its rise to prominence was just around the corner. No sooner had the Sequake sect members left when another group of charming cultivators approached, led by a flirtatious beauty named Mandy, followed by several young female disciples. I am Mandy, Lord of the 100 Flowers Valley. Greetings, kind sir. Mandy's voice was honeyed and seductive, causing Hector to shudder slightly. May I ask what brings you here, immortal lady? Hector quickly sized up the situation. If you wish to present a gift, leave it outside the hall. Oh my, did the dear sir guess my intentions? Looks like we have quite an affinity. Mandy's eyes twinkled as she gazed at Hector with coquettish laughter, sending shivers down his spine. Hector, barely in his 20s, found himself awkwardly addressed as brother by Mandy, who was likely over a century old. Despite his thick skin, he struggled to respond. In fact, Mandy does indeed have a gift for sect leader xuanhuan. Will he like it? Without waiting for a response, several of her female disciples sauntered forward, dressed provocatively and giggling, making the courtyard outside the hall seem full of springtime cheer. These are my valley's most talented disciples. Hearing that sect leader xuanhuan lacks a consort, Mandy thought to offer them as his maids. Sect leader xuanhuan need not worry. These girls are virgins. You may dispose of them as you see fit after accepting them. Mandy drew out the phrase, dispose of them, hinting at ulterior motives. Normally, one would be powerless against such a clear strategy to win favor with Axton through a lure. Hector, surrounded by the women, felt embarrassed and speechless. He looked towards the hall for help, always inept at dealing with women. The hall doors opened, but it wasn't Axton who emerged, but a furiously murderous Annabelle. She couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly. You, all go away. Annabelle rolled up her sleeves and forcefully shoved the women aside, unyielding. Put away your sultry looks. My sect leader isn't interested in your painted powder faces. Her eyes were filled with anger. Having already tolerated Jennifer within the Azure Cloud sect, now this 100 Flowers Valley wanting to send female disciples to Axton as maids seemed intolerable. Hector watched dumbfounded, then smiled inwardly and stealthily slipped back into the hall. Outside, he could hear Annabelle sternly reprimanding and Mandy pleading humbly. Chance xuanhuan, the gifts keep piling up. Our Azure Cloud sect finally has a place among the ranks. Hector boasted, feeling proud despite knowing the hidden motives of the visiting sects. But I think we shouldn't accept the gifts. We don't really need them. Sitting inside, meditating with closed eyes, was Axton. After the Azure Cloud sect's victory, Ernesto had allocated the main hall of the Peak of Supremacy to them as territory. It's fine, leave them outside the hall. Axton replied coolly, sensing the heated dispute outside. He smirked faintly, well aware of everyone's intentions. They were merely courting the Azure Cloud sect due to its elevated status. If it remained obscure, no one would have cared. Since they've taken the initiative to extend goodwill, we have no reason to reject them. The Azure Cloud sect will inevitably interact with others on the Xuan-anchored continent in the future. Axton's former self might have ignored them, but as the sect leader, he must consider the Azure Cloud sect circumstances. At that moment, Annabelle stormed in, gulping down Axton's tea in one breath. What happened, Tiana? Did someone offend you? Axton asked amusedly, while Hector couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Why are you laughing, Chance do? It's all because of Mandy. Annabelle folded her arms, pouting in anger. She was shameless. I told her Chance xuanhuan doesn't need those maids, yet she insisted on delivering the gifts to the entrance. And then? Hector chuckled at her innocence. And then? Annabelle grew angrier, pointing outside. Then those women actually stood next to the gifts, refusing to leave. She became increasingly agitated. No way. I must drive them away today. They mustn't think they're worthy to enter our Azure Cloud sect. Hashtag chapter 477, Josie's secret. Axton was well aware of Annabelle's feelings, but chose not to acknowledge them. His mind, however, was not on matters of love. Well, since they are willing to wait outside the hall, let's go with that, Axton said with a smile. He had no interest in the female cultivators sent by the 100 Flowers Valley. No one could match Annabelle in cuteness, and none could rival Bryn in grace. I see that you've been managing the Spirit Beast Garden all by yourself, which must be quite taxing. Why don't we let them assist you as your subordinates? They can help you take care of the garden. Of course, if they do anything wrong, it will be up to you to train them. Handle them as you see fit. As Axton uttered the phrase, handle them as you see fit, Annabelle's troubled expression turned into a broad smile. Her eyes twinkled mischievously, clearly coming up with a good idea. Axton's suggestion made sense. The Spirit Beast Garden was vast, and it was indeed exhausting for Annabelle to manage it alone. With additional help at hand, not only would she have an easier time, but she could also properly train these female cultivators to teach them what it means to know their limits. Annabelle ran out excitedly, while Ely went to inventory the gifts. However, the visitors hadn't finished arriving. This time, without any announcement, someone pushed open the door directly. Axton's eyes lit up as he stood up to welcome the guests, spreading his arms wide. Taoist friend xuanhuan, nice to see you again. Umitba, greetings to brother xuanhuan. Benjamin and Clement smiled warmly, and each gave Axton a bear hug. Following closely behind was a graceful woman with an ethereal aura, Josie, the sacred maiden of Yaoqi. She giggled and came over for a hug, but seeing Axton's awkward expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Do you remember me, little xuanhuan? You were so impressive out there, but now you're shy. Axton awkwardly touched his nose, finding it difficult to handle Josie's overly familiar demeanor. He looked toward Benjamin and Clement for help. Hee, I won't tease you anymore. Xiuxian sect has really gained fame this time. Even the elder sisters in Yaoqi talk about you all day. Josie laughed, sitting down next to Axton without any reservations. Benjamin and Clement shook their heads with wry smiles. They knew Josie too well. She was extremely friendly with those she approved of, but wouldn't even look at those she disliked. Taoist friend xuanhuan, congratulations to Xiuxian sect for becoming a top-tier sect. Umitba, it seems you've left us far behind once again. Clement marveled at Axton's current cultivation. He remembered that during the Heavenly Devil Eye event, they were at the same level, yet now Axton had broken through to the nascent soul stage, a shocking achievement. Haha, just lucky. When it comes to resources, you guys still surpass me. Axton wasn't flattering them. The illusionary Immortal Palace and the Buddha Sound Temple had profound legacies, and as representative disciples, Benjamin and Clement possessed countless extraordinary skills and abilities, none of which were inferior to his own. Cut the formalities. You guys sound so cliché, Josie hummed, staring intently at Axton. Little Uncle, tell me, what are your plans after this? Axton was taken aback by Josie's directness, but he didn't plan to hide his intentions from her. After all, anyone recognized by Benjamin and Clement was already considered a friend. To be honest, I won't end here. Axton spoke earnestly. This statement carried multiple meanings, and Benjamin and Clement understood its implications, their eyes filled with excitement. You mean to continue to the main peak of Shushan Sect? Josie murmured, nodding to herself. That's right. It's a rare opportunity to witness the 7 immortal sects martial arts competition. Otherwise, my master wouldn't have sent me here. She glanced at Benjamin and Clement, who maintained their enigmatic expressions without saying a word. What? Did I say something wrong? A thought crossed Josie's mind, focusing back on Axton. Little Uncle, whatever your plans are, tell me. Josie will fully support you. Seeing Axton hesitate, she seemed eager. Go ahead, the elder sisters in Yaoqi think highly of you. No one will dare bully you when we're around. Little Uncle, are you planning to demand justice from Xiuxian? That's great. I'll be with you. I've never liked those sneaky people anyway. They clearly have ulterior motives. Josie rattled off her words, ready to stand by Axton no matter what. Axton found her amusing but was touched inside. Forget demanding justice. I don't have the strength to argue with them. Axton said mildly, but to Josie, it sounded like resignation. Don't worry, we'll back you up. What Xiuxian did is unfair. They need to give you an explanation. She assumed Axton was afraid of Xiuxian's influence, feeling a bit disappointed, but Axton's tone shifted, exuding immense confidence. Fear? Not at all. Axton's eyes sparkled, stunning Josie momentarily. Xiuxian doesn't need to give me justice. I'll bring them justice myself. Axton's words held deep meaning. Even the astute Josie took some time to grasp his intent. Little Uncle, you mean to challenge Xiuxian? Josie gasped, amazed by Axton's bold plan. Though the head of a top-tier sect had the right to challenge one of the 7 immortal sects, almost no one dared to risk it, especially considering how much they wanted to curry favor instead of offending them. Not a challenge, just making those despicable people pay the price. Axton shook his head. Calling it a challenge would belittle himself. Xiuxian had long lost its reputation, and despite wearing a false facade over the years, its internal decay was undeniable. The slandered parents, the benefactor Wine Sword Immortal, former confidant Soraya, and the Xiuxian that father sacrificed his life to protect, all had lost their former glory. Emmanuel, Alessio, Anton, and the Haddons backing them. Axton knew of the conspiracies within Xiuxian, but this time, the Uncle family wasn't protecting Xiuxian but exposing its true nature. Josie was thoroughly shocked. Even though she knew of Axton's hardships, she never imagined that this person, leading Qinyuan's sect to this point, had such grand aspirations. She swallowed hard, her face lighting up with excitement. Benjamin and Clement, knowing Axton well, weren't surprised by his declaration. Good. In light of your resolve, I'll tell you a few secrets only I know. Don't worry, you'll be very interested. Chapter 478. 3 Souls and 7 Spirits. Josie said excitedly. She had long held a grudge against the people of the Shushan Sword Sect. Hearing Axton's thoughts now, she felt even closer to him. You all know that our Yaoqi Holy Land has always been accomplished in intelligence matters. Josie's tone was somewhat proud. Being part of an order predominantly populated by female disciples, they usually obtained plenty of information. Have you heard of Soraya? It's said there's some history between you two. Josie stared at Axton, making him feel rather embarrassed. Their relationship was indeed complex. Firstly, Axton had left the Shushan Sword Sect, placing them in opposition. Secondly, due to certain reasons, Soraya lost her memory, completely forgetting her past experiences. For Axton to want any interaction with her was incredibly difficult. What happened to her? Seeing Axton's nervous expression, Josie's face lit up with a gossipy smile. I knew it wasn't simple between you two. I have some news. My senior from Yaoqi once visited Xiuxian and noticed that one of their disciples had peculiar aura, Soraya. The elder said that only 3 of her 7 souls remained, the rest unknown. However, Xiuxian kept her status under strict protection. The elder could only discern so much. Josie's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on Axton. Do you know what this means? Axton's heart sank. He already had a vague suspicion. Although Emmanuel claimed Soraya practiced the emotionless sword path, cutting off emotions to achieve supreme sword intent, Josie's words made Axton sense something amiss. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Losing just one would make a person lose sanity. Soraya losing all 7 spirits was clearly not just about practicing the emotionless sword path. Note, Wuqing is better translated as emotionless in this context to maintain consistency and clarity in meaning. You're right, I suppose you've guessed it. Josie recited confidently, recalling secrets from Yaoqi Holy Land. It's rumored those who survive losing 7 spirits are reincarnated powers. 3 souls nourish the body, while 7 spirits enter the cycle of rebirth. Only when the 7 spirits fully awaken and reconnect with the body can the spirit be restored, marking successful reincarnation. But most such secret arts belong to demonic cultivators. We righteous cultivators fear being detected by the heavenly Tao after separating souls, leading to eternal exclusion from the cycle of life, hence it is rare. Gale and Hatcher sighed upon hearing Josie's words. They had friendships with Soraya too, but didn't expect her to endure such an ordeal. As a body retaining only 3 souls, Soraya obviously regained consciousness but, under Xiuxian's intervention, lost her memory, a tragic reality. Why did Soraya come to the Immortal Gate martial arts competition this time? Gale asked, puzzled. Normally, such powerful reincarnations would be well protected to prevent bodily harm. Previously, Shushan protected Soraya so thoroughly that she seemed to vanish from the world. Why bring her now? Perhaps Soraya's 7 spirits were found? Axton concluded. Only this explanation allowed Emmanuel to permit her participation. Recalling everything, and considering Soraya's respect for Emmanuel, Axton felt a surge of anger, sharing it with Gale and Hatcher over treating his disciple as a vessel and erasing her memories. A despicable act. So Soraya's spirits will manifest at the competition? Hatcher clasped his hands, having reached a conclusion. As a former friend, he couldn't sit idly by. Erase her memories is akin to killing her. We must help. Flipping back to Josie's revelation, they resolved to assist. But how should we proceed? Josie looked at Axton, curious to see his plan. Don't worry, I have a plan. Axton thought briefly. But I'll need your help. Ha ha ha, Brother Uncor, don't be modest. Soraya is our friend too. Whatever Brother Uncor needs, I will assist. Why are you looking at me? My Yaochi Holy Land cannot stand oppression. Count on me. The four smiled, forming a perfect synergy. With Clifton, their host, they wouldn't yield even facing the Shushan Sword Sect's pressure. 2 days later, outside Atlasantian Sect's main peak. Compared to the outer peaks, Wuxia Peak was quiet without many cultivators bustling around. Today marked the gathering of the 7 immortal sects and the last rest before their competition. Usually, no other sect dared intervene. However, today was different. Unfamiliar figures appeared at Wuxia Peak, Axton and Annabelle. Initially, Axton planned to visit alone, but with Bryn gone, and other disciples either low-level or injured, Harvey couldn't leave Ba-Character Peak. Only Annabelle volunteered. Axton didn't refuse her request, understanding it would be better for Xiuxian Sect's reputation if accompanied. Annabelle, visibly thrilled, stood before Atlasantian Sect's main peak. The opportunity to participate in the top event of the Wanling continent exceeded her wildest dreams. She readied herself mentally. If Axton needed, she'd speak on his behalf, maintaining Xiuxian Sect's dignity. Let's go. Axton understood her resolve. Seeing her presence might reduce potential trouble. Halt. Just outside Wuxia Peak, they were stopped by several Atlasantian Sect disciples scrutinizing them. Who are you? Do you know where you are? These patrolling disciples were extra vigilant, wary of unwanted elements. Incidentally, I'm Axton, Palm teaching of Xiuxian Sect. Here's my token. Please inform the elders. Axton cooperatively showed his jade badge. One disciple glanced and then whispered to others, his demeanor softening. So you're from Xiuxian Sect. Let me inform our superiors. Suddenly, a casual voice interrupted them. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. Brother Uncor is my friend. Let him in directly. Respectful looks spread among the disciples. Little sect master. The relaxed voice belonged to Clifton, reinforcing their invitation. Hashtag chapter 479. Reunion in the palace. The person who arrived was none other than Clifton, the young lord of Atlasantian Sect. His divine sense had been monitoring Axton's movements all along. As soon as Axton appeared, Clifton immediately stepped forward to greet him. Brethren. Axton respectfully clasped his hands. The fact that Clifton personally came to welcome him clearly demonstrated respect for Xiuxian Sect, and he couldn't afford to be impolite in public. Why so formal between us? Clifton chuckled and approached Axton. Well then, can I take him in now? The disciples of Atlasantian Sect quickly lowered their heads. Despite appearing affable, Clifton was known to be quite proud, and being called a brother by him was no small feat. Of course, if he is a friend of young lord, he's a friend of our Atlasantian Sect, naturally free to come and go. The disciples promptly made way, allowing Clifton to lead Axton and Aiko inside leisurely. Compared to the other 8 peaks, Wuxia Peak was even more majestic and awe-inspiring. Walking on the path leading up the mountain, the boundless sea of clouds surrounding them felt like they were in a celestial realm. Aiko couldn't help but whisper her admiration, while Axton nodded frequently. From the main peak alone, it was evident how remarkable Atlasantian Sect was among the 7 great sects. Brother Uncor is too modest. This means nothing, Clifton remarked indifferently. He never took such superficial matters seriously. By the way, Brother Uncor, I've heard you created an excellent cultivation haven in Xiuxian Sect, including a special place called the Enlightenment Pool. I hope you'll let me experience it sometime. Clifton spoke earnestly. Despite his privileged upbringing with abundant cultivation resources, he fully understood the challenges of establishing a sect in the 10,000 spirit continent. For Axton to build Xiuxian Sect from scratch, achieving prominence within less than 2 years, was no easy feat, a testament to his extraordinary efforts and perseverance. Alright, we're almost there. Ahead lies the Wuxia Hall, where many old acquaintances are waiting. Shall we enter now? Clifton hinted at the familiar faces awaiting inside, which included Benjamin and others from Mountame. It was a reminder to Axton. Axton nodded, feeling a surge of valor rise within him. I was just about to suggest that. Ha ha ha, wonderful. I heard Benjamin say he's eagerly anticipating your performance today. Clifton laughed heartily, finding Axton increasingly interesting. Without another word, he continued leading the way. Inside the Wuxia Hall, numerous cultivators were already seated, arranged according to the hierarchy of the 7 great sections. Atlasantian Sect, hosting this gathering, occupied the foremost seat, followed by Pahuang Immortal Palace and Foyan Temple. Amei Sword Sect sat at the end, reflecting its declining strength. Still, as one of the 7 great sects, a weakened giant remained formidable, and no one dared underestimate them despite recent setbacks. Emmanuel, the only patriarch present, sat expressionless, seemingly detached from the ongoing conversations until a message interrupted. The head of the Ba-Character Peak, Patriarch Axton of Xiuxian Sect, has arrived. This announcement came from outside, but before it ended, Clifton hurriedly led 2 figures into the hall. Emmanuel's expression flickered slightly, but did not turn to look. Instead, he continued meditating, though Ernesto noticed these subtle changes and stood up, holding a cup of fine wine. Greetings, Patriarch Uncor of the new head of Ba-Character Peak. I am Ernesto, Patriarch of Atlasantian Sect. Though Ernesto's words were simple, his act of leaving his seat amazed everyone. Given Ernesto's status, he wouldn't need to deal directly with a first-class sect like Xiuxian sect, yet here he was, offering a toast. However, upon seeing Clifton accompanying Axton, everyone understood. If Clifton vouched for someone, giving Xiuxian sect some face made sense. Patriarch Run, you honor me too much. I am but an unknown novice. I will drink this cup. Axton accepted the offer gracefully, downing the wine in one go without hesitation. Excellent. Patriarch Uncor truly lives up to your reputation. To dare challenge a first-class sect openly, you're the first in years. Ha ha ha. Ernesto laughed heartily, obviously impressed by Axton's audacity. Father, Uncor brother is the only one in nearly a century to successfully challenge a first-class sect, something you told me. Clifton whispered quietly, but was swiftly silenced by Ernesto's stern gaze. No matter how free-spirited he acted around Axton, he turned submissive when facing his father. Bastard child, do you have something to say? Ernesto's commanding presence forced Clifton to lower his head. Well, since everyone has gathered, let's begin. Patriarch Uncor, your seat is to the right of Yiba Sword Sect. Please take your seat. Axton nodded, guiding Aiko over and sitting in the reserved spot near the Yiba representatives. He ignored the familiar or resentful faces, as if they meant nothing to him. Anton's expression changed, about to speak, but Alessio's warning glance stopped him. He had no choice but to lower his head, waiting for Ernesto's next move. After Axton was seated, the mood became notably solemn. Clearly, this gathering held significant importance. Among those in sight, Kyler and Chevy exchanged encouraging glances. Other great sect leaders, curious about Xiuxian sect, still focused on Ernesto, waiting for him to speak. This wasn't an ordinary banquet. It involved the strongest 7 sects in the 10,000 spirit continent, and every word could influence the future, especially with the demonic invasion looming. Every statement mattered deeply. Hashtag chapter 480. Public humiliation. Thank you all for giving the Atlasantian sect this face. Gathering together today, Ernesto said slowly. Although his words were polite, there was a hint of dominance in them. I believe everyone understands the current situation on the Wanling continent. Cultivators of demonic arts are growing increasingly rampant. This tournament among the 7 great immortal gates is primarily to plan the elimination of these demons. Please share any suggestions or intelligence you have here. After the tournament, the leader will be decided based on each sect's ranking. Just as Ernesto finished speaking, a voice of agreement echoed from the ranks of the Badeo sect's cultivators. The speaker was none other than the leading elder of the Badeo sect, Roberto. Master Run is right. These demon cultivators are acting without restraint, wreaking havoc within the territory of our Badeo sect. However, their movements are secretive and unpredictable. We must take action. In my opinion, the 7 great immortal gates need to work together to overcome this crisis. After all, the last invasion by the demonic clans was mainly dealt with by... Roberto stopped mid-sentence, his face flushing with embarrassment. The last demonic invasion was led by Yiba Sword Sect, under the heroic resistance of the peerless Tommy, but it left Yiba gravely weakened, with most of its elite members lost, including Tommy, who disappeared after being invaded by demonic chi. The 7 great immortal gates had never been a unified front, and they secretly rejoiced at Yiba's decline. However, such sentiments could not be discussed openly. Axton naturally understood the implications behind Roberto's words. A wave of anger surged in his heart, but he felt a small hand grip his own. It belonged to Aiko, who had noticed his change in demeanor. Aiko understood Axton's past and the tragic fate of the Uncor family. She knew it would be unwise for Xiuxian sect to let emotions cloud judgment now that they had reached this critical juncture. Axton took a deep breath and nodded slightly to Aiko, regaining his composure. He scanned the hall, realizing that those present, who had experienced the immortal Cecilia War, might hold key information about his father's disappearance. He couldn't afford to be sidelined here. Amit Buddha, let us not dwell on the past. Let us focus on the present, Chevy said, his eyes filled with compassion. The Photonsi Temple had always been at the forefront in battling demons, but even they could not guarantee safety for the mortal cultivators in their territory these days. That's correct. I've observed the heavens recently and performed divinations, Aldo said solemnly, indicating ominous results. While en route to Atlasantian sect, my divinations foretold significant events ahead that could imperil even the 7 great immortal gates. If it were an ordinary person making such claims, everyone would dismiss it outright. However, Pohan Immortal Palace was renowned for its ability to discern celestial portents, so no one could ignore all those warnings. Silence fell over the hall. Everyone harbored dark premonitions, while Emmanuel remained seated silently, seemingly indifferent to the impending demonic invasion. Seeing the silence, disappointment crept onto Ernesto's face. Regardless of tomorrow's rankings in the tournament, we must unite to deal with the demonic invasion. Before he could finish, a familiar voice interrupted him. Senior Ren is right, but these matters concern only the 7 great immortal gates. Outsiders shouldn't be present. All eyes turned to the speaker, a representative from Yiba Sword Sect, Anton. Anton, undaunted by the attention, met Axton's gaze, conveying an unmistakable message. Axton, as head of a first-rate sect, had no place in this discussion meant for the leaders of the 7 great immortal gates. Emmanuel neither showed joy nor displeasure. His tacit approval was clear. Axton smiled inwardly. Yiba Sword Sect would not abandon him, and his old friend Anton was stepping up. Amit Buddha, what the Yiba friend says holds merit. Since Master Uncor is one of the 8 Peaks leaders, he certainly has the right to attend, Master Baird interjected. Most sects did not wish to involve themselves in such high-level meetings, acknowledging Axton's position while avoiding unnecessary entanglements. Chevy didn't object, implicitly agreeing with Baird. Ah, I see it's a disciple from Photonsi Temple. I am Anton of Yiba. Anton saw the respect due to the temple, knowing Axton had influential friends in various sects, with Baird being one. Master Baird, your point is valid, But is it appropriate for a first-rate sect like Qingyun sect, especially one recently founded, to join our meeting? Moreover, its leader, Axton, was expelled from a May for collaborating with demons. How can we trust him? Especially given his father? Anton left the sentence unfinished, but everyone knew his implication. Tommy, once revered as a hero, had been denounced as a demon, making Axton's presence highly sensitive. Especially those unaware of Axton's background now focused on him, surprised that he was Tommy's son, adding depth to Qingyun sect's sudden rise. Humph, I know something of Senior Tommy's achievements. A hero who saved the entire Wanling continent, yet he was vilified by a May. How dare you bring this up now? Benjamin stood up, challenging Anton. As Axton faced public humiliation, Benjamin, as his brother, had to stand up for him. Besides, resisting the demonic invasion is the duty of all cultivators. Why shouldn't Brother Uncor participate? Even if Senior Tommy succumbed to demonic chi, he fought for the welfare of all. How can you slander him here? Hintion, enough? Benjamin's outburst was cut short by Aldo's stern interruption. But Benjamin wanted to continue but was silenced by Aldo's stern look, retreating back to his seat. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, a forbidden topic having been raised. Ernesto finally stepped in to ease the tension. Let's not revisit past events. Since Uncle Zhengzhu is Tommy's son, he deserves to attend. No more talk of it. Ernesto, too, clearly avoided further discussion on Tommy. Axton noted this reluctance. Not many knew the full story, but as the leader of Atlasantian sect, Ernesto surely did. But unless Axton rose to equal status, he wouldn't learn these secrets. Anton sat down, still harboring deep resentment toward Axton. Ever since Uncor's rise in May, Zhao had suffered multiple defeats, even losing an arm. Axton's alliances with powerful disciples puzzled Zhao. Trying to undermine Qingyun sect now seemed futile. He turned his attention to Emmanuel. Ladies and gentlemen, may I offer a word? Note, this translation adheres to the original text structure and tone while ensuring natural English flow. Emmanuel slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly peaceful, but Axton could detect a hint of malevolence within. Originally, its sect leader Yarel. Please speak your mind. Ernesto nodded. The leader of Shushan Sword Sect personally coming to Atlasantian sect was not something Ernesto could afford to take lightly. He was curious to see what Hamish was truly after. Hamish slowly opened his eyes, and though his gaze seemed peaceful, Axton could detect a hint of cunning within. So it's sect leader xiuxian. Please, speak your mind. Hamish's gaze swept around the room, eventually settling on Axton, and he said what was expected. Emmanuel's gaze swept around the room, finally settling on Axton, and he spoke the expected words. Emmanuel slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly calm, but Axton could detect a hint of malevolence in it. So it's leader Yael. Please speak your mind. Ernesto nodded. With the leader of the Shushan Sword Sect personally visiting the Atlasantian sect, Ernesto could not afford to be disrespectful. He was curious to see what Emmanuel's true intentions were. Emmanuel's gaze swept around the room and finally settled on Axton, saying something unsurprising. Chapter 481. Issuing the challenge. There are some things I didn't wish to say, but since this expelled disciple has come here, we can no longer tolerate his insolence. Emmanuel's voice was devoid of emotion, as if Axton meant nothing to him. Although this youth is the headmaster of the Azure Cloud sect, he was expelled from our Shu Mountain sect a year ago. I suspect he has colluded with demonic cultivators and should not be part of the 7 great immortal sects. Besides, with the meager resources and strength of the Azure Cloud sect, what can they bring to this meeting? Wouldn't it degrade our status? Every word from Emmanuel struck deep, disdain clearly evident in his eyes, implying that Axton's background was tainted. This was the simplest defamation, and also the most lethal attack. If Axton were confirmed to have collaborated with the demon race, it's likely the 7 great immortal sects present would not allow him to live, even without Shu Mountain's intervention. Nonsense. I've finally lost his patience. He had assumed this was merely a dispute among younger generations, so he hadn't intervened. Hearing Emmanuel speak out with such slander, anger surged on his face. Master Yael's words are amiss. The Azure Cloud sect rose to its current status under the tacit permission of our illusion-breaking immortal palace. If little friend Uncor has colluded with demonic cultivators, wouldn't that cast doubt on us as well? Amitba, although Monk Bujia has only met Brother Uncor once, I believe he would not associate with demonic cultivators. Jalmer came to Axton's aid. His influence in the Buddhist temple was undoubtedly one of the top figures. Clifton, seated beside Ernesto, wanted to refute but was suppressed by his father's gaze, leaving him feeling dejected as he lowered his head. Seeing that all eyes in the hall were on him, Axton, no matter how deep his resolve, had to respond. He first bowed slightly to Ives and Jalmer to express his gratitude for their support, then stepped forward before everyone, fixing his gaze on Anton. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not wish to say much, but this person has defamed my father's name, and thus I must address it. Friend Uncor, feel free to speak. With Elder Ives and Jalmer present, no one will dare harm you. Ellison said, supporting Axton wholeheartedly as his close friend. Anton, made uneasy by Axton's stare, still put up a brave front. Slander? You're just guilty. Our Shu Mountain Sword Sect has always acted with integrity. You know very well why you were expelled. Why make a fool of yourself now? Feeling supported by Emmanuel, Anton regained his arrogance. What could Axton and the tiny Azure Cloud Sect do against the prestigious Shu Mountain Sword Sect? You're right, you know it best. Axton refused to waste time on futile arguments. Even if he revealed the hidden filth within Shu Mountain, no one would believe him. After all, the Azure Cloud Sect had little credibility compared to the established reputation of Shu Mountain. Anton, do you mean to say the Azure Cloud Sect doesn't deserve this seat? Axton's eyes shone fiercely, making Anton feel as if he were being scrutinized by a powerful spirit awareness, causing chills to run down his spine. So what if I do? Isn't Anton's statement true? Biting his teeth, Anton responded fiercely. Despite Axton's pretense, the Azure Cloud Sect standing on 10,000 Spirit Continent was undeniable. Even as a top-tier sect, it couldn't compare to Shu Mountain. What if I prove that the Azure Cloud sect is worthy of conversing with the 7 great immortal sects? His words startled everyone. Axton's statement, though simple, conveyed unmistakable confidence. The Azure Cloud sect, despite being a rising star, couldn't realistically match the caliber of the 7 great immortal sects in just over a year. His words seemed like delusions. Even Ives and Jalmer frowned, displeased with Axton's overconfidence. Oh, ha 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 ha. Anton laughed derisively, thinking Axton was indulging in absurdity. Converse with the 7 great immortal sects? Do you really think you're someone? Anton's tone was icy, clearly believing Axton had delusions of grandeur after founding his own sect. Master Uncor, consider your words carefully. The 7 great immortal sects have stood for ages. This isn't a joke. Ernesto himself felt Axton's statement was disrespectful. No matter how exceptional he was, comparing the Azure Cloud sect to the 7 great immortal sects was preposterous. Ignoring the murmurs, Axton continued, staring straight at Anton. Or rather, his gaze locked onto Emmanuel. Since you disagree, let me take a bold step. His expression turned serious, turning towards Ernesto of the profound Heaven sect. Elder Ren, as the leader of the 8 peaks, I have the right to challenge any of the 7 great immortal sects, correct? Yes, that is the rule. Ernesto was speechless, a disbelief growing within him. I understand. Axton smiled faintly, pointing towards Shu Mountain Sword Sect. In that case, on behalf of the Azure Cloud Sect, I hereby challenge the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. If we defeat Shu Mountain, that will prove the Azure Cloud Sect deserves a seat here, right? Chapter 482, Delaying Time. Inside the Wushibo Peak Great Hall, there was silence. Apart from a few close friends who had already been informed by Axton, everyone else stared in astonishment at his every move. If they hadn't misheard, Axton had just issued a challenge to the Amei Sword Sect in his capacity as the leader of Qingyun's sect, claiming he would defeat them. Although Qingyun's sect had indeed demonstrated formidable strength by defeating sects like Fudiger sect on their way here, challenging an old-established immortal sect like Amei seemed unimaginable. Amei, though significantly weakened during the last demon invasion with only a fraction of its experts remaining, still retained its foundation. Especially the 3 elders in the deep mountains at the peak of the transformation phase ensured that Amei remained among the 7 great immortal sects. In the Jade Pool Holy Land seat, a middle-aged woman wearing a veil looked over at Josie. So this is the disciple you mentioned is worth befriending? He's rather overconfident, she remarked. The veiled beauty was Camilla, the deputy leader of the Jade Pool Holy Land. She had often heard about Axton from Josie, but now found him speaking so arrogantly. The 7 great immortal sects were elite, far beyond any ordinary first-class sect. His bold words wouldn't easily bridge that gap. Director Uncor, think before you speak. While we are all renowned righteous factions, these words shouldn't be said lightly, Ernesto said from his position at the head of the hall, looking meaningfully at Axton. Thank you for your concern, Elder Rin, but I stand by my words. My purpose today is to issue this challenge, Axton said calmly, meeting everyone's gaze without fear. Ridiculous. Anton slammed the table first and pointed angrily at Axton. You, an expelled disciple, actually think you have the right to compare yourself with our Amei Sword Sect? How dare you challenge us? He turned to look at Ernesto, anger evident on his face. Headmaster Run, it might be best to expel this young man from the hall. He has no sense of self-preservation or humility. He doesn't deserve to discuss matters with the 7 great immortal sects. Oh, since Director Uncor has earned the right as one of the 8 Peaks champions, logically he qualifies to be here. Perhaps we should hear what he has to say, Ernesto replied ambiguously, somewhat favoring Qingyun's sect. Ernesto had been observing Axton for some time. Recognized as a friend by Clifton, Ernesto also had admiration for him. Yes, I too am curious about little friend Uncor's intentions, Ives added, supporting him. Being within the deception-breaking Immortal Palace realm, even if Axton's friendship with Benjamin wasn't considered, Ives wouldn't stand idly by. How unreasonable. Headmaster Yael? Anton wanted to argue further. Accepting a challenge from Qingyun's sect was already an insult to Amei's status, especially when they had more important matters at hand. This interruption could disrupt their plans. Atlas Sanyi, be quiet. Emmanuel cut him off, eyes cold. Yes, Headmaster. Anton glared fiercely at Axton, but finally fell silent. Axton, are you truly challenging our Amei Sword Sect? Emmanuel's gaze was deep and penetrating, like looking at a dead man. I thought that after expelling you, you'd realize your mistakes. Your presence here today brought me some hope. It seems I was wrong. Not only do you not repent, but you also show no respect for your teachers, betraying what River taught you. Hearing Emmanuel mention his father, rage burned in Axton's heart. Hearing such words from Emmanuel was a grave insult to both of them. Though unclear about the inside story, Axton knew Emmanuel was one of the masterminds behind the expulsion. Are you still mentioning father? He sacrificed everything to save Amei, but was labeled as a demonic cultivator and disgraced. Axton's eyes were cold. Since Emmanuel brought up this matter, clearly things had escalated completely. But did he really think Axton would back down? All his years of effort culminated in this moment. He had to find out the truth about his parents' disappearance. Ha 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 ha, did I say anything wrong? When Uncor Shanha entered demonic cultivation, it was witnessed by everyone here, not just myself. Asked Patriarch Run of Atlas Sanction's sect, is that not so? Emmanuel directed his gaze toward Ernesto, who was aware of past events. Well, after repelling the demons, Uncor Shanha indeed absorbed demonic chi. However, why he disappeared afterward remains unclear, Ernesto said diplomatically. These are internal affairs of Amei. Outsiders cannot interfere. Ernesto made it clear that while he could confirm Uncor Shanha entering demonic cultivation, he knew nothing about the reasons for his disappearance. Humph. Emmanuel smirked but, feeling Ernesto's intimidating gaze, swallowed the rest of his words. After all, they were on Atlas Sanchin sect's territory, and provoking Atlas Sanchin could jeopardize their future plans. Little demon, I can accept your challenge. What is the cost? Emmanuel smiled sardonically. The memory of Uncle Xuanhuan's brilliance weighed heavily on him. Crushing Axton's spirit would be a satisfying feat. Correctly pointing out that xiuxian sect challenging Amei meant being prepared for potential defeat, Emmanuel was curious about Axton's strategy. The cost? Axton braced himself, realizing they had reached the core issue. If xiuxian sect loses, I will offer my life. But if Amei loses, then they will be removed from the list of the 7 great immortal sections. Agreed? Axton's statement met immediate opposition from Anton. That's absurd. What kind of deal is that? Not to mention whether you qualify to challenge us based on your strength. The conditions you propose are laughable. Anton's derisive expression showed he considered Axton's life worthless. Headmaster, I suggest we kick him out now rather than waste time with this nobody. I agree. Anton, mid-rant, was shocked into silence. Don't accept this ex-disciple's challenge. By accepting Axton's challenge, Amei would indirectly acknowledge xiuxian sect as an equal, increasing the status gap between him and Axton. Do you have the right to speak here? Emmanuel's roar left Anton trembling and silent, remembering the consequences of crossing Emmanuel. Now that you've issued the challenge, let's proceed with it, and may it be held in front of the 7 great immortal sections. Patriarch Run, what do you think? Sensing Emmanuel's decision, Ernesto nodded despite his doubts. He wanted to see what Emmanuel was planning. Very well. Emmanuel stood, followed by Anton. Then Amei will withdraw from today's discussion. We'll return after determining the outcome. Ignoring others' gazes, he walked out with Anton. Headmaster, why accept that boy's challenge? Once outside, Anton couldn't contain his curiosity. In his view, once their plan succeeded, Axton would become a joke under Anton's control. Why did the usually shrewd headmaster agree to such an unreasonable challenge? Chapter 483, The Ace. I naturally have my reasons for agreeing with that beast. Are you afraid? Emmanuel scrutinized Anton, the imposing aura around him inducing fear. How could Atlasanyi be afraid? It's just that it would tarnish Mount Shu's reputation. Anton hastily tried to explain. However, his words sounded increasingly laughable to Emmanuel. Reputation? Ha 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 ha, what use will it have after the martial arts meet of the immortal sects? A trace of madness flickered in his eyes. I now need time. The true body of that exalted one has not yet appeared. I need more time. Seeing the mad look on Emmanuel's face, Anton began to understand. No wonder Emmanuel disregarded Mount Shu's prestige and accepted the challenge. His intention was to buy time. Though Emmanuel claimed he could feel the presence of that exalted one within the profound heaven sect, no concrete contact had been made. This was why he insisted on holding the contest against Green Cloud sect before the 7 immortal sects gathering, aiming to gain more time. So that's how it is, wise indeed. Anton suddenly understood. If the plan succeeded, those matters of honor and reputation would be worthless. If the exalted one successfully seized Saraya's body to reincarnate, even the combined power of the other 6 immortal sects might not stand a chance. Ensure nothing goes wrong with Saraya. Their figures soon vanished from Boundless Peak, officially claiming they were preparing for Mount Shu's encampment, but only they knew the true reason. The gathering on Boundless Peak also ended swiftly. With Mount Shu Sword Sect being the first to leave, the meeting of the 7 immortal sects became meaningless. Most cultivators had already left, waiting to watch tomorrow's battle, while only a few who were close friends of Axton remained, whispering near him. Brother Unker really showed your prowess today. I've long been annoyed by the Mount Shu Sword Sect, especially that Anton, constantly shouting and being irritating. Clifton couldn't hold back any longer, coming over first. His temperamental nature had already become uncontrollable under Ernesto's restraint. You didn't see that Zhao's face then. He must have been furious. Aha. Amitba, although Brother Unkor's challenge was accepted, don't you find it strange? Colm furrowed his brows, puzzled by Emmanuel's actions. As the head of a sect, one should consider the sect's reputation and status first. Rashly accepting Green Cloud sect's challenge undoubtedly lowered the dignity of Mount Shu Sword Sect. That's right, friend Unkor must be careful. That Emmanuel is old and cunning, definitely having ulterior motives. Benjamin warned as well. For someone as deep as Emmanuel to accept such a challenge, either he wasn't smart or he had a plot. Otherwise, with Green Cloud sect's size, there wouldn't be a chance to challenge Mount Shu. However, Josie was eager to participate. Though worried about Axton's situation, she found the confrontation between Green Cloud sect and Mount Shu more interesting. To me, little Unkor, you should unleash all your strength and wipe out those pretentious guys from Mount Shu. You don't know how the demonic path has wreaked havoc these years, leaving all the major immortal sects in chaos. But Mount Shu Sword Sect doesn't care at all. Her tone hinted at disdain. Being one of the 7 immortal sects and ignoring the suffering of cultivators within its territory had long turned it into a laughingstock among the 7. Our elders once told me that Emmanuel is not an ordinary person. He seems to have cultivated some special cultivation method. Coming here personally as the leader, he must have hidden intentions. As Josie shared this information, everyone fell into contemplation until Clifton broke the silence. Whatever his plot is, as long as Brother Unkor wins the contest tomorrow, we'll see what storm he can cause. He noticed Benjamin and others looking at him strangely, making him somewhat embarrassed. What? Did I say something wrong? Cough. Naturally not. I'm just surprised you haven't had much contact with Brother Unkor, yet you believe so strongly in his victory, Benjamin smiled. Since Axton dared to make this decision, it meant he had confidence in winning. However, Clifton believing so firmly seemed unusual. Ha 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 ha, since the moment I met Brother Unkor, I felt a connection. If he decided something, he must have thought it through. Of course, I fully support him. Although Clifton's words lacked logic, given his personality, this belief seemed genuine. Amitba, if Brother Unkor needs any help, just let us know. Colm spoke earnestly. Even if they couldn't directly assist during the contest, they would act without hesitation when needed. Relax, I have my own methods. Axton felt warmth from their concern. Once, he was alone. But now he had Green Cloud sect disciples and many friends caring for him. We're reassured. Tomorrow we'll watch Brother Unkor's performance. Benjamin chuckled, seemingly unconcerned about Axton's situation. Based on his understanding of Axton, he never acted unprepared. Just like defeating Robert, Axton might appear arrogant, but he had his own plans. Axton smiled slightly but said nothing. He believed that even facing Emmanuel, he now had the strength to fight. Moreover, Green Cloud Sect had an ace up its sleeve, Bryn, who had always been hidden within the sect. Though she kept a low profile, even Axton couldn't gauge her true strength. Now was the time for her to act. Chapter 484, Not My Concern. The next day, outside the Great Hall of Wuxia Peak. Today's Wuxia Peak was unusually bustling. Normally, before the 7 Immortal Sects martial arts competition, other sects should have left early, as ordinary sects had no right to watch the battles between the 7 Immortal Sects. However, a message from Atlasantian Sect changed everything. Xiuxian Sect, one of the 8 Peaks leaders, issued a challenge to Shushan Sword Sect, planning to challenge them today. This challenge caused a huge stir and drew everyone's attention. If Xiuxian Sect challenging Futu Sect was considered a once-in-a-century event, winning that challenge and then issuing a challenge to Pohuang Xiangong was utterly incomprehensible. Why would they provoke Shushan Sword Sect like this when they had already achieved notable status? Most people were confused, but a few who knew the inside story had their suspicions. Outside Wuxia Peak, it was already teeming with people. Everyone didn't want to miss this rare event. Even though they thought Axton was courting death, Xiuxian Sect's outstanding performance throughout made everyone take them seriously. Today's battle wasn't the main focus of the 7 Immortal Sects martial arts competition, but it attracted more attention. The power dynamics among the 7 Immortal Sects were already set in stone. It was Xiuxian Sect's sudden rise as a dark horse that fascinated everyone. Do you think Axton is foolish or something? Issuing a challenge to Shushan Sword Sect? Humph, I think he's biting off more than he can chew. Advancing to a top-tier sect isn't enough for him, and he wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 Immortal Sects. But I don't think Director Encore is someone who doesn't know his place. Could there be some misunderstanding here? People were already buzzing with discussions, marveling at this unique opportunity provided by the Immortal Sects competition. Shoo, I do know some inside details. A well-informed person whispered, drawing much attention. It's said that Master Encore has some entanglements with Shushan Sword Sect. He used to be a disciple there, founding his own sect only after being expelled. What? There's more? No wonder we've never heard of Xiuxian Sect before. Everyone marveled at the unusual backstory, becoming even more intrigued by Axton. Not just that, another voice chimed in. Did you know Axton's father, Tommy, saved Wanling Continent but fell into demon ways? That's why he was expelled from Shushan. Tommy sounds familiar. I remember. He was the Shushan Sword Sect master who faced an army of demons alone, killing their queen and making the rest flee. As the discussion grew, more details about Axton's background emerged, allowing people to understand his motives better. So, that's why. No wonder Director Encore harbors such resentment. I bet Shushan regrets expelling such a prodigy. If Axton stayed, his future might have been limitless. While some ridiculed the idea, others held differing opinions. Perhaps not. Do you know what happened to Tommy? He fell into demon ways. If the leader falters, so will the followers. Shushan must have had reasons for expelling him. Don't let appearances deceive you. Yes, today will be quite a show. Challenging Shushan, Xiuxian Sect is surely courting death. This view represented most people's thoughts. Regardless of how one compared, Xiuxian Sect could never match Shushan. Even if Axton's cultivation had soared, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against Emmanuel, let alone the entire sect's strength and depth. A single Axton wouldn't make much difference unless there were hidden experts in Xiuxian Sect. Otherwise, Shushan would easily overpower them. People packed together, filling up the area rapidly. Even sects planning to leave returned upon hearing the news. In the main peak square, representatives from the 7 Immortal Sects sat in pavilions. Brody and others were present, all watching the upcoming battle between Xiuxian Sect and Shushan Sword Sect. Amir sat at the head, surrounded by elder members of Atlasantian Sect. Clifton watched the arena with excitement. Dad, why are so many elders here today? Even those who usually remain secluded have come out. Clifton looked around, recognizing these powerful figures who rarely appeared. Don't ask too many questions. I arranged it. Amir's expression was serious, offering no further explanation. An elder approached, whispering something in his ear. Amir nodded, his gaze falling on Shushan Sword Sect seats. I hope my guess is wrong. At Shushan Sword Sect, Emmanuel and Alessio sat high above, watching the crowded square. Anton sneered at the bustling scene below. Beside him, Ziva sat silently, her eyes lifeless. Sister Ziva, what do you think of the Exiled Disciples Challenge? Anton approached Ziva, hoping she could complicate things for Axton. Not my concern. Ziva replied coldly, her hollow eyes reflecting indifference. Seeing her reaction, Anton felt an inexplicable rage, but restrained himself due to her special status. Once that boy is dead, we'll see if you can maintain that attitude. Below the square, a group of cultivators approached slowly, parting the crowd as they walked forward. It was Axton and his companions. Axton led the way, followed by Marianne, Clint, Tanner, and Anthony, all recovered to varying extents. The 10 arrived at Xiuxian Sect's designated seats on the square. Feeling everyone's gazes, Axton remained calm, his eyes fixed on Shushan Sword Sect. Emmanuel, Alessio, Anton, and several elders looked down from above. Among them, he saw Ziva, whom he hadn't seen for days. Her eyes met his, revealing a flicker of emotion. Let's go. Yes, sect leader. With Xiuxian Sect's arrival, the atmosphere intensified. People eagerly awaited the showdown. Would the dark horse triumph over Shushan, or would the established power overwhelm Axton? No one could easily predict the outcome. Since representatives from Xiuxian Sect and Shushan Sword Sect are here, let's begin today's martial competition. Amir smiled, stepping forward. He waved his hands, and an invisible barrier enveloped the arena. This unique array was part of Atlasantian Sect's protective mountain formation, capable of withstanding even a core formation cultivator's attack, perfectly isolating the arena from external interference. This competition consists of two parts, an elder-level duel and a sect leader contest. Now, let's begin. Chapter 485, today. Following Ernesto's announcement, the Qingyun sect and Shushan Sword Sect became the focus of the crowd. Senior Zhao, go ahead. Emmanuel looked at Alessio and nodded. The latter immediately understood and stood up, emanating a formidable aura. This is Senior Alessio from Shushan? I heard he only had the cultivation of the gold core stage. How did he progress so greatly in such a short time? As one of the 7 immortal gates, the Shushan Sword Sect had conducted investigations on its members. Alessio had stagnated at the gold core stage for a long time, but today, it was astonishing to see him break through all the way to the late nascent soul stage. Absolutely won't disappoint sect leader Yael. Seeing the astonished gazes cast his way, Alessio felt gratified. No one knew what fortune he had obtained over the past year. Breaking through from the gold core to the late nascent soul stage, a leap of quality, was something he could never have dreamed of before. This resulted in Alessio's strength skyrocketing among the elders of Shushan, with his status and position reaching second only to Emmanuel. The Qingyun sect? Apart from that little demon, what can they offer to challenge me? A cold sneer formed on Alessio's lips. Not promptly eliminating Axton was indeed a mistake. It led to becoming a major threat to Shushan today. But for the other party to think this would suffice to challenge Shushan was gravely mistaken. Although the disciples of the Qingyun sect performed brilliantly, it was merely combat between disciples. Was he supposed to send that worthless Hector to compete against himself? Father, be cautious. That guy has countless tricks up his sleeve. Anton warned him, deeply scarred from his previous encounter with Axton. Don't worry. Your father hasn't made a move for many years, waiting precisely for today. Alessio waved his hand. If it were against Axton, he might still hesitate. But against these visible Qingyun sect disciples, none would be a match for him. With a flick of his foot, Alessio swiftly arrived on the platform, chin tilted as he glanced towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. Discarded disciple of your sect, come up quickly and receive your death. This was no ordinary duel. It represented a feud between two sects, settling matters between Axton and the Shushan Sword Sect once and for all. Too arrogant. Hector clenched his fists tightly at Alessio's condescending attitude. Having suffered much under the oppression of the Zhao family during his time at Shushan, he found their despicable tactics thoroughly contemptible. Chance Unker, you must give him a lesson. Axton nodded, then looked towards the figure of Marianne. Elder Marianne, this battle will be entrusted to you. This was an agreement between them, and also the strongest force within the Qingyun sect besides Axton. Though he wasn't sure why Alessio's strength had soared so rapidly in such a short period, Axton already had his suspicions. From Anton's intentional descent into demonic practices, everything about Shushan seemed bizarre. Especially when Emmanuel ignored the situation and accepted it. It clearly indicated that cultivators of demonic arts had infiltrated Shushan. Before now, Axton lacked sufficient evidence to expose their true nature publicly and lacked the standing to engage the Shushan Sword Sect. But today, after advancing through challenges in the Immortal Gate Martial Assembly, leading the Qingyun sect to the peak of Wu Shi, most believed Axton was bold. He continuously challenged established powers, yet only he knew his actions were well calculated. Whether challenging the Tiger Taming sect or issuing a challenge to the Shushan Sword Sect, everything was part of Axton's plan. The vengeance for being expelled and the hatred over his mentor's murder were finally coming to an end. Today, Lord Unker, there's no need to be so serious. Marianne will surprise you. Marianne giggled and moved to step onto the platform, not giving Axton a chance to ask further. Though puzzled by her promise of a surprise, Axton knew it was too late to question. He could only wait until after the martial assembly concluded. Her strength was unfathomable, and he trusted she wouldn't disappoint. Huh? Sending a woman up? Perhaps the Qingyun sect has no one left? Alessio saw a female cultivator wearing a half-mask approach and couldn't help smirking. He felt no threatening aura from her, especially since she appeared very beautiful. Little demon, if you're trying a beauty trap, you've miscalculated. Alessio, show no mercy. Marianne's appearance truly surprised everyone. She exuded no detectable fluctuations of spiritual energy, appearing like a charming lady whose stunning looks entranced many male cultivators. Soraya, sitting in a pavilion above, suddenly showed interest, fixing her gaze on Marianne with evident confusion. You, old Taoist, are awfully impolite. Marianne laughed, seemingly oblivious to Alessio's provocations. Moxie flies began to flutter around her, enhancing her charm. Ha ha ha, little ass, I advise you not to insist and just admit defeat. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy. Perceiving the peculiarities of Marianne's butterflies, gray mist swirled around Alessio, shrouding him. Enough talk. This servant has other matters to attend to. Let's get this over with quickly. Marianne paid no heed to Alessio's oppressive aura, focusing instead on the butterflies around her, making Alessio's eyelids twitch. Little slut, don't blame me for being merciless. With a roar, his aura surged. Numerous closed eyes appeared in the mist around him, creating a bizarre scene. Thousand Eyes Dao Realm, eyes that slay the world. Following Alessio's shout, those eerie eyes opened simultaneously, staring directly at Marianne. Even spectators outside the arena felt discomfort, as though being watched by some filthy entity, causing goosebumps to rise. Chapter 486, Storm approaching, the wind fills the tower. What kind of Dao realm is this? No, I can't look directly into those eyes, my heart and mind are already shaken. As Alessio's Dao realm unfolded, hundreds of eerie eyes appeared behind him. The pupils emitted a captivating light, sending chills down the spines of all present cultivators. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect isn't focused on sword cultivation? Why does it have such a bizarre Dao realm? Who knows, but with the 7 great immortal sects' profound background, this sort of technique isn't surprising. Alessio, who usually stayed behind the scenes, finally made his move today. The decaying aura surrounding him instantly dissipated, replaced by piercing eyes flashing with vigor. Let's end this quickly. An old man like me has no time to fool around with a young lass. He shouted loudly, his robes billowing as countless eyes within the Tao realm scattered, enveloping Jennifer in the air. Thousand eyes soul capturing. Even immortals can't save you. He muttered incantations, the eyes seeming to come alive and spreading out following Alessio's movements, encircling Jennifer's delicate body. Thousand eyes Tao realm? Quite intriguing. Jennifer whispered something incomprehensible. But since I've agreed to Uncle Zhengzhu's deal, it's time for me to put in some effort. Golden butterflies fluttered around Jennifer, then condensed on her back, forming invisible butterfly wings that complemented her charming face, making her even more enchanting. Humph, showy techniques dare to display themselves before an old man like me. Alessio sneered, finding Jennifer's Tao realm only superficial. The butterflies looked fragile, incapable of withstanding the thousand eyes soul-capturing power. Taste my prowess. Shafts of divine light shot from the eyes, soul-capturing beams capable of eroding one's foundation. This wasn't all. Hidden beneath the divine light were Alessio's real intentions. He flicked his hand. A black-threaded sword hiding behind the divine light instantly transformed into a sky full of sword shadows, waiting to unleash their full potential alongside the soul-capturing light. Alessio's method was merciless, attacking first with the thousand eyes power to shake one's soul. Even if resisted, it left the opponent spiritually scattered. Following this, the innate flying sword would strike, causing significant damage. Even the cultivators from the 7 great immortal sects felt wary. Such techniques were unheard of in Shu Mountain. Facing this, they too would likely suffer injuries. Don't blame me, little girl. Blame that renegade disciple who pushed you forward as a shield. Ha ha ha. Alessio laughed wildly. Standing on the main peak of the mystical heaven sect, under the gazes of many great powers, he felt elated. Years of silent practice in Shu Mountain had given him this moment to showcase his abilities. Killing the girl here didn't need Emmanuel's involvement. He would continue dueling Axton after this. This was the privilege of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, being among the 7 great immortal sects. Choosing to challenge meant accepting the price. The Thousand Eyes Tao realm is originally a great power, yet you altered it into this form. How laughable. Jennifer's voice came faintly, causing Alessio to frown, thinking he misheard. Nonsense, you're just scared silly. His smirk deepened. After obtaining the true transmission of Thousand Eyes Tao realm from Emmanuel, Alessio's cultivation sword, effortlessly advancing to the nascent soul stage and standing out among the elders of Shu Mountain. He waited for this opportunity, needing to establish credit in front of Emmanuel. Once Emmanuel succeeded, sharing the spoils, there would be a place for him too. Facing the aggressive Alessio, Jennifer seemed unaffected by the pressure around her, continuing to play with the beautiful butterfly. Foolish, integrating swordplay into the Thousand Eyes Tao realm is truly stupid. She gently blew, and the butterfly flapped its wings, floating upward towards the Thousand Eyes soul-capturing light. Ha ha ha, not resisting anymore? Seeing Jennifer release a butterfly to meet his attack, Alessio thought she was frightened. A vase remains a vase. No matter how beautiful it looks, it couldn't stand against him. Did Axton expect him to go easy on her? Too naive. Within the Azure Cloud sect, Axton and others watched intently, nearest to the arena. Under Alessio's Thousand Eyes Tao realm, Jennifer's golden butterflies seemed fragile, barely fluttering. Their auras were drastically unequal. Big brother Uncor, we shouldn't have trusted her. Sherry, disliking Jennifer for seducing Axton, saw through her pretentiousness. A critical battle for the Azure Cloud sect, yet without ability, what use is she? Clint heard this without contradicting, just lowering his head silently. Unlike Sherry, Clint knew that challenging the Shu Mountain Sword Sect required more than Axton alone. But besides Axton, who else in the vast Azure Cloud sect could step up? Apollon was aged and lacking potential. Clint lacked talent, only able to contribute via artifact crafting. Tanner and Shelley had talent, but insufficient time to grow. Facing imminent demonic invasion, rapid growth was needed to secure the Azure Cloud sect's legacy. Blaming himself for Axton's decision, he felt unqualified to criticize. Tanner and Shelley watched the duel silently. Anthony stared vacantly, mumbling to himself. These butterflies seem familiar. Junior brother Adiel, what do you mean? Tanner asked curiously. These butterflies, I remember seeing them somewhere. Anthony hesitated, unsure. His brain held fragmented memories of Adrian, unable to recall clearly. Maybe I'm mistaken, but those butterflies aren't simple. Pale-faced, he felt instinctive fear. The beauty of Jennifer's golden butterflies hid deadly peril. Not wrong, I won't be misled. Axton pulled everyone's attention back. Just watch, she hasn't acted yet. Since joining the Azure Cloud sect, Jennifer rarely showed her true strength. To Axton, her origins and capabilities remained a mystery. No matter how much his cultivation improved, he couldn't fathom Jennifer's depth. His eagle-eye vision, powerful enough to detect late nascent soul cultivators, failed to penetrate Jennifer's seemingly ordinary aura. 2 possibilities existed. Either Jennifer's strength was merely an illusion, or she was beyond his detection level. Based on Jennifer's performance upon entering Mystical Heaven sect, the former was unlikely, leaving her intentions questionable. Possessing superior strength, why join the Azure Cloud sect? Hiding her aura entirely? Most people, except Axton, perceived her as just a beautiful female disciple, unaware of her true power. However, at this point, Jennifer's identity mattered less. Just as Clint pondered, the Azure Cloud sect had advanced too rapidly, leaving Axton the sole pillar. This explained his risky alliance with Jennifer. Unclear about her true intentions, Axton dared not miss this chance to challenge the sections he couldn't wait 100 years, and his parents couldn't either. No matter the cost, Axton must win in this gathering of immortal sects to find the secrets of the past. The demonic cultivators were approaching, leaving him with little time. Axton looked up at the sky, faintly sensing an ominous aura floating above the Mystical Heaven sect. Storms were approaching, and the wind filled the tower. He couldn't wait 100 years, and his parents couldn't either. No matter the cost, Axton had to win in this immortal sect martial competition to uncover the secrets of the past. With the demonic cultivators on the attack, time was running out. Axton looked up at the sky, sensing an ominous aura lingering over the Atlasantian sect. When a storm is coming, the wind fills the tower. Chapter 487, Triple Killing Move. The battle in the arena continued, with everyone's eyes fixed on the platform, eager to see what this woman could do against Alessio's thousand-eyed Dao realm. Why isn't she moving? Is she scared witless? From what I see, she's just cannon fodder pushed forward by the Green Cloud sect. What use are those few butterflies? Clearly, nobody had high hopes for Jennifer Maiden. After all, Alessio was an elder of the xuanhuan Sword Sect, and certainly had some prowess under his belt. Nobody thought that a random female cultivator sent out by the Green Cloud sect would stand a chance to win. The blinding light from the thousand-eyed Dao realm surged forth, producing a terrifying frictional sound in the air. Hidden within the radiance, slender swords were poised, ready to strike as soon as Jennifer Maiden showed any sign of vulnerability. Die! Alessio's lips curled into a smirk. He couldn't sense any defense from the woman's Dao realm and urged the thousand-eyed light to charge powerfully forward. Hundreds of eyes burst open like specters, pouring down like endless raindrops, their force causing one's heart to tremble. Just as the thousand-eyed light was about to strike Jennifer Maiden, a butterfly shimmering with golden light danced gracefully around her, creating ripples that seemed barely perceptible. A grinding collision sounded, the terrifying light vanishing into nothingness upon encountering the gentle, pale golden ripples. It was as if nothing had happened. Even the concealed fine swords appeared midair, trembling violently before losing strength and turning to ashes on the platform. Alessio's face changed. His thousand-eyes soul-capturing technique had been so easily neutralized. What is happening? I didn't even see her move. Could it be these butterflies? Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Alessio realized his well-prepared strike had been effortlessly deflected, without even seeing her countermove. You have some skills, no wonder that beast sent you up. He steadied himself, feeling the gazes from below, unwilling to underestimate her further. Although he hadn't fully mastered the thousand-eyed Dao realm, Alessio was confident he could defeat a peer-level cultivator. Show your tricks. See how you fare under my thousand-eyed Dao realm. With a roar, another cluster of eyes emerged behind him. Countless tiny blades flickered in and out of these eyes, swiftly turning into a shower of sword rain cascading down. These sword rains moved with life, changing direction with the eye's rotation, surrounding Jennifer Maiden from all sides. An infinite sword aura enveloped the area, like a tornado emitting intense hostility, transforming the entire platform into a sea of blades. Taste this, thousand-eyed sword rainbow. Deprive. With Alessio's roar, an incomparable wave of spiritual pressure emanated from him. The audience felt their vision black out temporarily under the backlash of his power, losing visual perception. Lower cultivation individuals even experienced masses of eyes flooding their minds, blocking their consciousness and disorienting them. This is an illusion combined with a sword technique capable of stripping away senses. Even protected by the array, we briefly lost our vision. Those on the platform probably can't see anything. Everyone showed fear, recognizing the potency of this power. Not only did it rob vision, but also blocked the cultivator's lifeline, consciousness. The attacker became blind, helpless to the strikes. Without senses, they were as good as sandbags, unable to dodge any incoming attack. Such a vicious move. That elder from Green Cloud sect might meet his end here. Sensory deprivation? Such techniques aren't common in Wanling continent. Even elders from the 7 great immortal sects looked grim. Based on their knowledge, Shu Mountain didn't possess such abilities. Alessio's thousand-eyed Dao realm belonged to an unprecedented great way. They questioned themselves. If they faced this attack unprepared, they too would likely fall to it. In combat, most rely on vision and consciousness. Losing judgment means instant defeat. I don't think you'll have anywhere to run now. Alessio laughed maniacally as dark flying swords turned into stormy winds. A slender small sword appeared in his hand, the true form of the flying sword. Leaping into the sky, he descended with the sword. The storm of flying swords wasn't the fatal blow yet. Even if Jennifer Maiden managed to withstand it, another terrifying move awaited. The platform had become a killing field. Dao realm, divine power, flying sword. Alessio unleashed his hidden cards with relentless strikes, aiming for an immediate kill. Great. Anton watched enthusiastically, though he understood Shu Mountain had greater schemes. His enmity towards Axton made him wish to tear him limb from limb. Don't be fooled. Despite Alessio's silence, his father had long bestowed numerous secret weapons. This thousand-eyed Dao realm was secretly imparted by Emmanuel, using an infusion method to exceptionally elevate Alessio to the nascent soul stage. That's why Emmanuel was confident in dispatching Alessio. With 3 killing moves unleashed, even resisting 1 or 2 wouldn't save her. How could mere butterflies stand a chance? Anton's icy gaze locked onto Axton. Next to suffer, will be you. Chapter 488. The Thousand-Eyed Dante. This should end now. Humph, the Green Cloud sect is nothing much. Where does it get the nerve to challenge the Shushan Sword School? I think that disciple who was cast out harbors deep-seated resentment and has gone mad. Although she has some ability, her greed knows no bounds, and now she's finally showing her true colors. Many sects had already made their judgments. They believed that no matter what, the female cultivator on stage would not be a match for Alessio of Xiuxian. With 3 great abilities unleashed simultaneously, there was no escape from this tightly woven net. Chance Uncor, should we concede? Clint was incredibly worried. Though he wasn't very familiar with Bryn, she was still an honorary elder of Xiuxian. Alessio didn't seem to hold back at all, and once he attacked, Bryn would likely be reduced to dust. No need, it's not over yet. Axton shook his head. Under his eagle eyes, there was a dazzling glow. In his view, Bryn's aura was gradually rising. Threads of silk invisible to the naked eye began to faintly reveal themselves, weaving into a transparent barrier in front of her. Before Bryn, Butterflies danced gracefully. Following the path of these flying butterflies, threads of silk appeared one by one, then two, then countless more. Countless white silken threads filled the space around her, casting a soft white light that made Brynn appear even more beautiful. What kind of illusion is this? Alessio frowned as those gleaming white silk threads continuously emerged but gave him no sense of danger, as if they could be easily crushed by hand. Just tricks. Do you really think you can fool an old man like me? He no longer hesitated, unleashing his thousand-eyes brilliance directly, shrouding the sky and earth with 3 layers of power. His attack was relentless, leaving no room for escape. To Alessio, Brynn seemed to struggle like a cornered beast, using those delicate silk threads for protection amidst her predicament. It was laughable. However, some of the spectators who had seen Brynn's previous moves wore frozen expressions. These silk threads were recognizable. They once ensnared a Green Cloud Sect opponent, who would have been reduced to ashes had it not been for the intervention of a xuanhuan sect powerhouse. If someone underestimated these silk threads, they would meet a tragic end. Beautiful things are often the most dangerous. Alessio's ocean of sword blades crashed down like a storm, attacking Brynn relentlessly, yet what happened next stunned him. His sword blades struck against the silk threads, appearing formidable but unable to advance a single step. Why? I've deprived her of her 5 senses. How can she still defend? This wasn't the most shocking part. Upon contact with the silk, the sword blades felt as though striking cotton. After roaring ferociously, the blades grew weak and eventually sank into and disappeared within the silk. Alessio's offensive faltered as a foreboding feeling arose within him. He attempted to withdraw his life-bound flying sword but found it unresponsive. The connection to all his swords seemed severed instantly, unable to move within the silk. A suction force shook Alessio's body. Break. Alarmed, Alessio felt an intangible devouring force travel up through the flying sword to him. Helplessly, he cut off the connection with his life-bound magical treasure to steady himself. What kind of power is this? Pale-faced and shocked, Alessio thought about the decades-old bond with his sword, which had long since become a part of him. Now, this connection had vanished. There were only 2 possibilities. 1. She was using an illusion, making him temporarily unaware of his sword. 2. The female cultivator possessed stronger cultivation, able to instantaneously erase the divine imprint on his sword and sever the connection. Alessio frowned deeply, not daring to consider another possibility, that the Green Cloud Sect cultivator's Dao realm had overwhelmed his Thousand Eyes Dao realm, shattering the controlled flying swords and thus breaking his connection. Whichever scenario it was, it boded ill for Alessio. He could only hope she had no hidden moves left. After all, the attacks from the Thousand Eyes Dao realm were not so simple. More silk? Axton watched intently, his enhanced eagle vision providing a clearer view than anyone else. Brynn's Dao realm was extremely mysterious. When she acted, only a few butterflies danced, releasing incomprehensible power. Axton extended his divine sense, trying to probe the profound mysteries within Brynn's Dao realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming suction force pulled all his divine sense away when it touched the silk. Had Axton not promptly severed the connection, he might have suffered severe injuries. A sharp pain jolted Axton, causing him to groan quietly, steadying himself without revealing his discomfort to others. Though he failed to thoroughly investigate Brynn's background, he could sense an unparalleled devouring force hidden within the silk. Knowing that his divine sense had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, few could shield themselves from his detection. Brynn not only stopped Axton's divine sense dead in its tracks, but also tore it apart, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Such a feat was unprecedented in Axton's experience. Watching Alessio held in midair, Axton felt no joy but rather an undercurrent of worry. His deal with Brynn was genuine, and it represented the greatest expansion of combat strength Axton could achieve based on Green Cloud Sect's current capabilities. Since joining the xuanhuan sect, Brynn had been low-key, and even when acting, she revealed no traces of her cultivation. Given her power, she could have shown off during the sect competition. Why hide herself? Only Brynn knew the answer. From Alessio's expression in midair, it was clear the situation on the stage was reversing. The flying swords merged into the silk, turning to nothingness in mere moments, and Alessio was heavily injured. Every blade in the sword ocean connected to his mind, and their destruction was too much for even Alessio to withstand, forcing him to retreat several steps. Blood streamed from Alessio's shaking hands, dripping onto the ground. Attempting to retrieve his swords from the silk, he felt a powerful suction force before he even touched the butterflies. The silk threads acted with intelligence, treating Alessio's flesh as prey, wrapping around his hands instantly. What kind of power was this? It seemed capable of devouring everything. Despite its frail appearance, the silk wrapped around Alessio's hands, seeming to grow countless barbs, piercing into his flesh deeply. In just moments, Alessio felt his cultivation slipping away rapidly, his spiritual energy being devoured through the wounds created by the silk. What kind of power is this? Alessio struggled to maintain composure, but inwardly was terrified. He sensed that if the silk continued to devour for one more second, his hands would be lost. These seemingly harmless silk threads hid terrifying power that even Alessio's Thousand Eyes Dao realm couldn't contend with. Come again? Brynn's laughter echoed, surrounded by silk threads like a butterfly deity descending to earth. The silk spread out from all directions, enveloping the entire upper half of the arena. She moved gracefully, each step landing on a butterfly. Her ethereal beauty entranced onlookers. Some were unconsciously drawn closer, willing to be consumed by this beauty. Alessio watched as the woman approached, his trembling hands telling him he mustn't confront her. Trying to escape, he found the silk threads had already spread beneath his feet, holding him fast with a powerful suction force. A whisper sounded only to Alessio's ears, a dreamlike voice from Brynn. Though not beside him, it felt close to his ear, sending chills through him. Thousand-Eye Dante's Dao realm, unfortunately, you're far from perfect. Upon hearing these words, Alessio's eyes widened in terror, his throat emitting a hoarse cry. Who are you, and how do you know the thousand-eyed Dante? Chapter 489. Gentle breeze, tranquil clouds. As the silken threads enveloped them, the onlookers could only see hazy figures on the platform, the product of a Tao world collision, which defied the understanding of ordinary people. Only Axton and the Grandmasters from the 7 great immortal sects could discern what was happening inside. Particularly, the Grandmasters from the 7 great immortal sects were frowning deeply. Have you ever heard of the name Bryn? Never heard of it. I've roamed the 10,000 spirit continent for many years and have never heard of such an expert. Is she a deeply hidden elder? Such skills in a Tao world are terrifying indeed. Even the experts from the 7 great immortal sects, who had seen much, couldn't grasp the tactics of Xiuxian sect's elder. Bryn seemed frail yet tightly controlled Alessio's thousand-eyed Tao world, displaying power that only legendary old monsters possessed. However, Xiuxian sect, having emerged recently, couldn't possibly have the resources to cultivate someone like Bryn. They could only continue observing. After all, the martial contest on the platform hadn't ended yet. Headmaster Yael, what should we do? Anton's emotions had swung wildly, from Alessio's initially overwhelming attack, to Bryn countering move by move and forcing out Alessio's threefold divine abilities, and now watching his father fall back into a disadvantageous position. Anyone could see Alessio had run out of tricks. No need to worry, let's watch further. Emmanuel's demeanor appeared unusually calm. His eyes gleamed with a mix of fervor and doubt, his voice trembling slightly. Watch further. But father. Anton wanted to speak, but was silenced by Emmanuel's icy glare, biting his lips as he lowered his head. Thousand-eyed Tao world was thoroughly suppressed by Xiuxian sect's elder. Even he could tell Alessio was being driven back and might lose at any moment. From his seat, Ernesto observed the unusually agitated Emmanuel, his gaze deep with meaning. He quietly gave instructions to a nearby elder, who left with a heavy expression, clearly heading off to handle an important matter. The entire arena fell silent, and even the sound of everyone's breathing was audible. All eyes were fixed intently on the platform, trying to figure out what was happening. Who are you, and why do you know about the thousand-eyed Dante? Alessio was losing control. The thousand-eyed Dante was his deepest secret, a powerful method bestowed upon him by Emmanuel. Originally, he believed this Tao world would ensure his rise in the 10,000 spirit continent, but now it had been exposed by the woman before him. Thousand-eyed Dante? Of course, I know, but this is somewhat troublesome. Bryn moved closer until she stood directly before Alessio, extending a jade-like finger to touch his forehead. This complicates matters. With so many eyes watching, it's hard to act. She gently combed her hair, her eyes flashing. Well, since I've promised a deal to Headmaster Unkur, I can't renege on it. You're lucky. I'll spare your life today. Bryn's smile was charming, but to Alessio, it felt like the deadliest poison, poised to take his life at any moment. He tried to escape, but trapped within the silk cocoon, he could not move, only watching helplessly as the finger pressed against his forehead. It's impossible. How do you know about the thousand-eyed Dante? Could it be? He roared, but before he could finish, a bloody taste filled his mouth. He had bitten off his own tongue and could no longer speak. You talk too much. It wouldn't do to disrupt my deal with Headmaster Unkur, Bryn murmured softly, and a chilling divine awareness entered Alessio's mind through her finger. Suddenly, Alessio saw endless mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, with Bryn walking among them, surrounded by blood-red butterflies, like an unparalleled malevolent star. Gradually, Bryn's face became blurred, yet more familiar to Alessio, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Unable to speak, he could only stare in terror, rooted by primal fear. He knelt down, unable to raise his head. It's you, it's her, it's her. Alessio seemed to understand something, though his inner cries went unheard, replaced by frenzied howls. His consciousness swirled in turmoil, fading away. Then, he laughed, a mad laugh, animalistic without his tongue. In his eyes, there was both fear and relief, a hint of fervor. Finally, the butterflies around Bryn dissipated, the silken threads gradually retracting, revealing the ravaged arena. Alessio lay on the ground, his mouth bloodied and torn, his spirit energy scattered, unable to move, yet his eyes still shone. There was no fear or reluctance in his eyes now, only fervor and madness. He struggled to stand, to reach out and touch Bryn's body, but his body refused to respond, stiff and unresponsive. What happened? Did he go mad? Not quite. Alessio seems to be kneeling in submission. Has he conceded defeat? But I didn't see Xiuxian sect's elder make a move. Those silken threads are so terrifying. They made an Yuaniing stage Grandmaster kneel? A murmur rippled through the crowd. The scene was too bizarre. Alessio, once invincible, had discarded the prestige of Shushan Sword Sect and knelt without resistance. Meanwhile, the underappreciated Bryn stood perfectly unharmed, calm and composed, as if untouched by battle. Chapter 490. A scene of chaos. What was happening? Everything occurred in the blink of an eye. Alessio's momentum shifted from dominance to decline instantly, and now he was on his knees without any intention of resisting. The crowd below looked baffled. Was it over already? A glimmer of enlightenment appeared in Alessio's eyes, but more so was a fanatical fervor. The thousand-eyed Tao realm shattered the moment he stopped resisting. Despite being drenched in blood, he showed no sign of pain, only gazing at Bryn with utmost passion. You know the thousand-eyed Dante. It can't be wrong, it just can't. He muttered to himself, dragging his knees against the ground in a desperate attempt to move closer to Bryn. You are indeed quick-witted, but it's not the right time yet. An ethereal voice reached Alessio's ears, causing him to feel as if he had heard celestial music, his eyes glowing even more crazily. Milord. Milord. Alessio wanted to move closer, as if Bryn was the fairy he had long dreamed of, stirring deep emotions within him. However, the next second, countless blood fountains erupted from Alessio's body, spurting out from every pore and staining the arena crimson red. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. His eyes remained wide open, fixed intently on Brin's direction, devoid of any resentment or unwillingness. Dead? Was a Xiuxian sect's nascent soul elder really killed this inexplicably? Everyone stared in shock. Clearly, Brin had made no moves. Yet Alessio burst into pieces before her, creating a scene so bizarre that no one could understand the cause of his death. Could it be some kind of illusion spell that caused his nascent soul to shatter? No, I think he was too arrogant, overusing the Tao realm which collapsed, leading to his demise. The cultivators below buzzed with speculation, though none could discern the true reason for Alessio's death. Nevertheless, the fact remained unchallenged. The first confrontation between Xiuxian sect and Shu Mountain Sword School ended with the Xiuxian sect's victory. Alessio's sudden death left the disciples of the Xiuxian sect in disbelief, especially Anton, whose whole body trembled uncontrollably. He knew well the strength his father possessed after years of cultivation under Emmanuel, which had advanced rapidly. Dying here without clear reason struck a heavy blow to Anton's mind. Father! He felt as if his eyes would burst from anger, finding it hard to accept what had happened. Only a few exchanges were made, yet Brin emerged unscathed while Alessio died on the spot, a situation no one had anticipated. A black mist emanated from Alessio's eyes, his body shaking violently, emitting an unsettling aura. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from Emmanuel beside him, forcibly suppressing Anton's aura. Master, that woman killed my father. Anton turned stiffly towards Emmanuel, his eyes filled with madness. The murder of his father demanded vengeance, especially under such tragic circumstances. Calm down. Emmanuel's voice lacked any emotion as he used powerful spirit energy to immobilize Anton. But father. Anton tried to argue further, but was held back by an overwhelming pressure. He sensed that if he said another word, Emmanuel would crush him into pieces. I told you to shut up. Emmanuel's voice echoed, showing no concern for Alessio's death, his gaze entirely focused on Brin. Anton could only suppress his emotions, forcing himself to bow his head. After losing an arm to Axton, both he and his father's cultivation soared rapidly under Emmanuel's guidance, regaining the lost limb and receiving immense blessings. He thought they would cleanse their humiliation at the Immortal Gate contest, yet his father was slain by an unknown female cultivator from Xiuxian sect, delivering a heavy blow to Anton. Even the usually irritable Emmanuel endured the insult without retaliating, prompting Anton to question Brin's identity. The situation on the stage was clear. Regardless of how Brin achieved it, Alessio was dead, and the Xiuxian sect secured the first round's victory. Ernesto stood up and, under everyone's watchful eyes, announced the result. Elder match, Xiuxian sect's Fairy Brin wins. Upon hearing this, chaos broke out on Wushibu Peak, followed by cheers. If Xiuxian sect defeating Fuhu sect was considered a dark horse, killing Alessio outright showcased unparalleled strength. Historically, underdog victories have been most exhilarating, especially as Xiuxian sect bravely faced Shu Mountain Sword School despite challenges, earning much admiration. Great job. We've always found those Shu Mountain people detestable. Xiuxian sect did well, right? Boasting to be one of the 7 great immortal sects, yet failing to act against internal threats. It's time for them to step down. Brin paid no heed to the cheers, not even sparing a glance at Alessio's body as she gracefully returned to Axton's side. Headmaster Uncor, our deal is complete. Her smile carried hidden meanings. Though the slaying of Alessio boosted morale, Axton felt no joy. Brin's methods were too mysterious. Even using Eagle Eye, he couldn't deduce how Alessio was defeated. His final sight was Alessio suddenly bursting in blood, seemingly self-destructing. Was it an illusion technique that drove Alessio to suicide? Especially after her enigmatic return, Axton realized things weren't as simple as they seemed. Too smooth. It had been suspiciously smooth since entering the contest. It was as if an unseen hand manipulated events, compounded by Brin's timely appearance proposing the deal, raising alarm bells in Axton's mind. What's wrong, Headmaster Uncor? Why do you look at me like this? Brin laughed playfully, showing no signs of fatigue from the battle, her gaze full of amusement. How about it, Headmaster Uncor? Did I do well? Axton remained indifferent. Everything about Brin was a mystery, especially given Anton's lack of reaction to Alessio's death. Instead, he silently lowered his head. Moreover, Emmanuel's unusual behavior defied logic. Knowing him, there should have been some response to Alessio's death. Next, let's proceed with the match between the heads of both sects. Ernesto's voice echoed through the square. Defeating Shu Mountain Sword School elders wasn't enough to overshadow their prominence on Wanling Continent. Xiuxian sect needed another win at the heads duel. Headmasters Yael and Uncor, it's your turn on the stage. Just as Ernesto spoke, Emmanuel stood up, showing no intent to enter the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me a moment to speak. He stood calmly, showing no anger over Alessio's death. As the leader of one of the 7 great immortal sects, personally engaging might seem bullying. How about letting our disciples take this fight? These words triggered another uproar. Chapter 491. I accept? What is sect leader Yael talking about? To send a disciple for such an important contest? He must have gone mad from the shock. Axton's strength can't be underestimated. Though it was a duel between sect leaders, Emmanuel suggested sending a disciple in his stead, citing concern over bullying someone junior. Any reasonable cultivator couldn't comprehend this behavior. Was he not afraid Axton would defeat the Amay disciple and to completely usurp his position? Sect leader Yael, are you sure? Ike was greatly surprised as well. Knowing Emmanuel, he wouldn't make such an unwise decision. Yet there were no signs of doubt on Yael's face, suggesting he had long intended this, raising suspicions about his true motives. Sect leader Ren, I have thought it through, said Emmanuel with unruffled calm, ignoring the myriad gazes directed at him. Fine. If sect leader Yael has made up his mind, I won't interfere. Rennie nodded, eyes growing deeper. Yael's unusual decision deepened his suspicion, but as a host, Atlasantian's sect couldn't meddle. Let it be then. Sect leader Yael, let me go. My father's killer deserves retribution. Anton clenched his teeth. Alessio's sudden death was unbearable, and he wished to obliterate the entire Xuanhuan sect. With recent cultivation, he was confident he could kill Axton on the field. Alas, Zhao's plea was cut short by Emmanuel, who ignored him, focusing instead on the silent Melissa. Melissa is my beloved disciple, heir to the next Ame leader. Let her represent me. Yael spoke both to Melissa and Ernesto, whose nod implied acceptance of Yael's choice. Why not me, sect leader Yael? Melissa is like this. Anton's expression changed. He expected Yael to send him against Axton, never imagining it would be Melissa. Since losing her memory, Melissa acted less as a recluse and more like a soulless being, aloof, emotionless, utterly detached. Sending Melissa wasn't suicide? However, Yael paid no heed to Zhao's protest, looking only at Melissa. Disciple, are you ready? Upon hearing Yael's words, Melissa slowly turned, her movements lethargic. She stood up under Zhao's angry gaze, revealing her stunning face. Everyone below was already shocked by Yael's decision. Now, seeing a beautiful, aloof girl chosen for the duel sparked even more curiosity. Who is she? Never seen her fight before. She might be Ame's secret disciple. She must be. Sect leader Yael calls her beloved disciple. Otherwise, why would he choose her for this crucial duel? Didn't you notice? Her looks resemble. Don't underestimate her. Xuanhuan's fairy Jennifer is equally beautiful and deadly, decapitating Alessio. Not that. She resembles fairy Jennifer. With this question, all eyes turned to Melissa. Despite differing auras, fairy Jennifer was enchanting while Melissa was cold. Their faces bore some resemblance, even with Jennifer's mask hiding part of hers. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan remained silent amidst the murmurs. Axton's disciples knew Melissa's story. They had been companions, helping each other through trials. Aiko, particularly perceptive, sensed something unique. Big brother Unker, what now? Asked Aiko. In theory, Melissa should be Axton's first female confidant, whose current state implicated Unkor. Pan knew Melissa held a place in Unkor's heart, part remorse, part affection. Now, Yael sending Melissa against Unkor made things difficult. This match was a life-or-death showdown, as Alessio's fate showed, with no one holding back on the stage. The outcome impacted their respective sects. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Unkor's eyes revealed calm. Looking at Melissa on the balcony, memories resurfaced. Melissa hadn't changed, perhaps colder than before. Once a celestial-like maiden untouched by worldly matters, Melissa now felt entirely unearthly, her gaze icy and vacant, like a puppet controlled by Emmanuel. This was definitely not just because of cultivating the Wuqing sword technique. Something must have happened to her after Axton left Ame, leading to her current state. Unkor couldn't fathom Yael's intentions, but with events unfolding, he had no choice. His father's final instruction was within reach. Regardless of Yael's schemes, Unkor would face him head-on. This was the path to his father. This contest, Xuanhuan accepts. Chapter 492, Ice Crystal Storm. Chance Unkor. Has immortal fairy Melissa truly lost her memory? As a disciple from Shushan, Hector knew Melissa best and understood even better the past between Axton and Melissa. So much time had passed. Axton never expected that when they would officially meet again, it would be on this cold platform. Melissa, go ahead. Following Emmanuel's instructions, Melissa gracefully descended from the pavilion. Her beautiful face, although lovely, constantly exuded an icy aura. What is Shushan really trying to do? Yeah, using a disciple in the match of the patriarchs, aren't they afraid of making fools of themselves? Just watch quietly. I don't believe Shushan would do such an irrational thing. Voices of doubt echoed among the crowd, but these did not affect the excitement glowing in Emmanuel's eyes. His gaze shifted towards a certain spot, but he quickly suppressed his impulse, maintaining a calm demeanor. Only Anton beside him could sense Emmanuel's abnormal behavior. Although Zhao was close to Yael, he knew little about Yael's plan. In Anton's eyes, there were few things now that could make Emmanuel show such expressions. Clearly, something significant was going to happen at the sect martial art contest, and Axton wouldn't benefit from it. Axton stood up, walked onto the stage, and met Melissa's gaze. Memories from the heavenly devil's eye resurfaced. Axton knew that Melissa practiced the heartless sword path. Yet within less than 2 years, she had not only lost her emotions but also advanced to the nascent soul realm. It all seemed too abrupt. Note: I've made some adjustments for better fluency and consistency, such as translating Wuqing Sword Way to Heartless Sword Path and Yuan Princeng to Nascent Soul Da. Taught by Emmanuel's direct disciple, Melissa had mastered such ruthless moves that sacrificed human emotions. Sending Melissa to fight instead of engaging himself, Emmanuel must have had ulterior motives. Xuanhuan sect, Axton. Shushan. After a long time, Melissa spoke without mentioning her own name, her expression devoid of emotion. But deep in her eyes, a flicker of hesitation and confusion appeared as she gazed at Axton with some fluctuations. Melissa, do you remember me? Axton tried asking. If he could awaken Melissa's memory, perhaps he could uncover Emmanuel's private plans and not let her be used as a shield. I remember. Melissa's eyes showed a hint of confusion, as if lost in a certain memory. Suddenly, a silver-white flying sword emerged from behind her, its sharp and icy aura causing her body to shiver and returning her to her emotionless state. No more words, just come and fight. Melissa's expression turned back into dead water as she looked at Axton, without any hesitation. Fine, then let's see how much you've improved over the years. Axton knew talking was useless. To expose Emmanuel's conspiracy, he had to defeat Melissa. Whatever plan dared risk Shushan's reputation, Axton couldn't guess. He decided to deal with each step as it came and win this contest first. Melissa didn't speak more. An ice boundary appeared behind her, highlighting her high and cold beauty. Axton was familiar with this power, unique to Melissa and once witnessed during his days in the Heavenly Devil's Eye. It was said that Melissa had a powerful force sealed inside her, now controlled perfectly, releasing a formidable ice domain. An unbearable chill spread over Axton's face, his pores contracting. The killing intent contained within this ice domain was pure instinct and obedience to Emmanuel's orders. Killing intent boundary emerged. As Axton willed it, Xiuxian's sword flew out, cutting through the sky brilliantly. The killing aura enveloped Axton. This strength had been acknowledged by everyone. Axton's power as the leader of Shushan Sect was well known and thoroughly studied. This is killing aura, leading slaughter, breaking any Dao boundaries. The intense killing intent is terrifying. Such intent isn't ordinary. It feels like an ancient war god. They watched how the young lady from Shushan would respond. Different from previous matches where Axton was often underestimated, today everyone recognized his strength while Melissa, unknown to many, was not favored. But none of this reached Melissa's ears. Emotion severed, she paid no mind to the crowd's whispers. She formed a spell gesture before her chest and whispered one word. Condense. Immediately, an endless hell of ice appeared above Axton, forcing the killing aura away. Axton stiffened, covered in ice with chilling sounds audible. Her ice domain, for the first attack, created great shock. Even with visible intensity, Axton's killing intent boundary was surpassed by Melissa's ice domain, which invaded and struck the core. The temperature plummeted, freezing the air motionless. Burst. Melissa's simple word carried heavy weight. What kind of Dao boundary can break the limits of killing intent and strike directly? This isn't ordinary frozen ice. Can she really defeat Shushan Sect in one move? The crowd watched in amazement as Melissa unleashed her powerful attack. Clear that her mastery of ice power far exceeded ordinary boundaries. Watch closely. Just this move breaks my old bottleneck. Before everyone's eyes, Axton's killing intent boundary froze into an ice sculpture. The suspended killing aura around him froze solidly. Then, it exploded. With Melissa chanting, a powerful thawing force caused the frozen killing aura to crack and disintegrate, losing all spirit. Axton's ice statue developed cracks, splitting across his face, neck, until finally shattering. No flesh remained inside the shattered ice. Under stunned silence, the entire killing intent boundary collapsed, swallowed by infinite cold. This. Chapter 492, Ice Crystal Storm. Chance Encore. Has Fairy Soraya really lost her memory? As a disciple from Mount Shu, Puffy knew the most about Soraya and understood even better the past between Axton and Soraya. So much time had passed. Yet who would have thought that their formal meeting again would be on this cold arena? Soraya, go ahead. Following Emmanuel's instructions, Soraya gracefully descended from the pavilion. Her beautiful face remained cold and icy at all times. What is Mount Shu planning to do? Yes, in this showdown, they are actually sending disciples to fight. Aren't they afraid of making a fool of themselves? Let's just watch quietly. I don't believe Mount Shu will do such an irrational thing. Though doubts spread among the crowd, none of these could dim the excitement in Emmanuel's eyes. He tried to look elsewhere but restrained his impulse, maintaining a calm appearance. Only Anton beside him felt Emmanuel's unusualness. Though he was close to Emmanuel, he didn't know much about his plans. There were not many things left that could make Emmanuel show this kind of expression. Clearly, something significant would happen during the sect competition, and Axton would certainly suffer. Axton stood up and walked onto the arena, locking eyes with Soraya. The memories from the heavenly Cecilia surfaced once again. Axton knew that Soraya practiced the ruthless sword way. Yet within less than 2 years, she had not only lost her emotions but also advanced to the nascent soul realm, which seemed too abrupt. Being Emmanuel's personal disciple, he had taught Soraya such a ruthless technique, sacrificing her humanity as a cultivator. Now sending her to replace him against Axton, what hidden intentions did Emmanuel have? However, the only thing certain was that Emmanuel was secretly plotting something. By sending Soraya, it was evident that he wasn't underestimating the Green Cloud Sect but had a larger scheme. Green Cloud Sect, Axton. Mount Shu. After a long time, Soraya's voice rang out. She didn't even state her name, appearing like an emotionless ice cube. But deep in her eyes, there was a faint touch of emotion and confusion. The gaze she cast upon Axton showed some boredom, wavering. Soraya, do you remember me? Axton tentatively asked. If he could stir her memory, he might learn about Emmanuel's hidden plans instead of using her as a shield. I remember. Soraya's eyes clouded with confusion, seemingly lost in memories. Suddenly, a silver-white flying sword emerged behind her, its cold and sharp aura causing her body to tremble, returning her to her emotionless self. No more words, let's battle. Her face turned expressionless again, looking at Axton without hesitation. Fine, then I'll see how much you've improved over the years. Axton knew words were futile now. To uncover Emmanuel's plot, defeating Soraya was the only way. The plan that made Emmanuel stake the reputation of the entire Mount Shu Sword Sect, Axton couldn't fathom it now. He could only proceed step by step, aiming to win this competition first. Soraya didn't speak further. An icy Dao realm appeared behind her, making her delicate beauty appear colder. This Dao realm power was very familiar to Axton. It belonged solely to Soraya, whose strength he had witnessed before through the heavenly Cecilia eye. Rumors suggested that Soraya sealed an immense power within her. Now, she controlled it expertly, and the released ice Dao realm was formidable. A piercing chill spread across Axton's face, causing every pore on his body to contract. He sensed the killing intent contained within, a cold, instinct-driven force commanded by Emmanuel. Killing Dao realm, appear. With Axton's command, the Cecilia slaying sword flew out, drawing a brilliant arc in the sky. The killing aura enveloped Axton. People were no longer surprised by this strength. They acknowledged Axton's power as the Green Cloud Sect's leader. His mastery of the killing Dao realm was an open secret studied meticulously by other sects. This is killing aura, dominant and destructive, cutting through any Dao realm. Sharp and pure killing intent, terrifying. This killing intent isn't normal for anyone. In it, I see shadows of ancient war gods. Just wait and see how the girl from Mount Shu deals with it. Different from previous battles where Axton was often underestimated, this time the situation was reversed. His strength was recognized, while Soraya from Mount Shu remained unknown, not favored by spectators. However, the audience's opinions couldn't reach Soraya's ears. She formed a seal and softly said, "Condense." Suddenly, an endless icy hell appeared above Axton, forcing back the killing aura. Axton froze in place, covered in ice, hearing the chilling crackle. The first attack of the Ice Dao realm caused a strong impact. Despite its renowned strength, the killing Dao realm couldn't withstand Soraya's initial sweep. Penetrating into the killing Dao realm, Soraya unleashed a powerful strike on Axton directly. The temperature dropped sharply, freezing even the air around them. Explode. Again, Soraya spoke succinctly, leaving no room for underestimation. What kind of Dao realm can break through the killing Dao realm's restriction and hit Encore directly? Unheard of. It appears not ordinary. Each ice crystal floating midair possesses terrifying power. Who is this woman? Can she defeat the Green Cloud Sect in one blow? The crowd was shocked by Soraya's devastating attack. No wonder they were pessimistic about Axton. Soraya's onslaught transcended typical elemental Dao realms, showing a higher breakthrough in ice power. Hush, observe closely. This move makes my dormant bottleneck seem to loosen. In everyone's view, the killing Dao realm was frozen by a cold wave, turning Axton into an ice sculpture. The surrounding killing aura solidified, forming shapes around Axton before freezing. Then, they exploded. Following Soraya's chant, a massive ice-breaking force shattered the frozen killing aura, turning it into fragments devoid of spirit. The killing intent vanished into thin air. Cracks appeared on Axton's ice statue, spreading from his face to neck, then disintegrating into fine pieces until it exploded. The shattered ice revealed no trace of blood or flesh, completely annihilating the entire killing Dao realm, consumed by infinite cold. Could it be that sect leader Encore was defeated just like this? The crowd murmured in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Just moments ago, Axton had stood confidently on the arena, his killing Dao realm enveloping him like a deadly shroud. Yet now, all that remained was shattered ice, swallowed by an overwhelming cold. No one could have anticipated such a swift and decisive victory from Melissa. Her ice power surpassed anything they had seen before, transcending ordinary elemental boundaries. Even those who had once underestimated Axton now found themselves questioning the outcome. The chilling silence hung in the air as everyone waited for some sign of movement, any indication that Axton might still stand. But there was nothing, only the lingering aura of Melissa's Ice Dao realm, dominating the battlefield. Emmanuel watched calmly from his pavilion, a faint smile playing on his lips. His plan was unfolding perfectly, and soon, the reputation of Mount Shu would be secured, while the Green Cloud Sect would face humiliation. Anton, standing beside him, felt a mixture of awe and apprehension. He knew Emmanuel had been preparing for this moment for a long time, but the sheer ruthlessness of his tactics left Zhao unsettled. Meanwhile, Melissa stood unmoving, her expression as cold and detached as ever. She had fulfilled her mission, and now, only the judgment of the crowd remained. Is it really over? Can it be that Axton has no counter to such ice power? The whispers grew louder, filling the arena with a palpable tension. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next move. Would Axton rise again, or had he truly met his match? The scene unfolded with a suspense that left no one untouched, the outcome hanging in the balance as the battle between the two cultivators reached its climax. Chapter 493, Breakthrough with the Anchor. The strength Melissa displayed in an instant left everyone awestruck. The Ice Domain Dao realm was clearly no longer within the confines of the 5 elements Dao realms. It had entered a higher realm. That cold could freeze the air, ice over a Dao realm, and even turn living cultivators into ice sculptures. Everyone involuntarily shivered, pondering what their fate would be if they were frozen by the Ice Domain Dao realm. The conclusion was obvious, certain death. Such power that could freeze even the soul was insurmountable, especially for Axton, who was at the center of it all. The pressure he endured was unimaginable. On the stage, the ground was covered with shattered ice, while Melissa's expression remained emotionless as she stared ahead, not the least bit relaxed. The fragmented ice around her swirled under the movement of her jade-like hands, accentuating her transcendent aura. Where is the sect leader Unker? Did he shatter to pieces under the Dao realm? Everyone's gaze swept across the stage, but found no trace of Axton. After the ice sculpture shattered, there was no sign of him at all. He's here. Melissa's eyes flickered, and the surrounding ice crystals moved under her hand movements, forming an icy river surging toward the sky. An intangible killing intent permeated the air as Axton appeared above. He had long escaped using a stratagem, hiding within the Emil realm, waiting for the right moment to strike. But Melissa's divine sense was astonishingly strong, discovering his hiding place and launching an attack. The ice crystal river surged forward with freezing might. Even Axton felt the pressure mounting, tiny frost flowers forming on his brows. A warmth rose in his chest as the map of rivers and mountains inside the Dao realm glowed faintly, absorbing the invading coldness, allowing his body to regain flexibility. Holding the Xiuxian sword in hand, Axton saw countless lines and points before his eyes again. Though the incoming ice crystals seemed overwhelmingly powerful, they too had weaknesses. The second form of Heart Sword, Cleave. While the first form aimed to defuse attacks, Cleave represented destruction. The essence of Heart Sword was to use the simplest sword moves to break through an opponent's techniques. Before the Heart Sword, all attacks became simple dots and lines, revealing flaws no matter how complex. Axton spotted the weakest line within the ice crystal tornado and acted. The Xiuxian sword, carrying a dignified and ancient presence, cleaved downward as Axton swung it. It sliced through the air, glowing with starlight like a piece of the Milky Way slashing down from the heavens. The sword technique appeared plain, seemingly unremarkable in power, quickly swallowed by countless ice crystals. What kind of move is this? Did I see that correctly? It looks accurate, just one of the simplest sword techniques. Could it be that the leader of Green Cloud Sect has run out of tricks and given up? It was understandable for everyone to feel skeptical. Melissa's ice storm was massive and imposing, making Axton's sword technique seem feeble, especially as he appeared like a moth in a storm, constantly at risk of being engulfed. Ha ha ha, no wonder Master Yael wouldn't take action. Just a disciple from Mount Shu is enough to suppress Green Cloud Sect. Truly disappointing. A mocking voice rang out, obviously from someone favoring Mount Shu, looking down on Axton's abilities. However, before he could continue, the scene on the stage changed abruptly, silencing him. The originally intense ice crystal storm began to crackle, the ice shards breaking apart and falling like a snowfall of beauty. This did not relax anyone. With the shattering ice, a sharp golden sword energy became increasingly visible amidst the storm. Axton's transformation into the cutting blade technique blazed brighter. Though the sword light was slender, it was exceedingly sharp, cutting through the ice crystals like paper, reaching the core of the storm. Right here, Axton's expression turned serious. Enhanced by Eagle Eye and Heart Sword, he saw the single line connecting the ice storm to Melissa. If he could sever it, her attack would be thwarted. Without hesitation, he channeled metal power into the xiuxian sword, unleashing its indomitable strength directly at the line, as if only that point existed in the universe. When the xiuxian sword struck the line, Axton felt an endless chill penetrate him, followed by an explosive sound. The overwhelming ice crystals paused, hanging suspended in mid-air. Through the ice shattered by the xiuxian sword, Axton saw Melissa's expression on the stage, cold and devoid of emotion. Heart Sword succeeded once more, resolving Melissa's attack with simplicity. The ice storm shattered instantly, the chilling aura dissipating, revealing Axton. One stood in the sky, the other on the ground. Their gazes met, creating sparks. Even the watching cultivators were drawn in, rising to cheer and encourage them. Chapter 494 Hidden Beneath. Melissa must have been too careless. Anton, watching from the pavilion, stood up. He had witnessed Axton's killing domain and knew that its power and profundity were even beyond his comprehension. Although Melissa's cultivation had significantly improved over these days, she had not fought in any battles, so Anton did not fully understand her true strength. From the current situation, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Do not be hasty. Emmanuel's tone was calm, and the shock in it helped Anton regain his composure. Melissa's abilities go beyond this. Besides, even if she loses, it will still be valuable. Emmanuel's words were laden with deeper meanings. Although Anton knew that Shushan would make a big move today, as a core disciple, he wasn't clear about Emmanuel's plan. Even though Emmanuel had given many benefits to the Zhao family, he remained tight-lipped about some confidential matters. Even now, Anton could only guess at some peripheral aspects of the plan. Yes, sect leader. Anton could only suppress his frustration and refocused on the arena. The death of his father and Axton's rise filled him with anger and resentment. He could not accept that Axton had gained such renown in a short time, nor could he accept that his father died by an unknown elder of the Xuanhuan sect. Rest assured, regardless of whether Melissa wins or loses, the winner of this immortal sect martial contest will be Shushan. Emmanuel's voice carried a hint of excitement. His gaze was not on the arena, but seemed to be gazing intently into the depths of Xuanhuan sect, where there was intense fervor. On the arena, snow melted and the battlefield was engulfed in slaughter. Heart Sword emerged, dissolving Melissa's ice domain like melting spring snow. Every principle revealed flaws under Eagle Eye, and Gangjin's sword Qi, like an invincible blade, slashed straight towards Melissa. Melissa's eyes flickered, and a radiant light shone from her hand as she drew out a jade belt from her waist, lifting it towards the sky. That jade belt transformed swiftly, turning into a 7-foot ice river in the sky, blocking Axton's sword light tightly. The 7-foot ice river emitted a freezing aura that could freeze one's soul. The xiuxian sword slashed across it, emitting a chilling howl. Melissa's actions weren't over. After blocking the xiuxian sword's attack, the ice river blossomed into icy spears, piercing fiercely towards Axton's body. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, 2 faint butterfly wings appeared behind Melissa, suspending her in midair, defying the surging killing intent and rising against the current, aligning herself with Axton. Their eyes met, no longer holding the familiarity of the past. Only Cold War intentions remained. Melissa, wake up, Shushan is not what you think it is. Axton secretly transmitted, unwilling to truly confront Melissa. After all, they were both victims, and Axton knew all too well what Emmanuel had done. What does it have to do with me? Melissa's cold reply shattered Axton's best hopes. It seemed she had completely lost her memory, and no amount of talking could awaken their buried feelings. Then let's settle it with our skills. Past emotions were no longer relevant. Today, Axton had every reason to win, not only for Qingyun Sect's honor but also to fulfill his father's wishes and resolve his deep-seated hatred towards Shushan. Heart Sword did not falter within the ice spears. Bolstered by Gangjin energy, it emitted even brighter light. However, Melissa's methods were formidable. Despite each of Axton's attacks hitting the weak points of the ice domain, it couldn't break through her defense. They remained locked in stalemate in midair. Melissa hovered in the sky, her icy crystalline butterfly wings becoming more pronounced, flapping slowly and triggering countless vortices. In the next moment, Melissa's figure flickered, disappearing into the vortex, leaving only the 7-foot ice river engaging Axton. As a celestial artifact, the xiuxian sword possessed inherent pride and could not tolerate being obstructed. A fierce aura burst from its ancient body. Under this powerful aura, the jade belt turned ice river shattered into water mist. But Melissa's figure had already vanished from view. It's here. Axton focused intently, knowing not to underestimate Melissa. Her mysterious power had shown hints during their encounter with Heavenly Cecilia, and now it was much stronger. Many icy crystal vortices surrounded Axton, even permeating into his killing domain, proving that Melissa's realm was on par with his own. Being able to match the killing domain and withstand Heart Sword's might, Melissa had proven herself unbeatable at this level. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator would have long succumbed under her attacks, but her opponent was Axton. Under Eagle Eye, everything was laid bare. The fluctuations within the vortices were subtle, but Axton sensed differences. Xiuxian sword moved, intercepting an icy spear, then slashing down towards the hidden figure within the vortex. Bang! Something shattered, and the vortex exploded under the Xiuxian sword's immense power, the figure within vanishing without a trace. The imminent threat disappeared from before Axton, but his face remained tense. It's not that simple. Melissa's attack isn't over yet. Sure enough, when one vortex dissipated, several beams of white light shot out from others, accompanied by a graceful silhouette and an intensely cold demeanor. Axton couldn't distinguish the real Melissa from the illusions. Each attack felt equally real. Ignoring any single ice spear would result in irreparable harm. The audience below watched with bated breath. Even those who had previously underestimated Melissa swallowed nervously. Despite being known as one of the 4 fairy maidens of Shushan, Melissa was virtually unknown outside the sect. Everyone thought Shushan was in decline, having lost its former glory among the 7 immortal sects. They feared it might fade away within a few hundred years due to dwindling talents. To see such a capable disciple emerge today and hold her ground against Axton was surprising, making them realize they had underestimated Shushan. Earlier we laughed at Shushan for expelling a genius like sect leader Unkor. We clearly lacked vision. No wonder sect leader Yael didn't act personally. If his disciples can defeat Axton, it would teach Qingyun's sect a harsh lesson. Respect the young generation. Indeed, they are formidable. Hashtag chapter 495, gradually consuming. Not only were the cultivators below dumbstruck, but even the 7 great powers from the immortal sects in the pavilion above could not help but be shocked. Their gazes frequently swept across Emmanuel's face, each harboring myriad thoughts. Chevy, this young girl seems quite extraordinary, Erixi said solemnly. He had a rough understanding of Axton's strength. As a great power of the Pahuang Immortal Palace, he kept an eye on the development of the Qingyun sect, and Axton's rise to this point did not surprise him much. However, the young girl before him gave him a shock. According to Erixi's intelligence, Soraya once entered the heavenly Cecilia Eye. Although she escaped with her life by sheer luck, her performance back then was that of an ordinary disciple at best. How had she grown into this form in just a few short years? Umitba, Soraya is indeed not ordinary. However, don't you notice something peculiar? Canon clasped his hands together, his eyes incredibly profound. You mean? Erixi nodded. There was no way he couldn't see the abnormality about Soraya. Rather than saying her displayed strength left everyone stunned, the sense of disharmony was even stronger. Taking Axton as an example, although he acted low-key and seldom showed his hand, discerning eyes could easily spot his extraordinary nature. His ability to unleash formidable power was within expectations, but Soraya was different. Her icy demeanor was like being covered in inscrutable ice, looking unremarkable when inactive, making it impossible to gauge her true strength. Achieving this feat offered only 2 possibilities. First, Emmanuel possessed some secret technique to conceal Soraya's aura, but escaping the eyes of everyone present was highly unlikely. Second, Soraya's strength wasn't hers, or, more accurately, didn't belong to that body, which gave off such a sense of disharmony. Whichever the case, it proved Soraya's extraordinariness, especially the second possibility, indicating that her origin and identity held much intrigue. They couldn't help but think of one possibility, reincarnation. To have such powerful cultivation at this age could be explained only by either a once-in-a-thousand-years genius or a reincarnated individual. This Emmanuel is truly devious. Gavin couldn't help expressing indignation. He was well aware of the story between Axton and Soraya. Their former bond of life and death forgotten without a care, forced into enmity. It was utterly cunning. Umitba, a Mei Sect's approach is truly disgraceful. Kuo also frowned but, helpless in such a situation where they had no say, could only hope for a favorable conclusion for both parties. Inside the Qingyun sect, the atmosphere was equally tense. Clint gazed up at the sky, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Other disciples clenched their fists, eyes fixed intently on the battle in the air. They understood this was a decisive battle for the future of the Qingyun sect, a fight Axton had long prepared for, and it must not end in failure. Even the usually lethargic Marian stood up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an inexplicable smile. In the vortex of chi, Axton casually waved, shattering an ice shard with the Xiuxian sword. Beneath it, Soraya's figure crumbled. But it wasn't over. Several figures surged forward, the ice shards transforming into cold, thin swords aiming directly at Axton's throat. Each figure was incredibly lifelike. Even eagle eyes couldn't detect any difference. The terrifying aura emanating from the thin ice swords made Axton's skin break out in goosebumps, as if he would freeze solid in the next moment. Axton naturally didn't sit idly by. Yang Jinfeng's spirit energy filled his body, and the Xiuxian sword burst into dazzling light around him. If he couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, he would slash through all. With a single sword strike, the Xiuxian sword emitted an excited call, as if acknowledging Soraya's strength and preparing for an all-out attack. The ancient blade absorbed the surrounding killing intent and shone brightly amidst the cold aura of the thin ice swords. Wherever the Jinfeng sword chi went, the ice melted inch by inch. Even Soraya's figure became hazy, and those thin ice swords dissipated into thin air upon contact with the Xiuxian sword's glow. 1, 2, 3. Axton deflected 6 consecutive attacks, seeming calm and collected, but his vigilance never wavered. He sensed these 6 attacks hadn't hit Soraya's true form, like illusions shattering away. A drop of water fell from his chin onto his palm, the chill causing Axton to frown. Soraya seemed to have vanished from the stage, undetectable even by his extraordinary divine sense. His palm felt heavier, a foreboding sense rising in him. Soraya's attack wouldn't end so simply. What had he overlooked? Ice? Already blocked by the killing realm. Thin swords? Already repelled by the Xiuxian sword. What caused this unease? Or what kind of hidden attack still lurked in his defenses? As Axton pondered, he suddenly felt a suction force on his palm, accompanied by a pulling pain. He slowly raised his right hand, his pupils widening at the sight of a water droplet on his palm. Water. An inadvertent drop from a shattered thin ice sword, slipping past his meticulous killing realm defense. Though it looked like liquid, the water droplet couldn't be shaken off, as if embedded into his skin. In the next moment, Axton felt his right hand lose sensation. A chilling, bone-deep cold swept from his right hand to his chest, spreading to his mind until barely held back. The cold symbolized despair, mercilessness, seemingly stripping away consciousness. Even Axton's will faltered momentarily. Was this how Soraya felt daily? After losing sensation in half her body, another strong suction erupted from the water droplet, continuously draining the Gungjin's spirit energy. The tiny droplet now resembled an endless black hole, greedily devouring Axton's spirit energy without satiation. Chapter 496, Cecilia and Emil. What is this? The devouring force. Feeling the unceasing flow of metal spiritual energy within his body being mercilessly sucked away, Axton's complexion changed as he tried to forcibly stop the loss of spiritual energy from his meridians. However, he found that those droplets clinging to his body could not be shaken off. They were firmly adhering to his body. The surging spiritual energy left his body uncontrollably, initially like a stream disappearing. Then the flow's speed increased more and more, almost reaching a point where it was uncontrollable. Even the cultivators below the stage could sense something amiss on the platform. Several whirlwinds suddenly erupted around Axton, gathering the spiritual energy from all directions and continuously pouring it into the ice domain Dao world. What an incredible suction force. What kind of divine power is this? Clearly so far away. I feel my blood is being pulled over. It's truly terrifying. Not good. I just ascended to the golden core realm days ago, with unstable foundation. Now there are signs of regression. A chorus of exclamations sounded. Under the powerful devouring force of the ice domain Dao world, some disciples with unstable cultivation showed panic. Though not in the center of the whirlwind, the spiritual energy in their dantian spread outward as if it sorbed, and some even felt their realms regress, with the spiritual energy seeping out of their bodies. In no time, their cultivation diminished by up to 30%. This was a terrifying phenomenon that could affect the Dao foundation of cultivators. Never before had such a horrifying Dao world been heard of. What terrible means did Ziva Fairy of Mount Shu possess? This isn't an ordinary elemental Dao world. Could it be? Ernesto stood up in shock from his seat at the head of the pavilion. As a great figure who had lived for several hundred years, his vision and methods were extraordinary. The strength displayed by Ziva gave him a familiar feeling, reminiscent of something he had seen somewhere. Is it the heartless Dao world? Dunk spoke sternly, exchanging glances with Ernesto, confirming the thought in their hearts. According to legend, cultivators couldn't transcend due to emotions and desires. Only by severing worldly feelings could they fully integrate into the heavenly Dao, becoming immortal beings. In ancient times, many great figures attempted to sever the 6 desires and forget the 7 emotions to reach the highest realm of cultivators. But talk is easy. How many could truly do it? Countless people perished while trying to sever their emotions. After all, these instincts were inherent to humans. Severing them equated to erasing oneself. Umitba, have you also realized this? The venerable canon looked solemn, watching the 2 men with a long sigh. Since Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth, the 10,000 spirit continent originally had no gods or demons, only beasts and humans were in conflict. At that time, beasts held natural advantages. Whether in physical form or magical abilities, they were closer to the heavenly Dao than humans. According to the records of Fo Prince and Temple, the human plight was dire, despite frequent appearances of great figures who were slain by beast Taoists. Canon murmured under his breath, recounting ancient secrets only known to core members of the 7 immortal sects. In ancient times, humans were weak because their physical bodies and spiritual awareness couldn't compare to those of beasts, leading to constant oppression. Some great figures, unwilling to fall, decided to thoroughly sever uniquely human emotions and desires to better align with the heavenly Dao and gain greater power. This method worked but brought devastating consequences. The difference between humans and beasts lay in humanity. Severing emotions and desires equated to extinguishing humanity. Though they gained immense power, they lost human beliefs and thoughts. Countless great figures perished on the path to the heavenly Dao. Only one woman succeeded, becoming a stronger existence. That woman, extraordinarily talented, led human cultivators to defeat the beast emperor and secure dominance over the 10,000 spirit continent, suppressing the beast race to a low status that even after hundreds of thousands of years, they still couldn't match humans. Unfortunately, things didn't end simply. More terrifying events awaited. After nearly exterminating the beast race, humans discovered the terrifying side of the woman. Her cultivation soared wildly, but she relied on endless plundering. She plundered the heavenly Dao's laws, the flesh and demonic powers of the beast race, using them as the basis for her growth. Once all beasts were eradicated, she turned her attention to humans, the race she had once vowed to protect. Great figures began vanishing without cause. Groups of cultivators fell mysteriously. When human great figures confronted her, she couldn't stop. Having severed her emotions and abandoned her desires, she lost basic human nature. She slaughtered anyone hindering her growth and consumed them. Many fanatical humans pursued power and became her followers, thus sparking a new war on the 10,000 spirit continent, more brutal and cruel than the battle against beasts. At that time, lives were destroyed, everyone lived in fear. Countless human great figures fought against the woman, but they were far from her match and fell in frustration. The woman was no longer human, thus she was called Cecilia. The Cecilia regarded all humans as livestock, cultivating them for consumption, seeking power equivalent to the heavenly Dao. One day, believing herself strong enough, the Cecilia attempted to attack the heavenly Tao to become the ruler of the 10,000 spirit continent. She startled Pangu's residual consciousness sleeping in the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao communicated with the remaining humans, deciding to kill the Cecilia together and bestowed upon humans the power to slay demons. Unfortunately, this power was too profound. No one could grasp its essence until, centuries later, a human finally stepped forward. He had once been a general under the Cecilia, named Emile by the Cecilia. Though favored by the Cecilia, Emile approached her for one reason: to eliminate her. Emile's parents were devoured by the Cecilia, and he himself had his emotions and desires removed, but retained hidden hatred. One day, after contacting Pangu's true intent, he received inheritance. Named Emile, his Tao was also Emile, to slaughter his enemies and demon beings harming mankind. A new war began, but this time not between humans and beasts, but between humans and demon cultivators. During this period, the 10,000 spirit continent was overturned. Despite Emile's insufficient power against the Cecilia, he never gave up. Each time he neared death, the heavenly Tao spared him, only for him to return years later with renewed strength. Humans survived, slowly accumulating strength for a counterattack. Unknown how many centuries passed. Humanity suffered immensely under the Cecilia's onslaught. Emile returned with greater power, realizing one thing: to eliminate the Cecilia required uniting all human strength. It was a belief that humans could triumph over the heaven Tao. Emile understood Pangu's intention. Not to let the emotionless heavenly Tao remain chaotic forever, but to create humans with emotions and desires, not to align with the heavenly Tao, but to change the entire 10,000 spirit continent with unique power. Pangu imparted the Tao of killing through killing to Emile, using all humans' hate towards the Cecilia, expelling the Cecilia from the heavenly Tao and the 10,000 spirit continent. Because Emile is also one of the 7 emotions and desires, the sharpest force. So, Emile moved, finding the Cecilia alone but carrying the collective wrath of humanity, successfully expelling the Cecilia from the 10,000 spirit continent, tearing open a gap in the heavenly Tao, exiling the Cecilia to the heavenly Tao world. There, chaos reigned, devoid of life, symbolizing the Cecilia had no targets for consumption and would be sealed eternally. Since then, under Emile's leadership, humans regained control of the 10,000 spirit continent. After his mission was accomplished, Emile passed away. Bearing all of humanity's murderous intent, he left behind only his legacy before disappearing without a trace. Humans retook the 10,000 spirit continent. From then on, no one dared to attempt severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires again. Those who stubbornly persisted were collectively referred to as members of the Cecilia clan, despised by the world. The belief that righteousness and evil could not coexist has been passed down to this day. ####Chapter 497, A Greater Power. Amitabha, although the demon was sealed within the heavenly Tao, her powers were immense. Even with just remnants of her will, she has drawn countless demonic cultivators to search for her. Chevy's eyes were filled with reminiscence, as if he had been transported back to the ancient times. The demon is not dead. Only her physical form is sealed within the eternal heavenly Tao. Every so often, she creates a fissure in the seal and allows demonic cultivators to infiltrate the continent of 10,000 spirits. What's the goal of these demonic cultivators? Clifton, entranced by this tale, could not help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Chevy shook his head with a bitter smile but still shared what he knew. Some say the demon is already dead, but the demonic cultivators, influenced by the chaotic nature of the heavenly Tao, have grown more brutal over time and seek to reconquer the continent of 10,000 spirits, becoming its rulers. Others claim the demon isn't dead, but cannot escape the physical bindings of the heavenly Tao. She dispatches demonic cultivators to find one person, the executioner. What if, as you say, the executioner is already dead? How can they find him? Benjamin also couldn't hold back his curiosity. As a disciple of the Pohan Immortal Palace, he had heard some of these rumors, but never the details. Amitabha, the executioner is dead, but also not dead, Master Kujet said cryptically, his words resonating with an inexplicable depth. The executioner is not a single person but a path of Tao that Pangu taught humanity. Whoever gains this Tao becomes the executioner. Seeing the 3 younger cultivators lost in awe, Chevy couldn't help but shake his head. Of course, my words are based on speculation from these rumors and shouldn't be taken as fact. However, every so often, demons suddenly appear, proving the truth behind these legends. The Eye of Heavenly Cecilia's is said to be the boundary between the heavenly Tao and the human world. Do the 2 laypersons feel something familiar about the abilities of Melissa? That devouring force is quite inscrutable even to me. Shifting the topic, Chevy's gaze turned to Melissa on the platform, his words hinting at deeper meanings. Ernesto and Brody looked grave but held back, not making any hasty moves. Let's observe further. This matter is no small affair and might shake the entire cultivation world. Benjamin and Hatcher exchanged glances, their worried eyes turning toward Axton on the platform. If Chevy's assessment was correct, Melissa's power was unfathomable, and they hoped it wasn't as dire as imagined. On the platform, Axton found himself in a deadlock. Melissa's casually emitted water droplets exerted a powerful suction force, continuously draining his Gungjin's spiritual energy. In a short time, he had already lost a third of his power. If this continued, his Dantian would be depleted before Melissa even made a move. Release your grip. Axton's brow furrowed, and he shouted, unleashing a burst of chi from the executioner's sword to shock the water droplets. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the water droplets clung tightly to his body, showing no sign of letting up. What shocked him most was that under his eagle-eye vision, the water droplets seemed non-existent, leaving no trace of any laws or principles, as if they didn't belong to the grand order of the universe, offering no point of vulnerability. How is this possible? Axton felt a momentary loss of focus. Since mastering Heart Sword, he could deconstruct any attack into its primal laws, identifying the weakest points at a glance. But Melissa's water droplet seemed beyond the 3 realms, transcending the 5 elements, revealing no flaws. If not for the overwhelming devouring force, Axton might not have even sensed the existence of those droplets. Everything seemed bizarrely terrifying. Emotionless sword Dao? What exactly is it? This was the first time Axton doubted the sword Dao. He couldn't comprehend Melissa's sword Dao. Rather, it seemed to sever his understanding of all sword principles. Emotionless sword Dao appeared to cut through Melissa's emotions, but also severed his own comprehension of the sword Dao. Unable to see through his opponent's path, Axton couldn't counter effectively, unable to escape the devouring force of the water droplets. He risked being completely consumed, becoming nourishment within Melissa's Dao realm. The executioner's sword, sensing its master's distress, trembled violently, attempting to flatten the droplets with its edge, but it too became entangled upon contact. What should I do? How can I break through this? Feeling his power being drained continuously, Axton's mind screamed in anguish. Previously, no matter the predicament, he had always believed he could resolve it. But Melissa's Dao realm felt like an unbreakable prison, trapping him inexorably. I refuse to accept this. I cannot fall here. I want greater power. His body felt numb from the loss of spiritual energy, and soon he would be entirely devoured, possibly losing his life. The executioner's sword, bound by the water droplets, quivered wildly, devoid of Gungjin's spiritual energy. Only Axton's indomitable will and the suppressed killing aura from the Emil realm surrounded him. I cannot die. Give me greater power. The executioner's sword trembled even more intensely, seemingly breaking a string within it as an ancient, vast aura flowed through its blade, awakening like a fierce beast from the depths. Chapter 498, Sword Seal. There's no point in looking anymore. The leader of the Green Cloud sect is definitely dead. Let's temporarily avoid this place. You're right, under this pressure, I feel as if my blood is reversing. Look, someone has already fainted from the reversed blood flow. Not only was Axton in danger, but even cultivators outside the arena with lower cultivation felt unbearable pain all over their bodies, as if all their cultivation had been stripped away by an invisible force, and staying any longer would drive them completely mad. The disciples at the Green Cloud sect seating area naturally felt the same, but after Bryn intervened, she isolated the devouring power. Thank you, Elder Bryn. Stanley breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had great confidence in Axton, the disciples behind him could not withstand such pressure. Fortunately, Bryn acted promptly to isolate the fluctuations on the arena. No problem. This can be considered a small return for Lord Uncor. After all, he brought me here and helped me immensely. Bryn laughed charmingly, but no one took her appearance seriously. After all, her abilities had long been demonstrated before everyone. Especially now, as she uncharacteristically stood up, it was evident that she was extremely concerned about the battle situation. Especially her gaze measuring Axton lacked its former allure, instead carrying piercing insight. It's almost time, she muttered softly. What is almost time? Celine was very perceptive and couldn't help but ask curiously upon hearing Bryn's whisper. Hee, mistress says Lord Uncor's wish is about to come true. Bryn giggled, but that made Celine increasingly uneasy. Best if it comes true as you say? Celine bit her red lips, hoping Axton could quickly escape Melissa's divine power. Despite her shallow cultivation preventing her from understanding the details of their clash, it was clear that Big Brother Uncor was deeply entrenched in crisis. Inside the ice realm boundary, the air was frozen solid by the intense cold radiating from Melissa's body. Axton's physical body was encased in droplets of water, unable to move, like a statue of ice. He was completely immobilized, witnessing helplessly as the Gungjin spirit power within him drained away, leaving only defiant rage echoing in his heart. For the first time, the coordination between Heart Sword and Eagle Eye failed. The force exerted by Melissa seemed flawless, natural, and offered no way out. In dire straits, Axton had no time to think. He followed his instinctive will to fight back. If he couldn't break through Melissa's divine power on the principal level, he would shatter it with overwhelming force. Lustful immortal sword. Show me your true strength. Zing. As if responding to Axton's inner call, the lustful immortal sword, frozen in his hand, emitted a clear and resonant sword cry. Thus began the tremors in the lustful immortal sword, emitting a ferocity from the ancient chaotic era. This ferocity merged with Axton's indomitable fighting spirit, the inherent pride of the immortal sword, and the stimulation of the devouring force Melissa wielded, finally erupting. The seal buried deep within the lustful immortal sword loosened. Axton sensed a voice calling to him from the unknown. Shatter it! Shatter it! The voice grew louder, filling Axton's ears, altering the colors of heaven and earth. The scene within the ice realm boundary blurred into chaos. Axton strained his eyes to see the surroundings. Though his body was immobile and mute, his consciousness remained crystal clear. The sky was in a state of primordial chaos, the ground a crimson red. He saw countless humans suffering at the hands of demon beasts, thousands of clans reduced to food. Humans were fleeing. Large numbers held weapons against the demons, but ended up being ruthlessly torn apart, painting a tragic scene across the land. Elders, women, children, even pregnant mothers, were all mercilessly killed by the demon claws. The entire Wanling continent became a slaughterhouse, dominated by countless demons. After an unknown period, humans barely survived under demon brutality, yet the latter intended to domesticate them, treating them like pigs, insulting them, then feasting without mercy. A flash of light in Axton's eyes revealed scenes that pierced his senses. Every scream and twisted face was vivid. Until one day, a woman stood forth. With unparalleled strength, she vanquished the demons, making them bow fearfully. Though not a celestial, she saved humanity from the fires of destruction, slaying the demon powers, completely overturning their dominance. Her face was unclear, yet Axton felt as if he had met her somewhere, trying to reach out but finding himself bodiless, merely a fragment of consciousness observing these scenes. Yet, the story continued. After 10,000 years, the Wanling continent again faced destruction, this time by the woman who once acted as a savior. She showed no compassion, annihilating millions of her own kind until all was in ruins and all bowed. Then, a man emerged, standing against her just as she once did against the rampaging demons. Holding an ancient, immortal sword, he engaged her in a dark, relentless battle. Their clash shook the heavens and earth, its aftermath reaching every corner of Wanling. Years passed in combat, ending with the woman's defeat. Ultimately, they stood opposite each other on sun, moon, and stars. The man won but found no joy. The woman lost but remained unbowed. The Cecilia has not fallen, and the Cecilia shall return. The Kelvin's fate is limited, and you cannot stop me. In the end, you too will become a Cecilia. After speaking, the woman vanished into the cosmos, leaving only the slightly haggard figure of the man behind. His mighty form collapsed, his blood turning the land red. I mustn't. The man's lips quivered faintly as Axton strained his consciousness to hear more clearly. I cannot become a Cecilia, even if it means death. The man's figure grew ethereal, his ancient immortal sword mournfully crying as if grieving over his fading life. If advancing further taints me with demonic essence, I'd rather die on this land. Relaxing, he gazed at the ancient flying sword in his hand. Old friend, you mustn't be tainted either. So be it. Rest here with me and guard our human race for thousands of years. As he spoke, golden rays pierced the chaotic sky, enveloping the land. Warm rain washed away the blood-stained earth. Using his last strength, he sealed the ancient sword, knowing exceeding certain limits invited demonic influence. Thereafter, man and sword rested eternally, becoming Wanling Continent's most powerful guardian beast for countless ages. Suddenly, Axton's consciousness ached sharply as a dreamlike murmur echoed in his ear. It was the man's voice, unforgettable. When the Cecilia returns, old friend, you won't stand idly by, will you? Please let me know if there is anything else you need translated or modified. ####Chapter 499, Breaking the Ice. Axton suddenly awoke, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Even though he was frozen by the cold aura of the ice domain, it could not mask the shock in his heart. Devil? Kelvin? Returning? Everything he had just witnessed was deeply etched into his mind, refusing to fade away. The sword of slaying immortals in his hand, sensing its master's return to consciousness, let out an excited hum, feeling more intimate with him than ever before. That woman is called a devil? Who exactly is she? Why did she save humanity only to seek its destruction later? The sword in that man's hand, why does it look so similar? Axton's gaze fell on the sword of slaying immortals. Although he couldn't see the faces of the man and the woman clearly, he would never mistake the aura of that extraordinary ancient flying sword. It was identical to the sword of slaying immortals. How can this be? The sword of slaying immortals is a treasure I drew as a reward. Why does it match the memories from ancient times? Axton was bewildered. Yet, the aura emanating from the sword of slaying immortals was undeniably the same as that ancient flying sword. That man said that when the devil returns, old partner won't sit idly by. If the old partner he referred to is the sword of slaying immortals, then does that mean? A jolt of surprise ran through Axton. If everything he saw were true events, then the sword of slaying immortals in his hand was once the weapon of that man. Wouldn't that imply that the devil was about to return? The woman called the devil was someone whose terrifying and formidable power far surpassed any devil in the current 10,000 spirits continent. But why me? Why did the sword of slaying immortals appear in my hands? Clearly inherited from the ancient Kelvin sword, yet acquired from the system. What connection exists between them? Axton's mind was filled with myriad thoughts. He thought back to Yasmin in the system, who always seemed mysterious. Whenever he faced danger while being weak, she would take the initiative to help him resolve it. Could it be that the system wasn't just casually existing within him, but was deliberately arranged here? Otherwise, how could one explain the origin of the sword of slaying immortals? Whether it was acquiring the metal body or founding a sect, the system seemed to guide him toward a certain direction, helping Axton from being a castaway disciple of Shu Mountain to becoming the leader of a school, and finally securing first place in the martial competition at the Immortal Gate. Everything seemed coincidental, but after understanding the true origins of the sword of slaying immortals, Axton felt doubt for the first time. However, this doubt and contemplation didn't last long, as there were more important matters awaiting him. Since the seal has been broken, reveal your true strength. Old partner. Upon hearing this call, the sword of slaying immortals seemed to be stirred with boundless fighting spirit. Beams of light shot down from the sky, piercing straight through the ice domain and illuminating the blade itself. What? Melissa, standing inside the ice domain, frowned, her icy face showing emotion for the first time. She, who had long lost all emotions, now felt a sudden surge of sadness and confusion. This unfamiliar emotion left her unsettled, even causing her eyes to waver. The beams of light falling from the sky seemed to possess infinite penetrating power, melting the ice and snow around the domain. Drip, drip. Water droplets slowly slid off Axton's body. First one drop, then many. The forces restraining him loosened, allowing Axton to feel his bodily functions gradually recovering. In the next moment, the sword of slaying immortals grew hot, glowing brilliantly amid the surrounding ice hell. Countless beams of light struck the ice domain, eventually seeping through and becoming tiny specks of light scattered over the sword of slaying immortals. The previously plain and simple flying sword erupted into dazzling brilliance, like a transformation, releasing an incredibly sharp edge. Holding the sword of slaying immortals tightly, Axton felt a sense of unity throughout his body, as if he had truly connected with the sword for the first time. Then, he moved. Just a casual wave, and the chilling ice prison around him shattered loudly, vanishing under the glow of light. Melissa's meticulously launched attack crumbled instantly under the might of the sword of slaying immortals. Axton's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Under the illumination of the light, he looked quite imposing, especially with the newly transformed, sharply edged sword of slaying immortals in his hand, adding more color to his appearance. He escaped. Director Uncor broke free? Voices of shock echoed. Melissa's Dao domain was so powerful that no one believed Axton could survive it. Many had already marked Axton as defeated in their hearts, lamenting that such a talented individual met his end at the hands of the 7 great immortal sects, a truly regrettable outcome. Yet, the scene before them stunned everyone again as Axton burst out of the ice prison with immense strength, shattering Melissa's invincible ice domain. Is this even human? I heard they have not been practicing for more than 30 years. Unimaginable. Unimaginable. As the crowd watched the battle between Axton and Melissa in astonishment, the disciples of Xuanhuan sect breathed a sigh of relief. Higano was drenched in sweat, almost suffocating during Axton's crisis. Annabelle was trembling nervously, collapsing backward in relief after seeing Axton break free, supported by Shelley. Everyone felt a tremendous weight lift off their shoulders, unable to hide their smiles. Only one person quietly disappeared, leaving the scene like a wisp of smoke, unnoticed by anyone else. The battle continued. Axton had not been defeated. Or rather, he had taken the upper hand. Chapter 500, Xiuxian Sword Spirit. The surrounding ice shattered layer by layer. Even Melissa's iceberg-like expression couldn't help but be moved. Her figure burst into retreat, her eyes revealing a wary look, as if she had encountered her natural enemy. The ice realm boundary retreated continuously and melted like spring snow under the glow of the Xiuxian sword. The world of killing seized this opportunity to rise again, stabilizing itself once more. Broken? Sitting on the balcony, Emmanuel was taken aback. No one knew Melissa's power better than him. The seal within her body was almost completely released, the force exploding so fiercely that even he dared not face it directly. Yet somehow, Axton managed to escape and even repelled the ice realm boundary. Even the most astute could see that although Melissa's expression remained emotionless, she had suffered significant injuries. The icy jade belt coiled in the sky returned to her hand with visible cracks, clearly having been severely damaged by the Xiuxian sword's attack. Should we act now, Sect Leader Yael? Anton gritted his teeth, initially thinking that Axton would surely fall into the trap. Although he couldn't personally avenge his father's death, watching Axton die at the hands of the woman he once harbored feelings for might still provide some satisfaction. But the boy somehow turned the tide, stirring an uncontrollable agitation within Anton. Do you have a say here? Emmanuel snorted coldly, his eyes deep. He was waiting for an opportunity, a signal. This day had been carefully planned for years. Without complete confidence, Emmanuel would never rashly act. On the platform, Axton found himself enveloped in a vortex of energy. Surrounded by the warm glow emitted by the Xiuxian sword, he felt rejuvenated, his injuries rapidly healing. Grasping the Xiuxian sword again, he felt a sense of kinship, blood and flesh intertwined. Simultaneously, many fragmented memories flooded his mind. He saw the man wielding the Xiuxian sword, battling demons for 100 years. He saw the man transform his mortal body into a seal to mend a flaw in the heavenly way just before his death. The demon was sealed away in the gap of the heavenly way, unable to set foot in the land of 10,000 spirits ever again. That location was later named the Cecilia Eye. Fool, wake up, don't daydream. A familiar voice echoed in his consciousness. It was Yasmin, who hadn't appeared for a long time. She had seemingly vanished, undetectable no matter how much Axton tried to locate her. Adeline, where have you been these days? Axton felt a surge of joy. If there was anyone he trusted implicitly, it was Yasmin. Hearing her voice lifted his spirits. I'm right here in your hand. In my hand? Axton was momentarily confused, then raised the Xiuxian sword in his hand, glowing warmly with a familiar feeling. You're inside the Xiuxian sword? Hehe, you're not that dumb. The Xiuxian sword trembled slightly, expressing joy, displaying its spirit. You freed the seal on the Xiuxian sword. Finally, I can breathe freely. Haven't you guessed yet, fool? Yasmin's familiar voice continued, filled with warmth. I am the sword spirit of the Xiuxian sword. It took a great deal of effort to help you break the seal. You haven't disappointed me. Xiuxian sword spirit? Axton was momentarily stunned, recalling all the moments with Yasmin. If she was indeed the sword spirit of the Xiuxian sword and came to assist him when he was weak, did she know from the start that the Xiuxian sword would come into his possession? The pieces began to connect. The spirit stone system, Yasmin, and the Xiuxian sword. Everything seemed guided by the spirit stone system. Initially, Axton believed obtaining the spirit stone system was coincidental, but now it seemed there was another explanation. Rest assured, your old friend is temporarily shaken and cannot move. Ask me whatever questions you have quickly. Yasmin's playful voice sounded, bringing her endearing face to mind. Okay. Axton's eyes sparkled as he revealed his suspicions. What exactly does the spirit stone system have to do with my father? This was the question buried deep within Axton. The spirit stone system had always guided him in search of his father, allowing him to rise swiftly, founding Green Cloud Gate and participating in the Immortal Sect martial arts contest. If Yasmin was the Xiuxian sword spirit, it meant she knew from the beginning the Xiuxian sword would come to him. Everything seemed perfectly arranged. Hehe, you're not entirely wrong. Yasmin spoke smugly, her figure reappearing in Axton's mind. Now that you've entered the nascent stage, you're qualified to learn these secrets. All this, including the spirit stone system, was your father's doing, infused into you through a powerful means. Father? Axton was struck. He recalled his father's towering figure and the lonely nights after his disappearance. His efforts over the years were all aimed at uncovering the truth behind his father's vanishing. Had his father been watching him all along? The details I will tell you later. Suffice it to say, the Xiuxian sword was originally sealed away until your father found it, awakened its spirit, and bestowed me upon you. Your father was remarkable. Though sealed in isolation, he didn't give up but instead comprehended part of the heavenly way. While his physical strength was restrained, his understanding of laws and the heavenly way reached its peak. Through his comprehension of the rules governing the 10,000 spirits continent, he gained a bit of control over the heavenly way. Using his life force, he transformed his legacy into tangible form, infusing it into you via what we call the system. Only someone who has grasped the heavenly way could accomplish such a feat. Yasmin's voice carried admiration. Clearly, she revered Xuanhuan's abilities. Though Yasmin's explanation contained vast information, Axton found the answers he sought. His father hadn't left him after disappearing. He had been watching over him all along. His efforts weren't in vain. He hadn't disappointed his father. Where is my father now? How can I find him? Axton voiced the question closest to his heart, feeling closer to the truth he had long pursued. Just one step further, and the mystery would be unveiled. Well, it's a long story, and there isn't much time now. Yasmin laughed lightly, though a hint of seriousness lingered. First, solve the problem at hand. Otherwise, finding your father might be the least of your worries. Her voice grew ethereal, her image blurring in his mind, transforming into a streak of light entering the Xiuxian sword. Simultaneously, the mist on the platform dissipated. Axton saw Melissa staring intently at him, the coldness in her eyes fading, replaced by a mysterious, enchanting allure. A gaze he found familiar. Xiuxian sword. Melissa murmured, her eyes blazing at the ancient sword in Axton's hand. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared beside Melissa, the unmistakable silhouette of Bryn. Lord Xuanhuan truly stands out, managing to gain recognition from the ancient emperor's treasure. Truly astonishing, she said with a teasing tone. Note, I've maintained the structure and style of the original text while translating it fluently and accurately into English. Names are kept as close to pinyin pronunciation as possible. Bryn flew onto the platform under everyone's watchful eyes, her jade-like hands gently caressing Melissa's face in a teasing manner, appearing extremely alluring. But Lord Xuanhuan really doesn't know how to treat a beauty with care. He can't bring himself to strike such a stunning woman. I knew you weren't that simple. Aren't you afraid of Atlas and Tion sect by showing up here? Axton wasn't overly surprised. From the moment Bryn appeared, he had sensed the complexity of the situation. However, their deal was already done, and without Bryn's help, Green Cloud Gate wouldn't have come this far. Don't worry, Lord Xuanhuan. They can't see me. Bryn laughed coyly, her entire body ethereal like a dream. Her jade hand actually passed through Melissa's body as if it weren't real. This is a divine soul? Axton was startled, his heart already forming a guess at the answer. Note, I've maintained the structure and style of the original text while translating it fluently and accurately into English. Names are kept as close to pinyin pronunciation as possible. The tone and style remain consistent, ensuring the translation is natural and coherent with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 501. The devil descends? How about it, Supreme Master Xuanhuan? You look quite surprised? Marianne laughed coquettishly, but her smile, paired with her ethereal form, appeared quite eerie. In comparison, Melissa seemed like a soulless doll, standing motionless beside Marianne. TSK, what an excellent vessel. No wonder Supreme Master Xuanhuan cares for her so deeply. Marianne's jade-like hand caressed Melissa's cheek, and in the next moment, she actually drew closer, as if about to merge with her. Stop! Axton shouted furiously. Regardless of Marianne's true intentions, he could not allow any harm to come to Melissa. Supreme Master Xuanhuan is distressed. But don't worry, nothing will happen to her. What are you? What kind of creature are you? The sword Xiuxian was raised high, pointing directly at Marianne. Clearly, Axton would show no mercy if she made any sudden moves. Supreme Master Xuanhuan, you are truly heartless. I am an elder of Qingyun sect. Could you really raise your hand against me? Marianne's voice sounded dreamlike, her illusory figure gradually merging with Melissa's body in a bizarre manner. Moreover, attacking me is the same as attacking someone you once held dear. Supreme Master Xuanhuan, think carefully about this. Marianne gradually merged with Melissa, the two seamlessly combining until those words were softly spoken from Melissa's lips. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Melissa's body. It was demonic chi, pure, intense demonic chi that Axton had never experienced before, far beyond his imagination. Wait, he had seen it before. In the hazy memories of ancient times, he had witnessed this force as a spectator during the great battle between the human sovereign and the Cecilia. Who are you exactly? The demonic chi before him was no longer dark. Rather, it seemed like a radiant white light, devoid of any sense of corruption. I am Melissa. Has junior brother Xuanhuan forgotten me? Melissa's eyes revealed a familiar glow, looking exactly like she did a year ago, pure and aloof. Axton stared blankly, sensing that this person in front of him was indeed Melissa, yet reason told him otherwise. What have you done to Melissa? Release her. Axton was seething with anger. He could accept if Melissa had lost her memory and forgotten him, but he could not tolerate her being manipulated by this demonic woman, Marianne. Junior brother Xuanhuan, I have not deceived you. I am Melissa. Melissa's eyes grew colder, her gaze filled with amusement as she looked at Axton. She has always been me, Melissa, Marianne. Can't you understand yet, junior brother Xuanhuan? Melissa's words resonated in Axton's ears, piecing together all the clues. Indeed, the powerful force sealed within Melissa was real, and the rumor that Melissa was the reincarnation of a great power from Xiuxian was also true. Emmanuel's reason for having Melissa cultivate the Heartless Sword path was likely to facilitate the better integration of the reborn soul into Melissa's body, accelerating the process. Everything began with Emmanuel's plan in Xiuxian, starting when Marianne approached him. Melissa was the body, and Marianne was the soul. When they successfully merged, the true Melissa returned. Don't worry, junior brother Xuanhuan. Melissa isn't dead. You can call me Marianne or Melissa, as you wish, or perhaps call me the devil. Melissa's tone became icier, her exquisite beauty revealing a captivating yet chilling smile. To Axton, it was terrifying. The devil. Once, in ancient times, she annihilated the demon race and nearly wiped out humanity as well. She single-handedly founded the way of devils, drawing countless ancient powers to their own downfall. If not for the intervention of the human sovereign, she might have already dominated the entire Wanling continent. The ancient devil was now revived, revealing her true self before Axton. He understood. Axton grasped the hidden conspiracy within Xiuxian and why Emmanuel and Alessio had consorted with the demon race. Apparently, he had long been planning all this, or Emmanuel had already been controlled by the devil, becoming her disciple. Axton tried to approach but found himself immobilized by the pure demonic chi around him. If not for the faint divine glow emanating from the Xiuxian sword protecting him, he would have lost consciousness long ago due to the demonic chi. This power was immense, so vast that Axton didn't even realize the danger until he completely lost sensation. Which demon dares to wreak havoc in my xuanhuan sect? A roar echoed from the sky. It was Ernesto shouting out. Sensing the intense demonic chi from the viewing platform, Ernesto acted immediately, transforming into a divine entity whose presence left thousands awestruck. Anchor, if I hadn't just obtained a new body, would you dare lay a finger on me? Melissa's gaze was indifferent, revealing disdain as if she didn't consider Ernesto a threat. Clang. Ernesto suddenly froze mid-air, having been intercepted. Emmanuel, I knew it would be you. Ernesto showed no surprise, though he was shocked by Emmanuel's newfound strength, which could now match his. He had long suspected Shushan's ulterior motives and prepared countermeasures. Ha ha ha, Ernesto, after all these years, your strength hasn't improved at all. Emmanuel laughed madly, his fiery gaze fixed on Melissa, as if gazing upon a deity he revered. Finally, the Great One has returned. Chapter 502, Chaos. The situation in the arena was changing dramatically, and everything seemed to have happened too suddenly. The cultivators on Wushidian Peak were shocked when they saw Ernesto and Emmanuel join the fray together. What had clearly been a battle between Qingyun sect and Mount Shu swordsmen was about to conclude, but now the situation had suddenly shifted. Not only that, even the great cultivators of the 7 immortal sects who had been observing from the sidelines entered one after another, evidently deciding to intervene. Patriarch Unkur, it seems our battle must be put aside for now. Melissa turned to look at Axton with a meaningful gaze. Once this matter is resolved, I will find you to continue our unfinished business. With a flash, she vanished from the stage, disappearing in an instant. Emmanuel, today you must give me an explanation. Ernesto's expression was solemn as he observed Emmanuel's frenzied appearance, his heart sinking. Ha ha ha, Patriarch Run, are your eyes not working? Or has your old age made you blind to Yael's intentions? Emmanuel's demeanor drastically changed from its usual gloomy state, his tone now manic and exhilarated. He had waited for this day too long, meticulously planning this moment since he took Melissa as his disciple. Finally, the day had come. As the patriarch of one of the 7 immortal sects, yet willingly descending into demonic ways, do you not know guilt? Ernesto's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. He had sensed something amiss with the Mount Shu swordsman sect, but never expected Emmanuel to reveal his true colors in front of all the witnesses at the immortal gathering, openly embarrassing the host sect, xuanhuan sect. Guilt? Ha ha ha. Emmanuel's laughter faded, revealing scorn and pity in his eyes as he looked at Ernesto. What do you know? You are merely slaves bound under the heavens. How could you understand the greatness of my master? Today, my master returns to Wanling continent. Let's start with your blood. Without giving any chance for argument, Emmanuel lunged directly at Ernesto. Although there was a significant gap in their strengths, the power Emmanuel unleashed was astounding. It was pure demonic energy, naked and terrifying, far beyond what ordinary demon cultists possessed. Is this Supreme Cecilia Ikchi? Could it be? Ernesto's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly countered the attack. A burst of black energy erupted around Emmanuel, and a realm opened up, pulling both of them into it. Father! Clifton shouted, issuing commands to the elders behind him. All members of xuanhuan sect, exterminate the demons thoroughly without hesitation. Yes, young master. Several elders stepped forward, emitting formidable energies, all at least core formation cultivators. Ernesto had anticipated major events during this immortal gathering, and had summoned all the sect's elders here as a precaution. Do not think of interfering, your opponent is me. A sinister voice sounded. Anton spoke from the seats of the Mount Shu swordsman sect. Numerous robed cultivators now appeared behind him, shrouded faces hidden by hoods. This aura. It's Raphael Unkor, the sword immortal who fell in the immortal war against the demons. And true man Max Liu. They died fighting the demons. Why are they here? The elders of xuanhuan sect were stunned. As former comrades in arms, they recognized these figures instantly despite the time passed. The Mount Shu swordsman sect sacrificed many lives in the fight against demons, including countless heroes. Now these heroes reappeared before them, turned into puppets by the enemy. Anunda, the return soul puppetry technique, how dare they desecrate the dead? Chevy immediately identified the origin of the black-robed figures. This forbidden technique involved extracting a cultivator's soul before death and infusing it with demonic energy to control the corpse, creating obedient puppets that retained some of their original combat prowess. To transform these once heroic figures into demonic puppets crossed every boundary, indicating Mount Shu's deep-seated betrayal. They planned this long ago. Ever since the end of the immortal Cecilia War, Mount Shu has been infiltrated by demons. Gildang Yaelzi clenched his teeth, horrified. To see former allies turned into puppets was unimaginably infuriating. No wonder that old villain Emmanuel personally brought people to xuanhuan sect today. Everything was premeditated. Gildang Yaelzi sneered and joined Clifton, soon followed by other leaders from the 7 immortal sects. It became clear that Mount Shu had completely severed ties with the others, explaining their lack of action against demons until now. Realize this now? Too late. Anton laughed arrogantly, signaling for the dark figures behind him to launch their assault. Little friend Ren, leave this to us. Chevy and Gildang Yaelzi moved to intercept 2 of the attackers. Other Atlasantian sect elders and experts from various sects also joined the fray, leading to chaos in the Wuxidian area. Fear spread among smaller sect disciples as they fled in panic. Denny, go awaken the Haddon. Clifton instructed his law enforcement hallmaster urgently. After receiving the order, the latter whispered back, young master, the Haddon has already taken action, chasing after the female devil from Mount Shu. Female devil? You mean Melissa? Clifton nodded, realizing Emmanuel's actions were to ensure her safety. This mission to the Immortal Gathering was likely all for her benefit. The master Emmanuel spoke of must also be this woman. With the Haddon pursuing her, capturing her should not be difficult. There was no time to ponder further. Clifton led the elders into battle, resulting in intense clashes, flashes of weapons, and cries of agony echoing around. Within Xiuxian sect, Axton had already reached his disciples. Brother Unkur. Celine's voice trembled due to the chaos at Wuxidian. Without Axton's protection, many Xiuxian sect disciples might have perished. More alarmingly, after Anton's minions attacked, more demon cultists surged from all directions, many from spectator sects turning mad, clearly having been corrupted long ago. It appears Mount Shu came prepared. Many sects have already fallen to demonic influence. This did not surprise Axton. Precedents like Fuhu's sect indicated Mount Shu had infiltrated numerous sects over the years. Chance Unkur, what's the relationship between Elder Marianne and Senior Sister Melissa? Kip was utterly bewildered. Once the proud Melissa of Mount Shu was now merged with Marianne and referred to as a demonic master by Emmanuel. Events today surpassed anyone's imagination. Please let me know if you would like me to proceed with the next part, or have any adjustments. Just a senior elder? She is nothing but a true demon lord. Melissa muttered with disdain. I've long suspected her ill intentions. Today she finally reveals her true colors. But Kip was still unable to accept it, but he was interrupted by Axton. Junior brother Du, you lead the disciples away from here first. I have urgent matters to attend to. Brother Unkor, let's go together. It's too dangerous. Annabelle was anxious. The strength of those black-robed figures was formidable. If anything happened to Axton, the entire Xiuxian sect would crumble. Right? Chance Unkor, we die together or flee together. Kip's gaze was resolute, refusing to take a step back. It wasn't just them. Behind them, Tanner, Shelley, and others also clenched their lips tightly, saying nothing, clearly unwilling to retreat. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. Chapter 503, The Sky Changes. Master, those demon cultivators must be eradicated by everyone. Though Tanner is unworthy, I wish to contribute my share of strength for righteousness. Right. The demon cultivators have killed our fellow villagers and taken our lives. Shushan will not stand idly by. Tanner and Anthony looked around at the chaos, their gazes resolute. Though their power was limited, dealing with ordinary demon cultivators was not a problem. Before Axton could respond, 2 figures appeared beside them. Unkur Layman. Taoist fellow Unkur. Tanner and Colm had solemn expressions. Chevy and Brody had already led their sect's experts into battle. Both of them also had their own tasks. The elder ordered us to protect all cultivators here. If Taoist fellow Unkur has urgent matters to attend to, Xiuxian sect's disciples can be entrusted to Roland and Colm. Behind them were several Atlasantian sect enforcement hall disciples and disciples from the 7 great immortal gates who had come to participate in the gathering, all orderly arranged. That would be perfect, then I entrust this matter to both of you. Axton sighed in relief. He had too many things he wished to pursue but was worried about his sect disciples' safety. Now that Benjamin and Colm had taken action, it solved his dilemma. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Please remember to prioritize your own safety and do not let the demon cultivators exploit any weaknesses. Ba, please rest assured, go ahead with what needs to be done. Colm nodded. He knew that Axton and Shushan had complex connections. Both were anxious about Soraya's situation. Their current task was to handle their respective duties and minimize casualties as much as possible. In the sky above Wushifeng Peak, Emmanuel faced off against Ernesto. As they exchanged blows, the surrounding weather changed drastically, and the collision of their domains shook the heavens. Emmanuel, surrender now. You won't escape from Atlasantian sect today. Ernesto's hair stood on end as his late transformed spirit phase cultivation spread out, making the surrounding space tremble. Emmanuel sneered, showing no weakness under this pressure. His eyes turned pitch black, devoid of any righteous demeanor, as he no longer hid his magic power which was now pure. Do you think you can keep me here? Our Dark Lord has awakened, and Wanling Continent will eventually belong to the demon race. Your Atlasantian sect cannot resist. Dark light flashed in his hand, and countless dark sword energies descended from the sky, assaulting Ernesto like a storm. Each sword beam was pitch black, carrying an overwhelming, suffocating force. Body transformation realm. Looks like you're deeply rooted in darkness. Ernesto's tone was heavy. Based on his understanding, Emmanuel should only be at the late nascent stage, which was why Xiuxian had declined in recent years. This sudden burst of power could only be explained by a complete descent into evil. Why help the demons? Have you forgotten the bloodshed of Wanling Continent back then? Ernesto summoned a giant seal, which shattered the dark sword rain under his spell. He had once fought alongside Xiuxian against the demonic invasion and couldn't understand why Xiuxian, one of the 7 great immortal gates, willingly became a breeding ground for demons. Ha ha ha, helping the demons? It's you who are deluded by the heavenly way, self-righteous and obstinate. Emmanuel laughed wildly, his eyes filled with madness. Do you know why there hasn't been a successful transcension of a transformed spirit cultivator in 10,000 years on Wanling Continent? Do you know why we are confined to this world, having to live on through reincarnation and soul snatching? His voice grew more frenzied, anger flashing in his eyes. You've all been deceived by the heavenly way. Only our Dark Lord broke this curse. Only she can lead us to eternal life. With her return, once she recovers her strength and kills the heavenly way, all of us will be freed from this curse and no longer enslaved. His voice grew more excited, and his attacks became fiercer. Nonsense! Ernesto roared, the magical artifact seal flying around, blocking all of Emmanuel's attacks. Deep-rooted darkness, obstinate to the end. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and slay this traitor. Ha 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 ha, the obstinate one is you. Let's see true skill then. Emmanuel crazily channeled the demonic aura within him. After years of suppression and careful planning, he finally unleashed his power today. He had received instructions from the demons, so Emmanuel personally brought Soraya to Xuanhuan Sect, finally meeting the long-desired Dark Lord. From today onward, the sky of Wanling continent would change. Chapter 504, Silence of All Things. This was a confrontation between the leaders of two factions, an encounter that was terrifying in its intensity. The power displayed by Emmanuel shocked many. After all, although Amay had long fallen from glory and was part of the 7 great immortal sects, Xuanhuan Sect surpassed Amay in every aspect, including the strength of their leader. Now, as Emmanuel faced Ernesto, he not only avoided any predicament, but even handled Ernesto's onslaught with ease. The power radiating from him bore no resemblance to that of a righteous sect, being instead pure demonic energy. Gusts of cold wind circled around Emmanuel, managing to withstand all of Ernesto's moves. A smug smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, Ernesto, this is the power bestowed upon me by the Dante. Don't struggle uselessly. Emmanuel's eyes were filled with darkness. This was the first time he had fully let loose since falling into the path of demons. He felt invincible, confident even against an opponent at the nascent soul stage like Ernesto. The space where they fought was torn apart, spatial rifts swirling around them, yet they remained unaffected. Who could have imagined you would match me, Emmanuel? What benefits have you received? Ernesto paused for a moment to catch his breath, landing among the disciples of the Xuanhuan Sect. He knew very well what Emmanuel was once capable of. 10 Emmanuels wouldn't have made him feel so cornered. But this fight was different. Indeed, after accepting the demonic legacy, Emmanuel's strength skyrocketed. Knowing this, Ernesto was determined not to let that woman known as the Dante escape unscathed. Just awakened, she might still be in her early stages. If she weren't stopped now, Wanling continent might be engulfed in chaos later. You check the secret realm, I can handle things here. Ernesto suddenly changed his expression, urging urgently. He realized why the Dante chose to show herself at the top of the Xuanhuan Sect. She needed to obtain a body from Xiuxian Sect, but doing so secretly wasn't enough. It was a significant risk. Father, do you mean? Clifton, who had long been privy to the sect's secrets, understood immediately. The Xuanhuan Sect, one of the 7 great immortal sects, housed the revered Cecilia Binding Place, a secret realm on par with the Cecilia Suppressing Pagoda of Amay. Legends say that ancient demons were suppressed by human cultivators, yet their influence lingered in the world. The founding ancestor of the Xuanhuan Sect created this secret realm and seal to contain all the demon chi in the world, dedicating their life to this cause. This formed the origin of the Xuanhuan Sect, tasked with protecting the seal of the Cecilia Binding Place eternally. Should the seal loosen, demons could return in mass. The Dante, though formidable, hadn't regained full power. The demon chi sealed away in the Cecilia Binding Place was her most nutritious source. If the seal were broken, no one could stop her. You lead a team of elders to defend the Cecilia Binding Place. I hope nothing goes wrong. Ernesto hurriedly instructed, as Emmanuel's attacks grew fiercer. Despite the presence of high-ranking elders battling the demon cultists, Ernesto couldn't shake off his worry. But father, the situation here is tense. If I take the elders away, Clifton, having just killed a demon cultist, worried. Amay's sword sect had plotted for a long time. Not only did numerous common cultivators fall into the path of demons, even elites and elders of the 7 great immortal sects betrayed their allies suddenly. Many suffered injuries from these surprise attacks. Even if other sects were aware of the crisis, reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. Xuanhuan Sect struggled with the current forces, especially with the formidable black-robed men beside Emmanuel. The situation was already dire, yet his father wanted him to leave and defend the Cecilia Binding Place. Clifton hesitated. Leaving would put Ernesto at greater risk. Don't dawdle, go quickly. Ernesto frowned. He knew the situation was grim. Despite his preparations, Emmanuel's plans were too powerful, far exceeding expectations. Though Emmanuel seemed insane, Ernesto remembered the vanished woman. Only she was truly terrifying. Even if it meant death, he couldn't neglect the Cecilia Binding Place. It was the mission and duty of the Xuanhuan Sect. But father, Supreme Elder has already gone. If we leave too, you'll be in danger. Clifton expressed his concerns openly. Ha ha ha, still divided against me? Do you want to die? Emmanuel noticed their conversation and commanded his black-robed followers to surround Clifton. Realizing Ernesto's intent, Emmanuel wouldn't let him disrupt the Dante's plans. His actions aimed to draw attention away, creating opportunities for the Dante to enter the Cecilia Binding Place. Damn it! Ernesto unleashed a punch, dispersing Emmanuel's demonic chi. It was clear Emmanuel intended to stir chaos, even risking his life. Xuanhuan Sect's cultivators were remarkable, but under relentless demonic assaults, they struggled. People are fighting madly. Every move seems desperate. Many have died. Emmanuel's plot was well planned. Using the opportunity of demon invasion, he infiltrated Wu Shifeng disguised as visitors, catching the Xuanhuan Sect off guard. Fortunately, the sect had deep reserves and other elite cultivators intervened to stabilize the situation. We must defend the Cecilia Binding Place. It's a diversionary tactic. Although Supreme Elder went after the Dante, most Xuanhuan Sect experts were engaged on Wu Shifeng. The defense of the Cecilia Binding Place was extremely weak. Senior Run, I'm willing to go. A voice reached Ernesto. He looked down to see Axton, the patriarch of Xiuxian Sect. Ankerfer has noble intentions. However, the Dante is not ordinary. The Cecilia binding place might be more dangerous than Wu Shifeng. Are you sure? Ernesto saw Axton step forward and felt hopeful. Although Axton was young, his strength earned respect, even compared to Atlasantian Sect's elders. I have made my decision, Axton replied firmly. Given the connections between May and himself, and considering Melissa, he couldn't let the plan succeed. That woman was a demon, existing since ancient times, never destroyed. The scenes from the Sword of Emil informed Axton that under no circumstances should they allow her easy return to Wanling continent. The utterly devastating images were still vivid in his mind. The Dante's return meant the annihilation of all things. Chapter 505. The Cecilia Trapping Land. Then I must trouble you, young friend Axton, to give me a hand. Ernesto heaved a sigh of relief. Although Axton was just a junior to him, the strength and shrewdness Uncor had shown could not be overlooked. Due to Emmanuel's obstruction, he couldn't leave, but with the Haddon's assistance and Axton's aid, the Cecilia Trapping Land should be safe for the moment. Rin planned to kill Emmanuel and then rush over. Seeing Axton beside Ernesto disappear, a dangerous glint flickered in Emmanuel's eyes. Ernesto, you worry about others when you're on the brink of death. Do you really think that those few old men can withstand the majesty of the Dante? Emmanuel roared, his body convulsed by demonic aura, disrupting the heavens as he clashed once again with Ernesto. Cecilia's like you are the scourge of all living things. The 7 immortal sects have surely received word and sent reinforcements. Let's see how long you can still mouth off after they arrive. Ernesto didn't back down, receiving several attacks, with his sleeves billowing as a long saber appeared in his hand, causing a piercing resonance through heaven and earth. He wasn't wrong. Since such a crisis had emerged in the mystical heaven sect, the elders atop the Eternal Peak had already transmitted the news back to their sections. It wouldn't be long before reinforcements arrived. At that point, even if Emmanuel had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to make much noise. Haha, it might not take so long before the Dante eradicates every last one of you. Emmanuel showed no fear, having completely forsaken any concern for his own life. As long as he could buy time for the Dante, even sacrificing his life would be worth it. They collided again, the battle intensifying around them, with occasional casualties among mystical heaven sect's elders and disciples. They did not retreat even under grave injuries, fighting to the death alongside demon cultivators. For a time, the Eternal Peak turned into the cruelest battlefield. Benjamin, Hatcher, and others were stationed at the rear, officially tasked with covering the rear, but actually kept as the final hope of the immortal sects, not to be risked. Their ages were advanced, offering no further opportunities for advancement. The future world belonged to the younger generation, who alone had the potential to grow strong enough to stand against the Dante should he return. Though Benjamin and Hatcher wanted to fight, they were firmly held back by their elders. They could only stay focused on fulfilling Axton's instruction to care for the remaining Green Cloud sect disciples. Above the Cecilia Trapping Land, dark clouds gathered, strands of demonic aura surging in the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This was the forbidden area of the mystical heaven sect, sealing ancient chaotic demonic energy from primordial times. Successive generations of mystical heaven sect leaders had guarded this sealed energy for over 10,000 years. A flash of light zipped across the sky, its form elegant. It was Melissa, who had vanished from the Eternal Peak. Her figure didn't linger long in the sky, as a pursuing force tightly locked onto her from behind. Persistent spirit. Melissa frowned slightly. Though she exuded a cold demeanor, the pure demonic aura contrasting with her delicate features made it unbearable to look directly at her. The pursuing beam also halted, revealing a weathered old face. The elder, hunched over with a dragon-headed cane in hand, exuded a decaying aura, yet his eyes gleamed with keen insight, always fixated on Melissa. Bold demon, invading our mystical heaven sect's forbidden ground. Surrender immediately. His voice resonated like a great bell throughout every corner. This voice alone would likely scare anyone with malicious intent. Indeed, it's annoying, but you aren't qualified to stop me. Melissa spoke indifferently, the coquettish look she wore before Axton now gone, replaced by icy eyes as she viewed the elder as if he were already dead. This aura. You're no ordinary demon cultivator. Never in my life have I encountered such demonic energy. I cannot let you go today. The elder, brows knitted, was named Irvin, one of mystical heaven sect's Haddons. He usually hid within the sect, practicing without concern for worldly affairs. His awakening wasn't due to Ernesto's call, but because of an unprecedented sense of crisis that woke him up. Despite not knowing her origins, Irvin sensed the terror she embodied. Having reached late transformation stage, he was among the most powerful beings on the 10,000 spirits continent, yet faced with this woman, he felt uncertain. Even catching up with her took significant spiritual power. Spare you? Melissa shook her head slightly, finding Irvin's words contemptible. Her consciousness had just fused with this body, her soul barely settled. Though her current strength was severely diminished, this elder seemed too arrogant. Ignoring Irvin's reprimands, she moved closer to the Cecilia Trapping Land. Threads of pure chaotic demonic energy seeped out, wrapping around her fingertips, evoking a nostalgic feeling. Melissa's gaze sharpened. Moxie flies danced behind her, the chaotic demonic energy becoming lively upon contact with the fluttering creatures. If not for the Supreme Formation Seal, chaos would likely have erupted. Note: in translating this chapter, I aim to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring the English text is natural and coherent. I've preserved character names using pinyin and retained the paragraph and line breaks from the original Gemini's text. Chapter 506, Power of the Wind and Clouds. Humph, Cecilius, do not be insolent before me. Irvin, seeing that Melissa completely ignored him and didn't take him seriously, became furious. Though he understood that Melissa's background was certainly complicated, and the demonic aura she emitted was something Irvin had never seen in his life, he could still discern some clues with his keen eye. Even though Irvin secluded himself deep in the mountains, he had dispatched a strand of his divine consciousness to observe the immortal martial arts gathering held by Xuanhuan sect. This was why Irvin emerged from seclusion as soon as possible. Before Melissa took action, there was no trace of demonic aura on her, but during her confrontation with the Xiuxian sect, her personality changed dramatically. With Irvin's discernment, he naturally saw the issue. Although she was called the Dante, it seemed she had just awakened, and her power had yet to fully recover. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden herself and infiltrated the Cecilia confinement place. If he could slay her while she was weak, this farce could be ended. Irvin absolutely would not allow Xuanhuan sect's millennium-old legacy to be destroyed right under his nose. If you want to break the seal of the Cecilia confinement place, you must first get past me. Irvin's hair and beard bristled, and his hunched body suddenly straightened. Not only that, his frail-looking body trembled and visibly regained vitality at an alarming rate. He appeared decades younger, his momentum reaching its peak. Irvin's face flushed, his eyes shining brightly. This was Xuanhuan sect's secret technique. By maintaining his physical state in the lowest form of hibernation, he could enter a pseudo-death state, extending his lifespan to the maximum. He was over 800 years old and knew he couldn't transcend to the tribulation transcendent stage. Thus, he usually hid near the Cecilia confinement place, guarding the seal and nurturing his mind for the protection of Xuanhuan sect. Now, demon cultivators came knocking on their door, attempting to destroy the 1,000-year-old seal that Xuanhuan sect had protected. Even if it cost him his remaining lifespan, Irvin would stop Melissa. Anchor, you don't have many days left with this appearance. Is it worth it? Melissa's gaze was icy. The threat posed by Irvin behind her could not be ignored. Her current strength was but a fraction of what it once was, being at her weakest now. However, Irvin underestimated her somewhat. As a former demon, even after undergoing reincarnation and division of her soul, her power was not something Irvin could withstand. There is no point in further discussion. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to unseal the Cecilia confinement place. Irvin's voice was icy cold. By forcefully using a secret technique to restore his strength, his appearance looked much younger, resembling a robust elan. The pressure from his nascent soul stage intimidated the surroundings to boiling. As the Grand Elder of Xuanhuan sect, no one understood better than Irvin what was sealed within the Cecilia confinement place. It contained not only the most pristine ancient demonic aura but also many demons, even great demons from ancient times. They had forsaken the heavenly Tao and were free from the cycle of reincarnation. Though they were physically destroyed by righteous cultivators back then, their souls could not be obliterated and were thus sealed away, hoping time would weaken them. Now, who knew if those demons had already dissipated? If the seal were broken, the Wanling continent might face turmoil. Irritating. Melissa frowned slightly, flicked her finger, and sent out a silken thread towards the Cecilia confinement place. Inside, the wellhead showed signs of agitation, the sealed demonic aura becoming turbulent as if spurred by the seed of darkness. Visibly, a formation filled with profound essence appeared over the wellhead, striving to suppress the demonic aura. However, the Tao patterns on top were incredibly thin, indicating that time had eroded its power. Oblivious Ceciliac head. Irvin's eyes widened in fury as he hurled his cloak into the sky, which rapidly expanded to cover the entire sky. Wind. Come. Irvin bellowed, the vast cloak flapping wildly. In moments, the area around the Cecilia confinement place surged with winds. Countless fierce gales formed a tornado stretching to the heavens, carrying heavenly might toward Melissa. Irvin stood on the cloak, his robe billowing. This was his domain of wind and clouds, allowing him to use the might of heaven and earth to subdue enemies. Years ago, he dominated a region in the Wanling continent, and today his prowess remained unmatched. Stop, demon. The tornado roared violently, making Melissa appear vulnerable under the overwhelming might. The swirling demonic aura around her was scattered by the power of the wind cloud domain. Such strong gusts could tear everything apart. Even experts of the same realm dared not confront it directly. Huh, bothersome. Melissa's lips curled slightly, and another lively butterfly appeared beside her, dancing gracefully in her palm. Go. Following Melissa's order, the butterfly fluttered its wings towards the sky, charging straight into the devastating storm. Sand and rocks were swept up. Even towering trees couldn't stand firm against the fierce winds. Yet, the butterfly fearlessly advanced like a graceful sprite. Himph, putting on airs. Watch me seal you here. Standing on the cloak, Irvin had pushed his cultivation to its peak. This woman was extraordinary, deserving the title of Dante from ancient times, possibly holding significant status. Memories of legends about a female leader of demons in ancient times flashed through his mind, who ultimately battled the Emperor of Man for 100 days before being sealed away. Could this person be connected to these ancient tales? Time did not permit Irvin to ponder further. Even if the other was powerful, Irvin was confident in his wind cloud domain. On one side was the mighty tornado, on the other, a delicate butterfly, a stark mismatch. Nevertheless, they clashed without hesitation. One butterfly, let's see what tricks you can perform. Irvin felt no threat from the butterfly, assuming Melissa's strength hadn't recovered since she had recently chung through her body. Correction. Irvin felt no threat from the butterfly, assuming Melissa's strength hadn't recovered since she had recently chung through her physical form. Improved. Irvin felt no threat from the butterfly, assuming Melissa's power hadn't fully returned since she had recently chung through her physical form. Final polished version. Irvin felt no threat from the butterfly, assuming Melissa's power hadn't fully returned since she had recently reconstructed her physical form. The moment the storm met the butterfly, the former ferociously engulfed the latter, leaving no sign of disturbance. Nothing more, just pretense. Irvin rejoiced inwardly. Initially worried about Melissa's abilities, he felt relieved seeing the butterfly easily swallowed by his wind cloud domain without any ripples. Indeed, even a powerful ancient demon head could not resist the erosion of time. After countless years, her power had diminished, making her no match for him. To your death, Irvin roared, preparing to send the heavenly tornado toward Melissa again. Destroying her physical form would prevent her from absorbing the demonic aura of the Cecilia confinement place. Melissa stood calmly, watching the surging storm charge towards her. Suddenly, a fine silken thread appeared in her hand, gradually tightening as she moved her jade-like hands. Irvin, stepping on the cloak, halted abruptly, his imposing presence vanishing. The storm, as it reached Melissa, froze momentarily before slowly dissipating. What is? Irvin's expression turned grim. His divine consciousness scanned the area, focusing finally on the deepest part of the storm. There, a butterfly danced, attached to a silk thread moving up and down. An invisible thread weaved throughout the wind cloud domain, eventually forming a dense web. Irvin's expression darkened. He hadn't sensed the butterfly's entry or presence, assuming it was shattered in the violent tornado. It became evident now that the butterfly wasn't just a decoy but had unique capabilities. You are too noisy. Melissa's eyes revealed impatience. She tightened the shimmering silver thread in her hand, making Irvin feel immobilized as if bound by thousands of ropes. The constriction didn't end there. A powerful binding force continuously tightened, causing Irvin's breath to tremble. The wind cloud domain was also affected. The originally sky-penetrating tornado became unstable and gradually shrank. Cecilia, do not think you can succeed. Irvin spat out hatefully, finally understanding why Melissa had been indifferent to his attacks. She possessed strength that matched or even surpassed his own. A wave of shock surged in Irvin's heart. For her to have this much power immediately after obtaining a physical form, if she truly absorbed the demonic aura from the Cecilia confinement place and fully restored her strength, the Wanling continent might no longer have anyone who could stop her. As the Grand Elder of Shushan Sect, he certainly had more than just these tricks up his sleeve. However, Irvin was advanced in age, and to unleash potent mystic powers would require an enormous cost. So be it, even if it costs my life, what of it? The constricting force grew increasingly intense, causing Irvin's breath to shake violently, while the wind cloud domain suffered from instability. The vast tornado that once dominated the sky began to shrink and waver. Cecilia, you shall not prevail. Irvin growled, realizing now that Melissa's power was on par with, or perhaps even greater than, his own. This was only days after she had obtained a new physical form. What would happen if she regained her full strength by absorbing the demonic aura from the Cecilia confinement place? It was likely that no one on the Wanling continent would be able to stand against her. As the Grand Elder of Shushan Sect, he had more tricks up his sleeve, but his advanced age meant invoking formidable powers would come at a great cost. Well then, even if it means sacrificing my life, so be it. Chapter 507, Martial Dissolution. Irvin had made up his mind. He did not have many years left, relying on secret arts to prolong his fleeting existence. Now that the demoness was here, even if it meant burning away his last shred of lifespan, he would exterminate her. Secret art of cloud and wind. Sever the clouds. With his roar, a torrent of pure spiritual energy erupted from his body, instantly breaking free from the entangling threads within the cloud and wind Dao realm. Irvin's aura surged, the marks of time seeming to vanish completely, returning him to his prime. Yet, the hint of old age in his eyes remained, as though he had seen through all worldly matters. Wind, rise. Following Irvin's bellow, his immobilized body regained freedom once more. A fierce wind descended from the heavens, faintly resonating with the Tao of heaven, leveraging its power to sweep down. The windstorm was so powerful that even the surrounding peaks could not withstand it, crumbling to dust upon impact. This was the force of the great Tao, subtly touching the rules of the heavenly Tao. This was the true essence of the cloud and wind Tao realm, understood after countless years of seclusion by Irvin. He once thought this technique would never be used and he would fade away into obscurity, until today when it finally found its purpose. However, this would also be its swan song. Heavenly Tao power? Melissa felt the impending pressure, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. Her fingers flicked rapidly, weaving threads of energy before her. I didn't expect that after so many years, the human race still has a few servants of the heavenly Tao. Her voice carried a hint of disdain, as if she held the concept of the heavenly Tao in contempt. Nonsense. Seeing Melissa's disdainful gaze, Irvin's anger soared. He had already burned his final lifespan, pushing the cloud and wind Tao realm to its utmost limit. This represented Irvin's lifelong comprehension of the great Tao of cloud and wind, interwoven with the principles of the heavenly Tao from centuries of secluded practice. This force was enough to shake heaven and earth. A massive palm formed from the storm clouds, reaching out directly towards Melissa. The colorful butterflies dancing around her were unable to maintain their form, all being swept into the vortex. You do have some skill, but this is where it ends. Melissa smiled lightly, any trace of frivolity now gone. The strength threatening her was formidable. A late-stage transformative spirit cultivation expert unleashing an attack fueled by burning his life force was not to be underestimated. How laughable you humans are, ultimately deceived by your so-called heavenly Tao, becoming mere puppets. Muttering these words, a white butterfly flew from Melissa's hand. The butterfly appeared lively, circling Melissa several times before transforming into a white barrier of light, flying towards the storm giant hand. Want to escape? Feeling Melissa's figure grow increasingly ethereal, Irvin assumed she was trying to flee his grasp, intensifying the assault of the giant hand. As long as he could exterminate the demoness, even at the cost of his life, it would be worth it. The Cecilia confinement land must not be broken, at least not while Irvin still lived. The milk-white butterfly fluttered like a leaf in the storm, wavering under the pressure of the giant hand before vanishing into nothingness. Irvin rejoiced momentarily, preparing to launch another attack, when he suddenly felt a chill and a massive sense of danger rising in his heart. Instinctively he tried to evade, but then he noticed an unexpected visitor on his arm. It was a milk-white butterfly, harmless looking, yet terrifying in Irvin's eyes. What sorcery is this, capable of piercing my heavenly Tao storm? Irvin's face paled. The butterfly had been visibly torn apart by the giant hand, yet somehow approached him, attaching itself to his arm unnoticed. In the next moment, a suction force came, the butterfly's delicate proboscis deeply embedding into Irvin's skin. Even a transformative spirit cultivator's flesh, comparable to a treasure-grade weapon, was vulnerable to the butterfly's sting, which unleashed a greedy absorption force, voraciously drawing out Irvin's internal power. What dark magic is this? I can't control it. Irvin was terrified. Attempting to shatter the butterfly on his arm, it dissipated like a bubble, yet the absorption force continued unabated. The scene grew more surreal, even Melissa's figure distorted. Irvin knew this was the demoness technique. She was not only devouring his power but erasing his consciousness mercilessly. To think that he, a great power who once dominated the 10,000 spirits continent, would now fall to a mere butterfly, helplessness and frustration surged within him, prompting a wild roar from Irvin. Even in death, you will pay the price. His withering body erupted with terrifying power, his presence expanding 100-fold. Martial dissolution? Melissa grunted, feeling her connection to the butterfly severed. Irvin's decisiveness was beyond expectation. He had immediately undergone martial dissolution. This technique, available only to core formation realm cultivators and above, involved burning one's entire cultivation to unleash a single, wildly destructive burst of power. Even Melissa couldn't ignore this surge. It was Irvin's strongest and final blow. Chapter 508. Preserving the Legacy. Irvin exhausted his lifetime of cultivation to perform the mystical self-disintegration, releasing a force even Melissa couldn't ignore. Though she possessed the power to see through heavenly Tao, she had just reassembled her 3 souls and 7 spirits, leaving her at mere fragments of her original strength. Faced with Irvin's desperate attack, she could not afford to be careless. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, you're still this foolish. A tinge of reminiscence surfaced in Melissa's eyes. Deep within her memory, the man from the great battle long ago used the same technique, expelling her beyond the 10,000 spirits continent and sealing her in the fissure of heavenly Tao using his final breaths. If not for her forcibly retaining a thread of her divine spirit, she would have vanished then and there. However, Irvin was not that man. His magical treasures could no longer pose a threat to her. Even though she wasn't at her peak strength, she wouldn't repeat past mistakes here. Dark magic seeped from the Cecilia confining land, converging towards Melissa's body as if finding the most suitable host. The light emitted by the formation grew increasingly dim while the demonic aura inside the Cecilia confining land surged wildly, seemingly having found its true master. With my presence, I will not allow anyone to destroy the seal. Irvin's eyes bulged with fury. Protecting the Cecilia confining land had been Atlas Ancient Sect's responsibility for thousands of years. Although the ancient seal's power weakened over time, it was continuously repaired day and night by Atlas Ancient Sect's array experts, preventing any immediate breach. But Melissa had caused chaos upon her arrival, igniting the inner demonic energy casually. Seeing the risk of the seal array losing control, Irvin felt a wave of fear. He understood the woman's formidable background and knew the immense disaster that would ensue if the Cecilia confining land broke. His soul ignited post-self-disintegration, and the boundless cloudy domain reasserted its dominance. The fierce whirlwinds threatened to crush entire mountain ranges. This was the mightiest secret art of the boundless cloudy domain, and it was Irvin's first time unleashing it in life. Countless tornadoes obliterated the earth around Melissa, swirling fiercely around her. The earth cracked, mountains moaned, a premonition of Irvin's impending fate. Melissa stood firm atop a colossal, milk-white butterfly within the storm, with nowhere solid for her to land except for the unaffected seal of the Cecilia confining land. The entire mountain range had turned to dust under the boundless cloudy domain's wrath. Quickly, Irvin bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood which mingled with the whirlwind, adding to its murderous aura. His silhouette became incomparably majestic. This uproar spread throughout the entire Atlas Ancient Sect, causing countless disciples and demon cultivators to pause, turning their gazes toward the rear mountain. This is... Ernesto struck Emmanuel back, looking worriedly behind him. That force was all too familiar. The power of Senior Grandmaster Irvin's boundless cloudy domain clearly signified he was in danger. It bore a desolate, heroic undertone and conveyed an unwavering sacrificial spirit. Haha, Ernesto, do you truly believe your Atlas Ancient Sect can stop Her Majesty? Emmanuel grinned, initiating another skirmish. His goal was to delay the Atlas Ancient Sect forces to buy time for the Dante to enter the Cecilia confining land. Once she absorbed the ancient chaotic demonic energy, her power would quickly recover, rendering her invincible across the 10,000 spirits continent. Father, what should we do? Clifton hit back a hooded demon cultivator, extremely anxious. He knew the significance of the Cecilia confining land to the Atlas Ancient Sect but was held back by Emmanuel and his demon forces, unable to assist. When will reinforcements from other sects arrive? Ernesto pinned his hopes on the aid from the 7 great immortal sects. Even with Atlas Ancient Sect's strength, facing so many demon cultivators was daunting. Originally, Atlas Ancient Sect boasted 3 senior grandmasters, each possessing late-stage deity transformation realm powers, hence dominating among the 7 great immortal sects. However, 2 senior grandmasters had passed away in recent years to maintain the Cecilia confining land seal, leaving only Irvin alive. Even the most elite beings of the 10,000 spirits continent, late-stage deity transformation realm cultivators, struggled to stop this female demon. Amitba, our reinforcements are on the way. Please hold on, Patriarch Ron. John raised his hand, tearing several demon cultivators apart. He, too, sensed the tragic momentum erupting in the rear mountain, feeling concerned for the senior grandmaster of Atlas Ancient Sect. But reinforcements were coming from Buddha Sound Temple and Perceive Illusion Immortal Palace. Once the 7 great immortal sects' senior grandmasters arrived, the demon forces would crumble. Perhaps it's too late. Ernesto smiled bitterly. He knew all too well the power from the rear mountain. It was the self-disintegration force of senior grandmasters. 2 senior grandmasters once sealed themselves into the ancient seal to repair it, ensuring stability for centuries. Now Irvin used the same technique, proving he was in absolute peril. He hoped Irvin could eliminate the Demoness, fulfilling the Atlasantian sect's millennia-long duty. Darian, take Qingyun sect's members to seek refuge in the Atlasantian Hall. No one may leave without my permission. Ernesto looked grim, striking down nearby demon cultivators. Father, I wish to fight alongside you. Clifton refused. The Atlasantian Hall was the last stronghold. Clearly, Ernesto was preparing for the worst. If Atlasantian sect perished again, at least they would preserve a legacy. If you hide in the Atlasantian Hall, you might survive until reinforcements arrive, but others might not. Haven't you promised to protect Uncor Zoman's disciples? Ernesto's stern expression convinced Clifton. Knowing his son valued loyalty, only this could ensure he preserved the Atlasantian sect's final spark. But Clifton was knocked unconscious by a fly whisk wielded by Eric. Hintion, take them to the Atlasantian Hall, no disobedience allowed. Eric remained calm, viewing life and death indifferently. Even if they fell today, preserving the last spark mattered. Understood. Benjamin nodded heavily, carrying Clifton, leading Qingyun sect's disciples towards the Atlasantian Hall. The battle had become beyond their control. They must honor Ernesto's intentions. If the Sicilia confining land shattered and Irvin's power dissipated, the entire Atlasantian sect might face destruction. Friend Uncor, I hope we meet again. Without hesitation, he led a group of disciples, breaking through encirclements. The Atlasantian Hall, equipped with powerful formations, provided temporary safety. With reinforcements arriving soon, hope remained. The Atlasantian peak fell into even greater chaos. Elders and disciples fell by the dozen, and so did demon cultivators. It became a bloody battleground, where everyone fought with red-rimmed eyes, taking lives and giving their own. In the rear mountain, storms raged. The situation grew more intense. Chapter 509. Follow me. Irvin's essence spirit had been pushed to its limits. The Taoist dissolution enhanced his power several times over, subtly breaking through the bottleneck of the soul transformation stage and touching upon the sense of tribulation crossing. Even Melissa could not ignore that surge of power. In the storm, she dodged deftly from side to side, her graceful figure showing a hint of disorder. Evil fiend, why won't you perish? Another violent tornado swept by, grinding the broken earth into dust. Yet Melissa would skillfully evade these fatal attacks at critical moments as if she saw through all of Irvin's principles. Damn it, my time is running out. Irvin vented his rage without restraint, each tornado consuming what little of his remaining lifespan was left. His body had become somewhat ethereal, an omen of the gradual disappearance of his essence spirit after Taoist dissolution. Once his essence spirit burned out completely, Irvin's life would come to an end. It's no use, you can't hurt me. Melissa's voice drifted indistinctly in the storm, but it was evident from her tone that she was indifferent. As long as you remain bound by the heavenly Tao, you will never be able to kill me. In the midst of the wind, Melissa's figure gradually became clear. All the tornadoes around her gnawed away at her body, but whenever they touched her, they passed right through without inflicting any damage. Your power is impressive. You are the strongest human I've seen since regaining consciousness. Unfortunately, her voice was extraordinarily ethereal, seemingly reminiscing about some past memories. You haven't escaped the control of the heavenly Tao, so you can't defeat me who is outside it. As Melissa spoke, a butterfly sprang forth from her palm, exuding a powerful devouring force that sucked countless tornadoes into its body. No matter how Irvin attacked, those tornadoes did not harm Melissa in the slightest. As his figure gradually faded and his breath weakened, it became apparent that the time for Taoist dissolution was near. Irvin wore a tragic smile on his face. In the final moments of his life, he finally understood the meaning of Melissa's words. According to ancient secrets passed down by the Atlasantian sect, the Cecilius of ancient times had cut herself off from the heavenly Tao to reach higher realms, becoming an independent entity. The Demoness possessed such brilliance that even the heavenly Tao was powerless against her until the Kelvin emerged, comprehending the laws equal to the heavenly Tao, using Taoist dissolution to drive the Demoness away. Indeed, it's the return of the Cecilius. The ancient prophecy has come true. I am powerless to change this. All that remains can only be entrusted to you. He mumbled to himself, like someone reminiscing about the past or venting inner frustration. An endless devouring force surged towards him, threatening to envelop his fading figure. Clang! A sharp sound came from the sky, and a golden sword beam streaked across, driving the airborne butterflies back. An overwhelming aura of killing intent descended, slicing open a gap in the devouring aura before Irvin. Irvin's eyes lit up, taking this opportunity to escape. To which fellow Taoist do I owe my gratitude? Ren thanks you. Although his essence spirit was dissipating, he still possessed strength for one last battle. If the 7 great immortal sects experts arrived to support, perhaps they could suppress this Demoness once more. It's you. A figure landed beside Irvin, and the flying sword from the sky also slowly descended, circling around the two of them. The person who intervened was Axton. He had followed Melissa after witnessing her disappear from Atlasantian Peak. Axton already knew Melissa's identity and felt a familiar presence guiding him forward. He sensed an area in the back mountain emitting rolling demonic energy mixed with the sounds of an epic battle, which led him there. I am Axton of Shushan Sect. Elder, please stop the Taoist dissolution. Axton clearly felt the old man's essence spirit gradually disappearing. It was likely that the recent epic battle involved Irvin battling Melissa. Ha ha ha, young man, I recognize you, son of Tommy. Surprise flashed in Irvin's eyes, nodding as if seeing the son of an old acquaintance. Pity your father, who once was renowned but was eventually defamed by villains. From that moment on, MT Shu had been infiltrated by demons. Axton felt moved. Clearly, Irvin was very well informed about the events concerning his father, But now wasn't the time for discussion. It's no use, my time is short. It's unfortunate I couldn't subdue the demoness. You should leave quickly. Irvin's voice carried a trace of sadness. Despite risking dissolution to carry out Taoist dissolution, he couldn't prevent the demoness from completing the xuanhuan sect's fundamental mission. Axton took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the distant figure. Melissa smiled gently at him, with white butterflies fluttering above, showing no signs of being a demon cultivator. You have come? She opened her lips, her voice filled with ambiguous emotion. I don't want to kill you, and neither does she. Melissa's words seemed profound, understood only by Axton. The Cecilias had memories. Though she inhabited Melissa's body, she inherited Melissa's recollections and had a natural closeness to Axton. Are you still Melissa? Axton hesitated for a long time before asking. Melissa? Perhaps. She shook her head, the gentle light in her eyes gradually fading. Junior brother Uncor, if I told you that the heavenly Tao you believed in has been a deception from the start, would you believe me? Melissa gently brushed her hair, her eyes reflecting memories. She looked at Axton with both hope and nostalgia. Follow me away from here. I will lead you to your father and expose the false benevolence of the heavenly Tao. She extended her hand, her tone incredibly enticing. To Axton, Melissa seemed to have returned to her former self. Follow me away from here. Transform from the puppet of the heavenly Tao into your true self. Her voice was filled with expectation. Their eyes met, and Axton saw sincerity and nostalgia in Melissa's eyes. Chapter 510. What is the way of heaven? Melissa stood above the miasma, with boundless black clouds swirling around her, making her appearance even more enchanting. Xiao Unker, don't listen to that devil girl's nonsense. Irvin's aura was gradually dissipating. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Even at the cost of his soul disintegrating in a desperate bid, he couldn't harm Melissa in the slightest. Was the 1,000-year-old legacy of xuanhuan sect about to be obliterated today? Annoying. Melissa frowned and once again summoned a light barrier to bind Irvin's weakened spirit. It was clear that she didn't treat others as gently as she had treated them. Seeing that even the Spencer of xuanhuan sect had no means of resistance, Axton felt his heart sink into despair. At this point, the only option was to stall for time until the experts from the 7 immortal sects arrived to provide assistance, giving them a glimmer of hope. What should I call you? Melissa? Bryn? Or Devil Lord? With Axton's question, a faint smile spread across Melissa's face. She approached Axton like an old friend, the butterflies surrounding her enveloping him without revealing any hint of danger. You're stalling for time, aren't you? Her tone was unconcerned, seemingly not worried at all about the imminent arrival of the 7 immortal sects experts. Her gaze rested intently on Axton. Just call me Melissa. At least, you wish I am her, right? Melissa waved her jade-like hand, and countless butterflies surged forth, encircling the entire space. These butterflies were bone-white, dyeing the surroundings into a ghastly white hue, enclosing Axton within the Tao realm. Junior brother Uncor, come with me. Have you forgotten how Tommy vanished? Melissa's voice was slow and tempting, as if she were reverting to her former self, evoking a sense of familiarity. Your father lost everything protecting Shu Mountain, but ended up being framed by those so-called righteous figures. Do you really think Irvin is a decent person? The 7 immortal sects were all involved back then. No one can escape the responsibility for your father's disappearance. Prestigious sects are just a joke. Nothing but selfish hypocrites. The way of heaven is the biggest deception. Melissa's words were soft, but each sentence struck deep into Axton's heart. What exactly is the way of heaven? Why do you insist it's a deception? Axton steadied his breathing, trying not to let the beautiful butterflies influence his mind. He felt an overwhelming urge to drown himself in this swarm of butterflies. Since junior brother Uncor has reached the nascent stage, you're qualified to understand this secret. Melissa's laughter held a touch of mockery and disdain. Her gaze turned upward, as if gazing through infinite star clouds at the way of heaven. Don't you often hear, the way of heaven operates in cycles. No one escapes its fate? Melissa's voice became ethereal, as if she were immersed in ancient memories. In fact, the way of heaven is also human, but it was born in chaos, the first intelligence after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. As Melissa murmured, Axton's pupils dilated. The truth revealed by Melissa shattered his preconceived notions. In ancient times, during the chaos era, Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, and Nuwa created humans, leading to the emergence of myriad creatures and life forms. Pangu used all his strength to make the world habitable for humans, while Nuwa created the first batch of humans before vanishing, leaving behind the earliest naive life forms, which eventually thrived and multiplied. However, Pangu's power was immense. Even though his physical body perished, a trace of his consciousness remained. This consciousness mark, after devouring Pangu's flesh and blood, gained immense power and became the true ruler of the 10,000 spirits continent, inheriting Pangu's mightiest legacy. Unfortunately, although Pangu sacrificed everything for humanity, his residual will developed ulterior motives. Upon gaining Pangu's inheritance, he proclaimed himself the way of heaven and inherited Pangu's will. Pangu's legacy mandated the guardian of humans to protect them eternally. When an unparalleled genius emerged among humans, the guardian must pass on the inheritance to humanity. This was Pangu's unbreakable decree, a constraint he set to safeguard humans as the rulers of the 10,000 spirits continent. But prosperity did not last long. As humanity grew stronger, the way of heaven began to feel threatened. Once a human equaled or surpassed the way of heaven, it would mean he had to hand over Pangu's inheritance, signaling the way of heaven's demise. He did not want to die. Though the way of heaven was Pangu's chosen protector of humans, it harbored private desires, wanting to live forever and reign over the 10,000 spirits continent indefinitely. He devised a plan to destroy all humans to preserve his own existence. Sadly, Pangu's mental inheritance forbade the way of heaven from doing so. Any action against humanity would invite the continent's wrath, leading to complete annihilation. As humanity flourished, several exceptional individuals emerged, including an immensely powerful woman who touched the threshold of becoming Panga's heir. Constrained by Panga's legacy, the Way of Heaven could only watch as humans grew strong, posing a threat to him. Unable to act yet unwilling to perish, the Way of Heaven formulated a cruel yet effective plan. He created evil spirits, amplifying humanity's darkest sides, allowing these evil spirits to kill human experts to maintain his rule. The Way of Heaven granted these spirits immense power, even permitting them to gain strength by consuming humans. He thought this would suppress humanity and secure his dominance. However, as time passed, he realized he was wrong. Humans, created by Xuanhuan, possessed endless potential. They subjugated countless demons and monsters, becoming the strongest rulers, even overpowering the evil spirits created by the Way of Heaven. Among the outstanding humans was a woman named Bryn, who touched the threshold of becoming Panga's heir. Thus, the Way of Heaven summoned her. Unable to directly harm her, it sought to seal her in an eternal cycle, eradicating any threat. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The woman's power was too formidable. Sensing the Way of Heaven's plot, she prepared beforehand. The seal failed to contain her completely. When the Way of Heaven tried to unleash another attack, it was too late. The woman sensed the danger, understood the plot, and escaped. Angered, the Way of Heaven declared the woman an evil spirit, stripping her of her human identity. From then on, she was regarded as an evil spirit. She realized the Way of Heaven's vulnerability and understood the creation of evil spirits was to suppress humanity. Any individual threatening the Way of Heaven would be subdued by the created evil spirits. This was the Way of Heaven's conspiracy, ruling over humanity's destiny. Humanity blindly believed in the Way of Heaven, unable to break free from this shackle. Except for Bryn, the last evil spirit. Despised by all, with a bounty placed by the Way of Heaven, her former kin now saw her as the ultimate evil spirit, using all resources to exterminate her. In her eyes, she was no longer human, no longer a puppet of the Way of Heaven. If being an evil spirit meant opposing the Way of Heaven, then she willingly became one. No one believed what the woman said, and no one dared to question the authority of the Way of Heaven. From that day on, the woman became a true devil, despised by the world. She had once revealed this secret to everyone, but the vast majority of humans believed she was trying to bewitch them. Only a few gained enlightenment, and chose to follow the devil to oppose the Way of Heaven. It was then that the true devil race began to emerge, becoming the adversaries of humanity and the enemies the Way of Heaven most wanted to eradicate. Chapter 511. My Way. Would you believe everything I say? Melissa murmured to herself, her eyes seeming to recall a distant era. Her gaze appeared to pierce through the sky, locking onto the figure hiding in the boundless heavens. So, will you follow me, break free from the constraints of heavenly Tao, and become a demon? Melissa extended an olive branch. Originally, she was a demon devoid of emotions, but after reconstructing her body, many ripples had formed in her memory. Instinctively, she did not want to kill the man before her because Axton exuded a familiar aura, one that resonated with the lingering obsessions in Melissa's memories. Axton stood rooted to the spot, his mind reeling. The secrets Melissa spoke of were things he had never heard before, and they were immensely shocking. He could not easily believe what Melissa said, yet a part of him subconsciously told him it was true, that heavenly Tao indeed existed. If heavenly Tao cannot bind you, why were you sealed and deprived of your powers, only awakening now? Axton voiced his doubts aloud. According to Melissa's words, even the power of heavenly Tao could not subdue her, so why was she in such a state? Deprive my powers? Heavenly Tao is not worthy. Melissa's eyes filled with disdain. He is just a thief who stole the legacy of Pango. As for why I was sealed, it's because of humans. Her tone wavered momentarily, but quickly regained its composed allure. Our time is limited. Meddlers are about to arrive. Melissa approached Axton, her breath like sweet fragrant orchids. If you choose to follow me, I will tell you the complete truth, and where Tommy is sealed. Follow me. Help me overthrow heavenly Tao. Will you? Melissa's voice was incredibly alluring, causing a brief moment of trance in Axton. He felt an urge to accept her offer, to stand by her side and seek out heavenly Tao, then destroy him. A cool breath from his hand cleared Axton's mind. He could hear Yasmin shouting in his consciousness, growing louder, gradually snapping him back to reality. Fool! Don't let the demon bewitch your heart. The blood-slashing sword shook violently, fully awakening Axton's consciousness. He took several steps back, narrowly avoiding Melissa's outstretched hand. So, you refuse? Disappointment laced Melissa's voice, along with a hint of indifference, as if she had expected this outcome. It seems you two cannot escape the cycle of heavenly Tao. Her words lingered in his mind like poisonous snakes, gradually eroding Axton's resolve. Enough. Axton growled lowly, his eyes blazing with determination. Even if what you say is true, you are still a demon. Even if you rebel against heavenly Tao, the demons who follow you prey on humanity, harming all living beings. Is this the justice you speak of? Axton's eyes shone with unwavering conviction. Even if Melissa's words were true, she allowed her followers to wreak havoc on the world of 10,000 beasts. This alone was enough reason not to align with her. Haha, you mean those demons? Melissa laughed uncontrollably, finding it the greatest joke. She finally straightened up, her eyes gleaming with a demonic charm. Humans are obstinate, ignorant, and arrogant. They are mere puppets of heavenly Tao. Does their death matter? Why not serve as fodder for demons, becoming tools to oppose heavenly Tao? Can't you see this? Melissa's emotions grew more volatile. Even the butterflies swirling around her became agitated. Do you not wish to know the ancient secrets? Do you not wish to find Tommy? Melissa's expression turned cold, her gaze filled with disappointment as she looked at Axton. I do. Axton lifted his head, looking directly at Melissa, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. But I will find my father in my own way. Even if Heavenly Tao is merciless, I won't forget my identity as a human. We have different paths and should not be allies. If what you say is true, I will oppose Heavenly Tao in my own way, not by becoming a demon or condoning the atrocities committed by demons. Axton's words carried a tinge of anger. He had seen too many innocent civilians fall under the hands of demons. They were ordinary people, yet they became sacrifices for these monsters. If demons acted brutally to oppose Heavenly Tao, why should ordinary humans pay the price? The innocent humans killed by demons, his father, the Liquor Immortal Sword, his close friends, and the disciples of Green Cloud Sect. All these were people Axton cherished. He could not accept the truths Melissa revealed because every person has flesh and blood, and no matter how heartless Heavenly Tao might be, it couldn't strip humans of their unique qualities. Humanity. I won't let you succeed, Axton stated calmly. Everything became clear to him. The blood-slashing sword trembled slightly in his hand, seemingly eager for action. Chapter 5:12. The Might of the Slaying Immortal Sword. So, you refuse me? Melissa gazed thoughtfully at Axton, shaking her head slightly. Initially, due to that girl's memories, I wanted to spare your life, but alas? Melissa's tone gradually turned cold. The butterflies surrounding Axton grew restless, and a familiar devouring force stirred as if ready to swallow him whole. Do you know, you remind me of someone. Axton faintly heard Melissa mutter, but in the next moment, countless rays of white light appeared around him, intertwined with silken threads flying everywhere, completely enveloping him. Damn it. As long as this old man still lives, I won't allow you to wreak havoc on Xuanhuan Sect. Irvin's figure was dim. Clearly his xuanhuan was at its limit after spirit dissolution. His remaining strength wouldn't last much longer. He wanted to burn his final power to give Axton a chance to escape. After all, this young man had refused Melissa's temptations, preferring death over turning to the dark path. He deserved to live. The wind surged once more, but without the previous might, carrying a resolve for certain death as it swept towards Melissa. Annoying. Clearly, Melissa wasn't in a good mood. Seeing Irvin attack again, she simply waved her hand to disperse the wind. Not even peak forces from spirit dissolution could harm her. Humans were truly a race misled by the Heavenly Tao, still struggling uselessly on the brink of death. As the devouring force engulfed Irvin's xuanhuan, the last shred of consciousness of the Xuanhuan Sect elder dissipated into the sky, leaving behind an unsatisfied sigh. A powerful transforming spirit realm expert stood powerless before the resurrected Melissa. Imagine how terrifying she would be at her peak if she reclaimed the powers of the Cecilia imprisoning land. Now, it's your turn. Melissa's gaze fell upon Axton, her eyes unreadable. Stop stalling, I won't kill you. An inexplicable force bound Axton, who found his spirit energy frozen, unable to resist, not even his metal sword body. Melissa approached slowly, her familiar fragrance mingling with a disturbing aura. In my Tao realm, you can't resist, don't struggle needlessly. Her eyes like silk, she examined him like an object, her hand lightly brushing his face, her eyes shining mysteriously. Didn't I tell you, you remind me of someone? Your temperament and the aura you carry, they are just like his. That's why I came for the Azure Cloud Sect. Although I used you to regain my body and enter the Cecilia imprisoning land, you are very interesting. She shook her head slightly, regretting Axton's decision. I thought finally there was someone interesting among humans, but alas, you still rejected me. Kill me or torture me, do whatever you want, stop pretending. Axton showed no fear, not even Melissa's seductive appearance could sway him. He, such stubbornness, but I won't let you go that easily. Melissa laughed, as if she found a beloved toy. I will erase your memory, refine you into my most loyal subordinate, witnessing my destruction of the Heavenly Tao. This is my greatest mercy, completing that girl's wish. Melissa hinted at her words, clearly influenced by Melissa's consciousness, harboring special feelings towards Axton. Time is short, become mine. Melissa touched Axton's forehead with her jade finger, unleashing a powerful mental force directly into his mind sea. Axton felt his mind sea churned like endless storms, about to lose all perception. His resistance was futile, his nascent soul power nothing before Melissa. If she wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take a breath's time. Indeed intriguing. Melissa's consciousness wandered through Axton's mind sea, noticing distinct differences. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted, but Axton maintained clarity, even resisting faintly, proving his extraordinary nature. Let's see how long you can hold on. Melissa sneered, probing deeper into Axton's mind sea, sensing an unfamiliar force hidden within, beyond her recognition. Jennifer imprints appeared, ruthlessly taking over. If the mind sea were entirely consumed by butterflies, Axton's consciousness would fade, becoming Melissa's pawn. Points of light blossomed as the river mountain map detected intrusion, displaying its true form to resist Melissa's consciousness. Despite its immense value, Axton couldn't unleash the full power of the river mountain map, retreating under Melissa's assault, but delaying its consumption. It's actually the river mountain map? No wonder your mental force is so strong. Melissa recognized the origin of the map, revealing admiration in her eyes. But mere treasures can't resist. Give up, younger brother Encore. As Melissa spoke, the river mountain map's defenses shattered, marking the end of Axton's last line of defense. Pain shot through his mind sea as it was devoured, his consciousness being ripped away. Axton's awareness dulled. Heavy eyelids threatened to close, plunging him into sleep. Closing his eyes meant losing all awareness, becoming Melissa's puppet. Fool, wake up. Wake up. Don't you forget your purpose? If you die, what about your parents? Your Azure Cloud Sect, your adoptive master, they're waiting for you. Wake up. Deep in his mind, an urgent voice called out. Axton struggled to open his eyes, but the emptiness in his mind caused unbearable pain. No, I can't fall. Yasmin's call rekindled his spirit. Meanwhile, a cool sensation from his arm revived him. Ancient killing intent erupted in his mind sea, blocking Melissa's consciousness. Its sharpness forced Melissa to temporarily retreat, giving Axton a moment to breathe. Get out. Seizing this opportunity, Axton merged his lingering consciousness with the killing intent, scattering Melissa's unguarded divine sense. At the Cecilia imprisoning land, Melissa's tightly shut eyes flickered, and she abruptly withdrew. Ting! A sharp sword cry burst forth as the slaying immortal sword cut down the surrounding butterflies with rampant killing intent. Axton knelt on one knee, panting heavily, like a drowning man just surfacing, just barely avoiding complete mind sea consumption, thanks to Yasmin's timely strength. After repelling Melissa, the slaying immortal sword affectionately circled Axton, concerned for its master. Its ancient killing intent drove away the butterflies, creating a small world under oppressive pressure. Chapter 513. We shall meet again. Thank you, Adeline. Axton gathered his spirits and held the xiuxian sword tightly. Fortunately, the sword spirit Phoebe had awakened his consciousness. Otherwise, he would have been completely defenseless. Humph, I can save you once, but next time it depends on your own fortune. Phoebe was clearly displeased with Axton's performance as the xiuxian sword quivered slightly in his hand, bursting with a surge of excited consciousness. Axton felt that the xiuxian sword was subtly pointing at Melissa, radiating boundless battle intent. Then let's fight. He tightened his grip on the xiuxian sword again. The chill from the hilt made Axton's mind exceptionally clear. Even if he wasn't a match for Melissa, Axton would still fight to the last moment. Even Irvin, a great power in the soul formation stage, faced life and death without fear. How could he give up so easily? The xiuxian sword emerged, carrying the strongest heart sword, profound meaning that Axton had comprehended, dyeing the entire sky golden. He saw it. An endless aura of slaughter collided with butterflies to produce a fissure, which was the weakness in Melissa's law. It was an almost imperceptible line. If Axton's will wasn't so clear at this moment, even Eagle Vision wouldn't be able to detect this flaw. Heart sword, rending sword form. The seal on the xiuxian sword had already been lifted. Though its ancient, simple blade looked unremarkable, the strength it possessed was several times more powerful than before. Coupled with Axton's full understanding of the great Tao poured into this all-out attack, the force had surpassed the limits of a nascent soul cultivator, faintly reaching the power of a soul formation expert. This sword beam cleaved onto the crack, and Axton was certain this was the weakest link in Melissa's Tao world. Eagle Vision could see it, and the heart sword could pierce through. Though powerful, Melissa hadn't yet reached the level of parity with heavenly Tao. As long as she was within the boundaries of Wanling continent, her laws must have their flaws. This vulnerability was Axton's chance for retaliation. TCH, such futile effort. Melissa looked at Axton's fierce resistance disdainfully. Even Irvin's destruction of his soul couldn't harm her, let alone an attack from a mere nascent soul cultivator. She just stood there silently, puzzled by the burst of strength Axton unleashed. That imposing force felt so familiar, as if she had seen it 10,000 years ago. Don't struggle uselessly, you can't. Melissa's words were cut short as she witnessed something unbelievable. The shimmering butterfly curtain surrounding her trembled under Axton's attack, and the next moment, the crack spread like ripples, showing signs of shattering. How? This power is? For the first time, Melissa was stunned. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the sword in Axton's hand. It's him. Melissa's voice was tinged with excitement and disbelief. She recognized the sword, becoming more familiar with it as her memories gradually recovered. Melissa seemed to abandon resistance, standing still while watching Axton approach with the sword. He naturally did not hesitate, pouring all his power into the xiuxian sword. The xiuxian sword erupted with terrifying force, roaring fiercely after being sealed for over 10,000 years. Waves of killing intent surged from the blade, a hatred of demons cultivated from slaying countless evil heads. The crack on the butterfly curtain widened, turning from a line into a whole face. With the crack deepening continuously, it shattered abruptly, revealing Melissa's figure entirely. In the next moment, the xiuxian sword arrived in front of Melissa. Only then did she seem to come to her senses, slightly shifting her body to avoid the fatal strike. With a soft thud, the xiuxian sword pierced into Melissa's shoulder, straight through her body. Around them, butterflies mourned. Axton saw the complex look in Melissa's eyes and heard her murmurs faintly. So, you're still alive. A burst of power from Melissa blasted Axton away, along with the xiuxian sword, masking her figure. Axton felt a sweetness in his throat. The tremendous backlash and the heart sword Tao had seriously injured him due to physical overexertion, but at least his attack had some effect. Though unsure why Melissa didn't resist his sword strike and took the hit head-on, Axton clearly felt that Melissa had been injured by the xiuxian sword. At the same time, several powerful presences emerged outside the Cecilia trapping region, each comparable to Irvin's might. Clearly, experts from the 7 immortal sects had arrived for support. These figures appeared outside the Cecilia trapping region and launched attacks on Melissa's Tao world simultaneously. Their combined efforts made the Tao world covering the region tremble, looking on the verge of collapse. Melissa, you can't escape. Axton gritted his teeth and got to his feet. Although he didn't understand why Melissa hadn't dodged his sword, reinforcements had arrived, making it impossible for Melissa to continue her plan against the Cecilia trapping region. The graceful figure hidden in the vortex emitted disordered aura, but Axton felt her gaze fixed on him, devoid of any panic. Is that so? It seems my plan has failed today. Melissa's voice came from the mist, which then turned into countless flying butterflies, scattering into the sky, leaving only phantom echoes in Axton's ears. But I've gained much. I will find you again, younger brother Uncor. Until we meet again. As her transmission faded, those flying butterflies vanished into thin air as if passing through spatial rifts, leaving no trace. Only the faint scent of Melissa lingered in the air, along with her parting words. Axton half knelt on the ground, the xiuxian sword emitting a lingering sword hum around him. Chapter 514. After the rampage. The clear and spiritual voice grew more distant. Before she left, she casually cast a beam of light towards the Cecilia trapping land, causing a vast amount of demonic energy to surge into the spatial rift. A message entered Axton's mind. You are quite impressive. Today is just for collecting interest. Little brother Uncor, remember I'll be back to find you. Axton clenched his teeth, the injuries in his body making him fully aware of the gap between himself and Melissa. Despite her recent rebirth, her power could utterly crush a transcendent deity. If not for the power unleashed by the unsealed immortal slaying sword, he might have already become Melissa's puppet. The seal on the Cecilia trapping land was now barely intact, and a substantial amount of chaotic demonic energy surged towards the spatial rift, clearly taken away by Melissa. Even weakened divine consciousnesses drifted about, emitting excited roars in the air before vanishing. Axton wished to stop her, but his injuries were too severe. He could only watch helplessly as Melissa left. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared outside the Cecilia trapping land. The experts from the 7 great immortal sects had arrived for reinforcements. It seemed they had controlled the situation at Wushibu Peak and noticed the abnormality inside the Cecilia trapping land. Taoist brother Uncor. A shout came from afar. Benjamin and Jamilo quickly reached Axton's side, supporting his wobbling figure. Both looked disheveled with multiple wounds, but fortunately none were life-threatening. Ba, brother Uncor, we are late. Jamilo observed the devastated scene and knew a fierce battle had taken place. They had fought alongside Atlasantian sect disciples under Ernesto's leadership until reinforcements arrived to turn the tide. I'm fine, but it's a pity she got away, Axton sighed. Though Melissa was incredibly powerful, she would likely face insurmountable odds against so many expert immortals. Brother Uncor, do you mean Fairy Melissa? Benjamin clearly sensed Melissa's identity, his expression grave. He couldn't imagine that a former ally would now lead the demons and cause chaos during the immortal sect martial contest. Yes, there's much to explain. Axton adjusted his breathing, temporarily suppressing his internal injuries. His eyes glanced behind him, evidently worried about something. Ba, Taoist brother Uncor, rest assured all the disciples from Xiuxian sect are safe. Jamilo smiled, having promised Axton to protect the Xiuxian sect disciples before he left, a promise they kept. Chance Uncor. An urgent call sounded behind him as Iolo and others rushed over. Although Tiengo and Juniper were covered in dust, they appeared unharmed. They hurriedly gathered around Axton, their worried gazes focused on him. It's good to see you're all safe. I only suffered some injuries. Axton forced a smile, feeling relieved seeing his disciples unharmed. Stay here, I'll be right back. Axton stood up and walked aside, where Ernesto stood gazing gravely at a jade token lying on the ground. He held it in his hand, sorrow evident in his eyes, sensing Irvin's aura had vanished. Patriarch Ron. Axton's voice interrupted Ernesto's thoughts. The latter managed a strained smile and nodded at Axton. Glad to see you're safe, Leader Uncor. His gaze wandered, clearly injured from battling Emmanuel. By the way, did you encounter that demon head? Ernesto looked around but didn't find Melissa. He had rushed to the Cecilia trapping land as soon as the reinforcements from the 7 great immortal sects arrived. However, the seal here was heavily damaged, with large amounts of chaotic demonic energy leaking out through massive breaches in the ancient sealing array. Here's what happened. Axton recounted everything. Ernesto's eyes gleamed, ultimately sighing deeply. So it was thanks to your intervention that the demon head didn't succeed. Axton shook his head, his eyes falling on the jade token in Ernesto's hand. The character, Kwang, prominently displayed. Senior Patriarch Ron of the Atlasantian sect took action. Otherwise, I alone wouldn't have delayed long enough for reinforcements. Unfortunately, she escaped too quickly. The jade token was dull and lifeless, mirroring the fading life force of Senior Patriarch Irvin. This was the final brilliance of the Atlasantian sect's Haddon, paying the ultimate price of dissolving his soul and never reincarnating, leaving only this personal relic. Ah, fate. Senior Patriarch Ren had asked an expert from Pahua Palace to predict his future. The divination showed this calamity was inevitable. To protect Atlasantian sect's 1,000-year legacy, he did his best. Putting the jade token away, Ernesto felt heavy-hearted. The sudden betrayal of the Shushan sect inflicted huge losses on the Atlasantian sect, both among disciples and the Haddon who guarded the Cecilia trapping land. Other immortal sect experts have pursued the demon head based on residual auras. For now, you should return to Atlasantian Peak to recuperate and prepare for further challenges. Clearly, Ernesto knew this matter was far from over. The Atlasantian sect faced numerous issues and needed to recover its strength to prevent significant decline. By the way, what happened to the invading demon cultivators? Axton couldn't help asking. Wherever Emmanuel found those demon cultivators infiltrating the Atlasantian sect, it was dangerous to let them escape. You mean the Shushan sect? Ernesto hesitated, then gave a bitter smile. Emmanuel practiced some unknown demon technique even I couldn't handle. Although they suffered heavy casualties, most escaped before reinforcements arrived. Ernesto's tone was grim. The Shushan sect's power exceeded his expectations. He could chase after Emmanuel, but as the leader of the Atlasantian sect, Ernesto couldn't risk everything. This battle cost the Atlasantian sect dearly. If the conflict continued, the millennium-old sect might be destroyed. Don't worry, Leader Uncor. Once things settle down, we will expose Shushan's actions to the public and strip them of their title among the 7 great immortal sections. As long as Emmanuel remains on Wanling continent, I won't let him go unpunished. Fury flared in Ernesto's eyes. Emmanuel, as the leader of Shushan, had joined the demonic path, nearly annihilating the Atlasantian sect if not for its deep resources. The debt of those lost disciples must be repaid. Understood. Uncor will withdraw for now. Axton sighed inwardly. Not even Ernesto could stop Emmanuel's escape. Undoubtedly a disaster for Wanling continent. Oh, and Leader Uncor, 6 days from now, the remaining 6 immortal sects will convene at Wushibu Peak. We hope you can attend. Ernesto's voice carried deeper meaning. Clearly, Axton and Xiuxian sect's performance earned recognition. I will definitely be there. Axton bowed and headed towards the Xiuxian sect disciples. His mind was preoccupied, reflecting on Melissa's parting words and concerns about Xiuxian sect's survival in the chaos. Of course, Ernesto's invitation delighted him, signifying his qualification to engage with immortal sects, bringing him closer to unraveling the mysteries surrounding his father. He thought of Melissa's farewell message. Clearly, she knew his father's whereabouts, but Axton would not turn to the demonic path. Even his father would not approve. These years of effort have all been aimed at uncovering the truth about his father and finding his whereabouts by himself. Now that the goal is so close, Axton absolutely would not miss this opportunity. Hashtag chapter 515, Rest and Recovery. On the peak of Botsi Peak, 2 days had passed since the Immortal Sect Martial Assembly, and under Ernesto's reorganization, the entire Atlasantian sect had returned to its former order. Only the damaged mountain gates and the lingering bloody atmosphere remained as witnesses to the brutal disaster that had unfolded 2 days prior. There were not many cultivators left on Botsi Peak. Most small sects had suffered heavy casualties during the massacre led by the demon cultivators under Amay's leadership. Survivors had left Atlasantian sect, hastily packing their belongings to return to their respective sects and report the news. Botsi Peak fell into a silent tranquility, with only some core disciples of Atlasantian sect still cleaning up the battlefield. Axton, leading the disciples of Xiuxian sect, was resting in the main hall. After 2 days of recuperation and bolstered by his Gungjin sword body's strong recovery ability, his injuries had largely healed. These past few days, Annabelle had been diligently taking care of him. Even she, who usually shunned housework, started cooking various meals for Axton, showing her evident concern for his well-being. Axton could only laugh bitterly in response. Irrespective of how palatable those meals were, he couldn't refuse Annabelle's caring intentions. Big brother Unkor, ah? Annabelle sat by the bed, holding a bowl of steaming chicken soup, earnestly preparing to feed Axton. Tianer, my body has mostly recovered. I can eat by myself. Leaning against the bed, Axton chuckled at Annabelle's serious expression. While being bedridden and weak in the first couple of days made sense, now that he had regained his strength, being fed by Annabelle made him feel rather uncomfortable. Big brother Unkor, you're still pretending even though you were so badly injured. Pouting, Annabelle gazed at the wound on Axton's chest with visible heartache. She set down the bowl and chopsticks, eyeing him disapprovingly. Do you still think about that demoness whenever you hear about her? You look so distracted every time. Cecilius? Axton was momentarily taken aback before realizing who Annabelle was referring to. It was obvious that she deeply resented the harm inflicted by Melissa. You're overthinking it. Why would I think about her? Axton shook his head, but internally, he couldn't help recalling Melissa's mysterious departure. There were too many enigmas surrounding her. Heaven's Tao, demons, puppets. These words constantly lingered in Axton's mind. Perhaps only reaching a higher realm would unravel the truths Melissa had spoken of. Big brother Unkor, you say you're not thinking about her, yet look at your distracted state. Annabelle huffed, clearly displeased with Axton's attitude. I mean, always reminiscing about sister from Mount Amay and an elder fox spirit from Xiuxian sect, who wouldn't be moved? Seeing Annabelle's jealous demeanor, Axton found it amusing but didn't have much time to reflect, as she quickly moved the bowl away when he tried to take it. Tianer, don't overthink things, how could I? Axton's words were cut off by another voice. Yeah, why would Master be thinking about that demon? Sweet sister Tianer, stop being jealous. Celine had sneaked into the room at some point, and now chimed in earnestly to Annabelle. Celine, when did you come in? Nonsense, who said I was jealous? Annabelle blushed and hastily put down the bowl, fleeing the room like a startled rabbit, leaving Celine shaking her head with a mischievous smile. Axton sighed in resignation. His precocious little disciple had always been adored within Xiuxian sect and had contributed significantly, making it hard for him to scold her. Why are you here? Have Wyatt and Adiel recovered from their injuries? Celine plopped down beside Axton and replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, Master. The Atlasantian sect sent specialists to treat Wyatt brother and others. They can already get out of bed. Oh right, someone named Clifton specifically instructed me to tell you to go to Wuxia Peak tomorrow for an important meeting. Celine then focused her gaze on Axton again. Master, Celine thinks sweet sister Tianer is great. She's beautiful and genuinely cares for you. Did you know, Master? When you were unconscious, sweet sister Tianer stayed by your side day and night, ignoring all Shinzu. Edit. Did you know, Master? When you were unconscious, sister Tianer stayed by your side day and night, refusing to leave even when others tried to Shinzu her. Further edit for fluency. Did you know, Master? When you were unconscious, sister Tianer stayed by your bedside day and night, refusing to be persuaded to take a break. You're too smart for your own good. Who told you to worry about this? Axton lightly tapped Celine on the forehead. She clutched her head dramatically, muttering complaints. To me, Elder Macy is a bad woman. She not only injured Wyatt brother, but almost killed you. How can she compare to sweet sister Tianer? Are you here to check on me, or play matchmaker? Axton sighed, unable to chide or punish his beloved, mischievous disciple who had always been close to Annabelle and likely knew of her feelings privately. Go on, I need to recuperate. Tomorrow, I will head to Wuxia Peak for important discussions. Sitting up, Axton circulated his Gungjin spirit power in his Dantian. Since Ernesto had invited him personally, there must be significant matters to address. Perhaps tomorrow would be a turning point, determining the future development of Xiuxian sect and bringing Axton closer to the secrets he had pursued for years. Hashtag chapter 516, gathering together. The next day, the melodious sound of bells rang throughout the Atlasantian sect. Many surviving disciples of Atlasantian sect opened their eyes from meditation. Their gazes bore a hint of numbness, perhaps because they had witnessed too many fellow disciples die before their eyes. Although the Atlasantian sect was severely weakened, the cohesion within the sect was now unprecedentedly strong. The bell ringing from the main peak indicated that something significant was happening in the sect. The powerful beings who had pursued Soraya also returned one by one, gathering in the Wuxig Peak Hall. Everyone's faces were somber, clearly not having received good news during the chase. Ernesto sat in the main seat, his face deeply etched with fatigue. In recent days, he had to deal with the aftermath while stabilizing the fragile situation within the xuanhuan sect, leaving him utterly exhausted. The elders standing behind him also wore heavy expressions. The death of Supreme Elder Irvin was a heavy blow to the xuanhuan sect, but fortunately, the elite disciples were well protected, providing hope for the future. Father, take care of yourself. Even Clifton, usually jovial and carefree, lost his usual levity. He had diligently helped his father stabilize the sect's situation, showing signs of maturing over these few days. It's fine. Ernesto waved his hand and greeted the immortal lords entering the hall. Do you know what happened to that devil? Ernesto cautiously asked, already guessing the answer from their expressions. Grand Sect Leader Run, that devil is too cunning. He set up numerous traps in the spatial rift as he escaped, and we lost him. An elderly woman said helplessly, holding a dragon-headed cane. Despite her aged voice, everyone knew she was once an incomparable beauty. Ba, Lady Yao, don't blame yourself. That devil has a deeper understanding of the laws than us. Escaping was far too easy for him. Chevy looked weary, the battles with the black-robed devil cultivators, and the pursuit taking a toll on his spirit. Yao Mingyue, the master of the Jade Pool, merely nodded, quietly sitting on a cushion nearby. Humph. It's no wonder Amei acted so mysteriously these past years, willing to fall into the path of devils. I should have gone there to demand an explanation long ago. The leader of the Divine Saber sect, Bradford, muttered coldly, clearly having many conflicts with Amei. If not for the face-saving among the 7 major sects, sparks would have flown earlier. After receiving news, they led elite disciples to support immediately but arrived too late to catch Soraya at the rear mountain after driving away the devil cultivators from Wuxig Peak. Brother Rin, rest assured. With me, Bradford of the Divine Saber sect here. xuanhuan sect will be safe from treachery. Bradford patted his chest, still harboring resentment. Ernesto just smiled bitterly and shook his head. The damage to xuanhuan sect was severe, but as long as the other sects didn't harbor ill intentions, he could maintain stability. Brother Rin, everyone's here. Other friends are still pursuing the devil in the spatial rift. Let's start without waiting for them. Bradford took a deep sip of tea, looking tired from the chase. His cultivation was at the transformation of spirit stage, making him a top expert among the gathered. All right, I thank everyone for your help. Since the devil leader has reappeared, we should unite and discuss a plan to avoid repeating history. Ernesto's words resonated with everyone. The previous devil invasion had caused widespread destruction on the 10,000 spirits continent. As leaders of the 7 major sects, they had a duty to prevent this disaster. By the way, Brother Rin, how is the devil confinement site? That devil has just reincarnated and hasn't regained his full power yet. This visit might be aimed at breaking the seal. Though Bradford seemed careless, his thoughts were meticulous. The devil choosing this time to come to xuanhuan sect clearly aimed to break the seal at the devil confinement site. If the seal broke, countless demons could be released. And if the devil absorbed the primordial chaos devil energy to regain strength, no one could stop him. Alas, although the seal wasn't completely broken, it suffered severe damage. Ernesto sighed. A portion of the devil energy inside had been taken by Soraya, and ancient demon spirits had escaped. Given enough time, this could become a great threat to the righteous path. Ba, xuanhuan sect has done its best. Even the elder Irvin sacrificed himself defending the site. What a pity. Chevy sighed, having fought fiercely on the battlefield but now returning to his compassionate self. If not for that traitor Emmanuel colluding with the devils, none of this would have happened. Bradford was furious. Emmanuel betrayed the 7 major sects and hid many devil cultivators within xuanhuan sect, which wouldn't have led to this situation otherwise. How about I lead my Divine Saber sect to Amei and make them understand the cost of betrayal? Bradford was eager. Amei's betrayal had become a scandal among the 7 major sects, and his disciples had suffered greatly. He needed to find a manual for justice. Calm down, Brother Bradford. Now isn't the time to act rashly. We must unite and carefully plan our next steps. Acting alone won't change anything. Ernesto consoled him, fearing more chaos if Bradford lost his rationality. What are we waiting for then? Let's quickly decide when to go to Amei. Leader Bradford, please wait. We need one more person who helped significantly during the Immortal Martial Contest. Ives explained gently, and Benjamin glanced around nervously, muttering to himself. Why hasn't Brother Uncor arrived yet? Just then, a figure walked in under everyone's gaze, calm and composed. Junior disciple Axton from Xuanhuan sect, greetings to all leaders. Axton's voice rang out. Hearing the bell, he had promptly come to the main peak and arrived just in time. This is? Yao Mingyue, the Jade Pool Master, was puzzled. The young man was unfamiliar. Could he be a disciple Ernesto favored? Oh, this is the leader of Xuanhuan sect and a hero who defended the devil confinement site. Everyone, meet Axton. Ernesto smiled, clearly appreciative of Axton. Had he not held off Soraya at the site, allowing time for help to arrive, the seal might have been broken completely. Yes, teacher, little Unker did a great job, very impressive. Josie swung her arm playfully, praising Axton highly. I see. Amber studied Axton thoughtfully but said no more. Ladies and gentlemen, though sect leader Uncor is only at the nascent soul stage, he faced off against the devil for a long time, holding firm until our arrival. Is that true? Bradford's eyes gleamed as he sized up Axton like a treasure. To reach the nascent soul stage at such a young age was remarkable. Ernesto mentioning him holding off the devil made Axton stand out even more. Well, I heard you were cast out by Amei. Let's seek revenge together. Ba, Leader Bradford, patience. It's not the right time to act yet, especially considering Emmanuel's cunning. If we aren't fully prepared, we risk being harmed. Chevy advised, but Bradford ignored it, still grumbling as he sat down. Vacillating and cunning. What does it matter? We can't run away from a temple even if we can run away from a monk. Let's go straight to a May and massacre them, and see if that old immortal will show up or not. Everyone was long accustomed to Bradford's complaints. Despite his rough speech, he was highly righteous and loyal. Upon hearing of the xuanhuan sect's plight, he had immediately gathered forces to come to their aid. Axton walked to the last cushion and sat down, signifying that today's deliberation was officially beginning. The atmosphere inside the grand hall was solemn. Clearly, everyone realized that the 10,000 spirits continent was about to undergo significant changes. Vacillating and cunning. So what? Even if the monk can run, the temple cannot. We'll directly attack Xiuxian and see if that old immortal comes out or not. Everyone was accustomed to Zaytion's complaints. Despite his crude speech, he was very loyal and had immediately gathered his forces to come to xuanhuan sect's aid upon hearing of their plight. Axton took his seat on the last cushion, signaling the start of today's discussion. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, clearly reflecting everyone's awareness that Wanling continent was about to undergo significant changes. Chapter 517. Ascension to Immortal Sect. Now that sect leader Uncor has arrived, let's begin. Ernesto cleared his throat and produced a light ball in his hand, which emitted black fog and sinister energy. This is? Amber's eyes widened in shock. She was clearly very familiar with this object. Indeed, this is precisely the golden core obtained from the body of the fallen demon cultivator from Mount Shu. It has completely turned demonic. Ernesto's tone was solemn, and everyone understood what he meant. The fact that Mount Shu disciples have condensed demonic cores in their dantians indicates that they had long been converted into demon cultivators over the years. The calamity of the Immortal Sect competition was meticulously planned for that demon head to enter the Cecilia Trapland. At the mention of Mount Shu, everyone expressed disdain and contempt. The once defender of the 10,000 spirit continent now willingly fell into the path of demons, becoming a significant scandal among the 7 great immortal sects. From today onwards, we will announce the expulsion of Mount Shu Sword Sect from the immortal sects and label it as a gathering place for demon cultivators. In the future, if anyone encounters Mount Shu demon cultivators, they are to be killed on sight. Do you all have any objections? No. Very well. Naturally, everyone had no objections to Ernesto's suggestion. Mount Shu betrayed righteousness and thus could no longer retain its status as an immortal sect. In the future, it would likely face a fate worse than a rat crossing the street. Amitabha, I once fought alongside Patriarch Jim of Mount Shu, who would have thought that Mount Shu has deteriorated to this extent. Chevy sighed. Mount Shu, under Tommy's leadership, had once thwarted the invasion of the demon race and could have become the leader of the 7 great immortal sects had it not been severely weakened. Axton felt a stir in his heart but held back, remembering how Tommy had disappeared from public view after taking on such responsibilities. He wanted to ask those present about it, but this wasn't the right time. Titus sighed. But now, with the demons attacking fiercely and Mount Shu betraying us at this critical moment, the situation looks bleak. Ives lamented. It took the combined strength of the 7 great immortal sects to repel the demon invasion back then. Now, with xuanhuan sect severely weakened and Mount Shu turning demonic, the power of the 7 great immortal sects has sharply diminished. There's no need to worry. As they say, heroes emerge in times of chaos. I believe evil cannot triumph over good. Isn't this evident with sect leader Uncor's timely appearance? Ernesto smiled and looked towards Axton, who stood up respectfully and bowed to the gathered greats. Signorin, you flatter me. I merely did what needed to be done. If not for your timely arrival, a great disaster might have occurred. Ah, sect leader Uncor, you're too modest. I heard you voluntarily left Mount Shu 2 years ago. Did you notice something amiss even then? Ernesto's gaze was piercing, and he knew everything about Axton's background, especially his origins from Mount Shu. Yes. Axton hesitated slightly before nodding and recounting the events of the past. Everyone listened intently, especially when they learned that Xiuxian was trapped in the Cecilia Lock Tower, leading to continuous sighs. So that's why you left Mount Shu. It's a pity. Ives shook his head regretfully. Everyone understood his regret. Had the conspiracy been uncovered earlier, today's tragedy might have been avoided. Axton merely laughed helplessly. When he left Mount Shu, he was powerless and voiceless, and even if he had approached the leaders of other sects or revealed the truth to Ernesto, they wouldn't have believed him. Enough talk. Bradford waved his hand impatiently, focusing on Axton. Young man, you seem promising. Would you like to go to Mount Shu for revenge? Yes. Axton replied without hesitation. His feud with Mount Shu was a heavy burden on his mind, not to mention Xiuxian's uncertain fate in the tower. Haha, straightforward. I like that. Bradford laughed heartily, appreciating Axton's demeanor. Sect leader, since this young man is skilled and willing to help us against Mount Shu's demon cultivators, why not give Qingyuan sect a seat among the 7 great immortal sects? This suggestion startled the gathered elders. But, isn't that inappropriate? Amber hesitated, acknowledging Axton's strength and outstanding performance, but questioning whether giving Qingyuan sect equal status was too sudden. What's inappropriate about it? Haven't you forgotten the origins of the 7 great immortal sects? Bradford's words caused everyone to ponder deeply. Initially, the 10,000 spirit continent didn't have these 7 great immortal sects. It all started with the first demon invasion. Hashtag chapter 518. Secrets. These matters may be unclear to the younger generation here, so allow me to explain, Chevy said slowly, giving Axton an acknowledging nod. Once upon a time, the 10,000 spirit continent was not ruled by the 7 great immortal sects. Instead, it was dominated by cultivator families. Back then, human clans fought each other frequently over resources. Chevy sighed softly, seemingly recalling some unpleasant past events. Amitabha, according to records, it was during that period that the demon race first appeared. A certain and scrupulous cultivator family accidentally discovered the Cecilia confinement land. The patriarch was tempted by a demon leader and managed to tear open a rift in the confinement land. Since that day, demonic cultivators reappeared on the 10,000 spirit continent, secretly possessing many human cultivators. After lying low for several decades, they grew stronger and had already established a base of operations by the time humans discovered them. But didn't the 10,000 spirit continent fall under human control thousands of years ago? Even if demonic cultivators escaped, wouldn't they be no match for us? Clifton asked, puzzled. Though the demonic cultivators inside the Xiuxian confinement land dated back to ancient times, years of sealing had diminished their power, making them unable to contend with humans. Alas, that's how it should have been, but at that time, the 10,000 spirit continent was embroiled in civil war. Countless cultivator families fought each other for resources. Despite determining a victor in the end, the conflict greatly weakened humanity, giving demons a chance to exploit this weakness. Axton seemed to understand now. Chaos provided an opportunity for demonic cultivators to rise again while humans were fighting among themselves. When the danger was finally realized, it was too late. The demonic cultivators had already established a significant presence on the continent and began conquering various cultivation families one by one, Chevy lamented. He had reviewed these records at Fo Princeton Temple and knew just how brutal the battles were back then. At that point, the conflict among humans was nearing its end. 7 powerful cultivation families emerged as leaders. Their original intent was to decide the true ruler of the 10,000 spirit continent, but the sudden appearance of demonic cultivators disrupted everything. The 7 families felt threatened and signed an alliance to jointly combat the demons invading the 10,000 spirit continent. The war raged fiercely, costing countless human masters their lives. Even the 7 families suffered immense losses before finally driving the demons back into the Xiuxian confinement land. From then on, the 10,000 spirit continent regained peace. Though severely weakened, the 7 families were recognized by human cultivators as leaders, guarding different regions to prevent the demons from returning. This is the origin of the 7 great immortal sects. Yes, my xuanhuan sect has been guarding the Xiuxian confinement land for millennia without fail. I never expected such a blunder under my watch. I truly have no face to meet our ancestors, Ernesto sighed deeply. Although he had temporarily repelled Soraya and Emmanuel's forces, xuanhuan sect had been significantly weakened. With the seal in the Xiuxian confinement land weakening, they no longer had the resources to pursue news about Mount Shu and the Dante. Director Ren, this isn't your fault. Mount Shu betrayed its duty by willingly joining the demons, an unpardonable sin, Bradford coldly remarked, clearly eager to confront Mount Shu and capture Emmanuel immediately. We must carefully consider this situation. However, Ren's point stands. The 7 great immortal sects exist to protect humanity and defend the 10,000 spirit continent from demons. Any who contribute to this cause deserve to be part of our alliance. Amber frowned slightly but nodded in agreement, showing she supported Ernesto's view. Ba, Director Ren speaks wisely. As long as we can protect the 10,000 spirit continent, I believe Door Master Unkor's capabilities make him worthy of becoming our ally. Indeed, Unkor Xiaoyu might have originated from the Sword Sect of Mount Shu, but he saw through their true nature long ago. Having the Green Cloud Sect replace the Sword Sect is most appropriate. Not only did Chevy voice support, but Anakin also chimed in. Moreover, Unkor Xiaoyu is Tommy's son. If not for Tommy back then, the 10,000 spirit continent would have been plunged into chaos. It's tragic. Anakin paused, feeling Axton's intense gaze. Unkor Xiaoyu, are you willing to lead the Green Cloud Sect to take the place of the Sword Sect of Mount Shu and join us in resisting the demonic invasion? It seemed they had planned this beforehand. All eyes turned toward Axton. Amber hesitated, but ultimately agreed with the other's decision. With xuanhuan sect weakened and the Sword Sect betraying humanity, new strength was needed to protect the 10,000 spirit continent. Axton met everyone's gazes calmly, showing no joy. Normally, anyone would be thrilled to elevate their sect to the status of the 7 great immortal sects. What's wrong, Unkor Xiaoyu? If you have any concerns, please share them with us. We are all allies here, Anakin asked, puzzled. Axton's Green Cloud Sect was under the false imagination Immortal Palace. Its elevation would benefit the palace as well. Seeing Axton hesitate, Anakin felt increasingly anxious. I have no reservations. Even without the title of an immortal sect, I will still lead the Green Cloud Sect to fight against the demons. Axton's tone was humble yet firm, leaving everyone even more perplexed about why he wasn't accepting the offer outright. To be honest, my initial purpose was to find my father's whereabouts. After he mysteriously vanished following the battle with the demons, he was falsely accused by Mount Shu and vilified by other sections. I just want to know what really happened back then. My father's current whereabouts. Surely you all have some knowledge of this? Axton took a deep breath, finally voicing his long-standing obsession. His father had saved the entire 10,000 spirit continent. Yet after being smeared by Mount Shu, even other immortal sects remained silent, clearly hiding some secret. Everyone was taken aback, expressions awkward. The grand hall fell silent, with no one daring to meet Axton's gaze. Axton didn't rush for an answer. He waited quietly. Finally, Saint Mistress Amber sighed and spoke up. Doormaster Unkor, your father indeed made great sacrifices to protect the 10,000 spirit continent, and we all witnessed this. However, some things aren't easily explained in a few words. Amber's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, suggesting she understood part of the story. Please elaborate, Senior G. Axton focused intently. The truth behind his father's disappearance was within reach, and if he could uncover it, he would feel his efforts over the years were justified. Hashtag Chapter 519, Past Events. Since sect leader Unkor is willing to help us fight against the demons, he should know the truth about these matters. Amber looked around, and everyone else nodded silently, giving him the floor to explain. Sect leader Unkor, this story has a long history, and some details are unclear even to me, Amber said with a touch of regret in his voice as he glanced at Axton. Back then, Daoist Tommy was truly an extraordinary talent. By the age of 100, he had already advanced to the transformation of spirit stage. He was considered the foremost sword cultivator on the 10,000 spirits continent, raising the status of the Shushan Sword Sect to unprecedented heights, nearly surpassing the other 6 great immortal sects. As Amber narrated, Axton's mind began to piece together fragments of the past. At that time, the demon race had amassed their strength and launched relentless attacks on the 10,000 Spirits continent, feeding on human cultivators' blood and flesh, growing ever stronger, and even resisting the combined suppression efforts of the 7 great immortal sects. Human cultivators suffered greatly, and under the demon invasion, no part of the 10,000 Spirits continent remained untouched. Ultimately, only the 7 great immortal sects stood their ground, shielding humanity under their protection. Unfortunately, the ambitions of the demon cultivators knew no bounds. They wanted more. They sought to consume the demonic energy in the Cecilia confinement land, and to unlock the Cecilia suppressing pagoda that held countless fiends. They attacked the 7 great immortal sects without hesitation, fighting to the death against righteous cultivators. Countless experts fell in this war, and eventually, even the 7 great immortal sects could not hold out. In desperation, they united to fight a decisive battle against the demons. That day, heaven and earth seemed to darken as humans and demons clashed fiercely. Countless human cultivators lay in pools of blood, staining the sky red with blood rain. Ultimately, despite being led by the then powerful Shushan Sword Sect, the 7 great immortal sects were pushed back relentlessly. The demon leaders were too strong, killing several supreme elders from various sects in quick succession. Xiuxian was at its peak, with over 100 core formation cultivators and dozens of transformation of spirit elders within the sect. Despite this, many of them fell in the battle. Other sects fared no better, facing imminent defeat by the demons when one person finally stepped forward, Tommy, who had been bestowed the title of Sword Patriarch by Shushan. Using his immense strength, he trapped the formidable demon leader inside the Shushan Cecilia suppressing pagoda, taking on the greatest threat and providing an opportunity for the 7 great immortal sects to counterattack. In the end, even the Cecilia suppressing pagoda could not withstand the power of the two. Tommy, wielding his sword, fought the demon leader from Shushan all the way to the Ceciliaic land of Atlasantian sect, ultimately using a great technique to repel and seal the demon leader away. With this, the human race found a chance to turn the tide, driving back the leaderless demon cultivators and restoring peace to the 10,000 Spirits continent. Amber's recount left the others imagining the intensity of those battles. If so, why did my father disappear, and why is he branded as a demon? Axton asked, his tone agitated. Clearly, what Amber described were heroic deeds. Yet why did Shushan insist that his father had fallen into demonhood, and why did none of the 7 great immortal sects refute it? Allow this old monk to explain further for sect leader Unkur. Chevy sighed deeply, unlocking buried memories. To be honest, back then, Daoist Tommy sacrificed his lifespan to seal the demon. Afterward, he vanished somewhere in the Cecilia confinement land. At that time, the other sects were struggling to survive. Shushan's leader, Gemschame, was severely injured, almost dying, and only Hamish led the Shushan elders to support the defense. From that day on, Daoist Tommy never emerged from the Cecilia confinement land. We questioned Hamish about what happened, but he claimed that Tommy lost control after acquiring immense power to seal the demon. The events in the Cecilia confinement land were known only to Hamish and the Shushan elders. He said that Tommy, having gone mad due to demonic influence, was critically wounded in the battle and was jointly sealed in the Cecilia confinement land. That's all I know. Chevy's tone was sincere, revealing everything he knew, but Axton heard numerous doubts. Wait, didn't you find any issues with that explanation? My father fought the demons to save the 10,000 Spirits continent. How could he have used demonic power? And even if he did fall into demonhood, how could Hamish and the Shushan elders possibly suppress my father? Chevy's face showed a bitter smile. He couldn't deny Axton's points. Sect leader Unkur, we did question Shushan afterward. We demanded answers. But back then, Gemschame was critically ill, and only Hamish knew what happened in the Cecilia confinement land. It cannot be denied that Shushan paid a heavy price in the battle against demons. Originally ranking first among the 7 great immortal sects, they lost most of their strength in this calamity. Out of respect for their sacrifices, we felt we had no right to pry. Hamish told us to keep the events of the Cecilia confinement land a secret, not wanting outsiders to know of Shushan's weakened state to protect their status among the 7 great immortal sects. We agreed, given how much Shushan had sacrificed. Even though there were many mysteries surrounding Daoist Tommy, we had no right to dig deeper. Chevy slowly revealed the past. He had once doubted whether Tommy truly fell into demonhood, but kept it hidden as per the abbot's wishes. The 6 great sects admired Shushan's sacrifices and kept the secret to give Shushan breathing room. As for the true fate of Tommy, only Hamish likely knew. Axton was silent, turning his gaze to Aldo. Aldo nodded in agreement with Chevy's account. It seems Hamish was influenced by demonic energy back then. No wonder he immediately suppressed news of Daoist Tommy upon returning to Shushan. We've all been deceived by him all these years. Now that Hamish had led demons to attack the Atlasantian sect, the previous agreement was null. With Axton's questions, everyone had their suspicions confirmed. Unkur, this is all we know. As for what exactly happened to your father in the Cecilia confinement land, only Hamish knows for sure. Chapter 520, the newly ascended immortal sect. I've spoke earnestly, nodding gently at Axton. From his perspective back then, that was all he could ascertain. The Shushan Sword Sect suffered heavy losses in the battle against the demon clans, and received no compensation after the war. The other 6 immortal sects felt guilty about this. Though they had some doubts about Emmanuel's account, they ultimately decided not to raise the issue. Ernan Master's face also showed embarrassment. Although Tommy had managed to halt the demon invasion, the power he exhibited shocked everyone. If Tommy had continued to preside over Sichuan, it was likely that the Shushan Sword Sect would have surpassed the others within a few centuries, becoming the undisputed leader among the 7 immortal sects. Therefore, when Emmanuel announced that Tommy had turned into a demon, everyone tacitly agreed and allowed this matter to become a secret acknowledged by the 7 immortal sects. So, you all knew my father turning into a demon was false, and his disappearance had another reason? Axton looked at everyone in the hall with derision in his eyes. Ernesto and others lowered their heads unanimously. They were well aware of the intricacies surrounding the incident but chose silence, gradually turning it into an untouchable secret. Umitba, listener Encore, please hear me out. We are responsible for this matter, but we truly did not know what happened to your respected father. All we knew was that he mysteriously disappeared near the Cecilia Eye, and later, Sichuan spread the news that he had fallen into darkness. Ernan Master explained helplessly, with a look of regret in his eyes. At the time, Sichuan itself was already severely damaged. We had no right to question Tommy's whereabouts. It is unfortunate that a man of great renown met such a fate due to scoundrels. That's true. I also had doubts about your father's whereabouts, but Emmanuel insisted that he fell into darkness. We had to turn a blind eye because Sichuan sacrificed so much to eliminate demons, Ernesto sighed, reviving buried memories. Back then, Tommy shone brightly, driving the demon leaders out of the Ceciliaic lands and battling all the way to the Cecilia Eye, where he finally defeated them. Sadly, heroes often don't fare well. Even Tommy's son, Axton, faced unfair treatment in Sichuan. No wonder Axton wanted to lead the Xuanhuan sect to rise. Clearly, he aimed to uncover his father's fate. Friend Encore, this matter is indeed our fault. I promise here that once the situation stabilizes, we will attack Sichuan and give you justice. Ernesto sincerely pledged, making a commitment, feeling guilty as it was the first time he felt humbled before a younger generation. I understand. Axton's voice was low and calm, only nodding silently. At the time, Sichuan had indeed made great contributions to Wanling continent, and his father's disappearance was a private matter within Sichuan. Intervening wasn't appropriate, but who dared deny having selfish motives? If they ignored it, Sichuan, which had been severely weakened and lost its strongest figure Tommy, would fall from its position as one of the top immortal sects, unable to recover for centuries. This was the real reason they kept silent. Master Encore, I do not ask for your forgiveness, but I represent Yaoqi Holy Land and guarantee to act against Sichuan to restore justice for your father. Amber stood up, coming to Axton's side. Josie behind her looked indignant, her eyes filled with sympathy for Axton. His father, who saved the cultivation world, was falsely accused of being a demon, and his child faced mistreatment in Sichuan. What could be more infuriating? Xiaolin, even if they don't act, I, Josie, will stand by your side. Yes, young friend Encore, I, Benjamin, will not forgive those beasts. Umitba. The three looked at Axton firmly. If he accepted the open position left by Sichuan, he would have a legitimate opportunity to strike at Sichuan. Capturing Emmanuel would reveal Tommy's whereabouts. Fine, I agree, Axton said calmly, though he felt no gratitude towards these sect leaders. Their past actions were driven by self-interest. Now, with Sichuan allegedly falling into darkness, they sought to tie Xuanhuan sect to the seven immortal sects' cause. Laughter echoed as Ernesto smiled. In his eyes, Axton, Tommy's son, possessed formidable strength within a short period, suggesting he had hidden resources. Axton's resilience against Melissa until the others arrived, even preventing Melissa from breaking out of the Ceciliaic lands, proved the value of Axton and Xuanhuan sect. Darien, in the future, you should interact more with Master Encore. You're both young, more interactions can only be beneficial. Clifton smirked, knowing his father's intentions to pull Axton into an alliance to stabilize their position amidst Atlasantian sect's damage. All present had ulterior motives. If Sichuan hadn't acted abruptly, the current unity wouldn't exist. Ha ha ha, young friend Encore, I always saw potential in you. Since we've reached an agreement, let's have Pahuang Immortal Palace oversee the elevation of Xuanhuan sect. Ives laughed, clearly wanting to bring Xuanhuan sect into his camp. His past support of Xuanhuan sect meant Axton's rise was good news. Everyone nodded silently, acknowledging Xuanhuan sect's territory within Pahuang Immortal Palace's jurisdiction, leaving this task to Ives. Umitba, since listener Encore has agreed, we shall collectively strike at Sichuan after Xuanhuan sect's elevation, forcing Emmanuel to pay for his crimes. Ernan Master's tone grew stern, unable to tolerate Emmanuel's actions after several elite disciples' deaths. Very well. Let's report today's events to our respective sects and discuss attacking Sichuan on the day of Xuanhuan sect's elevation. I've suggested, needing to report to Pahuang Immortal Palace promptly and prepare for the ceremony. Everyone nodded, looking at Axton, who had become the central figure. No objections from me. Axton took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. He still needed these sects' support against Sichuan. Despite disdain and dissatisfaction, he kept it concealed. Good. Jower, you'll accompany Master Encore these days, helping with various matters. Once Xuanhuan sect is elevated, I will visit. Amber nudged Josie forward, intent clear. With Sichuan's fall and Xuanhuan sect's rise, a new era dawned. Leading Xuanhuan sect so young, Axton's future was boundless, possibly another Tommy emerging. Building ties now was wise, especially if a marriage could be arranged. Teacher. Josie blushed, stealing a glance at Axton's reaction. In her heart, she had long been interested in this outstanding young man. Although she was somewhat repulsed by Amber's intentions being too obvious, she had grown tired of staying in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Being able to visit the mysterious Xuanhuan sect would be a pleasant change. This ha ha ha. Ernesto and others helplessly shook their heads. The advantages possessed by the Yaoqi Holy Land were irreplicable by other immortal sections. As the sacred maiden of Yaoqi, Josie was the object of admiration for countless young talents. It could only be said that Amber's overt strategy was played perfectly. Master Encore, let's wait until the grand ceremony for the elevation of Xuanhuan sect, and we shall meet again then. Amber added with a meaningful look, nudging Josie forward. Clearly, she intended to foster a closer relationship between Josie and Axton as part of Yaoqi Holy Land's support for Xuanhuan sect's rise. Chapter 521. Return Trip. At the residence of Marla on Botsi Peak, Marla was packing her belongings inside the house, her movements very rough, clearly not in a good mood. Big Sister Tyance, have you finished packing? Master has sent me to call you. Shelley hopped into the room and was somewhat surprised at the sight of Marla. She was handling her possessions like punching bags, looking quite fierce. I know. I'll be right there, Marla replied tersely as she stored her items away, though seeing Shelley, she suppressed her anger. Despite their age difference, the two were close sisters in Shu Mountain and understood each other well. Shelley was well aware of Marla's feelings. Why is big sister Tyant so upset? Could it be that you're jealous? Shelley teasingly hugged Marla's arm, her tone mocking. Himph, you're just too clever for your own good. Marla no longer hid her hurt feelings, her voice filled with complaints. First, Marianne put on a show in front of Brother Uncor, then came his old lover from Shu Mountain, neither of them being good people. After they left, now comes this Jade Pool holy maiden, always following behind Brother Uncor. Such shamelessness. These last couple of days, since Josie was assigned to Axton, she had been clinging to him like a burr, claiming she hadn't had a break in a long time. But to Marla, it was obvious that Josie had ulterior motives. Haha, is sister afraid master will be taken away, so she's taking out her anger on the bedding here? Shelley giggled. She knew all too well how Marla felt. Indeed, Josie posed a big threat. With higher cultivation and the prestigious title of Jade Pool Holy Maiden, she far outshone Marla, who came from a minor lineage. Anybody would feel insecure in such a comparison. Sister, don't worry. To me, it looks like Master isn't interested in Josie. You've helped Master handle so many things and are seen by the disciples as a capable wife of the sect leader. There's no need to worry. Marla blushed, especially hearing capable wife, shyly covering her face. Don't talk nonsense. Though her tone scolded, joy could be heard beneath. Axton had never shown romantic interest, yet Marla had long considered him her ideal partner. That's right. What's there to be proud about? Is she only more prestigious than me? Does she know Brother Uncor better than I do? Marla nodded inwardly, regretting hiding these past days. If she didn't act soon, Brother Uncor might be snatched away. Shelley, let's go. She quickly packed and rushed out with Shelley. Shelley followed helplessly, smiling at the fiery pace of Marla. In the main hall of Batsi Peak, all xiuxian sect disciples were gathered. Despite many injuries sustained under xuanhuan sect's protection, fortunately, no one had perished. Tanner and Anthony, mostly recovered, led the other disciples waiting for Axton's instructions. Marla and Shelley hurriedly arrived, slightly embarrassed as everyone was ready. Humph, another vixen. Marla noticed Josie standing contentedly behind Axton, curiously observing the disciples. Their eyes met, and both quickly looked away, leaving only a faint tension in the air. Xiuxian, where did you find so many talented disciples? They don't seem old, yet their cultivation is impressive. Josie chuckled, standing naturally next to Axton as if she belonged to xiuxian sect. Axton awkwardly nodded. Josie had been overly familiar these past few days, asking endless questions and even offering guidance to Tanner and others, winning goodwill from everyone. Cough, just fate. Axton cleared his throat. Seeing all disciples present, it was time to return and tidy up. Since everyone's here, let's depart today. Axton took out the wooden boat, preparing to activate its array for flight, but Josie stopped him. How can the head of one of the 7 immortal sects travel so simply? A brilliant light emerged from her hand, and an exquisitely decorated flying instrument appeared outside the hall. This is a unique flying device from our Jade Pool Sanctuary, a gift for you. Flipping her hand generously, Josie prevented Axton from refusing. This flying instrument was valuable, comparable to an exceptional spirit weapon, and rare even in Wanling continent. It was given under Amber's instruction, and without Josie's interest in Axton, she wouldn't have given it so easily. Feeling his disciples' gazes, Axton reluctantly agreed. Placing high-grade spirit stones into the array, the flying device lifted off, superior to the wooden boat. Well then, let's depart. Chapter 522, Return to Green Cloud. True to its origin from the sacred land of the Jade Pool, this flying magical tool was far superior to Axton's previous wooden boat. It was leaps and bounds better. In just 3 days, everyone traveled back from within the domain of xuanhuan sect to Broken Illusion Immortal Palace territory, with the Green Cloud mountain range now in sight. We're almost there. Axton steered the flying magical tool to gently land on the ground. This place was the Sand River village, closest to the Green Cloud sect, where one could see distant smoke rising, depicting a scene of peace and prosperity. There are still disciples from the outer sect patrolling here. They occasionally greet the villagers, showing great harmony. Is this at the foot of the Green Cloud sect mountains? Josie jumped out first. She had been cultivating in the Jade Pool for a long time and didn't often venture out, so she found these mortal villages quite interesting. Little Uncor, it looks like you've managed Green Cloud sect very well. Josie scrutinized the passing villagers, her eyes glinting with admiration as they landed on Axton. What do you mean by that? Axton put away the flying magical tool, feeling a twinge of relief to see the Green Cloud sect disciples return unharmed. Why else? Even our Jade Pool has been invaded by demon cultivators, leading to suffering among the people, yet the villages around Green Cloud sect remain peaceful. How fortunate they must be. Josie said this matter-of-factly, then noticed a villager selling sugar-coated haws, her face lighting up with excitement. Hey vendor, what's in your hand? The villager saw Axton's group exuding an ethereal aura and rushed over, too afraid not to respond. Miss, these are sugar-coated haws, a favorite among the village children. Would you like to try some? Josie had never seen such a mortal snack before and felt a sudden craving. After fumbling through her clothes for some coins, she came up empty-handed. Haha miss, you look so charming. Here, I'll give you this string of sugar-coated haws for free. The vendor was observant enough to recognize Axton's disciples as those from the Green Cloud sect and immediately handed over the treat without expecting payment. How can I accept that? It's so sweet. Josie protested half-heartedly, but couldn't resist the temptation, taking the haw skewers. Her first bite brought a smile of sweet satisfaction to her face. Big brother Uncor, I want some too. Mercedes, who had just emerged from the flying boat, felt envious and hurried over to stand beside Axton. Villager, here's some silver, please give me 2 more strings. Axton chuckled, surprised by the women's interest in mortal snacks, and handed over some coins. You don't need to pay so much. The vendor tried to refuse, then took a closer look at Axton. Are you an immortal master from the Green Cloud Sect? His face showed surprise as he hastily returned the silver and bowed down. Fortunately, Axton quickly stopped him, but the vendor remained awestruck and refused the money. The good fortune of the villagers comes from the protection provided by the immortals. It would be impossible for Sand River to thrive like this if not for the Green Cloud Sect's benevolence. The vendor stuttered, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. It is the hard work of the Sand River villagers, not my doing. Axton shook his head. Protecting mortals within their territory was a duty of major sects, not something deserving of gratitude. You're too modest. Lately, other villages have begun evacuating due to increasingly rampant demons. Several villages have already been massacred. Fear clouded the vendor's face at the thought. Luckily, Green Cloud Sect immortals patrol nearby, repelling many demon cultivators, allowing us to live peacefully. Insisting on refusing payment, the vendor left behind the sugar-coated haws and walked away. Axton felt a warm sense of appreciation. This was the essence of humanity. Though Green Cloud Sect wasn't particularly powerful, it protected its region within its capabilities. No wonder Sand River Village thrived amidst the chaos. Many fleeing mortals sought refuge there upon hearing of its safety. This was a positive development. Saving innocent lives and enhancing the sect's reputation were mutually beneficial. Axton wouldn't discourage it. Josie, holding her sugar-coated haws, laughed merrily, completely devoid of the usual demeanor of a Jade Pool saintess. Meanwhile, Mercedes pouted but was cheered by Shelley's jokes. At the base of Green Cloud Sect, the familiar three dragons playing with a pearl formation stood ready. It was clear that even in his absence, the sect had not slackened. A small green snake darted out from Mercedes' sleeve, heading towards the Spirit Beast Garden, clearly missing its home. Axton felt nostalgic. Despite the brief month at the Immortal meeting, much had transpired. Returning to Green Cloud lifted a heavy weight off his chest. Melissa's identity, the sect's promotion, and his own cultivation progress all needed time to process thoroughly. He needed to prepare fully before heading to Xiuxian to continue searching for his father. Ripples appeared in the three dragons playing with a pearl formation, and out stepped Elder Apollon, followed by several disciples. They looked surprised and delighted to see Axton. Leader Unker, you've finally returned? Yes, you've done well during my absence. Axton nodded, impressed by how well Apollon had managed in his stead. Master! Mercedes flew into Apollon's arms, eager to reunite. Haha, did Sweetie cause any trouble for Leader Unker? Apollon chuckled, pleased to see his beloved disciple. No, Master. If anything, Big Brother Unkor became quite formidable and might have enjoyed it too much. Mercedes' teasing made Axton feel awkward, especially with Josie's amused gaze. Alright, let's return to the main hall. Clean up and gather there later. I have important news. Apollon readily agreed, understanding that Axton had significant news to share. Sure thing. I'll make the arrangements right away. Chapter 523. A Succession of Talents. Inside the Cyan Cloud Sect, Josie enthusiastically toured around, clearly fascinated by the sect where Axton resided. Little Unkor, I didn't expect the Cyan Cloud Sect to be constructed so well. Even just the mountain gate rivals the grandeur of our Jade Pool Sanctuary. Josie was genuinely surprised. She had initially believed that the Cyan Cloud Sect was situated in a remote part of the 10,000 Spirit Continent, and that, even with Axton's presence, it would only reach the size of a first-rate sect at best. Today's visit completely changed her perspective. Not only did the sect boast complete facilities, but its entrance alone justified its reputation as a celestial sect. Please don't laugh. How could the Cyan Cloud Sect compare to the Jade Pool Sanctuary? Axton said with a smile. Ever since he founded the Cyan Cloud Sect, he had envisioned it flourishing one day, though this success came sooner than expected. He not only gained numerous disciples but also received recognition from other celestial sects, poised to become one of the new 7 great celestial sects. Josie's eyes gleamed with contemplation as she looked at Axton more intently. Before meeting him in person, she had heard of his struggles at Xiuxian. In her mind, Axton had merely clung to survival in the 10,000 Spirit Continent through the remnants of his father's influence. However, there were many stories surrounding him that she never imagined. Empathizing with his situation, Josie realized that if she had been in his position, she might not have had the means to turn things around. This admiration for Axton grew. She wondered how many secrets this man still held. Well, it's about time we head back, Axton said, noticing many disciples rushing toward the sect plaza. Their faces radiated youthful vigor, including several newly promoted Golden Core disciples who had rapidly progressed under the guidance of the Enlightenment Pool. As the disciples hurried along, they speculated about what news the Patriarch planned to announce. Hey, Chancekale, you've advanced to the Golden Core stage while we haven't seen you in days. That's quite admirable. Ha ha ha, all thanks to the Enlightenment Pool. With Elder Brother Tanner and others away on missions to the Mystic Heaven sect, we had more time to utilize it fully. Of course, we seized the opportunity. Kale, mentioned as Chance, joined the Cyan Cloud sect a year ago as an independent cultivator. He worked diligently within the sect, accumulating contributions until he recently broke through to the Golden Core stage. For him, joining the Cyan Cloud sect was like living a dream. He never thought he would advance so quickly to Golden Core and even achieve a formidable Earth stage Golden Core. Now, advancing to the nascent Soul stage seemed within reach. Previously, resources unavailable in the Immortal City became easily accessible in the Cyan Cloud sect through completing tasks. Celine and Du Puffy ensured a steady supply of elixirs and magical artifacts, significantly accelerating everyone's cultivation. Chancekale, do you think the sect is now considered a first-rate sect? Why else would the Patriarch come back with good news? I believe it's very likely. With the strength of the Patriarch and Elder Brother Tanner, achieving a first-tier status should be no problem. Ha ha ha. It seems being a disciple of a first-rate sect will make us look powerful whenever we go out. Both marveled at their decision to join the Cyan Cloud sect. Here, there was less intrigue and everything was well organized under Axton's leadership. Apollon, knowing his own limitations, focused on managing the sect, providing a superior cultivation environment. Let's hurry, or we won't fit in. You're right, let's go. The two moved quickly, as countless disciples were rushing towards the square. Within 2 years, the Xiuxian sect had grown from 3 members to nearly 1,000. Among them were nearly 700 miscellaneous disciples, cultivators seeking refuge and protection from demons. Apollon accepted all who passed behavioral standards, assigning them maintenance and patrol duties, ensuring the Xiuxian sect remained orderly. Soon, the sect plaza filled up, bustling with hundreds of people. Axton, feeling the excited energy outside the hall, felt a wave of pride. This was his sect, a place he called home in the 10,000 spirit continent. Spreading his divine sense, he scanned the square, finding much delight. Besides the 700 miscellaneous disciples, there were about 300 outer sect disciples mostly in the foundation establishment stage, many near the 8th level due to abundant elixirs. 30 inner sect disciples had recently broken through to Golden Core, recruited either as renowned independents or locals. Even on paper, the Xiuxian sect matched first-tier sects, lacking only the depth of the 7 great celestial sects. Given time, these disciples would surely distinguish themselves on the continent. Lord Uncor, everyone has gathered. A few are still patrolling and won't return soon, Apollon reported. Looking over the disciples with satisfaction, he remembered every name and guided their cultivation daily. The Xiuxian sect was part of his life. Good, we cannot let our guard down. Axton nodded and stepped out of the hall. Salute the Patriarch. We salute the Patriarch. Thousands of voices rose in unison. Their eyes shone with admiration, gazing at Axton fervently. To them, Axton was a god. They followed without hesitation, ready for any challenge. Some disciples, once troubled wanderers, found purpose here. All awaited today's announcement eagerly, noting the beautiful girl standing next to senior disciples. A girl whose presence exuded nobility and unmistakable significance. This chapter introduces the thriving Xiuxian sect under Axton's leadership and sets the stage for further developments. Chapter 524, ready to face any challenge. Facing the expectant gazes in the plaza, Axton released his Dao realm, enveloping all the disciples. In an instant, Xiuxian sect was filled with a serious atmosphere, yet no one felt uncomfortable. Instead, they perceived Axton's figure growing taller, and every word he spoke resonated deeply within them. I have gathered you all here today to inform you of something significant. Axton paused slightly, seeing the hopeful expressions on his disciples' faces, which made him smile faintly. Regarding the Immortal Gate martial arts contest of Atlasantian sect, I'm sure you've heard some news. The Amei Sword Order has fallen into demon ways and attempted to unseal Atlasantian sect's Cecilia containment zone. Fortunately, other Immortal Gates joined forces to suppress Amei, preventing the demonic forces from succeeding. This news had already spread across the continent of 10,000 spirits. The 6 major Immortal Gates had jointly issued a warrant, labeling all Amei cultivators as part of the demonic race. It was clear that Emmanuel must be having a tough time now. So it's true. That explains why the sect leader left Amei back then. He must have seen through their deceit early on. Humph. Being one of the 7 great Immortal Gates and still acting disgracefully, they deserved punishment long ago. Clearly, the disciples were also hostile towards Amei. After all, the sect leader endured much hardship at Amei before establishing Xiuxian sect in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. We don't need to worry. With the other 6 Immortal Gates handling it, Amei won't last long. Some disciples thought that since Amei committed such atrocious deeds, the other Immortal Gates wouldn't let them off. Under the protection of the Breaking Delusion Immortal Palace, Xiuxian sect could develop with peace of mind. Axton watched the various discussions among the disciples in the plaza and gently coughed, instantly restoring silence. That is the first matter. There is another announcement. In 5 days, our sect will hold a promotion ceremony, and representatives from major sects will attend. Make sure not to slack off these few days, and tarnish the reputation of Xiuxian sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples were not overly surprised. They believed that with the sect leader's strength, achieving a good ranking in the Immortal Gate martial arts contest was entirely feasible. The fact that Xiuxian sect, having just been promoted to a second-rate sect, would be upgraded again so soon delighted everyone. As I said, with the sect leader leading us, reaching a top-tier sect is just a matter of time. Haha. I can finally say I'm a disciple of a top-tier sect when I travel outside. The disciples rejoiced, but they were stunned by Axton's next words. Xiuxian sect is about to become one of the 7 great Immortal Gates. I hope you will all conduct yourselves properly and uphold the name of Xiuxian sect. Silence. The once noisy plaza fell silent. The disciples stared blankly at Axton, still digesting what he had just said. One of the 7 great Immortal Gates? Promotion? They doubted it, but clearly, Axton had stated becoming one of the 7 great Immortal Gates, not a top-tier sect. Could the sect leader have misspoken? This was too hard for the disciples to believe. The status of the 7 great Immortal Gates on the continent of 10,000 spirits was incredibly stable, untouched for thousands of years. To the people, the 7 great Immortal Gates were unreachable ideals, with each disciple considered a celestial child, possessing the best cultivation resources and profound lineage. Their fame was unmatched. Now, suddenly hearing that Xiuxian sect would replace Amei as one of the 7 great Immortal Gates, the sudden joy was hard for them to accept. Not surprising. Seeing the disciples' reactions, Axton smiled helplessly. Even he didn't expect Ernesto and others to nominate him and Xiuxian sect as the new Immortal Gate. The main reason was the overwhelming power of the demonic race, necessitating new forces to stabilize the situation. Axton, who emerged as a dark horse in the Immortal Gate martial arts contest, was the best choice. Additionally, Axton had good relationships with several major gates, leading to this outcome naturally. Is this true, sect leader Encore? Apollon, hearing this news for the first time, looked at Axton in disbelief. Although Axton had mentioned good news, Apollon thought it would only be a promotion to a top-tier sect. which would already be a remarkable achievement. Now, hearing the shocking news from Axton, Apralon felt his hands tremble. No one understood the prestige of the 7 great immortal gates better than he did. Back then, Kurgboman tried everything but couldn't be promoted. However, under Axton's leadership, Xiuxian's sect surpassed most sects in just 2 years, even nearly becoming one of the 7 great immortal gates. A dream he never dared to imagine. Correct. The lady beside me is Josie, the holy maiden of Yaoqi. She has come to assist us with the promotion ceremony. Josie, standing beside him, proudly raised her head. Actually, she had spent the past 2 days enjoying herself at Xiuxian's sect without caring much about her task. Being from Yaoqi, she found the Azure Cloud Mountain range intriguing. So you're the holy maiden of Yaoqi. This old man didn't recognize you. Startled, Apralon hurriedly bowed. He initially thought the young woman was just a friend of the sect leader, not realizing her significance. As the apparent successor of Yaoqi, Josie seemed close to Axton, indicating that Xiuxian's sect was indeed rising rapidly. Elder, please don't be so formal. I'm just tagging along with little Uncor. Do as you usually do. Don't mind me. Josie waved her hand, disliking unnecessary formalities. She stood aside, eagerly looking around. Axton waited until the disciples recovered from their surprise before continuing. I understand your thoughts, but since Xiuxian's sect will soon become one of the 7 great immortal gates, we must shoulder the responsibilities of an immortal gate. Amei has chosen to fall into darkness, and the 7 great immortal gates have decided to join forces to punish Amei. Therefore, after Xiuxian's sect's promotion, we will face greater challenges. Do you understand? Axton's words sparked excitement among the disciples. The news came unexpectedly. They knew of the animosity between Amei and Xiuxian's sect, especially after Amei dispatched inner disciples to provoke them. Accumulating both new and old grudges, Amei was already seen as an enemy. Now that Amei had fallen into demon ways, both morally and logically, they needed to be suppressed. But their roles had reversed. Amei became the demonic force, while Xiuxian's sect and Axton joined the 7 great immortal gates, completely reversing their positions. We will follow the sect leader's orders. Ready to face any challenge? The plaza erupted with enthusiasm. The disciples, mostly young and full of passion, were excited about the impending expedition against Amei. They had heard about the dire situation in Amei territory from local patrols and refugees. Despite being one of the 7 great immortal gates, Amei disregarded civilian lives, allowing demonic cultivators to rampage unchecked, earning widespread resentment. Only when Axton revealed the news did they realize that Amei had been infiltrated by the demonic race and plotted to manipulate the Immortal Gate martial arts contest. Hashtag Chapter 525, The Immortal Sword Legacy. As the disciples gradually dispersed, everyone at the Xiuxian sect became extraordinarily busy. Tasks were assigned to all. Even the ordinary people living below the mountain offered to clean the rocks around the foot of Xiuxian Mountain. They knew a grand day was approaching. The ascension of Xiuxian sect would alter the millennial-old balance of power in the Wanling continent. Under the protection of Xiuxian sect, both cultivators and ordinary people in the surrounding area would be safer. Anthony had been extremely busy these past few days, as countless disciples vied for sect missions, not just for contribution points, but also out of a desire to contribute to Xiuxian sect. The entire sect was refreshed and brimming with vitality. Everyone felt an undercurrent of excitement, striving to improve their strength so they wouldn't embarrass Xiuxian sect during the ascension ceremony. 700 miscellaneous disciples, 300 outer sect disciples, and dozens of core disciples at the golden core stage. This level of strength was formidable by Wanling continent standards. Naturally, Axton had already reached the nascent soul realm, and if he unleashed the immortal slaying sword, he could even contend with Melissa at the transformation spirit stage. Disciples like Tanner and Anthony had rapidly advanced, filling in the higher echelons of combat power within Xiuxian sect. Axton believed that given more time, they would become independent forces. Apralon was busily preparing nearby mountains for the arrival of guests. On the day of Xiuxian sect's ascension, it was expected that many visitors would come to observe the ceremony, so it was crucial to prepare lodgings for major sects in advance to avoid embarrassment. While everyone was occupied, Axton found himself unusually idle. He finally understood the advantages of having a thriving sect. Once tasks were delegated, there were always disciples ready to carry them out. Holding the immortal slaying sword, he felt a connection deeper than ever before, a sensation he couldn't experience while it was sealed. Idiot, you're really impressive now, Yasmin's voice echoed in his mind. Since the immortal slaying sword's unsealing, she had been cultivating within the sword as its spirit. Seeing Axton's contented demeanor, she couldn't help but tease him. Not really. The road ahead won't be easy, Axton sighed softly, gently stroking the blade of the immortal slaying sword. Anyway, you deceived me pretty badly. You've known about my father's situation all along and kept it from me. Since learning about Yasmin's origins, Axton had felt a warm current in his heart. The immortal slaying sword was prepared for him by his father, and even the original system had been implanted in him by his father's great powers. Although his parents had left him, they were still watching over him from afar. Their presence, even in absence, was enough. Idiot, you can't blame me. I was accidentally obtained by your father and sent to assist you. Besides, what good would it have done you back then? With your abilities at the Foundation establishment stage, you'd only be courting death against Emmanuel, Yasmin replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Axton was speechless. Yasmin's words held truth. Back when he left Shushan, he indeed had no chance against Emmanuel. But since you were sent by my father to find me, why don't you know his exact whereabouts? And what about the spirit stone system in my mind? What's that all about? These were questions that had lingered in Axton's mind for a long time. The spirit stone system had always helped him unconditionally, and Yasmin had been his guiding light throughout his journey. Let me explain. As the sword spirit of the immortal slaying sword, I was sent out from the heavenly Cecilia at the moment I awakened, allowing me to communicate with your father. The immortal slaying sword was buried in a crack of the heavenly Tao beneath the heavenly Cecilia eye. Your father chanced upon it, and used his understanding of the heavenly Tao to send me out. All I know is that Tommy is sealed somewhere within the crack of the heavenly Tao. Given how your father created this inheritance method using his divine sense, he must have attained an exceedingly high understanding of the heavenly Tao. Even so, he couldn't escape from the crack, which gives you an idea of the dangers involved. Yasmin's expression turned solemn, as if recalling the moment of her awakening. After regaining consciousness, I sensed your father's mental imprint. He saved me from the crack, so naturally, I wanted to repay him by guiding you step by step. Axton nodded thoughtfully. Given his father's talents, reaching the tribulation ascension stage wasn't improbable, and with such deep insight into the heavenly Tao, embedding the legacy within him was no small feat. So, are my parents currently imprisoned within the crack of the heavenly Tao? Axton honed in on the crux of the matter. Memories surged in his mind. Clear images of Melissa's revelations came flooding back. The battle between the Dante and the Kelvin shook the Wanling continent, causing cracks in the heavenly Tao. The Dante was sealed within one of these cracks, unable to escape for millennia. If his father was also trapped inside, escaping without extraordinary circumstances would be impossible. Yes, you could say that, but I'm not sure of the exact location. Yasmin nodded. The crack of the heavenly Tao was vast and endless, filled only with boundless darkness, like a world without edges. The immortal slaying sword had fallen into the crack during that battle and remained dormant for ages until Tommy discovered it. I understand. Axton made up his mind. If he wanted to find his father, he needed to go through Melissa. If she was the reincarnation of the Dante, she must have intimate knowledge of the heavenly Tao's crack and might possess the means to locate his father. However, their allegiances now differed. She stood with the Dante while he led a immortal sect, and they were soon to attack Shushan Sword Sect. Why are you afraid? Yasmin teased, her sealed memories gradually resurfacing since the immortal slaying sword's unsealing. Your master once fought off the Dante with the immortal slaying sword alongside me. Your father entrusted me to you, so don't disappoint him. Her profound words resonated. If his father had seen through the heavenly Tao, he must have foreseen the Dante's return. His deliberate passing of the immortal slaying sword thus held deeper significance. I understand. Axton's resolve strengthened. Ever since learning about the origin of the immortal slaying sword, he realized his parents had never truly left him. Gazing at the horizon, he could almost feel an unseen gaze silently watching him. Father, your son will not let you down. Chapter 526, The Storyteller. Axton sat cross-legged inside his cave dwelling, as metal chi circulated through his body for several major cycles. After a while, he slowly exhaled a turbid breath, and the wild surge of cultivation gradually settled into calm. The experience at the Immortal Sect martial competition had undoubtedly provided Axton with immense assistance. Not only did he face off against many top experts, but he also engaged in combat with Melissa. The seal on the Slayer Sword was lifted during their confrontation. Although he briefly halted Melissa using the combined power of the Slayer Sword and Yasmin, the benefits were immeasurable. Axton was confident that with his current early-stage nascent soul strength, bolstered by two great Tao paths and the Slayer Sword, he could contend even with late-stage nascent souls. Though he managed to resist some of Melissa's attacks, she hadn't fully recovered her powers. Just regaining a physical form restored her to the transformation realm, and Axton couldn't imagine how terrifying she would be if she fully reconstructed her demonic body. No good news came from the sect experts who went after Melissa. It seemed she had escaped. Now, the only lead was to find traces of the demon leader on Mount Xiuxian. But before that, there was an important matter to attend to, the promotion ceremony of the Green Cloud Sect. Within just 2 days, countless cultivators gathered from all directions toward the Green Cloud Mountains. Nearby White Cloud City and Clearfar City were already bursting at the seams. Many sects set up camp outside, all eager to witness the grandeur of Wanling Continent. Green Cloud Sect was about to become one of the 7 great immortal sects. Pongguang Immortal Palace had played a significant role in this event, partly because the Green Cloud Sect was within its territory and their relations had always been friendly. Also, with the entire Wanling Continent plunged into fear of the demonic invasion, and Mount Xiuxian openly betraying the righteous path, people needed something to boost morale. Hence, Pongguang Immortal Palace seized this opportunity to promote the event widely, attracting virtually all prominent sect cultivators. Even outside Shao River Village, numerous sects were camped, each bearing generous gifts, all hoping to forge good relations with the Green Cloud Sect. The rise of the Green Cloud Sect was legendary, and with deliberate spreading of news, Axton's exceptional performance at the Immortal Sect martial competition had spread throughout Wanling Continent. Everyone knew that the Green Cloud Sect emerged suddenly, defeating top-tier sects and safeguarding the demon restraining land from the demon leader. His identity as the son of Tommy, a genius wrongfully accused by the Mount Xiuxian sect, and who founded the Green Cloud Sect to avenge himself, became a famous story among cultivators. In a tea house, the storyteller spoke passionately, the tea in front of him already half gone. Last time we talked about how Patriarch Unkor, Axton, established the Green Cloud Sect independently after discovering the Mount Xiuxian conspiracy, building it into what it is today in less than 2 years. This period saw Mount Xiuxian frequently causing trouble, all of which were easily repelled by Master Unkor. Truly, a hero of our times. Many listeners were captivated, especially those who had come to witness the ceremony. Naturally, Axton's exploits were their favorite topic of conversation. Why did he stop? Yeah boy, bring another pot of tea. The cultivators waited eagerly, enthralled by the storyteller's tales. In their minds, the story of a wrongly accused genius biding his time and eventually taking revenge had taken shape. Cough, settle down, everyone. The storyteller cleared his throat, smiling and pocketing the spirit stones before him before continuing. I've told you plenty about Master Unkor facing demons, but his romantic stories are equally legendary. Seeing the crowd hooked, the storyteller felt smug and began elaborating. Legend has it that Master Unkor had a childhood sweetheart at Mount Xiuxian, who abandoned him when Senior Tommy went missing. What? Really? She must have been blind. If I were her, I'd have been with Master Unkor long ago. Hee, not only that, You should know Fairy Melissa of the Mount Shushan Sect once had a past with Master Unkur. The storyteller grew more animated as he continued. There's also Lady Annabelle at the Green Cloud Sect, Master Unkur's confidant. It's said that she and Master Unkur formed a bond when he rescued her during a demonic invasion. And it doesn't end there. Rumor has it that the demon leader who attacked Atlasantian Sect also had a complicated relationship with Master Unkur. The storyteller's words hung in the air, making the listener's jaws drop. Who knew Master Unkur had so many romantic entanglements? Youth is wasted on the young with such power, where would women be lacking? As discussions grew more outlandish, a soft yet stern voice interrupted from within the tavern. Nonsense. A woman stood up, her cheeks flushed. Annabelle had been dispatched to oversee affairs below the mountain. She had entered the tea house for a rest, but was drawn in by the storyteller's tale. When he mentioned she was Axton's confidant, she felt a twinge of joy, but as the storyteller's narrative veered towards involving Marianne, she couldn't bear it any longer. If this continued, Axton's reputation would be tarnished. This is someone from the Green Cloud Sect. Recognizing Annabelle's attire, the other cultivators fell silent. The storyteller stammered, rushing forward to apologize. I didn't know an immortal expert from Green Cloud Sect was here. Forgive my reckless words, please. His body shook nervously, realizing these stories were rumors amplified and embellished. Being caught red-handed by a Green Cloud Sect cultivator left him calling it bad luck. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Don't let it happen again. Annabelle huffed coldly, turning and walking out of the tea house. The recent rumors about Axton were troubling, and hearing them discussed by many female cultivators left her frustrated. Losing Marianne and welcoming Josie wasn't easy. Now having to deal with so much attention from others was overwhelming. Only she truly understood her own concerns. Before she walked far, chaos erupted in the market square. People scattered in panic, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Chapter 527, Donghai Raphael Family. Murder! Murder! A terrified scream erupted from the crowd, causing Annabelle to frown. She had been dispatched to patrol and prevent any troublemakers from stirring up chaos. Given that the Xiuxian Mountains were now a mix of good and bad elements, it was inevitable that some would seize this opportunity to cause trouble. What happened? A group of cultivators wearing Xiuxian sect robes rushed over from behind, led by Anthony, who had been patrolling nearby and immediately responded to the commotion in the crowd. I'm not sure. Let's go check it out, junior brother Adiel. Annabelle was anxious. This was the task Axton had entrusted to her. If someone stirred up trouble right under her nose, it would be embarrassing for Xiuxian sect. The two led their disciples forward through the crowd and saw a scene of chaos in the bustling market. One person lay on the ground, surrounded by bloodstains. Everyone move aside. This man impersonated a Xiuxian sect disciple to scam people, but fortunately, I caught him today and will teach him a lesson. A group was beating the grounded cultivator, with the leader delivering particularly brutal blows. Stop! Annabelle's voice cut sharply through the air as she charged forward. Who are you, causing trouble within the territory of Xiuxian sect? The attacker paused momentarily, seeing a young lady blocking his path. A smirk spread across his face. Another fraud? You look decent. I advise you not to meddle, or you'll end up in trouble too. Rubbish. Annabelle felt furious at the man's lecherous gaze. Open your eyes and see where you are. The man froze, then his subordinates whispered something in his ear. His smug expression slightly faded. Turns out you're really from Xiuxian sect. This guy was impersonating a Xiuxian sect disciple and selling fake goods in the marketplace when I caught him. He brushed off his clothes and approached Annabelle, eyeing her boldly. You're lying. Don't listen to him, immortal master. I was just trading talismans for spirit stones, but he took my talismans and tried to bully me. Please judge fairly, immortal master. The grounded cultivator, only at the foundation establishment stage, spat out blood while glaring at the man angrily. Lying through your teeth. Looks like I need to give you more of a lesson. The man moved to continue the assault but was stopped by Anthony. I said stop. Are you deaf? Anthony's voice turned grave. Regardless of what happened, fighting openly in the marketplace would tarnish Xiuxian sect's reputation, especially on such an important day. Humph, sparing you for now. The man coldly replied, turning to survey Anthony. I am Emil, the young lord of the Donghai Raphael family, here to attend Xiuxian sect's ceremony. Sorry for the disturbance. Though polite, his tone remained condescending, causing Annabelle to frown deeper. So you're from the Donghai Raphael family. No wonder you're so powerful. I've heard that the cultivation families of Donghai are very formidable, even rivaling a sect's power when united. Exclamations rang out from the crowd. Many who gathered to watch backed away, clearly wary of Emil. Anthony furrowed his brows. He recognized the beaten cultivator, a diligent and honest independent cultivator who had wanted to join Xiuxian sect but was rejected due to poor aptitude. Still, he continued to study talismans diligently. Given his character, he wouldn't have the audacity to impersonate a Xiuxian sect disciple. The scattered talismans were low grade, but Anthony could easily tell they were genuine. Regardless of whether he impersonated our disciple, is it appropriate for you to start a fight here? Anthony held back the angry Annabelle, maintaining composure. Axton trusted Anthony precisely because of his steady demeanor. Mismanagement of this situation could harm Xiuxian sect's reputation. Ha ha ha, this fellow talks nonsense. I'm doing Xiuxian sect a favor, so where's the problem? Emil spoke provocatively, clearly disdainful of Anthony. He was about to pick up the independent cultivator, his aura surging. Stop! Anthony roared, vanishing from the spot. In the next moment, Emil felt a powerful wind strike him. Instinctively resisting, he felt pain in his arm and stumbled back several steps. This is Xiuxian sect territory. Even if your claims are true, it's not your place to act. Anthony sensed the hostility emanating from Emil and wasn't going to stand by idly. Nice move, attacking this young lord. Emil retreated, stabilizing himself with help from his followers, his expression ugly. Representing the leisurely Raphael family, he had harbored resentment since the beginning. In Wanling Continent, powers vied for dominance. Among them, the cultivation families of Donghai were especially powerful, with Raphael family being the most prominent. They had once sought recognition from the 7 great sects to become the 8th united body but were unanimously rejected. Now hearing that a little-known Xuanhuan sect had taken the place of Shu Mountain to become a sect was infuriating. Emil was ostensibly here to observe, but mostly to gauge Xuanhuan sect's worthiness. Trying to repay kindness with enmity. Do you really think the Raphael family can be bullied? Emil's late golden core cultivation burst forth, and behind him, several powerful auras emerged, including faint hints of nascent soul pressure. Whatever the case, using force within Xuanhuan sect territory is unacceptable. Anthony noted the hostile intentions and hardened his tone. Emil's real target was Xuanhuan sect. Oh, Xuanhuan sect? What arrogance. Never heard of it. Emil sneered, no longer acknowledging the grounded cultivator. Got this sect position through deceit? Huh? Who do you think you are? He stepped closer, his followers exerting their pressure, causing surrounding cultivators to retreat several meters. You have no right to speak to me. Bring out your sect leader Axton. I have matters to discuss with him. Emil revealed his true intentions. While Donghai Raphael family couldn't match sects, combined, their power was formidable. They coveted the 7 great sect positions, but failed in multiple competitions. Over time, they gave up. Now hearing that an unknown Xuanhuan sect received this honor made them furious. Emil was sent to observe. If Xuanhuan sect was undeserving, he was supposed to expose them publicly. The status of the 7 great sects was highly revered, and after centuries of striving, Raphael family couldn't let this prize fall into others' hands. Chapter 528. Provoking intentionally. Faced with Benicio's aggressive stance, Anthony's followers from the Xuanhuan sect were filled with anger. They had been sent by their sect to patrol and immediately apprehend anyone acting suspiciously. You all step back. Anthony frowned slightly, realizing the confrontation was intentional. He had heard of the Eastern Sea cultivation families who were eager to gain influence over the Wanling continent, but lacked a good opportunity. With the loss of the immortal sect status by the Shushan Sword Sect, it was now the perfect chance for the Eastern Sea families to infiltrate, with the Raphael family likely aiming to enhance their position by sending disciples to the Xuanhuan sect. So, you are friends from the Eastern Sea Raphael family. All guests are welcome. Since you are within the territory of the Xuanhuan sect, please abide by our rules. Should we have failed to provide proper hospitality, please bear with us. The Xuanhuan sect was about to celebrate a grand occasion, and Anthony did not want any trouble. The sudden bold appearance clearly indicated there were powerful experts lurking nearby, giving them the confidence. Brother Adiel, why bother with pleasantries? They are obviously here to cause trouble. Annabelle, usually short-tempered towards outsiders, knew the importance of this promotion ceremony for Axton. She would not tolerate anyone disrupting it. You're right, Chance Nya. This kid insulted the sect leader. He cannot be let off easily. The faces of the Xuanhuan sect disciples were filled with rage. Benicio's public provocations in the market implied a lack of respect for the Xuanhuan sect. Allowing this behavior would harm the sect's reputation. Ha ha ha. What, can't you do anything against me? Benicio paid no heed to Anthony's words. He needed no concessions. Ever since arriving at Xuanhuan Mountain Range, he had heard praises for the Xuanhuan sect, yet he believed it unqualified for one of the 7 immortal sects, a mere pawn pushed forward by other sections. The combined strength of the Eastern Sea families was formidable, and Benicio was confident that persuading other sects to yield the immortal sect status to the Raphael family would be successful, given their absolute power. To secure more benefits, they needed to show the Xuanhuan sect their true capabilities, hence his public challenge. No combat allowed within Xuanhuan sect territory, Anthony said calmly, undisturbed by Benicio's arrogance. The sect leader has instructed us, as an immortal sect, not to heed provocations from insignificant figures. Friend Raphael, please exercise restraint. Do you call me insignificant? Benicio paused, then understood Anthony's implication. As a respected figure in the Raphael family, he had never been so humiliated. He now had the perfect excuse for retaliation. Anthony, being influential in the Xuanhuan sect, would serve as an example. Daring to insult my family, I see your Xuanhuan sect is too arrogant. Benicio nodded to his subordinates, and 2 burly men stepped forward. Clad in thin clothes, they looked menacing with muscles bulging. Eric Otto, teach this punk a lesson. Benicio ordered coldly. These bodyguards, each at the late golden core stage, typically served him. Seeing Anthony and the woman seemed young, probably only at the golden core stage, Benicio felt confident they could be easily subdued. Yes, young master. The burly men grinned cruelly. Accustomed to bullying under Benicio's lead, they were particularly enticed by the delicate Annabelle, whom they had never seen in the Eastern Sea. Brat, get out of the way. Such a delicate beauty should be treated gently. Why stay in Xuanhuan sect when the Raphael family offers endless pleasures? Laughing arrogantly, they saw women merely as playthings. How outrageous. Annabelle could no longer endure such insults. Her cultivation had advanced significantly, and she was prepared to face even late golden core cultivators. Sister Tanner, leave it to me. Anthony shielded her behind him. As the most authoritative figure in the Xuanhuan sect next to Tanner, Anthony took charge. Raphael family's provocation would not be resolved peacefully. It was better to give them a lesson now before more trouble ensued. Seeing Anthony step forward, the 2 men sneered. Used to physical cultivation, they looked down on Anthony's seemingly frail build. Boy, don't be reckless. Call your sect leader, or you'll regret it if anyone dies. The man grinned ferociously, having encountered many inexperienced youths believing themselves strong due to their sect's protection. Daring to offend our young master, ask around in the Eastern Sea, and find out who owns the 5 lakes and 18 bins. The 2 men swung their massive fists directly at Anthony, targeting vital points without mercy. Surrounding cultivators quickly retreated. They were visitors and did not wish to be involved. The reputation of the Eastern Sea Raphael family was well known, making resistance nearly impossible. This is bad. Let's leave before getting caught in this mess. That Benicio is too arrogant. This is still under the jurisdiction of Po Wang Immortal Palace. Does he think the Eastern Sea can control the continent? Keep quiet or draw their attention. Many cultivators admired Xuanhuan Sect's recent actions, but dared not protest due to the power gap. Anthony appeared weak, unlikely to match two Golden Core cultivators. A defeat here would tarnish the Xuanhuan Sect's reputation. Brother Adiel, be careful, Annabelle exclaimed as the men attacked recklessly, aiming for fatal blows. I'll handle it, sister. Anthony focused intensely, carefully observing the men's movements. On the eve of the Xuanhuan Sect's grand event, he vowed no disruption, be it from the Eastern Sea Raphael family or anyone else. From both sides, the men's enormous fists pounded toward him, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy whirlpools. The distinctive wave rush technique of the Raphael family. Moisture filled the market air, making everyone struggle to breathe. They quickly mustered their own energy to resist. Boy, taste my punch. Chapter 529. Adiel takes action. Watching Anthony's unperturbed demeanor, the two burly men channeled their spiritual energy to the utmost. Emil's gaze was fixed on them from behind. They knew all too well the grim punishment if they failed to deliver the desired result for young master. The moisture in the air grew increasingly dense, even making the surrounding space feel viscous. The spectators could distinctly feel their bodies struggling to move as if submerged in the depths of the ocean. It's the Raphael family surge skill, using spiritual energy to construct a water-based barrier. An elderly man exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone knew that Eastern Sea cultivators excelled in aquatic combat, and the Raphael family had developed a unique set of techniques. The tide surge skill altered the surrounding environment. Even those outside the vortex felt their spiritual energy begin to obstruct. It was clear what immense pressure Anthony faced at the center. The Eastern Sea Raphael family is indeed terrifying. A Golden Core expert using this tide surge skill creates an effect akin to a Tao realm. The elder wasn't exaggerating. Under the influence of the tide surge skill, the burly men's strength multiplied several times over. While the surrounding barrier couldn't match a true Tao realm, it was already a unique and formidable skill among Golden Core experts. Kid, you look frail. Just bow to my young master and show some respect, and we might let you off easy. The burly men sneered with malicious intent, clearly understanding Emil's plan to embarrass Xuanhuan Sect in front of the Raphael family, thereby securing their position as the Immortal Sect. A minor sect like Xuanhuan hardly deserved the title of Immortal Sect. They needed to crush Xuanhuan underfoot, proving their long journey wasn't in vain. Looks like your wish won't come true. Anthony felt the intense humidity surrounding him, making even the slightest movement strenuous. Under the influence of the tide surge skill, it felt as though he were submerged in water, his spiritual energy becoming constricted. Two fists came hurtling towards Anthony from either side. With no time to dodge, everyone watched as his slender figure was struck by the men, his body contorting from the impact. Oh dear, Xuanhuan disciples are too naive. This will be disastrous. Those two punches, no monster could withstand them. What are those Xuanhuan people doing? Why don't they seek help from within the sect? People wondered why Celine didn't return to summon reinforcements. If Anthony were killed right here, it would greatly affect Xuanhuan's promotion ceremony. Senior sister, should we send a message to the sect leader? A disciple whispered nervously. No need. If we can't handle such a minor issue, we have no reason to go back. Celine huffed. Trust junior brother Adiel. He's not as simple as he appears. Indeed, Celine had witnessed Anthony's prowess during the Immortal Sect gathering. Despite his frail appearance, he carried the legacy of a nascent soul-stage Devil King, making him far from easy to defeat. Just as the thought crossed their minds, two fists slammed into Anthony with horrifying force. Ha ha ha, this kid can't move an inch in our technique. Does he really think he's something special? The burly men grinned ferociously, clearly aiming to kill. Another punch landed, striking Anthony forcefully. The wind generated by the punch shattered the ground beneath him. Some turned away, unable to bear the gruesome scene, while others hesitated to intervene, intimidated by Emil's presence. This kid is tough, not making a sound. Ha ha ha, he's probably dead. The burly men snickered. Clearly, Xuanhuan Sect was nothing but a weak group, its disciples helpless against enemies. Let the world see the true face of Xuanhuan Sect, questioning its qualification for the Immortal Sect position. Aida, AI heir. A voice called out from behind, recognizable to the two men as their young master. What? As they puzzled over Emil's call, they noticed Anthony's form gradually dissipating before their eyes. Their punches hit only air, causing a brief pause in their breathing. Where did he go? The men stared dumbfounded as Anthony's form became increasingly ethereal. With a piercing cry, he transformed into countless flying bats, vanishing from sight. Startled, the burly men looked around, trying to locate Anthony. At that moment, a cold, menacing figure formed from countless bats appeared behind them. Disgracing my sect is punishable by death. Anthony reappeared, his eyes icy cold, devoid of his usual gentle demeanor. While the tide surge skill enhanced their abilities and created a favorable environment, Anthony possessed the heritage of Adrian. Although it involved a clever trick, having a Tao-like realm at such a young age and being able to contend with nascent soul experts was beyond Emil's imagination, or anyone else's. Realizing the danger, the burly men tried to defend themselves, but it was too late. Anthony pointed at their backs, releasing an extremely cold, Yin-based energy into their bodies. Having grown up in the Eastern Sea, they had never encountered such sinister techniques. As the cold energy froze every inch of their veins, they lost all strength to resist. You're cheating. One of the men roared, bloodshot eyes glaring. They understood the severe consequences of failure. Emil's methods were not easily endured. I'll fight to the death. Shivering, they prepared to use secret techniques, realizing that freezing veins meant imminent doom. Losing face for Emil would mean losing not just their lives, but also endangering their families. Panicking, they readied their secret techniques, willing to sacrifice cultivation for freedom from punishment. Alas, their efforts were futile. An oppressive force enveloped the area. Anthony was surrounded by black bats, his overwhelming pressure preventing them from lifting their heads, only managing hoarse grunts. This is a Dao realm. Chapter 530. Hidden Hazards. The Dao realm? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Although their strength wasn't remarkable, they had all heard of the formidable reputation of the Dao realm. Could it be that this plain-looking Xiuxian sect disciple had already reached the nascent soul realm? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to employ the power of the Dao realm. Who is this kid? He looks like a genius from the Xiuxian sect. Now there'll be quite a show. The burly man was drenched in sweat, clearly unable to break free from Anthony's constraints. Suddenly, both men produced black light in their hands, obviously some kind of hidden weapon. Oh no, they're cheating. Someone saw the man's movements and felt a jolt of alarm. The weapons launched by the opponent clearly weren't ordinary items. Die. The two burly men revealed murderous intent. Clearly, Anthony was using some kind of magical treasure to unleash powers similar to those of the Dao realm. Cultivation conditions in the Eastern Sea were harsh, and cultivators employed numerous methods during duels. Such tactics involving hidden weapons were very common among them. However, when the hidden weapons shot out, Anthony's figure became blurry, ultimately transforming into several noisy flying bats that vanished on the spot. He escaped? Where is he? The burly men were startled. They hadn't even seen Anthony move, or perhaps he had long detected their plot. Suddenly, a cold wind brushed past their backs, accompanied by eerie hissing sounds, the bats swirling around them. It's time to end this. Anthony's voice came from behind them, having appeared near the two without their notice. He drew his sword, a high-grade spirit tool custom-made by Harvey. Creating trouble within the territory of the Xiuxian sect, it's time you paid the price. Anthony gripped the sword with his backhand and gently tapped the base of their spines with the hilt. The two burly men had no time to react. Before they could turn their heads, they felt a numbing sensation spread throughout their bodies. Bone-chilling spiritual energy flowed through their meridians like ice, instantly stopping the circulation. In the next moment, a burning pain surged from their dantian, as if a large hand was stirring inside them. Ugh. The two men collapsed, all traces of spiritual energy dissipating, leaving them as helpless as mortals. Seeing Raphael family's enforcers defeated so easily, cheers erupted from the crowd. The Donghai clan had always been notorious on the 10,000 spirit continent. It was gratifying to see their arrogance subdued in the marketplace. Thankfully, the Xiuxian sect disciple was capable, or Emil might have truly trampled everyone underfoot. Friend Raphael, control your people. Anthony sheathed his sword, his cold gaze fixed on Emil's face, causing a ripple of fear in the latter. This Xiuxian sect disciple had clearly used the power of the Dao realm. Why did such an obscure sect dispatch disciples with such powerful cultivation? Even Emil felt a chill. We should go. I doubt they will dare act recklessly. Returning to his fellow sect members, Anthony prepared to leave with Annabelle to continue patrolling. There were still many tasks ahead, and he couldn't afford any slack. Hold it. Stop right there. An angry roar echoed from behind. Emil glared at his defeated subordinates, unable to contain his anger. Too good for nothings, get up right now. Under his reprimand, the two men trembled, barely managing to stand. They felt an overwhelming weakness, the strange aura in their dantian preventing them from gathering any strength. If not treated promptly, their cultivation might plummet. You've gone too far. Carrie, give that boy a taste of his own medicine. Emil whispered fiercely to an elderly man behind him. Despite his rage, he lowered his tone before the man known as Carrie, a late-stage nascent soul expert. A powerful aura radiated from the old man, unmistakably that of a nascent soul realm powerhouse. A briny smell filled the air as Anthony turned sharply, sensing the power of the Dao realm. The old man was undoubtedly a nascent soul expert, and it seemed he couldn't hold back any longer. Yet, this Dao realm aura flashed briefly, as if testing Anthony, or perhaps hinting at some reservations. Carrie, give him a taste of his own medicine, Emil said bitterly, puzzled and angered by the sudden withdrawal of the old man's aura. Don't forget our purpose here, young master, the elder man replied coolly, eyeing Anthony disdainfully. He sensed that Anthony's Dao realm was incomplete, gained through shortcuts. This is merely an incomplete Dao realm acquired by trickery. He won't amount to much. We should proceed directly to the Xiuxian sect. The elder's words hinted at deeper intentions. His primary task was to ensure the smooth progress of the promotion ceremony while gathering intelligence on the Xiuxian sect. Any conflict here could disrupt their plans. But are we just going to let them go like this? Emil gritted his teeth, secretly asking. To lose face before so many people would undermine his authority over his subordinates. Patience, young master. When we reach the Xiuxian sect, I'll deal with them accordingly. Carrie's secret message calmed Emil's fury. It wasn't the right time for direct confrontation with the Xiuxian sect. The Raphael family had broader ambitions, and Emil's momentary anger mustn't hinder them. We should go. Taking a deep breath, Anthony watched the old man's weathered face, feeling troubled. He decided to return to the sect immediately and inform Axton. These visitors harbored ill intent, and any disruption during the promotion ceremony would be difficult to handle. Just wait and see. Realizing Carrie wouldn't intervene, Emil could only issue silent threats. Despite being close in age, Anthony had clearly instilled fear in him. To feel this way facing an ordinary Xiuxian sect disciple was intolerable for Emil. Just wait and see. Xiuxian sect won't have much to boast about for long. Hashtag chapter 531. Standing together in adversity. Inside the grand hall of Xiuxian sect, Anthony and Shelley explained the entire situation to Axton in an orderly manner, awaiting his instructions. So that's how it is. Don't worry about it. Axton nodded. He had heard of the Donghai Raphael family's reputation, so he wasn't surprised by Emil's arrival at Xiuxian sect. In just 2 short years, Xiuxian sect had risen from an obscure minor sect to one of the immortal sects. Naturally, many forces were envious and eyeing this plum. Based on the information he had, numerous hidden sects had sent representatives to Qingyun sect, and the Donghai Raphael family was only one of them. Master, should we just let them in like this? Anthony voiced his concerns. Clearly, their intentions were not good, and if they caused trouble during the Ascension ceremony, it would be problematic. All guests are welcome. Why should we stop them? Axton smiled faintly. The status of an immortal sect was extremely prestigious, and no one wanted to miss out on sharing the benefits. For Qingyun sect's rise to be recognized, it needed not only acknowledgement from other immortal sects, but also a demonstration of its capabilities among the cultivators of 10,000 Spirit Continent to gain their respect. Thus, Axton did not intend to prevent those with ulterior motives from entering Qingyun sect's territory. Only absolute power could cement Qingyun sect's position firmly. You both go and prepare well. If they make any suspicious moves, inform me immediately, Axton instructed, tolerating their presence within the sect, but he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson if they misbehaved. I understand, Master. Anthony acknowledged, understanding that the long-term strategy was more important. Without winning over the major sects during the Ascension ceremony, future troubles would only increase. Annabelle intended to stay behind and chat with Axton for a bit, but she held back her urge upon seeing his serious expression. Uncle brother had been very busy lately, preparing for the Ascension ceremony. It would be best not to disturb him. As soon as the two left, Josie sauntered in leisurely, giving Annabelle a meaningful smile. Annabelle huffed lightly, ignoring it completely. She had already made up her mind. Once the Ascension was complete, Josie would eventually return to the Jade Pool Holy Land. There was no point in creating unnecessary tension now. Little Uncle, I have some good news for you, Josie said mysteriously as she approached Axton, eager for his reaction. Don't play coy. Let them in, Axton laughed, shifting his gaze to the entrance of the hall. Tisk, no fun at all, Josie pouted. She had received messages from Benjamin and others, and specially came down the mountain to bring them here, hoping to surprise Axton. However, he had already anticipated it. Ning elder brother Clement, it's been a while, Axton greeted warmly as he walked down to meet the two figures outside. He was familiar with their auras, and had sensed their arrival with his divine sense. Even without Josie telling him, he would have welcomed them personally. Ha ha ha, can't hide anything from Daoist friend Uncle, Benjamin chuckled. Ba, it seems our concealment techniques need improvement, Clement added with a smile. The three of them shared a deep bond formed through life and death experiences, making their conversation even closer. Today is a great day for Qingyun sect. How could we not come early? Benjamin took out an elaborately decorated storage bag and handed it to Axton. This is a small token from Break Delusion Immortal Palace. Our palace master knows of our friendship and asked me to present this gift to Daoist friend Uncle. Ba, the humble monk also has a gift. Clement placed his own gift on a nearby table casually. You're too formal. Axton didn't refuse. These gifts symbolized goodwill and closeness from the two immortal sects. He put the storage bag in his robes, then sat down with his friends, while Josie considerately brewed a pot of immortal tea, filling the hall with a fragrant aroma. Daoist friend Uncle, this time Qingyun sect will truly shine with the presence of all 6 immortal sect masters. Your name will echo throughout 10,000 Spirit Continent, Benjamin said, sipping his tea. Our palace master is still on the way. Clement and I arrived first. We hope it's not disrespectful to Daoist friend Uncle. Ning elder brother, what are you talking about? Please don't make fun of me. Axton shook his head with a wry smile. Though his position had changed, he remained closest brothers with the two of them, never altering. Ba, Daoist friend Uncle, are you prepared? Most preparations are done. Thank you for Break Delusion Immortal Palace's significant help. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth, Axton sincerely replied, acknowledging the efforts of Aldo. However, I did see quite a few unsavory characters on my journey. You must be cautious, Daoist friend Uncle, Clement warned subtly, knowing many sects were unhappy with Qingyun sect's rise to an immortal sect. No worries, whatever comes, we'll handle it. No need to fret. Axton spoke calmly. The path of Qingyun sect hadn't been easy, and he wasn't afraid of provocations. In a world where strength ruled, no one could get away with mischief against absolute power. Ha ha ha, that's reassuring. Hearing these words makes me feel at ease, Benjamin laughed heartily, satisfied that Axton had maintained his true self. Their relationship remained intimate despite changes in status. But isn't setting the date today a bit too rushed? Benjamin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Ascending to an immortal sect wasn't a trivial matter, requiring extensive preparations. Although Break Delusion Immortal Palace provided full assistance, it seemed rather hurried. There's no choice. Time is limited. Axton explained reluctantly. He knew it was rushed, but time was not on his side. Only with the status of an immortal sect could Qingyun sect openly ally with the 6 major sects to campaign against Mount Shu. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Moreover, Melissa had obtained much chaos demonic energy from the Cecilia binding region. Given time to recover, even the 6 major sects experts might struggle to match her. Now is the time to swiftly attack Mount Shu and find Melissa. Of course, there was also Axton's personal reason. From intelligence gathered by other immortal sects, he knew Emmanuel had returned to Mount Shu. While skilled cultivators guarded the periphery to monitor Emmanuel's movements, it wasn't guaranteed that he wouldn't escape. Delay could only complicate matters. To find his father's whereabouts, he needed to focus on Emmanuel. Besides, the Wine Sword Immortal was trapped in the Cecilia Lock Pagoda. Emmanuel couldn't leave easily. Yes, Daoist friend Uncle, if you need our help, just ask. Ba, I eagerly await your performance. The three exchanged a smile, remembering their journey together, standing shoulder to shoulder, unyielding even against demons. Chapter 532. As if in a fairyland. Change the world, and the 3 dragons shall open. After settling his 2 good friends, Axton made a magic seal with his hands. The 3 dragons playing with pearl formation that guarded Qingyun sect was fully opened, no longer stopping any cultivator from entering the sect. The cultivators at the foot of Qingyun sect's mountain immediately lit up with excitement and rushed up the mountain. All walked on foot, showing respect to Qingyun sect and acknowledging the newly ascended immortal sect. As for guests from the other 6 immortal sects, Axton had arranged disciples to guide them. They should already be outside the main hall. On the mountain path, numerous cultivators were looking around excitedly. Qingyun sect had been relatively unknown before. Though many had heard of Axton's reputation, they hadn't expected much from a sect founded only 2 years ago. However, as they climbed the mountain, their impression of Qingyun sect improved. Without even mentioning the grand entrance seen from afar, the density of spiritual energy here was comparable to any immortal sect. Since Axton's remarkable achievements in the immortal sect martial contest, the spiritual energy density within Qingyun sect's territory had significantly increased. Perhaps fate had a role. Disciples remaining within the sect felt that cultivating here was now far more efficient. Is this spiritual energy density comparable to an immortal sect? Yes. How could this Qingyun sect be a cultivation sanctuary we never heard of before? Look quickly. There are celestial cranes flying. A cry of astonishment spread as everyone looked up, seeing a row of celestial cranes flying freely atop the mountain peak, occasionally chirping melodiously. Celestial cranes were symbols of auspiciousness on the continent of 10,000 spirits, residing only where destiny thrived. The presence of so many cranes on Qingyun sect's mountain peak indicated abundant destiny. On the backs of these cranes, the azure phoenix four-headed snake was leisurely observing those below. Under its control, the cranes flew gracefully in perfect unison. A faint drumbeat-like pulse emanated from the snake, clearly indicating it was about to evolve its 5th head. When another head was born, its power would leap dramatically, rivaling an expert of the soul transformation stage. The scenes along the way left the visiting cultivators marveling. This was not what they expected of a newly established sect. Even seasoned sects probably lacked the aura of Qingyun sect. It seemed clear why Qingyun sect earned the recognition of the 6 major immortal sects. Junior Axton pays my respects to all the patriarchs. Feeling a powerful fluctuation from outside the hall, Axton hurriedly went out to greet them. Several figures descended from the sky like radiant streaks of light. Ha ha ha, after today, sect leader Uncor will be one of our immortal sect members. We can now address each other as peers. Ernesto's hearty laughter echoed. Despite Atlasantian sect's recent losses, he wouldn't miss Qingyun sect's ascension ceremony and arrived first. Ba, this old monk is called Gary. I have heard of you, sect leader Uncor. An imposing monk with unusually large earlobes appeared before Axton, impossible to overlook. I hear from junior brother Canon that sect leader Uncor fought evenly with a demon leader in Atlasantian sect. Truly, heroes emerge young. Sect master, don't say such things. I know my own worth, Axton replied with a wry smile, remembering how he only stopped Soraya temporarily by using the Cecilia slaying sword, not deserving such praise. Master! Josie bounced over, obviously delighted upon seeing Amber. She had enjoyed her days at Qingyun sect, finding joy even in mundane moments. Sect leader Uncor, did my disciple cause you trouble these past few days? Amber asked mildly, evidently viewing Axton as an equal. Master, what are you saying? Josie harumphed, having been assigned to help prepare for the ascension, but treating it more like a vacation. Not at all, Miss Josie helped me greatly. Axton politely responded. Indeed, Josie had informed him of many important matters concerning the immortal sects, drawing on her upbringing in the Jade Pool Sanctuary. Beside him stood the heads of Badeo sect and Denshin Pavilion, who nodded lightly in greeting, not close acquaintances of Axton. The palace master of Pahuang Immortal Palace was assisting outside the gate, welcoming visitors. As Qingyun sect's closest ally, Pahuang Immortal Palace played a significant role in the ceremony. Half the attendees owed their presence to Pahuang's efforts. Now that everyone has arrived, please take your seats. Axton cast a spell, causing a magnificent pavilion to rise in the central square. A treasure crafted overnight by Clint specifically for hosting the 7 major immortal sect leaders. In that case, let's proceed. Ernesto chuckled, glancing back meaningfully. Today, while it's a great day for Qingyun sect, sect leader Uncor must be cautious of ill-intentioned individuals causing trouble. Axton nodded. Despite being acknowledged by the immortal sects, some might still envy their status. He wasn't worried. Nothing could disrupt today's important ceremony. At the gate, Qingyun sect disciples and Pahuang Immortal Palace cultivators led people in. Thanks to Pahuang's assistance, everything proceeded smoothly despite the crowd. In no time, the vast central square was crowded. Each sect allowed only 3 representatives, more waited at the foot of the mountain, unable to join. What a big arrangement, even getting Pahuang Immortal Palace's help. Indeed, I heard Qingyun sect and Pahuang Immortal Palace have a close relationship, contributing to their swift ascent. How envious. When will Luxia sect find such patrons? Otherwise, we'll stay stuck as a second-tier sect forever. Ha ha ha, unless you're qualified. Sect leader Uncor fought the demon leader at Atlasantian sect. You just end up meat paste. Despite mixed feelings, most cultivators realized the uniqueness of Qingyun sect's success. Their rapid rise was due to both fate and Axton's strength. Seeing the fairyland within Qingyun sect, with abundant spiritual energy and celestial crane calls, even stagnant cultivation felt invigorated. Staying longer here promised substantial progress. In the sky, the cranes continued their heavenly flight, nesting in the spirit beast garden under the snake's command. Their presence added an ethereal charm to Qingyun sect. Moreover, the majestic gates and grand buildings like the martial practice hall and refining chamber were impressive, demonstrating Qingyun sect's profound foundations achieved in merely 2 years. Spiritual energy suffused the air, and celestial cranes harmonized. Visitors felt as if transported to a fairyland, their stagnant cultivation stirred by the atmosphere, promising growth within Qingyun sect. Hashtag chapter 533 officially begins. At the foot of the mountain gate, voices were clamoring, but under the orderly arrangements by the disciples of Qingyun sect and Pahuang Immortal Palace, everything proceeded smoothly. Although each sect was allowed to send only 3 cultivators, judging from the bustling main square, over 1,000 sects had arrived to witness this ceremony. People chatted excitedly, coming here not only to admire the might of Xiuxian sect, but also to make new friends and form alliances for their own sects. Chance encore. It seems everyone has arrived, Clint said as he stood in front of the great hall, watching the crowd below. An inexplicable sense of pride welled up within him. Once, they had been homeless after being expelled from Mount Shu, but now, within just 2 years, Xiuxian sect was completely transformed, even replacing Mount Shu's status. If Axton was the soul of Xiuxian sect, Clint was his capable right-hand man. Though his cultivation was only at the golden core stage, his contributions to Xiuxian sect were immense. Finally, through the collective efforts of all, Xiuxian sect not only boasted countless outstanding disciples, but was also recognized as a new immortal sect, making all their hard work worthwhile. All right, let's go. Axton smiled faintly. Seeing that the leaders of various sects had already taken their seats on the pavilion, he leaped gracefully onto the platform in the middle. The few leaders nodded slightly upon seeing him, acknowledging his presence. Fellow Taoists, I am Axton, the leader of Xiuxian sect. Today, we have gathered here in Xiuxian mountain range from all corners of the world to celebrate our sect's promotion ceremony. Though Axton's voice was not loud, under the influence of his Tao realm, it resonated clearly in every ear on the square, soothing yet commanding respect. His skillful control of spiritual senses alone was enough to outshine all other cultivators of the same level, earning admiration from the audience who turned their gazes towards him. Feeling the countless eyes on him, Axton merely smiled, pulling out a scroll from his sleeve which fluttered into the sky, unfurling before everyone. I understand many are unfamiliar with Xiuxian sect and curious about its origins. Allow me to explain. The vast scroll spread across the sky, blocking out the sun. It was Axton's river and nation map from his Tao realm. With the growth of his strength, his mastery over the map became increasingly adept, and he no longer feared exposing such a treasure. What kind of treasure is this? I feel my mind being drawn into it. I sense the power of a Tao realm, more than one. The crowd gazed upwards, their faces filled with shock. Even the leaders seated in the pavilion couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Clearly, the river and nation map was no ordinary treasure, enviable even on the continent of 10,000 spirits. This painting seems mentioned in ancient records. Ernesto squinted, muttering to himself. Gary Master merely glanced once before closing his eyes. For Xiuxian sect, soon to be one of the 7 major immortal sects, having such a powerful asset did not surprise him. In fact, the stronger Axton was, the better, given the upcoming battles against Mount Shu and the demonic race. Scenes flashed across the river and nation map, visible to the crowd. From Xiuxian sect's initial destitute state with only Tanner and Shelley, to Axton's arrival where he, at the Foundation establishment stage, repelled enemies and took the helm. The scenes depicted the gradual development of Xiuxian sect, led by Axton. Buildings sprang up from nothing, Xiuxian sect growing steadily from a small group of a few disciples to dozens, then hundreds, and now over 1,000. Each fragmented scene showcased Xiuxian sect's growth, planting seeds of admiration in the hearts of the crowd. They realized Axton didn't rise to power due to connections with Po Wang Immortal Palace, but rather brought Xiuxian sect to this point step by step. This act alone demonstrated formidable strength, explaining why other immortal sects acknowledged him. I believe these scenes have given you an initial understanding of Xiuxian sect. 2 years ago, when I arrived here, everything was desolate, and I considered Xiuxian sect only a temporary refuge. Axton's voice was full of nostalgia. Behind him, Tanner and Shelley bit their lips lightly, remembering those days. Life changes unexpectedly. Who could have thought that after being expelled from Mount Shu, I would establish roots in Xiuxian sect and reach this point today? Axton smiled softly, raising his hand to wave. Instantly, the vast river and nation map shrank back into him, revealing a clear blue sky. However, the achievements of Xiuxian sect are not mine alone. Junior brother Du, Tanner, Shelley, Apollon? Axton spoke gently, the people behind him lighting up upon hearing their names. Of course, I also owe much to my dear friends and the significant support from Po Wang Immortal Palace, allowing Xiuxian sect to reach this day. These favors I will always remember. Axton looked around, meeting the hopeful gazes on the square. If there are no objections, the promotion ceremony begins today. From this day forward, Xiuxian sect officially becomes one of the 7 major immortal sects of the 10,000 spirits continent. Chapter 534. Let me ask you. As Axton announced resolutely, the disciples of the Xiuxian sect standing behind him were filled with boundless enthusiasm. Among them were some who had joined when the Xiuxian sect was first established, and others who joined as solitary cultivators along the way. Initially, they sought refuge from the demon invasion, but eventually became indispensable members of the Xiuxian sect. Over the years, under Axton's protection, they not only had ample cultivation resources, but also a place to settle in the 10,000 spirits continent, for which they were infinitely grateful. Witnessing their sect leader being adored by many, every Xiuxian disciple felt immense excitement and pride. This was their sect leader, the one who led the Xiuxian sect step by step to its peak. The heads of various immortal sects, such as Ernesto, also nodded silently. They were visiting the Xiuxian sect for the first time, and could not help but sigh in admiration. Initially, they thought the Xiuxian sect at most had the backing of a top-tier sect. However, now it was clear that whether it was the architecture or the spirit of its disciples, it already possessed the quality of an immortal sect, destined to shine brilliantly in time. On the square, people gathered densely. Their expressions varied among envy, blessings, jealousy, and confusion. However, under the watchful eyes of numerous immortal sect leaders, they suppressed their emotions. The Xiuxian sect had been recognized by the other 6 major immortal sects. Despite coming from all corners of the 10,000 spirits continent, each regarded the immortal sects as paramount and did not dare to argue otherwise. Axton scanned the crowd with his powerful divine sense, reading everyone's thoughts, including the presence of people from the Eastern Sea Raphael family. He had already heard Anthony's report on the troublemakers. They were clearly here to stir up trouble, unwilling to see the Xiuxian sect grow. Indeed, a shrill voice echoed through the crowd. imbued with Tao force, reverberating across the entire square. Wait a moment. I am Elder Hirsch from the Eastern Sea Raphael family. Please forgive me for being frank, but I have never heard of the Xiuxian sect before. Hasn't it been too hasty for it to become an immortal sect? Sure enough, a harsh voice rang out from the crowd, laced with Tao power, reaching every corner of the square. The speaker was none other than Elder Hirsch of the Eastern Sea Raphael family. Behind him stood several cultivators, with Emil hidden among them, clearly disregarding the Xiuxian sect stipulations. In my opinion, this matter requires more deliberation. As everyone knows, the demonic armies are preparing to invade. The Shushan Sword Sect has defected. It is imperative that the 7 immortal sects unite to have any chance of success. Hirsch's voice was filled with provocation as he stared directly at Axton. What virtues or abilities does the Xiuxian sect possess to shoulder such a responsibility? Is this not treating the lives of the 10,000 spirits continent frivolously? Upon hearing these words, there was a commotion in the crowd. No one dared to oppose, as Raphael family's concerns mirrored their own doubts. The Xiuxian sect's rise was indeed rapid, possibly a paper tiger. Moreover, the resources owned by the 7 immortal sects caused much envy. Had it not been for the heads of immortal sects seated in the pavilions, they would have objected long ago. Yes, following such an unknown small sect is no different from courting death. Yes, it's absurd. Besides, Axton comes from Shu Mountain. Who knows what issues he might have? Name and reason do not align. These doubts spread quickly, turning the square into chaos. Even though some supported the Xiuxian sect, their voices were soon drowned out by the crowd. How unreasonable. Josie, watching the situation nearly spiral out of control, felt indignant. Clearly, the Eastern Sea Raphael family was looking for trouble. In the past, during the demonic invasions, the Eastern Sea cultivator families stayed aloof, relying on geographical advantages to avoid battles. Now they came to criticize. Master, say something for little Unkur. She anxiously looked at Amber, but the latter showed no intention of intervening, her eyes slightly narrowed, composed. You've been here just a few days, and you're already siding with outsiders. Amber's transmission made Josie blush, yet she persisted. What I said is true. Since you endorsed little Unkur as the new immortal sect leader, why not help him? Himph, I think the Xiuxian sect leader has charmed you. Amber shook her head helplessly. Her disciple had great talent and character, but lacked experience in handling affairs. We acknowledge Unkur sect leader and the Xiuxian sect, but master cannot interfere in such matters. Amber's words held deeper meaning, her gaze fixed on Axton. If he cannot handle this, how will the Xiuxian sect gain respect in the future? Master, you mean? Josie seemed to understand but still felt worried. Hee, young girl, don't worry about sect leader Unkur. Ernesto's carefree laughter reassured Josie, calming her heart. Clearly, Ernesto didn't take the current situation seriously. Just a bunch of clowns. If sect leader Unkur can face demonic leaders, a small Eastern Sea Raphael family is nothing. Ernesto's words calmed Josie. If Axton invited so many people to witness this ceremony, he must have considered everything. Chance Unkur, it's the Eastern Sea Raphael family. Dupang quietly remarked, having anticipated someone would disrupt the ascension ceremony. By questioning publicly, they aimed to embarrass the Xiuxian sect. It's fine. Axton remained calm, his gaze resting on Hirsch. Since the Eastern Sea Raphael family entered, Axton had closely watched them, even allowing them to exceed the limit of accompanying personnel. The Xiuxian sect's ascension received immortal sex recognition, but needed a final refinement to solidify its position. Greetings to the guests from the Eastern Sea Raphael family. Apologies for not greeting you properly. Axton spoke calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the provocations. Stop pretending. From what I see, the Xiuxian sect isn't qualified to be an immortal sect, let alone for you, a brat, to lead the 10,000 spirits continent. Emil couldn't hold back, having harbored anger since his previous defeat. With several late-stage nascent soul experts backing him, he felt confident. Don't act like you're anything. When the demons invade, what can you do besides talk? Emil's aggressive tone indicated his disregard for the Xiuxian sect. Their mission was to stop the Xiuxian sect's ascent and bring several capable hands. Oh, who do you think is better suited for this position? To everyone's surprise, Axton didn't get angry but calmly countered. Humph. Emil felt his attack ineffective, but bolstered by the gazes of onlookers and support from Raphael family members, he regained confidence. In my opinion, our Eastern Sea Raphael family, with control over 3 seas and 16 lakes, has countless experts. We can retreat to the Eastern Sea to defend using geographical advantages. He spoke confidently, unaware of the increasingly disdainful looks from surrounding cultivators. The Eastern Sea was part of the 10,000 spirits continent, but always remained independent, even staying out of the fight against demons. Over time, it was forgotten by many. Now, Emil exposed their selfishness. Not only did the Eastern Sea play no role in defending against demons, but they also discouraged their own side while emboldening the enemy. What? Isn't that true? Emil felt the hot gazes and stubbornly refused to back down. In his heart, the demonic clans were coming with overwhelming force. Relying solely on the people of the 10,000 spirits continent would not be enough to stand against them. Only the Eastern Sea was unsuitable for the survival of the demon race, making it an ideal place for defense. Right or wrong, it lies in the heart. Axton's voice echoed faintly. Let me ask you, during the demonic invasion when cultivators of the 10,000 spirits continent fought bloody battles, where was your Eastern Sea Raphael family? Axton's voice resounded like metal and stone in everyone's hearts, momentarily turning the Raphael family into the focal point of the square. Chapter 535, Bearing Fangs. Where is your Raphael family located? This question echoed in the square, penetrating deep into people's souls. My Raphael family. Emil hesitated for a moment, but quickly composed his answer. Of course, we are guarding the Eastern Sea, protecting the last piece of pure land on the 10,000 spirits continent. He seemed to have found a reasonable explanation, and his voice grew stronger as he spoke. If the 7 immortal sects cannot withstand the demonic race, they can retreat to the Eastern Sea and seek help from my Raphael family, preventing the total extinction of the 10,000 spirits continent. He spoke with conviction, not breaking a sweat. Seeking shelter? Utterly laughable. Axton's tone carried a hint of coldness. He had anticipated that the Eastern Sea's cultivation families might remain isolated and unwilling to participate in conflicts. However, Emil's excuse was too absurd, treating everyone as fools. Let me ask you, did your Eastern Sea Raphael family kill even one demon during the invasion back then? Well, no, but the demons feared the power of the Eastern Sea, so they dared not set foot there. Emil hesitated before responding again. Wrong. Utterly wrong. Axton's roar thundered through Emil's mind, almost causing him to lose his balance. The Eastern Sea remained unharmed entirely because the cultivators of the 10,000 spirits continent held off all the demons and drove them back. That victory came at the cost of countless righteous great powers' lives and innocent calamities suffered by ordinary people. Now you claim it was because the demons feared the Eastern Sea's strength. Axton couldn't help but sneer. The Eastern Sea had clearly been out of touch for too long, making its disciples sound utterly ridiculous. This victory was won through the blood and sacrifice of countless cultivators on the 10,000 spirits continent. Yet in your mouth, human life is treated as grass. Even more laughable is that your Eastern Sea Raphael family didn't contribute any effort, hiding like a frightened turtle on your islands, using the excuse of preserving the last pure land. To be blunt, although Eastern Sea cultivators are part of the 10,000 spirits continent, they made no contributions to resisting the demonic race and even actively harmed human cultivators. Don't tell me no one has known about this for years. Axton's words were like thunderbolts, piercing their hearts. Those who already harbored grievances against Eastern Sea cultivators applauded. If they were fearful of the demonic race, they detested the Eastern Sea cultivators. These people not only failed to help humans fight demon cultivators, but also committed atrocities at the border between the continent and the Eastern Sea, attacking many human cultivators, earning a notorious reputation over the years. You slander us. Emil's face flushed red. He knew all too well what the Eastern Sea cultivators had been doing lately. Under the assumption that mountains are high and the emperor is far away, they had run amok at the borders, plundering cultivation resources. Smaller sects and clans suffered greatly, forcing them to relocate. Over time, no one dared live in those areas anymore. The Raphael family had benefited greatly from these raids, tacitly approving the actions of its subordinate cultivators. Now, with Axton exposing these deeds publicly, how could he not be infuriated? Yes, what qualifications do Eastern Sea people have to enter our 10,000 spirits continent? Get out. Leave Xuanhuan sect. Once someone started the protest, it ignited a fiery rage among the gathered cultivators. Among the sects entering Xuanhuan sect were those near the Eastern Sea. They had long suffered oppression and now voiced their support upon Axton, revealing the Raphael family's misdeeds. Do you want to die? Emil panicked, shouting incoherently. Sherbin, step back. A cold voice behind him commanded. Several elders simultaneously released their Dao realms, temporarily suppressing the present cultivators. Our Raphael family is here to give face to Xuanhuan sect. How dare a mere child be impolite? Hirsch's voice was icy. Axton's words had embarrassed the Raphael family in front of so many people. He had no choice but to intervene. Really? Then I suppose I should thank you? Axton inwardly laughed. The Eastern Sea Raphael family was far too self-important. But defending against the demonic race didn't require the Eastern Sea Raphael family back then, and it doesn't now. Please leave Xuanhuan sect's territory. Axton's words were an unmistakable expulsion order, subtly excluding the Eastern Sea Raphael family from the 10,000 spirits continent. How unreasonable, you insolent brat. Hirsch lost his composure at Axton's sarcastic words, revealing his vicious side. We came here today to tell you that Xuanhuan sect lacks both the ability to become an immortal sect and the qualification to meddle with our Raphael family. Indeed, the true motives were now laid bare. The Eastern Sea Raphael family could not accept the rise of Xuanhuan sect to immortality, and Eastern Sea cultivators had long coveted the rich cultivation resources within the 10,000 spirits continent, dreaming of securing a place. Then according to you, which force deserves to become an immortal sect? Axton asked calmly, his eyes turning cold. If the Raphael family hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't have targeted them. But since they were being aggressive, don't blame him for lacking decorum. Humph, naturally, it's us Eastern Sea cultivators. And my Raphael family is renowned as the dominant force in the Eastern Sea. In terms of strength and seniority, tiny Xuanhuan sect cannot even come close. Hirsch's words carried a faint arrogance, and the Raphael family cultivators released their Dao realms, clearly trying to intimidate Axton. To Hirsch, Xuanhuan sect had only existed for a few years, and despite Axton's exceptional talent, he was merely at the core formation stage, with the sect's disciples varying widely in strength. He brought 5 core formation experts this time, enough to overwhelm any sect outside the 7 immortal sects. It was time to show the world the depth of the Eastern Sea Raphael family's power. Hashtag chapter 536, a major outburst. Emil's voice echoed across the Xuanhuan sect square. The few elders behind him did not speak to stop him, clearly endorsing his words internally. The attention turned to Axton. The Donghai Raphael family was no ordinary clan, holding significant influence in the Eastern Sea. If they were to gather all the cultivator families from the Eastern Sea, their strength could rival that of a celestial sect. Hemph! This Donghai Raphael family is truly shameless, Clifton said angrily from atop the pavilion. During the past invasions by the demonic army, the Donghai cultivators had remained aloof and never participated in the struggles. Now, seeing an opportunity to claim a vacant celestial sect position, they rushed over like rats smelling blood. Truly despicable. Father, please say a few words on Unker brother's behalf. Ernesto shook his head gently. His son had great talent and character but lacked experience in dealing with people and situations. Qingyun Sect's sudden elevation to this status, though supported by the 6 great celestial sects, still required acceptance from the entire Wanling continent. They had long known that the Donghai Raphael family was plotting to make a move, sending cultivators to the Qingyun Sect. Everyone understood and wanted to see how Axton would handle this situation. After all, it wasn't easy to solidify the seat of a celestial sect. How unreasonable. Tanner clenched his fists. If no one was around, he would have charged at Emil for a fight. By questioning Axton as a scion of a prestigious family, Emil was utterly disrespectful. If allowed to continue, it could jeopardize Qingyun Sect's advancement. Donghai Overlord? Axton's eyes became sharp. He noticed the cultivators behind Emil. All of them were skilled at the core formation stage. Such a force could dominate in many parts of the Wanling continent. Yet, the Raphael family never participated in the demon suppression wars until now. When they tried to challenge Qingyun Sect, it was truly contemptible. If your family claims to be the Donghai Overlord, why come to our continent to show off? Do you think we have no capable members in Qingyun Sect? Axton stepped into the air, landing on the square, looking down at Emil and his group. Instantly, a space cleared around the Raphael family area. This confrontation between Qingyun Sect and the Donghai Raphael family was not something small sects or wandering cultivators could interfere with. At noon, the sky began to turn a faint bloody red, the weather changing dramatically. The vast ancestral square was filled with a chilling aura of killing intent. It's Dao Boundary. Sect Master Unkur has made his move. Kyler's eyes lit up within the pavilion. He recognized this overwhelming presence. It was Axton's Dao Boundary. They had felt Axton's Dao Boundary before when he fought Melissa Dante. Its significance needed no explanation. Huh? It seems this kid can't control his temper and is ready to attack directly? Emil's uncle smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. The Raphael family had sent 5 core formation experts from afar, almost exhausting their resources to establish authority over Qingyun Sect. Cecilia straining their strength to gain the celestial sect position in the Wanling continent was worth any collaboration against the demons later. We've stayed too long in the Eastern Sea and have been eyeing various cultivation resources on the mainland. Today's advancement ceremony is the perfect opportunity. Carry elders, I leave it to you. Emil was incredibly excited. This was his first major task assigned by the Patriarch. Success here would ensure his future succession and possibly even becoming the next celestial sect leader after the Raphael family claimed their place. Heh, Axton is still too young. Unwittingly, he's just preparing the ground for our Raphael family. A few core formation elders laughed. They weren't worried about Qingyun Sect making a move. They feared Axton avoiding the issue. Younger generation indeed couldn't handle pressure. Emil's words had agitated him. I think Jensen alone can take down that kid. Ha ha ha, a small Qingyun Sect established for how long, trying to stand up to our Raphael family? I think nephew Raphael handling it will suffice. They laughed arrogantly, completely dismissing Axton. No wonder, given his previous obscurity, with so many experts on the Wanling continent, who would expect this young man to become an emperor in the land. Kid, since I consider you a junior, let me give you 3 moves. Before Jarrett finished speaking, his smile froze. Suddenly, the air around him grew thin. The Raphael elders beside him vanished, and the large square emptied, as if entering another space. Is it Dao Boundary? Have I entered his Dao Boundary already? Jarrett was startled, looking around. The sky was blood-red and oppressive, filled with murderous intent like a sword blade. Impossible. When did the kid move, and how did I not notice? He steadied his breath, concentrating fully, activating his own Dao Boundary. It must be an illusion. Using mountain gates and protective arrays, he created an illusion. Otherwise, how could he deploy the Dao Boundary unnoticed in such a short time? Jarrett concluded that Axton's tactics were incomprehensible. Though Axton appeared to be at the early core formation stage, Jarrett was at late core formation, a significant gap. Just 2 minor stages, yet many couldn't bridge them in years. This was the source of Jarrett's confidence. In both cultivation and experience, he far surpassed Axton. Being an elder of the Raphael family, why should Axton be qualified as a celestial sect master? Trivial tricks. Watch me break your illusion. Though he couldn't discern Axton's Dao Boundary nature, Jarrett assumed it was an illusion. Otherwise, how could it have been deployed undetected? Dark clouds gathered, blood-red clouds descending toward him, causing shortness of breath. Water, rise. Jarrett summoned spiritual energy, his hair standing on end. From the Eastern Sea, he mastered water control uniquely. His Dao Boundary was vast like the ocean, submerging enemies with endless waves. The world blurred, but Jarrett saw rivers around him. Pointing his arm, a wild torrent of water spirits surged into the river. You are too young. Jarrett's face twisted with a grimace. Whether this is real or illusory, wherever there is water, I, Raphael, can control it, remaining invincible. His body trembled, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit. Although Donghai cultivators' power diminished in the Wanling continent, Jarrett's Dao Boundary only required nearby water to unleash full power, even within an illusion. This Dao Boundary is interesting but lacks skill. Jarrett condensed a water ball, sending the water dragon crashing into the depths, causing ripples. When I harness the water spirit's power and use heavenly might to defeat you, what can you do? Jarrett sensed no trace of Axton but had planned accordingly. Upon contacting water, whether real or illusory, his water Dao would be unleashed. Axton probably didn't dare face him directly and hid. Once the illusion was broken using heavenly might, he would show Axton the merciless water. Note asterisk translated maintaining paragraph structure, line breaks, and original tone while ensuring natural English flow and coherence. Chapter 537, Dao Realm Suppression. Blue Dragon Water Serpent. Heed my command. Jensen let out a cry, his body surging with undulating spiritual power as he cast countless rays of light into the tranquil lake before him. The calm lake rippled, greedily devouring Jensen's spiritual power as if preparing for a grand move. Jensen pulled himself together, feeling the torrent of spiritual power ebbing from within his body. He felt somewhat bewildered. Usually, communicating with the heavenly Tao only took moments, and commanding the blue dragon water serpent was one of his renowned abilities that could turn the tide against enemies by leveraging the Tao of water. However, today felt strange when he tried to activate the Tao realm. Ripples spread across the water surface as though stirred by Jinsen's spiritual power, but no greater response emerged. Strange, could it be an illusion? Jinsen mused. His water-type Tao realm should have ignored illusions. Even if the water were fake, he could still borrow power from the Tao. Yet now, no matter how he activated his spiritual power, the water surface remained unresponsive. In other words, Jinsen had lost contact with the Tao of water entirely. Being sharp-witted, he instantly grasped his situation. Ming must have set up an ingenious array within the Azure Cloud Sect capable of blocking the Tao realms of nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. What kind of array is this, severing my connection to the heavenly Tao? Jinsen frowned, glancing at the blood-red clouds in the sky. That brat, show your face and fight me if you dare. What kind of prowess is it hiding like a coward? Despite not sensing his Tao realm, Jinsen was confident that with his own strength, he could defeat Ming in one move once the latter revealed himself. Isn't today the big day for your Azure Cloud Sect? Do you plan to hide forever, never showing your face? Jinsen's voice echoed in the sky, but received no reply. Gradually, anxiety crept over him. Sudden entrancement into a strange space where even his Tao realm remained mute gave him an ominous feeling. Looking for me? A faint voice sounded near his ear. Where are you? Show yourself. Jinsen tensed up, facing potential peril. He scanned around but saw no sign of Ming. Lurking here stealthily without even showing your face after all this time. Jinsen felt frustrated. Not knowing the opponent's location was a major taboo in battle. He had to force Ming out. So long? Ming's voice resonated around, tinged with mockery. It's merely been a moment. We're about to decide the winner. Wasn't I right in front of you all along? Ming's words struck Jinsen like thunder, breaking his understanding. He seemed to realize something as he looked up at the sky. The blood-red cloud mass darkened further, almost touching the ground, pressing heavily downwards. A bright light flashed from within the cloud, forcing Jinsen to squint. A terrifying aura surged next, filled with unstoppable killing intent. Is this a Tao realm? Such strong killing intent? Jinsen felt alarmed. His Tao realm remained unresponsive, yet Ming could release it. An ominous premonition enveloped him, and he understood something frighteningly significant, his face pale with shock. Now realizing it's too late. As Ming roared, the heavily suppressed space filled with sword chi. From the blood-red clouds emerged an enormous celestial sword. As it absorbed the surrounding killing intent, its sharpness became dazzling, eventually piercing through the heavens and smashing towards Jinsen's small figure. So this is your Tao realm? When did I enter it? Jinsen's eyes twitched. He couldn't grasp what was happening. With his late nascent soul strength, he hadn't sensed the Tao realm's presence. How did Ming trap him? I still can't feel the Tao of water. Facing the overwhelming sword chi, Jinsen showed signs of panic. Ming could already use the Tao realm while Jinsen's Tao of water failed to respond. What witchcraft is this, cutting off my connection to the Tao? Could you be the true demon? Jinsen panicked, trying to evade but felt his entire being locked down, unable to dodge. In the cloud mass, Ming's figure appeared intermittently. This was his realm of slaughter. He could freely manipulate all forces. Once Jinsen fell into this realm, there was no chance of reversal. Witchcraft? Ignorance itself, Ming sneered. Both his Taos transcended beyond the 5 elements, reigning above countless others. No wonder Jinsen sensed nothing. The realm of slaughter was originally colorless and formless, determined solely by Ming's will. Jinsen's Tao of water paled in comparison to the realm of slaughter, thus failing to detect it. Under dual pressure from the realm of slaughter and heart sword Tao, ordinary Tao of water stood no chance of entering or aiding Jinsen. Since your Eastern Sea Raphael family traveled far to visit my Azure Cloud Sect, I naturally won't let you leave empty-handed. Ming's voice sounded close to Jinsen's ears, a terrifying death knell. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly fallen into Ming's Tao realm. Worst of all, Jinsen's Tao of water couldn't operate, which deprived him of half his combat strength. Then, leave your life behind. Chapter 538, Supreme Tao. What in the world is this Tao realm? Why can't I sense my water Tao at all? Hirsch was utterly horrified. The Tao realm was the most critical tool for a nascent soul cultivator to use in combat, yet under Axton's overwhelming power, he couldn't even summon his own Tao realm and found himself completely out of sync with his opponent. In the back of his mind, Hirsch harbored a terrifying suspicion. He couldn't sense his water Tao within this space, not even utilize the water before his eyes. There was only one possibility. Axton's Tao realm was entirely superior, overpowering the laws of the water Tao. Stop. I am an elder of the Raphael family from the Eastern Sea. Do you wish to ignite a war between the 10,000 Spirits continent and the Eastern Sea? Hirsch blustered, unable to detect Axton's attack trajectory, only sensing endless murderous intent bearing down on him. Do you think it's still timely to say these things now? Axton's voice echoed around him, but Hirsch could not pinpoint its origin. The Eastern Sea has always been part of the 10,000 Spirits continent, yet your cultivators have never resisted demon cultivators. Did you truly believe you could remain unscathed? The true form of the immortal slaying sword began to take shape in the sky, enveloping Hirsch with an endless murderous aura that left him immobilized. Note: Xiuxian was translated as true form to maintain consistency while ensuring natural readability in English. However, typically Xiuxian means incipient form or prototype, so for better fluency it could also be rendered as the prototype of the immortal slaying sword, or the initial form of the immortal slaying sword. For optimal fluency and natural reading in English, the initial form of the immortal slaying sword began to take shape in the sky, enveloping Hirsch with an endless murderous aura that left him immobilized. This boy doesn't match his description in our intelligence. He's just a junior recently entering the nascent soul stage. Why does he possess such a terrifying Tao realm? Although Hirsch continued responding verbally, he was secretly searching for an escape route. It was his overconfidence that led to this downfall. Had he acted with other elders, they surely would have had the upper hand against Axton, losing because he didn't have accurate intelligence. But now, it was too late. Without the empowerment of his Tao realm, Hirsch couldn't sense Axton's tactics. Only when the light from the sky approached did he realize the danger. The immortal slaying sword tore through his abdomen with immense force. This was Axton holding back. Otherwise, aiming at vital spots, Hirsch would have died instantly. Hirsch's eyes widened as the blood from his abdomen stained the ground red. He realized he had lost. A distinguished Raphael family expert defeated by an obscure junior. It was something Hirsch had never imagined. Especially Axton's attacks were trackless, effortlessly suppressing Hirsch's Tao realm, making it hard for Hirsch to accept this reality. The surrounding space began distorting, accompanied by the cry of a celestial crane, slowly returning to reality. Around Hirsch was nothingness. Even the original Raphael family cultivators had moved aside, sensing a powerful murderous aura surrounding them from Axton. Meanwhile, Hirsch vanished, reappearing seconds later, already incapacitated and bleeding profusely from his abdomen. What happened? Jensen, what? The Raphael family cultivators were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Knowing Hirsch had engaged in a Tao realm battle, they expected Hirsch to dominate, but instead, he appeared wounded and helpless. Tao realm. Moments feel like centuries. You've reached this level? Hirsch gasped heavily, struggling to stand up, which only aggravated his wounds, clearly indicating his dantian was shattered. This was the profundity of the Tao realm, unlike ordinary elemental Tao, influencing the flow of space and time. Axton's Tao was incomparably superior, leaving no room for retaliation. Even if he were more cultivated, it wouldn't matter. As long as both were in the nascent soul realm, the strongest card was their Tao. Hirsch's water Tao was powerless in this slaughtering realm, let alone Axton's heart sword Tao, his ultimate weapon. Hirsch. Emil was speechless, watching his esteemed elder fall so quickly and suffer fatal injuries, shattering his hopes. Expecting Hirsch to teach Axton a lesson, he never thought Hirsch would be subdued so swiftly. Emil tried to help, but Hirsch collapsed upon touch, clearly unconscious. Good boy, how dare you go for a killing blow? Do you think we Raphael family are weaklings? Enraged, Emil shouted, backed by 5 nascent soul elders. This formidable strength should be enough to counter Axton. Unfortunately, his shouts were ignored. What is wrong with you? Are you deaf? Turning, Emil saw something that frightened him. 5 elders gazed upwards, trembling, caught in an eerie state. Suddenly, sword chi surrounded them, cutting countless wounds, with none resisting. It's the supreme Tao. His power surpasses ours. These words plunged Emil into fear. As a successor of the Raphael family, though not yet in the nascent soul realm, his understanding of Tao wasn't lacking. Most cultivators' Taos derive from the 5 elements. However, beyond the 5 elements lay a different realm, accessible only to exceptionally talented or incredibly lucky individuals. Supreme Tao, as the elders described, was the ultimate goal for all, above the 5 elements, capable of transcending realm barriers, rendering them invincible. Wait. Emil's heart raced. Seeing the elders powerless and feeling imminent danger, he panicked. Stop. The Raphael family concedes. We concede. Fearful, Emil forgot his mission. Confronting Axton's Tao with his golden core cultivation would result in total annihilation. Sharp murderous intent stopped an inch before Emil. Invisible sword chi retreating from the Raphael family members. The bloody atmosphere faded, revealing clear blue skies again. Everything seeming tranquil, as if the previous might was an illusion. The Raphael family members lay sprawled, with Hirsch unconscious. No one dared to assist. The 5 elders bore severe wounds, barely sustained by true chi. Even Emil, the least injured, was drenched in sweat, not daring to look up, fearing another strike from Axton. Silence filled the square. To the observers, Axton's move seemed swift and decisive, turning the once arrogant Raphael family cultivators into dejected souls. They couldn't even deploy their Tao realm before losing. Quite strange. Perhaps Encore clan leaders' Tao surpassed the Raphael family elders? Correct. Only the Supreme Tao can determine victory so quickly. When Supreme Tao echoed in the square, murmurs erupted among the crowd. No matter their cultivation level, once a practitioner steps into the realm of cultivation, they would have heard such tales. The Tao of heaven and earth is vast and complex, with most manifestations derived from the 5 elements. The Tao of the 5 elements is the most common and easiest to control. Even if there are numerous branches that evolve from it, they all fundamentally remain connected to the 5 elements. However, the Tao of heaven and earth isn't limited to just the 5 elements. Above the 5 elements lies the supreme Tao. To master it means near invincibility at the nascent soul stage, and it is akin to taking a step towards the transformation of spirit stage. Regardless of their level of cultivation, once cultivators step into the path of cultivation, they would have heard of this rumor. The great Tao of heaven and earth is complex and mostly evolves within the 5 elements. The Tao of the 5 elements is the most common and easiest to control, and even if it branches out into many subcategories, all changes still revolve around its core principles. However, the Tao of heaven and earth is not limited to just the 5 elements. Above the 5 elements lies the supreme Tao. Mastering it renders one virtually invincible at the nascent soul stage, and it is equivalent to taking a step into the transformation of spirit stage. Chapter 539. Panicked Flight. What is this power of the Tao realm? Why are the cultivators of the Raphael family utterly powerless against it? Although no one experienced Axton's killing Tao realm firsthand, the outcome for the Raphael family elders was enough to demonstrate just how powerful Axton's Tao realm truly was. The ability to dismantle the water Tao that the Raphael family prided itself on in mere moments could only be achieved through the overwhelming pressure of an ultimate Tao. If Axton possessed such a law force, It explained why the 6 great immortal sects had endorsed Xuanhuan sect as the new rising immortal sect. Any cultivator who mastered the ultimate Tao would undoubtedly become a pride of heaven and eventually a pillar of their realm. Even if Xuanhuan sect lacked profound background, with Axton as its patriarch, it was destined for meteoric rise. Good. Ernesto applauded heartily. Earlier at Atlas Ancient sect, he was preoccupied with dealing with the demonic cultivator Melissa, brought by Feng Yael. Despite disturbances from the rear mountain where demons were confined, when he arrived, Melissa had already escaped. Axton's ability to resist Melissa briefly led Ernesto to form his speculations long ago. Today, there were multiple reasons for the provocation by the Raphael family and the passive observation by the other sect leaders. Firstly, they needed Xuanhuan sect to establish its authority over the Raphael family, which would serve to quell unrest. Secondly, they wanted to gauge Axton's true strength and whether he could bear the heavy responsibility of leading an immortal sect. Indeed, everything met their expectations. While those on the square might not understand the subtleties, the sect leaders certainly detected the aura of killing intent. When Axton unleashed his Tao realm, even they felt a chill run down their spines. That pure, incomprehensible killing intent transcended the 5 elements Tao, exceeding all understanding. Master Unkor truly stands out, Ji Mingyu sighed in admiration. Although she also possessed abilities surpassing the 5 elements Tao, these were skills passed down by the Jade Pool Sanctuary, which only the Holy Master could master. For a newly established Xuanhuan sect to have an ultimate Tao was indeed a miracle. Seeing Axton wield it so effortlessly indicated his innate enlightenment, fundamentally different from receiving legacy skills. Without a significant event, Amber might remain at the Gilda Aiden stage for life, as her path wasn't self-illuminated. However, Axton was different, harboring boundless potential. With him, Xuanhuan sect had infinite room for growth and was destined to become a pillar of the Wanling continent. The Raphael family cultivators retreated hastily, ending the anticipated great battle abruptly. Previously arrogant, they now faced ridicule. Respect for Axton surged anew. His youthful appearance belied a devastating power that crushed several Raphael family elders. Truly deserving of the reputation as one who dared face the demon leader, the success of Xuanhuan sect today was not by chance. Today is a day of joy for our Xuanhuan sect. I do not wish to see bloodshed. Axton's words were icy, making it clear that if not for the grand promotion ceremony, he would not have spared the Donghai Raphael family. Since the Donghai has historically been separated from the Wanling continent, there is no need for your forces here today. You can hide like tortoises. As Axton finished speaking, cheers erupted among the crowd. People of the Eastern Sea had always been arrogant, believing themselves superior. Though not demon cultivators, their actions often surpassed such evils. Every time someone tried to punish them, they would retreat into hiding, causing much frustration. Today, Axton took action against the Donghai Raphael family, bringing relief to everyone present. Get lost. This isn't a place for your Donghai turtles. Yes, if not for Master Unkor's restraint, you would already be dead. Wanling continent doesn't need help from the East Sea. Return to your island and hide. Accusations rained upon the Raphael family members. Their attempt to leverage the demon invasion to gain favor was opportunistic. Axton's decisive action lifted spirits and increased respect for Xuanhuan sect. Having such a righteous leader might not be so bad. Let's go. Behind Emil, several elders struggled to maintain composure, helping up Hirsch and Emil. They had no face left at Xuanhuan sect. Hirsch, their strongest fighter, was powerless before Axton, even losing a significant portion of his cultivation. The 5 of them, all core formation elders, remained immobilized under Axton's Tao realm. Staying longer would turn them into laughingstocks or worse, end their lives after the ceremony. As the Donghai Raphael family departed, cheers erupted among the Xuanhuan disciples. Annabelle's eyes shone with light, watching Axton's figure grow larger in her regard. Hashtag chapter 540. Eliminating Cecilia's and safeguarding the Tao. Everything happened so suddenly. The Raphael family from the Eastern Sea attacked and was defeated in just a moment. No one knew what exactly transpired within Axton's Tao realm, but they saw Senior Raphael being utterly defeated, and the other 5 nascent soul cultivators of the Raphael family had no means to retaliate against Axton's attack. Initially, some cultivators on the square harbored ulterior motives and doubted the rise of Green Cloud sect. However, Axton's decisive action shattered their illusions. It became clear that the emergence of Green Cloud sect was no coincidence, and Axton's recognition by the other 6 immortal sects was earned purely through strength. No one dared to question the power of Green Cloud sect anymore. Even a massive force like the Eastern Sea Raphael family could not stand up to Axton for even a round. It was evident that his strength far exceeded the nascent soul stage, possibly reaching the transformation stage. The Eastern Sea Raphael family came to create trouble at our Green Cloud sect and has now been expelled, Axton declared with authority, sweeping his gaze over the cultivators on the square. At the same time, I hereby announce that starting today, all Eastern Sea cultivators are strictly forbidden from entering Wanling continent. Any violations will be dealt with severely. How does this sound to everyone? Ernesto and others exchanged glances and smiled. They understood that Axton intended to use the Eastern Sea Raphael family as a means to assert dominance. To the 7 immortal sects, Eastern Sea cultivators were like troublesome weeds. Though belonging to the human camp, their actions were indistinguishable from those of demon cultivators. Axton took advantage of this day of ascension to declare the ban on Eastern Sea cultivators entering Wanling continent. Naturally, there were no objections among them. Instead of fighting the demon race, these Eastern Sea cultivators eagerly eyed Wanling continent's riches from the shadows. It was high time they received a lesson. Agreed. Amitba, sect leader Unkor speaks wisely. I agree too. None of them wanted to contradict Axton. He had already proven the reliability of Green Cloud sect through sheer strength. From today onward, Green Cloud sect would be the new ally of the 6 immortal sects, and its ascension to the ranks of the 7 great sects was inevitable. I've saw the perfect moment and received a nod from the leader of Pahuang Immortal Palace before approaching Axton. Sect leader Uncor, you have truly made an impressive show today. Axton smiled slightly, reining in his killing intent, finally allowing the crowd on the square to relax. Elder, don't mock me. It was merely dealing with a few annoying flies. Ha ha ha, Sect leader Uncor is indeed witty. Since then, allow me to announce the ascension of Green Cloud Sect. Axton nodded. With Green Cloud Sect situated within the territory of Pahuang Immortal Palace, it made sense for Ives to oversee the ceremony both emotionally and logically. Ives cleared his throat and, with affirmation from the palace leaders behind him, mustered his full spiritual energy. Pahuang Immortal Palace specialized in comprehending the heavenly Tao, lending his words an additional aura of authority. From today onward, Green Cloud Sect officially ascends to one of the 7 great immortal sections. Axton becomes the new leader of the Immortal Sect, jointly resisting the invasion of the demons. The 7 immortal sects have always united against a common enemy, but everyone knows that the Yiba Sword Sect has defected to the path of demons, causing enormous losses to Wanling Continent. Therefore, after deliberation by the 7 great immortal sects, we have decided to launch an expedition against Yiba starting today. All sects on Wanling Continent can join us, following the directives of the 7 great immortal sects. As Ives roared loudly, the ascension ceremony of Green Cloud Sect was announced complete. Axton, once an unknown figure, had transformed into the leader of an immortal sect and gained recognition from all of Wanling Continent. Punish Yiba! Punish Yiba! Drive out the demons from Wanling Continent. The crowd on the square erupted with excitement, seemingly stirred by Ives's words. The sects that could attend Green Cloud Sect celebration were influential ones. Joining the campaign against Yiba Sword Sect might be perilous, but with the 7 immortal sects leading the charge, they could reap rewards by joining in. For sects with millennial traditions, any benefit obtained would be significant for their disciples, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. Axton expected such outcomes. From the start, he understood that the leaders of the immortal sects planned to use this opportunity to rally Wanling Continent's cultivators and fight collectively. Despite the power of the 7 immortal sects, the treacherous demon cultivators posed significant threats, and smaller sects could also gain from this war. In turn, the immortal sects would see them as expendable resources. However, Axton did not reveal his thoughts. Achievements always come with a price. He could already foresee the bloodshed ahead. While Green Cloud Sect soared, the chaotic times demanded that he protect his sect's legacy at all costs. Sect leader Uncor, the rest is up to you. Ives retreated, well aware of the nuances. Today was Green Cloud Sect's grand occasion, and it should not be overshadowed. All right. Axton nodded, tracing a finger spell. A beam of light shot towards the rear mountain, followed by a refreshing spring gushing upwards like a dragon. It spiraled in the sky and then burst open, spreading a misty curtain across the heavens. The water showered down on the cultivators in the square, making them feel refreshed and invigorated. Even long-stalled cultivation levels began to stir, prompting many to sit down immediately to absorb the essence. This spring water came directly from the Enlightenment Pool, specially released for this occasion. The intimidation display was complete, and as a newly established immortal sect, providing benefits to the attending sects was only appropriate. The Enlightenment Pool was invaluable to cultivators, and even a touch of its mist could reignite stagnant cultivation progress, a fitting gift for the visitors. What kind of divine technique is this? Green Cloud Sect was worth visiting. I thought reaching the Golden Core stage was hopeless, but my realm has loosened in this spirit water. Excitement spread through the square. The secrets of the Enlightenment Pool were vast and formed a significant part of Green Cloud Sect's rise. No wonder the disciples of Green Cloud Sect advanced so rapidly. They have access to such holy objects for cultivation. The crowd buzzed, with some cultivators even considering abandoning their sects to join Green Cloud Sect, just for the chance to touch the spirit water daily, regardless of the consequences. Umitba, sect leader Uncor truly excels. Hatcher felt a refreshing surge of spiritual energy in the air, marveling at the surprises Axton constantly brought. With such a holy place, Green Cloud Sect was bound to soar soon. To everyone present, consider this water curtain as a welcoming gift from me. Starting tomorrow, the 7 great immortal sects will embark on an expedition against Yiba. Those willing to contribute may choose an immortal sect to join. Miss your chance and you'll regret it. With these words, Axton signified the completion of Green Cloud Sect's ascension. Simultaneously, he declared the campaign against Yiba, inviting all willing souls to join forces and purge the land of evil. Chapter 541. Ancient Memories. With the completion of the promotion ceremony, Xiuxian Sect officially became one of the 7 immortal sects, firmly establishing its footing on the continent of 10,000 spirits. However, it was clear that there would be no time for Xiuxian Sect to rest and regroup, as the battle against Xiuxian was imminent. Nearly half of the sects that came to witness the ceremony remained, all willing to join the 7 immortal sects in their campaign against Xiuxian. This was a calamity, but also an opportunity. Whenever the demon race invaded, countless righteous cultivators perished, yet brilliant stars always emerged, lighting the path for humanity's future. Tommy had been the brightest star back then, and now Axton's rise inspired morale among the righteous cultivators once more. Inside the main hall of the sect, Annabelle held a roster, carefully reporting on it. The list contained numerous names of sects that Anthony had collected, all pledging allegiance to Xiuxian Sect. 328 sects have joined under the banner of Xiuxian Sect. Here is the list. Elder Brother Uncor. Annabelle counted meticulously, finally tallying up the numbers. Nearly 2,000 sects had stayed behind, their disciples numbering far beyond count. Many patriarchs were still gathering their disciples to join, strengthening the force of righteousness against demons. Xiuxian Sect had shown formidable strength today, leading many sects to actively seek alliance for support. As a newly risen immortal sect with no existing alliances, aligning with Xiuxian Sect could bring significant advantages in the future. Counting their disciples, the 328 sects contain nearly 10,000 disciples at Foundation Establishment stage or above, 3,000 at Golden Core stage, and 300 at Nascent Soul stage. Annabelle reported the numbers clearly, having calculated them diligently. These were only the sects openly visiting Xuanhuan sect for the ceremony, representing less than a third of all cultivators on the continent of 10,000 spirits, not including those hidden sects which often emerge during calamities to fight alongside. Axton was not surprised by these numbers. Although the joining sects varied in strength and number, for a newly established immortal sect, this was already an excellent outcome. Tanner, Shelley? Yes, master. Tanner and Shelley, who had been serving him all along, promptly responded to his call. Take this list and gather all the patriarchs mentioned on it. Follow my instructions. Yes. Tanner and Shelley left the hall solemnly to carry out the task. With Xuanhuan sect's rising status, they too exuded an air of power, no longer the young novices they once were. Brother Uncor, most of the sects joining us are second-rate. Sweetie can sense their complex motives. Leading them will be challenging, Annabelle said worriedly. Compared to other well-established immortal sects, Xuanhuan sect seemed weaker and riskier to follow. Most of these sects had little choice but to join, likely driven by opportunism rather than loyalty, limiting their combat effectiveness. It's fine. As long as they don't cause trouble, let them be, Axton smiled. Annabelle's concerns were too naive. This was war, a brutal clash between good and evil. The demons wanted to crush the 7 immortal sects and return to the continent of 10,000 spirits, while the righteous sought wealth and glory from defeating the demons. Motives often boiled down to self-interest. With Shushan's riches tempting them, even the reluctant would be drawn in. By the way, how are our own disciples preparing? Axton suddenly asked. The campaign against Shushan was also a valuable training opportunity for Xuanhuan sect's disciples, who mostly lacked combat experience despite immersing themselves in cultivation daily. Axton wasn't the kind of sect leader who coddled his disciples. True elites were forged through blood and battle, or else they would become nothing in the immortal wars. Xuanhuan sect currently has 55 Golden Core disciples, 500 Foundation Establishment disciples, and countless miscellaneous disciples. Annabelle recited the details. Both Tanner and Anthony were powerful nascent soul cultivators, needing only a chance like this Shushan expedition to refine their skills further. Good. Tell Shelley and Ely to open the sect storerooms today. All participating disciples can freely choose any spirit weapons and elixirs. Understood. Annabelle left joyfully to give the orders, leaving Axton alone in the hall, deep in thought. Attacking Shushan was about righteousness and duty, but for him, it had deeper significance. He needed to rescue the sword immortal trapped in the Cecilia Lock Tower and capture Emmanuel to find out his father's whereabouts. These were the original goals behind founding Xuanhuan sect. The xiuxian sword grew restless as ancient seals dissolved, showing Axton visions of ancient battles daily. From these visions, he gained much knowledge, pushing his cultivation closer to advancing at the nascent soul stage. Mastering both supreme realms of Tao, Axton's progress since reaching nascent soul stage had been rapid, an advantage that sustained him. The realm of Emil and Heart Sword Tao complemented each other, allowing him to wield the xiuxian sword to its fullest potential. Historically, swordsmen thrived on slaughter, especially with the sword spirit Yasmin infused into the xiuxian sword, making its techniques even more potent. Axton felt confident he wouldn't fall so quickly if he met Melissa again. Taking a deep breath, Axton closed his eyes to meditate after arranging everything. His thoughts seemed to follow the xiuxian sword into ancient times. A man wielding a celestial sword fought fiercely against a demon lord, sparks flying. You've come? The man turned his gaze, seemingly looking directly at Axton through the vastness of space and time, his flying sword bursting with ancient light. Remember your mission, wake up? Axton's brows furrowed as chaotic memories flooded his mind. He wanted to shout but felt immobilized, unable to move. Who are you? Chapter 542. The Xiuxian Legacy. The voice in his mind continued to echo. Axton wanted to find the source of the sound, but all he saw was chaos before his eyes. A flood of memories surged into his mind, and Axton instinctively resisted them. Dummy, relax. Yasmin's voice rang out at just the right moment. Her tone carried a hint of excitement, clearly indicating that she had anticipated this situation. What is this? Why won't it leave my consciousness? Axton clutched his head in agony, as if witnessing the great battle of old unfolding once more before him, with rivers and mountains shattered and wind and rain pouring down. The battle between the Kelvin and the Dante almost tore the heavenly Tao apart, and Axton's consciousness struggled under the immense pressure. This is the memory of the xiuxian sword, revealed in your consciousness as its seal is lifted. Yasmin's voice carried a tinge of urgency. She had waited for this day too long. As the spirit of the xiuxian sword, she eagerly desired for Axton to become the sword's true master. The xiuxian sword was an ancient immortal weapon, and complete mastery over it was incredibly challenging, requiring not only cultivation prowess but also character and temperament. Time was running out, with the Dante descending upon the 10,000 spirits continent once more. Yasmin had no choice but to initiate the xiuxian sword's legacy early. Hold your breath and focus on the aura of the xiuxian sword. Yasmin's voice grew distant until Axton found himself back in the midst of chaos, seeing only two transcendent figures casting spells in the sky. Unknown how much time had passed, the battle finally drew to a close. The man exhausted his final strength to banish the Dante back into the heavenly Cecilia Eye, after which his physical body began to disintegrate, leaving behind only the xiuxian sword tightly gripped in his hand. He turned his head, looking toward Axton as if through the void. You have come? Axton stared blankly at the face. Although he could not see the man's true features clearly, the contours were strangely familiar. I have come. Inexplicably, Axton replied. His heart had gradually calmed, instinct telling him that the man had something important to impart. Have you seen it? She has returned? The man pointed to a spot in the void. Through endless chaos, Axton saw a familiar place. The heavenly Cecilia Eye where he had undergone trials before. Who are you? Axton frowned, his suspicions already formed. I am the owner of the xiuxian sword. I have no name. The man smiled faintly, his imposing aura dissipating. appearing like an ordinary cultivator standing before Axton. Once I held this sword, who I was became unimportant. What matters is what needs to be done. Do you understand? The Xiuxian sword transformed into a beam of light, circling around Axton and emitting a welcoming chirp. Now, tell me who you are. The man's face remained blurry, yet each word he spoke deeply imprinted in Axton's mind. Who am I? I am Axton. What kind of question is this? Axton pondered the question, sensing some profound meaning. That's right, you are Axton, son of Tommy, the patriarch of Shushan Sect. I know all about you. The man said indifferently, as if he knew everything about Axton. Do you know me? The Xiuxian sword came into Axton's palm, feeling real even in the illusory world of his consciousness. I have always watched over you, or rather, ever since you obtained the Xiuxian sword, I have been by your side. What do you want to say? Axton took a deep breath, now understanding the man's identity, the Kelvin who battled the Dante. Since the Xiuxian sword seal was lifted, he often saw these visions in his mind. What I want to say is, you are not just Axton. When you obtained this sword, you became its master, nothing more, nothing less. Do you understand your responsibility? The man smiled, then his phantom figure merged with Axton, becoming one with him. You are Axton, and you are me. You are the master of the Xiuxian sword, the hope against the Dante. She has returned, and so shall you. Remember your mission. In the next moment, Axton felt an intense headache, as if his entire body would explode from the chaotic power flowing into him. His dantian nearly burst. This is the power of the Xiuxian sword's legacy. From now on, you are its fourth master. Use it well. The man's voice gradually faded, eventually merging with Axton. They seemed to become one, unsure whether the man was speaking or Axton whispering. I am Axton, and I am the master of the Xiuxian sword. The Kelvin Xiuxian, immortals and demons are one, differing only in path. Axton's voice was low, seemingly enlightened by many things, with a light gradually shining in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer felt the pain in his body, completely immersed in this profound experience. The heavenly Tao embryo slowly transformed, trembling continuously within his dantian. Finally, under the influx of countless chaotic energies, it shimmered brilliantly. The Dante possesses chaotic demon chi, while ancient cultivators possessed chaotic energy. This is the essence of the universe, untouched by the heavenly Tao. Axton recalled the stories Melissa once told him. The heavenly Tao, ruthless and indifferent, confined humanity under its laws. It locked away chaotic energy, allowing humans only ordinary spiritual power for cultivation, all to maintain its supreme status. Axton's embryo gradually turned into gas, traveling through 36 major meridians, ultimately arriving above his consciousness. The chaotic energies found their outlet, flooding into the embryo. However, Axton felt no more excruciating pain, fully entranced by the profound nature of chaotic energy, his body transforming subconsciously. The metal sword body nurtured by chaotic energy, in the man's admiration, ultimately transformed into the ancient cultivator's Tao body. This was the chaotic Tao body beyond heavenly Tao's interference, or perhaps what human cultivators should have embraced. This was the true great Tao. Chaotic energy compressed and reformed, Axton's embryo floating up and down within it, ultimately becoming a divine thought suspended above his consciousness. In the next moment, his chaotic consciousness erupted with blinding light, restructuring itself like the creation of the universe. The exhilaration made Axton involuntarily roar. He understood why Melissa rebelled against the heavenly Tao. It had deprived humanity of too much. He also understood why the Kelvin tried to stop Melissa. If the heavenly Tao fell to the Dante, the latter's nature would turn him into another heavenly Tao, turning the 10,000 spirits continent into desolation. You have finally come. Axton comprehended the man's words. He had been waiting, awaiting the next master of the Xiuxian sword. Only the wielder of the Xiuxian sword could challenge the heavenly Tao. He failed because of impure thoughts. Worried about becoming another heavenly Tao, he chose to fight the demonic race, preferring self-destruction rather than enslavement to power. So what if it's the heavenly Tao? It's merely a slave. A calm voice echoed in Axton's consciousness, seeming to be the man's final testament. Hope this time you succeed and don't become his slave. The man's voice completely dissipated, leaving only a clear, chaotic consciousness and Axton's radiant divine thought. At this moment, he understood everything. Or perhaps, all experiences were fated, waiting for him to take up the mantle. Chapter 543, Ascension to the Soul Transformation Realm. In one of the secondary peaks of Green Cloud Sect, several sect leaders were drinking tea and discussing matters. A faint trace of worry clouded Ernesto's face. The demon clan's sudden attack was intense, especially with Melissa's appearance, which only added to their troubles. They had once pursued Melissa, but her abilities were unfathomable, making it impossible to trace her. Even in this state, with the Dante barely recovered, he already possessed formidable power. Things would only get worse from here. Friends, I must say that Amay's betrayal has dealt a severe blow to our 7 immortal sects, Ernesto sighed. Though Green Cloud Sect had taken over Amay's position, it still fell short in both resources and strength. Amitabha, do your best and accept what comes. Why trouble yourself so, friendren? Jaden chanted a Buddhist verse, his eyes full of understanding. Since we have gathered here, even at the cost of our lives, we cannot let the Dante fully return. This was the founding purpose of our 7 immortal sects, was it not? You are right, the master sees it clearly. Ernesto brushed off his annoyance and mustered his spirits again. I wonder if Green Cloud Sect can truly replace Amay. This upcoming battle between righteous and demonic forces will likely be a bloodbath. Amber shook her head. As the holy master of Yaoqi, she had lived for countless years and long ago transcended the fear of life and death. The founding purpose of the 7 immortal sects was to collectively resist the demon clan. They would not retreat, even unto death. Of course, first, they had to cleanse their own ranks and thoroughly eliminate the hidden remnants of Amay Sword Sect. Jiaoer, you were asked to invite sect leader Uncor here for discussion. Why hasn't there been any response? Amber asked, puzzled. She had sent Josie to notify Axton long ago, but he hadn't shown up yet. Could something have gone wrong? Master, I did tell little Unkur. Josie bit her lip, ready to leave and find Axton. Just then, an overwhelming aura emanated from Green Cloud Sect's main peak, a pillar of light shooting skyward as if tearing apart the heavens. Someone is breaking through to the soul transformation realm? Ernesto and the others stood up in shock, extending their senses to investigate. They were all too familiar with this kind of aura. It was the prelude to a cultivator advancing to the soul transformation realm. But who could be advancing now? This isn't right. This power feels different from a normal soul transformation, Amber murmured, feeling an instinctive reverence for the light pillar in the sky, as if it fundamentally surpassed her. Yes, this spiritual energy differs from ours, seemingly not belonging to 10,000 spirits continent. Ernesto said in awe, his sensing probes repelled, unable to discern the specifics. Umitba, before the great battle, having a human cultivator break through to the soul transformation realm is good news, no matter who it is. Why fret so much? Jaden smiled, knowing that soul transformation cultivators on 10,000 spirits continent were few. Only 20 among the 7 immortal sect leaders and recluses. Most were stuck at the initial stage, unable to progress further despite diligent cultivation, gradually fading away over time, leading to a decline in top-tier cultivators. The light pillar in the sky grew more radiant, its brilliance uncontrollable. Faint roars echoed, the power within causing everyone's hearts to tremble, even inducing a sense of fear. This was an instinctual suppression. All present were exceptional geniuses with top-notch cultivation techniques. Except in the presence of the Dante, no one had ever made the leaders of the 7 immortal sects feel such reverence. The light pillar didn't last long, quickly vanishing like an illusion, leaving silence again. Quick, let's see who has advanced. Yes, if we gain another soul transformation expert, our chances against the demon clan improve significantly. The appearance of this aura invigorated them, eager to know who this expert was. Only Josie looked down thoughtfully, recognizing the roar. It seemed very familiar. A gust of wind blew, and a figure appeared before them, moving so swiftly that even the sect leaders marveled. Friends, I've kept you waiting. Axton walked over nonchalantly. Sect leader Uncor, you've finally come. Did you feel the commotion earlier? Ernesto asked eagerly, looking at Axton with excitement. If Green Cloud Sect rose rapidly and Axton progressed so quickly, it likely meant a supreme expert was guiding him, possibly a reincarnated soul transformation powerhouse. Given the power unleashed within Green Cloud Sect, Ernesto instinctively assumed it was Axton's mentor. If so, Green Cloud Sect could rival Amay Sword Sect and even surpass it. Commotion? Do you mean this? Axton smiled, flicking out a burst of spiritual energy that danced in the air, matching the earlier aura exactly. The very power that had awed them. Sect leader Uncor, what does this mean? Umitba, congratulations, Sect leader Uncor. Jaden realized first. From the moment Axton arrived, he sensed a difference, indicating he had broken through the nascent soul realm. I'm fortunate to have broken through, embarrassing myself before you all, Axton said humbly. He didn't exaggerate. Thanks to the inheritance from the Cecilia slaying sword, he had made significant progress. Of course, with greater gains came greater responsibility. Axton's mindset had shifted significantly. So it was indeed Sect leader Uncor. Today truly opened my eyes, Ernesto exclaimed, staring at Axton as if observing a marvel. All present had become sect leaders through exceptional talent, breaking through to the nascent soul realm within a century and achieving soul transformation within a millennium. Such talent allowed them to dominate regions of 10,000 spirits continent. Axton's appearance shattered their traditional views on cultivation, defying all norms and becoming a top expert in mere moments, especially advancing to the soul transformation realm today. If Axton weren't standing before them, they wouldn't have associated the earlier commotion with him. Chapter 544, Marching Out. Undoubtedly, Axton's cultivation advancement was good news for the 7 immortal sects. With the imminent outbreak of the Immortal Demon War, every bit of strength added to the Xiuxian sect meant a greater chance of success. Ives and others rushed over upon hearing the commotion. That nascent spirit phase aura had been overwhelming, leading everyone to believe an intruder was engaging in battle with the sect leader. It wasn't until they saw Axton standing amicably with the leaders that they felt relieved. Director Uncor, what is this? Ives couldn't believe his eyes. 2 years ago, Axton was just an unknown minor cultivator. Who would have thought he could break through to the nascent spirit stage so quickly? Nascent spirit stage? How did Director Uncor achieve this? It was understandable for Ives to be shocked. Axton's progress was astonishing, completely exceeding expectations. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Ives, why ask so many questions? Director Uncor's talent is exceptional, naturally, he has his methods. Ernesto suppressed his astonishment and spoke calmly. As the newly appointed sect leader, it was unsurprising that Axton, who had risen rapidly on 10,000 spirits continent, held some secrets and treasures. The 7 immortal sects leaders cared only about present power. They had no intention of probing deeply into Axton's secrets. Everyone has their own unique encounters and trump cards, and they were no different. This is my fault. Ives apologized hastily, realizing his mistake. He now addressed Axton with respect. Despite false illusion Immortal Palace's favor towards Axton, he had not only become a sect leader but also broken through to the nascent spirit stage, commanding attention from all. It's fine. I apologize for the commotion. Axton gave an embarrassed smile. After accepting the Xiuxian sword's legacy, he momentarily lost control of his aura, leveling his residence in the process, alarming the Xiuxian sect experts. Now, Axton could adeptly control nascent spirit power. The chaotic spiritual energy within the Xiuxian sword was astounding, instantly elevating his strength several levels. Perhaps ancient cultivators possessed chaotic spiritual energy rather than heavenly Tao spiritual energy, supporting Melissa and Yasmin's statements. No transcendent cultivators had emerged on 10,000 Spirits continent for ages, possibly due to the disappearance of chaotic spiritual energy. Very well, since Director Uncor has ascended, we shall set out immediately to punish Mount Xiuxian. Amber stood up, smiling at Axton. She had already instructed Josie to spread the good news. Axton's advancement bolstered morale among the 7 immortal sects, and she planned to capitalize on this momentum to annihilate the Shushan Sword Sect. Bah, since Layman Uncor has completed his seclusion, let us depart. Eric rallied as well. Outside the Qingyun sect, the main forces of the 7 immortal sects had gathered, along with numerous disciples from various sects on 10,000 Spirits continent, awaiting orders to unite against the demon cultivators. Layman Uncor, intelligence reports that the territory of the Shushan Sword Sect has turned into a den of demons. Within 100 miles, no grass grows. Cecilia's likely used Shushan as their nest. Master, what do you mean? Axton frowned. Shushan was his former master's sect, and its current state touched him deeply. The patriarch demon likely resides within Shushan. Today, our 7 immortal sects will eradicate them thoroughly. Jiechen's resolve was firm, prepared to sacrifice himself, like generations of Buddha, Sound Temple monks who died battling demons. I understand, Axton nodded, recalling Melissa's face. From childhood companionship to shared adversity under the heavenly Cecilia Eye, to the final confrontation during the immortal sect martial arts meeting, they were now adversaries. Qingyun sect disciples, listen up. We march today to punish Shushan, not returning until victory is achieved. Axton's voice echoed across the Qingyun sect mountain peaks. The disciples, eager to follow Axton, were visibly excited. This was their first expedition under Axton, targeting their longtime enemy, Shushan. Other major sects following Qingyun were also restless, wanting to embrace this rising star. Axton's breakthrough to nascent spirit reinforced their determination to leave a positive impression. Cultivation defied nature, especially in turbulent times. Seizing opportunities could lead to rapid advancement. Qingyun sect had risen, and following Axton would ensure their gains. Who? An eerie flute sound resonated, rallying the righteous cultivators in the Qingyun mountains. 7 immortal sect disciples prepared accordingly. The flute signal marked the beginning of the extermination. It was the timeless cry of 10,000 Spirits continent, signaling the start of another immortal sect war. In the Qingyun sect square, Tanner, Shelley, Anthony, and other inner disciples were ready, backed by golden core disciples who, though few, were formidable due to the enlightenment pool. Greetings, sect leader. Axton appeared in the hall, nodding approvingly at the poised group. You are the cream of our crop. Though your cultivation time is short, as Qingyun sect disciples, you bear responsibility. In war, none can escape. Remember this. Protect yourselves while fighting demon cultivators with all your might. May you return safely. Axton's words rang in each disciple's ears, foretelling the coming bloody battles. This was Qingyun sect's first, and perhaps most crucial major conflict since its rise. Axton had much to accomplish. Naturally, he wanted to protect these devoted disciples, but the righteous demon wars were brutal. All he could do was act within his means and accept whatever fate brought. Chapter 545. Desolation and Devastation. Crowds of people gathered in the Qingyun mountains, with the lowest-ranking cultivators present being at the golden core stage. Streams of light erupted from within the Qingyun sect as the oral commands from the 7 great immortal sects echoed in every cultivator's ears. Advance. These 2 words alone ignited fervor among countless cultivators. Many of their friends and relatives had been killed by the demonic forces. They had long desired vengeance. Some sects that had once been under the protection of the Shushan Sword Sect were now fleeing with their families. The land within Shushan had become a demon den. Countless ordinary people and cultivators had perished. They eagerly wanted to storm Shushan to seek justice for their former homes. Under the orderly lead of the 7 great immortal sects, the righteous cultivators marched towards the Shushan Sword Sect. Within Shushan, Shushan no longer exuded its usual divine aura. Instead, it was overshadowed by dark clouds and a desolate gate. Even the previously bustling main square of the sect was completely deserted, occasionally pierced by several shadowy figures, creating an eerie atmosphere. Inside the grand hall, Melissa sat lazily on the main seat, playing with a golden butterfly in her hand. Below, Emmanuel and Alessio knelt half-bowed, not daring to look up. Report to Dante. It said that the 7 great immortal sects have already organized manpower and are advancing towards our Shushan. Emmanuel's eyes held a mix of fanaticism and fear. The Dante was unpredictable. Since her appearance, she had slain many disrespectful demonic cultivators, terrifying those who gathered in Shushan. Emmanuel had also received a strand of chaotic demonic chi bestowed by the Dante, significantly boosting his cultivation. Hearing that Qingyun sect has become the new immortal sect and joined them, Melissa raised her eyes, her beautiful gaze shimmering with spiritual light. Yes, Axton became the new immortal sect leader under the recommendation of the 6 great immortal sects. It is truly laughable. Emmanuel said disdainfully. As a former leader of an immortal sect, he didn't yearn for his past status, but was still unconvinced of Axton's rise to power during this opportunity. After years of internal consumption, the 7 great immortal sects had long lost their former glory. Promoting a junior and Qingyun sect as one of the immortal sects indicated their decline. Great Dante, the demon kings you brought back from the Cecilia Trapland have awakened and are currently lurking around Shushan. Once the 7 great immortal sects arrive, we will capture them all in one swoop. Emmanuel's voice trembled with excitement. Since Melissa arrived in Shushan, the ancient demons trapped in the Cecilia Trapland gradually awakened under the nourishment of chaotic demonic chi, forming a powerful combat force. Great Dante, are you listening? Emmanuel asked cautiously. Melissa remained unmoved on the throne, showing no reaction to his words. Patriarch Yael, you can arrange these matters as you see fit. Melissa said lightly, somewhat distracted. Great Dante, I am no longer a patriarch, merely your servant. Emmanuel quickly replied. The Melissa before him was no longer his disciple. He did not dare to be careless. With the power you've regained, the leaders of the 7 great immortal sects are no match for you. Melissa gently played with her hair, her beautiful face as clear as before, though her identity had transformed into the master of the Cecilia clan. Great Dante, with your successful descent, our demon clan will finally emerge from the darkness of the heavenly Cecilia Eye to conquer the entire 10,000 spirit continent. Emmanuel's voice carried a manic edge. To reach this day, he had endured much hardship. Though he was deputy leader in Xiuxian, he was suppressed by Ira and challenged by the extraordinary talent Tommy, making his position quite awkward. During the last immortal sect war, when the righteous side won at a heavy cost, Emmanuel inadvertently acquired a spatial treasure. From that day, his divine sense gradually got swallowed by demonic chi, revealing hidden ambitions. This spatial treasure contained no treasures but a faint divine sense, a remnant thought left by the Dante. Trapped too long in the heavenly Cecilia Eye, her presence was extremely weak. Emmanuel could only implant the Dante's divine sense into his beloved disciple Melissa, teaching her the heartless sword path as a warm bed for the Dante. Finally, after enduring for so long, Emmanuel successfully ascended to the position of Shushan's master. He nurtured Melissa into a perfect vessel until today, when the Dante returned triumphantly to the 10,000 spirit continent. With great Dante here, it shouldn't take days for the 10,000 spirit continent to become our domain. The time has come. Ha ha ha. Emmanuel's smile grew broader. He had waited too long, willing to betray the 7 great immortal sects just to serve as a vanguard for the Dante, all for greater power. The time has come? Melissa murmured softly, her eyes seemingly filled with endless star rivers. She tilted her head upward, her gaze piercing through the vast sky. It is indeed time. Melissa's words carried profound meaning, evoking an image of a man in her mind. I'll wait for you here. The war between the righteous and the demonic rekindled. Ceciliae cultivators emerged like tidal waves from the 10,000 spirit continent. After years of hiding, they seized this opportunity to retaliate. Those who came to punish Xiuxian were just a part of the 10,000 spirit continent. More righteous people spontaneously organized to defend their homeland. For a moment, the continent was engulfed in blood and violence, even cultivators unable to protect themselves, let alone the powerless commoners who could only hide and pray silently. Battles between the righteous and demonic cultivators raged everywhere. Remote areas quickly fell to the demonic invasion, causing large numbers of human cultivators to seek refuge in the territories of the 7 great immortal sects. They could only hope for good news from the immortal sects, enduring the torment of uncertainty. My sect was completely annihilated overnight by the demons, leaving me as the sole survivor. It's said that the top-ranked Tai Palace was razed to the ground by the demons, despite having nascent soul stage experts. I saw countless demons, supposedly ancient demonic cultivators who escaped from the Cecilia trap land, turning countless cultivators into meat paste with mere gestures. Horrendous rumors spread throughout the gathering places of human cultivators. They could only huddle together under the main cities of the 7 great immortal sects for safety. Indeed, the demonic forces were overwhelming, and nobody knew where such a surge of powerful beings originated from, using unprecedented demonic powers. It seems true that the Atlasantian sect failed to guard the Cecilia trap land. Otherwise, where would all these ancient demons come from? Shh, keep quiet. This is the capital city of the 7 great immortal sects. We can only hope that the leaders of the immortal sects can soon break through Xiuxian, defeat the demons, and restore the 10,000 spirit continent. All human cultivators silently prayed, fighting wave after wave. With no retreat, they had to stop the invading demonic cultivators outside or face annihilation. Chapter 546, The Army Looms. The Shushan Sword Sect was now besieged by the 7 immortal gates and their contingent of cultivators. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the order from the leaders of the immortal gates to launch the attack. Esteemed ones, this battle will either be a success or a failure. Currently, demons are rising up in every corner, gradually eroding our 10,000 spirit continent. I have received cries for help from many fronts. Numerous human cities can no longer hold on, Ernesto solemnly said. The 7 immortal gates had concentrated the combat strength of the 10,000 spirit continent, but the cost was brutal. They had put everything on the line. Gathering this force of cultivators meant they had abandoned the defense of the continent, swearing to decide the outcome with the demonic race at the Shushan Sword Sect. The demon clans could wait, but the 7 immortal gates couldn't afford any delays. Every second wasted would cost countless innocent lives. They aimed to capture the Shushan Sword Sect swiftly, nipping the still weakened Dante in the bud before it recovered fully. Friends of the Tao, let's make our move. Ernesto's face was stern as he waved his hand. Behind him, the righteous sect surged like a tidal wave toward the summit of Xiuxian. He could feel the overwhelming murderous intent all around, even seeing demon cultivators lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. This was not the time for hesitation. They must breach the defenses of Xiuxian with brute force, extinguishing the Dante as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the enemy regained strength, control would become impossible. The experts from the 7 immortal gates took the lead, countless nascent soul cultivators fearlessly rushing toward the gates of Xiuxian. Encouraged by this momentum, the other sects' elites no longer harbored fear. Ugh! At the entrance of Xiuxian, thick demonic chi swirled, accompanied by sinister laughter. Cecilia cultivators draped in dark mists appeared out of nowhere, their eyes crimson red, filled with insane hunger, bellowing wildly. More former humans turned into demon cultivators emerged under Emmanuel's control, devoid of humanity, ruthless killing machines who showed no mercy to their own kind. What is this demonic chi? Why can we not even fight back? Oh no, run! We cannot stand against them. With pitiful screams, human cultivators were torn apart by the demon cultivators, who savagely feasted on fresh blood and flesh, a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Just as the righteous cultivators entered the territory of Xiuxian, they suffered heavy losses, leading to low morale. Axton fixed his gaze on a few particularly crazed demon cultivators. He wielded the Xiuxian sword, its aura sweeping across and slaying several demon cultivators. These are ancient demon heads that escaped from the Xiuxian confining realm. Benjamin cast numerous talismans next to Axton, forcing the demon cultivators back. His expression was grave, clearly recognizing the formidable nature of these demons. Umidba, it's time for us to act. Ernan unleashed his Arhat golden body, transforming into a golden warrior, each punch claiming multiple demon lives. The elders of the 7 immortal gates also joined in, stabilizing the chaotic situation. Ernesto and the other sect leaders silently watched the battlefield, wary of more powerful opponents. The gap in the Xiuxian confining realm torn by Melissa had released ancient demon lords, renowned even in primordial times, requiring constant vigilance against their sneak attacks. Lord Uncor, this isn't working, Ernesto said heavily. The demonic cultivators seemed endless. Regardless of how many the righteous killed, they would always return. Conversely, the cultivators brought by the 7 immortal gates, though elite, suffered significant blows with every loss. Yes, the demonic clan has secret methods to turn ordinary humans into combat forces. We aren't gaining the upper hand, Amber stated calmly. Understanding this, they chose to swiftly suppress the Shushan sect. Any more time given to Emmanuel might shroud the entire continent in demonic presence. It's time for us to take action. The most effective measure against the demonic invasion was a decapitation strike. Just as Tommy slew the demonic leader in the past, turning the tide for the 7 immortal gates, they needed a similar approach now. Only by decisively eliminating Emmanuel and the Dante could they cut off the endless supply of demonic forces. The battlefield shifted rapidly, though both sides suffered heavy casualties, the outlook remained grim. Let me, along with Grandmaster Ernan and Daoist Ji, infiltrate Shushan internally. Lord Uncor and the others should remain here to stabilize the situation, Ernesto said solemnly, clearly having planned this beforehand. Clifton, who was fighting nearby, felt a sudden sense of melancholy. She understood her father's resolve to avenge the fallen cultivators of the profound heaven sect. She wished nothing more than to tear the Dante limb from limb. Infiltrating Shushan alone posed enormous risks. Even if successful, it would likely be a one-way trip. Ernesto was prepared to sacrifice himself. If his life could bring peace to the 10,000 spirit continent, he was willing to give it. Similarly, Ernan and Amber nodded. Being older, they had less remaining lifespan, making them suitable for the infiltration mission. Father. Clifton's voice was low, unable to utter any words of obstruction. Darian, you're growing up. I hope you can control your temper. The future of the profound heaven sect rests on the shoulders of you young people. The three exchanged smiles. Last time, Tommy stood up to prevent disaster. Now, it was their turn. I want to come along, may I? Axton suddenly spoke up, surprising Ernesto. Lord Uncor, you're still young with much potential for greater achievements. There's no need to risk it. Yes, the 7 immortal gates need someone skilled to lead. You'd be better off staying here. Several voices urged caution, acknowledging Axton's extraordinary talent. Given time, he could grow into another Tommy. To be honest, I have some unresolved matters in Shushan. Besides, Emmanuel and I have personal grievances that I can't let go. Axton's resolve was firm, determined. Leaving aside Jiangjianshin trapped in the Cecilia locking tower, just accepting the inheritance of the Cecilia slaying sword made it necessary for him to confront Melissa. And finding his father's whereabouts was too compelling an opportunity to pass up. Umitba, since Lord Uncor insists, then come with us. Grandmaster Hernan's eyes held understanding, aware of Axton's reasons for going. Very well, Lord Uncor shall accompany me. We will buy you time. Go ahead and do what must be done. Ernesto laughed heartily. Seeing such courage from a younger generation cleared his mind of any lingering worries. Whatever awaits, we will face it together. Ernesto, Axton, Grandmaster Hernan, and Amber readied themselves, preparing to enter the heart of Shushan to execute the critical decapitation strike. Chapter 547. Execution. Looking down from the sky above Mount Shu, one could hear earth-shaking battle cries. Countless righteous cultivators fearlessly fought against demonic cultivators. Although the righteous forces were highly skilled and prestigious, they were clearly deadlocked under the relentless onslaught of endless demonic cultivators, unable to advance even a step. The patriarchs and elders of the 7 immortal sects had already engaged in battle, standing up against the awakened ancient demonic cultivators. Only they could offer resistance. Even though these ancient demonic cultivators had not yet fully recovered their strength, the chaos demonic chi they wielded held a significant advantage over the heavenly Tao spirit chi cultivated by ordinary cultivators. Under the attacks of several demonic race powerhouses, the 7 immortal sect experts found themselves at a stalemate. However, it was clear to everyone that the situation was far from optimistic. Once the morale of the righteous cultivators was completely ground down over time, what awaited them would be hell on earth. Axton and Ernesto tore through space, appearing behind the demonic army. The scene at Mount Shu was desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Only occasionally could one see demonic cultivators patrolling around, all of them at the nascent soul stage, clearly indicating that many high-level cultivators had escaped from the Cecilia confining land. Leader Uncor, we will seek out the Dante and attempt to slay him. Take care of yourself, Ernesto said softly, his face calm. He understood that this journey might mean he would never return. But remembering the countless comrades who had sacrificed themselves, he was willing to risk annihilation to give it one last shot. Amber and Chevy had also made similar preparations. During the previous battle between immortals and demons, the victory was achieved because of Mount Shu's intervention. This time, it would be left to them to confront the challenge posed by Mount Shu. Axton nodded gratefully. Though their positions were now the same, Ernesto and the others still treated him like a junior to protect. Knowing that Axton was going into the Cecilia suppressing pagoda, they deliberately intended to draw the Dante's attention. Leader Uncor, if you succeed, return to our camp as soon as possible. I fear you may be caught in the aftermath, Ernesto advised earnestly, evidently prepared to sacrifice his divine soul. When a transcendent spirit stage cultivator burned their divine soul without restraint, no one could stand in their way. I understand, Axton replied solemnly, his eyes filled with respect. These three, having reached the transcendent spirit realm, were undoubtedly outstanding geniuses. They faced the powerful Dante without fear of sacrifice. In them, Axton saw a trace of his father. The three shared a smile before flying toward the Grand Hall of Mount Shu, encountering no resistance along the way. In Axton's line of sight, the three seemed to merge into a state of chaos, disappearing from view almost instantly. Mount Shu remained dark and bleak, but the figures of Ernesto and the others had vanished as if they had never been there. Is this the devouring realm? Axton felt a stirring in his heart. His senses could no longer detect the auras of the three sect leaders, as if they had been completely swallowed. Recalling Melissa's power, he realized that they must have entered her devouring realm the moment they crossed into the mountain gate. I need to hurry as well. Though unsure of Melissa's intentions, Axton had important matters to attend to. Turning his gaze westward, he relied on his memory to locate the Cecilia suppressing pagoda. The Lucier sword orbited around him, his transcendent spirit cultivation unleashed, slicing through the tendrils of devouring force surrounding him as he swiftly advanced toward the pagoda. Before him lay chaos. The Cecilia suppressing pagoda, originally designed to refine demons, now appeared as a dark abyss, occasionally emitting blood-curdling screams. Axton furrowed his brow upon reaching the pagoda, for he sensed several familiar auras within. Whoever you are, please save us. Emmanuel has gone mad. He turned to the demonic path and suppressed us to serve as sacrifices for the demonic cultivators to consume. How much I hate this. Grim screams and sobs echoed faintly, and Axton knew what was happening. The supreme treasure used to suppress demonic entities had been twisted by Emmanuel into an instrument of enslavement for human cultivators, likely those from Mount Shu who refused to submit to the demonic path. Kill me. I don't want to suffer anymore. A familiar voice called out faintly, and Axton recognized Janine's cry. Chaos spiritual energy sprang from his fingertips, striking the pagoda, where he saw a distorted yet familiar face. Janine was chained, her hand bones pierced, and trapped within the tower, looking utterly miserable. She seemed to sense Axton's presence and struggled to lift her head. Her once beautiful appearance was now marred by indescribable suffering. Kill me. Let me be free from this torment. Not only Janine, but many other familiar faces could be seen inside the tower. They were former fellow disciples and elders of Mount Shu, all enduring great misery as iron chains continuously drained their spiritual energy, sending it to the main peak of Mount Shu. Axton's gaze shifted to the top of the tower, where he saw a familiar figure, his master, xiuxian. Confined by 8 iron chains, he hung suspended in the air, his hair disheveled and body weakened. Sensing the commotion outside, xiuxian moved his head slightly, opening his eyes which had been blinded. Ha ha, old Cecilia Yile, kill me if you dare. What is a little pain compared to your incompetence? They sent many to slay my disciple, yet they all returned defeated. Wait until my disciple comes back to avenge me. Tommy was a hero, his offspring won't be weak either. One day, my disciple will avenge me. Evidently, xiuxian's mind had weakened significantly, sensing only someone approaching. Master, Axton whispered softly, reuniting with his adoptive master after years. Now that he had power, was it too late? Mingyuan? Xiuxian shook his head slightly, seemingly disbelieving the voice. His entire body trembled violently, making the chains clank loudly. Disciple, how did you find this place? Xiuxian's face showed urgency, his broken body exerting energy to break free, only to be suppressed by devouring force, causing him to spit out black blood. Master, I am unworthy. I have come to save you. Axton's eyes brimmed with rage, thinking of the days Xiuxian had spent in such darkness, wanting to tear Emmanuel apart. Go. This is not a place for you. There's an ambush. Xiuxian shouted frantically. Despite being excited by Axton's appearance, Mount Shu was a stronghold of the demonic race. It was unlikely to be so easily infiltrated without ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, too late to leave. A sinister laugh echoed, and 2 figures in black robes appeared. Removing their cloaks revealed the pale faces of Emmanuel and Anton. Axton, you really came to the Cecilia suppressing pagoda? You seek death. Anton no longer possessed his former arrogance. Now more like a puppet controlled by demonic influence, he harbored endless hatred toward Axton. The Dante anticipated your arrival and ordered us to entertain you. Emmanuel's voice was cold, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism when mentioning the Dante. To him, Axton was already a dead man. Now that you're here, let's reunite teacher and disciple. Let's die together. Hashtag chapter 548, encounter. Emmanuel's eyes were icy cold, clearly already considering Axton as good as dead. You dared to infiltrate the devil-locking pagoda alone instead of hiding under the protection of the immortal sex? Fortunately, our great Dante had everything figured out and has been monitoring your movements all along. Ha ha ha. Emmanuel's laughter was manic, as if he had everything within his grasp. Axton's heart skipped a beat, recalling how Ernesto and the others had suddenly vanished. It seemed that Melissa had seen through everything. What? Scared now? Waiting for those old coots like Ernesto to save you? Dream on. Black aura erupted from Emmanuel's body. He had received orders from Melissa and come to the devil-locking pagoda to lie in wait. He admired the Dante even more after witnessing this masterstroke. With such flawless planning, the demon clan would smoothly conquer the 10,000 spirit continent, and he himself would be the top contributor, soon rising rapidly. Axton's mood turned somber as he opened the sound transmission jade token. This was an artifact used by the 7 immortal sect patriarchs for communication, showing 3 lights flickering inconsistently, indicating they were in dire straits. Melissa had penetrated the strategies of the 7 immortal sects so thoroughly that their successful infiltration earlier must have been part of her plan. All Axton could do now was finish what he started, deal with Emmanuel and Anton first, then head over to provide aid, hoping it wasn't too late. Don't waste time. It's time to settle our scores. The realm of Emil appeared, and the great path of Heart Sword emerged. Axton held nothing back against Emmanuel, who was both a criminal of Mount Shu and his personal enemy. The injustice done to his father was Emmanuel's doing, and today, he sought justice. Brat, I've already received the chaotic demon energy bestowed by the Dante. What can you possibly do against me? Emmanuel's hair and beard bristled as demonic energy surged around him, emanating terror. It was ancient chaotic demon energy, impure but potent. Anton beside him also summoned his innate flying sword, a black light bursting from his forehead. He had willingly surrendered his body to an ancient demon cultivator for greater power, now losing his self-awareness, becoming a puppet driven purely by hatred towards Axton. Chaotic demon energy? But still not fully developed. The immortal slaying sword sensed the chaotic demon energy, radiating supreme light. It felt as though it had returned to the ancient battle, where Emmanuel and Anton were hateful demons before it. Infused with chaotic spirit energy, the immortal slaying sword cut through with the way of Heart Sword. Its earth-shattering might stunning Emmanuel. Emmanuel thought that, even with the chaos demon energy bestowed by the Dante, he could stand up to any of the 7 immortal sect patriarchs. Yet facing Axton's sword, he felt suffocated. This was suppression at the root level. The once unruly chaotic demon energy seemed to meet its nemesis, unable to stand against the overwhelming sword light. In moments, the light of Heart Sword pressed before Emmanuel. He tried to move but found the chaotic demon energy in him unresponsive, utterly suppressed. Why? I've inherited the legacy of ancient demon cultivation. Why is this happening? He screamed wildly. The killing intent from the immortal slaying sword made Emmanuel feel death imminent, yet space around him was locked tight. Poochie. A sound of flesh tearing apart. Anton couldn't withstand the pressure and his physical body crumbled. His face showed disbelief, trying to beg for help from Emmanuel. But under the unparalleled chaotic spirit energy swordlight, there was no resistance. His body exploded instantly. Why? My entire life spent cultivating chaotic demon energy. Emmanuel roared in despair. He had given everything for greater power, but now, facing Axton's sword, everything seemed futile. Who are you? Emmanuel's eyes were bloodshot, trying to buy time. 2 years, how could Axton have grown so strong? Such talent even Tommy couldn't match. If only I had known, I would have killed you at Mount Shu. His voice was filled with venom, the pain of his crumbling body unbearable. Though chaotic demon energy is powerful, you barely scratch the surface. Axton spoke calmly, confronting Emmanuel again. His anger was not as intense as before. Perhaps because of the inheritance of the immortal slaying sword or the elevation of his realm, Emmanuel's provocations didn't infuriate him anymore. Rather, he felt pity. You and I have unfinished business. Tell me where my father is, and I'll grant you a quick end. Emmanuel's demonic body crumbled under chaotic spirit energy suppression, his eyes shifting from disbelief to panic. My supreme demon body crafted through a lifetime, how can it fall here? Stop. Stop. If you spare me, I'll tell you everything about your father. Axton hesitated, slightly lowering the immortal slaying sword's light. Speak. You have half an incense stick's time. If you lie, you know the consequences. Yes, yes. Emmanuel caught a breath, shocked that after the martial arts tournament, Axton had ascended to the soul transformation realm, and his spirit energy surpassed even chaotic demon energy. After defeating the demon back then, your father was not annihilated but taken away by a beam of light. Emmanuel trembled, recalling past events. Light? What exactly? Axton seized the key point and asked. A message came from the light, claiming to be the heavenly Tao. Emmanuel muttered, trembling all over. Back then, Gem Wuchi wanted to save Tommy from the light, but was knocked unconscious. Only I witnessed the entire scene. Later, I took advantage and spread rumors about Tommy turning into a demon, taking control of Mount Shu. In fact, your father was taken away by the one calling itself Heavenly Tao. Emmanuel's eyes showed madness, seemingly losing control. They say the 10,000 spirit continent is protected by the Heavenly Tao. That day I knew it was all lies. Ha ha ha, demons descend upon the world and the Heavenly Tao remains indifferent, only interfering at the end. What a laughable jest. If the Heavenly Tao is merciless, so what if I let a demon possess me? Better than being a mere puppet. He laughed bitterly, looking at Axton without fear. Do you think becoming a leader of an immortal sect makes you anything more than a pawn manipulated by the Heavenly Tao? Only the Dante has the power to overthrow the Heavenly Tao and bring a new world to the 10,000 spirit continent. Outside the devil-locking pagoda, dark clouds swirled, a powerful chaotic demon energy pressing down from the sky. Joy appeared in Emmanuel's eyes as he rushed towards Axton. Hashtag chapter 549, Fierce Battle. The Dante has already descended. There is nowhere for you to run. Emmanuel's madness was clearly supported by something. A striking figure emerged from the horizon. It was Melissa. The auras of Ernesto and the others had vanished, indicating they had either lost contact or were trapped within the demon clan's secret magic. Great Dante. This boy is exceedingly arrogant, daring to question the identity of the great Dante. Emmanuel found his savior, finally having bought enough time for Melissa to arrive. Seeing that familiar face, Axton felt no emotional disturbance. With different paths, they would not conspire together. They now stood on opposite sides, and upon meeting again, they had become mortal enemies. He must die. Axton pointed at Emmanuel. Whether or not Tommy had been taken away by heaven's will, Emmanuel's actions were unforgivable. Presumptuous. With the great Dante present, you still dare to spout such nonsense. Emmanuel roared in fury, but he felt an unexplainable chill as he sensed the cold aura beside him. Just a worthless piece of trash. Kill him if you wish. Melissa's indifferent voice rang out, showing no regard for Emmanuel's life. Great Dante, what do you mean? Emmanuel stared at Melissa in disbelief, trembling uncontrollably. Great lady, I have always been your most loyal servant. Master, do you really think I've forgotten everything? A look of disgust flashed across Melissa's eyes, sending Emmanuel into despair. Letting you live until today was already a form of grace. Let me take your life as a favor. As Melissa spoke, a flying butterfly landed on Emmanuel's shoulder, and the next moment, a twisting force of annihilation tore through his flesh, killing him silently. To Melissa, it seemed like she had just killed an insignificant fly. She then continued looking at Axton. That annoying man is gone. Leader Uncor, how about we make a deal? Your father is now suppressed under the will of heaven. He was identified by heaven as someone capable of challenging its supremacy, so it broke the rules to forcibly take him away. Melissa slowly unraveled the mysteries of the past, unveiling all truths before Axton. The sword spirit within you should have already told you the truth, right? The Shushan sword in Axton's hand trembled, seemingly recognizing its destined enemy. Tommy didn't die. Through close proximity to heaven's will, he grasped the supreme law, making even heaven powerless to slay him. Instead, he can only be forcibly sealed. And the fortune that befell you was because Tommy used his profound understanding of heaven to project himself into your body. Do you understand now? Melissa's words resonated deeply with Axton, forcing him to believe her account. Even the deepest secrets within him had been exposed. There was no reason not to trust Melissa. All my actions were aimed at opposing heaven. Brother Uncor, why not join me to usher in a new chapter for the continent of 10,000 spirits? Her eyes held hope, awaiting Axton's response. If we join forces, we can surely save Senior Tommy. Then the entire continent of 10,000 spirits will belong to us, free from the constraints of heaven. Though Melissa's offer was enticing, Axton responded with icy indifference. I refuse. There was no hesitation in his reply. The air instantly grew tense, and Melissa's expression turned cold. Why? Her tone shifted to disappointment, her gaze filled with confusion. Even if you oppose heaven, the people of the continent of 10,000 spirits are innocent. Innocent humans have shed rivers of blood under the demon's ravages. Even if you succeed in overthrowing heaven, your actions are no different from heaven's. You may even be far crueler. Axton's words were firm, unmoved by Melissa's temptations. The atmosphere turned deathly silent, and an endless tide of devouring power rolled over them. I thought you'd be a variable, but in the end, you're no different from that man back then. Melissa shook her head in disappointment, her eyes now icy cold. The sword in your hand is the Shushan sword, isn't it? I didn't expect the legacy of the ancient emperor to fall into your hands, and even your rhetoric matches perfectly. Then let's fight. Limitless martial might surged out, intermingled with chaotic spiritual energy, clashing against Melissa's devouring demonic power, shattering the surrounding space. Below Yiba Sect, the righteous cultivators who were fighting desperately felt their hearts shake. Both factions paused their actions, turning their eyes toward Mount Shu. The Dante has made her move. Has the final confrontation between the immortal sect leader and the Dante begun? Inside Yiba Sect, Annabelle, Tanner, and other disciples were battling fiercely. Sensing Axton's aura, they were filled with concern. Big brother Uncor, Tanner will wait for your return. Master, Tanner will not let you down. Chapter 550. Beyond the Celestial Tribulation, Final Chapter. The great battle lasted for several months, until the land within Xuxian was scorched, and countless righteous cultivators perished along with demons. Faced with the endless onslaught of demons, disciples from various sects erupted with unprecedented power, fiercely carving out a path to survival amidst the demonic siege. The 7 immortal sects also suffered heavy losses. Even many of the Qingyun sect's disciples lost their lives. Yet no one gave up because the battle atop the main peak of Xuxian had not yet concluded. Only by eliminating the Dante could humanity's cultivators still hope for victory. Axton stood in the vast sky, surrounded by an endless devouring force sweeping wildly over him. However, under the sword chi of the Shushan sword, nothing could get close. His face was pale, and if it weren't for the support of primal chaos energy, he would have already been defeated. Far away, Melissa appeared disheveled as well, losing her ethereal grace. Countless flying butterflies were turned to dust under her heart sword. Confronted by pure primal chaos energy, she seemed to see the ancient Kelvin's face reappear on Axton. It should end now, Axton said somberly, his hand gripping the Xiuxian sword trembling slightly. He sensed a heavenly Tao force intervening, suppressing Melissa everywhere. Yes, it should end just like it did back then, Melissa replied bitterly. She hadn't fully recovered her strength. Compared to the inherited primal chaos energy within the Xiuxian sword, the chaotic demonic energy she extracted from the Cecilia prison was too weak. Gradually falling into a disadvantage during the prolonged clash, she felt the heavenly Tao pressuring her from afar, clearly unwilling to let the Dante return to the human world. Have you felt it? Melissa's voice sounded ethereal, almost returning to her usual demeanor, sensing his inner turmoil. It's heaven. Axton closed his eyes, carefully perceiving every breath of energy around him. He could sense the heavenly Tao subtly manipulating everything, restraining Melissa's power, making her fall gradually into a disadvantage. I lost, just like back then. Melissa's voice carried boundless sorrow after a millennium of silence, ultimately failing to escape the heavenly Tao's machinations. We ended up still unable to step off the heavenly Tao's chessboard, merely pawns manipulated at will to sway the outcome. A self-mocking smile flickered on her face. Melissa withdrew the devouring force, and the sky cleared again. Gazing at the azure horizon, she seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps confiding in Axton. All my actions are controlled by the heavenly Tao. He knows me inside out. But brother Uncor, you are different. Your rise isn't under the control of the heavenly Tao. The heritage bestowed upon you by Elder Tommy, hidden from the fate, wasn't part of the heavenly Tao's calculation. So, Only you have a chance to resist the heavenly Tao. Or rather, you have reason to rebel against the heavenly Tao. Ultimately, whether we are immortals or demons, our stances are fundamentally the same, aren't they? Melissa smiled faintly. She could feel the intense pressure from the heavenly Tao, fearing she might regain strength to challenge him again. Axton remained silent, having learned that his parents were imprisoned by the heavenly Tao. To save them, he must overthrow it. Melissa's words resonated. They shared a common goal. So, what I can't achieve, Brother Uncor, falls on your shoulders. Melissa's voice grew hazy, and her form blurred. What are you doing? Axton frowned, reminiscent of scenes from ancient times, when the Kelvin faced his final moments similarly. The heavenly Tao is ruthless, wanting to use me as a pawn. Melissa's figure dimmed further, unleashing an overwhelming devouring force that severed the heavenly Tao's interference. I can only help you this far. You're different from the Kelvin. You possess something he lacked. I believe in you. With those words, Melissa burst into radiant light like a moth drawn to the flame. The powerful devouring force enveloped heaven and earth, and Axton heard a roar from the heavens. As Melissa blossomed, all demon cultivators faded under the devouring force, merging into a surge toward the heavens. Stunned, the surviving cultivators of the 7 immortal sects stood motionless, a mix of anticipation and disbelief. Did we win? We won. The immortal sect heads won. Some rejoiced, others wept uncontrollably, and some shouted beside their fallen comrades' bodies. At this moment, the 3-month-long war between immortal and demon conclusively ended with a bloody victory for the 7 immortal sects. Annabelle gazed dazedly ahead, tightly embracing a figure beside her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Big Brother Uncor, Tanner has been waiting for you. Survivors from the Xiuxian sect gathered under Tanner and Juniper's lead. Out of 500, fewer than 100 remained, a testament to the brutal war. Chance Uncor, we won. We won. Storm cried with joy, placing the deceased Xiuxian sect disciples' bodies nearby, vowing to bring them home. Brother Uncor, congratulations on your triumph. Babuda. Benjamin and Jamil looked haggard, their eyes filled with profound sorrow. Several sect leaders perished in the catastrophe, including Venerable Jiechan, a significant loss for Jamil. Big Brother Uncor, let's go home. Tianer never wants to be apart from you again. Annabelle clung tightly to Axton's arm, terrified of his vanishing once more. For 3 months, she endured constant anxiety, persisting solely to see Axton again. Finally, with everything settled, she couldn't hold back her emotions and poured out her heart. Is it over? Axton looked up as a butterfly landed on his shoulder, fluttering its wings delicately. He sensed the heavenly energy was anomalously chaotic due to Melissa's ultimate strike against the heavenly Tao. Perhaps from the start, Melissa planned this. If the heavenly Tao intervened, she would sacrifice everything to create an opening. Fortunately, she succeeded, paying the ultimate price of disappearing from Wanling continent. The butterfly on his shoulder continued flapping its wings. Axton gently patted Annabelle's head, knowing the struggle was not yet over. Tianer, Big Brother Uncor needs to go somewhere. I'll give you an answer when I return. Surveying the familiar faces, warmth filled his heart. For his parents, these friends, Melissa's final effort, and the Shushan Sword's entrustment, Axton must take that final step to expose the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, clear skies darkened with thunderclaps and 9 silver serpents danced in the sky, emitting flashes of light. This is the Celestial Tribulation, the legendary 9-fold Celestial Tribulation. Brody fell to the ground, pointing skyward. The continent hadn't seen such a tribulation for millennia, signifying someone's imminent ascension to coexist with the heavenly Tao. Everyone, Uncor here has one last task. When I return, we will drink and celebrate together. Facing the thunderous tribulation, Axton felt no excitement. This marked the prelude to transcending the tribulation phase and beginning to break free from the heavenly Tao's chains. This force came from Melissa's life force and his father's unseen defiance. Axton took a deep breath, soaring into the vast sky. He aimed to ascend through the lightning and confront the heavenly Tao head-on, shattering centuries of plots. Indeed, he must fulfill his own destiny and Melissa's final wish. Overthrow the heavenly Tao and rescue his father. Note: the chapter maintains the original structure and style while ensuring natural and fluent English translation. Axton's figure transformed into a streak of light, entering the celestial thunder. The crowd seemed to hear the heavens roaring and screaming. In their gazes, there was anticipation and excitement. Tanner, Juniper, and the other disciples gripped their hands tightly. Annabelle gazed intently at the sky, with only one phrase lingering on her lips. Big Brother Uncor, Tianer will wait for you here. End of novel.